This is a work of fiction created for entertainment. Any controversial or offensive statements serve only to develop the story and its characters. We oppose all forms of discrimination and intolerance. Please view this as fantasy, not reality.
Just by sleeping with a woman, I could gain all kinds of superpowers. But my beautiful neighbor, not believing a word of it, took advantage of her husband's absence, brought her daughter to my door in the middle of the night, and knocked, wanting to see if I really had any special abilities. Just a couple of hours ago, an unexpected storm had hit the city, and now the world outside looked like a scene straight out of a horror movie. The streets were filled with zombies, screams, blood, and chaos. I stood on the balcony, staring into this hellish landscape, my mind racing with questions. And at that exact moment, a voice suddenly echoed in my mind. Reproduction system successfully bound. Please strive to reproduce and contribute to the survival of humanity. Of course. An apocalypse, zombies, the end of the world, and what do I get? A damn reproduction system. What a fucking joke. But before I could fully process it, thunder crashed overhead once again, and the real nightmare began. Blue Star, a rented apartment in a coastal city. The sound of thunder rumbled continuously, followed by a heavy rainstorm. Li Fan, who had just returned from the supermarket with large bags of groceries, felt a bit fortunate as he looked at the sudden downpour outside. Good thing I got back quickly. This rain came out of nowhere. That damn weather forecast said it would be sunny all week. After putting the groceries into the fridge, Li Fan noticed that his roommate Xiaobin seemed to have gone out again. Lying on the sofa playing games on his phone, Li Fan didn't know how much time had passed when suddenly there was a sharp scream outside. It was like a strange switch had been turned on, and the screaming didn't stop. Curious, Li Fan walked to the balcony and looked down. Suddenly, a terrified voice shouted, "Monster! Help!" Following the sound, he saw a woman with disheveled hair running barefoot, screaming as she ran. Behind her, 3 figures were chasing her like mad dogs. The woman, focused only on her pursuers, didn't notice another figure suddenly leaping out from a side alley. The screaming woman was tackled to the ground and let out an even more piercing scream that seemed to tear through the sky. As the figure buried its head into her neck, the screams abruptly stopped. At that moment, the 3 figures behind her caught up and pounced on her body like wild dogs, tearing at her. It looked a lot like a zombie scene from TV. Li Fan looked around suspiciously but didn't see any filming crew. It wasn't until he saw the 4 figures stand up, looking at the woman's bloody, mangled body, that he froze. Holy shit! What the hell? Real zombies biting people? Terrified, Li Fan ran back inside from the balcony and shut the balcony door. An illusion, it must be an illusion. I must have seen it wrong. Broad daylight, clear sky, how could zombies appear in real life? Slap, slap. Sitting on the sofa, Li Fan tried to brainwash himself, lightly slapping his face. Then, trying to calm himself, he opened the balcony door again to check outside. It wasn't a hallucination. The bloody corpse had attracted more zombies, and now even more zombies were tearing at the remaining flesh. Damn it, is this the apocalypse? At that moment, the city's alarm suddenly blared, and the whole city could hear it. There were more bang-bang sounds of car crashes on the streets. The sirens seemed to trigger chaos, and the scenes before Li Fan's eyes turned into complete madness. A Mercedes crashed into a cell phone store, and soon the store's employees ran out screaming, chased by 2 zombies. Then, one of the employees was tackled by another zombie and bitten, their screams attracting even more zombies nearby. Li Fan couldn't understand how normal people could suddenly turn into zombies. Apocalyptic catastrophe is arriving, binding host, please wait. Li Fan froze, then became excited. Everyone knew about systems. Having a system meant having a protagonist's invincibility halo, all kinds of awesome powers, directly reaching the peak of life. Family propagation system has been bound. Please work hard to reproduce and contribute to the survival of humanity. Binding rewards have been issued. You can receive them at any time. Family propagation system? An apocalypse is happening, and you give me a family propagation system? Are you kidding me? Li Fan was dumbfounded hearing the system's name, stomping around his house in helpless rage. He was an orphan with no family. His roommate was also a guy. How the hell was he supposed to propagate a family? But then, resigning himself, Li Fan checked the system rewards. Binding reward 1, sure hit strike, 1 shot always hits, increasing reproduction success rate. Binding reward 2, daily family survival supplies, based on the number of family members. Binding reward 3, seeking good, avoiding evil, passive. Taking care of reproduction and survival, this family propagation system doesn't seem bad. Just as Li Fan was feeling good about the system, someone knocked on his door. Opening it, he saw his neighboring Yun, a woman about 27 or 28 years old, with a graceful figure and a strikingly beautiful face. Detected target and Yun available for strategy. Would you like to bind target? Even married women with husbands and kids count as targets? Is this family propagation system going to alert me every time I meet a woman? Li Fan thought. And Yun's husband was named Li Tianmao, a humble man. Because they shared the same surname, sometimes they would chat a bit when they met. Once, Li Fan even had dinner at their home. Unlike Li Fan, who rented, Li Tianmao had bought his marital home, a 3-bedroom, 1-living-room apartment of 114 square meters, with help from his family. Li Tianmao worked in foreign trade, earning tens of thousands a month, and was from the neighboring western province. And Yun was a local, working as a kindergarten teacher. Her parents were both employed, and she had a younger brother about the same age as Li Fan. At the moment, she was wearing light makeup, a white short-sleeved blouse under which a faint outline of her light blue bra could be seen. She wore a blue knee-length skirt, revealing smooth and shapely legs. She had on blue high heels, clearly dressed for going out. Perhaps because she noticed the chaos outside, terrified, she came to ask her not-so-familiar neighbor for help. Xiaoli, did you see what's happening outside? It's a mess, and there are people biting others. She covered her mouth with a trembling hand, her voice quivering. Yeah, I saw. The people biting others downstairs seem like zombies, just like in TV shows. Yes, zombies. But how come so many people suddenly turned into zombies without any warning? I don't know either. I was just playing a game when I heard the screaming outside. Then what should we do now? My husband called earlier to say he was taking Chi-Chi out to play. I don't know how they are now. I don't know. Anyway, we can't go out now. It's too dangerous with all those zombies outside. Li Fan decided to stay put and see how things unfolded. But my husband and I are always busy with work. We rarely even cook on weekends. There's no food at home. If we don't go out, Chi-Chi and I won't even have dinner tonight. And Yun, anxious and scared, was on the verge of tears. Then I'll lend you some. Try calling your husband and see if he can buy some supplies on his way back. Come in and pick what you need. I just bought a bunch of stuff from the supermarket today. With the system supplies backing him, Li Fan spoke generously. And Yun, too scared to go out alone, blushed and kept thanking Li Fan. I'll pay you for the groceries, treat it as buying from you. When my husband gets back, we can go buy groceries and pay you back. Don't be so polite. I know brother Li too. I even had dinner at your place. Come in and take what you need. Li Fan opened the door and let her in. And Yun didn't take much, just a bit of lean meat, tofu, and some vegetables, and repeatedly thanked Li Fan. After returning home, Yun looked at her daughter, who was still quietly watching cartoons, and forced herself to stay calm while calling her husband, Li Tianmao. But although the call went through, no one answered. She held back her tears with great effort. The car accidents and zombies outside all suggested that her husband, who had worked overtime and wanted to take them out after work, might have really gotten into trouble. Then she called her parents, relatives, and even friends to ask about the situation. After the small episode, Li Fan continued to study his system and rewards. Outside, the thunderstorm started again. There were still occasional woo-woo sounds from cars outside. At this moment, Li Fan tried communicating with the system. System, brother system, grandpa system, can you hear me? But the system didn't respond. It seemed he couldn't chat with it. Li Fan tried to claim the daily family member supplies reward. Magically, 3 metal lunchboxes and 3 bottles of 300 milliliters water appeared in front of him. The lunchboxes were still warm. Opening one, he found white rice, green vegetables, and minced meat enough to fill an adult man. Without hesitation, Li Fan ate one box, burped, and opened a bottle of water to gulp it down. When he tried to claim the daily family member supplies again, he couldn't. Only once a day? It'll be hard to store food like this, Grandpa system. Can you let me claim it one meal at a time? Li Fan tried communicating again. Although there was no reply, the 2 remaining lunchboxes and 2 bottles of water disappeared from the table. When Li Fan tried claiming daily family member supplies again, this time only 1 lunchbox and 1 bottle of water appeared. Thank you for your understanding, Grandpa system. Long live Grandpa system. As for the seeking good, avoiding evil reward, he couldn't test it, so he gave up. Having food and water for now was good enough. He decided to stay home and watch the situation. Night fell, then dawn came. The night was anything but peaceful. Thunderstorms, strong winds, screams, roars, crashing cars, wailing alarms, and even distant gunshots and explosions. Li Fan didn't sleep well, often getting up to peek at the street through the window and listen at the door. At dawn, he got up and saw that the rain and wind had stopped, so he went to the balcony to observe the street. From time to time, groups of 3 or 5 figures shuffled by like the Walking Dead. The road was completely blocked by chaotic vehicles, some with shattered windows. Most shop doors on both sides of the street were wide open, bloodstains everywhere, but no corpses left. How many people can survive such chaos? Why did people suddenly turn into zombies? Could it be because of the rain? The system also mentioned an apocalyptic catastrophe at the beginning. Was it really the rain that caused the apocalypse? Li Fan lay back on the sofa, thinking wildly. He dozed off again until he was awakened by knocking at the door. Opening the door, unsurprisingly, it was the female neighbor in Yun again. Her eyes were red and swollen, her eye sockets dark. Her beauty had visibly dropped a notch. Clearly, she hadn't just had a bad night's sleep, but had cried for a long time. My husband didn't come back yesterday. I'm afraid something happened to him. There's no food at home. Can you lend me some more? Detected target in Yun available for strategy. Would you like to bind target? Li Fan stared at Yun, thinking about the system's prompt. Could any woman be a strategy target? After all, this thing is called the family propagation system. Maybe it prompts whenever there's a woman capable of having children. That morning, Yun was wearing silk pajamas with a purple coat over them, but her good figure was still visible. Yun misunderstood Li Fan's expression, thinking he had dirty thoughts about her. She angrily turned and went back home. By the time Li Fan realized what happened, her door had slammed shut with a bang. After returning home, Yun kept trying to call Li Tianmao, but there was still no answer. Yesterday from daytime to night, she had called over 100 times, but no one ever answered. Now, the phone couldn't even connect. It was obvious that Li Tianmao's phone battery had died. While she silently shed tears again, a sleepy child's voice came. Mom, I'm hungry. Where's Dad? Yun quickly wiped away her tears, forced a smile, and said, Chichi, you're awake. Daddy went to work. Mommy will heat up last night's food for you. The mother and daughter reheated the food from last night and ate a little. Yun thought about going downstairs to check the situation but couldn't bring herself to leave her small daughter alone. Li Fan knew his neighbor had misunderstood him, but he didn't go over to explain. Whether she would open the door was uncertain, and if he went to apologize and a zombie suddenly jumped out, he would be done for. So, Li Fan began searching around his house. Others might still be hesitating, unsure if it was really the end of the world, but his system had clearly told him an apocalyptic catastrophe had arrived. He needed to find something to defend himself. After searching hard, he finally found an old grip strength bar and a baseball bat under the bed. Having these two things made him feel more at ease. Thinking further, since the system provided him with food and water daily, he didn't have to worry about starving in the apocalypse. However, he decided he needed to start exercising. After changing into shorts and a t-shirt, Li Fan sweated profusely as he exercised according to old fat-burning videos he had saved on his phone. Then, someone knocked on the door again. Opening it, unsurprisingly, it was the female neighbor in Yun, but this time she brought her daughter, Li Yuchi. About earlier, sorry. I was just lost in thought. Don't misunderstand, Li Fan apologized first about the misunderstanding. It's fine. Could you help look after my daughter? I want to go downstairs and check things. Li Fan glanced at her daughter. She was very cute, probably called Chi-Chi, and squatted down to greet her warmly. But hearing Yun's words, he looked up at her in surprise. You still want to go outside with things like this? Right now the safest thing is to stay home and wait until the government sends help. I must go to the supermarket to get some supplies, and Yun said firmly. I can lend you some food first, Li Fan blurted out. And Yun shook her head and insisted on going downstairs. Seeing her determination, Li Fan didn't try to persuade her further. If he said too much, she might think he had bad intentions. So he escorted her to the elevator. And Yun was in no mood to worry about whether Li Fan was taking advantage of her. Having gained experience, for dinner Li Fan no longer bothered to chop and stir-fry vegetables. Instead, he used the food given by the system as leftovers, added some sausages and pickled vegetables, and made do. Neither Yun nor Li Yuchi had any objections. As long as they didn't attract the terrifying blood-covered zombies to smash the door, it was fine. It was too frightening. At night, Li Fan surfed the internet for news in the bedroom, while Yun and Li Yuchi cuddled and rested on the sofa. When Li Fan noticed, he let Yun and Li Yuchi sleep in the bed, and he laid a mat on the floor in the living room to sleep, in case zombies broke the door in the middle of the night. However, aside from Li Yuchi who slept well, both Li Fan and Yun didn't dare sleep too deeply, fearing zombies would suddenly smash through the door. By dawn, though, somehow Yun had ended up sleeping beside Li Fan. Especially in the morning, when Li Fan's brother was particularly energetic, and Yun was a woman who liked to snuggle into people's arms. Blushing with embarrassment, Yun hurriedly got up and went into the bathroom. Hearing the sounds, Li Fan's already slightly red face turned even redder. Yun almost wanted to find a hole to crawl into. She had held it in all night. She usually got up at night, but yesterday, worried about zombies, she had forgotten to go to the bathroom. The three of them didn't dare chop and cook food again. Although yesterday Li Fan had managed to pretend the system food was leftovers and share it, he couldn't openly take food from the system in front of Yun. After all, you can't fully trust people's hearts. So today they could only make do with instant noodles. It had rained all night, and by the morning it finally stopped, but the streets outside were already flooded in many places. Under intense pressure and supply shortages, Li Fan couldn't help but propose another idea related to the family propagation system. He said to Yun directly, "Sisterin, if I had a way to gain a powerful ability, but needed your cooperation to do it, and then I could kill the zombies outside, would you cooperate with me?" What kind of powerful ability? How would I cooperate? Just after another wave of zombies had smashed against the door, Yun, still clutching Li Fan's arm with her full chest pressed against him, asked with some confusion. "It involves cooperation between a man and a woman," Li Fan said, looking at her. Letting go of his arm, Yun blushed and asked, "Is there really such a weird requirement for a power?" "There really is. And in this situation, if we don't do something, sooner or later the zombies will break in, and we'll be dead." "I don't know how much longer this door can hold," Li Fan said seriously. Yun knew what he said was true. The door of the rented apartment wasn't as sturdy as the security door at her own home. If zombies broke in and grabbed them even once, they wouldn't survive. She thought about her missing husband, her 4-year-old daughter, her parents, and younger brother at home. If Li Fan really had a superpower, everything would be fine. Even if he lied and had no power, at worst she would only lose her body. Plus, there was already the awkwardness from last night and this morning. If they didn't deal with the zombies soon, the awkwardness would just keep happening. It was better to act now than be scared to death. After thinking for 5 whole minutes, she finally nodded. "Shaoli, I believe you. Please don't disappoint me. I'll go coax Chi-Chi first, otherwise, we won't have a chance to be alone," Yun said straightforwardly. She picked up her daughter, who was clinging to Li Fan's leg, and carried her into the small kitchen to comfort her for a long time. Finally, she came out alone and said to Li Fan, who was waiting for her, "Let's go to the bedroom." Yun was wearing blue suit pants and a shirt with white sneakers, obviously chosen for ease of movement in case she had to run. She hadn't expected to be trapped by zombies in Li Fan's rental apartment. "Any other requirements?" In the bedroom, blushing, Yun turned and asked Li Fan. "I don't know. The system only told me that doing that would grant a powerful ability. Even if there are other requirements, they should just be about mutual consent," Li Fan replied. He figured the system wouldn't ask for too much. Otherwise, how could a married woman like Yun, who had a husband and child, still be a target for strategy? It even came with a buy one, get one free deal. "Then let's just do it, quickly. If Chi-Chi accidentally makes noise and attracts zombies to smash the door, we'll be doomed if she sees us and cries." Yun said decisively. Li Fan didn't overthink it either. Afterward, the two quickly put their clothes back on. Yun's face was slightly flushed, but the first thing she asked was, "Did you gain the ability? Can you kill the zombies now?" Afterward, Li Fan felt a surge of heat flow through his body, along with new knowledge filling his mind, and a system notification appeared. Special proficiency plus 20. Sure hit effect activated successfully. Target successfully conquered. Host's full attributes doubled. Family members plus 2. First successful strategy reward package granted. Please continue expanding your family and reproducing. First successful strategy reward package available. Claim? Yes. Acquired element fireball spell, LV1, proficiency 0/100. Element fireball spell, allows flexible use of fireballs. Increases body's fire resistance by 50%. Looking at the description, Li Fan wondered why it specifically said element fireball. Was it the category of the superpowers? Li Fan said, "I gained a fireball spell ability, but I don't know yet if it can kill the zombies outside." He tried to use the fireball spell according to the instructions in his mind. The heat flow in his body automatically gathered in his hands, and 2 bright, egg-sized spherical flames rose from his palms. With another thought, the heat flow dispersed, and the 2 balls of fire in his palms disappeared. "I really have superpowers." Yun was stunned, then showed a look of joy. "With superpowers, you can definitely kill the zombies outside. Having watched zombie movies before, Li Fan started putting on long-sleeved clothes and pants. He also brought out tape and books and asked An Yun to wrap books around his chest and limbs, just in case he got caught. Then he took out an old electric bike helmet and the baseball bat he had found earlier. Fully armed, Li Fan took a deep breath and said, "As soon as I go out, lock the door. Stay inside with Chi-Chi and wait for me. If I get bitten or caught by zombies, I won't come back, but instead go down to continue clearing zombies." And Yun interrupted him. "You already have superpowers. You'll definitely be fine. There's only one zombie outside, just be careful." "Alright, you two stay at home and wait for me." Li Fan listened carefully to the sounds outside, then cautiously moved away the furniture blocking the door. Thanks to the reward that doubled all his attributes, his strength had indeed increased a lot. The sofa that previously needed An Yun's help to lift, he could now move alone. His speed and stamina should have increased too. Whether he had reached the human limit depended on how strong his attributes were before. Li Fan quickly dashed out the door, and An Yun immediately relocked the door after him. As expected, the zombie was still attracted by the smell of blood coming from the elevator and kept roaring while pressing against the elevator doors. Taking advantage of this, Li Fan slowly moved into the elevator area and threw a fireball at the zombie. Luckily, it hit the zombie's back directly. The fireball quickly set it ablaze, but the zombie didn't die immediately. It turned around and charged at the fully armed Li Fan. The zombie's running speed was slower than that of a normal human, giving Li Fan enough time to dodge. Plus, with his doubled speed, the zombie couldn't touch him at all. Because the zombie was already on fire, Li Fan didn't use the baseball bat to attack. After dodging 5 or 6 times, the burning zombie finally fell to the ground, and the flames continued to burn until it was completely reduced to a pile of black ashes. This fireball spell is pretty fierce. Once it hits, it keeps burning until there's nothing left, but the burning process takes too long. It takes at least 2 minutes to burn into ashes. If there are too many zombies, I probably wouldn't be able to wait for them to burn to death before getting caught and bitten. Thinking this, Li Fan went to knock on his own door. At this point, he also noticed that the iron-wrapped door had already been dented quite a bit. If he hadn't been decisive, just 2 more hits from the zombies and it might really have been smashed open. It could only be said that he was lucky. "Sisterin, open the door." Hearing the knocking in Li Fan's familiar voice, An Yun quickly opened the door and, seeing that he was unharmed, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Li Yuqi immediately hugged Li Fan's leg as he came in. After the door opened, An Yun clearly saw the dent in the door and couldn't help but feel glad about their earlier decision. "Bring your food and stay at my place. Otherwise, if anything happens again, we'll have to risk our lives," An Yun suggested when she saw the black ashes outside. Li Fan naturally had no objections. So the two began moving the usable supplies from Li Fan's rental to An Yun's home, letting Li Yuqi stay behind watching cartoons. However, after being terrified by the elevator bloodbath and the zombie attack on the door, Li Yuqi had become too afraid to speak or move. Whether she watched cartoons or not, she would stay very still. Very quickly, the two moved everything they could use over. After relocking the door, An Yun finally breathed a long sigh of relief. Now that he had superpowers, Li Fan thought he should also reveal the system's food supplies to An Yun. Otherwise, if he skipped a day claiming them, it would feel like a waste. Thinking of this, Li Fan glanced at Li Yuqi quietly watching TV on the sofa, and pulled An Yun over to the dining table. "I have another strange ability, it was just given to me." "What?" An Yun hadn't reacted yet. How could there be 2 superpowers from one event? After Li Fan claimed the daily family member supplies in his mind, 3 metal lunchboxes, 3 bottles of water, and 3 apples appeared on the table. The apples were unexpected. He had thought the system would just provide basic food and water, but it even cared about the family's balanced nutrition. Doing it once gives all this? And Yun's eyes lit up at the sudden appearance of food, thinking it was given every time after doing that. This was a beautiful misunderstanding. Li Fan naturally didn't explain but simply nodded. "I guess so. I'm not sure. It's my first time having this experience too. Then why don't we try again and see if it gives more?" And Yun proactively suggested an experiment. Sure enough, once a woman crosses the line, everything afterward becomes natural. There were still 2 more daily supply claims left today. Li Fan, tempted, continued enjoying An Yun's full figure. The first time had been too rushed anyway. After checking again on her quiet daughter, An Yun actually pulled Li Fan into the bedroom. This time, Li Fan was much calmer. The two stayed in the bedroom for over an hour before tidying up and coming out. Li Fan saw the system prompts for 2 more special proficiency plus 20, realizing that doing this indeed helped upgrade his superpowers. Meanwhile, and Yun, carrying the 6 lunchboxes that appeared, placed them on the dining table, her face glowing with satisfaction. On the bedside table were 6 bottles of water and 6 apples. If it weren't for worrying about Li Fan's stamina and food spoilage, and Yun might have wanted to experiment even more. Li Fan also wanted to test how long the system's lunchboxes could be stored. Luckily, and Yun's home still had a working fridge and stove. Though he found Yun's change a little fast, he could understand. After all, he himself had changed greatly too. In the past, he wouldn't have even thought about women with husbands or boyfriends. Clearly, when the world changes drastically, people's hearts change too. Come eat. If I had known you had this kind of superpower, we wouldn't have hurried to move the food. And Yun said, smiling brightly. After being nourished, the dark circles under Yun's eyes weren't as heavy as before, and she looked much more energetic. Li Fan, with his superpowers and doubled attributes, seemed to have a doubled appetite as well. Previously, 1 lunchbox would fill him, now he needed 4. At this moment, he realized that with superpowers awakened, the family survival supplies were just enough for bare survival, no way to simply lie around. But he didn't think much more about it. The apocalypse had just begun, it was only the 3rd day. He had only 2 added family members, and Yun and Li Yuqi. Surely the system would change accordingly later. Having gone through heavy rain and battling zombies today, he was exhausted. After eating, he went straight into the bedroom to sleep. After putting Li Yuqi to bed, and Yun also tidied up the house, thinking about Li Fan's 1 meal per day ration. Yawning and smiling, she ran into the bedroom and slept beside Li Fan. When Li Fan woke up, it was already completely dark outside, and Yun was beside him, gazing at him with seductive eyes. Seeing him awake, she asked, "Can you keep claiming those lunchboxes and water?" "I don't know. Why don't we try again?" Li Fan's words naturally matched Yun's wishes, so the two started cloud making again. Afterwards, special proficiency plus 20. Li Fan looked at Yun, kneeling on the bed with an expectant face, and told her with some disappointment, "No more. Looks like there's a limit to how much food can be claimed." And Yun naturally looked disappointed too, but then curiously asked, "Will your fire superpower get stronger by doing this?" Li Fan thought for a moment but didn't dare tell her the truth. Otherwise, she might not even want to get out of bed. No change. But burning zombies is very effective, the fire doesn't go out midway. But zombies don't burn to death instantly. It would be better to have a stronger superpower. And Yun said, a little regretfully. Li Fan followed up, "Sisterin, I need to say something, please don't get angry." At this point, what would I get angry about? Just say it, and Yun replied casually. "It's just that, it seems I can gain superpowers by doing it with women." "No restriction on who," Li Fan said awkwardly. And Yun didn't mind Li Fan finding other women, but she worried he would abandon her and her daughter afterward, leaving them helpless. Li Fan wasn't stupid, he guessed her concern. Not to mention that the system treated them as family members, he himself wasn't someone who abandoned people. "Sisterin, don't worry. I consider you and Chi-Chi as family. I'll never leave you behind or let you starve. Then I'll find another woman for you to try. To see if you can really get another superpower." And Yun quickly decided. Li Fan really hadn't expected Yun to go this far. He thought her agreeing to let him find other women was already very understanding, but she was even more thoughtful than he imagined. "She also lives in this building. She called me the night before last. Her husband went out to buy formula and never came back. Her older daughter is in the same preschool class as Chi-Chi, and she has a younger daughter who is only 8 months old. They even hired a female nanny to help take care of the children," and Yun briefly explained the situation. Then, looking a bit worried, she said, "We're on the 8th floor. She lives on the 12th floor. I don't know if there are zombies between us. Since the phones still work, ask her what she thinks." "If it's possible, I can go upstairs and bring them down," Li Fan said without pretending to be a gentleman. He indeed wanted to try with another woman to see what rewards he could get. Would it always be superpowers? Would there be other types of rewards? The fireball spell's damage against zombies wasn't fast enough. If there were too many zombies, and he couldn't dodge or kill them immediately, he could get caught or bitten. If he turned into a zombie, everything would be over. And Yun quickly finished the call and nodded at Li Fan. "I told her we have food stored and can last for a while. They're willing to come down." There was one more thing Yun didn't tell Li Fan. She had actually mentioned to Qin Xingyan that Li Fan had the ability to conjure food and create fire, and that he needed her cooperation. She had also mentioned her current intimate relationship with Li Fan. Otherwise, she was afraid Qin Xingyan wouldn't believe her. After all, who would help you for no reason? Who would believe you without proof? If something sounds too good to be true, it usually is. Qin Xingyan didn't disappoint in Yun over the phone. She agreed right away, saying as long as she and her daughters could get some food, she was willing to do anything Li Fan wanted. It seemed that after just 3 days, the zombie outbreak had already caused huge psychological pressure on the survivors. The usual morals and values were thrown out the window. Alright, I'll go bring them down. Lock the door and wait at home. Don't open the door for strangers, and call them to let them know. Li Fan put on his thick clothes again, wore his helmet, grabbed the baseball bat, and went out. The sky outside was completely dark. The lights in the elevator area turned on as Yun closed the door. The row of buildings along the street were all separate units, one big and one small apartment per floor, with the elevator in between. There were 16 floors in total, and each unit had only one elevator, with not much public space. Li Fan figured the elevator should still work for another day or two, so he boldly walked into the bloodstained elevator. He thought for a moment, then threw a fireball at the blood on the floor. If it caught onto the elevator itself, he would immediately extinguish it. After the blood turned into a pile of black ashes and the fireball went out, Li Fan pressed the elevator button. Fortunately, the elevator smoothly went up to the 12th floor. Li Fan didn't feel any sense of danger. When the elevator doors opened, the 12th floor was very quiet. There was nothing unusual. Li Fan rang the doorbell of the apartment on the left. A frightened woman's voice came from inside. Who is it? My name is Li Fan. Sister An asked me to come get you. Click, the security door opened, and 2 women appeared holding a kitchen knife and a spatula. The woman with the kitchen knife looked about 30 years old. She wore black pants, an apron, and a round-neck t-shirt underneath. She had a full figure, slightly yellowish skin, and a dignified appearance. The woman with the spatula looked about 25 or 26, wearing a white blouse and a black knee-length skirt. She had an even better figure, probably still breastfeeding. There was a wet mark near her chest. She had fair skin and a standard oval face. Detected a strategy target, Zhao Feng. Bind? Detected a strategy target, Qin Xingyan. Bind? Li Fan had guessed correctly. As long as it was a woman capable of giving birth, the system would prompt him, regardless of appearance, figure, or age. He silently chose yes in his mind. Strategy target Zhao Feng successfully bound. Novice reminder, after successfully conquering, hosts full attributes +2, family members +1, and a reward package. Please work hard to expand the family and continue reproduction. Strategy target Qin Xingyan successfully bound. Novice reminder, after successfully conquering, hosts full attributes +6, family members +3, and a reward package. Please work hard to expand the family and continue reproduction. There was no time to bother with the system now. Li Fan asked, do you have a lot of stuff to move? Not much. Since Sister Zhao bought groceries daily, we didn't stock up. We only have 2 bags of rice, a couple of sets of clothes, and some baby bottles and diapers for Xingxing, said Qin Xingyan, the woman with the oval face, shaking her head. Coincidentally, her stomach suddenly growled. Zhao Feng's stomach also growled in response. Blushing with embarrassment, Zhao Feng and Qin Xingyan explained, there's no more food at home. We haven't eaten today. Li Fan completely understood. Wasn't Yun in the same situation earlier, worried and scared, still trying to go out for food? Then hurry and pack your things. Later, Sister An can make you something to eat. We're ready. It's just these 2 bags, Qin Xingyan said, pointing to the 2 large shopping bags at her feet. It seemed they had really coordinated with Sister An. Their bags were already packed and ready. Zhao Feng picked up the bags with both hands. Qin Xingyan quickly picked up the sleeping baby in her arms and grabbed the hand of a cute little girl about the same age as Li Yuqi with her left hand. Li Fan didn't rush to help them carry anything. He pressed the elevator button, and together they entered, safely arriving at the 8th floor. At this moment, he was thinking about checking how many households in this unit were still at home and how many had turned into zombies, to make it easier for future clearing. Knocking on Yun's door, the group arrived safely. Li Fan noticed that Zhao Feng and Qin Xingyan were actually trembling. Were they really that scared? They hadn't even encountered any zombies. And Yun quickly hugged each of them by the shoulders and helped them to sit down on the sofa. Holding her baby daughter, Qin Xingyan leaned close to Yun's ear and whispered, did you really do that with him? The black ashes outside and the black ashes in the elevator, were those zombies he burned to death with his superpower? Yes. Earlier at his place, zombies almost smashed through the door of his rental room. His bedroom and mine haven't been tidied yet. If you don't believe me, you can go take a look. And Yun whispered back to her, take me to see the food he conjured first. Qin Xingyan said. She believed in Yun's words but cared even more about the food. Does Sister Zhao want to take a look too? And Yun Yun asked Zhao Feng, who was clearly also listening to their conversation. Sister Zhao, come with us too. Before Zhao Feng could reply, Qin Xinyan had already answered for her. Seeing that they were no longer trembling, and Yun Yun led them to the refrigerator, showing them the 4 metal lunchboxes and 8 apples that were left. Every time I did that with him before, 3 metal lunchboxes, 3 bottles of water, and 3 apples would appear. He ate 4 lunchboxes, and I shared one with Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi also ate an apple. Now these are what's left. After eating, the empty lunchboxes automatically disappear. It's really amazing. She also pointed to the 9 bottles of water placed on the counter and said, "These bottles of water haven't been touched yet. We still have water to drink." He said the outside is full of zombies now, and maybe in a few days there will be no more water, electricity, internet, or gas. After taking a nap in the afternoon, Li Fan wasn't very sleepy. Seeing the 3 women eyeing him eagerly, he said to them, "You 3 get some rest. I'm going to try my summoning skill." He said this and walked out of the room. Seeing Li Fan close the door, and Yun Yun and the others happily gathered by the bed, and Yun Yun smiled at Qin Xinyan, who was holding her baby, and said, "Yan Zi, now you understand that pulling you into this was for your own good, right?" "Yes, thank you, Sister Yun. If it weren't for you, Sister Zhao Feng, the 2 children, and I would definitely be starving in a few days," Qin Xinyan said, hugging Yun Yun with tearful gratitude. "I also thank Sister Yun for saving my life," Zhao Feng said, already dressed, without any particular exhibitionist tendencies. "Last night, I even thought about going downstairs to buy food, but after being scared by the zombie in the elevator, I understood. Besides, Shaoli is a good person, younger than us, not married, not even living with someone. If anything, we're the ones taking advantage of him." And Yun Yun began instilling her open-minded thinking. Zhao Feng was 31 years old, the oldest among the 3, a married woman. She had been married for 8 years and had a son who would soon turn 7. Her family background was 2 or 3 levels lower than in Yun Yun's and Qin Xinyan's. Among them, if anyone was really taking advantage, it was Zhao Feng. Her field hadn't even been cultivated by her husband once a year. Moreover, her appearance was much inferior compared to the stunning Yun Yun and the pretty Qin Xinyan, who relied on her looks. Maybe only in her village could she barely count as a village flower. "You shouldn't rush to thank me. Dragging you into this wasn't just to save you. You heard him talk about superpowers earlier. As long as Shaoli does it with different women, he can get superpowers. So I hope he can get stronger quickly and help us save our family members. That's my selfish reason." And Yun Yun added, "You mean we should help him find women?" Qin Xinyan asked uncertainly. "Preferably women in this building. No point looking too far now." And Yun Yun said. Meanwhile, Li Fan didn't know that Yun Yun was already helping him find more women. He was carefully standing at the door, preparing to send a summoned dog to scout the hallway. After the power outage, the elevator definitely couldn't be used. Summoning was easier than the fireball spell. With just a thought, he could summon a hunting dog. It didn't consume the internal energy flow. The summoned dog looked completely normal, indistinguishable from an ordinary hunting dog. Once the dog was summoned, Li Fan could see through its perspective, as if gaining an extra pair of eyes. He commanded the dog to go downstairs, then turned and locked the door behind him. No hesitation. First, check if there were zombies on the stairs. Going down, it wasn't until the 5th floor that he saw a figure and heard a low growl. Both sides of the hallway had open doors. Another figure ran out at the sound. 2 zombies, 1 adult and 1 half-grown child. Li Fan immediately commanded the dog to run further down. The 4th floor was quiet. The 3rd floor was quiet too. On the 2nd floor, the left door was open, with 2 zombies wandering around. Down at the 1st floor, there were 7 or 8 zombies clustered at the stairwell. A bone was propping the entrance door open, but the door itself wasn't locked. Fortunately, zombies had no intelligence and didn't climb stairs or break doors. Otherwise, the survivors in this building would have been doomed. Li Fan gritted his teeth and commanded the dog to jump from the railing to the door, grab the bone, and run outside. Bang! The entrance door slammed shut, causing a commotion among the zombies inside. Luckily, there were no residents on the 1st floor, only 2 locked storefront back doors. Soon, zombies on the nearby street, hearing the noise, started moving toward the entrance. Li Fan had to command the dog to bark furiously. If zombies gathered at the door, it would be even harder to leave later. The dog's barking worked. The zombies that had been heading for the door changed direction toward the noise. Even more zombies and some hidden survivors were disturbed. Li Fan didn't care about that. He kept commanding the dog to bark and lead the zombies farther away. But when the dog was more than 500 meters away, Li Fan lost the connection and vision. The dog was likely bitten to death by zombies lurking in the corner. Checking the system, Li Fan saw that after the summoned dog's death, the summon skill had a 10-minute cooldown before it could be used again. There were zombies on the 5th, 2nd, and 1st floors. Since zombies didn't climb stairs, their positions were unlikely to change, but it was still necessary to be cautious. The 10-minute cooldown passed quickly. Li Fan summoned another dog and sent it out. This time, he commanded it to go upstairs. All the way up to the rooftop, there were no open doors or zombies. Li Fan then commanded the dog to return to the 8th floor door. He took a small piece of meat from the fridge and tried to feed it. The dog sniffed it but didn't eat. Leaving the dog outside, Li Fan locked the door and packed all the bottled water from the system into the Qiankuan bag. Through his eyes, he could see a bright square space inside a dark void. The bottled water was neatly arranged automatically inside. Whenever he wanted, he could summon the bottled water into his hand. Seeing that he had 180 points of special proficiency, enough to upgrade his superpower, Li Fan thought. If the 3 women helped him 3 times a day, he could gain 180 points daily. There was no need to hide it. He directly spent the points to upgrade Space Qiankuan Bag. Space Qiankuan Bag, LV2, volume 500 cubic meters, proficiency 0 of 500. Li Fan saw the bright square space grow larger in the dark void. The zombies stirred by the dog earlier had quieted down. Outside became silent again. Unknowingly, Li Fan fell asleep on the sofa until morning. At dawn, Li Fan first checked the dog's perspective. The dog was still lying at the door. Looks like in the future, the summoned dog could not only scout but also guard. If he could upgrade it to summon more dogs at once, that would be even better. The bedroom door opened, and Yun Yun came out and said to Li Fan, "Later we need to go to Yen Zi's place to bring down the crib. Last night, sleeping together, we were afraid of hurting Xingxing." "Okay. I had the dog scout last night. There are no zombies upstairs, only on the 5th, 2nd, and 1st floors," Li Fan replied. "Also, the lunchboxes we got yesterday and those in the fridge, store them all in your superpower space. For now, we'll cook. Save the supplies you get from that thing." And Yun Yun said. She peeked into the room where Chi Chi and Ye Ye were still sleeping, then closed the door and came back to Li Fan's side. "Since the kids are still sleeping, why don't we first claim the morning supplies?" Li Fan, being young and strong, and with his body enhanced by the system's attribute upgrades, was very enthusiastic about doing this kind of poker activity to gain special proficiency points to upgrade his superpowers. Although the 3 women were older than him and had been married and given birth, they were essentially free women to him now, so he wasn't picky at all. Maybe in the future, when he was spoiled for choice, he would start being selective, but that would be after he became stronger. 3 women a day, 9 times, only 180 special proficiency points, still far from enough. Afterward, Li Fan didn't rush to claim supplies, because claiming once meant food for all members, and currently only Yun Yun had actively completed the contribution, while Zhao Feng and Qin Xingyan hadn't yet. If he claimed supplies now, it would immediately expose the lie he had told Yun Yun earlier. So he frowned and made up another lie. "Before, when it was just 1 woman, I could claim supplies right after. But now with 3 women, it looks like I need to complete everything before claiming." And Yun Yun didn't doubt Li Fan's words at all. She never suspected he would lie. After all, they were already his women to play with. Why would he lie? But Li Fan thought, if claiming supplies had no restrictions, they might start taking it lightly. He didn't want them casually giving out food and water to others. He wasn't the savior of the apocalypse. Later he could find an excuse to lift these restrictions, but for now, he had to make them feel that supplies required effort to get. "I'll go tell them, and bring Xingxing out. You can go find them afterward." And Yun Yun said, then turned and went into the bedroom. Soon, she came out carrying Xingxing, and warned Li Fan, "Hurry up. Don't hold back. Otherwise, when there are more women later, you'll exhaust yourself to death." Li Fan didn't hold back. Thanks to the system's attribute boosts, not only had his strength increased, but his muscles were now well-defined, and his abs were clearly visible. His second brother was also upgraded, previously lasting 3 to 5 minutes normally, or 10 plus minutes when holding back. Now, even without holding back, he could last 10 minutes, and if he tried, he could easily reach half an hour. Half an hour later, Qin Xingyan and Zhao Feng, fully dressed and laughing, came out carrying 7 lunchboxes. "So you really have to do all of them. If there are more women in the future, won't it take even more time?" And Yun Yun muttered to herself, seeing their faces glowing with satisfaction. With 60 special proficiency points gained, now Li Fan had 140 points again. Lying on the bed, Li Fan thought about upgrading all 3 superpowers he currently had. The space Jianquan bag had expanded from 100 cubic meters to 500 cubic meters with just one level up, a 5-fold increase. Following that rate, level 3 would be 2,500 cubic meters, and level 4 even larger. Moving things would no longer be a problem. Next, he upgraded Element Fireball spell to level 2. Element Fireball spell, LV2. Proficiency 0/500. Element Fireball spell allows flexible use of fireballs and increases body fire resistance by 60%. The change wasn't huge, which made Li Fan a bit disappointed, but he believed upgrading superpowers was definitely useful. After getting dressed, Li Fan put the 6 bottles of water on the nightstand into the Qianquan bag and moved the milk bottles and apples to the dining table. And Yun came over again and said, "You said earlier there are no zombies upstairs and no open doors. Later, go knock on the left side doors of the 10th and 15th floors. There should be women home on weekends." She added, "If you hear a man's voice, just leave it alone." Got it. Li Fan agreed, with Yun being so thoughtful and even helping him find women, there was no reason to refuse. Besides, he did want to go door by door upstairs, to confirm survivors and zombies and to collect useful supplies early. But Li Fan still reminded, if a woman is too weird or malicious, no need to introduce her. If fights break out, it'll just be troublesome. And Yun rolled her eyes and said, "Right now, the priority is to find more women and gain strong superpowers. Later, when you're strong enough, you can build a safe base for us. If someone is stupid or troublesome, just toss her out and don't bring her alone." Hearing Yun's words, Li Fan felt a little ashamed. This family propagation system binding to him was really a waste. If it had bound to Yun, she would have used it even better. The chief lady is right. "I'll listen to your arrangements," Li Fan said, jokingly bowing. And Yun nodded and said, "Later, we should also rank by seniority. Otherwise, if a vixen comes and messes with your head, you might forget us old women." "You want to start a harem drama?" Li Fan said, stunned. "This isn't just drama. With your abilities, women will flock to you. Once you become powerful, you'll definitely dominate an area, not palace-level intrigue, but at least city-level competition." And Yun said confidently, "No matter what, in the early stages, we must keep finding women for you to gain more strong superpowers like temporary invincibility, injury immunity, or large area attack powers. If just 1 or 2 such abilities appear, we can stop and build a survivor base, recruit more female survivors, form a positive cycle, and then gather an army. Eventually, all survivors around will obey you." Li Fan hadn't even dreamed of ambitions that big. Hearing Yun's words left him a bit dumbfounded. This woman really had big ambitions. "Are you serious, sisterin? Not joking?" And Yun looked at him angrily. "This is the apocalypse. If you only want to live quietly, sooner or later someone will wipe you out. If you don't grow strong, all of us women gathered around you will be doomed." Li Fan said seriously, "I'll work hard. For your sake, I'll become stronger as soon as possible. I'll first take Xiaofang upstairs to get her things, then go knock on doors. Everyone finish washing up and breakfast first." And Yun said, seeing Xiaofang had finished tidying up the bedroom and started cleaning again. Qin Xingyan had already washed up and was feeding Xingxing with a milk bottle at the dining table. She had weaned Xingxing a month ago, but sometimes milk still leaked. "The phone isn't working anymore." And Yun said she had tried to call home, but now calls wouldn't go through. It was already the 4th day of the apocalypse. Thinking about the water, electricity, and gas situation, Li Fan said, "Today we'll cook everything into ready-to-eat meals. I'll store it all in the Qianquan bag. Better not wait until everything stops and then struggle to find firewood or gas. I'll go with Li Fan to get the stuff. Sister Zhao and sister and stay and cook and watch the kids," Qin Xingyan suggested after breakfast. Zhao Fang and Yun had no objections. Li Fan, wearing his helmet and carrying his baseball bat, left 806C with Qin Xingyan. The letter C indicated their unit building, rooms with numbers starting from 1, 2 were Unit A, and so on. Li Fan let the hunting dog walk in front, while he and Qin Xingyan followed behind. This time they didn't take the elevator, afraid they would get stuck if the power went out. As he had scouted the night before, the 9th, 10th, and 11th floors had no zombies, and no doors were open. Following behind Li Fan, Qin Xingyan briefly introduced the residents of Units 1006 and 1506. Ruan Yuan is about the same age as Sister Zhao, a good person. She's not the wife of the property owner Chen Jianxin. They both work and raise children, and have been living together in a weekend arrangement for 2 or 3 years. She has a daughter in kindergarten, and Chen Jianxin has a son boarding in middle school. but sometimes Qin Xiaoming stays at his mother's place. As for Unit 1506, that's Chao Hui, around 28 or 29 years old. She's a bit improper. Her husband works on construction sites all year and only comes home a few times. It's said Chao Hui loves playing cards and has several regular male card-playing friends. Everyone who knows her knows about her. Maybe her lifestyle has something to do with why she hasn't had children. Li Fan thought to himself, another woman who's someone else's wife, but outwardly remained calm and asked, "Do you think they'll come with me if I knock?" Chao Hui definitely will. She's very casual. She often goes out to eat when invited. I guess she doesn't have much food at home, Qin Xinyan said without hesitation. As for Wang Yuan, she probably doesn't have much food either. But whether she'll immediately come with you, I'm not sure. After all, with how the world has changed, some people adapt quickly, while others stubbornly stick to their old ways. When they reached the 12th floor, Qin Xinyan opened the door and went inside to pack things. Li Fan followed her in. Li Fan thought that the reason Qin Xinyan and Yun agreed so quickly to follow him was mostly to ensure their children had enough to eat, with survival being the second motive. As for Zhao Feng, Li Fan guessed she was somewhat influenced by Qin Xinyan and Yun, plus she still had a little hope of finding her family. He didn't think they had switched loyalties too easily. Instead, he thought they were very smart, brave, and decisive, more decisive than many others. Hesitation was the real killer. At least Li Fan thought Yun and Qin Xinyan were much stronger than he was. After packing 2 large bags, Qin Xinyan pushed out a wooden baby crib and said awkwardly, "The crib is a bit heavy, can you help?" Li Fan easily lifted the crib with one hand. "Put the bags inside the crib. When we get to the 10th floor, you go knock on Wang Yuan's door." "Okay." Qin Xinyan, who had married young thanks to her beauty and had been treated like a pampered wife, immediately put the 2 large bags into the crib and sweetly thanked Li Fan. Li Fan again let the dog lead the way. At the 10th floor, Li Fan watched as Qin Xinyan went to knock on the door of 1006. However, before she could knock, the door of 1005 opened first. A young girl on crutches, with swollen eyes, cautiously poked her head out and asked, "Brother, sister, are you looking for Uncle Chen?" "They're not here. Sunday morning, they and my parents took the elevator together and left." Detected a strategy target, Zhu Ting. Bind? As expected, the system reacted whenever a woman appeared. Li Fan was used to it by now and selected yes. Strategy target Zhu Ting successfully bound. Novice reminder, after successfully conquering, hosts full attributes +2, family members +1, and a reward package. Please work hard to expand the family and continue reproduction. Sunday was the day Li Fan had gone to the supermarket and the heavy rain and zombie outbreak began. "They haven't come back? Do you still have food?" Qin Xinyan asked, looking at the 16 to 17-year-old girl. Her left leg was in a cast, she must have injured it at school and was recovering at home. "I still have some food, but I don't know how to cook. These past 2 days I've only eaten instant noodles and snacks." "Have all the people outside turned into zombies?" the limping girl Zhu Ting asked tearfully. "There should still be survivors, just like us." Qin Xinyan comforted her, then asked, "Do you want to stay with us? We have 7 or 8 people living in 806. I used to live in 1206 but moved to 806 yesterday. Can I? Won't I bother you?" Zhu Ting had been feeling lost and scared at home. Hearing human voices, she couldn't resist opening the door. Of course she hoped someone could help her. "Come with us." Qin Xinyan decided to bring her down first and let Yun and the others help persuade her later. Kids these days matured early anyway. Thus, Li Fan and Qin Xinyan didn't find Wang Yuan but picked up a lonely young girl instead. "What's your name? How old are you? Which school do you attend?" Qin Xinyan asked. "My name is Zhu Ting. I'm 17, first year at second high school. My dad's name is Zhu Wenbin, my mom's name is Su Hongxing, and I have a younger brother Zhu Yu." Zhu Ting quickly explained her family situation. Talking along the way, they arrived at 806. The smell of food inside made all 3 of them swallow hungrily. After Li Fan dropped off the stuff, he went out again. And Yun was taking care of the children, Zhao Feng was cooking, and Qin Xinyan introduced Zhu Ting to Yun. And Yun frowned slightly and asked in a low voice, "She's alone?" Qin Xinyan nodded, and Yun handed the baby to Qin Xinyan, then warmly took Zhu Ting's hand and led her into the bedroom to rest. Meanwhile, Li Fan headed straight for the 16th floor. He knocked on the right door first, no response. Then he knocked on the left door, again, no response. After waiting a bit and hearing nothing, he marked the walls with an O on both sides. Next, he went to the 15th floor. When he knocked on the right side door, there was the sound of hurried footsteps and low growling, but the door didn't open. Li Fan knew that house had turned into zombies. He marked an X on the wall. When he knocked on the left side door, a woman's voice asked, "Who is it?" "I'm a tenant from the 8th floor. My name is Li Fan. Are you Chao Hui? Xin Xinyan mentioned you. She asked me to bring you down to live with us. There's Zhao Feng, and Yun, and 4 children too." Li Fan said, "I know Qin Xinyan. How is she?" The door opened slightly, revealing a petite woman in loose pajamas, fresh-faced and innocent-looking, very different from the loose woman Li Fan had imagined. Detected a strategy target, Chao Hui. Bind? Li Fan again selected yes. Strategy target Chao Hui successfully bound. Novice reminder, after successfully conquering, hosts full attributes +2, family members +1, and a reward package. Please work hard to expand the family and continue reproduction. She's doing fine. Do you want to come down with me? Li Fan asked. I'll come with you. Come in and wait a moment. I'll pack a few changes of clothes. Chao Hui said, letting Li Fan inside and locking the door again. Do you have any metal rods or anything like that at home? I heard your husband works at construction sites. Li Fan asked, still thinking about finding tools to deal with the zombies downstairs. My husband does work construction, but I usually don't allow him to bring work tools home. Chao Hui answered while packing inside the bedroom. Li Fan was a bit disappointed but thought he would have to search slowly. When Chao Hui came out of the bedroom, she had already changed into jeans and a t-shirt. This woman was small but very bold. She had changed clothes without even closing the bedroom door. Such boldness explained why she didn't care about rumors and played around freely. You and Qin Xinyan are involved? I really didn't expect Qin Xinyan to have that in her. Chao Hui said playfully, carrying a shopping bag and smiling at Li Fan. Li Fan neither confirmed nor denied it, and just said, let's go, I'll take you down. Chao Hui looked at Li Fan with new appreciation. All her card-playing friends who had seen Qin Xinyan said she was beautiful and decent, so she had just teased Li Fan casually, but unexpectedly, he didn't deny it. Impressive. She couldn't help but glance at Li Fan's lower body. She thought Li Fan must have some special ability. Otherwise, why would someone like Qin Xinyan get involved with him? However, when Chao Hui arrived at 806 and saw a house full of women, she realized even if Li Fan had special abilities, it still wouldn't be enough to keep so many women peacefully together. But after talking privately with an Yun, she was truly shocked. Only 3 days, and you all decided to follow Li Fan? Chao Hui asked, both shocked and confused, and Yun nodded and said, if you're not willing, we won't force you. But if you stay here to eat and live, you must obey him. What if your husbands aren't dead and are still out there? Chao Hui asked curiously. Then when we find them, we'll explain. And Yun said, frowning, and your decision? I agree too. Since you all chose him, there must be a reason. Besides, I'm not some chaste woman. Sleeping with a man isn't a big deal. Chao Hui said, nodding. Li Fan, leading the hunting dog, started knocking on doors again from the 9th floor, marking doors with O, X, or square root. It turned out many families had been working overtime on Sunday and never returned. Going up, he marked 6 doors with O, 3 with X, and 4 with square root. The 4 households he marked with square root 1105, 1305, 1405, and 1406 were still occupied. Li Fan planned to gather some information, but only the young couple from 1405 opened the door slightly and talked to him. Detected a strategy target, Jiang Menglan. Bind? Li Fan was used to the system reacting to any woman. But since she had a boyfriend next to her, he ignored the system this time. Jiang Menglan and her boyfriend told him, 1406 is occupied by a woman with a child and 2 elderly people. The child cries a lot. 1305 has 2 female tenants, but we don't know them well, sometimes we hear arguments. As for 1105, it's likely a couple, since we've seen them in the elevator. After giving this information, Jiang Menglan asked Li Fan, we didn't buy enough food, can you lend us some? We'll pay you back later. Li Fan replied, from the 6th floor up, all stairwells are free of zombies and safe. You can try to open the doors I marked with O to search for supplies. The doors marked with X have zombies inside, be careful. Before leaving, he added, if you need help, come to 806. My name is Li Fan. After Li Fan left, Jiang Menglan grumbled at her boyfriend Zhong Hongfei. Look at Li Fan, then look at you. You don't even dare step out. Zhong Hongfei stiffly replied, maybe he trained in martial arts. He's braver and stronger. You know I'm the only son in my family, and I'm a liberal arts student, how could I act recklessly? Jiang Menglan didn't want to argue more and asked. He said the rooms marked with O are empty, are you brave enough to go search? Zhong Hongfei puffed out his chest and said, of course I dare, but our food will last 3 to 5 more days. Let's not take risks now, what if he's lying? or made a mistake. Zhang Menglan sighed in frustration. Fine, whatever you want. I don't dare go out alone either. Li Fan returned to 806. It was almost noon, the whole morning had passed. Time to eat. Chi-Chi, yeah, come here. Li Fan called out, seeing the table full of dishes. And Yun, Zhu Ting, and Xiao Hui came out of the bedroom. And Qin Xinyan and Zhao Fan also came out of the guest room carrying children. How's the situation? Are there many zombies? And Yun asked with concern. Li Fan said. Outside on the upper floors, no zombies. 3 households probably have zombies trapped inside. I've marked everything. Any single women among the 4 households? And Yun asked. Everyone else couldn't help but glance at her. 1406 has a woman living with a child and elderly people. 1305 has 2 women living together. 1105 and 1405 are couples. Li Fan answered truthfully. So from the 6th floor up, it's safe, no zombies, and only the 5th, 2nd, and 1st floors have zombies, right? And Yun confirmed. Yeah. Let's eat first, the kids are hungry. Li Fan said, noticing the women were all watching him and in Yun talk. You and sister and are discussing exactly what we wanted to know. Qin Xinyan said with a smile. Let's eat. Li Fan said, not bothering about anything else, focusing on eating. Suddenly, the TV showing cartoons went black. Power outage? Zhao Fang stood up uncertainly, pressed the dining room light switch, no response. Yes, the power's out. She checked the gas and water, and said happily. Water and gas are still on. Li Fan frowned and said, after we eat, let's go upstairs to find buckets for water, flashlights, candles, and containers for food. No need to rush for food right now. Now he truly realized the burden of having so many women. If he were alone, he could just rely on the system's rations. After eating, Li Fan was about to take Yun and Zhao Fang out to find supplies. But Yun stopped him, telling him to first handle necessary matters. What surprised Li Fan was that Zhu Ting, a first-year high school student, was not inexperienced at all. As for Xiao Hui, that was even more obvious. Li Fan didn't feel like he was taking any advantage at all. He couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Then he went ahead and completed another round to allocate the food rations. By the time everything was done, it was already 1:40 in the afternoon. Looking at the 5 women, Li Fan honestly felt that it was truly enjoyable, something he would never have dared to even dream of before, but now it was really happening. Special proficiency plus 20. 1 hit certain activation successful. Target Zhu Ting successfully conquered, hosts full attributes plus 2, family member plus 1, reward package awarded. Please continue expanding the family and reproducing. A first conquest reward package is available. Claim it. Change in family members detected. Remaining supplies can be claimed. Refreshes after midnight. Special proficiency plus 20. 1 hit certain activation successful. Target Xiao Hui successfully conquered, hosts full attributes plus 2, family member plus 1, reward package awarded. Please continue expanding the family and reproducing. A conquest reward package is available. Claim it? Yes. Acquired Defense Protective Shield, LV1, covers 1 person, proficiency 0/100. Defense Protective Shield provides full body, no dead zone protection from attacks. Cooldown 30 minutes. Acquired Special Invisibility, LV1, proficiency 0/100. Special Invisibility allows invisibility from the naked eye. Effectiveness is halved during the daytime. Can still be sensed. Zhu Ting's reward package gave the Defense Protective Shield, while Xiao Hui's reward package gave the Special Invisibility. 2 waves of heat surged in succession, and Li Fan could clearly feel that his body became stronger again. During the novice period, the 1-hit certain activation effect was still active, which meant that apart from Qin Xinyan, who was still recovering after childbirth, the other 4 women were now all pregnant with his children. He wondered what kind of rewards there would be after the children were born. Of course, it was still too early to think about that. But if they didn't find a safe place and a doctor within 3 to 5 months, it would be much more troublesome when their bellies started to grow. Now he had 140 special proficiency points again. Li Fan upgraded the Defense Protective Shield to LV2. Defense Protective Shield, LV2, covers 2 people, proficiency 0/500. Defense Protective Shield provides full body, no dead zone protection from attacks. Cooldown 30 minutes. He explained the new superpowers to the 5 women and claimed the lunch supplies, 9 lunchboxes for lunch. The new abilities are, 1 called Protective Shield, a defensive skill, and another called Invisibility. Li Fan said, then demonstrated the abilities. A golden shield appeared around his body and then slowly faded, but the defensive effect remained. This protective shield can protect more people as its level increases. However, after being attacked and disappearing, it needs a 30-minute cooldown. As for how strong the protection is, it's still unclear. Li Fan explained carefully. This is great. At least it gives you more safety. And Yun Yun said happily. During emergencies, it can buy time for rescue too. Qin Qingyan added, should I demonstrate the invisibility too? Li Fan asked, seeing the women whispering. Of course, we want to see. Li Fan activated invisibility, but during daytime, its effect was halved, and even he could see a faint blurry outline of himself, like he hadn't mastered the skill properly. This isn't very good. We can still see you with our eyes. What kind of invisibility is this? And Yun Yun and Xiao Hui complained. I think it's fine. We can see him only because he's standing right in front of us. If he hides and uses it, it would be much harder to spot. Shu Ting said boldly. I think so too. And it would be even harder to notice at night. Qin Qingyan agreed. Alright, the results are good. With this protective shield, we can ensure Li Fan's safety. We can now start clearing zombies downstairs and explore outside. And Yun Yun said happily. She hadn't forgotten that she wanted Li Fan to visit her house. Next, Li Fan took in Yun Yun and Zhao Fong to search for useful items. Bang! Li Fan kicked open the door of Unit 905, which had been marked with an O. It was clear that Li Fan's strength was now even greater than a zombie's. Searching around, they found 2 water buckets, 2 lunchboxes, half a bag of rice, and a shopping bag full of snacks, all stored into the Qian Kuan bag. Then they moved to the next place, Unit 1006, Wan Yuan's home. The security door couldn't be forced open by brute strength without tools, so Li Fan didn't try to break it. Instead, they went to Zhu Ting's home and found a large barrel for storing rice, 2 more lunchboxes, 3 bags of rice, a barrel of cooking oil, some candles, a large flashlight, and some hardware tools. Then they tried Units 1106, 1205, 1605, and 1606. No one lived there, and without the keys, they couldn't open the security doors. In Unit 1205, Li Fan found a 1.5 meter long, 5 centimeter thick steel rod. Finally, he found a suitable weapon. With his strength now, swinging the steel rod could probably send a zombie flying. He couldn't wait to try it. So he decided not to search further and said to Yun Yun, Sisterin, I'll send you back first. You guys can start filling the buckets and wash up. Then I'll go clean up the zombies downstairs. Alright. The water buckets are enough. At most, we can stay here 3 to 5 more days before finding a better place. And Yun Yun agreed, fully supporting Li Fan's rapid growth. But first, take me to 1305. I want to ask those 2 women if they want to join us. Okay. Since it was for his benefit, Li Fan had no reason to refuse. At 1305, and Yun Yun knocked and called out. Hello, I'm Yun Yun from the 8th floor. We're preparing to go out soon to find supplies and a better place to stay. Would you like to come with us? When Li Fan had knocked before, someone had clearly been at the door but stayed silent. This time it was the same, no response. And Yun Yun added, we'll provide food, shelter, and safety. If you miss this chance, you might regret it. Think carefully, I'll wait 2 minutes outside the door. Alright, 2 minutes are up. And Yun Yun said after waiting 2 minutes and seeing no response from inside. She didn't bother saying anything more. Let's go, Sisterin. Li Fan said. The door of 1305 opened, and 2 disheveled, dirty-looking women appeared at the doorway. Detected strategy target Jiang Qiufang. Bind? Detected strategy target Jiang Dongfang. Bind? Li Fan selected yes for both. Strategy target Jiang Qiufang successfully bound. Novice period reminder, after successful strategy, hosts full attributes +2, family members +1, and a reward package. Please continue expanding the family and reproducing. Strategy target Jiang Dongfang successfully bound. Novice period reminder, after successful strategy, hosts full attributes +2, family members +1, and a reward package. Please continue expanding the family and reproducing. These 2 were actually sisters. Is it really food, housing, and safety guaranteed? They asked. Really? And Yun Yun replied. What do we need to do? They asked. Just follow and do what everyone else is doing. Do we have to fight zombies too? Mainly he fights the zombies. We haven't had to fight yet. Okay, we'll go with you. Through simple questions and answers, Jiang Qiufang and Jiang Dongfang agreed to join in Yun Yun and the others. Zhao Fong truly admired how Yun Yun worked so hard helping Li Fan find women and persuade them. When they reached 806, Li Fan didn't go inside. He waited for them to close the door before heading down to the 5th floor. On the 5th floor, there were only 2 zombies, 1 adult and 1 child, and the door was open. With a weapon in hand and his full attributes now doubled, Li Fan's physical strength was about 3 times that of a normal person. To be safe, he cast a protective shield on himself first, in case he was accidentally grabbed by a zombie. Hearing noise, the zombies rushed over. Naturally, Li Fan didn't just let them attack to test his shield, he immediately stabbed the adult zombie straight through the forehead, then stabbed the smaller one. But neither died immediately, so Li Fan had to smash their heads completely. The scene was a bit disgusting, but after seeing the carnage in the elevator, he had developed some resistance. Looks like I still need a longer knife. Using a steel rod to kill zombies is a bit tiring, Li Fan muttered. He threw 2 fireballs at the corpses and then ran down to the 2nd floor. There were also 2 zombies there. This time Li Fan didn't stab, he directly swung at their heads. Half a zombie's head flew off and they immediately collapsed. There were 8 zombies downstairs. Relying on his protective shield, Li Fan charged in. Swinging wildly, smacking everything, the zombies couldn't get close and just roared until they were all killed. After confirming they were completely dead, Li Fan withdrew the protective shield and cast fireball spells to burn the corpses. The bloody scene was quite terrifying, but burning it all clean was better. At the same time, something shiny on the ground caught Li Fan's eye. A corpse core? Or a power seed? Li Fan muttered, his imagination running wild from reading too many web novels. He picked it up, it was a crescent-shaped transparent crystal. Later, in the ashes on the 2nd and 5th floors, he found 2 more crescent-shaped transparent crystals. Judging by the drop rate, it's unlikely to be a superpower seed, Li Fan said to himself. As for what it was for, he would have to study it slowly. Then Li Fan started knocking on doors on the 3rd and 4th floors, but there was no response. Anyone inside? If no one answers, I'm going to break the door, Li Fan shouted. Because of his words, someone answered from 305 and 406. They didn't sound like they were starving. So Li Fan used his steel rod to break open the doors of 306 and 405. No one was inside, no zombies either, it seemed they had gone to work or out for fun over the weekend. He collected food and a medical kit from 306, food from 405, stored everything in the Chinkuan bag, marked the rooms, and then went to check the 6th and 7th floors. He already knew someone lived in 705, they had cursed at him earlier. Sure enough, no one was in 605 or 606, but 705 and 706 were occupied. After a quick search and marking, he didn't bother them further. Returning to 806, he showed the crescent crystals to Yun and the others and briefly explained the situation downstairs. The zombies blocking the way downstairs have been cleared. I'm thinking about using invisibility tonight to scout ahead. Good. My parents' home isn't far, about 2 or 3 miles away, at Zongguiwan Community. You can walk toward the residential area. And Yun said excitedly. Alright, I'll walk along the main road toward the bus stop. Li Fan nodded. You should take a shower and rest first. I'll call you when it's time to eat. Then you can go tonight. And Yun said, giving him a look. After washing up, Zhang Qiufang and Zhang Dongfang changed into clean clothes. They looked much better, not beautiful but delicate and neat. They were about 70% alike, but on closer look, it was clear that elder sister Zhang Qiufang was taller and thinner, and younger sister Zhang Dongfang was shorter and heavier. You could tell them apart by their size. After showering and plowing the fields, Li Fan felt 2 faint warm streams merge with the energy already circulating in his body. Special proficiency plus 20. 1 hit certain activation successful. Target Zhang Qiufang successfully conquered, hosts full attributes plus 2. Family member plus 1, reward package awarded. Please continue expanding the family and reproducing. First conquest reward package available. Claim it? Change in family members detected. Remaining supplies can be claimed. Refreshes after midnight. Special proficiency plus 20. 1 hit certain activation successful. Target Zhang Dongfang successfully conquered, hosts full attributes plus 2. Family member plus 1, reward package awarded. Please continue expanding the family and reproducing. Change in family members detected. Remaining supplies can be claimed. Refreshes after midnight. Conquest reward package available. Claim it? Yes. Acquired element water manipulation, LV1, proficiency 0/100. Element water manipulation allows control over water. Increases body water resistance by 50%. Acquired element freezing spell, LV1. Proficiency 0/100. Element freezing spell allows freezing of liquids. Zhang Qiufang's reward package gave the water manipulation skill, while Zhang Dongfang's gave the freezing spell. Before Li Fan could even demonstrate his new powers, the system sent another prompt. Host's family members now exceed 10. Achievement reward for a 10-member family is available. Claim it? Li Fan chose yes. When the apocalypse disaster arrives, if the host of the family reproduction system expands the number of family members to 10, the family member subsystem can be activated. Currently, the number of family member subsystems that can be activated is 1. Please choose carefully one family member to bind to the family member subsystem. Newbie period tip: after activating the family member subsystem, the family reproduction system will be upgraded, unlocking the personal attribute panel, family member attribute panel, and family member subsystem panel. Li Fan felt that the system had given him another difficult problem. There were 7 women, but he could only assign one subsystem, and he still didn't know if this subsystem, like his, would grant superpowers through intimacy with the opposite sex. Was he supposed to green hat himself? If that were the case, what was the point of assigning it? But if he didn't take this step, how could he know the true nature of the family member subsystem? It was better to first test the new superpowers. This time, element, water flow technique and element, freezing technique were 2 abilities that could assist each other. Li Fan thought they were pretty good. However, when he discovered that the water flow technique, like the fireball technique, also required internal energy to condense into water, he no longer thought so. From the looks of it, he needed to prepare a large amount of water or stay near a water source, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to unleash the power of the water flow. He threw the water ball condensed in his hand and used the freezing technique to freeze it. A pile of unevenly sized ice lumps fell to the ground. One is called water flow technique, and the other is called freezing technique. They can assist each other. I choose An Yun to bind to the family member subsystem. Li Fan thought about how An Yun had devoted herself to helping him find women and soothe women. He had already made his choice. Binding successful. Family reproduction system is upgrading. Please wait. As dinner approached, Li Fan once again became like an old ox plowing the field, diligently completing the daily fixed task. The special proficiency points had accumulated to 180 points. This time, the fixed task took even more time, an hour and a half, and it was getting dark outside. At this moment, the system prompt popped up. Family reproduction system upgrade complete. New features: host attribute panel, family member attribute panel, and family member subsystem. Li Fan checked the host attribute panel. Host, Li Fan. Health, 360. Energy, 360. Constitution, 36. Strength, 34. Spirit, 36. Agility, 32. Superpowers: element, fireball technique LV2, space, Shankuan bag LV2, summoning, animal LV1, defense, protective shield LV2, special, invisibility technique LV1, element, water flow technique LV1, element, freezing technique LV1. The family member attribute panel showed An Yun attribute panel, Qing Yan attribute panel, Jiaofang attribute panel, Zhuting attribute panel, Xiaowei attribute panel, Jiang Jiufang attribute panel, Jiang Dongfang attribute panel. When opening An Yun attribute panel, it displayed family member An Yun. Health, 70. Energy, 70. Constitution, 7. Strength, 5. Spirit, 7. Agility, 5. Superpowers, none. Status: critical hit effect activated. Currently in pregnancy period. The family member subsystem displayed family member subsystem bound to An Yun. Activate? Li Fan kept An Yun back, preparing to tell her about the family member subsystem, but in a different way. I kept you because I sensed that when your numbers exceed a certain amount, it seems that those who have a close relationship with me can also gain superpowers. As long as I choose someone, they can gain a superpower. I just tried choosing you, sister, and try to see if anything changes? While speaking, Li Fan decided to activate the family member subsystem. Family member subsystem activated. Bound to An Yun. An Yun's all attributes +2. Gain superpower element, fireball technique, LV1, proficiency 0/100. After listening to Li Fan, An Yun was pleasantly surprised. At the same time, she felt a faint warm current rising and circulating inside her body. In her mind appeared information about the superpower element, fireball technique. With just a thought, a small flame appeared in her hand, slowly forming a small fireball. It was much smaller than the fireball Li Fan condensed after his attributes were doubled. The fireball can only grow this big? It's so small. An Yun said discontentedly, and then the fireball dispersed with her thought. Then she frowned and said, "Isn't this the superpower you got after being with me? Now I can also have the same superpower? Then if I find another man, could I gain different superpowers?" As expected, An Yun's thinking had changed dramatically. Li Fan guessed that if he gave a positive answer, she might really go find another man. Fortunately, after activation, the family member subsystem showed, family member subsystem bound to an Yun. Deactivate? It was obvious that the family member subsystem was controlled by Li Fan, the family reproduction system host, and he could manipulate it freely. Probably not. Your superpower is under my control. It's like I'm lending it to you, you can't acquire multiple superpowers like I can. After choosing to deactivate the family member subsystem, Li Fan reminded an Yun, try again and see if you still have the superpower. Although an Yun still felt the warm current flowing inside her, when she tried to summon flames with her thought, nothing happened. The chapter is not finished yet. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. She said dejectedly, it's really gone. It seems you truly are the master, and I am the servant. Don't be so discouraged. Since I could lend you one superpower, maybe I can lend you other superpowers in the future. This is just the beginning, don't you think? Li Fan reopened the family member subsystem. And Yun thought about it and agreed. If there's one, there could be a second. As long as they found the way, it would work. Once the bow is drawn, there's no turning back. Anyway, her goal was to find more women for Li Fan, so he could become stronger and stronger. And Yun asked, should we tell them about this? Li Fan considered and said, I want to hear your opinion. After all, the issue isn't about scarcity but about unfairness. A woman's heart is like the bottom of the sea. I really can't understand what you women think. I think it's better to tell them. If you are sure that later you can lend superpowers to others, then they will have something to look forward to and can integrate into our big family faster and better. Besides, they are all your bedmates. All right. Li Fan had no objections to this and felt it showed more respect to listen to an Yun's opinion. Let's eat first. After dinner, I'll talk to them, and Yun said. Li Fan got dressed and walked out of the bedroom, taking out all the dinner they had prepared for everyone. The food cooked at noon had already been packed into lunchboxes they collected today. It was still a bit warm. If one lunchbox wasn't enough to fill up, they could still eat the other prepared dishes. The two sisters, Zhang Qiufang and Zhang Dongfang, ate the most, probably because they hadn't eaten enough at home. Now seeing so much good food, they ate until their bellies were round. The others didn't eat much. The children especially ate very little, they couldn't even finish one lunchbox. Besides, there were apples they could eat as snacks. After dinner, seeing that it was completely dark outside, Li Fan said a few words and went out to scout the road. After Li Fan left, and Yun then told the others about her also having a superpower. What's going on? Sisterin, you also gain superpowers like Li Fan? The others rushed to ask the same question. And Yun shook her head and explained, this isn't my superpower. It's a superpower that Li Fan lent me. When our number reaches a certain point, Li Fan can lend his superpowers to us. Zhang Qiufang asked, so now, among the 7 of us, he can only lend a superpower to one person? Zhang Dongfang also asked, if there are another 7 people, he can lend a superpower to one more person? And Yun shook her head, indicating she didn't know, maybe. The exact situation still needs to be seen after we have more people. Qin Xinyan said, in the row houses along the street, there should still be quite a few women living alone. But Sisterin, didn't you say before that we should find a safer place to settle down? And Yun nodded and said, now, with just the 7 of us, this place is already too cramped. So we need to find a big villa first. It should be in the Riverside New Town. You should know there's a villa district there. We can find a big villa where no one is home and move in. Chao Hui was clearly unwilling. The Riverside New Town is 8 or 9 miles away from here. Who knows how many zombies we might run into along the way. There's no need to go that far. It's better to find a large flat unit in the nearby Daijing International Community. Shu Ting softly suggested, or we could break through the walls here and connect to the next units. After clearing out the zombies, this row of units along the street would be enough to live in. Plus, there are some shops downstairs, so finding supplies would be convenient. Zhao Fang stayed silent. She had already decided to follow an Yun and Qin Xinyan, ignoring the others. Living here, there's no electricity, no water, no gas. In the Riverside Newtown Villa area, there's diverted river water flowing through. No need to worry about water issues. Also, some luxury villas have independent power supply systems. With electricity, we can cook fresh food. There are fewer people, so it's a bit safer. Plus, there are big shopping malls nearby. It's better than living here, said an Yun, but 8 or 9 miles away, and only you and Li Fan have superpowers. If we get caught by zombies, we'll turn into zombies too. Better to stay here in the row houses. Chao Hui clearly opposed moving to Riverside New Town and directly supported Zhu Ting's idea of staying. We'll drive and make a path, and Yun said, looking a little angry at Chao Hui. Xiao Hui argued back, if we get blocked by zombies in the car, it'll be even harder to advance or retreat. Shu Ting also mustered her courage and said, driving isn't just about zombies. Many cars are blocking the roads. Right now, it's just Brother Fan alone. Even if we want to move, we should wait until we're stronger. Besides, it's easy for Brother Fan to get stronger. There are also plenty of women to find in the row houses, added Xiao Hui. Seeing that Qin Xingyan and Zhao Feng, along with the others, didn't support her, and Yunyun realized it was indeed a bit too early to talk about moving, so she said with a darkened face, then let's wait for Li Fan to come back and ask for his opinion. Li Fan didn't know what had happened at home. He was using the invisibility technique to move through the darkness towards Zhonggu Garden Community. Thanks to his attributes being 3 times that of an ordinary person, his eyesight had improved as well. Otherwise, in this pitch-black night, he wouldn't have been able to tell direction or see anything. He was thinking that he should have checked the situation earlier when there was still electricity and streetlights, when suddenly, a sense of danger surged up. He immediately activated the protective shield on his body. Fortunately, the dark figure crashed into the shield. Looking closely, Li Fan found that the dark figure looked like a big cat, about the size of a hunting dog, but it was already a zombie cat. It was unclear what it had eaten to grow so big. Almost at the same time he saw it clearly, Li Fan swung his steel rod at it. Unlike ordinary zombies, this zombie cat with sensory abilities was much more agile, and Li Fan's swing missed. Li Fan knew that his invisibility technique couldn't fool zombies with sensory abilities. If he couldn't kill this zombie cat quickly, and it caused a commotion attracting more zombies, he would have to retreat empty-handed. Thinking of the puddles on the ground, Li Fan swung at the zombie cat while using the water flow technique to splash water towards where the cat might dodge. Sure enough, after 3 tries, the zombie cat was soaked. Li Fan then used the freezing technique to freeze it and smashed it in half with his steel rod. Li Fan couldn't help but feel that having many superpowers made fighting much more enjoyable. Hearing no other noises, Li Fan put away his protective shield, activated invisibility again, and threw a fireball at the still-moving zombie cat. Standing nearby, he waited for the fireball to extinguish, wanting to see if there would be a glowing crystal. As expected, zombies with abilities really did have glowing crystals. Moreover, it wasn't the half-moon-shaped crystal from before, but a circular crystal with a hollow center. It looked obviously more advanced. On the way after that, Li Fan stuck close to the walls and hid in dark corners, not encountering any more sensory zombies. Once, while invisible, Li Fan was face-to-face with a zombie at a corner. He only dared to breathe out after the zombie cluelessly wandered away. The bloody, rotten stench from the zombie was enough to blind a person. Still, what he saw along the way made him feel heavy. Zombies had started mutating. Besides the zombie cat with sensory abilities, he also saw a huge zombie, 2 to 3 meters tall, that could smash walls with one hand and kick away cars with 1 foot. Li Fan admitted to himself that he couldn't handle that yet. There was also an extremely agile zombie that could leap 1 or 2 floors high in one jump, followed by screams of human survivors from inside the building. Zombies were everywhere. Especially when he passed by an office building, many figures, it was hard to tell if they were people or zombies, jumped down from the building. Li Fan figured they were likely desperate survivors who didn't want to be eaten alive. He could only hope now that more humans would awaken superpowers soon so they wouldn't be slaughtered by zombies. Finally reaching Zhonggu Garden Community, what normally took just over 10 minutes took him 30 to 40 minutes of cautious movement. Building 3, Unit 402, third building to the left after entering the community. Remembering in Yunyun's words, Li Fan quickly found Building 3, Unit 402. The door was tightly locked. It seemed that in Yunyun's family hadn't had an accident yet. He knocked lightly on the door. Inside, a young man's weak voice said, "Stop knocking. We don't have any food left either. You can tell from my voice that I'm starving. There's no way we have any food to give you." It was now the 5th day of the apocalypse. For many families who used to eat out or order takeout, it was indeed about the time when they would run out of food at home. Then they would start borrowing food from familiar neighbors. It seemed that the family's neighbors had also come to borrow food, and judging from the words, this was obviously not the first time. "I'm a friend of Yun. You must be in Tsinghua?" Li Fan said softly. "You're my sister's friend? How is my sister? Hey, where are you?" The family's door opened a crack from the inside, revealing a clean and delicate face. Fortunately, the voice wasn't effeminate. Boyish-looking, Li Fan thought of this term when he saw in Tsinghua. If he hadn't known that Yun had no younger sister, he might really have mistaken this short-haired, delicate-looking boy for a girl. Li Fan revealed himself and took out the letter Yun had written to her family, saying, "This is a letter your sister wrote to you. She's doing well, but your brother-in-law Li Tianmao may have had an accident. Then he took out a bag of food from the Chinkuan bag, mainly apples and the snacks and instant noodles he had previously found in other rooms. Your sister asked me to bring you this. Save it and eat sparingly. We will come pick you up in a few days. And Xinhua never dreamed that his sister was still thinking of the family at such a time, and could even arrange for someone to bring them food. He was extremely moved. What about Chi-Chi? Do they have enough food to eat? However, Xinhua still had a conscience and did not immediately take the food. Instead, he first asked about his sister's situation. This made Li Fan feel that the family was not bad, at least they weren't ungrateful. Placing the bag at the door, Li Fan said, "They're all doing well. You just stay hidden at home and wait for me and your sister to come rescue you. Hey, big brother, don't rush off yet. I have something to ask." And Xinhua, feeling that Li Fan was about to leave, hurriedly opened the door and grabbed him. "There are 4 bandit thugs in this building. Since the 3rd day, they've been robbing food from us survivors every day. Zombies can't unlock doors or climb stairs, so they aren't a big problem. But these bandits, relying on having 4 big strong guys, bully us common folk. A married couple next door not only had their food stolen but were also assaulted. One of the bastards even wanted to force himself on me, knowing I'm a guy. Please, big brother, help us get rid of them," and Xinhua said, trembling. "Do they have guns? Knives? Are they very strong? Why don't you all fight back together?" Li Fan asked, puzzled. "They don't have guns. They have knives and iron rods. Just street thugs, not really that strong. But we can't unite. On weekends, people at home are either nerds or elderly and children. The adults are either out playing or working overtime. The man next door at 403 even watched his wife get assaulted and didn't dare resist. How could we unite?" Li Fan thought it made sense. Many people had been worn down by society and had lost their fighting spirit. So he asked, "Where do they live?" 603. They locked up the women from 602 and 604 to use as they please. The man from 604 couldn't bear the humiliation and jumped to his death. Li Fan was stunned. They weren't even afraid of death, yet didn't dare pick up a knife to fight for their wives? Isn't it ridiculous? Not afraid of dying, yet don't dare fight the bandits? And Xinhua said helplessly, "What about the women they took?" Li Fan asked, "Still alive. After all, better to live in humiliation than to die," and Xinhua shook his head and said, "Truly pitiful." Li Fan shook his head and told Xinhua, "Lock your door. I'll go kill them. Just 4 men, right?" "Right. They're fierce-looking, covered in dragon and tiger tattoos. You'll recognize them at a glance. They might also be in 602 or 604, and Xinhua reminded him. These bandit thugs were indeed arrogant, robbing food, women, and even housing. Li Fan couldn't help but sigh, such is the spirit of the apocalypse. Against a few non-mutated people, Li Fan naturally wasn't afraid at all. Even without his 7 superpowers, just his 3 times stronger attributes were enough to take down 3 or 4 people. Still, to be safe, he activated a protective shield. He listened carefully at 602, 603, and 604 and confirmed that there were people in 603 and 604. So he smashed open 603's lock with the steel rod. The people inside, busy with something, rushed out half-naked at the sound. Seeing a fat man covered in dragon and tiger tattoos, Li Fan didn't hesitate. He swung the steel rod, and the man's head was immediately separated from his body, even easier than killing a zombie. Then he kicked open the doors of the 3 bedrooms, finding women with messy hair tied to beds in each room, presumably the residents of 602, 603, and 604. The system didn't disappoint Li Fan. Every woman triggered a system notification. Detected potential target Lin Yujiao. Bind target? Detected potential target Sun Lanyan. Bind target? Detected potential target Ma Xiaofeng. Bind target? Li Fan ignored the system, ignored the women too, and rushed straight to 604. Inside 604, the scene was even messier, 3 men and 1 woman. They were too caught up in their fun to react when Li Fan burst in. One standing man just opened his mouth to curse when a sharp steel rod swung at him. His fat head flew off, his face still twisted in rage. The other 2, one lying down, one kneeling, pushed the woman away, one trying to crawl up, one reaching for a steel knife nearby. The steel rod pierced through both their throats with 2 quick thrusts. Detected potential target Pantone. Bind target? Li Fan glanced at the woman tied hand and foot, gasping for air with white eyes rolled back. He pulled the steel knife from one man's hand and cut her free, but didn't bother with her further. He then went back to 603 and freed the 3 tied-up women. One of them, Ma Xiaofeng, silently put on her torn clothes and wanted to follow Li Fan. The other two women stayed motionless, staring blankly without reacting. Li Fan turned and said to Ma Xiaofeng, "I don't live here. I live over 2 miles away at Linfu Community on Xinyuan Road. You'd better stay at home." "No, I'm alone. My parents went out earlier and never came back. Don't mind me. If I get bitten by zombies, so be it. If I'm lucky enough to follow you to the street-side buildings, I just ask for a bite of food. After that, I'll do whatever you say, even block zombies for you," Ma Xiaofeng said coldly but calmly. While they were talking in the public area, Pan Tong from 604 also dressed and came over. Since they insisted, Li Fan didn't refuse. Anyway, he had a protective shield. If they couldn't keep up and got bitten by zombies, he could just use invisibility to escape. It wouldn't delay him much. The stairwell was very dark, with a few scattered zombies. Since he couldn't use invisibility to avoid them, Li Fan simply killed each one with a swing of his rod. He easily made it to the first floor, with the two women crawling and stumbling behind but eventually catching up. Since he had the protective shield on him, to be safe, Li Fan didn't throw fireballs at the zombies just for the chance of getting a few half-moon-shaped crystals. Li Fan advised again, "Outside it's so dark you can't even see your own hand. You can't possibly keep up with me. You should just go back and hide at home. Staying at home is just waiting to die anyway. It's better to take a gamble following you," Ma Xiaofeng said with firm determination. Pan Tong remained silent, just following along. "Since that's what you've decided, then fend for yourselves," Li Fan said, no longer trying to persuade them. Good words can't save those who want to die. At the same time, he thought that maybe this was a chance to test whether system-bound characters would disappear upon death, so he bound the two women as targets. Target Ma Xiaofeng successfully bound. Newbie tip: after a successful conquest, all host attributes +2, family members +1, and an initial conquest reward pack will be awarded. Please work hard to expand the family and reproduce. Target Pan Tong successfully bound. Newbie tip: after a successful conquest, all host attributes +2, family members +1, and an initial conquest reward pack will be awarded. Please work hard to expand the family and reproduce. Now it depended on whether, if they died, the system would automatically unbind them or show some other effect. However, along the way, Li Fan still tried to stick to paths with fewer zombies, and as long as the distance between them didn't get too far, he would stop and wait for them. As long as there were no mutant zombies or groups of more than 10 zombies, he wasn't afraid of stray zombies rushing at him. Maybe the women had adapted to the darkness, because gradually they were able to keep up. After all, it was only a little over 2 miles, not far, just slow going in the dark. However, up ahead was the territory of 2 mutant zombies. Li Fan was worried that the breath of 3 living people would alert them. Thinking about it, he stopped and said, "Ahead, there are 2 mutant zombies. You two should smear some zombie blood and flesh on yourselves to cover your scent." Saying that, Li Fan found a zombie he had killed earlier, smashed it a few times with the rod, and motioned for Ma Xiaofeng and Pan Tong to wipe some bloody flesh on themselves. Naturally, this was another experiment by Li Fan. Most of his knowledge about zombies came from TV and movies. He didn't know if it would work, but it was worth trying. Smelling the zombie's characteristic sour stench, Li Fan had the 2 women follow him. Li Fan carefully retraced his path, successfully avoiding the giant mutant zombie without incident. The agile zombie kept running and leaping towards the surrounding buildings, sometimes successfully landing on the 3rd or 4th floor and attacking survivors, sometimes failing and falling to the ground before getting up and trying again. Its head had already been flattened from the falls, and its facial features were twisted out of place. Just as Li Fan was trying to carefully sneak past the agile mutant zombie, Ma Xiaofeng was startled by a zombie that crawled out of a car, covered her mouth, but still let out a short scream, which alerted the agile mutant zombie perched on the 3rd floor. "Run quickly, now it's all up to fate," Li Fan said while running, his eyes fixed on the mutant zombie rushing at them. This creature was not much slower than him, but much faster than the 2 women. "I live about 300 meters ahead in Linfu Community, Unit C. If you can reach the entrance, I'll save you." Li Fan didn't bother with them and accelerated towards his destination. 300 meters was about 20 seconds for Li Fan, but for the 2 women, it could mean life or death. Ma Xiaofeng gritted her teeth and ran with all her might, knowing that this last stretch would decide everything. Pan Tong also knew it was a life-or-death moment. The zombie behind was too fast. If she couldn't reach the entrance, Li Fan definitely wouldn't save her. After all, he had seen the ugliest side of her. Li Fan stood at the unit entrance, opened the door, and waited. But he didn't hold out much hope. However, what Li Fan didn't expect was that the agile mutant zombie didn't attack the 2 slow-running women but instead directly charged at him. Damn it, even brainy mutant zombies are this stupid? Li Fan couldn't help but complain. With the protective shield on, Li Fan wasn't afraid of it getting close. He locked the unit door again and swung his steel rod upward. The zombie didn't hesitate at all and smashed straight into Li Fan's protective shield. /*T. Feeling the shield flicker and dim, Li Fan was slammed against the unit door, pain shooting up his back, and he couldn't help cursing. He felt he had really suffered a loss. Not only had he failed to test anything, but he had also attracted an agile mutant zombie. He threw the key on the ground and said to the two women running up, "Open the door and wait inside. I'll lure this brain-dead zombie away for a walk." At the same time, he froze a puddle of water in front of the zombie's path. As expected, the zombie slipped and fell. But it didn't get hurt, it just got up and continued. Li Fan quickly ran back along the way he came, wondering if mutant zombies would fight each other. If not, he would just hide using invisibility. Because of the darkness, Li Fan only saw the giant zombie when he was within 30 meters. He quickly activated invisibility and quietly slipped away from the other side. The agile mutant zombie behind him, however, immediately sensed the giant mutant zombie nearby. This was the edge of the giant zombie's territory. If it kept rushing forward, a fight would break out. Meanwhile, the cunning human it was chasing had disappeared. The giant zombie made roar and bang bang sounds, warning the agile one to back off, or it would really fight. The agile mutant zombie reluctantly retreated. It knew it couldn't beat the giant zombie yet. It needed to eat more delicious food and grow stronger. It took Li Fan 8 or 9 more minutes, fuming, to get back to the unit building. This agile mutant zombie was too fast. Li Fan couldn't hit it with his steel rod, and he couldn't freeze its feet like he had with the mutant zombie cat because his freezing ability wasn't strong enough yet to instantly freeze a human. He didn't want to fight it head-on either, so he had no choice but to run. He hadn't expected that the brain-dead mutant zombie would ignore the slow-running women and come straight for him. Seeing the two women in front of him, covered in blood and reeking of stench, Li Fan suddenly remembered his earlier experiment about the smell. Maybe it actually worked? Li Fan brought Ma Xiaofeng and Pan Tong to the 8th floor, letting them stay in room 805. He gave them a bucket of water for washing, 3 bottles of system-provided water, and some instant noodles and snacks, then ignored them. Walking into room 806, he went straight into the bathroom to clean up a little. When he came out, and Yun came up to tell him about the opinions everyone had discussed earlier. Li Fan frowned and listened for a while before saying, "First, let's search the different units in the row houses. Outside, there are 2 mutant zombies. One is 3 meters tall and can flip a car with one palm. The other runs extremely fast and can jump up 3 or 4 floors high. I just tried. If I can't slow it down, I can't kill it instantly. I also encountered a mutant cat earlier, which could sense my invisibility. But it's already been killed, and I got a crystal from it, different from the ones before. And I'm sure there are far more mutant zombies outside than just these few. Let's first clean up the nearby residential blocks." While speaking, he took out the round crystal from his storage space. "Are we really going to smash through the walls?" And Yun looked and then asked the others. "Tomorrow, go to the 16th floor to smash them. If we accidentally hit a load-bearing pillar, it won't matter," Li Fan thought for a moment and said. Then he talked about Xinghua's request and the bandit thugs at Building 3 in Zhenggu Garden, including Ma Xiaofeng and Pan Tong, who had followed him. The women all felt sympathy after hearing about Ma Xiaofeng and Pan Tong's experiences and admired their courage for daring to follow. Of course, they were even more grateful to Li Fan for treating them so gently. It was truly a world of difference compared to the outside. Chao Hui, however, frowned and said, "For women like them, it's better not to touch them. What if they're sick?" Upon hearing sick, and Yun and the others also looked at Li Fan. If they really had a disease, it would spread and wipe them all out. "I put them next door, treating them as subordinates. Since you all can't come with me to kill zombies, they're just right for the job," Li Fan naturally understood. Although Ma Xiaofeng and Pan Tong were a bit pitiful, he indeed had no intention of touching them. Everyone sighed in relief. Just thinking about how they had been passed around by the bandits made them feel uncomfortable. Luckily, Li Fan wasn't so desperate. This time, and Yun didn't try to persuade Li Fan to make do with them either. "Get a good rest today. Tomorrow, I'll break through the walls between 1605 and 1606, then check units B and D. If there are bandits like in Zhenggu Garden, we'll eliminate them for the people. Brother Fan can also play the hero rescuing the beauty," Zhu Ting softly added. Li Fan smiled, pulled her over, and kissed her. "Yes, hero rescuing the beauty. Do you have any friends living in units B and D? I can check on them for you." And Yun smiled and said, "Of course. It's all the same community. I know Zhang Lei from B Unit 404, and Zhang Liman and Zhang Lishan from 1104, they're my age and have kids about the same age. Also, Fong Dandan from D Unit 608, and Pang Yanxia from 1408. And there's also Units A, E, and F. I'll make a list tomorrow so you can check them if you have the chance. Chao Wei also mentioned a few female friends she knew from playing cards. Li Fan didn't bother remembering, he asked them to write it down tomorrow. If he could help, he would. Half asleep on the sofa, Li Fan felt someone crawl onto him. Opening his eyes, he saw it was Chao Hui. He wasn't surprised, she was never a proper woman anyway. Thus began the morning mission menu, one after another, non-stop. Afterward, dawn was already breaking outside. Li Fan got up without feeling sore or tired, washed up, and claimed the family supplies. Then he started upgrading his superpowers. This time he gained not 140 points of special proficiency, but 160 points, because In Union's family member's subsystem had gained 20 points of special proficiency, which could be returned to him. Altogether, he had 300 points. Li Fan upgraded special, invisibility, element, water flow technique, and element, freezing technique all to level 2 in one go. Element, water flow technique, LV2, proficiency 0/500. Element, water flow technique, flexible control of water, increases body's water element resistance by 60%. Element, freezing technique, LV2, proficiency 0/500. Element, freezing technique, can rapidly freeze small amounts of liquid. Special, invisibility, LV2, proficiency 0/500. Special, invisibility, method of becoming invisible to the naked eye. Weaker effect during daytime, can be sensed. There wasn't much change yet, but as long as he kept upgrading, he would definitely become stronger, that was beyond doubt. After breakfast, Li Fan went next door to call Ma Xiaofeng and Pan Tong to go break through the walls to Units B and D with him. After cleaning up, it was clear that Ma Xiaofeng and Pan Tong were indeed quite good-looking. Ma Xiaofeng had a typical internet celebrity face, while Pan Tong looked a bit baby-faced. However, seeing their clothes, it was obvious they were in bad shape. Ma Xiaofeng's inner clothes were almost torn into rags, covered by a casual jacket left behind in Li Fan's home. Pan Tong wasn't much better, wearing men's clothes that didn't fit, also found at Li Fan's place. Come with me next door and find some proper clothes for you. When In Yun opened the door and saw Ma Xiaofeng and Pan Tong, she thought both women looked good. If they hadn't been used by 4 men, she might even have wanted Li Fan to make use of them. After all, each woman represented a new superpower in food resources. Of course, the main concern was still the fear of disease and cross-infection. It would be great if there was a doctor who could check them. Zhao Fan was inside finding suitable clothes for them to change into. And Yun remembered something and said to Li Fan, "There's a female doctor named Yu Tsaixia in Unit D, living in 1008. Her husband also seems to be a chief physician. If you see them when you go over, it would be best to have her check them, so they don't leave any health problems." Li Fan kept the doctor in mind and asked, "Is she a gynecologist? I don't remember if she's a gynecologist or an obstetrician." "You'll know once you ask her when you see her," and Yun couldn't recall clearly. They weren't that familiar, just knew that such a person existed. Ma Xiaofeng's figure was about the same as the Jiang sisters, so she wore a round-neck t-shirt and a pair of jeans. Pan Tong's figure was about the same as Chao Hui's, wearing a striped shirt and black casual pants. "Let's go. You can also search the rooms downstairs for anything useful. It's safe downstairs. There are still 3 zombie-infected apartments upstairs that I haven't cleared yet, but they are marked. Just be careful," Li Fan said as he led Ma Xiaofeng and Pan Tong out of the room, then turned back to speak to In Yun and the others. And Yun nodded in agreement. They walked all the way to the 16th floor. Li Fan easily smashed open the door to 1605 and walked onto the balcony, preparing to check the situation in Unit B's 1604. "Is anyone next door? If you're there, answer me." The zombies downstairs at 1505 roared a few times when they heard the noise, but no other people responded. So Li Fan took out 2 small hammers and a file from the Qinkuan bag and said to Ma Xiaofeng and Pan Tong, "I'll first poke a few holes with the steel rod. You 2 slowly widen them bit by bit. I don't have a proper sledgehammer to knock down the wall, so we'll have to do it this way, slowly." Fortunately, the wall Li Fan pierced was not a load-bearing wall. It was built with bricks and didn't even require Ma Xiaofeng and Pan Tong to slowly hammer it. With a few hard jabs from the steel rod, Li Fan poked out a small hole about 40 to 50 centimeters wide and 70 to 80 centimeters high. With such a loud noise, there was no sound from the opposite side. Obviously, there was no one and no zombies in room 1604. The whole process took less than 20 minutes. Li Fan went through first. There was no one inside, and it was very clean. He opened the refrigerator and found that the vegetables and meat inside had spoiled due to the power outage, which was a pity. However, there were still some meat products in the freezer that hadn't completely thawed. In the room, he found a large backpack and a pile of supermarket shopping bags and had Ma Xiaofeng and Pan Tong collect all usable and edible supplies. In the study, which had been converted from a guest room, there was a very long broadsword, somewhat like a mo dao, forged from steel but not sharpened. Lifting it up, it felt like it weighed more than 40 jin, about 20 kilograms. Besides this broadsword, there were also several swords and knives forged from steel hanging on a wooden rack, none of them sharpened. Li Fan impolitely stored all the swords into his Qin Kuan bag. There were also many books about swords, spears, sabers, and halberds on the bookshelf. It seemed that the owner was a cold weapon enthusiast. After cleaning up, Li Fan saw that Ma Xiaofeng and Pan Tong had packed a backpack full of things and 2 bags of miscellaneous items. Do you two want to head back first? You can rest at home if you want. Better to first see the situation here. We can leave the stuff in the room, Ma Xiaofeng said, putting down her backpack. Then one of you stays in the room while the other comes with me, Li Fan said, not wanting to break the room's door. Someone should stay behind to open it later. I'll go with you. Sister Pan stays in the room, Ma Xiaofeng volunteered. Fine. We'll just check the situation in Unit B and look for some friends. If everything is good, we'll leave this side alone and move to Unit D. Li Fan took the list Yun Yun had written down for him with room numbers and names, ready to help the people needing help. Let's first check if there's anyone in 1603. It'll make it easier to smash through the wall to Unit A later, Li Fan thought. He took Ma Xiaofeng to room 1603 and knocked, saying, "Anyone inside? If no one answers, I'm going to smash the door." Hearing no response, Li Fan signaled Ma Xiaofeng to step back, then pierced the door lock with his steel rod and twisted it open. A foul smell rushed out. Following the smell to the bedroom, he found a small corpse lying on the bed, clearly dead for 2 or 3 days. Li Fan threw a fireball at the corpse, burning it to ashes, then bundled up the bedding and threw another fireball. After opening all the windows to ventilate, he left the room and went downstairs. Aren't we going to search the room for supplies? Ma Xiaofeng asked. It stinks too much. We'll check later, Li Fan said, taking a deep breath. On the paper Yun Yun gave him, there were 8 women's names and room numbers for Unit B, apparently gathered together with Qin Xingyan and Xiao Wei. Each name had a note: card friend, dining friend of Xiao Wei, acquaintance of Qin Xingyan, friend of Yun Yun, whether the husband was home or away, etc. The Zhang Lei of 404 and the Zhang Liman and Zhang Lishan of 1104 that Yun Yun mentioned earlier were also listed. The note for Zhang Lei said her husband worked in a nearby city and only returned home on weekends. The note for Zhang Liman and Zhang Lishan said Zhang Liman had divorced and was temporarily staying at her sister Zhang Lishan's house. Zhang Lishan's husband worked long-term in another city. Li Fan planned to knock room by room and mark them. No one and no zombies in room 1503, Li Fan marked it with an O. Then he knocked on room 1504. A weak voice inside replied, "Someone's here. Are you a rescuer? Can you give us food? How many people are in your house?" Li Fan asked. 3 people, me, my wife, and my child, the weak voice said. Why didn't you come out to find food if you had none? There are zombies. We didn't dare go out, the man said timidly. Starving to death or being bitten by zombies, either way, it's death. You could have broken into the neighbor's house earlier and not starved, Li Fan said. The man argued, too weak from hunger to fight zombies. Going out is suicide. Staying home, maybe we could wait for rescue. Li Fan said darkly, I don't have much food either. How about I take care of your wife and kid? Hearing no answer, Li Fan added, as thanks, I'll give you some food. I'll discuss it with my wife, the man said. Li Fan looked at the paper of room 1504, Feng Lan, noted as Xiao Hui's card friend's wife. Husband is a useless man who lives off his family and plays cards. Soon, the door opened. A haggard woman holding a toddler asked in a lifeless voice, do you really have food to keep me and my child alive? Detected potential target Feng Lan. Bind target? Yes. Target Feng Lan successfully bound. Newbie tip, after a successful conquest, all host attributes +4, family members +2, and an initial conquest reward pack will be awarded. Please work hard to expand the family and reproduce. It's true. Pack your things and come with us, Li Fan nodded, looking at her. The pale, thin man urgently asked, what about food for me? You come out. I'll take you to room 1503. You can find your own food there, Li Fan said. The man hypocritically said to Feng Lan, as long as you and the child are safe, it doesn't matter if I die. Holding her child, Feng Lan just let out 2 hollow laughs. After these 5 days, she was completely disappointed in her husband. Li Fan took the man to room 1503 to search for food, while Ma Xiaofeng helped Feng Lan carry the child and pack up. Li Fan told Ma Xiaofeng to take Feng Lan to wait for him at room 1604, while he went downstairs to clear out the wandering zombies. On the 14th floor's public area, there were 2 wandering zombies. Li Fan put away his steel rod and took out the newly acquired mo dao from his Chinkuan bag. With one swing, he chopped off the head of the left zombie. Because he used too much force, the unsharpened mo dao smashed a square tile on the floor. Upon lifting it, just as expected, the blade was slightly bent. Hearing the noise, the right zombie pounced toward Li Fan. Li Fan swung again, the zombie was beheaded. Now, killing ordinary zombies was as easy as cutting vegetables for Li Fan. After burning the bodies, he obtained another half-moon crystal. There were no friends of An Yun on the 14th floor, but there was a lone woman in room 1403. The two zombies had come from room 1404. Detected potential target Tanzian. Bind target? Yes. Target Tanzian successfully bound. Newbie tip: after a successful conquest, all host attributes +2, family members +1, and an initial conquest reward pack will be awarded. Please work hard to expand the family and reproduce. Li Fan now simply followed the system's pace, accepting everyone without refusal. After all, even if the conquest failed, there didn't seem to be any harm. The most important thing now was to find more women and obtain different superpowers, selecting the powerful and useful ones from among them. I'm a resident from the neighboring C unit. My name is Li Fan. Right now the outside is full of zombies. More than 10 of us are living together. Fong Lan from 1504 upstairs also agreed to come with her child. I can guarantee you food, water, and safety. If you are willing, go knock on the door of 1604. There are no zombies upstairs. If not, when I come back upstairs later, I will knock again. If you're willing, come with me then. I still need to go downstairs to find more people. Li Fan dryly said to the woman who opened the door just a crack, revealing half her face. The woman looked about 30 years old, not beautiful but not ugly either, very ordinary, and her mental state seemed quite good, much better than Fong Lan's family, who was starving with a child. Li Fan didn't hold much hope. After speaking, he left her alone. After all, he relied on willingness when rescuing helpless women and children. After all, it wasn't about finding a one-time item but family members. Using force would not be good. All the way down, compared to the bandit behavior at Junggu Garden, people in these smaller apartment buildings were more honest and scattered, with neither oppression nor unity. Of course, most households had few people, mostly women, children, and the elderly. Even if they wanted to unite, they were afraid of being bullied. There were no people or zombies on the 13th floor. Clearing the 12th floor, two zombies, a man and a woman, ran out from room 1203 when the door was opened. Li Fan burned them and quickly searched the open room. No zombies on the 11th floor. No one in room 1103. Li Fan arrived at 1104, where the sisters Zhang Lishan and Zhang Liman lived with a child. Is anyone there? I'm a friend of An Yun from C unit next door. She asked me to check if you need supplies. I know someone is home. My name is Li Fan. I can guarantee you food, water, and safety. Think about it. I'll continue going downstairs to find others. When I come back up, I'll knock again. If you are willing, follow me then. Li Fan finished his speech, but the sisters didn't show their faces. He didn't bother and continued downstairs. No zombies on the 10th floor. Rooms 1003 and 1004 were occupied. Li Fan saw no lone women, so he didn't interfere and moved to the 9th floor. On the list, room 904 had a woman named Cheng Meili with a child, marked that her husband worked away and only came home occasionally on weekends. Room 903 was occupied by two young men. When they opened the door and saw Li Fan fully armed, carrying a bloodstained steel rod, they looked at him with envy and admiration, even volunteering to be his helpers. Li Fan directly refused. He was surrounded by women. Suddenly bringing along two men would be inconvenient. Besides, Ma Xiaofeng and Pan Tong were still able to follow him in scavenging supplies. Maybe after finding a better place to live, he would reconsider recruiting male helpers. But he thought it was unlikely. Women not only gave him system rewards like superpowers and family supplies but could also return superpowers via the family member subsystem. Even staying hidden, he wouldn't have to worry about survival resources. Following in Union's list, Li Fan also bound Deng Xiangwei from room 704, Zhang Lei from room 404, and Qi Lingling from room 204, women who peeked out through door cracks. However, because they still had food at home, they didn't fully trust a stranger like Li Fan, even with An Union, Qin Xingyan, and Xiao Hui's names. There was also a lone woman not on the list, Zheng Wanjun from room 503. She was a single woman about the same age as Li Fan, average in looks and build, just like him. She said she used to have a female roommate who had gone out with her boyfriend on Sunday and hadn't returned. Along the way, Li Fan burned 10 zombies, collecting 2 half-moon crystals. When Li Fan knocked again while returning, only Zhang Wanjun from room 503, after quickly packing her luggage, followed him. Zhang Wanjuan's home had no food left. Hearing that Li Fan lived with a group of people, she probably felt he wouldn't be interested in someone so ordinary looking, and figured it would be relatively safe. As expected, the sisters from room 1104 did not agree to come with him. They didn't even show their faces. Tan Zian from room 1403 had originally been hesitant, but after seeing the cautious Zhang Wanjun following Li Fan, she unexpectedly agreed to join and even let the two of them into her apartment. She was the first woman in Unit B to let Li Fan into her home. Pack up all the food from the fridge. There's also half a bag of rice and some noodles and vermicelli in the kitchen, Tan Zian said, ordering them around from the bedroom while packing her clothes. Zhang Wanjun looked at Li Fan looked back at her, and she put down her luggage to help pack. After gathering everything, there was only about 3 to 5 days worth of food left. It seemed Tan Zian had originally planned to hang on for another 3 to 5 days. However, seeing Zhang Wanjun, who had no food left, maybe she saw her own future and changed her mind. At room 1604, the 6 people regrouped and locked the door, then returned to see Unit's room 1605. When they reached the 8th floor, Li Fan decided to let Tan Zian and Zhang Wanjun follow Ma Xiaofeng and Pan Tong into room 805, while he took Feng Lan and her child into room 806. And Yun Yun, seeing only Feng Lan, was visibly disappointed. No one else agreed to come with you? Li Fan smiled and said, no. They probably still have food at home and aren't desperate yet. I'll ask again in a couple of days. Unit B is similar to ours, many are not home and there aren't many zombies. Later I'll break through between 805 and 804, no one is in 804, so more people can move in, and it'll be easier to reach Unit B. This afternoon, after checking Unit D, we'll connect it too. After having lunch together, Feng Lan was successfully conquered. Special proficiency plus 20, critical hit effect activated. Target Feng Lan successfully conquered. All host attributes plus 4, family members plus 2, initial conquest reward pack awarded. Please work hard to expand the family and reproduce. An initial conquest reward pack is available. Claim it? Yes. Acquired special, healing technique, LV1, proficiency 0 out of 100. Special, healing technique can heal injuries, illnesses, and infections of living beings, and speed up recovery of stamina and spirit. In room 1405 upstairs, Zhang Menglan was angrily scolding her boyfriend Zhong Hongfei. You're not even willing to go find food with me? You heard the noises upstairs just now. They can walk around freely, which means it's safe outside. And you still don't dare go out to find supplies and food? Do you really want to starve to death in this room? Zhong Hongfei lay on the bed weakly and argued, we haven't had a proper meal for 2 or 3 days. How can we compare ourselves to people who can eat and drink well? If they come upstairs again later, open the door and beg them for some food. Once we're full, we can go find supplies ourselves, okay, baby? Zhang Menglan was speechless, utterly disappointed in her boyfriend. How am I supposed to beg? If I beg them, they'll just give us food? Zhong Hongfei, I'll ask you one last time, are you coming with me to find food or not? Zhong Hongfei still argued, Lan, don't be like this. You saw them walking around inside the building too. Clearly, they don't dare go outside either. Just wait a bit and beg them. If they give us some food, we'll be able to eat and then look for supplies inside the building like them. Zhang Menglan no longer wanted to cry. There was no need to shed tears over such things. She didn't want to talk to Zhong Hongfei anymore. After 5 days, she had completely seen through him, cowardly, full of excuses, even occasionally revealing disgusting ideas. She couldn't understand his thinking. There were no zombies banging on their door, no evil people coming to oppress them, yet he actually wanted her to use special methods to beg for food. Zhang Menglan had already decided that if Li Fan's group came upstairs again, she would grab her backpack and follow them to find food, leaving Zhong Hongfei to his fate. She had made up her mind the moment Zhong Hongfei showed his disgusting thoughts. The same situation was happening in room 1105. However, over there, it was the girlfriend Zhang Yi who was too scared to go out, while the boyfriend Wu Fei, after scavenging for food from rooms Li Fan had already searched, was trying to support her. Let's go together to search the unoccupied rooms for supplies. After we're full, we can try looking in shops outside. If we keep wasting away like this, we'll eventually starve to death at home. Zhang Yi was a legal loli who, before the apocalypse, made money by posting short videos on Douyin, earning more than Wu Fei, and thus always dominated their relationship. Cooking and cleaning were all done by Wu Fei. Wu Fei, I can't even hold a knife steadily or run fast. You want me to go out and get bitten by zombies? If you want to kill me, just say it. Before, I fed you. Now you have to feed me. If not, I'll just find a man who can feed me, like that Li Fan who knocked on the door before. Look at how brave he is, and look at you, so useless. Wu Fei felt very upset, but, being long used to Zhang Yi's PUA manipulation, didn't explode. He could only say helplessly, "Then I'll go check the rooms they searched again. Maybe they missed something." Meanwhile, in room 1406, there lived a family of 5. Although the 2 elderly had gone without food for a day to save some for their young grandson, the family's food was running out. If they didn't go out to find food, they would all starve. The 2 elders and their son finally stepped out of their home. Other occupied rooms, like the couple in room 705, the family of 4 in room 706, the single man in room 305, and the family of 3 in room 406, all had to leave their homes and search empty apartments for food. They consciously only searched the floors near their own homes, avoiding unnecessary conflict with other residents over supplies. However, rooms that had already been scavenged by Li Fan and In Yun naturally didn't have much left. In room 805, where food was plentiful. After filling their stomachs, Zhang Wanjun and Tan Xian, curious about the man who dared to go out killing zombies and rescuing them, started asking Ma Xiaofeng and Pan Tong questions. Does Li Fan know martial arts? He seems so strong and brave. Are all the women living next door his? How many women has he rescued into his home? Why aren't you living in 806? Is it because he doesn't want you? How long have you been here? Have you really never starved? Can Li Fan really feed so many women? Their questions were endless, making Ma Xiaofeng and Pan Tong a little overwhelmed. Mainly, they didn't want to talk about their own relationship with Li Fan, so they answered selectively. We don't know if Li Fan knows martial arts, but he's definitely strong and brave. All the women living next door are his. Including the kids, there are about 10 people. With Feng Lan and her daughter from yesterday, now there are 12. Looking at how those women treat Li Fan, it's clear he can support them. Otherwise, they wouldn't serve him so quietly and obediently. Zhang Wanjun and Tan Xian couldn't help but sigh. Li Fan is really amazing. It seems we made the right choice following him. Ma Xiaofeng and Pan Tong knew that their own experiences had been seen by Li Fan, and it was very unlikely they would become Li Fan's women. At most, they would follow him to scavenge supplies and maybe fight zombies when needed. Women like Zhang Wanjun and Tan Xian, who were brought back clean, might become like Feng Lan, living quietly under Li Fan's protection without doing anything. They definitely envied them, but there was nothing they could do. Their first meeting with Li Fan had been too ugly. The 4 women fell silent when they heard certain sounds coming from the room next door. That sounds like Feng Lan, right? So fast? Tan Xian asked uncertainly. Zhang Wanjun replied, "There's food now." Which woman would resist? Especially since Feng Lan has a kid. Ma Xiaofeng said sourly, "You can't imagine Li Fan's stamina. This is just the beginning. You'll soon understand how much he'll overturn your view of men." Pan Tong looked at the similarly bitter Ma Xiaofeng and shook her head with a bitter smile, remembering the symphony she heard for nearly 2 hours that morning. Sure enough, half an hour later, Tan Xian's expression changed, holding back her questions. Zhang Wanjun was the same. An hour and a half later, Tan Xian and Zhang Wanjun both looked terrified, thinking in their hearts, "What kind of monster is this Li Fan?" More than 2 hours later, the noise finally stopped. Tan Xian and Zhang Wanjun couldn't help asking, after doing that with them in broad daylight, will Li Fan still have the strength to go out later? Ha. Ma Xiaofeng and Pan Tong smiled at them meaningfully. After receiving lunch, Li Fan gained another 180 points of special proficiency, so he upgraded the special healing technique obtained from Feng Lan to level 2. Special healing technique, LV2, proficiency 0/500. Special healing technique can heal injuries, illnesses, and infections of living beings, speeding up recovery of stamina and spirit. As with the previous superpowers, there was still no visible change after upgrading. After tidying up briefly, Li Fan promised in Yun, who was lying on the bed, "When I go to Unit D, I will bring back the 2 doctors, even if I have to tie them up. As for the other women, it will depend on fate." And Yun could only helplessly say, "It's a pity we can't make phone calls now. Otherwise, we could help persuade those women. For now, you go take a look. Once you've cleared the zombies from the building, we can try knocking and persuading again. Then I'm leaving. Now most residents' food supplies are almost gone. To avoid uncontrollable danger, you all should stay at home. Anyway, our supplies are enough for a while." Li Fan nodded and gave a reminder. And Yun wasn't worried about the food, nodded her head in agreement, and smiled, saying, "Bring the 2 women you brought from Unit B over later. We'll have a chat with them." "Alright," Li Fan also replied with a smile. Under the watchful eyes of the 8 women, Li Fan, fully equipped, walked out of room 806 and knocked on the door of room 805. "Ma Xiaofeng, Pan Tong, pack your bags and come with me. Tan Xian and Zhang Wanjun, you 2 go next door to meet the others first. We'll talk when we come back," Li Fan said from the doorway. Tan Xian and Zhang Wanjun blushed, glanced at Li Fan, and lowered their heads, obediently walking next door like shy daughters-in-law. Ma Xiaofeng and Pan Tong deeply hid the disappointment in their eyes, emptied their backpacks into shopping bags, hid them in the fridge, and then followed Li Fan with empty bags. After seeing that the door to room 806 was closed, Li Fan led Ma Xiaofeng and Pan Tong toward room 1606, planning to break through the wall between 1606 and 1607 this time. When they reached the 14th floor, Jiang Manglan, who lived in room 1405, heard movement and quickly followed with her backpack. Weren't you living with your boyfriend? Why are you coming out alone? Li Fan asked curiously, stopping to look at Jiang Manglan. He had an impression of the survivors in Unit C, especially the women. Don't mention him. Just thinking about him makes me angry. I'm just following behind to pick up anything you don't want. When I come back, I'm not going to see him again. Anyway, there are plenty of empty apartments now, Jiang Manglan said directly, dissatisfied. As long as you don't cause trouble, it's fine. We're about to break through the wall between 1606 and 1607 and check if there are any survivors in Unit D. If you're not scared, you can also search Unit B. We already cleared the zombies there this morning, Li Fan said as he led the way. You're really amazing. Really, comparing people makes you angry. Why did I end up with such a cowardly boyfriend? I must have been blind before, Jiang Manglan muttered behind Pan Tong. They quickly arrived at room 1606. After breaking the lock, Li Fan went to the balcony to check the situation at 1607. This time, he didn't call out. He directly found the right spot and started smashing the wall. With the experience from room 1605, breaking the wall was faster and better this time. In less than 20 minutes, he had dug out a square door hole about half a meter wide and 1 meter high. There was still no movement on the other side, so it seemed there were no people in room 1607. At this moment, Jiang Manglan also realized that Li Fan was no ordinary man. After all that hammering, a normal man would be gasping for breath, but Li Fan looked completely unaffected. She was certainly shocked, but even more delighted. Grabbing onto such a powerful backer, even if she couldn't eat meat, she could at least drink soup. Li Fan applied a protective shield to himself and was the first to crawl into room 1607. Although there were no people or zombies, there were also no usable supplies. It seems Unit D also has people as brave and active as me, Li Fan thought to himself. Out loud, he said, judging by the situation, the people in Unit D should have already cleared the zombies and scavenged supplies from the apartments. Their next step would either be to search the shops outside or, like me, target the neighboring units. You all need to be careful. I'll give you weapons for self-defense. As he spoke, Li Fan took out the swords and knives he had collected from the Qinkuan bag and distributed them to Ma Xiaofeng and the two other women. The four of them then checked room 1608, but again, there was nothing, everything had been scavenged clean. Li Fan led them straight downstairs. The 15th floor was the same, and so was the 14th. Li Fan had a premonition that this trip to Unit D might end up empty-handed. It wasn't until they reached the 10th floor that they finally found people. In room 1008 lived Yu Tsaixia and her husband, both doctors, the main targets of Li Fan's trip to Unit D. Without hesitation, he knocked on the door of room 1008, but there was no answer from inside. Is this Dr. Yu Tsaixio's home? Li Fan asked aloud. Still no sound from inside, but room 1007's door opened, and two arrogant-looking men came out. The two men had flushed faces. One was a thin, tall man with glasses, about 35 or 36 years old. The other was a chubby young man about 23 or 24. Inside their room, there were faint sounds of indulgence coming from the bedroom. Seeing Ma Xiaofeng and the two other women, the two men's eyes lit up and they said, "Who are you people? This building is under Brother Guang's protection now. The female doctor next door is already reserved for Brother Guang. You better get back to where you came from, or don't blame us for being rude." Li Fan frowned and asked, "Have all the other survivors in this building been gathered by you? Brother Guang has awakened superpowers and become a mutated new human. Controlling a small apartment building like this is nothing. Later, Brother Guang will lead us to unify the entire Lingfu community. Following Brother Guang, we'll live in luxury and abundance. The goddesses from before are now all Brother Guang's playthings," the fat man said proudly. Li Fan was speechless. Even though he had 8 types of superpowers, he wasn't as arrogant and flashy as this so-called Brother Guang. These two lackeys were really skilled at bullying by relying on others' power. Anyone who didn't know better would think they were the ones with superpowers. "Tell this Brother Guang you talk about to come out. I want to see what kind of so-called superpowers he has," Li Fan said, slamming the steel rod in his hand onto the ground, embedding it more than 10 centimeters deep into the floor. "Damn! Such strength. The tall man saw this and immediately ran back into the room to exaggerate Li Fan's actions to the young man who was busy working hard inside. Yu Mingguang was annoyed by the interruption, directly throwing off the former goddess entangled with him, putting on just a pair of big shorts and coming out bare-chested. Then he immediately noticed the three women behind Li Fan. Ma Xiaofeng and the other two were all very good-looking. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been picked out by others for entertainment. Men were always interested in beautiful women they hadn't played with yet. Yu Mingguang used his superpower to transform his otherwise ordinary body into a muscular hunk, then looked arrogantly at Li Fan and said, "Kid, Yu Mingguang, was a taekwondo black belt before, and now I've awakened superpowers. If you don't want to die, hand over the three women behind you, kneel and worship me as your boss, and I'll spare your life. Otherwise, I'll beat you to death." This was the first mutated human with awakened superpowers that Li Fan had encountered. Compared to himself, who received superpowers through the system gifting him women, it was clearly different. However, Li Fan could not agree with Yu Mingguang's behavior of bullying the good and oppressing others after gaining superpowers. Instead of dealing with the zombies outside, he turned around to oppress survivors and act tyrannically inside the apartment building. His character was truly despicable. Stop the nonsense. Come on, either you beat me to death and steal my women and supplies, or I beat you to death and take your women and supplies. By the way, have you already ruined all the survivors in Unit D? Li Fan said bluntly, unwilling to waste time with him. With 8 types of superpowers, he shouldn't have trouble defeating this lucky guy who had only awakened one. Not to mention, he had a protective shield that made him invincible. So arrogant. Looks like you're a mutant too. In that case, we're the same kind. There's no need to fight to the death and let these useless people benefit. Zombies outside are a disaster for them, but to us, they're just bigger ants. Yu Mingguang, unexpectedly, withdrew his previous arrogance and spoke calmly. This surprised Li Fan. Then if I want to take a few women away, would you let me? Li Fan asked, trying since Yu Mingguang didn't seem eager to fight. If you exchange the 3 women behind you, then yes. Yu Mingguang nodded and said, now it's the apocalypse. Women are just our playthings. If you agree, I'll go to Units E and F and capture all the women there for our brothers to enjoy, and then slowly expand to the nearby communities. There are still plenty of women. Sorry, but I don't have such disgusting hobbies. What's mine is mine. I don't share. Li Fan rejected him directly. Yu Mingguang got angry and cursed. Since you refuse a toast and want to forfeit, don't blame me. As he spoke, he flexed his muscles and charged at Li Fan, throwing a big fist straight at him. Behind Li Fan were Ma Xiaofeng and the other 2 women, all defenseless, so he couldn't dodge. Instead, he gathered all his strength and the energy within his body into his hands and met Yu Mingguang's punch head-on. Yu Mingguang's originally fierce expression instantly turned to fear the moment their fists met. He realized he had underestimated Li Fan and hadn't used his full strength. Before the thought even finished, his body flew back at double the speed he charged, crashing several meters away into the living room of room 1007. He spat out a mouthful of blood and couldn't even get up. Clearly, he was seriously injured. Li Fan was a little surprised this supposedly muscle-packed Yu Mingguang couldn't even withstand a full force block. But thinking about his own physical attributes, several times stronger than a normal person, plus the energy enhancements from 8 superpowers, it quickly made sense. From Yu Mingguang's condition, after awakening superpowers, his attributes had at most doubled. Using a bit of superpower energy, he could easily bully zombies and ordinary people, which gave him the illusion of being strong. At the same time, Li Fan thought about the mutant zombies. At the beginning, they should have been about the same level as Yu Mingguang. However, the zombies could keep getting stronger by eating people, unlike Yu Mingguang, who hadn't found a way to enhance his powers and wasted his strength on women. Since Yu Mingguang was the kind of person who would use his powers for evil, Li Fan naturally wouldn't let him live to be a future threat. He immediately walked into the room and pierced Yu Mingguang's throat while he was begging for mercy. As for the 2 arrogant men from before, Li Fan didn't spare them either. Since he had already started, these treacherous lackeys with bad characters were not worth keeping alive. 2 strikes of the steel rod ended them. Ma Xiaofeng and Pan Tong, seeing Li Fan kill 3 men without even blinking, were still relatively calm. After all, they were getting used to it. But Jiang Menglan couldn't lift her legs, clinging to Ma Xiaofeng's arm, covering her mouth and dry heaving. At that moment, the door to room 1008 opened, and a woman around 27 or 28 years old walked out. When she saw Yu Mingguang and the 2 men dead, she let out a sigh of relief. After killing them, Li Fan also checked the 2 bedrooms inside. There were 3 women with disheveled hair, and from the system's prompts, he learned that one of them was the person he was looking for, Pang Yanxia. Detected potential target Pang Yanxia. Bind target? Detected potential target Kong Xiaoyun. Bind target? Detected potential target Li Muhua. Bind target? To avoid the system constantly popping up messages, Li Fan, now used to it, simply bound them all. Target Peng Yanxia successfully bound. Newbie tip: after a successful conquest, all host attributes +4, family members +2, and an initial conquest reward pack will be awarded. Target Kong Xiaoyun successfully bound. Newbie tip: after a successful conquest, all host attributes +2, family members +1, and an initial conquest reward pack will be awarded. Target Li Muhua successfully bound. Newbie tip: after a successful conquest, all host attributes +2, family members +1, and an initial conquest reward pack will be awarded. Peng Yanxia, where's your child? Li Fan asked. The originally dazed Peng Yanxia immediately came to her senses and muttered, "Right, I still have a child. I can't die. They locked my child downstairs in room 906. Without caring about her disheveled clothes, she stood up and rushed out, her exposed white body quite eye-catching. The other two young women also regained their senses. Although they didn't have children, they had families. Put on your clothes first. Find your children and families afterward, Li Fan reminded. The three women quickly dressed in their tattered clothes. Seeing the three blood-soaked corpses in the living room, they couldn't help picking up whatever junk they could find and venting their anger on the corpses. Ma Xiaofeng and Pan Tong actually felt a little sympathy for the dead. Li Fan also noticed the female doctor standing behind them. Detected potential target Yu Caixia. Bind target? Li Fan didn't hesitate, this female doctor must be brought back. Target Yu Caixia successfully bound. Newbie tip: after a successful conquest, all host attributes +2, family members +1, and an initial conquest reward pack will be awarded. Hello, Dr. Yu. Li Fan politely greeted Yu Caixia. Hello, thank you for killing that evil Yu Mingguang and his lackeys. Otherwise, I would have eventually fallen into his hands and become his plaything. Yu Caixia sincerely thanked him. You're welcome. I actually need your help with something. But first, I need to rescue the others. I'll explain everything to you in detail later, is that okay? Li Fan saw that Peng Yanxia had already rushed downstairs, so he decided to go down and check the situation first. As for Yu Caixia's matter, it wasn't too late to deal with it afterward. The group arrived downstairs at room 906 and found that the situation inside was not optimistic. The women and children being guarded by 4 lackeys were very weak, obviously from hunger. Moreover, when Li Fan rushed into the room, the 4 male guards were abusing the women under their watch, using small amounts of food and water as leverage. It was a display of human cruelty, and Li Fan was very angry, directly killing the 4 male guards. Then he distributed the food in the room to the women and children. There were 4 women and 3 children inside, no other men. Detected potential target Lin Yue Wu, bind target? Detected potential target Zhao Anping, bind target? Detected potential target Fan Dandan, bind target? Detected potential target Xie Lei, bind target? When did Yu Mingguang gather all of you together? Li Fan asked. Yesterday afternoon. It seems he awakened his superpower the night before. Yesterday morning, he couldn't wait to trick Li Muhua's family into opening the door with food. Later, while threatening Li Muhua to submit to him, he secretly ordered his 2 lackeys to kill Li Muhua's parents. Kong Xiaoyun answered. Any man who dared to resist him was killed. Those 6 lackeys followed Yu Mingguang and humiliated us women, Xie Lei said hatefully. She was one of the women being humiliated by the 4 male guards just now, along with Zhao Anping. When Li Fan and the others entered, they had seen them being forced to bark like dogs. The reason must have been that they were trying to get some food and water for the children. Otherwise, the 3 children would not have survived till morning. It was only the 5th day of the apocalypse, and Li Fan dared not imagine the scenes when more people like Yu Mingguang appeared later. Without the constraints of morality and law, the bottom line of humanity might drop indefinitely, maybe even disappear completely. Is all the food here? Is there food somewhere else? Li Fan asked again. No one answered immediately. Instead, a woman asked, Are you planning to take away all the food? I live in 806 next door. I plan to break through room 807 downstairs, so it's easier to move between units, Li Fan explained his plan. You surely don't want to meet someone like Yu Mingguang again, right? If you are willing to search for supplies with me, I can take you along. Also, I plan to clear units E and F, gathering all survivors together. With more people, we'll have more strength. Afterward, we can go outside to find supplies and better living places. Yu Caixia asked, How many people are there in your C unit? Have you gathered them all? There should be about a dozen. Those willing to follow me live in 805 and 806. I didn't force anyone who wasn't willing, Li Fan explained. You're so strong, yet there are still people unwilling to follow you? Pang Yanxia, feeding her child, asked curiously upon hearing this. They don't know how strong I am. In fact, I didn't even know I was this strong. If it wasn't for you Mingwan, I would have thought I was just slightly stronger than you, Li Fan said with a smile. You are truly a good person. If you don't mind, I'll follow you from now on. Pang Yanxia was the first to pledge loyalty. The others also quickly spoke up. We also want to follow you. Of course, as long as you are willing to go out and search for food with me, I don't mind bringing you along. Li Fan nodded in agreement. There were too many women to take care of all at once, so he would first select the obedient ones. Since he needed to gather survivors from the whole Lingfu community, he would know their usefulness as time went on. Youth Saixia, the doctor, was especially important. She could help check the women's health. If they were sick, they would be abandoned. If they were healthy, they could provide him with superpowers and family member resources. When the number of family members reached 20, he could also appropriately reduce the burden of the daily 3-meal task, shifting it onto those women with the family member subsystem. This could serve as a convenient excuse. It was already the apocalypse. Purity could no longer be demanded from these women. As long as they were healthy, that was enough. When he had gathered enough powerful superpowers, he could then be selective about the women he chose. Most of the food is here. There should still be some in room 1007. Zhang Lei, holding a child, pointed towards the bedroom and kitchen. Alright, you collect the food and save it. I'll go break through the wall of 807 first, Li Fan said, not taking the food away immediately. He left room 908 with Yu Tsaixia, Ma Xiaofeng, and the others. You're really not taking any of the food? Ma Xiaofeng asked in a low voice after leaving the room. Without electricity or gas, it's hard to cook rice or noodles. A few snacks won't last 2 days. We'll come back later if needed. Anyway, we still have food, so there's no rush, Li Fan said casually. The main thing is the shopping malls and stores outside. How much can a household have? You're so powerful. Didn't you think about going out to find supplies earlier? Now, since others haven't adapted yet, if you go out early, you can gather more supplies, Yu Tsaixia said from the side. But there are also more zombies outside, don't you know? Just like humans can awaken superpowers, zombies can too, Li Fan said indifferently. Zombies can have superpowers too? Have you seen them outside? Yu Tsaixia asked in surprise. You tell her about your experience, Li Fan said to Ma Xiaofeng. Ma Xiaofeng explained in detail to Yu Tsaixia about the giant zombie they encountered at Zhonggu Garden and the agile zombie that chased them. Zhang Menglan was already stunned. If zombies were that powerful, ordinary people like them had no way to survive. It was basically waiting for death. And the number of zombies might already exceed that of humans. The number of awakened zombies might also be more than awakened humans. Plus, among human awakeners, there are also evil ones like Yu Mingguan. Imagine what this world will become, Li Fan emphasized. There will always be good people like you who uphold justice, Yu Tsaixia flattered. Then now, this good person hopes you'll join his team. Are you willing? What do I need to do? Yu Tsaixia asked. Li Fan replied, check the health of our people and treat them. Also, you will have the privilege of not needing to go out and take risks. That's all? Yu Tsaixia asked again. If you don't mind that I'm younger than you, I also don't mind that you're older than me. We can also do some intimate things, Li Fan said with a smile. Yu Tsaixia looked at Li Fan in a new light. She really didn't expect him to talk about such things so openly and confidently. How many women do you have now? Yu Tsaixia asked. Not many, only 8, Li Fan answered straightforwardly. Yu Tsaixia and Zhang Menglan hadn't expected that ordinary-looking Li Fan would have managed to conquer 8 women in just 5 days. Yu Tsaixia looked at him with surprise and said, you really are a fighter in that area. Zhang Menglan thought about how her own boyfriend couldn't even handle 1 woman, and then thought about how Li Fan had to manage 8. She couldn't help but feel admiration. It's just a little hobby. I can't spend every day just looking for supplies and fighting zombies, how boring that would be, Li Fan said with a chuckle. Are those 2 also part of the 8? Yu Tsaixia kept asking questions one after another. Li Fan stopped smiling and said, they are not yet. I want you to first check their health. I don't have equipment, I can only do a simple check. If you really want me to be your long-term personal doctor, you must take me to a hospital to find the necessary equipment and stock up a large amount of essential medicines, Yu Tsaixia said seriously. Don't worry, I definitely plan to do that. Actually, if it weren't for the 2 mutant zombies outside, I would have already taken people to find a better place to live. This place is too small, it can't fit many people, Li Fan nodded and said. Yu Tsaixia asked, where were you planning to go? Li Fan said, the villas in the riverside new town. They have water and independent power systems. Maybe they even still have electricity. Utsaisha said, that's a bit far. It's better to go to the nearby Dijin International Community. I heard they also have independent power systems. Once the zombies in the building are cleared, it should be suitable for living. Plus, there's a Dijin International Hospital and a shopping mall next to it. It would be much more convenient than the Riverside New Town. Li Fan said, I heard that only rich people live there. I'm afraid we'll be stopped at the gate. Utsaisha said, in this situation, wealth means nothing. Strength is everything. You're strong enough, just beat down anyone who tries to stop you. Li Fan said, that's fine too. I'll discuss it with the family later before making a decision. The five of them reached room 807. Li Fan tapped on the wall twice. A voice came from the other side. Is that Li Fan? Are you going to break through this wall? Yes, everyone step back a little. With his now experienced skill, Li Fan easily broke open a hole about 1.5 meters high and half a meter wide. Alright, Dr. Yu, these are my 8 women. Everyone in this room is my family, Li Fan said, leading Utsaisha and the 4 women into room 806. And Yun and the others looked rosy and full of energy, obviously not lacking food or clothing, which made Utsaisha and Jiang Menglan admire them and further confirmed that Li Fan was a good man. Should I pack my things and move here now, or wait until you're ready to leave? Utsaisha asked. Move over now. The 2 rooms are connected, and there's enough space, Li Fan said. Will you come with me? I'm a little scared alone. Utsaisha said. Li Fan looked at the women and pointed to Jiang Menglan, then said to Ma Xiaofeng, give her some food. She came with us for nothing today. Next time, I'll take her out to search for food. Then he said to Yun, I'll accompany Dr. Yu to get her things. Fang Dandan and Pang Yanxia are still in room 908. Do you want to come with us to see them? Have you cleared the zombies outside Unit D? And Yun asked. Li Fan said, you better stay home for now. I'll check later. Unit D was taken over by a superpowered guy called Yu Mingguang. He killed all the men, leaving only 8 women and 3 children. Such cruelty? Then all those women must have been. Chao Wei trailed off, glancing at Ma Xiaofeng and Pan Tong. Li Fan's thoughts changed again. Before, he felt there was no need to touch those women. But now he thought for the sake of family resources, he should at least bond with them even if not handling the 3 meals task every day. Besides, he couldn't keep babysitting these women forever. They needed to go out and run with him, so they wouldn't tremble in fear every time they saw a zombie. That's why I found Dr. Yu to check if they're healthy. Also, in a few days, we'll move to Dijin International Community. There's a hospital and a mall next to it, making it easier to gather supplies. Li Fan's words made Ma Xiaofeng and Pan Tong smile. They knew very well the hidden meaning behind his words. Li Fan and Utsaisha went to room 1008, while Ma Xiaofeng and Pan Tong took Jiang Menglan to fetch some food. After seeing Li Fan raise and support so many women, Jiang Menglan made up her mind. Instead of staying with the useless Zhong Hanfei and waiting for death, she'd rather hold on to this powerful backer. Thus, when Ma Xiaofeng was getting her food, she actively asked, can I just live here? In room 1008 of Unit D, Utsaisha was packing and asked, are you planning to make me their midwife? Li Fan nodded and said, that's the plan. I wonder if you know any OBGYN colleagues nearby. If possible, I'd like to find a few more, preferably young and experienced like you. Carrying her suitcase and medicine box, Utsaisha said, I'm a gynecologist, not an obstetrician. Although I've seen it done, I haven't actually delivered a baby myself. Relying on me alone would be overestimating me. But I believe there should be good obstetricians at Dijin International Hospital. It was built for rich families. Then tonight, I'll go into the community to check the situation. Li Fan nodded. With so many women, can you even leave tonight? Utsaisha teased. Precisely because there are so many women, I have to go early. If we delay longer, there will be more people, the zombies will become stronger, and it will be even harder to leave, Li Fan said with a smile. Utsaisha said, if only we had enough guns and bombs, we could blast our way through with so many people. Li Fan said, unless it's the military, it's impossible to find enough guns and ammo. Utsaisha curiously asked, since the world has fallen into this state, why haven't the countries with nuclear weapons launched them? Why? Who knows? Returning to room 807, entering room 806, Li Fan went to call Ma Xiaofeng and the others from next door 805. Why are you still here? Li Fan asked, a bit surprised when he saw Jiang Menglan. I want to leave here with you all. Jiang Menglan stood up, blushing, and said, where's your boyfriend? Li Fan asked. He just wants to wait for rescue, without any desire to step out and survive. I don't want to stay with him waiting for death, Jiang Menglan said. Alright, you all come over together, Li Fan nodded, not minding, after all, His approach now was not refusing anyone as long as the system rewarded him. Then Utsaisha, wearing a white coat, began checking all the women's health one by one in the bedroom, screening for gynecological issues and potential infectious diseases. Meanwhile, Li Fan continued to check around Unit D for any zombies that might have slipped through, burning the corpses with fireballs. 13 zombie corpses were stacked in the stairwells, killed by Yu Mingwang and the others. Li Fan collected 3 more crescent-shaped crystals. When he arrived at room 906, he found that the women inside had already left, and most of the food had been moved by the 7 women. Li Fan thought about it and decided not to care. When he was about to leave, he bumped into a woman entering the door. Upon closer look, it was Li Muhua. Among the 8 women from Unit D, Li Muhua was the prettiest, the youngest, and had the best figure. Next were Kong Xiaoyun and Pang Yanxia. The others were ordinary-looking unless they dressed up carefully. After all, besides the face, a woman's figure also added points. "You all moved back to your own homes?" Li Fan asked as he helped Li Muhua up. "Yes. Now that there are no more zombies in the building and the men are all dead, it should be safe for a while. We plan to ration our food and wait, maybe the rescue team will come," Li Muhua answered, lowering her head. "If you change your mind, you can come with us. There's still time. You can think it over and knock on room 807's door if you decide," Li Fan said and returned to 807. Since there was no electricity, it was gradually getting dark outside, and candles were lit in 806. Utsaisha, wearing a white coat and glasses, was checking Panton's body with some tools. Li Fan didn't join the crowd around her. "No infections detected, but you must still pay attention to personal hygiene. We'll check once a week from now on. Early detection, early treatment. Now, I am your private doctor. If you feel any abnormal symptoms, tell me," Utsaisha said after finishing the check. Apparently, the examination was over, and Yunyan quietly came over and asked, "Tanzian, Zheng Wanjun, Ma Xiaofeng, Pan Tong, Jiang Menglan, and Utsaisha, so many people. Who will you start with?" They all agreed? Li Fan asked in surprise. Once they entered this door, how could they disagree? "I told them about your superpowers and food," and Yun explained. 6 people at once, plus the 8 of you, that's 14 people. If we don't get at least 1 or 2 invincible superpowers, it would really let down our hard work, Li Fan muttered to himself. Following the principle of dying from exhaustion if necessary, Li Fan completed 6 conquests. One-hit success effect activated. Target Tanzian successfully conquered. All host attributes +2, family members +1, and initial conquest reward pack awarded. Please continue to expand the family and prosper. An initial conquest reward pack is available. Claim it. One-hit success effect activated. Target Zhang Wanjun successfully conquered. All host attributes +2, family members +1, and initial conquest reward pack awarded. Please continue to expand the family and prosper. An initial conquest reward pack is available. Claim it? Yes. Obtained Element Thunder Technique, LV1, Proficiency 0/100. Element Thunder Technique can flexibly use lightning and increase body's lightning resistance by 50%. Obtained Defense Liquefaction, LV1, Proficiency 0/100. Defense Liquefaction automatically liquefies to save life when suffering lethal damage, increases body's resistance to sharp weapon damage by 50%. Obtained Space Teleportation Technique, LV1, Proficiency 0/100. Space Teleportation Technique can teleport within 100 meters, ignoring obstacles. Obtained Special Copy Technique, LV1, Proficiency 0/100. Special Copy Technique can copy the awakened superpower of a lifeform, can store one permanently. Obtained Element Explosion Flame Technique, LV1, Proficiency 0/100. Element Explosion Flame Technique can cause objects it touches to explosively combust and increase body's fire resistance by 50%. Obtained Control Mental Command, LV1, Proficiency 0/100. Control Mental Command can issue commands to control groups of lifeforms, currently up to 5. Tanzian's Reward Pack gave the Element Thunder Technique. Zhang Wanjuan's Reward Pack gave the Defense Liquefaction. Ma Xiaofeng's Reward Pack gave the Space Teleportation Technique. Pan Tong's Reward Pack gave the Special Copy Technique. Jiang Menglan's Reward Pack gave the Element Explosion Flame Technique. Utsaisha's Reward Pack gave the Control Mental Command. Family Breeding System family members now total 32, meeting the system upgrade conditions. Upgrade now? Was this including the one-hit success effect? Otherwise, counting carefully, it should only be 19 people. How did they suddenly count the little tadpoles in the women's bellies? Although Li Fan couldn't figure it out, he still chose to upgrade the system. System upgrade requires special energy value. Insufficient energy detected. Energy crystals owned by the host have been automatically converted into special energy. System is upgrading, please wait. Then, the system prompts finally stopped. Li Fan tried and found that system upgrading did not affect the daily family supplies collection, just in time to cancel the 1 meal per day setting. And yeah, my superpowers have changed again, and from now on the supplies won't require completing daily mandatory tasks anymore, Li Fan said to An Yun Yun, who had the family member subsystem. He didn't explain what superpowers he had gained this time, because as more women joined, he didn't want to demonstrate every new ability for them. As long as they knew he had many powers and he could provide for them, it would be enough. Special energy value needed for system upgrade? Energy crystals? Li Fan recalled the system's prompts and searched inside his Qiankuan bag, discovering that the 10 crescent-shaped crystals and 1 round crystal he had collected earlier had indeed disappeared. It seemed that after this system upgrade, he would need to collect more crescent-shaped and round energy crystals. Maybe the system found that using special proficiency points on the women took too long, so it switched to needing special energy instead. Now, Li Fan possessed 14 kinds of superpowers, including defense, control, movement, area attacks, and healing. He already had the initial ability to clear groups of zombies. Plus, zombies would drop energy crystals to increase special energy. Finally, he could proudly say he had become strong. Quietly waiting for the system upgrade to complete. This time, with so many people eating dinner, one dining table was already not enough. Luckily, this problem had been considered before the meal. All 19 people ate boxed meals, so they didn't have to squeeze around one table. After dinner, Li Fan planned to wait until the system upgrade was complete to see whether special energy value was truly required. If it was, then he would have to go out and try clearing the zombies downstairs. He could also take An Yun Yun, who had superpowers, to train a bit, and use the protective shield on her to keep her safe. It took 2 full hours, but the system upgrade was finally completed. After the upgrade, the system popped up a bunch of notifications. Family member daily supplies have been changed into 4 categories: men's nutritional recharge package, women's beauty and wellness package, children's comprehensive growth package, and infants comprehensive growth package. New addition, male favorability in female loyalty ratings. New addition, family female member selection criteria. New addition, methods to obtain special energy value. New addition, non-family lifeform viewing function. New addition, family development construction mall. New addition, fusion of same attribute and same type superpowers. Family member number achievement reward updated calculation method, 1-hit success effect can be included. Family member subsystem can now bind 2 more female family members. Please choose as soon as possible. Element Explosion Flame LV1 and Element Fireball LV2 are of the same attribute and type. They can be fused into Element Sea of Fire Lava LV1. Proceed with fusion. Element Water Flow LV2 and Element Ice Freeze LV2 are of the same attribute and type. They can be fused into Element 3 Feet of Ice LV2. Proceed with fusion. Space Qiankuan Bag LV2 and Space Teleportation LV1 are of the same attribute and type. They can be fused into Space Control LV1. Proceed with fusion. Defense Protective Shield LV2 and Defense Liquefaction LV1 are of the same attribute and type. They can be fused into Defense Liquid Form LV1. Proceed with fusion. Li Fan didn't hesitate at all. If the fusion could upgrade the superpowers, then it definitely needed to be done. Consuming 100 special proficiency points to fuse, fusion in progress, please wait. Consuming 100 special proficiency points / special energy points to fuse, insufficient energy, fusion failed. Detected energy crystals, automatically converting, obtains 600 special energy points. Consuming 100 special energy points to fuse, fusion in progress, please wait. Consuming 100 special energy points to fuse, fusion in progress, please wait. Consuming 100 special energy points to fuse, fusion in progress, please wait. Element Sea of Fire Lava Fusion complete. Element Sea of Fire Lava, LV1, fire range extension with continuous damage, fire resistance increased by 80%, proficiency 0/1000, energy consumption 10. Element 3 Feet of Ice Fusion complete. Element 3 Feet of Ice, LV2, ice range entrapment damage, water resistance increased by 60%, ice resistance increased by 60%, proficiency 0/5000, energy consumption 20. Space Control Fusion complete. Space Control, LV1, active abilities, pocket space, space movement, position exchange, etc. Proficiency 0/1000, energy consumption 10. Defense Liquid Form Fusion complete. Defense Liquid Form, LV1, actively obtains 3 to 5 liquid protective shields, reduces 80% of own damage, reduces 60% damage for others, automatically triggers Liquefaction Form when taking fatal damage, reducing 90% damage. Passive effect only applies to oneself. Proficiency 0/1000, energy consumption 10. Detected that family member subsystem binder in Yunyun's superpower is element Fireball, meeting the conditions to replace with element C of Fire Lava. Approve replacement? Yes. Family member subsystem binder in Yunyun's superpower element Fireball has been successfully replaced with element C of Fire Lava. Li Fan didn't bother with the newly added system features for now, he just finished all the fusion prompts first. Li Fan checked the host attribute panel. Host, Li Fan. Health, 500. Energy, 500. Constitution, 50. Strength, 48. Spirit, 50. Agility, 46. Superpowers, Summoning Animals LV1, Special Invisibility LV1, Special Healing LV2, Element Thunder LV1, Special Copy LV1, Control Mental Command LV1. Fused Superpowers, Element C of Fire Lava LV1, Element 3 Feet of Ice LV2, Space Control LV1, Defense Liquid Form LV1. He then opened in Yunyun Attribute Panel. Family Member, in Yunyun. Health, 90. Energy, 90. Constitution, 9. Strength, 8. Spirit, 9. Agility, 7. Rating, 80. Favorability, 69. Superpower, Element C of Fire Lava LV1. Status, 1-hit success effect activated, currently pregnant. He then checked Ma Xiaofeng Attribute Panel. Family Member, Ma Xiaofeng. Health, 60. Energy, 80. Constitution, 6. Strength, 7. Spirit, 8. Agility, 7. Rating, 70. Favorability, 81. And then Pan Tong Attribute Panel. Family Member, Pan Tong. Health, 70. Energy, 60. Constitution, 7. Strength, 6. Spirit, 6. Agility, 7. Rating, 50. Favorability, 65. Comparing Ma Xiaofeng, Pan Tong, and in Yunyun, it was clear that the system's ratings varied greatly. Li Fan thought for a moment and felt that the system ratings probably had a lot to do with his personal perception as the host. Li Fan hadn't seen what happened to Ma Xiaofeng with his own eyes, but Pan Tong's situation had been directly witnessed by him, hence a 20-point difference in their ratings. As for favorability, since he hadn't known most women long, those with higher favorability like Ma Xiaofeng probably trusted and were more grateful to him. Most of the other women had favorability in the 60s. He then opened Family Development Construction Mall, which only had one lonely item. Family Base requires energy points to redeem. Note, energy points can be obtained by killing zombies, from energy crystals inside zombies, and from energy crystals inside mutants. After finally finishing reading the update content, Li Fan stood in the middle of the hall and said to the women, "Now 2 more people can gain superpowers. Because your superpowers are linked to the ones I obtained from you, you can discuss among yourselves which 2 should receive the superpowers. Also, and yeah, the 2 superpowers I got from you and Jiang Menglan have fused and evolved into Sea of Fire Lava. Your superpower has changed from small fireballs to Sea of Fire Lava. Maybe because I have obtained a lot of superpowers, same attribute and type abilities can now fuse and evolve. Also, the abilities I got from Qin Xingyan and Ma Xiaofeng fused and evolved into space control. This superpower can store things, allow short-distance teleportation, and even position swapping. The abilities from Zhu Ting and Zhang Wanjun fused into liquid defense, providing 3 to 5 liquid protective shields to protect others, reducing most damage. The abilities from Jiang Qiufang and Jiang Dongfang fused into 3 feet of ice, which can freeze people or zombies. I've explained the superpowers to you clearly. You can discuss whether to assign the superpowers based on the order of arrival or based on usefulness. I'll listen to your decision." After saying that, Li Fan stopped speaking and looked at the female targets he had already bound in B Unit and D Unit. This time, the system restricted Li Fan from randomly exploiting it by binding any woman but did not cancel the previously bound targets. Thus, Li Fan's current plan was to quickly complete all the previously bound targets from B and D units and get the rewards. Otherwise, if the system later raised the rating standards and made restrictions harsher, he might not get a chance to obtain superpower rewards again. He knew that each female family member not only gave him a superpower but also added to his overall attributes. Even if each added just 2 points, Li Fan's stats had already increased to 5 to 8 times that of ordinary people. What did this mean? An 8-fold boost in all attributes meant his combat power had multiplied dozens of times. It meant strength multiplied by 8, speed multiplied by 8, endurance multiplied by 8, reaction speed, and everything else multiplied by 8. With his current power, he could easily kill ordinary zombies, and even the mutant zombies he previously feared should now pose little threat. Moreover, clearing zombies would quickly help him collect the 100,000 energy points needed to buy the family base. Li Fan believed that the family base purchased from the system would definitely be better and more suitable than any high-end apartment or villa he could find outside. 14 women gathered together sounded like thousands of ducks quacking. Except for Yun Yun, who already had a superpower, the others all wanted to gain one. Having a superpower yourself was different from just seeing someone else have one. Li Fan's personal picks were Ma Xiaofeng and Zhu Ting. Ma Xiaofeng's space ability was very practical, and her favorability score was high. Zhu Ting had a defensive ability, and being young, her adaptability was likely the strongest among the women. Compared to the others, who only had favorability scores in the 60s, Ma Xiaofeng's score of 81 truly moved Li Fan. This system's favorability score made Li Fan realize that women really could separate emotion from desire. Originally, he thought that having physical relationships with these women would make their bonds strong. He never expected that once the favorability scores were shown, it would hit him like a heavy blow. However, Li Fan could understand it. Even in TV dramas, powerful male characters always had accessory female characters like Yanning, proving this point. For most women, when faced with the instinct to admire strength, love and affection could easily be thrown aside. Maybe it's better to vote, otherwise we'll never decide even after days of discussion, and Yun Yun suggested when she saw no conclusion being reached. Xiao Hui, knowing she was unpopular and that she would surely lose if they voted, objected. Voting would just mean voting for friends. Anjia, since you already have superpowers, you shouldn't participate. Let's discuss it more and reach a conclusion. Some agreed with Xiao Hui, some with Yun Yun, and soon the 14 people split into two sides, arguing about whether to discuss or vote. The married women like Yun Yun, Xin Xingyan, Zhao Fang, and Feng Lan were the majority and supported voting. Jiang Menglan, being new, abstained. Xiao Hui, Zhu Ting, Jiang Qiufang, and Jiang Dongfang were the minority. In the end, the minority obeyed the majority. Voting. 14 people voted among 13 candidates. Whoever got the most votes would gain the superpower. The result surprised Li Fan. The winners were Feng Lan and Yu Caixia. Feng Lan got 12 votes, Yu Caixia got 13 votes, even beating the originally intended Qin Xingyan and Zhao Feng. It was clear that Xiao Hui's group had voted for Feng Lan and Yu Caixia. Li Fan didn't fully understand why, but it didn't affect him binding the family member subsystems to Feng Lan and Yu Caixia. Feng Lan's superpower was healing, and Yu Caixia superpower was mental command. Both were somewhat useful. Alright, now that there are no zombies or bad people left in B Unit and D Unit, you can help find your female friends and persuade them to join our family. Then we can move either to the nearby Daijing International or farther away to Yinzheng New Town, or even find a place in the countryside to farm. Li Fan clapped his hands and said, in the next 2 days, I'll clear all the zombies on the nearby streets. Then, anyone who can drive can just take a car and go wherever they want. Now that he knew his relationships with these women didn't involve much real emotion, Li Fan felt even freer when talking about recruiting more women. As long as the system kept rewarding him, he would continue. Soon, he would complete all the rewards from the women bound in B and D units, gaining 8 to 10 superpowers and doubling or tripling his attributes again. After that, the system might not frequently pop up new targets for binding anymore. But gaining superpowers and attribute points from over 20 women was enough to make him very powerful and very satisfied. Most importantly, he could free himself from being everyone's caretaker, staying closer to the women he liked and keeping an eye on those with lower favorability scores. Perfect. As for zombies, they probably wouldn't pose a threat to him anymore. On the 6th day of the apocalypse, after Li Fan received breakfast, he finished eating and went out. He walked out of the apartment building, carrying the unfamiliar broadsword, heading toward the street, and used the view function on one of the 3 zombies outside the building. Monster, level 0 zombie, 50% evolution rate. Strength, 100 kilograms. Speed, 5 meters per second. Chance to generate energy crystal. Level 0? Zombies can level up? The strength and speed aren't points, but actual values? Interesting. Li Fan thought. Easily chopping off the 3 zombies' heads, a system prompt appeared. Gain special energy +1. Gain special energy +1. Gain special energy +1. Killing 1 zombie only gave 1 point of energy value. This ratio was a bit outrageous. 10,000 points of energy value were needed for a family base, meaning killing 100,000 zombies. Li Fan thought he should now be able to go and kill the 2 mutant zombies nearby. so he headed toward the area where the mutant zombies were. His appearance naturally attracted the attention of zombies on the street and on both sides. Soon, zombies began rushing toward him. Li Fan activated a liquid shield on his body, looking like a layer of liquid ripples, then it faded and disappeared. No visible trace remained, but he knew a defensive shield was there, ready to activate when he took damage, consuming energy. Of course, he wouldn't deliberately let zombies scratch him just to test it. Zombie poison was no joke. Anyway, he had to clear all the zombies in this area. After chopping off the attacking zombies' heads, he smashed a nearby car with his sword. The triggered car alarm beep 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 loudly, attracting all nearby zombies. Some survivors even peeked out of their windows. Li Fan ran around gathering the zombies together, then spent 20 energy points to test the 3 feet of ice ability. Because there was still water on the ground, the freezing effect was excellent. All the chasing zombies were frozen starting from their feet, and the ice continued spreading up their bodies. This superpower is awesome. Seeing such an exaggerated effect, Li Fan couldn't help but scream with joy. He wasn't afraid of others finding out he had multiple superpowers. After all, others could have powers too, and with the system showing favorability and loyalty ratings, he wasn't afraid of dealing with actor-level pretenders. Besides, he wasn't planning to recruit little brothers yet. Water flow and freezing had been weak before, but the fused 3 feet of ice was amazing. Not only could it control zombies' movements, but the freezing effect could spread. However, after chopping off the zombies' frozen heads, Li Fan found the freezing was only superficial. It hadn't completely frozen the zombies from the inside out. After clearing all the frozen zombies and collecting energy points, seeing no more zombies following, he continued toward the mutant zombies' location. He also threw a view at it. Monster, level 1 mutant zombie, 25% evolution rate. Strength, 175 kilograms. Speed, 15 meters per second. High chance to generate mutant energy crystal. The agile zombie was still tirelessly jumping between buildings. Li Fan rushed over like a gust of wind, kicked the zombie preparing to jump, and before it could get up, he rushed over and decapitated it with a slash. Gained special energy plus 50. Easily taking care of this mutant zombie that used to chase him down, Li Fan sighed. Sure enough, I'd become stronger. Now zombies are just moving energy points for me, and a level 1 mutant zombie gives 50 times the reward of a normal level 0 zombie. Very worthwhile. He also triggered another car alarm to gather zombies together, froze them with 3 feet of ice, and then harvested them. Li Fan felt that clearing zombies was even easier than gaining special proficiency points. Then he started searching the mutant zombie's body for a mutant energy crystal. It turned out the mutant energy crystal was in the zombie's hindbrain. This mutant energy crystal was a solid glowing sphere, brighter and more complete than the one he had found from the mutant cat. Detected mutant energy crystal, speed type, can enhance evolution degree, can recharge, 90% purity, can exchange for 1000 special energy points. 1000 points? That much? Just kill 100 such mutant zombies and I can buy a family base? Li Fan thought excitedly. And it can also enhance evolution. Really good stuff. Looking at the scattered, dismembered zombie remains, he felt nostalgic for the fireball spell's clean efficiency. The ground was wet and the zombies were frozen. He was too lazy to burn them because the newly fused abilities would consume energy. Ahead was the giant mutant zombie. Monster, level 1 mutant zombie, 65% evolution rate. Strength, 425 kilograms. Speed, 8 meters per second. High chance to generate mutant energy crystal. Smashing another nearby car, the beep 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 alarm immediately stirred up a hornet's nest. This time, the number of zombies alarmed was more than the first 2 waves combined. Li Fan glanced at the dense mass of at least over 200 zombies rushing toward him. The giant mutant zombie maintained a 5-meter clear area around itself. This time, he didn't dare kite them around. He immediately used 3 feet of ice on the dense front of the zombie horde. However, because the area was too large and the number too many, only the dozens of zombies at the front were frozen. And as the zombies behind rushed up and crashed into the frozen ones, the ice around their feet shattered, stopping the spread of the freezing effect. Li Fan could only cast 3 feet of ice one more time. After casting 3 feet of ice again, all the level 0 zombies, except for the giant zombie, were frozen. Before harvesting, he had to deal with the giant zombie first, and at the same time prevent it from crashing into and freeing the frozen zombies. The giant zombie had a big body and strong strength, so even after 3 casts of 3 feet of ice, it wasn't frozen. However, its speed was faster than other zombies, and it had already moved to the very front, so there was no worry about it turning back to break the frozen zombie's ice layer. The more than 3-meter-tall giant zombie gave Li Fan a strong sense of pressure. He swung the broadsword at the zombie's neck. The giant zombie actually stopped and dodged the slash. Damn, it can even dodge attacks? Li Fan was a little surprised but could guess that the mutant zombie had become stronger. The reason he was able to kill the agile zombie before was entirely because of catching it by surprise. After a few more slashes, he realized this zombie could indeed dodge the blade and even use its hands to block attacks. It had probably developed intelligence and knew how to protect its vital points. Also, since this broadsword wasn't a legendary weapon or anything, it naturally got blocked each time. Unable to freeze it and unable to cut it, Li Fan had no choice but to burn it. Fire Sea Lava, activate. A sea of fire ignited within a 3-meter radius around the giant zombie's feet, and the fire continued spreading outward, but the spread was limited, finally stabilizing at a 5-meter range. This sea of fire did not disappoint Li Fan. Just like the previous fireball technique, as long as even a bit touched the body, it would burn the entire body until it turned to ashes. It burned for a full 5 minutes before the giant zombie finally turned into a pile of black ash. In the black ash was a shining round crystal. Detected mutant energy crystal, strength type, can enhance evolution degree, can recharge, 90% purity, can be exchanged for 1000 special energy points. Li Fan picked up the round crystal, looked at the more than 200 frozen zombies, and was too lazy to chop them one by one, so he directly unleashed a sea of fire to finish them off. After burning them, he picked up 32 crescent-shaped crystals. Detected inferior energy crystal, no attribute, can enhance evolution degree, can recharge but has a high probability of infection and turning into a zombie, 10% purity, can be exchanged for 10 special energy points. 10 points? That's a ridiculously big difference. Li Fan exchanged all the energy crystals into special energy points. Now he needed to save up 100,000 points to purchase a family base, and afterward upgrade his superpowers. After some actual combat, Li Fan realized that the fused and evolved superpowers were much more useful and powerful than before, so he became even more eager to deal with the already bound targets in Building B&D. After clearing almost all the zombies on the street for several hundred meters, Li Fan turned back and purified the previously headless zombies again using Fire Sea Lava. He checked the system's special energy points, only 2,877 points. Looks like I still have to find more mutant zombies. Getting one mutant energy crystal is worth as much as clearing an entire street of zombies. It was still early, and Li Fan still had 360 energy left, so he walked toward another street leading to the Dijin International Residential Area. Li Fan had lived in this area for too little time and wasn't very familiar with the surroundings. It seemed he would need to study and understand the nearby streets at noon to figure out the best place to establish the family base. When Li Fan was about to leave, someone from the residential building opposite finally couldn't hold back and shouted from the balcony, "Boss, don't leave, please help clear the zombies in our residential area. We're all trapped by zombies and can't get out." Li Fan glanced at it. This residential area seemed to be the one where the mutant agile zombie had been jumping from buildings to bite people. Below the 4th floor, there were almost no survivors. The person calling out stood on the 7th floor balcony. Besides the young man calling him, Li Fan's enhanced vision also spotted a few others watching him from their balconies. But the number of survivors was still small, even fewer than those in Li Fan's own building C. Are there any mutant zombies? Li Fan didn't directly agree but asked first. "Boss, you kill zombies so easily, please help us. Otherwise, we'll starve to death in here," the young man pleaded from the balcony. A middle-aged woman also helped plead from the balcony. "Young man, please help. That monster that jumped from the building killed a lot of people before. We've been too scared to show ourselves. Since you kill monsters so easily, please help clear our residential area too." Li Fan thought for a moment and still didn't immediately agree. He asked, "How many people are in your residential area? How many zombies?" The young man said to Li Fan, "We haven't counted exactly, but Huayuan residential area only has 4 buildings, each with 24 floors and 4 units per floor. About 60 to 70% were occupied, around 500 people. If you subtract half who are out working or away for the weekend, maybe about 250 people. Now the entire area might not have more than 50 survivors, so there should be around 200 zombies." Li Fan calculated, dividing 200 zombies among 4 buildings, each building would have at most 50 zombies, and each floor only 2 to 3 zombies. "Looks like the zombies inside shouldn't pose much of a threat to me. I can go clean them up, and maybe also trade for 1 or 2 women the system approves." Thinking this, he headed toward a food store nearby, planning to collect some supplies to later use for trading with women. Li Fan then remembered that he also had a mind control type superpower, mental command. Perfect to experiment with using the scattered zombies here as pawns, seeing if they could block other zombies for him. Mental command required him to lock onto a target and issue a command. If the target's spirit was lower than his, it would be controlled. No doubt, these ordinary zombies' spirit was far lower than Li Fan's. Thus, with a spirit stat of 50, Li Fan could control 5 zombies at once. Issuing commands was simple, just like commanding hunting dogs. It opened up a new vision and an empty mind, where he could implant simple instructions like moving forward, biting, pouncing, blocking, etc. Soon, he locked onto 5 targets, controlled 5 little brother zombies, and let them scout ahead, making noise. Whenever any zombie appeared, he ordered his zombie minions to pounce. Once the enemy zombie fell, Li Fan would walk over and chop off its head, then check for an energy crystal at the back of the head. Walking up to the floor where the young man was calling for help, Li Fan climbed the stairs. Since there were no mutant zombies, almost no zombie could stand after his 5 zombie minions attacked. He quickly cleared his way up to the 7th floor. Hearing the commotion, the young man and a woman opened the door and thanked Li Fan. "Boss, you're amazing. Thank you so much for saving us." This time, the system indeed did not pop up the binding target prompt when he saw the woman. Li Fan glanced at the woman. She was probably the young man's girlfriend. Her looks were decent. If it were before, the system would have immediately jumped out asking him to bind a target. It seemed the system had really changed its standards after the upgrade, now aiming for quality. "No need to thank me. Let me ask you, is there any single pretty woman left in this building?" Li Fan asked directly, then added, "Divorced with kids also works." The two were stunned by how blunt the question was. After exchanging looks, the woman gave Li Fan a strange look and said, "There's one on the 6th floor, right below me, a divorced woman with a child. Very pretty, great figure, a company executive. But she's probably over 30 years old." The man smiled and said to Li Fan, "There should be one each on the 9th and 13th floors, beautiful with good figures. We used to run into them sometimes commuting, but we don't know much about them. You can go upstairs and check." Li Fan nodded and said, "Thanks." Then he turned and continued climbing. Watching Li Fan disappear up the stairs, the woman glared at the smiling man and ordered, "Now that the zombies downstairs and outside have been cleared by that amazing guy, go quickly and find some food. Let's go together, so we can watch each other's backs." The man's face fell, speaking in a low voice. "Aren't you a man? Look at how that amazing guy handled it. Did he bring women with him?" the woman said discontentedly. "Maybe the boss doesn't have any women yet, or else why would he ask about pretty women?" the man mumbled. "What did you say? Are you going or not?" the woman pressed. I'm going. If not, we'll just starve to death." "Better take a chance while the boss cleared the way," the man said while clenching his fists. "Besides, maybe I can follow him down." Of course, Li Fan didn't know about this downstairs. He continued clearing zombies up to the 13th floor. Each floor had no more than 4 zombies, posing no pressure at all to him. Thus, he knocked on the door, preparing to see if the system would react when encountering a beauty recognized by others. The security door quickly opened from inside, and a mature woman as charming as In Yun stood at the door, looking at Li Fan with a face full of joy, saying, "Little brother, I saw everything when you were clearing zombies downstairs. Can you take me downstairs to find food?" What surprised Li Fan was that the system didn't pop up any prompt. Even a high-quality woman like this didn't meet the conditions? What was going on? "System master, with this woman's looks and figure, can't we overlook her age and the fact that she has a kid?" Li Fan asked the system in his heart. "This woman is sick. Not suitable to get involved with." Li Fan was startled and subconsciously took a step back, thinking to himself, "You really can't judge a book by its cover," and coldly replied, "All right, you can follow me downstairs later, but I won't bring you back. I've already cleared the zombies in the residential area. As long as you're careful, there shouldn't be much danger. Also, let me ask you, are there any women in this building as beautiful and charming as you, but unmarried?" Li Fan added. The mature woman immediately showed a disappointed expression. When she saw Li Fan entering their building, she had even specially changed into a sexy tight battle outfit. In the end, he preferred unmarried pretty women. Still, making some connection with such a strong person was better than nothing. So, after thinking for a moment, she said, "I know most of the people in this residential area. There are women who meet your requirements, but whether they are home now, I can't guarantee." Hearing this, Li Fan didn't want to bother anymore. He had helped the young man on the 7th floor enough, and he considered his conscience clear. If the others didn't speak up, he naturally wouldn't meddle. "Let's go. We're going down. You're not going upstairs anymore?" The mature woman pointed upstairs and asked in confusion. "They didn't call for help. I won't bother with them." Li Fan shook his head. "Oh, okay. Right, I still have a daughter. I'm not comfortable leaving her alone at home," the mature woman said, pointing at her daughter still playing with puzzles inside the house. A 5 or 6-year-old, not exactly a toddler. Obviously, this woman was making excuses after hearing that Li Fan wouldn't bring her back. I advise you to take advantage of the time now, after I cleared the zombies, to find as much food as you can. And I don't have any food on me, Li Fan said, frowning. Without bothering anymore, he continued up to the 9th floor and knocked on the door. Only one household opened the door, and the system immediately popped up a prompt after seeing the woman. Target detected, Zhou Shu1, eligible for strategy binding. Bind now? Yes. Strategy target Zhou Shu1 successfully bound. Friendly reminder, after successful strategy, posts all attributes +6, family members +3, and a reward package for first successful strategy. Please continue to expand the family and thrive. A double package? Li Fan was a bit surprised looking at the woman in front of him. She looked about 28 or 29, had a great figure, pretty face, about 168 centimeters tall, with long straight legs, long hair, no makeup, and stunning beauty. Zhou Shuwan had naturally heard the young man's shouts and saw Li Fan easily clearing the zombies. She teared up and pitifully pleaded, "Awesome little brother, can you take me downstairs to find food? Take your kids and come live with me in Linfu residential area. I'll guarantee your and your children's safety for food and living. How about it?" Li Fan said directly. Maybe it was too straightforward. Zhou Shuwan was a bit stunned, staring at Li Fan for a while before blushing and asking, "Really, you'll guarantee our food and safety?" "Yes. Are you coming?" Li Fan nodded and asked again. "All right. But I have 2 kids. You really don't mind and will still guarantee our food and safety?" Zhou Shuwan clearly wasn't sure of Li Fan's character and asked worriedly again. "I'm not just taking care of you and your 2 kids. You'll know after you arrive. Also, we're planning to move to Dijin International. Today we're out clearing zombies along the road," Li Fan said impatiently, urging, "Make up your mind." "Okay, I'll go with you." Zhou Shuwan gritted her teeth and agreed. When Tao Jianxin came down carrying a travel backpack, she happened to see Zhou Shuwan following Li Fan with one big and one small child, looking confused. "What's going on? Didn't he say he wanted unmarried beauties? Why would he accept one with 2 kids but not me?" But she didn't dare question, still needing Li Fan's protection to find food safely. She silently watched Li Fan and Zhou Shuwan walk ahead and followed carefully. On the 6th floor stairs, the 3-year-old daughter nearly tripped, but Li Fan quickly caught her in his arms. Looking at the 3-year-old girl in his arms and the 1-year-old girl in Zhou Shuwan's arms, Li Fan noticed something and asked the system in his heart, "Why are all these women with kids bringing daughters? Did you filter them?" Previously, no filtering. After the update, women with daughters won't lower the score, but women with sons will lower the score. After the system update, it could finally communicate. Li Fan was overjoyed. Why set it like that? Because women with sons, the host might not be able to handle. What else can lower a woman's score? Major illnesses, promiscuous lifestyle, extremely malicious or overly kind-hearted nature all will lower a woman's score. Am I strong enough now to resist the zombie virus? Will I turn into a zombie if scratched or bitten? Even though your stats are strong, the zombie virus corrupts genes. Even if you become 10 times stronger, you still can't resist the infection. While Li Fan bombarded the system with questions, they reached the 5th floor, and the young man who had called for help earlier also joined the group. But when he greeted Li Fan was busy talking with the system and didn't respond. The young man reminded, "Boss, didn't you say you were looking for beauties? Not anymore?" Coming back to himself, Li Fan realized he had walked past the 6th floor where the beauty lived. He quickly ran back down to the 6th floor and knocked on the door. Tao Jianxin and Zhou Shuwan both glared hard at the young man. If looks could kill, there would be another murder here. "Anyone there? Need to go downstairs to find food? Hurry up and come out," Li Fan shouted through the door. 2 households opened their doors, and 3 people came out, a woman and a man and woman pair. The system didn't pop up any prompts. Apparently, the system now eliminated 90% of women at the start. Without any reward, Li Fan naturally wouldn't treat them the same way he treated Zhou Shuwan. With a cold expression, he led 6 adults and 2 children downstairs, heading straight out of the residential complex. Maybe someone had been watching Li Fan all along. Seeing that he was about to leave, people from the other 3 buildings shouted loudly, "Big bro, save us, take us with you." But this time, Li Fan ignored them and directly led the 6 adults and 2 kids onto the street. At this moment, 1 or 2 zombies suddenly appeared from somewhere and, smelling the group, rushed toward them. With a mental command to stop, Li Fan controlled the rushing zombies, then immediately pulled out his iron rod from the spatial pocket and, with a slash, 2 heads fell to the ground. Previously, everyone had seen Li Fan from a distance using his ice and fire superpowers to clear zombies neatly and easily, but now seeing him directly kill with a weapon at such close range, they were all a bit stunned. Wasn't this a little too fierce? But thinking that Li Fan had superpowers, they quickly understood. Go into shops with open doors, there shouldn't be any zombies inside. Don't go into places with closed doors, there might be zombies hiding inside, Li Fan instructed. Big bro, could you wait for us a bit? Just 2 minutes, the young man who had asked for help pleaded again. All right. Since it was just this once, Li Fan didn't mind waiting 2 minutes. But after 3 minutes, they were still gathering things. The young man was the first to return, seriously thanking Li Fan before running back into the residential complex. Perhaps because Li Fan and the others were still on the street, some survivors from the previously cleared buildings also began rushing out from the stairways. 3 men and 1 woman directly ran past Li Fan and rushed into the stores. Li Fan was a bit annoyed and decided not to bother, leading Zhou Shuwan and the 2 girls back towards Lingfu residential complex. You're not going to protect them? Zhou Shuwan, holding her little daughter, asked softly. They have hands and feet, and they didn't ask me for help. Except for that young man, I don't want to be a saint, Li Fan replied while carrying Zhou Shuwan's older daughter under his arm. Oh, why did you only take me home? Those other 2 women were also very beautiful. Zhou Shuwan changed the topic and asked curiously. You're so capable. Do you already have many women? She asked again. Seeing how many questions she had, Li Fan smiled and said, You might not believe it, but I actually became strong because of women. So yes, I have quite a few women. You'll see soon. As for why I only brought you and not the other 2, maybe it's because you're better and more suitable than them. Of course, Li Fan couldn't reveal the system's existence. Even in Yun Yun and the others only knew he had strange superpowers. But maybe they had some guesses. After all, there were many novels and TV shows like that nowadays. Why didn't you bring a backpack or something to gather food when you went out? Zhou Shuwan asked another question that she cared about. We have enough food at home. I'll explain everything once we get there, Li Fan said. After all, they weren't really part of his family yet, so he wouldn't reveal the spatial pocket that produced food. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of Linfu Residential Complex's C block. Along the way, they didn't encounter many zombies, though some brave people were rushing out of their homes into snack shops, restaurants, and supermarkets to grab food. Of course, some unlucky ones were attacked and bitten by hidden zombies. This kind of thing could only be blamed on bad luck. In the apocalypse, dying for food was a normal thing. Li Fan brought Zhou Shuwan and her 2 daughters home, handed them over to Qin Xingyan and Zhao Fang who were looking after the kids, and then took out 25 lunchboxes, 15 bottles of water, and some snacks and fruits from his spatial pocket. Then he said to Qin Xingyan, Sister Qin, did Sisterin and the others go to blocks B and D? I put the food in the kitchen. Eat when you're hungry. I'm heading toward Dijin International. Qin Xingyan saw Li Fan bring back a mother and her 2 daughters and immediately understood. After briefly instructing Zhao Fang, she led Zhou Shuwan and her daughters to wash up while explaining the situation with the other women. Hearing there were 14 women, Zhou Shuwan was shocked but quickly understood Li Fan was so powerful. Even if he didn't take the initiative, women would throw themselves at him. However, when she heard about the experiences of Ma Xiaofeng, Pan Tong, and the women from Block D, she felt admiration for Li Fan, thinking he was a good man. At the same time, she was even more puzzled as to why Li Fan hadn't taken an interest in the other 2 beautiful women. Could it be that he really is helping women who are struggling to survive, like me? Standing outside the bathroom, Qin Xingyan answered, Yes. Sisterin took Feng Lan and some others to Block B. Doctor, you took Chao Hui and some others to Block D. Now that you've cleared out the zombies, the building is safe. They should be able to bring some people back. By the way, you're going out again? You didn't do anything this morning or at noon? Qin Xingyan asked, a little curious. With so many women, each time it would take at least 2.5 hours, and Li Fan was no longer obsessed with gaining special proficiency. Killing zombies now yielded more rewards. After the past few days of exercise, he had become a lot more casual. I forgot to tell you all, my superpowers have changed. Now I only need to do it once a day, not 3 times a day. I'll take care of it tonight after I come back, Li Fan explained. Oh, really? Qin Xingyan had always found Li Fan's abilities hard to understand, but with the results right in front of her, she couldn't argue, and it gave them all a chance to become superpowered too, so she naturally trusted him even more. Otherwise, why would Yun Yun and the others work so hard to find women for him? Li Fan said goodbye and left the house. This time, he headed straight toward Dijin International Residential Complex. It was about 1,800 meters away, even farther than Zhongguiwan. Within Li Fan's line of sight, there were only some scattered zombies on the streets, and none behaving abnormally, so he immediately used teleportation, jumping forward 100 meters at a time. However, each teleport cost him 10 energy points. After 5 consecutive uses, Li Fan stopped, looked back, and summoned a hunting dog to lure the scattered zombies within 500 meters. Watching nearly 30 zombies chase the dog, Li Fan placed a sea of molten fire behind the dog. The zombies caught fire as they chased. When they were about to reach him, they were almost burned to death. Li Fan slightly moved aside, waited until the zombies were completely reduced to ashes, then picked up 5 shining half-moon-shaped crystals and exchanged them for special energy points. It seems that someone has already cleared the zombies along this road, Li Fan thought as he continued heading toward Dijin International Residential Complex. As expected, there were only a few scattered zombies along the way. Large zombie groups like before were rare. It was likely that someone had already cleared the zombies along this street. The shops on both sides also showed signs of being scavenged. Even though the zombies were sparse, Li Fan still used the hunting dog to gather them together and burn them, then collected the energy crystals. All the way, controlling the hunting dog to pull zombies and setting fires, Li Fan safely arrived at Dijin International Residential Complex. On the way over, Li Fan thought it would be possible to drive here, though at the entrance of the complex, cars were piling up, making it impossible to drive into the parking lot. In the adjacent Dijin Plaza, zombies were dense, just a glance showed at least 300 to 400. All of these were potential special energy points. Li Fan didn't hesitate. Seeing no one around, he immediately sent the hunting dog to lure dozens of zombies from one side, then set them on fire so that flames ignited on the zombies. He and the dog dodged behind the zombies until the zombies burned into ashes, and then he picked up the energy crystals lying on the ground. Using the same method, he burned 2 more waves of zombies. The special energy value reached 3,384 points. Li Fan now was even hoping to encounter more mutant zombies. However, after burning all 300 zombies in the plaza, no mutant zombies appeared. Feeling slightly bored, Li Fan occasionally checked the zombies' evolution levels. Most were only at 40 to 50%. It seemed the apocalypse was still in its early days, and mutant zombies were not yet numerous. Similarly, human awakeners should still be rare. Li Fan figured that with his current abilities, he could easily crush all awakeners and zombies. Thinking about this, Li Fan couldn't help but feel a little proud. After all, he was a systems worker bee, and it was different. After clearing the plaza, Li Fan led the hunting dog toward Dijin International Complex. This complex only had 6 buildings, with 3 entrances and exits, all surrounded by high walls. However, the situation inside the complex was clearly not good. Security guards wearing uniforms had turned into zombies, patrolling inside the complex, along with some scattered residents who had also turned into zombies. Some zombies were even leading zombie dogs. Because he had previously guessed someone had cleared nearby zombies, Li Fan also observed the surrounding residential areas. Most were still surrounded by zombies. However, a place called Ising Community looked very clean, suggesting the zombie clearing team probably came from there. But when Li Fan passed by, no one inside paid attention to him. I wonder if an awakener appeared, or if it's just someone bold, careful, and with leadership skills, Li Fan thought as he entered Dijin International through a small side door. The complex still had power, the security booth obviously had air conditioning running, and the ventilation fan was buzzing. It seemed the emergency generator had automatically started. Hearing movement, the security guard zombies immediately lunged at Li Fan, while the resident zombies reacted a bit slower. But none of them could withstand even one slash. Li Fan swiftly chopped off their heads. After killing about a dozen zombies, he found 2 energy crystals. Li Fan then headed toward Building A. The tall, transparent glass door was now stained with blood. Inside, the staff and residents had all turned into zombies. One zombie was missing half its body, dragging its intestines across the floor as it moved, making Li Fan almost vomit. Li Fan smashed the glass door, and with a crashing sound, the door shattered to pieces. More than 10 zombies inside rushed at him. Using the long reach of his iron rod, Li Fan swept through them, killing all 10 zombies. These level 0 zombies were no more difficult for Li Fan than crushing ants. Inside the elevators, as Li Fan expected, the scene was even bloodier. Opening the elevator doors, the inside was covered in flesh and blood, with a pile of zombies mostly reduced to just skulls and skeletons. Even after being eaten like this, they could still turn into zombies? Damn! Li Fan was amazed at their resilience. After cleaning out both elevators, Li Fan dumped all the zombie corpses into one elevator and set them on fire, burning them to ashes. As he had expected, the sea of molten fire still only burned flesh and zombies without damaging the floor or elevator itself, but the area still smelled disgusting and was filthy. Li Fan didn't go upstairs but instead started calling every apartment from the lobby. Busy with this for a while, it was nearly noon. He marked the rooms where someone answered. Among the 128 units in this 32-story building, the number of survivors wasn't high. 22 rooms had someone respond. While chatting with one of the soft-voiced women, the system suddenly popped up with a prompt. Detected a target suitable for strategy. Jin Yuanxiang. Bind target? Although Li Fan was puzzled that just hearing a voice could trigger a target binding, he habitually chose yes. Target Jin Yuanxiang successfully bound. Friendly reminder, after successful strategy, hosts all attributes +8, family members +4, and an initial strategy reward package. Please continue to expand the family and thrive. Buy 1, get 3 free? Li Fan was surprised. System Lord, are you serious? Do more kids mean higher scores? He asked the system. 3 daughters, bonus +10 points. Jin Yuanxiang's comprehensive score reaches 95. But didn't you say earlier that kids wouldn't affect the score? Why add points now? Although Li Fan was confused, it didn't affect his determination to pursue Jin Yuanxiang. In his eyes, these women were simply tools for gaining superpowers and attribute points. Besides, considering he had already accepted women like Pan Tong and Xiao Hui, any woman recognized by the system couldn't stop him from claiming his rewards. In the apocalypse, strength was everything. As long as he could become stronger, even if the system ordered him to do something absurd, he would have no complaints. Perhaps it was precisely this fearless, ambitious attitude that had frightened even the system, prompting it to urgently upgrade and impose restrictions on this hungry dog who accepted everything. If he had continued finding women at the previous rate, within a month he would have conquered hundreds or even thousands of women, reaching the peak of life, killing gods and Buddhas alike. After getting information from the survivors in Building A, Li Fan headed to the security office, planning to eat lunch before continuing. The security office was very clean, with no one inside and no zombies, showing the security guards here had decent discipline. None had hidden inside playing on their phones. While eating, Li Fan watched the surveillance footage of the complex. Each of the other 5 buildings also showed bloodstains and zombies in the lobbies, just like Building A. Thus, while eating, Li Fan continued calling each apartment. When Li Fan was making phone calls, if he heard a woman's voice, he would chat a little longer, hoping the system would react. If it was a man's voice, he would directly and bluntly tell them that he would be clearing zombies in the afternoon, and if they didn't come out, he would drive them out of the community. He switched the surveillance screen once, and this time, the updated images showed the basements and entrances of the 6 buildings. There were a lot of cars and zombies in the basement. It was obvious that when the toxic rain broke out, many people, seeing the abnormal changes around them, rushed home and got trapped in the basement. Some turned into zombies inside their cars, some turned while heading toward the elevators, and some turned while inside the elevators. Thus, the entire basement was extremely bloody and violent. However, besides all that, Li Fan also spotted a giant meat pile near the elevator in Building C's basement. At first, he thought it was just a pile of dead people, but then he realized it couldn't be. If it were just flesh, the zombies would have eaten it up immediately. Because he couldn't use the system's scan function through the surveillance screen, he could only guess. Still, he decided to wait until the afternoon zombie clearing to check it out. Compared to the reception desks inside the buildings, the records at the security office were much more detailed, which gave Li Fan more precise targets when making calls, though many rooms still didn't answer. Li Fan knew that those who didn't answer might be trapped in the basement. As for whether they were still alive, Li Fan didn't hold much hope. Staying in a car without food or water for 5 or 6 days, it was almost impossible to survive. The air conditioning in the security office was so cool that Li Fan didn't want to leave, but he forced himself out with strong willpower. He continued clearing zombies in the other 5 buildings. Apart from the lobbies and elevators, Li Fan didn't plan to clear the floors yet. He hadn't even decided which building to move into. Clearing building by building, floor by floor, would take too much time. Besides, he also wanted to be a little lazy and later bring in some women with superpowers to help clean up the scattered zombies on the floors. Facing zombies earlier and defeating them would help their growth, too. Moreover, in this Dijin International Complex, there must be women who met the system's selection criteria. If all zombies were cleared out and life became too peaceful, it would be even harder to make them submit. Just thinking about the women in Building B was enough to realize how foolish it was for him to clean up floor zombies so thoroughly before. After finishing clearing the outside, Li Fan came to the elevator beside Building C, ready to go down and check on the meat pile he had seen in the surveillance earlier. If he guessed correctly, that meat pile must be a mutant zombie too. He also planned to clean out the basement zombies, much easier than clearing floors, and all of it counted as energy points. As soon as he opened the elevator, a zombie lunged at him. The broadsword was too unwieldy inside the elevator, so Li Fan switched to a machete. He wasn't used to it. The machete was too light and felt like a piece of paper in his hand. Even so, he still managed to chop off zombie heads in one swing. The meat pile was right next to him. Li Fan checked it with the system. Monster, level 1 mutant zombie, currently evolving. Strength, 2,000 pounds. Speed, 5 meters per second. Guaranteed to produce a mutant energy crystal. This is about to evolve into a level 2 mutant zombie? Damn, all the other zombies are only level 0, and this one is upgrading to level 2? Li Fan was shocked, not expecting mutant zombies to turn into a giant meatball while evolving. If I let it finish evolving and then kill it, will I get a level 2 mutant crystal? Li Fan thought greedily. But what if it becomes too powerful and I can't beat it? Li Fan also worried. It shouldn't be stronger than me. My abilities are also level 2 now. The upgrades don't seem too exaggerated. Besides, if I can't beat it, I can still run. After thinking it through, Li Fan decided to wait and see after it evolved. If he couldn't beat it, he would run. If he could, he would fight. Since his superpowers could also fuse and evolve, Li Fan believed that even if he couldn't beat it now, he could find more women over the next 2 or 3 days, get more rewards, and then defeat it. But first, he had to clear the basement zombies. Otherwise, facing a level 2 mutant zombie while being suddenly attacked by normal zombies would be too tragic. Li Fan used his old trick. He set off a car alarm to lure all the basement zombies together. Then he cast ice freeze and started chopping heads tirelessly. In just over 10 minutes, he slaughtered over 100 basement zombies. Looking at the traffic jam of abandoned cars, Li Fan set the ground zombies on fire, carefully watching the spread of the flames to avoid burning the vehicles. 5 minutes later, the fire went out, and about 20 or 30 sparkling energy crystals were left on the ground. After exchanging all the inferior energy crystals for special energy points, Li Fan's total special energy value reached 4,986 points. No mutant crystals at all. Just clearing these ordinary zombies and collecting inferior crystals, it'll take at least 20 days of hard work to gather 100,000 special energy points. Just imagining 20 days of chopping zombie heads made Li Fan dizzy. I hope this level 2 mutant crystal will be more rewarding. While Li Fan was fantasizing about the future and looking at the giant meatball, the system suddenly popped up with a prompt. Detected a target suitable for strategy, Yuan Bu. Bind target? At the same time, a weak woman's voice called out for help. Big brother, can you lend me some food and water? I haven't eaten in days. You've been trapped in your car for 6 days and you're still alive? Li Fan looked at the woman whose hair was disheveled, wearing a dress that was black and dirty, making it impossible to see what she originally looked like. But since she was approved by the system, he naturally wouldn't refuse. Target for strategy Yuan Bu successfully bound. Friendly reminder, after a successful strategy, the host's full attributes +2, family members +1, and a first successful strategy reward package will be given. Please work hard to expand the family and thrive. He took a lunchbox and a bottle of water from his storage space and walked over to hand them to the woman. However, Li Fan noticed a small bite mark on the woman's outstretched hand. You were bitten by a zombie? Li Fan asked. No, that's a bite mark from my son earlier, Yuan Bu immediately denied. But Li Fan, being experienced, had already roughly guessed the truth. Therefore, he didn't ask further and instead said, "What's your apartment number?" 3100C, thank you for the food and water. I'll pay you back once I get home, Yuan Bu said gratefully, stuffing food into her mouth without any regard for her image. Do you have a lot of food stored at home? Li Fan couldn't help but ask. Not a lot, but enough for 1 or 2 people to eat for half a year. How did you survive 6 days in the car without drinking water? Besides you, it seems like no one else in the basement survived. I could create water, but now I can't anymore. If you had come even a little later, even if I didn't die of thirst tomorrow, I would have starved to death, Yuan Bu said with relief after taking a sip of water and swallowing her food. So you also awakened a superpower, Li Fan thought. Using the system's scan function, Li Fan checked Yuan Bu. Level 0 mutant, Yuan Bu, 5% evolution progress. Strength, 100 gene. Speed, 9 meters per second. Appearance, 87. Purity, 98. Mental state, 82. Fertility, 0. Overall score, 82. Awakened ability, water element. Compared to the family members' attribute points and affection levels, the updated system scan of non-family members' information was much more direct and detailed. However, this awakened ability water element made Li Fan feel that it seemed a bit different from the system-rewarded superpowers, so he couldn't help but ask the system to confirm. Lord System, is Yuan Bu's awakened water element ability different from the rewarded superpowers? Naturally awakened abilities are broad categories, with various directions for usage and evolution. Depending on the individual, the powers rewarded to you are small subcategories, which need continuous fusion and evolution to become major types of abilities, like elemental, spatial, control, special types. Naturally awakened abilities only include three main categories: elemental, enhancement, and special, which differ slightly from the system's rewarded superpowers. After Yuan Bu finished eating, she burped, smiled at Li Fan, who was slightly dazed while looking at her, and gratefully invited, "Little brother, you saved my life. Let me invite you to my home and give you more food." Then she asked, "Are there a lot of zombies outside now?" There were a lot on my way here, but I've been staying at home before, so I'm not too sure about the exact situation," Li Fan answered truthfully. Since he didn't know how long it would take for this mutant zombie to evolve, Li Fan wasn't planning to foolishly wait around here. Moreover, this mutant zombie was a strength type, not some strange type, so he wasn't too worried about it escaping. He had already spent most of the day here and decided he should go back and discuss moving plans with the women. Earlier, in the security room, he had already checked that at least 70% of the rooms in the Dijin International Complex were vacant. He planned to bring back the security records for them to review themselves. As for the survivors in the complex, Li Fan was only interested in the women recognized by the system. He had no intention of bothering about others' lives or deaths. At some point, preserving oneself had become the wise choice. Li Fan didn't want to be used as a tool by women, so he rejected her invitation. No rush about food. "I haven't even moved into the complex yet. See that meatball? It's a mutant zombie, much stronger than ordinary zombies. If you have nothing else, try not to come to the basement. Also, if you take the elevator yourself, be careful of zombies. But the top floor should be a large unit and probably doesn't have zombies." After saying that, he went to the elevator and pressed the button to leave. Yuan Bu didn't expect Li Fan to leave so decisively and hurried to catch up. Getting closer, a foul stench hit him. Li Fan covered his nose and glanced at Yuan Bu. Staying cramped in a car for 6 days, he really admired this woman's endurance. Special circumstances, special circumstances. "I'll take a good bath once I get back. Don't worry," Yuan Bu said openly, already used to her own smell, facing Li Fan's disgust calmly. Then she asked again, "Since you know that Big Meatball is a mutant zombie, why not just burn it down?" "I'm waiting for a better time," Li Fan said expressionlessly, not wanting to chat with a stinky woman, and walked into the elevator. "You go first. I won't come in and stink you out," Yuan Bu said awkwardly. "Aren't you afraid a zombie will suddenly jump out and bite you?" Li Fan asked calmly after removing his hand from his nose. "All right, thank you, lifesaver," Yuan Bu said, blushing and stepping into the elevator, finally looking a bit like a normal woman. Li Fan didn't respond and kept a stern face. Exiting Building C's lobby, Li Fan went straight to the security room, found a lock to seal the small gate, and had already locked the other 2 gates earlier. He then took the community access records and left the Dijin International Complex. On his way back, he ran into a fully armed group of about 20 people, each carrying a large backpack, obviously fully loaded. They were young and strong, aged between 20 and 40, likely from the Eason complex. Among them were 8 young women, and the system popped up a prompt. Detected a target suitable for strategy, Li Huifei. Bind target? After checking the 2 most beautiful and best-built women in the group, Li Fan confirmed that the system identified Li Huifei was the beauty following a man, not the one in the group of women. "Lord System, you really have a fine taste inherited from Chao Wei times. So many women, yet you chose the one already taken. Thanks a lot," Li Fan mocked in his heart. Still, he honestly chose yes. Target for strategy Li Huifei successfully bound. Friendly reminder, after a successful strategy, the host's full attributes +4, family members +2, and a first successful strategy reward package will be given. Please work hard to expand the family and thrive. Another buy one get one free deal. Lord System, you really can't get over this married woman hurdle. If the host disagrees, you don't have to bind. The system does not have the ability to force the host to bind targets. It's your hobby, not mine. I just want to become stronger. Women mean nothing to me, Li Fan said stubbornly. Next time, I'll find you some ugly women. Let's see how determined you are to get stronger. Li Fan tried to trick the system. If you have the guts, let me bind all 8 of these women. It's not like I've never eaten pickled vegetables before. Provocation attempt detected, ineffective. Li Fan checked Li Huifei's information. Human, Li Huifei. Strength, 55 gene. Speed, 7 meters per second. Appearance, 92. Purity, 99. Mental state, 80. Fertility, 1 daughter. Overall score, 100, full score. Awakened ability, none. There's even a full score woman? Li Fan asked the system in his heart, a little surprised. Women who have given birth to 3 or 4 daughters can possibly reach or exceed full score, no need to be too surprised. Li Fan was speechless. Meanwhile, the group of more than 20 people also noticed Li Fan openly sizing them up. Among the 4 people walking in front, there was a short man who whispered to a couple beside him, "Brother Zhao, that kid keeps staring at sister-in-law." Zhao Baishan frowned and said, "Monkey, stop stirring up trouble. We're out here searching for supplies together, not to fight or pick quarrels with other survivors. Besides, looking at how relaxed he is walking alone, he's probably not an ordinary person." Li Huifei also said with an annoyed expression, "Exactly. Didn't you see all those ashes back there? They weren't there when we passed through before. Maybe he's the one who killed all those zombies. Mutants aren't like ordinary people. Ho Jiangwo, if you're really unhappy, go curse him yourself. Stop saying these stupid things to my husband and trying to provoke him." Ho Jiangwo chuckled awkwardly and said, "I was just thinking that Brother Zhao is strong, and it felt creepy seeing someone stare at sister-in-law like that. Just wanted to give a reminder, didn't mean anything else. By your logic, whenever the other men in the community look at me, should my husband go and curse or beat them up too?" Li Huifei was beautiful but definitely not a simple-minded person. She especially disliked people like Ho Jiangwo, who had no skills but loved to incite trouble and stir up drama. If it weren't for Zhao Baiyuan's family being kind-hearted and traditional, insisting on taking the whole community along to search for food, she would have already moved with Zhao Baiyuan's family to live in the neighboring Dijin International Complex. However, being too traditional also had its downsides. Because she only gave birth to 1 daughter, some people had been intentionally currying favor with the elders in the family, and there were already some complaints about her. And her husband Zhao Baiyuan was a typical obedient filial son. Li Fan checked the man next to Li Huifei. Level 0 mutant, Zhao Baishan, 20% evolution progress. Strength, 1000 gene. Speed, 12 meters/second. Awakening ability, strength enhancement. This was the second mutant Li Fan had encountered today. Including Yu Mingguan, whom he had killed earlier, there were already 3 mutants around here. It seemed that as time passed, more and more human mutants would appear. Li Fan felt that this time, the system's target, Li Huifei, might not be successfully conquered. It was obvious she wasn't like other women, desperate for food and shelter and needing to cling to a powerful man. Her husband was a mutant and capable of collecting supplies for her, but Li Fan didn't dwell on it. He had bound plenty of women already, a few failures wouldn't matter, and the system didn't penalize failure anyway. He didn't want to waste effort chasing women, he just wanted mutual agreement. One side provides protection, the other provides service, plain and simple. Before the apocalypse, he spent money for services. After the apocalypse, he used strength to buy services. He suddenly thought of another question. "System boss, if a family member dies, will I lose the superpower and attribute rewards too?" "Yes. If a female family member dies, the superpower reward will disappear. If it's a fused evolved power, it will regress. However, attribute rewards will not disappear." "Then doesn't that make me their babysitter?" Li Fan sighed internally. "You already have the family member subsystem. They also have superpowers. Make them stronger so they won't die." Li Fan thought helplessly, that's the only way. As they brushed past each other, Li Fan quickly returned to Lingfu community. But what he saw at home left him stunned for a long time. The 806 room was packed with more people than he expected. Although some were still in 807, the number was still surprising. What did he see? Zhang Lei, Xi Lingling, and Deng Xiangwei, who he had previously bound in Unit B, and 2 unfamiliar but similar-looking sisters, presumably Zhang Liman and Zhang Lishan, who had refused to show themselves before. This time, the system kindly cooperated and popped up a prompt for Zhang Liman and Zhang Lishan as well. Detected strategy target, Zhang Liman. Bind target? Detected strategy target, Zhang Lishan. Bind target? Since they had delivered themselves to his doorstep, Li Fan naturally didn't miss out on the rewards. Successfully bound strategy target, Zhang Liman. Friendly reminder, after successful strategy, all host attributes +4, family members +2, initial strategy reward package X1. Please work hard to expand the family and reproduce. Successfully bound strategy target, Zhang Lishan. Friendly reminder, after successful strategy, all host attributes +4, family members +2, initial strategy reward package X1. Please work hard to expand the family and reproduce. 7 women previously bound in Unity, Feng Dandan, Peng Yanxia, Li Moa, Kong Xiaoyun, Lin Yuwu, Zhao Anping, and Lei were also now in 806. What happened? What had these women been secretly up to today? Welcome home, my great lord. And Union led 10 women who had already been conquered, all giggling as they greeted Li Fan, making him feel as if he were dreaming. The newly arrived women also followed suit, greeting him. Welcome home, Lord Li. Although it was scattered and not very coordinated, the wonderful feeling in Li Fan's heart was beyond words. Big sister and, what's going on? Li Fan grinned, feeling very satisfied, and Yun rolled her eyes and teased, what else could it be? Don't play dumb, my great lord. We promised to bring these women here for you. If you don't find us a good place to live and feed us until we're fat and happy, we'll lose our credibility. Where are Sister Qin, Sister Zhao, Dr. Yu, and the kids? Li Fan asked again. You still want the kids to witness this scene? You're such a pervert. Yanzi and the others took the kids to live next door in 805. Everyone's made up their minds. It's time to witness a miracle. And Union clapped her hands and said, don't be shy. You're not little virgins who've never seen a man. Getting struck once by Li Fan won't cost you anything. He can guarantee food, shelter, and even grant you superpowers like me and Sister Lon. The precondition is obedience. You're already here, so you understand what this means. From now on, we're one big family. Whoever betrays us will be punished by everyone. Alright, Lord Li, let's begin. 5,000 words omitted here. Afterwards. Special proficiency plus 20. One-shot success effect activated. Strategy target Zhang Lei successfully conquered. Host all attributes plus 4. Family members plus 2. Initial strategy reward package X1. Please work hard to expand the family and reproduce. An initial strategy reward package is available. Claim. One-shot success effect activated. Strategy target Qi Lingling successfully conquered. Host all attributes plus 4. Family members plus 2. Initial strategy reward package X1. Please work hard to expand the family and reproduce. An initial strategy reward package is available. Claim. 13 consecutive strategy success notifications. Li Fan's attributes once again soared. Li Fan checked the host attribute panel. Host, Li Fan. Health, 940. Energy, 940. Constitution, 94. Strength, 92. Spirit, 94. Agility, 92. Superpowers, being regenerated. 13 women, all of them fierce like wolves and tigers. Li Fan couldn't help but admire Yun's skill. In just half a day, she managed to find all the women on the list for him. And they lined up voluntarily. He truly admired her. But now wasn't the time to think about it. He turned his focus to the 13 reward packages. Obtained Element Sandball Technique, LV1, Proficiency 0/100. Element Sandball Technique can form sand into a ball to cover the whole body, increasing earth element resistance by 50%. Obtained Enhancement Perception, LV1, Proficiency 0/100. Enhancement Perception can sense all objects within a 300-meter range, ignoring obstacles within the area. Obtained Enhancement Purple Eye Technique, LV1, Proficiency 0/100. Enhancement Purple Eye Technique, eyes turn purple, glaring at someone can injure them. The greater the strength difference between user and target, the stronger the effect. Easily causes backlash, use cautiously. Obtained Enhancement Giant Strength Technique, LV1, Proficiency 0/100. Enhancement Giant Strength Technique, temporarily gains several times greater strength, lasting 5 minutes, with a 60-minute cooldown. Obtained Enhancement Giant Transformation Technique, LV1, Proficiency 0/100. Enhancement Giant Transformation Technique, temporarily grow the body several times larger, lasting 5 minutes, with a 60-minute cooldown. Obtained Element Wooden Shield Technique, LV1, Proficiency 0/100. Element Wooden Shield Technique, can form a wooden shield and increase wood element resistance by 50%. Obtained Control Gravity Field, LV1, Proficiency 0/100. Control Gravity Field, increases gravity several times within a 10-meter radius. Obtained Element Wild Growth, LV1, Proficiency 0/100. Element Wild Growth, accelerates plant growth and increases wood element resistance by 50%. Obtained Element Water Flow Technique, LV1, Proficiency 0/100. Element Water Flow Technique, can flexibly control water, increasing water element resistance by 50%. Obtained Summon Firearms, LV1, Proficiency 0/100. Summon Firearms, can summon real-world firearms and equipment. Obtained Element Wind Glide Technique, LV1, proficiency 0 of 100. Element wind glide technique, can use wind to glide short distances and increases wind element resistance by 50%. Obtained element flame maniac, LV1, proficiency 0 out of 100. Element flame maniac, temporarily transforms into a body wrapped in flames, can only be countered by an equal level ice snow maniac. Other powers cannot harm it. Lasts for 3 minutes, with a 60-minute cooldown. Obtained control ice prison, LV1, proficiency 0 out of 100. Control ice prison, can lock a target in an ice prison, freezing them into an ice block. The greater the strength difference, the faster the effect. Lasts for 5 minutes, with a 60-minute cooldown. Zhang Lei's reward package granted element sandball technique. Qi Lingling's reward package granted enhancement perception. Deng Shangwei's reward package granted enhancement purple eye technique. Zhang Liman's reward package granted enhancement giant strength technique. Zhang Lishan's reward package granted enhancement giant transformation technique. Zhou Shuwan's reward package granted element wooden shield technique. Fang Dandan's reward package granted control gravity field. Pang Yanxiao's reward package granted element wild growth. Li Muo's reward package granted element water flow technique. Kong Xiaoyun's reward package granted summon firearms. Lin Yuewu's reward package granted element wind glide technique. Zhao Anping's reward package granted element flame maniac. Xia Lei's reward package granted control ice prison. Family expansion system, total family members have reached 66, including one-shot success effect. The family member subsystem can now select 3 more female members for binding. Please choose soon. Element water flow technique is a duplicate. It can be fused again with element frozen 3 feet. Fuse now? Enhancement giant strength technique LV1 and enhancement giant transformation technique LV1 are of the same type and can be fused into enhancement giant's heart LV1. Fuse now? Element wooden shield technique LV1 and element wild growth LV1 are of the same type and can be fused into element wood order LV1. Fuse now? Summon firearms LV1 and summon animal LV1 are of the same type and can be fused into summon gunsmith LV1. Fuse now? Control mental command LV1 and control gravity field LV1 are of the same type and can be fused into control mental storm LV1. Fuse now? Of course, Li Fan chose to fuse them. However, seeing that the repeated element water flow technique could still fuse with the already fused element frozen 3 feet surprised him. It wasn't just replaced, but further fused. Thus, by logical deduction, the more repeated abilities he acquired and fused into evolved abilities, the stronger those abilities would become. Element frozen 3 feet has been successfully fused. Element frozen 3 feet, LV2, ice attribute wide area immobilization damage, water element resistance increased by 70%, ice element resistance increased by 70%. Proficiency 0/5000, energy cost 20. Enhancement Giant's Heart LV1 has been successfully fused. Enhancement Giant's Heart, LV1, under the support of a powerful Giant's Heart, gain 10 times strength and 10 times body size for 3 minutes, cooldown 60 minutes. Element Wood Order LV1 has been successfully fused. Element Wood Order, LV1, active abilities include Accelerated Plant Growth, Wood Escape, and Wooden Shield, proficiency 0/1000, energy cost 10. Summon Gunsmith has been successfully fused. Summon Gunsmith, LV1, active abilities, summon wolf dogs, sharpshooters, etc., proficiency 0/1000, cooldown 60 minutes, energy cost 10. Control Mental Storm has been successfully fused. Control Mental Storm, LV1, active abilities, Mental Seed, Remote Gravity Field, Mental Impact, etc. Proficiency 0/1000, energy cost 10. Family member subsystem detected that bound member Utsaisha's ability is Control Mental Command, matching the condition to replace with the fused ability Control Mental Storm. Allow replacement? Yes. Family member subsystem bound member Utsaisha's ability Control Mental Command has been successfully replaced with Control Mental Storm. After getting familiar with the new abilities, Li Fan briefly explained the fused and evolved superpowers, as well as the new abilities each person had gained. Next came the part they cared about the most, selecting new family member subsystem bindings. Alright, I've explained all the superpowers. This time, 3 more people can gain abilities. Because your abilities are related to the superpowers I obtained from you, you can discuss among yourselves who the 3 should be, just like last time. The women were naturally full of joy and anticipation, genuinely excited about the opportunity to gain superpowers. Although only 3 people could receive abilities this time, the fact that gaining a superpower simply by finishing the process was far easier than the 1 in 1,000 or 1 in 10,000 chance of awakening naturally outside. In the past, they wouldn't even have dared to dream of such a thing, but now it was right in front of them. Even if you don't get it this time, don't worry. From now on, for every 5 new members added, you can get 1 share of superpowers. However, future candidates can't be as casually selected as now. Women with serious illnesses, questionable private lives, malicious or overly soft-hearted nature, or those bringing sons, we will no longer accept them. For the sake of keeping our family harmonious and loving, I hope everyone works together to build an all-superpowered large family. Li Fan thought for a moment and then explained the system updates as well, so that the women enthusiastically helping him find rewards wouldn't feel discouraged. While they were discussing the 3 candidates, Li Fan once again checked his attributes. Host, Li Fan. Health, 940. Energy, 940. Constitution, 94. Strength, 92. Spirit, 94. Agility, 92. Superpowers, Special Invisibility LV1, Special Healing LV2, Element Thunder LV1, Special Copy LV1, Element Sandball LV1, Enhancement Perception LV1, Enhancement Purple Eyes LV1, Element Wind Glide LV1, Element Flame Maniac LV1, Control Ice Prison LV1. Fused Superpowers, Element Sea of Fire LV1, Element 3 Feet of Ice LV2, Space Control LV1, Defense Liquefaction LV1, Summon Gunsmith LV1, Control Mental Storm LV1, Element Wood Command LV1, Enhancement Giant's Heart LV1. It seemed there was no pattern to the rewards, just random superpowers, and then fusion and evolution for those that could be combined. However, even without using superpowers, Li Fan felt that with nearly 400 attribute points, he could easily crush a level 2 mutated zombie. If 400 points weren't enough, using giant strength would boost his strength to 940, which would definitely be enough to beat a level 2 mutated zombie. What impressed him the most were Purple Eyes and Flame Maniac. One could injure enemies with a glare, the other could turn into a fire element body, becoming invincible, only needing a higher level than the opponent. Good thing I didn't rush to kill that upgrading mutated zombie earlier, otherwise I'd really regret it now. I can kill more zombies to earn energy points, and after buying the family base and settling the family members, I can upgrade all skills to the highest level. Then I'll be truly unstoppable, Li Fan thought happily. But there's still the energy limit, higher attributes are still necessary. In the end, the key was still finding more women to expand the family and strengthen himself. Lord System, now that you've imposed these restrictions, it's hard for me to randomly rescue and take in women anymore. Aren't you depriving me of my right to be a good man? Can I protest? Protest invalid, the system holds final interpretation rights. Lord Li, we've made our choice. This time, we pick Xu Ting, Zhang Liman, and Peng Yanxia, and Yun Yun interrupted Li Fan's conversation with the system, charmingly leaning against him as she spoke. Her body was soft and fragrant, but Li Fan, having just finished a major battle, although holding her and letting her sit on his lap, felt calm inside. He nodded and immediately bound the family members subsystem to Xu Ting, Zhang Liman, and Peng Yanxia. Alright, familiarize yourselves with your superpowers. Tomorrow we'll move to DG International Community. Here's the access record I got from their security room. That place isn't exactly 10 rooms empty out of 10, but at least 8 out of 10. Plenty of space for us to live, you can pick rooms. The 6 of you who received powers will also need to face zombies and practice your abilities. Feng Lan will serve as your support healer. Since Yun Yun had completed the task of expanding the family ahead of schedule, Li Fan decided they would move into DG International Community the next day. Better to occupy it early, clear the surroundings, and then plan the family base construction together. The meals had improved again after the system upgrade, now with nutritious soups strengthening men and beautifying women. After dinner and washing up, it was fully dark outside. Li Fan didn't want to go out at night, so he worked hard again for the family's meals. With 14 women, plus the 13 from before, Li Fan gained a total of 660 special proficiency points today. Li Fan felt that with his current physical strength, if he really did 3 fixed tasks a day, he might just end up bedridden. A peaceful night passed. At dawn, the women started packing, chattering in groups, showing no awareness that the world had ended outside. Li Fan was also woken up, and when he glanced at Yun Yun, who was affectionately waking him, he knew she hadn't had enough. After all, it used to be 3 meals a day, now only once a day. Of course she was still hungry. Moreover, with so many women around now, Yun Yun's contribution was huge. Given her efforts and hardships, Li Fan naturally wouldn't treat her poorly. Afterward, by full daylight, Yun Yun walked out of the bedroom radiant and refreshed, catching the eyes of all the women. Though no one said anything, they all understood Yun Yun's status. Among them, the most resentful and displeased was probably Chao Hui, but she didn't dare confront Yun Yun in front of Li Fan and could only endure it for now. Many of the 13 new women smartly and quickly gravitated toward Yun. Humans naturally grouped together, women even more so. Looking at the 6 women who now had superpowers and Yun, Fenglan, Zhuting, Zhang Liman, Yuxaixia, and Peng Yanxia, only Zhuting was unmarried and childless. The others were all married women, and 4 of them had daughters. Zhuting now fatally seemed poised to surpass Chao Hui as the leader of the unmarried and childless women's group, while Chao Hui, a married woman, seemed to have muscled in awkwardly. Maybe the inner court battles that Yun mentioned before weren't so unlikely. Once Li Fan built the family base, it would surely attract more people. By then, he really would be like a feudal lord, picking women at will. Of course, the prerequisite was still strength. Otherwise, he'd just be paving the way for others, something he must guard against. After everyone finished packing their luggage, Li Fan used his spatial ability to store all the luggage into the different space. Although the fused different space was only level 1, its storage capacity had become much larger, now reaching 1,000 cubic meters, which was enough to hold a lot of things. As for Yun's suggestion to bring her family over to Dijin International Community, Li Fan kept it in mind and said he would go and pick them up as soon as possible. Li Fan was also thinking that while the power outage was still recent, he could go find a large supermarket or storage warehouse to gather a batch of supplies, to prepare for recruiting underlings and fighters in the future. A total of 41 adults and children walked out of the apartment building, and it could truly be called a grand procession. Are you planning to drive over? Li Fan pointed to the many cars blocking the street and asked. There were many empty cars along the edges, but most cars with keys inside also had zombies or corpses. And Yun shook her head and said, forget it, later we can find a forest dealership to get new cars. Besides, with so many cars blocking the way, even if we drove, we wouldn't get through. Dijin International Community is right there. You can see it from here, just a kilometer or 2 away. And there don't seem to be many zombies on the street, so let's just walk, Xiao Hui said with a smile, pointing at a row of glass buildings not far away. I've cleared the way ahead once already, but there might still be some zombies left. You 6 who have superpowers, keep an eye on the surroundings, Li Fan said, specifically reminding Yuxaixia and Peng Yanxia. Dr. Yu, your ability can control zombies. You should be able to control a zombie with simple commands like making it stop or turn around. Sister Peng, your wooden shield can block sneak attacks from zombies. Zhuting's liquefied shield wasn't effective against the zombie virus, and it was actually weaker than the previous non-fused protective shield. From this, it could also be seen that not all fused superpowers were necessarily stronger than the awarded ones. A distance of 2,000 meters, before, when Li Fan was clearing zombies while walking, it only took him a little over 10 or 20 minutes. But now, with 41 people walking and stopping constantly, it had already been half an hour, and they were still 500 meters away from Dijin International Community. It could practically be called a turtle's pace. Naturally, this was because when Li Fan was clearing zombies ahead earlier, he hadn't completely cleaned them out, allowing some stragglers to attack the group. Fortunately, Dr. Yu maintained her composure and controlled the zombie that suddenly lunged out right away, while Yun reacted slightly slower and directly cast a ball of fire at the zombie's feet. Although it was the same fused superpower, Fire Sea Molten Lava, when Li Fan used it, it formed a small sea of fire 3 meters wide. When Yun used it, it was just a small ball of fire less than a foot across. Even so, under Dr. Yu's control, the zombie was burned for a full minute and eventually turned into a pile of black ash. The crisis was resolved, but the women instantly became excited, so their walking pace grew even slower, almost to a halt. What could Li Fan do? He could only wait for them to finish chatting. After all, they were not in a rush. However, when Xiao Hui suggested raiding shops along the street, a suggestion that many women responded to, Li Fan had to step in to stop it. If someone were scratched and turned into a zombie by a hidden zombie, he would lose his superpower rewards. With so few people and abilities available, he couldn't afford to take risks, and naturally, neither could his women. This was the rule in his heart. After delaying another 10 minutes, the group once again moved towards their destination. Up ahead, a group of people came out from Eason Community, about 20 of them, including men, women, the old, and the young, with some new faces among them. However, Li Huifei and Zhao Baiyuan were still at the front of the group. Strangely, this time they didn't seem as close as yesterday. Instead, a young and beautiful woman was holding onto Zhao Baiyuan's arm. Did Zhao Baiyuan start keeping a harem and make Li Huifei unhappy? Since the system didn't react to these women, Li Fan checked the woman next to Zhao Baiyuan. Human, Wu Yudi. Strength, 50 gene. Speed, 7 meters per second. Looks, 82. Purity, 93. Mentality, 65. Fertility, 1 child died in the womb. Overall score, 78. Awakened ability, none. All of them carried backpacks, wore thick clothing, and carried kitchen knives, sticks, and similar weapons. When they saw this group of women, dressed lightly, carrying nothing, chattering in groups like on a picnic, they were stunned. A middle-aged woman in her 40s or 50s worriedly asked, "Aren't you afraid of zombies attacking you all? Thank you for your concern. We have our master to protect us." "We are not afraid of zombies," Yun said with a smile, pulling Li Fan close. "That's not something to joke about. You should be careful, and dress more securely when going out. Aren't you carrying any backpacks to gather supplies?" Another middle-aged man curiously asked. "We're not out looking for food. We're moving houses, to live in Dijin International Community." Xiao Hui, seemingly wanting to show off, directly revealed their destination. "There are more zombies near the mall by Dijin Community. The roads are clogged with cars, and zombies are in the cars too. It's not safe inside the community either." "And you're still moving there?" a young man asked while his eyes kept roaming over the women. "Even if we can't clear zombies, our men can," and Yun said confidently. "If you can stand firm in front of zombies without your legs giving out, that's already impressive." "And you want to clear zombies?" the young woman next to Zhao Baiyuan said sarcastically. "Even if we can't, our man can." Xiao Wei leaned against Li Fan and lifted her chin proudly as she spoke back to the young woman. "Your man?" This surprised everyone, especially those who thought the earlier "our master" comment was just a joke. They all turned to look at the ordinary-looking Li Fan. Li Fan, though currently with 8-pack abs and strong muscles, and even capable of taking on 27 people by himself, looked very ordinary when dressed and standing still. 78 meters tall, average looks, nothing special. "Yes, our man. He provides food, shelter, and protects all of us," Xiao Hui said cheerfully on purpose. "So many women? All his?" Xiao Hui's words completely shattered the worldview of the Isin community group, and many couldn't help but ask. Even Li Huifei, who might have been sulking, turned to look at Li Fan. Xiao Hui wanted to lift Li Fan's shirt, but Li Fan glared at her to stop, and then kindly said to the Isin community group, "Alright, we're leaving now. If you need anything, you can come find me at Dijin International Community. My name is Li Fan. If you encounter mutated zombies that you can't handle, you can tell me. I'll trade food for information." "Aren't there 2 mutated zombies just ahead? One over 3 meters tall and another that could jump over 10 meters high. Scared us to death. We didn't dare go that way," said a short woman. "I've already cleared them out. You can go that way now. If you encounter any more mutated zombies, you can come to the security office at Dijin Community to find me," Li Fan said with a smile. "And you can tell other survivors too. It's up to you. As long as there's intel about mutated zombies, I'll trade food for it." "How much food for this kind of intel?" "A bag of rice, flour, or a bag of instant noodles and snacks, anything is fine," Li Fan replied. Most of the food he had collected earlier in the different space was rice, flour, oil, instant noodles, and snacks. This was why he wanted to collect supplies, to trade materials for information about mutated zombies and quickly accumulate 100,000 special energy points to purchase the family base from the family mall. Once he had the family base, he could recruit more women who met the system's selection criteria from the nearby area, as well as some principled outsiders who could provide him with information. Before he could fully support himself and fight alone against tens of thousands, he couldn't afford to take in subordinates casually. Finally, Zhao Baiyuan, who was leading the group, couldn't help but ask, "Did your awakened ability level up? How did you upgrade it?" Naturally, Li Fan wouldn't reveal anything about the energy crystals. The fact that mutated energy crystals could boost superpower progress needed to be hidden for as long as possible, so he could gather enough special energy points early on. Otherwise, relying solely on clearing zombies to gain 1 point of special energy value at a time, how long would that take? Right now, he was taking advantage of the fact that other evolved humans were still weak and might not yet be able to defeat mutated zombies, hence the plan to gather intelligence. "It's just that killing zombies and using superpowers skillfully led to the upgrade," Li Fan casually replied. "I've probably killed over 1,000 zombies. Clearing street zombies, plaza zombies, community zombies, and basement zombies all added up. It was indeed close to 1,000 zombies." Everyone present was stunned by this number. Compared to the people from Isin community, the women within Yun knew more clearly. Apart from starting to clear zombies in B, C, and D units on the 4th day, Li Fan had only really gone out to clear zombies for the first time yesterday. That meant he had killed 800 to 900 zombies in just one day. Is it really possible to become so powerful just by sleeping with women? This was the common doubt in the hearts of Yun and the other women. The two groups went their separate ways, and even now, Zhao Baiyuan's heart was still filled with shock. He had also awakened his ability 3 days ago, but in these 3 days, he had killed at most 100 zombies. Hearing that Li Fan had killed over 1,000 zombies made him feel that no wonder Li Fan could level up so fast, while he himself had not yet managed to. The 31st and 32nd floors of the Daijing International Community were both large flat units, extremely spacious, and connected by a staircase, which greatly broadened Li Fan's horizons. Indeed, the lives of the rich were sometimes beyond the imagination of the poor. The lobby alone was over 200 square meters, the master bedroom more than 100 square meters, and there were also a study, gym, home theater, entertainment room, collection room, and a walk-in closet. Every room had floor-to-ceiling windows offering beautiful views of the outside, simply stunning. On the 32nd floor, about one-third of the outdoor space was separated by transparent glass, forming a balcony, where a small swimming pool about 4 or 5 meters long and 2 meters wide was built, along with some sun umbrellas and a row of lounge chairs. Another third was taken up by a bedroom featuring a huge waterbed. Lying on it felt like floating in water, soft and weightless, completely overturning the country bumpkin Li Fan's understanding of luxury. It even made him feel grateful for the apocalypse. If it weren't for the end times, a house like this, left vacant, would have never been his to live in. And Yun Yun and the other women were not much better than him, acting like country folk entering the city, constantly exclaiming wow, wow, wow. The children were even happier, running and jumping around. Laughter and joy filled the 2 floors. Luckily, there were not many survivors now, and the soundproofing of the building was quite good, otherwise, it would have been truly embarrassing. I said we should move to Daijing Community. Living in a house like this is real living. Even the villas in Riverside New Town can't compare. Chao Hui laughed, grinning as she took off her clothes to play in the swimming pool. Li Fan checked the sealed environment. The poisonous rain shouldn't have entered. This household likely had professional maintenance. The water had been stored for only about 6 days, so it should still be fine. Thus, he did not stop them. With Chao Hui taking the lead, some other women even brought their daughters to jump into the pool. Soon, the pool was crowded, the small heads of children making up most of it. Li Fan, on the other hand, took in Yun Yun to experience the giant waterbed. Before long, the waterbed was also packed. The specific situation is indescribable. By the time everything was settled, it was already 1 in the afternoon. They ate, packed their belongings, and prepared for work. Before heading out, Li Fan instructed, "You don't need to worry about other buildings for now. Focus on organizing the people in our building. If someone refuses to cooperate, have the sharpshooter kill them directly. Also, keep an eye on the meatball in the C-block basement. That's a mutated zombie in the process of evolving. It's very dangerous. Don't get too curious and approach it." You can also call the survivors in each building to understand their situations. If there are polite people asking for help, note them down, and we'll prioritize rescuing them. If someone is brave enough to come down by elevator, calm them down, give them some food and water to survive, and if they're willing to go out and look for supplies, don't stop them. However, Li Fan didn't hold much hope. People living in this community were mostly rich or noble and likely lacked the spirit for risk-taking. The women knew he was going to clean up zombies nearby, and clearing the surrounding area would indeed make things a bit safer. Li Fan planned to clear the mall and hospital nearby, especially the hospital, as he would later need Yu Tsaixia to collect useful medical equipment and medicine. Today, Li Fan was even twice as strong as yesterday. His attributes were now 15 or 16 times stronger than an average person's, and clearing level 0 zombies was still as easy as ever. Still, Li Fan remained cautious and steady. He used his sensing ability to scout the zombies in the mall first, then used the spiritual seed ability to control 5 zombies outside the plaza to crash into the mall's glass door and lure out more zombies. Compared to using the hunting dog, zombies didn't react much to other zombies, and the plan to gather and burn them failed. Li Fan thought, let's try the flame maniac ability. There are over 100 zombies on the first floor, clean them up in 3 to 4 minutes, then run out and wait for the cooldown? The flame maniac lasted 5 minutes, with a cooldown of 60 minutes. According to the knowledge he had received, Li Fan activated Flame Maniac mode. In this state, he wouldn't be affected by the corpse toxin, making him invincible, unless faced with an Ice Snow Maniac of the same level. Li Fan's entire body burst into flames, even his internal organs seemed to burn, transforming him into a human-shaped flame with no human features left. After charging into the mall, the zombies, unaware of fear, still rushed toward him, attracted by the lingering human aura on his body. But the flames of Flame Maniac were even fiercer than fire sea lava. Any zombie that touched him immediately turned to ashes, just like a special effect in a movie. In just 4 minutes, over 100 zombies were reduced to ashes around Li Fan, leaving behind more than 20 low-quality energy crystals and 1 mutated energy crystal. Li Fan hadn't even noticed there was a mutated zombie among them. Everything that touched him instantly burned to ash without exception. Some zombies from the second floor were missing limbs and crawled toward Li Fan. He quickly finished them off. After collecting all the energy crystals into his storage space, Li Fan ran out of the mall and stood in the open plaza to wait for the ability's duration to end and return to normal. The flame maniac form could not be reversed early, he could only wait for the time to end. Afterward, there would be 1 minute of weakness. Li Fan ran out mainly to experience how weak he would feel during that minute. His fire could harm both friend and foe, so he needed to use it carefully. This was part of the knowledge embedded when he received the ability. After 5 minutes, the flames on his body receded like a tide, and an overwhelming fatigue washed over him, bending him over and forcing him to support himself on his knees, gasping for air. However, he could still activate abilities. With his sensing ability, he could detect all zombies and people within a 300-meter radius. Inside the mall's second, third, fourth, and fifth floors, there were dense patches of gloomy energy indicating zombies. On the road behind him, many cars were parked with gloomy energy trapped inside. One particularly dense patch of gloomy energy caught Li Fan's attention. The 1 minute weakness period quickly passed, and no zombies attacked. Following his sensing ability, Li Fan found the zombie he had noticed, trapped inside a car. It was a tall SUV, with 2 corpses inside that had been gnawed to pieces. The zombie inside also looked strange. It seemed like it had no bones, crawling around inside the narrow car space like a snake. Mutated zombie. Li Fan also checked its information. Monster, level 1 mutated zombie, 70% evolution progress. Strength, 200 gene. Speed, 25 meters per second. High probability of generating a mutated energy crystal. Seeing that the zombie couldn't break the glass, Li Fan used the spiritual seed from the spiritual storm to control this mutated zombie. Compared to the earlier spiritual command ability, the spiritual seed in spiritual storm was much more effective at controlling zombies. Because the spiritual seed could be planted in the zombie's brain, making it obedient for a long time without going out of control or betraying him. Moreover, the number of seeds he could use had doubled. He could now plant 20 spiritual seeds at once. Unfortunately, spiritual seeds could not control humans, possibly a restriction from the system. He had never heard of an ability having such a limitation. The spiritual seed was an invisible energy link from Li Fan's consciousness, capable of penetrating obstacles into the zombie's brain. Of course, Li Fan's spiritual strength had to be higher than the zombies, otherwise, the seed could backfire, at best causing a sharp mental pain, at worst causing long-term headaches. Now, Li Fan's spiritual strength was close to 100, so it was unlikely that any zombie or mutant would surpass him. Thus, he successfully planted the seed into the zombie's brain. The mutated zombie calmed down and stopped crawling or ramming against the car windows. Crawl to the window, Li Fan tried commanding it through his thoughts. Sure enough, the zombie crawled to the window and stood still, seemingly waiting for Li Fan's next command. Li Fan faintly sensed that the zombie's emotions were calm, but he wasn't completely sure if it was absolutely loyal. At least compared to summon hunting dogs or sharpshooters, these zombies controlled by seeds couldn't stray too far from him. Thinking it over, he still felt this ability was somewhat underwhelming. But if zombies evolved higher intelligence in the future, controlling them through spiritual seeds could become very useful. Still, Li Fan was concerned if the zombie virus problem wasn't solved, he wouldn't dare keep zombies around as subordinates. It was too risky. He opened the car door, chopped off the zombie's head, retrieved the mutated energy crystal, and walked back into the mall. Today, he hoped to clean all 5 floors of the mall and sweep useful items into his space storage. The first floor of the Daijing International Mall sold jewelry and cosmetics. The second floor was a home goods shopping center and family entertainment center. The third floor was mainly young fashion brands. The fourth floor was children's clothing and sports brands. The fifth floor mainly had restaurants, a movie theater, and a children's playground. Li Fan packed all the cigarettes, liquor, tea, and similar items from the first floor counters into his space. He also collected some jewelry to bring back for Ren Yunyun and the others to see if they were interested. Then he went up to the second floor, picked up a fire hydrant nearby, and smashed several glass cabinets with loud bangs, attracting nearby zombies. Soon, many zombies rushed toward the noise. Li Fan cast a fire sea lava on both sides and ran downstairs while smashing glass panels next to the elevator with the hydrant. The loud noise even alarmed the zombies on the third floor. Many smashed through the glass railings and fell like dumplings from above. Seeing the zombies falling and crawling toward the sound, missing limbs and all, Li Fan couldn't bear it and walked over to finish them off. When flames started rising on the second floor and the zombie noises gradually faded away, Li Fan ran back up. Although some scattered zombies remained, he had cleared about 70% of the second floor zombies. He picked up a dozen low-quality energy crystals from the ground and exchanged them for special energy points. His special energy value reached 7,452 points. If he worked hard, he might break 10,000 today. He dashed over and cleared the remaining scattered zombies on the second floor, collecting another 6 low-quality energy crystals. After sensing the position of the mutated zombies on the third floor, he went up and repeated the trick: 2 fire sea lava spells to burn the incoming zombies. Soon, the third floor was cleared, yielding 27 low-quality energy crystals and 1 mutated energy crystal. After finishing off some scattered zombies, Li Fan charged up to the 4th floor. 2.5 hours later, he had cleared all 5 floors of the mall, including the basement, and his special energy value reached 9,980. His energy attribute was running low, only 120 points left. The basement's mutated zombie was a special zombie that could turn invisible. If not for his fortune avoidance ability and several emergency teleports, today might have been the day he got infected. Eventually, using his sensing ability, he burned the invisible zombie to death. This encounter made him even more eager for the system to produce a cure for the zombie virus. System Master, can you release the cure for the zombie virus sooner? Maybe give it to me as a reward. Currently unavailable. It's too early, the zombie virus hasn't been cracked yet. You're supposed to be all-powerful. Being all-powerful also takes time. Fine, you're the boss, whatever you say. Li Fan could only temporarily stay cautious and act as a summoner and mage, not a frontline warrior. He collected a large pile of expensive clothing he normally wouldn't even look at, along with home supplies, then swept through the 5th floor's kitchen freezers and restaurants. He was preparing to head back and planned to clear the hospital next door tomorrow. Target detected. Yu Nuanyuan. Bind target? The system's sudden alert made Li Fan instinctively teleport away from the kitchen. Although he didn't sense danger, he chose to leave first. Then he used sensing to check the kitchen. And chose yes. Target Yu Nuanyuan binding successful. Newbie tip: after successful capture, host gains +2 to all attributes, +1 family member, and 1 first capture reward package. Please work hard to expand your family and thrive. Sensing into the kitchen corner, Li Fan found a ball of fiery red aura, but no visible person. Clearly, this was also a mutant who had awakened invisibility abilities. The system could still use the inspect function on Yu Nuanyuan in her invisible state. Level 0 mutant, Yu Nuanyuan, 45% evolution progress. Strength, 100 gene. Speed, 15 meters per second. Looks, 91. Purity, 99. Mentality, 95. Fertility, 0. Overall score, 91. Awakened abilities, invisibility, speed enhancement. Seeing that Yu Nuanyuan's looks, purity, mentality, and overall score were all above 90, and that she had awakened 2 abilities, even Li Fan couldn't help but feel a bit eager to see her true appearance. Perhaps sensing that she had been discovered, Yu Nuanyuan revealed herself. She wore a clean, expensive branded sports outfit that tightly hugged her graceful figure, a cute pink bunny helmet, and held a 7-foot-long sword with a tassel in her hand. Her face wasn't visible, but her body looked strong and well-proportioned. Her appearance didn't seem like the typical cutesy, coquettish type. Handsome guy, how many abilities have you awakened? Instant movement, storage space, fire sea, fireman, and probably sensing ability too. Otherwise, you shouldn't have been able to detect my invisibility, Yu Nuanyuan said with interest, analyzing him. You've awakened multiple abilities too? Li Fan frowned and asked, following her words. I awakened too. I thought I was already special, but you awakened 5 abilities. Are you the chosen one or do you have protagonist's aura? Yu Nuanyuan laughed. Li Fan thought, I have more than 10 abilities. If I told you, it would probably scare you to death. Of course, he wasn't foolish enough to reveal such information to a stranger. Anything else? Li Fan guessed she appeared because she wanted food. After all, he had just swept through all the kitchens and the restaurants here. Of course, Yu Nuanyuan nodded. You have a storage space, but you can't just take all the food, right? Leave some for me and my sisters. I've already cleared out the zombies in the mall. You and your sisters can go find food yourselves. Li Fan shook his head. If you don't mind, I can take care of you, even your sisters. I'm Li Fan. I live at Daijing International Complex next door. If you think it over, you can come find me, he said. After speaking, Li Fan instantly teleported outside the mall and started walking toward Daijing International Complex. Yu Nuanyuan watched him leave, and instead happily turned and walked into an employee passageway. She quickly returned to her hiding place, a 100 square meter storage room on the 5th floor filled with clothes, jewelry, and food. On the ground were 2 or 3 quilts spread out. 3 people were sleeping there, and 1 person was handling food. Xianjie, a badass, showed up in the mall just now. He cleared out all 5 floors of zombies. We can go out now. Yu Nuanyuan excitedly shouted at Ning Yuxian, who was preparing food. With a clatter, the knife in Ning Yuxian's hand fell onto the table. She then asked in surprise, "Really? Nuanyuan? We can really go out?" "Really?" Truer than pearls, Yu Nuanyuan nodded seriously. "That badass burned all the zombies to death, even the agile zombie on the third floor that Meng Meng and I couldn't handle. He even went down to the basement, probably cleared that too. He's a real zombie Terminator." "Go out? Go where?" The noise woke the three sleeping women. A big-breasted girl, completely naked, rubbed her chest, still swollen from someone grabbing it in her sleep, and asked absent-mindedly, "Li Xioma, you're still sleeping naked. Don't you know what's going on outside? What if a zombie barges in? You gonna run around naked?" Yu Nuanyuan scolded Li Xioma angrily, glaring at her fair and tall chest. "I thought it was fine with you and Meng Meng here. You guard in the light, Meng Meng guards in the dark, no zombie could get through you two," Li Xioma said as she helped Chen Mei Meng up. "Damn, you even stripped Meng Meng's clothes too. You pervert." Yu Nuanyuan shouted even more angrily when she saw Chen Mei Meng was also naked. "Fei Fei is naked too. Sleeping naked is really comfy." Meng Meng and Fei Fei both agreed to it, Li Xioma said righteously. "I really want to smack you to death, you damn pervert." Yu Nuanyuan took off her helmet, revealing a youthful and beautiful face. She shook her hair and glared at the three naked girls. She really didn't get the obsession with sleeping naked, but under Li Xiama's bad influence, Chen Mei Meng and Yu Fingfei also joined in. Normally, Yu Nuanyuan and Ning Yuxian slept in a separate quilt. Otherwise, they might have been corrupted too. "Get up, get dressed, we're going home. A badass just cleared out the mall's zombies. We can try finding a car and go home," Yu Nuanyuan shouted. Amid flashes of springtime scenery, the three girls quickly got dressed. 2 minutes later, they were ready, all yelling like hyperactive huskies, "Go home, go home. I'm never staying in this damned mall again. It's such a big mall, and only we survived. Who knows what it's like outside? I'm scared to go home, afraid of seeing what I don't want to see," Ning Yuxiang said, crying as she covered her face. "Xiang Jia, you need to stay positive. Live well while we're alive. Don't cry all the time. Dead people won't come back. We'll go home and check things first." Yu Nuanyuan held Ning Yuxiang's face with both hands seriously. "Right, we five will check our homes starting nearby. I'll scout ahead using invisibility. Meng Meng's strong and good at killing zombies, so she can protect everyone in the car. As long as we don't get swarmed, we'll be fine. Let's eat first, then we'll go home," Ning Yuxiang said, forcing a smile and wiping her tears. "My home's too far, I won't be able to check," said Li Xioma, a fiery girl from Xiang province, whose hometown was over 1,000 li away from Yangjiang. "My home's also a bit far," said Yu Fingfei from Chunling City, 300 or 400 li away. She also quickly gave up on returning. "My home's in Huangjiang district, about 10 li from Yangjiang. No idea what it's like now." "Let's check Meng Meng's home first, it's only 4 or 5 li away, a half-hour walk," Ning Yuxiang said. Yu Nuanyuan agreed. "My home's in Baojiang district, also about 10 li from here. Let's go to Meng Meng's place first, then Xiangjie's, then mine." When Li Fan returned to the community, he found that Yun Yun and the others had been quite efficient. There were actually other residents now guarding the surveillance room, a young couple who recognized Li Fan, having seen his monstrous strength when clearing out zombies in the community. The young woman, more able to lower her pride, smiled flatteringly and said to Li Fan, "Brotherly, Sister Chow assigned us to guard the security room and said in the future we could also go out with you to find food." Li Fan habitually checked the two of them. The woman was named Zhang Yan, and the man was Wang Haoming. Neither was a mutant. Before the apocalypse, those living in this community were either rich or powerful. Wang Haoming seemed to still have a bit of pride, reluctant to lower himself to flatter Li Fan, while Zhang Yan was more like the Zhou Yixuan and Zhou Jinxian sisters, women accustomed to attaching themselves to power so she could easily humble herself. Li Fan ignored them. Women who could not trigger the system's attention equally could not attract his attention. He simply nodded and headed for Building C's basement. He intended to use a mental seed to control the mutant zombie that was currently upgrading to level 2. After all, if he didn't control zombies, the ability would be useless. Even if there was risk, he couldn't give up on it. If evolving to level 2 was easy for zombies, then a level 2 zombie would probably still be weak, and he could simply kill it and take the mutant energy crystal. But if evolving was difficult and slow, a level 2 zombie could already be very strong, worth trying to control with a mental seed to observe, preparing for future control of higher level zombies. Monster, level 1 mutant zombie, evolution upgrade about to complete. Strength, 2000 gene. Speed, 5 meters per second. Guaranteed to generate a mutant energy crystal. The mutant zombie had changed, now showing that it was about to complete its evolution. Li Fan took the opportunity to plant a mental seed into the zombie's brain. Then he switched his vision to the zombie, but aside from total darkness, he couldn't experience the evolution process firsthand, so he gave up the view and returned home. Li Fan's activities at home were also quite routine. Afterwards, one-hit success effect triggered. Target Zhou Yixuan/Zhou Jinxian successfully conquered. Hosts full attributes +4, family members +2, first conquest reward package ×1, please continue to expand your family and propagate. 2 first conquest reward packages detected. Would you like to claim them? Yes. Gained element metallization, LV1, proficiency 0/100. Element metallization can flexibly control body metallization. In a metallized state, damage received can rapidly heal, and metal resistance increases by 50%. Gained element metal control, LV1, proficiency 0/100. Element metal control can flexibly control and use any metal. Metal resistance increases by 50%. Element metallization and element metal control are the same attribute and type abilities. Merge into element metal frenzy? Yes. Consumes 100 special energy points for fusion. Please wait. Element metal frenzy fusion completed. Element metal frenzy, LV1, metal transformation, metal cold weapons, metal shields, metal manipulation, metal resistance increases by 60%, proficiency 0/1000, energy consumption 10. Zhou Yixuan's reward package contained element metallization. Zhou Jinxuan's reward package contained element metal control. Li Fan tested the new ability. He could transform his whole body into common metals like gold, silver, copper, and iron, condense metal weapons and shields using energy, and manipulate all metal items in the house. However, due to limited imagination, he couldn't create fantasy metals. Now with too many women around, Li Fan sometimes even experienced face blindness, unable to call out their names, so he uniformly called them baby or sister. He could imagine that later, when even more women joined, it would be even worse. Not to mention what Li Fan was busy with at home on the other side, and Yun Yun was leading Feng Lan, Pan Tong, and Feng Dan into apartment 1802 on the 18th floor, persuading Kong Linghui and her daughter to join their family, truly putting in great effort for the expansion of the family. And Yun Yun mainly tried to persuade Kong Linghui, explaining to her the current situation of Li Fan's harem and only mentioning the ability to receive supplies, without telling her that they could gain superpowers or that Li Fan could gain multiple superpowers through them. He already has so many women, and you're still helping him find more? Kong Linghui couldn't understand Yun Yun's reasoning, but knowing the situation outside, although she was unhappy, she still smiled and asked, "He's strong, and given the situation outside, we want to help more sisters who have fallen into hardship, providing them with a stable place to stay. It's a mutually beneficial thing. Sister Kong, even if you don't think for yourself, you should think for your daughter," and Yun Yun earnestly persuaded, then motioned Pan Tong and Feng Dandan to share their own experiences. After listening, Kong Linghui was finally moved and developed some curiosity toward Li Fan. This man was strong, yet instead of being extremely selective, he accepted almost everyone. Was he really, as Yun Yun said, helping women in desperate situations? But this ability was indeed strange, needing to have a relationship to receive daily supplies. She and her daughter had been holed up at home for 7 days. Though they had no immediate food problems, in 1 or 2 months, food would definitely become scarce. Then they would have to risk their lives outside. Will he really not mind about us? I'm already 38, almost old enough to be his mother, Kong Linghui said, still a bit uneasy. Sister Kong, we have no reason to lie to you. You'll see for yourself when you come. Plus, you look no different from us. I'm already 33. Most of us are over 30, and many have 1 or 2 kids, and Yun Yun smiled. As for your daughter, as long as you don't want to, Li Fan definitely won't force anything. Having rich experience in persuasion, and Yun Yun knew once food and safety were involved, no woman had been able to refuse so far. Then I'll go talk to my daughter. Are we going over now? Kong Linghui asked, blushing. Yes, you need to verify the food situation too, right? And Yun Yun nodded. Meanwhile, besides Yun Yun, Chao Wei, Zhang Qiufang, Zhang Lei, Zhang Menglan, and Ma Xiaofeng were also persuading other qualified women. However, there were only about 20 households of survivors in Building D, and more than half were couples or families. Therefore, they only targeted 4 or 5 households. And Yun Yun suddenly realized and said, so that's how it is. I was wondering what kind of strange superpower this is, doing that kind of thing with women and continuously gaining superpowers and supplies. Then she asked, since you told me about this, does it mean I can tell others too? Since the system didn't require secrecy, Li Fan wasn't too concerned about keeping it hidden. Judging by the increase in Yunyun's favorability, it seemed there was no problem telling her. Anyway, he could tell at a glance if someone was being dishonest. Among his women now, only Yunyun, Qin Xingyan, Ma Xiaofeng, and Pan Tong had favorability above 80. The others ranged from 60 to 70. Li Fan figured that if a woman's favorability dropped below 60, it likely meant she had divided loyalties, and he needed to prepare accordingly. Up to you. By the way, about bringing your family over, you mentioned it before. I think it would be better to wait until we exchange for the family base. Recently, I've mainly been thinking about where the family base should be placed, Li Fan said. Of course, that would be best. Thank you, patriarch. And Yunyun smiled at Li Fan, her eyes sparkling like water. The meaning was obvious. Li Fan saw her favorability immediately rise to 90 points, which gave him even more motivation. As for where to set up the family base, I think the suburbs would be best, fewer people, fewer zombies. Plus, I heard there are a lot of villas and countryside ghost houses. It would be good to check them out, Yunyun said. The two chatted for a while about the location of the family base, and Yunyun had already climbed onto him. Since he hadn't yet cancelled the dinner refueling session, Li Fan struck while the iron was hot and began a 1-on-34 session. Afterwards, the newly arrived Zhou Yixuan, Kang Linghui, and others were dumbfounded seeing the endless line of women walking into the large bedroom. 34 women took nearly 6 hours to settle. Li Fan gained 800 points of special proficiency value. His special energy value reached 9,602 points, and special proficiency value reached 1460 points. After that, they claimed survival supplies issued by the system in front of the women and had dinner. As for Zhang Jing, Lu Binglan, and Meng Yao, they also ate. Li Fan certainly didn't treat them differently. However, since they weren't recognized by the system and didn't receive supplies, he would have to gather supplies to feed them himself. He would even have to find a way to help them awaken naturally in the future. The best method was to have them give birth to more children. Without the one-hit success effect, it was uncertain when these women might get pregnant. After settling the children, Li Fan took out some food, clothes, and useful things he had collected at the Dijing International Mall and let the women pick what they needed. He also asked them to make a list of items they would need him to gather in the future. Although living in the penthouse was getting crowded with so many people, no woman was willing to move to another place. This made Li Fan even more excited about the family base available in the system shop. Maybe it would be a palace? Afterward, Li Fan bound Xiao Hui to the family member subsystem and told her she now had the invisibility ability. Among envious gazes from the other women, Xiao Hui excitedly insisted on going downstairs to test her invisibility ability, wanting to see if she could really fool zombies. Li Fan stopped her, warning, "It's not very safe at night. If you accidentally get scratched or touched by a zombie, you'll turn into one. Even with superpowers, we still can't resist the zombie virus?" Xiao Hui asked, puzzled. Even now, the system had no way to resist the zombie virus. They could only hope there would be a solution in the future. Maybe there's a way, we just haven't found it yet. Being careful is always better, Li Fan said. If we can't go outside, can I at least go to another building to test it out? Xiao Hui asked, still unwilling to give up. Li Fan didn't refuse this time and nodded, just be careful. They went downstairs together, Li Fan to the security room, Xiao Hui to building C. There were 2 new people in the security room, a married couple in their 50s. Li Fan knew Yunyun had used food as a wage to get building D's people to volunteer to take shifts guarding the security room. If anything happened, they would immediately ring the doorbells at 3100D and 3200D to inform them. The wages were paid daily, mostly instant noodles and snacks. Before the apocalypse, these people wouldn't even look at such food. Now they risked their lives for it. Seeing nothing unusual, Li Fan casually found an empty room, ensured it was safe, and entered the training subspace. It was a space full of various round stakes, and Li Fan fumbled around trying to understand it. Meanwhile, Li Xiaoma's chest was practically resting on the steering wheel as she drove a salvaged car toward the Huangjiang district, while comforting the tearful Chen Meiming sitting in the passenger seat. Since Chen Meiming's home was nearby, the driving-skilled Li Xiaoma took her to Guanlin community to check her home situation, while Yuanyuan, Yu Fingfei, and Ning Yuxiang went together toward Huangjiang district. Chen Meiming's home was empty, the door was wide open, and there were many dark bloodstains inside. It was clear her family had likely turned into zombies. Luckily, they had good luck on the way to Guanlin community, no mutant zombies, no huge traffic jams, and no big hordes. Thinking of the fierce man who cleared zombies in the mall, Li Xiaoma guessed that some people, like Yuanyuan and Chen Meiming, had awakened superpowers, which was why the streets were somewhat cleared. Along the way, they also saw people scavenging food in shops. After they left, Li Xiaoma and Chen Meimeng entered and took some food and water to store in the car. They didn't know if the trip to Huangjiang district would be as smooth, so they were making long-term plans. Meimeng, we'll need to rely on you along the way. You can't keep being so sad. Eat, drink, sleep when you can. It's getting darker, should we find a place to rest for the night? Li Xiaoma asked seriously while driving. Xiaoma, it's not good to drive with the headlights on at night. It might attract zombies. I wonder if Sister Xiang and Nguyen have arrived, Chen Meimeng said worriedly. It's my fault for wasting too much time at home earlier. It's okay as long as you're fine. We can go tomorrow. There's no rush. It's already been 7 days since the apocalypse started. Life and death are fated. No need to be too sad, Li Xiaoma said, shaking her head. Let's rest at that shop up ahead that's already been scavenged. We'll stay there for the night and head out tomorrow, Chen Meimeng said, pointing to a shop with its door open. No one expected that for the next 3 days, torrential rain would pour down, as if the sky had opened a hole and water from the ninth heaven was cascading down. In just half a day, the entire coastal city turned into a vast ocean. This heavy rain blocked the journeys of many and dragged many who were still harboring illusions straight into hell. Li Fan's plan to clear zombies and accumulate special energy points was also interrupted by this rainstorm. It was at this moment that he finally recalled the apocalyptic natural disasters mentioned by the system when it first bound to him. It seemed this rainstorm was just the beginning of the natural disasters. Because they feared the rain might be the true cause of people turning into zombies, no one dared to leave their homes. Li Fan and the 51 others squeezed together on the top 2 floors, watching the rain fall like a waterfall. In just half a day, the ground had turned into a vast flood. And Yun said worriedly, if I had known it would rain this hard, I would have gone to check on my family yesterday. Many of the other women had already made calls before the internet and electricity went out, learning that their families' situations were not optimistic. Now, with this torrential rain, it was likely even worse. For a moment, the atmosphere at home became silent due to this sudden downpour. Your house is close by, don't worry. As soon as the rain stops, I'll go send some food to them, Li Fan comforted. In the training space, he had discovered that many of his abilities could be combined for use. For example, the wind glide skill allowed him to briefly fly or glide in the air, and combined with instant movement, spatial shifting, and metallic transformation from metal craze, he didn't have to worry about falling to his death. At the same time, metal transformation also solved his problem of being infected by the zombie virus. Originally, he had planned to go out today and collect a big wave of special energy points, but who could have expected such a heavy rain? Also, ice prison could be used to freeze and kill enemies, or to freeze himself for self-rescue, a truly invincible defense and offense combined skill. Because in the training space he didn't need to worry about energy consumption or death, Li Fan learned many ingenious uses for his powers. However, after the fusion and evolution of space control, the training time in the special space had been reduced from 2 hours to just half an hour per day, which left Li Fan speechless. With nothing else to do, Li Fan could only earn special proficiency value from the many bored and gloomy women around him. It also helped to soothe their gloomy moods, a win-win. Relatively speaking, Li Fan preferred women like Yun, Qin Xingyan, Yu Xaixia, Fenglan, Jiang Menglan, the Zhou Yishuan sisters, and the Kong Linghui mother and daughter, sensible and understanding. Moon Yinqin met the system's requirements, but like Zhang Jing and the others, she didn't trigger any rewards. Of course, Li Fan wouldn't use force. But the rainstorm made the Kong Linghui mother and daughter rethink many things and they voluntarily came to him. Compared to Zhu Ting, the better educated and better off Moon Yinqin truly didn't disappoint him, becoming his first truly perfect woman. This surprise made the newly arrived Kong Linghui and her daughter very much favored by him. Women like Ma Xiaofeng and Li Monhua had unpleasant past experiences, while Zhang Lei and Dang Shangwei hadn't yet adjusted their mindsets and were relatively passive. Xiao Hui, Zhu Ting, and Jiang Qiufang's sisters were proactive but had too much of their own small thoughts. When night came and the rain still hadn't stopped, Li Fan and the others lost interest in other activities, staring instead at the endless rainwater visible even in the darkness, worrying that the supplies in the shops would be ruined by flooding. These supplies were critical to the survival of many. Everyone had family, and they all hoped their families would survive, so the worry in the air was thick. At this point, the floodwaters on the ground had already reached their calves. If it doesn't stop raining tonight, by tomorrow the water might be over the knees. By then, forget about killing zombies, we might not even be able to walk far, Li Fan said worriedly. By the way, aren't the generators for the community in the basement? Will they be flooded and cause a power outage? Kong Linghui asked anxiously. Everyone was stunned for a moment, realizing the problem, and Li Fan immediately ordered, hurry, cook as much rice and dishes as you can. Use the rice cookers in the vacant rooms downstairs. After cooking, I'll store the food in the space. If not, we'll only have snacks and instant noodles left. Over half of the 50 people rushed off with keys in hand to find rooms to cook in. If only the special space allowed for cooking, Li Fan thought to himself. Then he started thinking about the basement generators. Though he didn't know how to handle them, he figured that as long as he had good generators in hand, he could always find someone to fix and use them later. Hastily cooking food and storing it in the space wasn't a long-term solution. He had to think ahead. So he pulled Kong Linghui aside and asked about the exact location of the generators, planning to go retrieve them into the special space after a few more hours to prevent water damage. Apparently, many survivors had thought of the power outage problem, as there were busy figures in every room. After collecting all the cooked food into the special space, Li Fan took the elevator down to the second floor and walked to the first floor, finding that the lobby was already flooded. However, because much of the water was draining into the basement, the lobby was only shallowly covered, unlike the half-meter deep water outside. Standing at the basement stairway, Li Fan stopped. The water inside was already nearly halfway up the staircase. Going down would mean the water would be up to his chest. Activating metallic transformation, electricity sparked around his body. The basement water was already electrified. Luckily, metal transformation covered his whole body inside and out, so Li Fan only felt a slight numbness, without it affecting his movement. Thus, he didn't have to fear being scratched or bitten by zombies hidden in the water. He couldn't help but feel grateful for this timely ability. Otherwise, realizing now that he needed to get the generators would have been too late. Worried about the transformation's time limit, Li Fan rushed to the generator room and found 520 kW generators. By now, the generators were already smoking and probably wouldn't last much longer. Seeing this, Li Fan gave up on trying to store these generators into the space. He decided he would find better generators outside as soon as the rain stopped. Returning home, he once again vented his energy on the women. Although he hadn't killed a single zombie today, he gained 18-20 points of special proficiency value. At dawn, Li Fan was woken up by Chow Hui's playful morning bite. His bed was full of fair, delicate figures. Last night had indeed been a rare moment of wild indulgence. Outside, the rain was still pouring down. Lying there, Li Fan watched the rain curtain while recalling his water flow skill that allowed him to control water, and he wondered if this rain was still capable of turning people into zombies like at the beginning. Unfortunately, he didn't dare to risk trying. However, in the Yisan community, someone was indeed willing to go into the rain to test if it would still turn people into zombies. Brother Zhao, Uncle Zhao, please let me go out and try. If I turn into a zombie, you don't need to go out. If I don't turn, I'll bring back some food. Otherwise, my wife and kid are going to starve to death. A chubby round-faced man was blocked by Zhao Baiyuan's people on the second floor of the community, pleading bitterly with Zhao Baiyuan and his father who had rushed over. Zhang Xiaoping, after the last rain, many people turned into zombies. During this time, you had food at home but refused to come out with us. Now it's pouring rain and you want to rush out? This rain won't last more than a day or two. Even if you go hungry for 2 or 3 days, you won't die. What are you testing for? If you really want to test it, can't you just stand on your balcony? Zhao Zhongzhu scolded with a stern face. Zhao Baiyuan thought to himself that this Zhang Xiaoping was just making trouble. He didn't really want to go out, he just wanted to mooch food off those who risked their lives to search for supplies. If he truly wanted to test, he could have stood on his own balcony to get rained on. Uncle Zhao, my little Bao is only 3 years old. Adults can endure hunger for a few days, but children can't. Please lend us some food. Sure enough, Zhang Xiaoping began to ask for food. Zhao Baiyuan could only blush and glance at his father. In truth, although he had led people out to scavenge food these past few days, half of their supplies had already been given away because his father Zhao Zhongzhu liked to lend food to old neighbors and friends. Moreover, 2 young women had been forcibly moved into their home. What was once a 5-person household had suddenly become 7 mouths to feed. One of them was the daughter of an old neighbor, a recent university graduate who stayed at home. To take her in, half of their food had been given away. His parents had made the decision, and he had begrudgingly gone to bed with the woman. This had already made his wife, Li Huifei, very upset. And just last night, another girl was forced into their home, only 18, freshly graduated from high school, and again, half of their remaining food was given away. Zhao Baiyuan felt guilty, afraid that Li Huifei would explode. Last night, no matter how his mother shouted, he refused to enter the guest room where the high school girl was staying. But the girl still stayed in their house. He knew his parents were dissatisfied that Li Huifei had only given birth to a daughter and had refused to have another child for 3 or 4 years. Their daughter was almost 5 now. In the eyes of the older generation, especially in times of crisis like the apocalypse, having a grandson was still more important than a granddaughter. Enough, enough. Give them 2 packets of instant noodles. Zhao Zhangzhu wanted to show kindness again. But Zhao Baiyuan immediately interrupted him, his face flushed. Dad, half of our food was given away yesterday. Even if we ration carefully, 7 of us can only last 2 or 3 more days. We don't know how long this rain will last. If you keep handing out food, we'll starve ourselves. What? Are you yelling at me now? Trying to scare your father? Giving away 2 packets of noodles will kill our whole family? You can't even eat a little less? Zhao Zhengzhu shouted with wide eyes. Fine, do as you like. But don't say I didn't warn you when we're all starving later. Zhao Baiyuan, having summoned all his courage to interrupt his father, now felt completely powerless. Even superpowers couldn't save this kind of situation. This father-son exchange was still relatively peaceful, just a couple of raised voices. But Zhao Baiyuan's household was truly a mess. Li Huifei, who never got along with her mother-in-law Chen Chunhua even before the apocalypse, used to just endure. But now, she couldn't anymore. Her mother-in-law had stolen the food she had saved for her daughter and given it to the lazy girl who had just moved in. She suddenly realized that her in-laws were insane. Her father-in-law was a complete saint who handed out food left and right, and her mother-in-law was obsessed with having a grandson. In the apocalypse, the ugly side of human nature was fully exposed. She thought bitterly, the husband who once swore eternal love was now cuddling other women after just a few days. There was another woman waiting in the guest room. Her father-in-law wasted their precious food. Her mother-in-law didn't cherish her or her daughter and even stole food from her daughter's mouth. What kind of hellish family was this? She no longer wanted to stay, she would rather die outside. But thinking of her not quite 5-year-old daughter, her anger deflated. She couldn't abandon her daughter. Without her, what future would her daughter have? She would probably starve to death. She definitely would. In the apocalypse, there were naturally people who didn't understand the situation and wasted their food, but there were also those who understood and treasured their supplies. In Building E, room 1803 of the Dijin International Community, a rich second-generation heir particularly cherished his food. He even tied up his disobedient girlfriend, who had no idea how serious things were, to stop her from eating freely. Although the food at home could last another week, he was already very alert, and had started trying to break into neighbors' homes to scavenge for more supplies. Unfortunately, his luck wasn't good. As soon as he broke into a neighbor's house and before he could even be happy about it, he was bitten by a nanny-turned-zombie inside. And his girlfriend, still tied to the bed at home, was likely doomed as well. Other residents in the community had also started to economize, just like the rich kid. But now that the community's generators had been flooded, every household was without power to cook food. From now on, they could only eat dry food. No matter how carefully they rationed, they wouldn't last long. For example, Jean Yuanxiang from room 2201 in Building A, who lived with her 3 daughters, was among the first to face this hardship. Her 4-year-old daughter could still manage dry food, the 2-year-old might get by with some snacks, but the 5-month-old baby absolutely couldn't eat dry food. She never expected a sudden heavy rain would flood the community's generators. Without hot water to make formula or cook meals, her family could only starve slowly. Moreover, they didn't even dare to drink the rainwater, not knowing whether it contained the zombie virus. Even if they didn't starve, they would eventually die of thirst. Her family's nanny had been sent downstairs to check the situation on the first day of the apocalypse and, like her family members, had never returned. Single mothers like Jean Yuanxiang and other single women were numerous in Dijin International Community. Most of the residents were women who stayed home, relying on their husbands to earn money outside. Otherwise, so many women wouldn't have longed to marry rich men because marrying the right man really could guarantee a lifetime of worry-free, luxurious living. For example, Yuan Biyu in room 3100C was just such a single and refined woman. However, now even she was starting to panic. Although she still had plenty of food and wasn't worried about dry rations, her real panic came from water shortage. Her home had always used a water purifier, and she had no stockpile of clean water. This was largely because she had been trapped in her car. Had Li Fan not cleared the basement and accidentally rescued her, she might have already died in the car. When the heavy rain came yesterday, she finally realized she needed to boil water, but she didn't manage to boil much, barely enough for 10 days. What about after that? What if the rain continued for a long time? Just thinking about it made her panic. Also panicking were Zhang Yan and Wang Haoming in room 1501 of Building D. 2 days ago, they had just found a job guarding the community gate in exchange for food. Then yesterday's rainstorm put them out of work, and today it still hadn't stopped raining. Before, they rarely cooked in this apartment, surviving on snacks Zhang Yan had stockpiled. They had barely made it through the past week. Just when Li Fan came with his large group and started hiring people, they lost the opportunity after just one shift because of the rain. Now Zhang Yan was persuading Wang Haoming to break into the empty apartments of other residents to search for food. Waiting around would only lead to death, but Wang Haoming was timid and hesitant. In the end, Zhang Yan convinced him by saying that the rain might last a long time. The two geared up and carefully extended their greedy hands toward their neighbors' doors. Meanwhile, someone unexpectedly knocked on the door of Li Fan's 3100D, and Yun Yun peered through the peephole and saw the elderly couple from room 402, the same couple who had guarded the security room 2 nights ago in exchange for a bag of snacks. They now looked particularly kind and amiable, and Yun Yun frowned slightly and went to Li Fan. "It's the old couple from 402. I guess they want to borrow food," she said. "This rain might last a long time. We have a lot of people to feed, so we absolutely can't lend food. If they really came to borrow, drive them away, or it'll open the floodgates," Li Fan replied with a frown. If it were just lending food to this old couple, he wouldn't be stingy. But he knew that the entire building was watching them. If word got out that they had lent food, there would be endless trouble. Sure enough, a soft-looking woman nearby said worriedly, "Since you can get food through your superpowers, why not give them some instant noodles or snacks?" Li Fan didn't remember her well, but seeing her sitting with Zhang Liman and the others, she was probably from Unit B, either Qi Lingling, Deng Shangwei, Zhang Wanjun, or Tan Xian. There were too many women now. He was starting to mix up their faces. But in Yun Yun and Chao Hui recognized her. Chao Hui sneered coldly, "Deng Shangwei, you make it sound so easy. Why don't you give your and your daughter's share of food to them instead? There's plenty of food." "I was just making a suggestion," Deng Shangwei mumbled, lowering her head while holding her curious little daughter. "What do you all think?" Li Fan asked, glancing at Deng Shangwei, then at the others. "I think having food on hand brings peace of mind. We absolutely cannot lend food to anyone. Once you lend, it's like feeding meat buns to dogs, you'll never get it back." Ma Xiaofeng spoke up immediately. The other women echoed the same sentiment. Li Fan nodded and said, "I do want to help more people, but I am not a savior. None of us are saviors. First, we must survive ourselves. We don't know how long this rain will last. If it's just 2 or 3 days, fine. But if it's 7 or 8 days, when the rain stops, most of the food will have rotted away or been washed out. Send them away," he concluded. And Yun Yun and Chao Hui opened the door and asked the old couple about their visit. It turned out they just wanted to confirm they could continue guarding the security room after the rain stopped. The old couple happily took the elevator back down. "We guessed wrong. They just wanted to make sure they could keep their spot guarding the gate after the rain," and Yun Yun laughed. On the second day of the rainstorm, the water had already flooded over the walls of the community, and more than half of the lobby on the first floor was submerged. In Li Fan's big family, aside from occasional crying and fussing from the children, the household remained relatively peaceful. With food in hand, there was no panic in their hearts. After another day of wild indulgence, he earned 2,120 points of special proficiency value from the women. On the third day of the rainstorm, everyone began to feel numb. The floodwater outside was about to reach the second floor and was pushing toward the third floor. Now, it was really possible to sail a boat through the streets. In Building D, the survivors who had been living on lower floors had already moved to higher floors yesterday, including the elderly couple who had previously taken shifts at the security office. Early in the morning, just as everyone was having breakfast, there was a knock on the door. Xu Ting and Moon Yanqin, who were sitting near the door, peeked through the peephole and came back with a strange expression, telling everyone, "It seems to be one of the women we tried to persuade earlier, a resident of room 2801D, named Lu Lianqing. Yes, her name is easy to remember. At that time, she refused us outright, not even giving us a chance to speak. Now, she's standing there with her daughter, dressed quite seductively. Apparently, after realizing the rain wasn't going to stop, with no electricity and unsafe tap water, she had finally changed her mind." Li Fan put down his bowl and chopsticks, stood up, and walked to the door. Some curious women also got up and gathered around to watch the mother and daughter standing outside. The system popped up a prompt. "Target Lu Lianqing detected. Bind as target? Yes. Binding target Lu Lianqing successful. Friendly reminder, after successful binding, all attributes +4, family members +2, and a special initial reward pack. Please work hard to expand your family and thrive." Lu Lianqing wore a semi-transparent, tight-fitting long dress, apparently without underwear underneath. Her face was flushed as she humbly sought refuge. At this moment, she truly regretted refusing earlier offers from Chao Hui and the others. There was no choice. Without safe drinking water, even with some food left, It would die of thirst in 3 to 5 days. She was a little younger than Kong Linghui, and her daughter was a bit younger than Moon Yanqing, probably a middle schooler. Even though the entrance was a bit crowded, Lu Lianqing and her daughter could still see a big table full of food and drinks inside, women feeding children, which made the two of them gulp hungrily. "Come in. From now on, we're family. If you haven't had breakfast, eat with us," Li Fan said as he nodded to An Yun, who immediately pulled them in with a joyful smile. After this little episode, the house calmed down again. However, just as Li Fan was working hard for his rewards, his sharp senses caught the sound of knocking again. After hurriedly finishing his business, he didn't check the reward immediately but climbed off Lu Lianqing's plump body and got dressed. Sure enough, Yu Xixia opened the bedroom door and asked him to go check. Since the rules for selecting female members had changed, everyone knew not to bring in people blindly. They needed Li Fan's confirmation first to avoid burdening themselves with women who couldn't receive supplies. This time, it was another mother and daughter, but the mother had accompanied her daughter. And Yun whispered the situation to him. Residents of 2504. Previously, Zhang Lei and I tried to persuade them. They were hesitant but didn't decide. Maybe this rain forced their hand. The mother is called An Hame, 39 years old. The daughter is Zhao Qingxue, 20 years old. They should also have a younger daughter named Zhao Hanxue, 17 years old. Target Zhao Qingxue detected. Bind as target? Switch to An Hame. Binding An Hame would grant 6 points to all attributes and 3 sets of family supplies, while Zhao Qingxue would give fewer. Li Fan was still good at doing this math. Target An Hame detected. Bind as target? Yes. Binding target An Hame successful. Friendly reminder, after successful binding, all attributes plus 6, family members plus 3, and a special initial reward pack. Please work hard to expand your family and thrive. Bring them in, give some food to Zhao Qingxue to take home, and keep An Hame, Li Fan whispered to An Yun. An Yun looked at An Hame and Zhao Qingxue at the door with a bit of surprise and suspicion, wondering if Li Fan had some odd fetish, like being called daddy? But she still did as Li Fan asked, pulling An Hame inside and whispering to her affectionately. Meanwhile, Zhu Ting and the others welcomed Zhao Qingxue, offering her some leftover breakfast. An Hame was dumbfounded. After hearing An Yun's words, she blushed as red as a cooked shrimp, feeling numb and soft all over. She had really come intending to offer her older daughter in exchange for food and water to support her and her younger daughter. But young Li Fan actually chose her instead. Such a surprise. She realized not all men preferred young, tender girls, some actually like mature women. Feeling relieved, she quickly changed her thinking and eagerly nodded to accept. The rain outside continued to pour, but Li Fan's home grew more lively. Several women who had previously resisted persuasion now humbled themselves and came knocking. After careful vetting, Li Fan took in 3 more mother-daughter pairs, all about the same age as Lu Lianqing and An Hame, and he bound the mothers as the targets. As for women secretly brought by husbands or boyfriends, Li Fan refused to accept them. In the past, the system might have allowed it, but not anymore. The house was already overcrowded, and the family base was still far away from being built. If not for the rainstorm, Li Fan's number of women might have stabilized for a while. But the storm forced him to accept a few more helpless women. Afterward, Li Fan somewhat regretted selecting so many women in their 30s just for a few attribute points. It was a bit overwhelming to handle their enthusiasm. It seemed he'd need sensible women like Kong Linghui and Moon Yanqing to guide and manage them, or else things might really get out of hand. One-hit kill effect successfully activated. Conquest targets Lu Lianqing, An Hame, Gu Xian, Su Ronqing, and Zhang Xiaoa have been successfully conquered. All attributes of the host increase by 22. Family members increase by 11. One reward package has been granted for each successful first-time conquest. The host is advised to work hard on expanding the family and continuing the lineage. There are 5 first-time conquest reward packages available. Would you like to claim them? Yes. Acquired ability, defense, tough skin. Level, 1. Proficiency, 0 out of 100 points. Description: this ability allows the user to harden their skin, thereby enhancing physical defense. Acquired ability, control, mental bomb. Level, 1. Proficiency, 0 out of 100 points. Description: a spiritual bomb that detonates directly within the opponent's mind, causing brain death. To succeed, the user must possess significantly stronger spiritual power than the opponent. Otherwise, mental backlash may occur. Use with extreme caution. Acquired ability, element, Fire Fist. Level, 1. Proficiency, 0 out of 100 points. Description: the user can ignite flames when clenching both fists. There is a chance to instantly incinerate an opponent who is weaker. The success rate depends on the power gap between the two parties and their relative levels of fatigue or injury. Acquired ability, element, pitfall technique. Level 1. Proficiency, 0 out of 100 points. Description: allows the user to manipulate the earth to create sudden depressions in the ground and bury individuals. Increases the user's resistance to earth element attacks by 50%. Acquired ability, element, water slash. Level 1. Proficiency, 0 out of 100 points. Description: allows the user to manipulate water pressure to slice through objects. Effective only when the user's power significantly exceeds that of the opponent. Control, mental bomb and control, mental storm are of the same type and attribute. They can be fused into control, mental storm. Proceed with fusion? Element, water slash an element, 3 feet of ice are of the same type and attribute. They can be fused into element, 3 feet of ice. Proceed with fusion? Element, pitfall technique and element, sandball technique are of the same type and attribute. They can be fused into element, earth pit sand collapse. Proceed with fusion? Element, fire fist and element, sea of fire magma are of the same type and attribute. They can be fused into element, sea of fire magma. Proceed with fusion? Yes. 400 special energy points consumed for fusion. Fusion in progress, please wait. Control, mental storm fusion completed. Control, mental storm, level 1. Active abilities include mental seed, remote gravity field, mental shock, mental bomb. Proficiency, 0 out of 1000 points. Energy cost, 10 units. Element, 3 feet of ice fusion completed. Element, 3 feet of ice. Level 2. Type, area of effect ice damage and entrapment. Effects, can construct ice walls and form water-based shapes. Increases resistance to water and ice elements by 90% each. Proficiency, 0 out of 5000 points. Energy cost, 20 units. Element, earth pit sand collapse fusion completed. Element, earth pit sand collapse. Level 1. Type, area of effect earth damage and entrapment. Effects, can create sandballs. Increases resistance to earth element attacks by 60%. Proficiency, 0 out of 1000 points. Energy cost, 10 units. Element, sea of fire magma fusion completed. Element, sea of fire magma. Level 1. Type, area expansion with attached continuous fire damage. Effects, allows the user to coat both fists with sea of fire magma. Increases fire resistance by 90%. Proficiency, 0 out of 1000 points. Energy cost, 10 units. The reward package from Manhwa contained defense, tough skin. The reward package from Lu Lianqing contained control, mental bomb. The reward package from Guxian contained element, fire fist. The reward package from Jiang Shoa contained element, pitfall technique. The reward package from Su Ronqing contained element, water slash. A female family member may now be selected again for binding with the family member subsystem. Please make a choice promptly. After briefly introducing the newly obtained superpowers, this time Li Fan did not consult the women and directly bound Qin Xinyan to the family member subsystem. She possesses spatial abilities. As the number of women with superpowers increases, the training space can now be utilized. Last night, Li Fan confirmed he could bring Yin Yun, Fenglan, and Yu Caixia into the training space. However, only 3 individuals can be brought in per day. For 4 individuals, each receives 30 minutes of training, which totals exactly 2 hours. Therefore, it seems the fused training space now possesses a hidden feature that allows group training, compressing individual training sessions to 30 minutes each. Currently, the family member subsystem includes 8 women, and Yun Yun, Qin Xinyan, Fenglan, Zhu Ting, Chao Wei, Zhang Liman, Pan Yanxia, and Yu Caixia. Li Fan glanced at the group and said, "This time, I have already chosen Sister Qin. Last night, I took Sister An, Sister Feng, and Sister Yu into the training space to practice their superpowers. Her ability also grants access to the training space, so she can take all of you inside for training. Since it is pouring rain outside, we might as well stay in and practice using our superpowers. From now on, Sister Qin's storage space will be used to store supplies and handle logistics for our family, so I will not have to manage these matters every time." After making the assignments, Li Fan continued to work on improving his special proficiency levels. He now has intimate relationships with 40 women. However, only 36 are recognized as family members by the system. Including the one-hit kill effect, the total number of family members is 89. In reality, the total should also include Zhang Jing and 2 other individuals not recognized by the system. Just 5 or 6 more women are needed to surpass 100 family members, which will certainly trigger an additional reward. Host, Li Fan. Health, 1280. Energy, 1280. Constitution, 128. Strength, 126. Spirit, 128. Agility, 126. Superpower, currently regenerating. Compared to Yun Yun and the others, whose individual attributes did not exceed 10 points, Li Fan felt much more at ease when he looked at his own values while multitasking, not to mention the sheer number of superpowers he possessed. After finishing the tasks, another 1,120 points of special proficiency were obtained. Indeed, the saying that women in their 30s are like wolves and in their 40s are like tigers is no exaggeration. Even though Li Fan had transcended the limits of an ordinary human body, he still felt a bit exhausted. After lunch, Li Fan asked Kong Linghui and Hame and the other recently arrived women whether they wanted to return to their own homes to live. This house is still a little too small. With so many people living here, it is quite cramped. Perhaps it would be better if you all went back home to stay? However, none of the women were willing to leave. On the contrary, they insisted on bringing their home supplies up to the house. With both floors combined, the space exceeds 1,000 square meters. With only about 60 people, it is not overcrowded. At worst, we can squeeze in a bit and make do. For now, it is better that we all stick together and keep warm. We will bring up all the food from our homes this afternoon, Li Fan said to Qin Xinyan. Sister Qin, this afternoon you can help them move the food into the alternate space. That way you will not have to move things back and forth. In the afternoon, Li Fan brought Chao Hui, Zheng Liman, and Pang Yanxia into the training space, each for 30 minutes of training. With both instruction and sparring to handle, he had no time to train himself in the 4 newly fused superpowers. The rain outside had not stopped. However, using his extraordinary vision, Li Fan noticed someone in the residential compound across the way who had walked out of their unit and stepped onto the rooftop, standing in the rain. He watched this person for over an hour, yet discovered that they did not turn into a zombie. After waiting for another hour, the person returned to the building. Not long afterward, a group of people carrying wooden planks, foam sheets, and plastic wash basins threw these items onto the water from the shared third-floor area of their building. One by one, people stood on top of these floating items, ignoring the heavy rain, holding various sticks and similar tools in their hands as they paddled off into the distance. Can medical equipment still be used after being soaked in water? Li Fan asked Yu Tsaixia, who was groggily trying to get up from the bed beside him. Yu Tsaixia had realized that Li Fan especially liked exhausting the women with superpowers among them. While others only had to endure once, they had to go through it 2 or 3 times. As a result, she had been completely drained for the past 3 days, severely dehydrated. Aside from eating, drinking, and relieving herself, she could not even get up from the bed. It is fine. A lot of the equipment is waterproof and moisture-proof. The problem is, the water outside has already reached the 3rd floor. If we try to get equipment from the nearby hospital now, it will be difficult to locate. Most diagnostic equipment and medicines are usually on the 1st and 2nd floors. Yu Tsaixia answered while getting dressed, completely unbothered by exposing herself. 3 days of heavy rain had caused the water level to rise over 10 meters. What once would have sounded like nonsense was now an undeniable reality right before their eyes. If the rain does not stop by tomorrow, I will go to the hospital to look. If we wait any longer, I am afraid everything in the hospital will be washed away by the flood. There must be a lot of zombies in the hospital. Before Yu Tsaixia could finish speaking, Li Fan suddenly remembered the matter of zombies. He rubbed his forehead in frustration. Speaking of zombies, I just remembered there is a mutated zombie in the basement of Building C. I have had the feeling I was forgetting something these past 2 days. Turns out this was it. No, I need to go check. Since the heavy rain outside does not seem to turn people into zombies anymore, I should take a look at the other buildings as well. If mutated zombies appear, they must be dealt with in advance. Otherwise, the survivors will be in danger. Yu Tsaixia reminded him, you might as well knock on some doors and ask if anyone wants to go with you. I will go get that resident registration book for you. All right. Li Fan nodded in response, then got out of bed and began getting dressed. There were more than 10 women beside him. He could not help but sigh, what a large bed, and what a blissful doomsday. Tucking the register into his chest, Li Fan stepped out the door, transformed into his metallic form in the public corridor, and instantly teleported to Building D. From there, he saw Building C still over 100 meters away. He teleported again and fell into the water. He found the main entrance on the 1st floor and walked down the stairs into the basement. The pile of evolved flesh that had been there before was now just an empty shell. Clearly, the mutated zombie had completed its evolution and disappeared somewhere. Fuck! The metallic voice rang out in the water as Li Fan ran through the basement, searching and hoping that the level 2 mutated zombie was still within the sensory range of his mental seed. Unfortunately, it was not. Li Fan could not help but regret spending the last 3 days indulging in the tenderness of women without restraint. The level 2 mutated zombie's brain could have contained a level 2 mutated energy crystal, which might have been worth several thousand special energy points. But because he was too obsessed with pleasure, it had escaped. Still, he concluded that the real problem was his own cowardice. He lacked ruthlessness. He had never sent anyone to test the toxicity of the rain, which led to them being trapped at home, and ultimately losing this energy crystal potentially worth thousands. At the same time, he was puzzled. How did this level 2 mutated zombie evolve so quickly? Most zombies outside were still at level 0. Even level 1 was rare. Yet this one, trapped in the basement, had somehow jumped to level 2. Fortunately, the mental seed could remain in a zombie's brain for 7 days. If Li Fan could sense it within 1,000 meters during that time, there was still a chance to regain control. But after that period, it might be lost for good. Now, a level 2 mutated zombie was definitely a rare specimen. The previously arranged exchange of information had also been interrupted by the heavy rain. No one had come to exchange intelligence with him. Plants truly could not keep up with the pace of change. Also thrown off by the chaos were Chen Meimeng and Li Xiaoma, who had been trapped in an empty building by the roadside for 3 days. If they had not gathered some food and water in advance, they would have starved to death by now. Meimeng, look quickly, there is someone outside. For the past 3 days, Li Xiaoma had often watched the outside world, hoping to see someone brave enough to run into the rain to test whether the rain would turn people into zombies. Unfortunately, no such brave soul had ever appeared. They did not turn into zombies. It seems the rain no longer transforms people like it did in the beginning. Li Xiaoma happily grabbed Chen Meimeng's arm and said, "So what if we can go out? Without a boat, we cannot get far." Chen Meimeng was exhausted and full of despair. Her family was gone, and she had no one left. Aside from her friend Li Xiaoma, she had absolutely nothing. "We are not going to Huangjiang district anymore. Did you not hear Nguyen say that Brother Meng lives in the Dijin International Community? His name was something Fan. We will just go ask him. Then we can ask him to take us to find Nguyen, Feifei, and Sister Xiang," Li Xiaoma said with optimism. "That works too. Nguyen did say if she could not find her family, she would go serve Brother Meng. Being his subordinate would at least mean a good life." Chen Meimeng remembered what Nguyen had said, but still asked, "Are you not going to find your family? After seeing your home, I am honestly too scared to go back and look for mine. I am afraid it would be the same situation. Then I would not even be able to hold on to the hope that they are still alive." Just a moment ago she was smiling, but now Li Xiaoma's tears fell freely. In fact, after seeing what happened to Chen Meimeng's family, she believed that the chances of her own family's survival were very low. It had already been 10 days. Even if they had not turned into zombies, the lack of food and the streets full of zombies would have been enough to trap most people. Now the entire city was flooded. Without a proper boat, relying on just wooden planks and their poor paddling skills, it would be impossible to reach Huangjiang district more than 10 kilometers away. It made more sense to find shelter nearby and wait for the waters to recede before making further plans. Once Li Xiaoma calmed down a bit, Chen Meimeng asked, "Why do we not just follow them and look for some food first?" "Let us go." Li Xiaoma nodded in agreement. She began putting on thick clothes and a helmet, even asked Chen Meimeng to help her bind her chest, making her large breasts appear flat and unremarkable. Over the past 3 days, they had gathered a few useful items from the building. Chen Meimeng also wrapped her own chest. Although she was more than a C cup but less than a D, any reduction was helpful under the circumstances. Soon, the two of them dismantled 2 door panels and followed the group outside in the rain from a distance. Their destination was clear, a large supermarket not far ahead, one that both Li Xiaoma and Chen Meimeng had noticed before. But no one had entered it for fear of the zombies inside. A big supermarket definitely has mutated zombies like the ones in shopping malls. Without Nguyen, we do not know what is in there. We had better not go in, Chen Meimeng said to Li Xiaoma with hesitation. Then let us go to the Dijin International Community instead. If we pass by any shops along the way, we can pick up supplies. Li Xiaoma was also afraid of mutated zombies. After all, even when Nguyen and Meimeng fought together, they could not kill one. At that moment, Li Fan was searching the residential complex for mutated zombies while also clearing out the zombies in each building. Earning even a small amount of special energy points was better than staying at home, lost in indulgence with women. In just 3 days, 3 more mutated zombies had appeared in the complex. Although they were all at level 1, it still came as a pleasant surprise to Li Fan and prompted a thought. Could it be that every natural disaster accelerates the evolution of zombies or humans? If that was true, then apart from zombies, humans, and zombie cats, those known creatures, could other animals and plants also evolve due to the disasters? It was an open question. For now, Li Fan was confined to one location and could not investigate, but as long as he kept growing stronger, the answers would eventually reveal themselves. He swiftly cleared out the 5th floor of the building complex, collecting 3 mutated energy crystals and 36 low-quality energy crystals. After converting them into special energy points, his total reached a significant figure. His special proficiency points also increased to 6,520, bringing the combined total close to 20,000. If the rain continued tomorrow, Li Fan planned to brave the storm and make a trip to the hospital to gather medicine and medical equipment. Otherwise, items left soaking in water might become unusable. This concerned the survival rate of his future offspring and directly affected his rewards and attribute points. There was also the issue of having a doctor. Relying solely on Yutsai was not enough, especially since she would soon be heavily pregnant and likely unable to help. In the future, when he found a female doctor, he would have to be careful not to touch her too soon. This was a top priority and worth writing down in his little notebook. Only afterward would come the search for a base where the family could settle. Based on his understanding of the system, it was likely that he would eventually need to recruit people capable of farming, planting, and animal husbandry. Resources might also be restricted, like the selection of women. If he failed to prepare, hunger would become a real problem. Of course, it was also possible that Li Fan was overthinking, but being overly cautious now meant better preparation if something went wrong later. Some bold survivors, hearing movement, opened their doors and asked Li Fan, who was clearing zombies, if they could borrow food and water, promising to do anything in return. Li Fan had no intention of taking in any men. Instead, he gave food to system-recognized single women or women with daughters, collecting system rewards within 10 minutes. However, he neither brought them home nor immediately claimed the rewards. Detected target available for conquest, Luo Danchi. Bind target? Detected target available for conquest, Li Kaiwan. Bind target? Detected target available for conquest, Ren Yuzhen. Bind target? Detected target available for conquest, Huang Lingdeling. Bind target? Yes. Conquest targets Luo Danchi, Li Kaiwan, Ren Yuzhen, and Huang Lingdeling successfully bound. Friendly reminder, upon successful conquest, the host receives plus 18 to all attributes, 9 new family members, and 1 first-time conquest reward package. Please strive to expand the family and propagate the lineage. In Building A, there were 5 system-recognized women, all of whom were married with daughters but had no men at home. It had to be said, women from wealthy households were generally above average in appearance. Even if not stunning, they were certainly not ugly. Moreover, their noble upbringing added to their charm. Among them was Jin Yuanxiang, who had been bound days earlier via phone call. She was not especially beautiful but had a delicate, refined appearance. More importantly, she was still breastfeeding. In a rushed encounter, Li Fan ended up drinking a bellyful of milk. Feeling guilty for taking food from the baby, he immediately placed the bottle he received beside Jin Yuanxiang's bed. After hastily dealing with these women, the system popped up with another message. Host's family members have surpassed 100. One achievement reward package for reaching 100 members is now available. Would you like to claim it? Li Fan did not deal with it immediately and instead went to Building B. The heavy rain had become his accomplice, pushing previously hesitant women straight into his arms. In Building B, 4 system-recognized women were identified, 1 single, 1 married with no children, and 2 with daughters. In Building C, 6 women were recognized, 2 single, 2 married without children, and 2 with daughters. To Li Fan's surprise, not entirely unexpected, Yuan Bu, who had been previously system-recognized, was not among them, nor had she sought help from Li Fan. He recalled that her ability was water elemental, and she had food at home. It made sense that she did not need assistance. Building Z and F had 9 recognized women in total, 3 single, 2 married without children, and 4 with daughters. In total, Li Fan distributed 40 sets of snacks, boxed meals, and water throughout these 5 buildings. The family member subsystem can now bind 7 additional female family members. Please make your selections promptly. The number of family members calculated by the system had jumped from 89 to 153. Li Fan was startled. How had the number increased so rapidly? Still, he had no plans to bring these people home immediately. He would return briefly, then focus on collecting resources and killing zombies to exchange for a family base. And there was still the 100-member reward waiting to be claimed. After selecting it, the system indeed upgraded once more, but it also displayed several messages. As the apocalyptic disaster unfolds, the family reproduction system has detected that the host has expanded the family to over 100 members. The family member teleportation gate can now be activated. Family member teleportation gate. The host can teleport any family member and their direct blood relatives within 2 generations to his location. The maximum teleportation capacity is twice the number of family members. The cooldown period is 12 days. Note, the cooldown countdown begins from the first teleportation. The maximum number of people per teleportation depends on the host's attributes. The current limit is 12 individuals per use. System upgrade will take effect upon completion. After reading the explanation about the family member teleportation gate, Li Fan realized that the system, as always, was attentive. It knew some women close to him were not counted as official family members, so the teleportation limit was set higher than the total number of registered family members. It was also a subtle reminder that women like Zhang Jing, Lu Binglan, and Manga should not be too numerous, and they must become pregnant to qualify for teleportation. At the same time, the teleportation gate seemed to solve another problem: the distant parents and children of the women around him who might still be alive. However, since the number of people was capped, he hoped it would not exceed the limit when the time came. System is currently upgrading. The upgrade was still in progress, but it did not prevent Li Fan from claiming his rewards. Conquest targets Luo Danqi, Li Kaiwan, Ran Yuzhen, Huang Lingling, Jin Yuanxiang have been successfully conquered. All attributes of the host have increased by 80. Family members have increased by 40. One reward package has been granted for each successful first-time conquest. The host is advised to continue expanding the family and propagating descendants. There are 24 first-time conquest reward packages. Would you like to claim them? Yes. Acquired ability, defense, petrification. Level 1. Proficiency, 0 out of 100 points. Effect, enables the user to petrify the skin, enhancing defensive capabilities. Acquired ability, control, mental seed. Level 1. Proficiency, 0 out of 100 points. Effect, allows the user to implant a mental seed into the opponent's mind to control them. A significant mental disparity is required between the user and the opponent, otherwise, mental backlash may occur. Use with caution. Acquired ability, element, fireball technique. Level 1. Proficiency, 0 out of 100 points. Effect, enables flexible use of fireballs and increases the user's resistance to fire element attacks by 50%. Acquired ability, element, earth spike technique. Level 1. Proficiency, 0 out of 100 points. Effect, allows the user to control the ground and instantly create sharp spikes that inflict damage. Increases the user's resistance to earth element attacks by 50%. Acquired ability, element, water light blade. Level 1. Proficiency, 0 out of 100 points. Effect, enables the manipulation of water into light blades. Adapts to the opponent, stronger against stronger enemies, weaker against weaker ones. Acquired ability, defense, radiant shield. Level 1. Proficiency, 0 out of 100 points. Effect, allows the user to summon a radiant, multicolored shield for defense. Acquired ability, element, plant seed. Level 1. Proficiency, 0 out of 100 points. Effect, enables the user to obtain various plant seeds by interacting with different plant types. Acquired ability, element, steel torrent. Level 1. Proficiency, 0 out of 100 points. Effect, enables the manipulation of steel into a flood-like torrent that attacks and overwhelms targets. Increases the user's resistance to metal element attacks by 50%. Acquired ability, special, pneumatic wave. Level 1. Proficiency, 0 out of 100 points. Effect, allows the user to condense ambient air into offensive or defensive techniques. Acquired ability, element, freezing technique. Level 1. Proficiency, 0 out of 100 points. Effect, enables the freezing of liquids. Acquired ability, special, invisibility. Level 1. Proficiency, 0 out of 100 points. Effect, grants invisibility to the naked eye. Effectiveness is halved during daytime, can still be sensed through other means. Acquired ability, enhancement, perception. Level 1. Proficiency, 0 out of 100 points. Effect, enables perception of all objects within an 800-meter radius. Perception is blocked by physical obstructions. Acquired ability, element, thunder chain technique. Level 1. Proficiency, 0 out of 100 points. Effect: enables manipulation of lightning into thunder-shaped chains for attacking or restraining targets. Increases resistance to lightning element attacks by 50%. Acquired ability, enhancement, phantom technique. Level 1. Proficiency, 0 out of 100 points. Effect: increases speed to the point where the user appears as a phantom, confusing targets. Acquired ability, enhancement, stomach expansion. Level 1. Proficiency, 0 out of 100 points. Effect: allows the user to ingest and store food for up to 15 days within the stomach. Acquired ability, summoning birds. Level 1. Proficiency, 0 out of 100 points. Effect: allows the user to summon various birds. Quantity, 2. Cooldown time, 10 minutes. Acquired ability, enhancement, ground listening technique. Level 1. Proficiency, 0 out of 100 points. Effect: allows the user to lie on the ground and detect movement or sound within a 5 li, approximate 5 kilometers, radius. Cooldown time, 10 minutes. Acquired ability, enhancement, heavenly eye technique. Level 1. Proficiency, 0 out of 100 points. Effect: when activated, the heavenly eye reveals both hidden and visible objects within a 2 li, approximate 1 km, radius, ignoring physical obstructions. Cooldown time, 10 minutes. Acquired ability, element, sand binding technique. Level 1. Proficiency, 0 out of 100 points. Effect: controls sand and gravel to bind the target. Binding duration depends on the power difference. Increases resistance to earth element attacks by 50%. Acquired ability, element, bind binding technique. Level 1. Proficiency, 0 out of 100 points. Effect: uses vegetation to bind the target. Binding duration depends on the power difference. Increases resistance to wood element attacks by 50%. Acquired ability, enhancement, light eyes. Level 1. Proficiency, 0 out of 100 points. Effect: eyes that emit light, illuminating the path ahead. Can unexpectedly blind targets. Acquired ability, spatial, chaos. Level 1. Proficiency, 0 out of 100 points. Effect: a chaotic alternate space that the host can explore and develop at will. Acquired ability, special, healing technique. Level 1. Proficiency, 0 out of 100 points. Effect: heals injuries, illnesses, viral infections, and broken limbs in living beings. Acquired ability, element, ice and snow berserker. Level 1. Proficiency, 0 out of 100 points. Effect: transforms the user into a being encased in ice and snow for a limited duration. In this state, the user is invulnerable to all attacks except from a fire element berserker of equal level. Duration, 3 minutes. Cooldown, 60 minutes. Luo Danchi's reward package contained defense, petrification. Late Saiwan's reward package contained control, mental seed. Run Yuzhen's reward package contained element, fireball technique. Huang Lingling's reward package contained element, earth spike technique. Jin Yuanxian's reward package contained element, water light blade. Zhang Meili's reward package contained defense, radiant shield. Zhao Jilian's reward package contained the ability element, plant seed. Zhou Liron's reward package contained the ability element, steel torrent. Niao Xiaoxiao's reward package contained the ability special, pneumatic wave. Gongsun Ruyu's reward package contained the ability element, freezing technique. Li Xiangqin's reward package contained the ability special, invisibility. Wu Liang's reward package contained the ability enhancement, perception. Xiao Hao's reward package contained the ability element, thunder chain technique. Kai Lanji's reward package contained the ability enhancement, phantom technique. Du Xiaodia's reward package contained the ability enhancement, stomach expansion. Jia Mingfang's reward package contained the ability summoning, birds. Si Luyao's reward package contained the ability enhancement, ground listening technique. Wan Fuling's reward package contained the ability enhancement, heavenly eye technique. Dingdu Weiji's reward package contained the ability element, sand binding technique. Yi Xiaoyun's reward package contained the ability element, vine binding technique. Xing Xuan's reward package contained the ability enhancement, light eyes. Shi Xinghua's reward package contained the ability spatial, chaos. Xian Lingli's reward package contained the ability special, healing technique. Shangwan Xinghong's reward package contained the ability element, ice and snow berserker. Among the 24 reward packages received this time, there were 6 abilities that were duplicates: control, mental seed, element, fireball technique, element, freezing technique, special, invisibility, enhancement, perception, and special, healing technique. However, upon closer inspection, it became evident that even though some abilities shared the same name, their effects varied slightly. Additionally, there were 5 auxiliary abilities among them: Element, Plant Seed, Enhancement, Stomach Expansion, Enhancement, Ground Listening Technique, Enhancement, Heavenly Eye Technique, and Enhancement, Light Eyes. Perhaps due to the ongoing system upgrade, the prompt to fuse same type, same attribute abilities did not appear immediately. Nevertheless, Li Fan could roughly guess the situation and did not concern himself with it any further, deciding instead to wait and see after the system upgrade was completed. Because he had once again expanded the number of family members, by the time Li Fan returned to Unit 3100D, it was already very late. Much of the supplies had already been transferred to Qin Xingyan. The women at home had clearly finished dinner and were chatting in groups of 3 or 5, passing the time while waiting for him. Although the system upgrade had not yet completed, Li Fan still briefly shared with the women what had occurred during the more than 7 hours he spent in the residential complex. Upon hearing that he had brought back more than 20 women, and Yun, Qin Xingyan, and the others who had been with him from the beginning were not surprised. On the contrary, they were pleased, because the more women he had, the stronger Li Fan became. However, those who had only recently joined him, such as Kong Lingwei and Hame and Lu Lianqing, were wide-eyed in shock, as if they were witnessing a deity, just as they had been when conquered by Li Fan's unbelievable prowess in bed. That night, however, was a rare one in which Li Fan did not engage in intimacy with the women, leaving several who had just experienced it for the first time deeply disappointed. In the middle of the night, Li Fan was awakened by the system, which had just finished upgrading. Looking around the large waterbed bedroom where a dozen or so women lay sleeping, he shook his head, placed his hands on his hips, and walked out to the enclosed glass balcony. He suddenly noticed that the pattering of rain, which had persisted through the dark night, had ceased. Only then did he realize the torrential downpour had stopped. Even so, he did not dwell on it. If this was truly an apocalyptic catastrophe, peace would not last long. Another natural disaster might strike soon. Therefore, he needed to gather 100,000 special energy points as quickly as possible to exchange for a family base. Only with a base would he have no future worries. The system had issued many prompts. First came a long list of superpower fusions, which Li Fan only skimmed through, proceeding straight to the final upgrades. Number of family members exceeds 100. Daily supplies upgraded to banquet class: male nutritional recharge banquet, female beauty and rejuvenation banquet, children's comprehensive growth nutrition banquet, infant and toddler growth nutrition banquet. New feature unlocked: one-way family member teleportation gate. New host cultivation technique acquired: dual harmony of dragon and phoenix arts. New detection panel added for non-family female individuals. New feature unlocked: family supplies mall. New feature unlocked: superpower trade and exchange mall. New feature unlocked: nearby search function. The family member subsystem can now bind 7 more female family members. Please select promptly. Due to the excessive number of superpowers requiring fusion, the system will no longer prompt the host and will now perform automatic fusion, consuming 1,800 special energy points for fusion. Fusion in progress, please wait. Control, mental storm fusion completed. Level 1. Active abilities: enhanced mental seed, remote gravity field, mental shock, mental bomb, etc. Proficiency: 0 out of 1000. Energy cost: 10. Element: 3 feet of ice fusion completed. Level 2. Type: ice element area control damage. Effects: can build ice walls and shape water, increases resistance to water and ice elements by 100%. Proficiency: 0 out of 5000. Energy cost: 20. Element: earth pit sand collapse fusion completed. Level 1. Type: earth element area control damage. Effects: can form sandballs and sand bindings, increases resistance to earth element by 70%. Proficiency: 0 out of 1000. Energy cost: 10. Element: sea of fire magma fusion completed. Level 1. Type: fire element wide range persistent attachment damage. Effects: allows fire magma to coat both fists, increases fire resistance by 100%. Proficiency: 0 out of 1000. Energy cost: 10. Space, control fusion completed. Level 1. Active abilities: storage alternate space, training alternate space, chaotic alternate space, spatial movement, position swap, spatial throne. Proficiency: 0 out of 1000. Energy cost: 10. Defense, liquid state fusion completed. Level 1. Effect: actively generates 5 to 8 liquid radiant shields, reduces incoming damage by 90% for self, 70% for others. Upon receiving a fatal blow, automatically transforms into liquid form and activates radiant shield, reducing damage by 110% for self and 70% for others. Proficiency, 0 out of 1000. Energy cost, 10. Summoning, Gunmaster Fusion completed. Level 1. Active abilities, summon wolfhounds, falcons, sharpshooters, etc. Proficiency, 0 out of 1000. Cooldown, 60 minutes. Energy cost, 10. Element, wood command fusion completed. Level 1. Active abilities, instantly acquire plant seeds, accelerate plant growth, perform wood elemental movement techniques, summon wooden shields, vine bindings, etc. Proficiency, 0 out of 1000. Energy cost, 10. Acquired enhancement, intangible perception. Level 1. Proficiency, 0 out of 100. Effect, perceive all objects within an 800-meter radius, ignoring physical obstructions. Acquired special, phantom invisibility technique. Level 1. Proficiency, 0 out of 100. Effect, invisibility technique undetectable by the naked eye. Unlike ordinary invisibility, its effectiveness is not reduced in daylight. If detected through other means, a phantom illusion is automatically projected to confuse the opponent. Acquired special, comprehensive healing technique. Level 1. Proficiency, 0 out of 100. Effect, heals injuries, diseases, infections, and severed limbs in living beings. Also accelerates physical and mental recovery. Element, Metal Frenzy Fusion completed. Level 1. Effects, enables metal transformation, summoning of cold weapons and metal shields, and manipulation of metal. Allows free liquefaction and solidification. Increases resistance to metal element by 70%. Proficiency, 0 out of 1000. Energy cost, 10. Element, Thundercloud Light Chain Fusion completed. Element, Thundercloud Light Chain, Level 1. Can summon nearby thunderclouds from heaven and earth, wield chains of lightning to bind or strike enemies. Increases resistance to lightning element by 60%. Proficiency, 0 out of 1000. Energy consumption, 10. Acquired enhancement, Purple Radiant Heavenly Eye, Level 1. Proficiency, 0 out of 100. Enhancement, Purple Radiant Heavenly Eye, the eyes can freely change between purple and white. Staring with purple eyes can kill the target. If the opponent is stronger, both parties will be injured. White eyes can survey an area within 5 li in radius, approximately 2-5 kilometers, and emit light that illuminates the same range. The newly added detection panel for non-family female members currently included only 3 individuals, Zhang Jing, Lu Binglan, and Meng Yao. The panel displayed the following for each. Zhang Jing does not meet the overall qualification rating, not counted as a family member, not pregnant, no adverse conditions, no harmful habits, no malicious intent, cannot use the family teleportation gate. The status panels for Lu Binglan and Meng Yao were nearly identical to Zhang Jing's. The newly added family supplies mall included various household necessities such as quilts, pillows, and mats for the bed, pots, bowls, plates, and chopsticks for the kitchen, tables, chairs, and cabinets for home use, and towels, tissues, toothpaste, and toothbrushes for hygiene. However, purchasing all these items required either special energy points or special proficiency points, with the cheapest items costing at least 100 points. The newly added Superpower Trade and Exchange Mall displayed every superpower Li Fan had ever obtained or fused, over 80 in total. The exchange and selling prices differed by a factor of 10. For example, to redeem Fireball Technique, Li Fan would need 1000 special energy or proficiency points. But if he wanted to sell it, the system would only offer 100 points. This infuriated Li Fan, who cursed the system as a shameless profiteer. It was clearly starting to fleece him for all he was worth. The newly added nearby search function was extraordinarily powerful. It could not only detect the number of nearby zombies, but also the number of monsters, male survivors, and female survivors. It could even scan for areas with high zombie concentrations, locations where mutated zombies were most prevalent, and when Li Fan attempted to search for suitable sites to establish a family base, multiple recommended results actually appeared. This made him feel that, after all, the system did still care for its hard-working servant. Time was tight, and Li Fan did not bother with any democratic process. He directly selected 7 women with high affection levels and suitable superpowers to bind to the family member subsystem. After all, even if he selected someone unsuitable, he could simply disable her superpower. The system's thoughtfulness was truly embedded to the core. Zhao Fang, Ma Xiaofeng, Pan Tong, Zhang Qiufang, Fang Dandan, Li Mua, and Zhou Yishuan, 7 individuals. Zhao Fang's superpower was summoning, Gunmaster. Ma Xiaofeng's superpower was spatial, control. Pan Tong could replicate any superpower. Zhang Qiufang's superpower was element, 3 feet of ice. Fang Dandan's superpower was control, mental storm. Li Muo's superpower was also element, 3 feet of ice. Zhou Yixuan's superpower was element, metal frenzy. He planned to take 2 or 3 women with superpowers out to kill zombies and test whether they would also generate special energy points. If it worked, he could go to an area with a high concentration of zombies and use the family member teleportation gate to summon some combatants to assist him in cleaning out the zombies. That would definitely be faster and more efficient. However, for today, he still needed to visit the hospital and nearby warehouses to scavenge supplies. With the search function available, Li Fan immediately searched for nearby supply warehouses, planning to loot them thoroughly. The sky outside was still dark. After finalizing his plan, Li Fan, in a good mood, climbed into bed, sought out one of the women he favored, and used the wild energy within him to awaken her. It was worth mentioning that the newly added system technique, Dual Harmony of Dragon and Phoenix Arts, would directly increase the proficiency level of a corresponding superpower during intercourse with a woman who possessed that power. However, each session only granted an increase of 5 to 10 points. Moreover, it did not affect the acquisition of special proficiency points. Naturally, it likely also served to protect his waist and kidneys, but the time had been too short to see long-term effects. As dawn broke, Li Fan wrote down his upcoming plans in a notebook and left it on the dining table at home for the women to see and discuss once they awoke. Li Fan used water shaping combined with 3 feet of ice to form a simple, compact ice boat and began rowing toward Dijin International Hospital. Shortly after he left, Li Xioma and Chen Meimeng finally arrived at the Dijin International Residential Community. "So annoying, we went the wrong way yesterday and wasted half the day for nothing," Li Xioma said irritably to Chen Meimeng. "At least we found the place. But the neighborhood is so quiet, and we have no idea where that strong guy lives. Should we knock on doors and ask? We should, but we need to be careful of zombies. That strong guy already went to the mall to clear out zombies. The zombies in the residential area have probably already been cleaned up." "True, but we still need to stay alert. That zombie that jumped out of the water yesterday nearly scared me to death." As the 2 women sat in a large plastic tub paddling through the neighborhood to ask for directions, another woman in the nearby Isin community was also paddling with her daughter in a tub, heading directly toward the Dijin International Community. Li Fan soon arrived at the hospital. The 6-story building had been half submerged. He transformed into his metallic form and leapt from the iceboat into the water, diving straight toward the hospital lobby. Seeing the dismembered corpses of zombies scattered by the flood, he impaled one through the skull with a single ice spike. But when he saw that it cost 20 energy points, he immediately stopped. Li Fan's current energy had reached 2080 points, and all his attributes had surpassed 200. With his physical strength alone, he could destroy these level 0 zombies with a single punch. There was no need to waste energy. Entering the lobby, his targets were the pharmacy and obstetrics department. Along the way, he cleared out zombies and extracted energy crystals from their brains. Soon, he had collected a sufficient amount of medicine and obstetric instruments. Li Fan exerted all his strength and leapt upward, his metal body crashing through all the floors like a cannonball. Looking at the vast blue sky, Li Fan felt a wild arrogance as though the world lay open before him. Landing on the rooftop, he stood tall and triumphant, filled with optimism. "System, can you calculate my current strength and speed?" The host's current maximum speed is 120 meters per second. Maximum strength is 2 tons. However, breaking through 6 floors was simply because you are a lump of metal, not due to the strength of your physical body. Do not be overconfident. Your body cannot even resist the zombie virus yet. Well, that is still impressive. I did not realize that transforming into metal made me this strong. In your current state, all monsters before you are nothing but vegetables. Does that mean I am invincible? Yes. Which is why you should seize this time before the next natural disaster to clear out zombies, instead of wasting it chasing women. In the future, women will be cheaper than any resource and free for you to choose from. Alright, I will devote myself to clearing out zombies during this period. Using the newly added system search function, Li Fan began scanning for the nearest areas with dense zombie populations. When he saw the answer Chienda Shopping Mall, he was briefly puzzled. He suddenly realized that he had forgotten to ask Yun Yun and the others about the surrounding area. He only knew the rough location of some places and how to get there by bus, but not how to walk there. However, such matters could now be asked of the system. "System Lord, does your new search function come with navigation?" "Now it does. I did not know you were such a hopeless directionless fool." With no time limit on his metallic transformation, Li Fan swiftly followed the system's guidance and charged toward the nearby warehouses. After raiding supplies from 3 warehouses in succession, he was still tempted to go even farther. But in the end, he decided that it was more important to redeem his family base first. With a single bound and leap, he reached the rooftop of the Chinda shopping mall, where zombies were relatively concentrated. Since the rain had stopped and water naturally flows to lower ground, the surface flooding was gradually receding. Chinda shopping mall was even larger than the previously visited Dijin International Mall. There were far more zombies, with many floating in the water and even more lurking below the surface. The residential buildings around the mall were eerily quiet, indicating that the survivors did not have the courage to confront such a dense concentration of zombies. Li Fan charged straight into the water, swinging metal weapons he had transformed from his body, cutting through the zombies like chopping vegetables. It took him only 1 hour to completely slaughter the thousands of zombies surrounding the mall. The water became even murkier and filthier. If not for his ability to transform into solid metal, Li Fan would never have dared act so recklessly. If he accidentally swallowed even a mouthful of that water, he would have ingested zombie blood and flesh. What if that turned him into a zombie? After taking a short break, Li Fan endured his disgust and began searching the zombie corpses for energy crystals. These were his primary source of power. Without them, his motivation to kill zombies would drop by at least half. He harvested 352 low-grade energy crystals and 2 level 1 mutated energy crystals. That one haul earned him a total of 6,871 special energy points, utterly satisfying. After converting all the crystals into special energy points, he charged into the interior of Chinda Mall to continue clearing out zombies. While Li Fan was engaged in zombie extermination, survivors in buildings near Chinda Mall in the Yuding community, and a massive residential area called Bigue noticed him moving in and out of the zombie horde like a golden armored warrior. That man's superpower must be metal control. He can both transform into metal and generate metal weapons. He must be at least a level 2 mutant, speculated a middle-aged man who appeared to be the leader of a group of 7 or 8 men and women inside a fully connected floor of the Yuding community. And the transformation lasts an absurdly long time. He's maintained his metal form for over an hour without any sign of stopping. My flame form only lasts 5 minutes. Damn, comparing yourself to others just pisses you off, said a young bald man with a bare torso, clearly frustrated. His strength and speed are outrageous. I doubt even most level 2 mutants could be this powerful, said a young woman with a high ponytail, holding a sword in her hand. As far as we know, mutants can evolve into superpowered beings either by being bitten by zombies or by being drenched in the initial torrential rain. Aside from that, there are the spherical crystals from mutated zombies. These spherical crystals can further enhance evolution. This method certainly was not known at the beginning, and even if he kept consuming them non-stop, it would be impossible to reach level 3 in just 10 days. That kind of progress is simply inconceivable, said a plump woman wearing gold-rimmed glasses as she adjusted them. So there must be another way to level up that we do not know yet. Let us go down later and ask him, the middle-aged man in charge decided. He may not be willing to tell us, a square-faced, burly middle-aged man said with a frown. He is also a mutant. Exchanging information should not be too foolish a proposition, said the leader. He probably knows more than we do. The problem is, he might not value the information a group of level 1 mutants like us can offer, the bald young man said with a hint of self-doubt. Regardless, we should still try to approach such a powerful figure. Who knows? He might be willing to trade useful information, the young woman with a high ponytail added. Then let us wait for him to come out of the mall. Also, aside from us, there are groups of mutants in Yuding community and Bigue community as well. They will probably want to contact this powerful man too, said the leader, glancing toward the direction of the 2 other neighborhoods. After slaughtering zombies like chopping vegetables, Li Fan was starting to feel a bit tired. He checked his special energy points. They had reached a substantial number, meaning he had killed nearly 3,000 zombies in the mall. No wonder he felt exhausted. Even though he was a hunk of metal swinging a blade through water, which did not generate much resistance, extended combat still led to mental fatigue. Once I finish collecting these energy crystals, I am calling it a day. I cannot take any more. I will continue tomorrow. While collecting crystals, he thought about resting. Mindlessly clearing out zombies like this required occasional breaks, or it could drive one mad. However, the harvest on this run made Li Fan euphoric. 989 low-grade crystals, 6 level 1 mutated crystals, and 2 level 2 mutated crystals, an incredible haul. When the system indicated that each level 2 mutated crystal could be exchanged for 5,000 special energy points, his joy turned into uncontrollable laughter. But remembering how the level 2 zombie he had implanted with a mental seed had slipped away right under his nose, he stifled the laugh. Spending just 3 to 4 hours in a zombie-dense place like Chinda Mall yielded as much as 3 to 4 days elsewhere. Over 30,000 special energy points gave Li Fan confidence that he could redeem the family base within 3 days. Afterward, he would upgrade all his usable superpowers to the highest level, and his strength would soar again. But just as Li Fan was imagining ruling the apocalypse from a palace-sized family base, surrounded by 3,000 beauties in a grand harem, something outside the mall caught his attention, a group of people paddling toward him in a rubber boat. He instinctively examined their details. Level 1 Mutant, Li Longlin, 25% evolution progress. Strength, 1,225 kilograms. Speed, 18 meters per second. Awakened ability, enhanced strength. Level 1 Mutant, Zhao Anshan, 1% evolution progress. Strength, 90 kilograms. Speed, 65 meters per second. Awakened ability, enhanced speed. Level 1 Mutant, Yubin, 6% evolution progress. Strength, 1,075 kilograms. Speed, 15 meters per second. Awakened ability, enhanced strength. Level 1 Mutant, Yu Qinghuan, 1% evolution progress. Strength, 55 kilograms. Speed, 10 meters per second. Awakened ability, water element. All four on the rubber boat were level 1 mutants, which surprised Li Fan, who had been scavenging household supplies. Until now, he had only met 4 mutants total, and all of them were at level 0. To encounter 4 level 1 mutants at once made him feel disoriented. He had assumed most mutants were still stuck at level 0. Clearly, he had underestimated the pace of others' evolution. Brother inside, clearing out the zombies, can you hear me? I am Li Longlin, also a mutant, although I lack the strength to take on thousands alone like you. I would like to make your acquaintance and exchange some information, a courteous and deep male voice called out from outside. Li Fan had no reason to fear 4 level 1 mutants. He had just finished clearing out the zombies and was ready to go home. This was a good time to hear them out. With a light jump, he leapt to the mall's 3rd floor, smashed a nearby window with ease, and looked at the 4 people. Just say what you want, he said. Li Longlin asked politely, brother, are you a level 2 mutant, or level 3? Level 3, Li Fan replied. Although he did not evolve like normal mutants, the system's assessment of his attributes equaled that of an early-stage level 3 mutant. Including all his superpowers, he could almost reach the threshold of level 4. The 4 exchanged glances. Li Longlin extended an invitation. I am a level 1 mutant from the nearby Bigue community. If you are interested, we would welcome you to join our mutant group. Our goal is to build a large sanctuary together, to protect more survivors and restore production. Where do you plan to build this large sanctuary? Here? Li Fan asked with interest. We are considering the villa districts in either Yinzhong or Qingzhong. The elevation is high there, so we would not have to worry about flooding, Li Longlin answered honestly. That sounds like a good plan, but I probably will not be joining anyone's team. I know what you really want to know, how to level up quickly. 4 words, not telling you. Then, with a smug smirk, Li Fan added, however, I can help you deal with level 2 or even level 3 zombies that you cannot handle along the way. Think it over. I will come back tomorrow. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Fan launched himself into the air like a cannonball and vanished in the distance. Level 3 mutants are that strong? Is he even human anymore? Even Superman would not be this powerful, Yu Qinghuan exclaimed, stunned, as she watched Li Fan disappear like a beam of light. His speed is at least 200 meters per second, several times faster than me, and I specialize in speed, Zhao Anshan added, equally amazed. Let us go back. It seems he will not reveal his method for leveling up, Li Longlin said with some disappointment. He said he would return tomorrow. Do you think he really will? Should we tell him the location of that level 2 zombie we encountered earlier? Asked Yubin, who was only 18 years old. We cannot tell him. Zombie crystals are the only method we know for leveling up. If we give that away, how are we supposed to evolve? Li Longlin replied, shaking his head. But we still cannot defeat a level 2 mutated zombie. Would it not be better to let him clear the way for us so we can move to our target location sooner? Yubin asked, puzzled. By the time Li Fan returned to the Dijin International Residential Complex, dusk had already fallen. When he entered Unit 3100D, he found that 3 more women had joined the household. Among them was Li Huifei, who had previously been with Zhao Baiyuan, which momentarily puzzled him until the system issued a prompt. Detected conquerable targets, Li Xiaoma and Chen Meimeng. Do you wish to bind them? Yes. Conquest of targets Li Xiaoma and Chen Meimeng successful. Friendly reminder, upon successful conquest, all attributes of the host increase by 4. 2 new family members added. 1 reward package for each first-time conquest. Please continue expanding the family and propagating descendants. After a whisper from An Yun, he learned that Li Huifei had been kicked out by the Zhao family. Li Xiaoma and Chen Meimeng were friends of the dual-ability mutant Yunuanyuan, whom they had met at Dijin Mall. They came seeking shelter with this fierce man who could clear an entire shopping mall by himself. Why did you bring them into the house? Would it not have been simpler to arrange for them to stay in one of the empty rooms downstairs? Li Fan asked, somewhat confused. Of course we brought them up so you could take a look. If it seems appropriate, we can all help persuade them, and Yun Yun replied, her face full of sarcasm. Given all that Li Fan had done in recent days, none of the women were unclear about his intentions. As long as a woman's appearance was decent, he never hesitated. Just look at Pantone, Mangyao, and others. Then you all work on persuading them over the next few days. I need to rest and recover so I can clear more zombies for the sake of building our family base. Once we have the base, we will finally be able to live truly worry-free, said Li Fan. Now that Yun Yun knew about the system, he no longer had to make things up. He turned and asked, have you eaten dinner? No, we were waiting for you. Otherwise, none of us can enjoy a meal, and Yun Yun replied teasingly. Alright, then let's eat. Have those three join us as well, Li Fan said as he retrieved 5 banquet tables worth of food from the system. These included steaming hot dishes in large bowls, buckets of rice, baby food, and bottles for infants. It was like a real banquet, no longer the boxed meals from before. The system's attentiveness needed no further praise. The mere act of producing food out of thin air stunned the 3 women Li Xiama, Chen Meimeng, and Li Huifei into speechlessness. And it was not instant noodles or military rations, but hot, aromatic dishes. Li Xiama and Chen Meimeng were still composed, as they had managed to eat well in the mall thanks to Yuanyuan's invisibility-based scavenging ability. Only during the recent 3 days of torrential rain had they been reduced to eating instant noodles and snacks. But Li Huifei and her daughter had gone 5 or 6 full days without a single bite of hot food since power and gas had been cut. Their eyes lit up at the sight of the feast, and they swallowed their saliva hungrily. The other women were surprised as well, but most of them already knew Li Fan had a power to produce food. The few women particularly close to Yun Yun who also knew about the system quickly accepted this development. After dinner, Li Fan did not concern himself with the 3 newcomers and went upstairs to sleep. He was exhausted but in good spirits. Just knowing he had over 50,000 special energy and proficiency points made him immensely satisfied. In the middle of the night, he woke to find himself surrounded by a group of enticing women. Li Fan could not resist. Hours of intense engagement continued until dawn broke, and only then did he rest, content. Another 640 special proficiency points were gained, and the superpower proficiency of Yun Yun, Qin Xinyan, and others increased by 5 to 8 points each. Seeing women like Zheng Lei and Li Muhua gradually becoming more proactive in bed, Li Fan could not help but feel smug. In an apocalypse, power ruled. Once the family base was established, he was certain he could live a life as decadent as an emperor. And Yun Yun's palace intrigue was not far off now. Because there were 3 outsiders present the night before, Li Fan had not discussed the matters he had written in his notebook with Yun Yun and the others. So early in the morning, he gathered the scantily dressed women in the bedroom. Did all of you read what I wrote yesterday in the notebook about the teleportation gate and training? All 15 women who had gained superpowers nodded in confirmation. The women who had not yet received superpowers felt a mixture of hope and disappointment. But they knew they had joined Li Fan too recently. In due time, their turn would come. You do not need to worry about safety. I may not be the strongest in all of Dragon Country, but in Yanjiang City, I am definitely number 1. Now that you have superpowers, you should go out and face the zombies. I always wanted you to become a post-apocalyptic superpowered female squad, Li Fan declared confidently. Is it not true that if zombies catch and bite you, you will become a zombie? Shu Ting asked softly. Yes. And there is still no cure for the zombie virus, Li Fan replied, fully aware of their concerns. Would it not be safer for us to wait until there is a vaccine before going outside? Qin Xinyan, who was timid and afraid to face zombies, asked. Ironically, her space-based power was quite strong. You all need to get used to it. If someone with superpowers still gets bitten by a zombie, they deserve to die. I did not give you powers so you could sit at home and wait to die, Li Fan said sternly. It seemed discussion was useless, only dictatorship would work. Li Fan's expression turned dark as he continued. I will give you 2 more days. Pantone, copy Ma Xiaofeng's ability. You and Qin Xinyan will take turns leading training sessions for half an hour per day. With such good conditions, if any of you still go out and get bitten to death by a zombie weaker than a dog, then do not ask for powers again. Your only role will be staying home and having children. Zhou Yixuan raised her hand and asked, if I transform into metal, does that mean zombies cannot bite me? Yes. Yesterday, I was in metal form the whole day while clearing out zombies. As long as you conquer your fear and use your powers effectively, zombies are actually very weak. Xiao Hui said in a deliberately coy voice, I can turn invisible, so I am just a scout, master. Shu Ting echoed the tone, saying, all I have is the liquid shield. It cannot even resist the virus, master. Zhang Limo, my giant's heart requires close combat with zombies. I am not brave enough, master. Peng Yanxia, my wood command is better used for gardening and having children, master. Although An Yun Yun and the others said nothing, it was clear they did not want to face zombies directly either. Li Fan declared, this is a mandatory rule. From now on, anyone who gains a superpower must go out and train. The only exception is pregnancy. Other than that, even during your period, you must follow the schedule. Otherwise, with nothing to do at home, you will start stirring up trouble. The women looked at Li Fan with a mixture of frustration and protest. We are not causing any trouble. In addition, the portal can also summon your parents and son who are far away. If you are an only daughter, let me know your situation. As long as your parents are still alive, I should be able to summon them to my side. After saying this, he ignored the women and pulled Yu Caixia, Qin Xingyan, Ma Xiaofeng, and Pan Tong into another room to show them the medicines and equipment he had collected yesterday, as well as the supplies gathered from Chanda Mall. Each of you three take a portion of these medicines, equipment, and daily necessities and store them in your space. The spatial superpower now has an additional, chaotic space. When you have time at home, study how to use it. I believe it might be a type of alternate dimension where you can plant, raise animals, and build a small world to live in. Use your brains, Li Fan said. Yu Caixia nodded and said to Li Fan, with these tools and medicines, we can definitely help deliver babies. But now there are too many women, and when the time comes, they might go into labor one after another. I alone will not be able to handle it all. When we relocate again, we will recruit more people. There is no rush right now. Li Fan nodded. He had already considered this matter before. Then, he took out the food portions from yesterday and today's feasts for Qin Xingyan to keep, and asked Ma Xiaofeng and Pan Tong to assist her in her work. After all, she had to manage the logistics and maintain relevant records. After that, he no longer paid attention to those women who only sought comfort and pleasure. Under the system's guidance, he transformed into a metallic being and leaped back to the rooftop of the Chenda Mall, where he had made a big haul yesterday. At the same time, he began searching for other places nearby with high population density, similar to Chenda Mall. Ping'an Pedestrian Street. Looking at the system's navigation, he saw that Ping'an Pedestrian Street was slightly farther away. It was already near the edge of the Yangjian district, not far from the Huangjian district. However, for the sake of special energy value, he was naturally not going to back down. After waiting for about 5 minutes, 6 inflatable boats arrived. Upon inspection, they were all mutants. But this time, there was no shock like yesterday. Most of them were still level 0 mutants. Across the 6 boats, there were only 10 level 1 mutants. So, have you decided whether you need my help clearing out the level 2 or even level 3 mutated zombies? Since they came, they obviously needed Li Fan's help. Nevertheless, Li Fan still asked the question. Now being a humanoid metal figure, speaking posed no problem. There are at least a dozen level 2 mutated zombies within a 3-kilometer radius of us. However, only 2 of them, the ones with enhanced psychic abilities, require your help to deal with. But we hope you can give us 1 energy crystal, said Li Longlin, who had met Li Fan yesterday. Heh, you must be out of your minds. Then go on and grow some more, wait until they evolve to level 3 and try to gang up on them again. Goodbye. Naturally, Li Fan was not about to agree to this. The apocalypse was upon them, and they still expected him to do free labor just because they asked? Dream on. Sir, do not be angry. As long as you can help us deal with those 2 mutated zombies, that will be enough. A young man from another boat bowed slightly and spoke. Li Fan sneered and said, I changed my mind. Perhaps what I said yesterday, along with waiting here for you today, gave you the wrong impression. I do not want to help you kill level 2 zombies anymore. Unless, Li Longlin, feeling disgusted by Li Fan's attitude, impatiently asked, unless what? Find me 5 women that I find satisfactory, Li Fan chuckled. Of course, I will provide them with food, housing, and safety. I do not think that is a difficult request. He then added, oh, and preferably ones you have not touched. Sir, please do not misunderstand. We are not the kind who bully men and dominate women in our community. We are decent people, another middle-aged man said, visibly displeased. Li Fan replied, I do not care. I am not a decent person. I just happen to like women. And now, I have a lot of them. Actually, it is fine if you refuse. Who knows, maybe one day I will just go over there and eliminate those zombies myself. All you have to do is wait quietly. Sir, please do not go. Those 2 level 2 mutated zombies with enhanced psychic powers are not far from here. Please, help us get rid of them. I am Mo Xiaokai from Muting Community. I might be able to find 5 women, but whether you will be satisfied with them is another matter, said a young man with a beer belly, smiling. I will go with you to see the women first, and then I will take care of the matter, Li Fan chuckled. He leapt hundreds of meters away, then jumped again, hopping all the way to the Muting Community to the left. Mo Xiaokai and the other 3 men and 1 woman followed slowly in their inflatable boats. Sir, all the survivors in our community now live in Building 1. Food is distributed uniformly. Some women have already voluntarily followed us mutants, while others are still independent, Mo Xiaokai explained. Li looked at him and said, impressive that you did not use force. Mo Xiaokai did not shy away, no need. After going hungry for a few days, they naturally come around. We are not lacking in women now. What we lack is manpower. We can barely keep up with the fun. Seems like you have plenty of women. Mo Xiaokai smiled awkwardly, just a fair number. Sir, this way. Floors 8 to 14 are occupied by women who still cling to hope for rescue. They are a bit stubborn, but there are a few good-looking ones among them. He knocked on a specific door. A beautiful woman behind him handed a packet of instant noodles and bottled water to the woman who opened it. Zhou Minghui, wipe your face clean. The rescue you were waiting for has arrived. Target Zhou Minghui detected as capturable. Bind target? Though the woman looked disheveled, the system approved her. Li Fan took out a meal box from his space and said to Zhou Minghui, who was wiping her face with a towel, follow me from now on, and there will be plenty of meals like this. How about it? Do I only have to sleep with you, or with all the men? Zhou Minghui did not take the box. Instead, she glanced at Mo Xiaokai and the others. Only with me, Li Fan replied, also glancing at Mo Xiaokai and the attractive woman beside him. These people sure knew how to enjoy themselves. Li Fan stopped walking and said, alright, I will take her first, as a down payment. Once I clear the 2 mutated zombies, I will continue selecting the remaining 4. How about that? The 5 of them, naturally, had no objections. They paddled their boats and led Li Fan, who followed underwater, to the zombie location. A hotel's underground parking lot. They are right below. We are too weak, so we will not go down. The psychic illusions of those level 2 mutated zombies can make us kill each other, Mo Xiaokai said from atop his boat. Li Fan activated his invisible perception and quickly located the 2 level 2 mutated zombies in the basement. However, contrary to Mo Xiaokai's claim of 1, there were 2. One of them was surprisingly familiar. It was the power-type mutated zombie from Basement C that had previously been controlled by a psychic seed. What a pleasant surprise. Controlling the defected power-type mutated zombie, Li Fan effortlessly slaughtered the psychic-type mutated zombie. Within less than a minute, he had obtained 2 level 2 mutated energy crystals. This reaffirmed to him that killing mutated zombies in exchange for special energy value was far more efficient. Simply clearing out ordinary zombies was both exhausting and yielded poor returns. As for why he did not bring along the power-type mutated zombie, Li Fan could only say it was inconvenient and unnecessary. With a single leap, Li Fan sprang out of the water and headed toward the Muting Community. Mo Xiaokai and the other 4 looked at each other and hurried to follow. He killed it already? That fast, the woman leaning against Mo Xiaokai asked in surprise. Let us go back and see. A boss this formidable would not bother lying to small fry like us, Mo Xiaokai said as he used his water control ability to accelerate the speed of the inflatable boat. They regrouped at Building 1 of Muting Community. Li Fan took out a round crystal the size of a pigeon egg to show them briefly, then put it away again. Where is the other one? Do you need me to take care of the other level 2 mutated zombies for you? Li Fan asked. Mo Xiaokai pointed into the distance and said, the other one is a bit far. It might take over half an hour to get there by boat. The way the water looks, it might completely recede in a few days. When that happens, we can ask you to come and kill it. Li Fan asked, are all of you planning to move to the Villa District? Mo Xiaokai nodded. The Villa District is elevated and does not fear heavy rains like the last time. Also, as long as we find enough diesel and generators, we can have both electricity and running water. Li Fan looked at the 5 of them with a smile and asked, I will take that woman back a bit later. As for the other women, do you want me to choose now or after I finish the task? Mo Xiaokai said, you can choose now or later, however you prefer. We will do as you say. Then I will return in 3 days to choose. Saying this, Li Fan leapt away, heading toward Pingan Pedestrian Street. That is insane. He jumps over 100 meters at a time. With that speed and power, will we really be that strong when we reach level 3? Keep a close watch on Jo Minghui. Do not let anyone near her. Try to preserve the other women over these 3 days too. Building a good relationship with someone like him might let us latch onto his coattails in the future. You guys play so dirty. That look in the boss's eyes just now was far from admiration. With the current situation, rescue is out of the question. The only hope is whether the country has a shelter we can go to. Everything else is complete bullshit. Pingan pedestrian street stretched for 1,500 meters. On both sides were many street vendors where people used to eat and stroll. The sides were lined with 3-story shops and multi-story commercial residential buildings. Before the apocalypse, it had been a bustling place. There were even more zombies here than at Qianda Mall. If it were not for the 3 to 5 meter deep floodwaters, Li Fan would have easily seen the densely packed horde. Even so, some zombies floated on the water's surface, and many lurked below. Li Fan glanced at the buildings on both sides and felt there were likely still survivors inside. Soon, he indeed saw some survivors speaking out, observing the outside world. Clearly, many survivors still lacked the courage to fight zombies and would rather wait at home for death. Li Fan rushed into the water and swung his transformed metal weapon, slashing through zombies like chopping vegetables. He cleared the surrounding area and extracted energy crystals from the brains of the zombies to ensure none were missed. In such flooded conditions, he could not use fire to incinerate the zombies. He could only proceed step by step in this manner. Soon, the water of the pedestrian street became turbid and filthy. Yet after 2 or 3 hours of slashing, Li Fan had only advanced less than 200 meters. The number of zombies in the shops on both sides was overwhelming. At the scent of flesh and blood, they would surge outward, making Li Fan feel as if he could never kill them all. Although transforming and fighting did not consume his energy, Li Fan still felt hunger and mental fatigue. He leapt to a nearby rooftop to rest briefly and eat something to regain his strength. Looking down at the still dense crowd of zombies, Li Fan estimated that there were at least 20 to 30,000 zombies on Pingan Pedestrian Street. If he could kill them all today, his special energy value would definitely surpass 100,000 points. Using his invisible perception ability to assess the zombies' levels, Li Fan discovered there were at least 100 level 1 mutated zombies and nearly 10 level 2 mutated zombies. Clearing this place could make him filthy rich. However, judging by his slaying speed, it was unlikely he could finish today. It was a pity the entire area was flooded, with depths reaching 5 meters. His sea of fire magma and freezing abilities were not much use in such conditions. He had also tested his purple glow celestial eye on the zombies, but it was not particularly effective. Even glaring at the zombies was slower than cutting them down with his blade. Now, he realized the downside of having too many superpowers. It left him no time or focus to study them deeply. He could only hope the women staying at home would use their brains and think of something useful for him, then tell him. After resting, the zombies on the street began to crowd in again. Most of them gnawed on the corpses of their kind, making the floodwaters even more bloodstained and foul. Transformed into metal again, Li Fan jumped off the building and resumed killing zombies. This was the very fuel for his rise to the pinnacle of life. Unlike before, when he steadily pushed forward, this time Li Fan was different. The 100+ level 1 mutated zombies and 9 level 2 mutated zombies he had noted earlier became his targets. On his way to them, he casually eliminated any level 0 zombies in his path. However, with more and more zombies converging, he no longer had the leisure to carefully retrieve energy crystals. He could only aim to slice off half a zombie's head in a single stroke and dig at the back of the skull. If there was a crystal, good. If not, he would not bother searching further. So long as he acquired over 100 level 1 and level 2 mutated energy crystals, it would be enough to exchange for a family base. Since he did not have to worry about being scratched or bitten and turning into a zombie, Li Fan naturally wielded his several-meter-long broadsword with unstoppable momentum, heading directly for the mutated zombies that stood out from the level 0s. By the time night fell, Li Fan had finally collected 112 level 1 mutated energy crystals and 9 level 2 mutated energy crystals. In addition, he had found 482 low-grade crystals through only cursory searches. He also discovered 2 shops containing large flesh mounds that were currently evolving. Monster, level 2 mutated zombie, undergoing evolution and upgrade. Strength, 3000 gene. Speed, 5 meters per second. Guaranteed to generate mutated energy crystal. They were 3 mutated zombies evolving toward level 3. Besides these, 6 other shops contained evolving level 2 flesh mounds, though on a smaller scale. This made him a bit greedy. He wanted to see how much mutated energy value a level 3 zombie crystal would yield. At the very least, it had to be worth something. I will wait. Anyway, I will be coming back in the next few days. When the time comes, I will also test the strength of level 3 zombies, Li Fan ultimately decided to be a bit greedy. After all, even if he could not beat them, he could still run. Special Energy Value Points, 71,600 points of special proficiency value. After exchanging all the energy crystals, Li Fan looked at the number displayed on the system interface and burst into hearty laughter. It seemed that 100,000 special energy points were not so difficult to obtain after all. He directly spent the points to purchase a family base. Available locations for settling the family base: 1. Lianqiu Mountain, Yangjiang District; 2. Biyun Mountain, Baojiang District; 3. Jingyi Mountain, Huangjiang District; 4. Peninsula Lake, Yanjiang District; 5. Luohu Mountain, Baoshan District. Please choose. Li Fan was in no rush and decided to make the choice later. In the Yuding community, Zhou Minghui had been sitting in her room in a daze for a long time. Ever since Li Fan had given her a full meal, she would frequently fall into a trance. Her neighbors, with whom she had formed a bond over the past few days and who shared her expectations, were all aware of what had happened that morning. They came to her home to talk and try to persuade her. Yes, they all advised her not to leave with that strange man. Just look at what Mo Shaokai and the other mutants were doing. That alone was enough to see what the future might hold. They said they would rather starve to death than be at the mercy of others, turned into men's playthings. That was the bottom line of human dignity. But Zhou Minghui knew that some women had already traded themselves for a packet of instant noodles or a single sausage. She felt that if she stayed any longer, she would inevitably end up the same. It would be better to cling tightly to a powerful thigh and give herself up, just like Zhang Jiejia had done. Unfortunately, Zhang Jiejia had misjudged Mo Shaokai and had become the shared pet of all the male mutants. She looked like she was doing well, at least on the surface. Zhang Jiejia was the one who had given her the instant noodles and water earlier, and she had been following Mo Shaokai ever since. Now, in this world, the world outside the house belonged to the zombies, and the world inside belonged to the mutants. Li Fan arrived at the Yuding community after dark. Without greeting Mo Shaokai or the others, he simply carried Zhou Minghui away and ran. The ride was like a roller coaster, at times flying, at times falling, and Zhou Minghui felt even more thrilled than being on one. About 10 minutes later, Li Fan landed in the public area of the third floor of Building D in Dijin International Community. After putting the woman down, Zhou Minghui finally removed her hand from her mouth and managed not to vomit. He led her into Unit 3100D. After briefly explaining Zhou Minghui's situation, Li Fan gathered everyone to discuss the plan to move and asked them to vote on one of the 5 locations, also explaining their reasons. You all saw the heavy rain for 3 days. I believe such storms may become frequent in the future, so I plan to choose a mountain location for the next base. Here are the 5 options. Choose one and write down your reason. Option 1, Lianqiu Mountain, Yangjiang District. Option 2, Biyun Mountain, Baojiang District. Option 3, Jingyi Mountain, Huangjiang District. Option 4, Peninsula Lake, Yanjiang District. Option 5, Luohu Mountain, Baoshan District. While the women pondered their choices, Zhou Minghui once again fell into a state of blankness. There were simply too many women and children in the room, far more than she could have imagined. What astonished her even more was that they all appeared calm and content. It was a stark contrast to what she had witnessed in the Yuding community over the past few days. She even saw several children eating fruit, large, fresh apples and bananas. Where could one even buy such things now? She felt like she was dreaming, as though everything before her was an illusion. Until she heard Li Fan shout, "All right, then we will choose Biyun Mountain in Baojiang District. Surrounded by mountains and water, with a farm, and even a small scenic area, surely the scenery will be beautiful. I will go there tomorrow to build the base, and I will bring all of you over by the afternoon," Li Fan decided. Since the family member portal was a one-way transmission, as long as the host, Li Fan, willed it, he could summon people to his side. The summoned individuals had no choice in the matter. "System Lord, I have chosen the location for the family base. How long before we can move in?" Li Fan asked in his mind. 2 hours. Hearing this response, Li Fan felt reassured. He was in no hurry to finalize it right now and decided to check out Biyun Mountain first. However, there was the issue of Zhang Jing, Lu Binglan, and Meng Yao, whom he still needed to bring over. That made things a bit inconvenient. Without being able to activate his one-hit effect, his elite soldiers could not exactly conquer cities, which left him somewhat speechless. Lu Binglan does not meet the overall score requirement, not counted as a family member, not pregnant, no negative conditions, no bad habits, no ill intentions, cannot use the family portal. He thought to himself, should I just leave them behind? As the executor of the family reproduction system, if the host abandons a woman with whom he has had relations, it will affect the system's evaluation of him, hindering future upgrades and family development. Then why are you restricting how many women I can bring in? Li Fan asked in confusion. The area of the family base is limited. In the apocalypse, women are easy to find. Some restriction is necessary. Can the family base area be expanded? No. What about when there are more people in the future? You will have to buy more. I can buy more family bases? No, only houses. Li Fan checked the family shop in the system and found that the original family base had indeed disappeared. Replacing it was an icon of a small house, and its exchange price was also 100,000 points. Additionally, the family shop now had icons for water, electricity, firewood, fuel, coal, gas, and internet, all priced cheaply at 100 points. What surprised Li Fan was the inclusion of internet, so he asked the system, there is still internet access. Satellites still exist, so naturally, the internet still exists. One small house still costs 100,000 special energy points? Is that not a bit outrageous? As more energy crystals are obtained later on, inflation will occur. This price will change. How long does 100 points worth of water, electricity, firewood, fuel, coal, gas, or internet last? Per person, per day. Fuck, so for 153 family members, how many points are needed per day? The one-hit effect is temporarily not included. Children under 10 years old are not counted. Only female family members and non-family individuals are included. Fine. Do all supplies in the family base have to be purchased from the family supplies store? Thinking of the supplies shop, Li Fan rubbed his forehead. There is a 2-week grace period. After that, external items can no longer be placed into the family base. Everything must be exchanged from the family shop. That was going to be expensive. It turned out even a pair of chopsticks in the family shop cost 100 special energy points. To fully equip all family members with household items, it would take at least over 1,000,000 points. Grinding out 1,000,000 points in half a month seemed doable for him. Still, it was better to focus on collecting supplies and getting through this initial 2-week period first. After deciding to move all the family members into the family base, Li Fan planned to talk to them about the cost of maintaining the base only afterward. He had to get them motivated. They could not spend their days comfortably doing nothing but eating, drinking, defecating, and sleeping. After briefly mentioning the need to collect household goods, Panton and Ma Xiaofeng took the keys and went downstairs. As for the women in the other 5 buildings, I will write out a list for you later. Tomorrow morning, assign someone to inform them to pack and prepare. Zhang Jing and her daughter, Lu Binglan, and Meng Yao stay at home and wait for me to come pick you up. You cannot use the family member teleportation gate. From now on, we will live at Biyun Mountain in Baojian District. Most likely, we will not move again. After Li Fan finished speaking, he noticed many of the women at home appeared confused. It was clear they were wondering about the situation at Biyun Mountain. But he did not care, since the system gave him these 5 options, there would be no problem. Only those close to an union, such as Qin Xingyan and Zhan Lei, looked calm. They probably already knew about the system. Soon after dinner and washing up, Li Fan conquered Li Xiaoma, Chen Meimeng, Li Huifei, and Zhou Minghui. He received a reward of 10 points to all attributes and 5 types of superpowers. Chen Meimeng was the first naturally awakened individual he had conquered, so her superpower reward included 2 abilities. The special proficiency value received was not 20 points as usual, but 100 points equivalent to 5 other people, making Li Fan feel extremely satisfied. The superpower granted by Li Xiaoma was Elemental Skill, Water Flow Technique. The superpowers granted by Chen Meimeng were Elemental Skill, Fireball Technique, and Enhancement Skill, Physical Strength. The superpower granted by Li Huifei was Elemental Skill, Sandball Technique. The superpower granted by Zhou Minghui was Defensive Skill, Diamond Skin. Acquired Defensive Skill, Diamond Skin, First Level. Proficiency, 0 out of 100. Diamond Skin, the user can transform their entire body, inside and out, into a diamond-like state. Even if shattered, regeneration is possible. Once energy is exhausted, regeneration becomes impossible. The family member subsystem can now designate another female family member for permanent binding. Please make your selection soon. Since some of the same superpowers had already been obtained, Li Fan only received 1 new ability this time. However, the 5 existing abilities were automatically fused and evolved. After some consideration, Li Fan bound a new slot to Chen Meimeng. Then he attempted it again and gained 200 points of special proficiency value and an additional 18 points of proficiency for superpowers. 500 special energy points have been consumed. Fusion is in progress. Please wait. Elemental Skill, Deep Freeze has successfully fused and evolved. Elemental Skill, Deep Freeze, 2nd level. Ice Element Area Control and Damage Ability. Can form ice walls and shape water. Increases resistance to water-based skills by 100% and to ice-based skills by 100%. Current proficiency, 125 out of 5,000. Energy consumption, 20 units. Elemental skill, Sand Collapse has successfully fused and evolved. Elemental skill, Sand Collapse, first level. Earth element area control and damage ability. Can form sand-based weapons. Increases resistance to earth-based skills by 70%. Current proficiency, 72 out of 1,000. Energy consumption, 10 units. Elemental skill, Sea of Fire and Lava has successfully fused and evolved. Elemental skill, Sea of Fire and Lava, first level. Fire element wide area continuous damage ability. Can coat both fists with molten lava. Increases resistance to fire-based skills by 100%. Current proficiency, 98 out of 1,000. Energy consumption, 10 units. Enhancement skill, Heart of the Giant has successfully fused and evolved. Enhancement skill, Heart of the Giant, first level. Grants tenfold physical strength and tenfold physical size for a duration of 3 minutes under the support of the giant's heart. Current proficiency, 108 out of 1,000. Cooldown time, 60 minutes. Defensive skill, Solid State has successfully fused and evolved. Defensive skill, Solid State, first level. Allows the user to designate 10 solid state forms. Reduces incoming damage by 100% for the user and by 80% for others. In the event of a fatal strike, the user automatically enters solidified form immobile but completely immune to damage. Others cannot acquire this passive effect. Proficiency, 0 out of 1,000. Energy consumption, 10 units. Li Fan then checked his host attribute panel. Host, Li Fan. Vitality, 2,160. Energy, 2,160. Constitution, 218. Strength, 216. Spirit, 218. Agility, 216. Superpowers. Special ability, Duplication Technique, first level. Elemental skill, Wind Glide Technique, first level. Enhancement skill, Phantom Technique, first level. Enhancement skill, Earth Hearing Technique, first level. Control skill, Ice Prison, first level. Elemental skill, Fire Frenzy, first level. Elemental skill, Ice and Snow Frenzy, first level. Fused superpowers. Elemental skill, Sea of Fire and Lava, first level. Elemental skill, Deep Freeze, second level. Elemental skill, Sand Collapse, first level. Elemental skill, Thunderstorm Chain, first level. Elemental skill, Metal Frenzy, first level. Elemental skill, Wood Command, first level. Spatial skill, Mastery, first level. Control skill, Psychic Storm, first level. Defensive skill, Liquid State, first level. Defensive skill, Solid State, first level. Special ability, Complete Healing Technique, first level. Enhancement skill, Intangible Perception, first level. Enhancement skill, Purple Light Celestial Eye, first level. Enhancement skill, Heart of the Giant, first level. Special ability, Phantom Invisibility Technique, first level. There were now so many superpowers that even Li Fan was beginning to lose track. Seeing that he had 7,720 points of special proficiency value, Li Fan upgraded his frequently used elemental skill, Metal Frenzy, from the first to the third level. Elemental skill, Metal Frenzy, third level. Grants the ability to transform into metal, create cold weapons and shields, manipulate metal freely, and change between liquid and solid states at will. Increases resistance to metal-based abilities by 90%. Current proficiency, 68 out of unknown total. Energy consumption, 30 units. Still no change? Does it require a certain proficiency threshold? Is the upgrade from level 3 to level 4 a major breakthrough? Li Fan was a little frustrated after reading the skill description, but he did not dwell on it. He still believed that upgrading superpowers would definitely prove beneficial. Now that the family base had been exchanged, he could take his time improving it step by step. There was no need to rush. A night of debauchery yielded 2,160 points of special proficiency, along with scattered additional proficiency points. In the morning, when daylight was already bright, Li Fan finally woke up. Last night had been a little too intense, especially because the women without superpowers had been so obedient, and things had gone on far too late. Li Fan briefly checked the family member panel again and discovered that the mother-daughter pairs of Kong Linghui and Hame had suddenly risen to the top in terms of favorability, now reaching 92 points, surpassing even In Yunyun's score of 90. All the women with superpowers now had favorability ratings above 80 points. In Yunyun had the highest at 90, followed closely by Qin Xingyan, Ma Xiaofeng, and Pan Tong, each with 89 points. Meanwhile, Zhang Lei, Deng Shangwei, and Kong Xiaoyun, women who had come from the Linfu community, had increased their favorability from the 60s to the 70s. Women who had joined later, such as Zhou Jinxian, Yuan Luohua, and Anhame, who lived and ate together in the Dijin international community, had their favorability levels fixed in the 70s as well. As for the women who were still in their own homes, their favorability ratings had not changed and remained in the 60s. Among them, Jin Yuanxiang had the highest favorability, at 69. Yes, Li Fan still remembered the milky fragrance on her body. He took out breakfast and had Qin Xinyan put it away, then reminded the women not to forget to tidy up the house and inform the women in the other 5 buildings. After that, Li Fan transformed into his metal form and leapt toward Biyun Mountain in Baojiang district. The wind glide technique was rather useless, it simply could not support his metallic mass. Beyond Mountain Park was a small scenic area in the coastal city. It featured mountains, water, and rural houses. Previously, there was no admission fee, and many people visited. Later, when they started charging for entry, the number of visitors declined until the place eventually became desolate. Before the apocalypse, there had been plans to convert the park into a villa district, but nothing had ever come of it. Baojiang district was located south of Yangjiang district. Biyun Mountain was roughly 30 Chinese miles away from the Dijin international community. With Li Fan's current speed, 120 meters per second, if it were not for the floodwaters still more than 1 meter deep, it would have taken him less than 5 minutes to run there. 20 minutes later, Li Fan leapt to the foot of Biyun Mountain. On the way, he casually eliminated 3 level 2 mutated zombies and 11 level 1 mutated zombies. Now, the number of mutated zombies was increasing rapidly. The number and strength of human mutants could not even begin to keep up. Available settlement locations for the family base: 1. Lianxiu Mountain, Yangjiang District; 2. Biyun Mountain, Baojiang District; 3. Yijingyi Mountain, Huangjiang District; 4. Peninsula Lake, Yanjiang District; 5. Luohu Mountain, Baoshan District. Please make your selection. I choose option 2, Biyun Mountain in Baojiang District. After making his selection, Li Fan felt an image of a small base rapidly being constructed in his mind, as if watching a movie in fast forward. In the blink of an eye, the base was complete. Following the system's guidance, Li Fan arrived at the mountainside. A massive circular fortress caught his attention. According to the accelerated construction imagery in his mind, Li Fan understood that this enormous circular fortress extended beyond what was visible outside. It also included part of the mountain's interior. This was a high-tech base produced by the system, with a self-sustaining infrastructure. It was equipped with independent electricity, heating, water, gas, communication, and internet systems. All living facilities were included, and there was even a large water reservoir. The thick black metal doors, made of refined steel, slid open from both sides. Upon entering, Li Fan could not help but exclaim, "Spacious and luxurious indeed." It was vast beyond measure. From the outside, one could not see in, but from the inside, the outside view was perfectly clear. After walking through a passage about 200 meters long, there was a staircase leading both upstairs and downstairs. Both levels featured massive halls, suitable for gatherings and similar events. Further inside was another large door. Beyond it lay the true living quarters, 3 levels of single occupancy rooms, each spaced 1 meter apart. All rooms were of a uniform layout, each approximately 100 square meters in size, with 2 bedrooms, 1 living room, and 1 bathroom. There was no kitchen. Li Fan counted and found that there were exactly 3,000 rooms. The system was truly generous. It seemed that his harem was indeed destined to grow to 3,000 women. The family member capacity would likely reach into 5-digit figures. After passing through the residential section, there was another large hall, and beyond that a massive water pool. Behind the pool stood a large greenhouse filled with flowers, grasses, and trees. Li Fan suspected that the trees and soil from the original mountain had been moved here. The total area of the family base was estimated to be around 300,000 square meters. It was worth noting that none of the single rooms currently had any furniture, not even beds, cabinets, or sofas. Clearly, Li Fan would have to earn special energy points and redeem all furnishings from the family supply shop. Li Fan did a quick calculation. To fully furnish a single room with bed, cabinets, sofa, appliances, and other essentials would cost nearly 50,000 special energy points. Just thinking about furnishing 3,000 sets made his head ache. It would require at least several billion special energy points. It seemed he would never be able to shake off the title of system laborer in this lifetime. Forget it. First, bring the people over. I still need to go back and fetch others. Li Fan did not dwell on it. More people meant more strength. When the time came, everything would fall into place. There was no way he alone would continue earning all the special energy points. With so many women and children, they were bound to be of some help. Activate the family member teleportation gate. Teleport the following family members: Zhao Feng, Zhao Wei, Zhu Ting, Zhang Qiufang, Zhang Dongfeng, Feng Lan and her daughter, Zhang Menglan, Ma Xiaofeng, Pan Tong, Zhang Lei and her daughter. Li Fan silently recited the names in his mind. With half-squinted eyes, he saw a horizontal portal of light appear in front of him. One after another, people began falling out of it. Because the height difference was just over 1 meter, those who fell out only gave surprised cries like ah, or ouch, before quickly getting up. After glancing curiously at the portal, they were soon drawn away by the surroundings. There were many exclamations of wow, 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 but no one came to bother Li Fan. Li Fan paid them no attention and continued teleporting more family members. Activate teleportation gate. Teleport Zhang Liman and her daughter, Zhang Lishan and her daughter, Zhang Wanjun, Tan Zian, Fang Dandan and her daughter, Peng Yanxia and her daughter, Yu Xaixia, Li Moa. Teleport Kong Xiaoyun, Lin Yuewu, Zhao Wanping and her daughter, Xia Lei and her daughter, Zhou Shuwan and her daughter. Teleport Li Huifei and her daughter, Zhou Yixuan, Zhou Jinshan, Kong Lingwei and her daughter, Yuan Luohua and her daughter, Li Nianya and her daughter, Chen Neimeng, Li Xiaoma. Teleport and Hame and her daughter, Lu Lianqing and her daughter, Gu Xian and her daughter, Zhang Xiaohua and her daughter, Su Rongqing and her daughter. Teleport Luo Danqi and her daughter, Li Kaiwan and her daughter, Ran Yuzhen and her daughter, Huang Lingling and her daughter, Jin Yuanxiang and her daughter. Teleport Zhang Meili, Zhao Jilian and her daughter, Zhou Li Rome and her daughter, Miao Xiaoxiao, Gong Sun Ruyu, Li Shangqin, Wu Liang, Xiao Hawa and her daughter, Kai Lanjie. Teleport Du Xiaoye and her daughter, Zhao Mingfang, Si Luyao and her daughter, Wan Fuling, Ding Guizhi and her daughter, Yi Xiaoyun and her daughter. Teleport Zheng Qiwen, Qi Shangyue and her daughter, Xian Lingli, Shangwan Xinghong, Zhou Mingwei and Yun Yun and her daughter, Qin Xingyan and her daughter. In total, 64 women had been fully conquered as family members. 63 women had been marked by the one-strike pregnancy effect. There were 22 girls under 10 years old, 13 girls above 10 years old, 3 non-family members, and 1 girl under 10 among them. After everyone had been teleported, Li Fan's head felt heavy and ached dully. He summoned in Yun Yun, Xin Xingyan, Xiao Hui, Ma Xiaofeng, and others. I need to rest. You take them and arrange the rooms. Try to keep them close together. There are 3,000 rooms available. Half an hour later, Li Fan felt his condition had returned to normal, so he went over to check on how the women were settling into their rooms. Even before reaching the rooms they had chosen, the sound of their complaints could already be heard. How are we supposed to live here? There is nothing at all. It was so nice living in the residential community. Why did we suddenly have to move? Now we can only sleep on the floor. What is going on with the Lord this time, suddenly putting us here? There are no beds, no sofas, not even stools or chairs. Have you noticed? These rooms do not even have kitchens. The area was filled with noisy complaints. Li Fan furrowed his brow and walked to the rooms they had chosen. With a single thought, the walls of the rooms were all retracted into the floor or ceiling. With a stern expression, Li Fan said, "This is a high-tech, fully intelligent doomsday base that is earthquake-proof, flood-resistant, cold-resistant, and heat-insulated. You have all witnessed the recent heavy rain. I can tell you clearly, there will be more extreme weather in the future. If you believe that living in the Dijin international community was so comfortable and good, say so now. I can immediately send you back." No one dared to breathe too loudly. All of them lowered their heads and listened quietly. The room walls rose once again, restoring the partitions. This massive family base, operated by the system, could be freely modified inside it as long as Li Fan spent special energy points. Just the act of raising and lowering the walls had cost 2,000 points. Li Fan found in Yun Yun and Qin Xingyan and told them he needed to return to bring back Zhang Jing and the other 3. He also asked in Yun Yun whether she wanted to bring her parents and younger brother over. However, he made it clear in advance that they would not be allowed to stay in the rear living quarters. They would have to make do in the front hall. Naturally, and Yun Yun agreed with joy. Li Fan nodded and then asked, "Is there anyone else who wants to bring their parents over?" There are definitely quite a few people who want to bring their parents over, but in the end, not many can be confirmed as safe to bring. Also, we have not yet asked the women in the other buildings. Should we ask them as well? You come with me to the front hall first and let us try whether your parents can be summoned through the teleportation gate, said Li Fan. After thinking it over, he took her hand and led her toward the front hall. Upon reaching the front hall, Li Fan spoke, "Tell me your parents' names. My father is in Jianjun, and my mother is Li Yuelan." Li Fan silently recited in his mind, "Teleport second-generation direct relatives of family member, and Jianjun, Li Yuelan, and son." Collateral relatives cannot be teleported. Teleport second-generation direct relatives of family member, and Jianjun and Li Yuelan. A vertical portal of light appeared, through which two individuals, a man and a woman in their 50s or 60s, could be seen. They seemed to sense something unusual and appeared visibly frightened. This state lasted for several seconds before the portal suddenly vanished, and Yunyun's parents had not been teleported. System Lord, what is going on? Li Fan asked in confusion. Second-generation direct relatives not counted as family members possess the right to refuse the summoning through the family teleportation gate. If they mentally resist, the teleportation will fail. Li Fan explained the reason to Yunyun, then added with delayed understanding, it seems the teleportation gate can currently only summon family members. Other people, when confronted with such an anomaly, would instinctively reject it. He continued, I will send some more supplies to your family. Let us get settled here first before talking about bringing them over. Now that there are more people, we will also need rules. You all take the lead in drafting some rules for now. I will explain the details of the family base to everyone this evening. Time to go. There were new warehouses near Baojiang district. The first thing Li Fan wanted to do now was collect supplies. Within an hour, he had transferred the contents of 4 nearby warehouses into his dimensional space. Fortunately, only half of his storage space was occupied. The other half was with Qin Xingyan. Otherwise, he would not have had room for so many goods. Due to the recent heavy rain, a lot of the supplies had been soaked and spoiled, but Li Fan did not bother to sort them, he simply stored everything. Now, the supplies he had gathered should be enough to support 200 to 300 people for several years, even without relying on system provisions. Next, Li Fan transformed into his metal form and arrived at the Zhongguiwan community, in front of apartment 402, building 3. He returned to his human appearance, took out a bag of instant noodles and snacks from his dimensional space, and knocked on the door. Who is it? Came the voice of Xinhua, though it sounded weaker than before. It is me, the one who came last time to bring you supplies. Before Li Fan even finished speaking, and Xinhua had already opened the door much quicker than last time. Benefactor, how are my sister and niece doing? And Xinghua's face was pale, and her previously short hair had grown out somewhat. They are doing well. Here is the food I brought you. Hold on for a few more days. We just moved to Biyun Mountain. Once things are organized, I will come get you. Li Fan handed over the snacks and casually checked in Xinghua's status. Human, and Xinghua. Strength, 70 gene. Speed, 5 meters per second. Loyalty, 82. Condition, hungry. This was the first time Li Fan had seen a loyalty stat on someone else's profile, and it was quite high. You have not gone out even once? Apparently, and Xinghua was even less courageous than her sister, and Yunyun. And Xinghua's face flushed with embarrassment. No, I did not dare. And my parents did not let me. Then hold on for a few more days. Also, tell your parents that if something like that strange sensation happens again, they need to stay calm and not resist, Li Fan instructed. Oh, all right. And Xinghua answered without hesitation. It seemed she fully trusted Li Fan, the man who brought them food. Li Fan then vanished using his invisibility. He did not reveal himself until several hundred meters outside the community, where he transformed back into metal and leapt toward the Dijin International Community. Having already experienced carrying someone while leaping the day before, today he needed to make 4 trips while also collecting more usable household goods along the way. However, Zhang Jing's group of 3 adults and 1 child had significantly less tolerance than Zhou Minghui. They could not bear the journey and had to stop before reaching Biyun Mountain so they could vomit before continuing. The total time spent was about 50% more than what it took Li Fan to make the trip alone. After having lunch together in the rear hall, Li Fan emptied all the household goods from his dimensional space into the hall and left them for the others to sort and organize. In the afternoon, he returned to Pingan Pedestrian Street to continue killing zombies. Since the level 1 and level 2 mutated zombies were no longer present, the special energy value gained was less than half of what it had been the day before. The evolving flesh mounds he had seen yesterday still had not completed their transformation. As evening approached, survivors on the upper floors suddenly called out to Li Fan for help. Mr. Superhero downstairs, please help us. We have no food or water left. Following that woman's call, pleas for help echoed from both sides of the upper floors. With his enhanced vision, Li Fan only needed one glance to clearly see the condition of everyone asking for help. They were all people who had been too scared to go outside and were now starving. I will be back tomorrow. If you can come downstairs, then we can talk about rescue. Li Fan no longer wanted to be a babysitter. The total dependence of the women and children he had already rescued was starting to wear on him. The day after tomorrow would mark the end of the 3-day deadline. He wanted to see how many of the 16 women with superpowers would actually dare to come with him. As for those without powers, they needed to leave the base as well and start doing something useful. Relying on him alone to support so many people was clearly not a sustainable solution. Superman brother, please do not go. I know something you might be interested in, a plant that can move, shouted the woman who had first called for help, seeing that Li Fan had no intention of rescuing anyone. That did catch Li Fan's interest. A plant that could move? Could it be that plants had also mutated? It was not impossible. So he leapt up onto the balcony of the floor where the woman was and landed with a light crash, causing a few ceramic tiles to break and scatter. Superman brother, come in and take a look. It is a spider plant I have been growing. Just in the past couple of days, I noticed it started to move on its own. Look, said the woman. She was petite, with a delicate oval face, willow leaf eyebrows, phoenix eyes, and cherry lips. She looked like a young girl, not very old. Inside the apartment, there were two others who looked very similar to her. Were they triplets? The system seemed a moment slow before finally displaying the notification. Target detected, Mao Wanwan. Would you like to bind this target? Target detected, Mao Pei Pei. Would you like to bind this target? Target detected, Mao Hanin. Would you like to bind this target? After confirming the bindings, Li Fan looked at the potted spider plant that Mao Wanwan was holding. Evolved plant, level 0 spider plant, evolution progress, 30%. Lifespan, 60 years. Evolution fluid, 1 drop. Ability of evolution fluid, accelerates awakening and evolution. It had indeed evolved, and there was 1 drop of fluid capable of accelerating awakening and evolution. It seemed Li Fan's previous suspicion that plants and animals might also mutate and awaken into monsters had not been mere speculation. This is an evolved plant. How about I trade food for it? Li Fan tested the waters with a question. Superman brother, can you take us to your place? We are willing to do anything, Mao Wanwan pleaded with a flushed face as she handed the spider plant to Li Fan. Are you triplets? How old are you? Li Fan asked as he took the spider plant. We are not triplets. I am the eldest. Pei Pei and Hanan are twins. I am 20 years old, and my sisters are 18. You are sure you are willing to do anything? Li Fan looked at the 3 sisters and asked. As long as we can go to your place, I am sure, Mao Wanwan replied with a firm nod. She held her sister's hands and stepped forward together. Only when they stood side by side did it become clear that the 3 looked about 80% alike. Mao Wanwan was slightly shorter than her twin sisters, which explained why, at a glance, they appeared to be triplets. All 3 of them seemed unlikely to be taller than 1.50 m, perhaps even shorter than Lu Lianqing's 12-year-old daughter. My place is a bit far, in Biyun Mountain of Baojian District. The floodwaters outside have not fully receded yet. I will give you some food for now. Once the water goes down tomorrow or the day after, I will come and take you there. How about that? Li Fan had no intention of carrying the 3 sisters back and forth 3 times again. He figured he would wait until the water had receded to carry all 3 at once. Of course, the best plan was to make them his people and teleport them using the family member teleportation gate. Then why do you not sleep with me first, take a little down payment, and when we get to your home, my 2 sisters can sleep with you too, Mao Wanwan said directly, her face flushed red. Li Fan had absolutely no resistance to women who offered themselves willingly. 15 minutes later, the conquest was successful. He gained 2 attribute points across the board and a relatively new superpower, special ability, mind reading. Acquired special ability, mind reading, level 1. Proficiency, 0 out of 100. Mind reading allows the user to read the inner voice of a targeted living being. He tested the ability by locking onto Mao Wanwan, and indeed, he heard her thoughts. This superpowered man probably will not just use me and toss me aside, right? Even though I did not bleed, that is because I broke it myself before out of ignorance. Dear Superman brother, I hope you are not obsessed with virginity and think I am unclean. Then he tried locking onto the spider plant in his hand, and he could hear it, too, damn it. Falling into the hands of a bipedal creature, nothing good will come of this. This mind-reading ability was impressive, reading the inner voices of living beings, not just humans. Li Fan thought for a moment and then said to the 3 sisters, since Wanwan, you are now my woman, and since the 3 of you have agreed to follow me, I will tell you something. Once you become my woman, I can summon you to my side no matter how far away you are. Wanwan, go out to the balcony. I will show you this ability. Mao Wanwan obediently went to the balcony. Li Fan entered the bedroom and used the family member teleportation gate to teleport Mao Wanwan from the balcony into the bedroom. Soon after, Mao Peipei and Mao Hanan also offered themselves willingly. Half an hour later, the conquest was complete. He gained 4 attribute points across the board in 2 additional copies of the same superpower, mind reading. By spending 200 special energy points, he fused and evolved them into a new ability, special ability, rapid mind reading. Acquired special ability, rapid mind reading, level 1. Proficiency, 0 out of 1000. Rapid mind reading quickly reads the inner voice of any seen living being. Activation consumes 10 energy points. This confirmed Li Fan's earlier suspicion. Conquering sisters could result in receiving the same type of superpower. Now with rapid mind reading, there was no need to lock onto the target in advance. Just one look, and he could immediately hear the thoughts. Mao Wan, that was reckless. What if he uses me and then denies it? Mao Pepe, Superman brother's waist is really strong. Mao Hanin, Superman brother is a beast. Spider plant, lust-crazed female. Li Fan stored the rapid mind reading ability and said, "It takes me a little over 10 minutes to return home. I will teleport you to my place afterward. Pack up everything you want to bring." Soon, the 3 sisters packed 6 suitcases and 3 backpacks. After putting all the luggage into his dimensional space, Li Fan also stored the living room sofa and bedroom bed, held the potted plant, and said, "Wait here." Then he turned into metal and flew away. 10 minutes later, Li Fan returned to the Biyun mountain base and teleported the 3 sisters there. He led them toward the residential area. Activating rapid mind reading, he scanned the people around him. And Yun, he just brought back 3 sisters. Looks like I need to help him find more. I wonder how long his kidneys will last. Qin Xingyan, so many women, and not one who can fight. I am the most beautiful. Zhao Feng, I do not have any superpowers, and he is not helping me find my family. I need to find a chance to talk to him. Xiao Hui, damn it. I really regret messing around in the past. If not for that, I would at least be more useful than that decorative doll Qin Xingyan. Deng Shangwei, I am doomed, he has not touched me the past 2 nights. Li Fan must be disgusted that I was too soft-hearted before. Zhou Shuwan, now that Li Fan is so powerful, will he really build a harem of 3,000? Kan Lingwei, my daughter and I together are surely number 1 under heaven. Any man would love us. Too bad I am already 38. And Hame, should I bring Qingxue or Hanshu over? Zhang Jing, my daughter is only 14. I wonder if she can come along. Zhou Yishuan, I need to work on getting my younger sister superpowers sooner. Kai Lanjie, so many women, is he just going to burn out his kidneys and liver? Shangwan Qinghong, so many women, if he does not manage them well, this will become a massive catfight. Wan Fuling, I want to be queen, but this man is just too powerful. Before gaining the mind-reading ability, Li Fan could never have imagined what all these women were thinking. But now, with this incredible power, no living being could hide anything from him again. Deactivating rapid mind reading, Li Fan let out a long breath and said to the Mao sisters beside him, "Pick whichever rooms you want. Once you have chosen, I will bring your belongings out." As they chose and organized their rooms, the 3 sisters exchanged looks of delight. This was indeed a thick thigh worth clinging to, so many women, occupying such a large space. In the room prepared by Yun, Li Yuqi sat nearby reading picture books. Li Fan sat on the bed and smiled at her as he said, "Sisterin, you do not need to worry about my kidneys. Even if I sleep with 1,000 women, I can still get up the next day and go kill zombies." You got the mind-reading ability? From those 3 sisters just now? And Yun was rather perceptive. She also knew of many superpowers and had seen movies and shows, especially Andy Lau's What Women Want, which was about mind reading. "Yes. From now on, I will never again have to worry about you saying one thing and thinking another in front of me." Li Fan joyfully pulled her into his arms and rolled onto the bed. "Chi is right next to us, do not, and Yun's voice trailed off. She could not resist Li Fan at all. Especially back when they were living in the Dijin international community, where 60 or more people shared a small space. It was impossible not to see anything. Kang Linghui even took the initiative to bring her daughter Moon Yanqin to join the action. Such things had long since ceased to be taboo. After the debauchery, they entered the large water pool to bathe. The other women, who had not yet been intimate with Li Fan, took this opportunity to gather around him. Li Fan was passively pulled into another round of debauchery. There were too many people, and it was obviously impossible to distribute everything evenly every time. Li Fan was not a preacher of balance. His debauchery was mainly for acquiring special proficiency points to upgrade his superpowers. Then he remembered the spider plant that could induce evolution. Li Fan planned to let Zhang Jing and the other 2 unbound women try it. If it worked, perhaps it could be used in the future to trade for energy crystals. However, with only 1 drop of evolution fluid, it might not be enough. Then he thought of the wood command ability. He would try stimulating growth with it later. He sighed inwardly again. None of these women with superpowers actually put effort into studying or developing their powers. Instead, they were obsessed with being intimate with him, fearing they would miss their turn. He truly could not understand how women thought. It seemed he would need to pay more attention to what these women were thinking in the future. This round of debauchery earned him another 4,120 points of special proficiency. Checking the system, he now had 8,060 points of special proficiency and a large amount of special energy. Among them, Chen Meimeng, this mutant woman, had given an enormous amount of special proficiency, 400 points in one go. She was a true experience feeder. If he had more like her, his dozens of urges per day would yield tens of thousands of special proficiency points, more satisfying than slashing zombies outside. Li Fan thought to himself that he needed to find more female mutants. Yuan Biyu and Yu Nuanyuan had already been bound, and there were 3 communities near Qianda Mall that also had many mutants. Forget it. Whatever. I will focus on clearing zombies and accumulating more special energy points first. With that thought, Li Fan slept in Chen Meimeng's room, hugging 2 gorgeous women until dawn. After some morning exercise, he earned another 880 points of special proficiency. The title Experience Feeder was well deserved. Perhaps sensing that their relationship had progressed, Chen Meimeng and Li Xianma brought up Yu Nuanyuan and the other 2 women, hoping he would help search for them. Li Fan agreed naturally and noted down the home addresses of Yu Nuanyuan and Ning Yuxiang. After breakfast, he returned to Pinyin Pedestrian Street to clear more zombies. At noon, during a break, Li Fan returned once to the Dijin International Community. He still remembered Yuan Biyu, the female mutant there. At Unit 3100C, Li Fan knocked on the door. Yuan Biyu saw him through the peephole and opened the door generously. I have moved to Biyun Mountain. I wanted to ask if you were interested in coming with me, Li Fan asked directly, using his mind-reading ability. So many women went with you before? Yuan Biyu did not answer directly, but in her heart, she had already agreed and asked with some surprise. Thus, Li Fan also saw what she was thinking. You deliberately left me here all these days. If you had come earlier, I would have agreed right away. I want to latch onto your thigh too. Yes. As long as they have slept with me, I can summon them to my side. That is one of my superpowers. Also, I can produce food out of thin air. It is because of these 2 abilities that they are all willing to follow me. Li Fan nodded and smiled as he shared the information. You already had water and fire elements, plus physical strength enhancement when you were in the basement, and 2 days ago, you turned into metal and flew, so you must have 8 superpowers? Yuan Biyu said, eyes wide open. There are many more that you do not know. Since I have told you all this, you are not allowed to refuse, or I do not mind using force, Li Fan said with a grin. I will go with you. If you do not mind that I have not bathed in several days, you can do whatever you want right now, Yuan Biyu replied readily. Li Fan realized that with rapid mind reading, it seemed much easier to conquer any woman he targeted. This discovery made him eager to test the 3 nearby communities around Qianda Mall. 15 minutes later, Li Fan returned to Biyun Mountain with Yuan Biyu's belongings. After placing her into the base and briefly greeting in Yun, he immediately rushed to Yuding Community. Using his perception ability, he located Mo Shaokai and the other 4 while they were enjoying entertainment. He glanced at the frolicking crowd and, feeling a little uncomfortable, stated his purpose directly. I want to trade food or evolution fluid for energy crystals. Are you willing? Mo Shaokai was startled by Li Fan's sudden appearance. So were the others. Once they saw it was him, they sheepishly dressed and sent the nearby women away with food. Once dressed, Mo Shaokai grinned obsequiously and asked, Big boss, how do you want to trade? I have meat, fruit, and snacks like instant noodles. The ratios are definitely different. For regular zombie energy crystals, 30 for 1 gene of snacks, 100 for 1 gene of fruit or meat. As for mutant energy crystals, I assume you will not want to trade those, Li Fan said after thinking. Inferior energy crystals were basically useless for mutants, and he still had not found any practical use for them. That is way too little. On average, 5 zombies only give 1 energy crystal. How about 20 crystals for a gene of snacks and 60 for a gene of fruit or meat? Mo Shaokai was clearly surprised when he heard the word fruit. He had found frozen meat before, but fruit was indeed rare, especially after being soaked in water. It was almost impossible to find now. 25 crystals for a gene of snacks, 90 for a gene of fruit or meat. Do not bargain. These things are useless to you. Leaving them there does nothing, said Li Fan, who could see his thoughts, cutting straight to the bottom line. Big boss, can I use 500 crystals to buy information on what these are actually used for? Mo Shaokai asked. Li Fan was speechless. He did not know the use either, only that the system could exchange them. No comment. Are you trading or not? If not, I will go ask Li Longlin. Mo Xiaokai took out all the energy crystals he had collected, nearly 800, in exchange for 25 gene of instant noodles and 2 gene of fruit. Those nearly 800 crystals were turned into 8,000 special energy points. Adding in what he had earned that morning from zombie cleanup and what remained from the previous day, Li Fan's total special energy value had now reached a high level. The instant noodles and snacks were all things he had scavenged from various shops, many of which had been soaked in water. Naturally, he would not give those to his family members. Once he realized they were still tradable, he rushed over. "Big boss, do you still want more women?" Mo Xiaokai quickly asked when he saw Li Fan about to leave. "Beautiful ones that you have not shared with anyone else, do you have any more?" Li Fan asked. Mo Xiaokai was speechless. He still cared about beauty and cleanliness? From what he knew, many women nowadays only wipe themselves clean, they had not bathed in days. "All right. You keep them for yourselves. I will check other communities," Li Fan laughed and, as a metal man, leapt into the sky. His strength and speed had increased slightly again. In the nearby Huading community, he traded another batch of energy crystals and gained more special energy points. And he also set his sights on a female mutant wielding a sword. Target for conquest detected, Zhao Lingfeng. Would you like to bind this target? Yes. Target Zhao Lingfeng successfully bound. Friendly reminder, upon successful conquest, all host attributes will increase by 4, family members will increase by 2, and you will receive a reward package. Please strive to expand your family and propagate. Level 0 Mutant, Zhao Lingfeng, 65% evolution progress. Strength, 120 kilograms. Speed, 32 meters per second. Attractiveness, 89. Purity, 97. Mental state, 88. Fertility, 1. Overall rating, 96. Awakened ability, enhanced speed. She looked like a young woman, yet surprisingly already had a daughter. Moreover, all her stats were very high. Zhao Lingfeng's thoughts at that moment were completely visible to Li Fan. How did he become so strong? My daughter has not eaten a decent meal in such a long time. I cannot believe that even as a mutant I still have to suffer harassment from disgusting men. Damn this apocalypse. That bastard even uses my daughter to threaten me. I wonder if this powerful man will help me. By the way, I am quite fond of women. I wonder if there are any women here who might need my help. Food, lodging, and safety all included, Li Fan asked. There is no need, we can manage ourselves, said the middle-aged man Feng Gang with a smile. But in his mind, he was thinking, if we had any good ones, would we not keep them for ourselves? Why would we need your help? I need help. They are threatening me using my daughter. Feng Gang, Chen Rixing, return my daughter to me, Zhao Lingfeng suddenly said aloud. That caught Feng Gang and the others off guard. Li Fan, however, was not surprised, since he had witnessed Zhao Lingfeng's entire train of thought in just that brief moment. Human minds are hidden behind faces, but Li Fan had been using his ultra-speed mind-reading technique, which consumed 10 energy points per minute. He did not mind, as his attributes were already approaching 230 points, and he had 2,240 energy points left, enough to last a long time. I am someone who clearly distinguishes between gratitude and resentment, and I despise evil. If you do not want to resort to violence with me, I hope you will do as this beautiful lady requests, said Li Fan, who had transformed into metal. He extended his arm, forming a massive broadsword over 2 meters long, which he thrust into the ground as he looked at the 6 mutated men. Feng Gang, not wanting to go up against Li Fan's overwhelming power, looked at Zhao Lingfeng with a dark expression and said, Xiaofeng, we have always considered you a companion. Your daughter was merely being looked after by my wife and Chen Rixing's girlfriend. Are you overthinking this? I admit I am a bit paranoid, but can you and Chen Rixing honestly say you have no designs on me? Maybe only old Lin here is a decent person. The 5 of you have taken advantage of so many women in this neighborhood. You even deliberately let other women's husbands get bitten by zombies. Yet you pretend to be compassionate and console people. Disgusting, Zhao Lingfeng said with resentment. If that is the case, then let us part ways on good terms. Take your daughter and go with this big shot. I hope things go well for you, said Feng Gang. His face was dark, but he held back from starting a fight, clearly lacking confidence in challenging Li Fan. However, Chen Rixing, who could transform into a flame-powered being, stared at Zhao Lingfeng and Li Fan with blazing eyes, as if ready to attack at any moment. But Li Fan could see through his bluster, as he could read his thoughts clearly. Chen Rixing, damn it, if only my power could last longer, I would rush up and melt this hunk of metal. Feng Gang said something into his walkie-talkie. Soon, 2 women entered the room with a little girl, about 2 or 3 years old. Zhao Lingfeng, wielding his sword, rushed over and snatched the girl into her arms before returning to Li Fan's side. Alright then, happy cooperation. I have now relocated to Biyun Mountain. If you are interested in trading, you can come find me. Information about level 2 or higher mutant zombies is also up for trade, said Li Fan. With that, he leaped out of the building with Zhao Lingfeng in his arms. The water on the ground was now less than half a meter deep, making it possible to run. Compared to the hard-working Li Fan, the women back at the family base were living much more comfortably. They strolled leisurely around the base, played in the pool, napped in bed, took care of children, and even moved tables and chairs to the poolside to play cards in light clothing, completely absurd. Yuan Biu, who had just arrived that afternoon, was already shocked speechless by the scene, not even uttering her usual surprised expletives. The Mu family's 3 sisters, who had joined the day before, had received 9 apples and some snacks and drinks from Qin Xingyan. They were now lounging and feasting by the pool while bonding with the rest of the carefree women. After all, this was the life they had come for. Only now did they realize that yesterday's spontaneous decision was perhaps the wisest of their lives. However, not all women were indulging in leisure. Women like Yun Yun, Xiao Hui, and Zhu Ting, who cared about management and order, were not purely about pleasure. Older women like Kong Linghuiyan and Hame tended to listen to Yun Yun, often running errands, passing messages, and offering suggestions. Women with children, such as Zhou Shuwan and Jin Yuanxiang, preferred to stay close to Qin Xingyan. Xiao Hui and Zhu Ting, meanwhile, were rallying unmarried or childless women to form a faction, hoping to eventually unseat Yun Yun and Qin Xingyan from leadership or at least rotate the responsibility. These women naturally divided into 2 camps, those with children and those without. Of course, given the nature of women's minds, each group also contained numerous smaller cliques, which was hardly surprising. They often bonded based on previous living areas or shared past experiences. For example, women like Ma Xiaofeng, Pan Tong, Xia Lei, and Feng Dandan, who had all experienced being taken advantage of, could tell that Li Fan did not treat them as intimately as he did others. Li Fan did feel uneasy about it deep down, but it was not enough to make him avoid them altogether. Still, he did instinctively interact with them less. At the moment, Yun Yun was gathering input to set rules for the women. Even daily entertainment was starting to be organized to prevent chaos. Of course, in reality, everything still depended on Li Fan's preferences. These women had no real will or spirit to resist. Nonetheless, it was necessary to try organizing things. As time went on, there would surely be more and more women in Li Fan's family base. It would be impossible for them to simply lie in bed, engaging in debauchery all day without doing anything useful. They needed to think of ways to utilize the vast space in the base. The 2 front halls alone covered tens of thousands of square meters, and next to the pool was another vast hall. Proper planning was needed. Fortunately, many of the women in the Dijin International Complex had been executives, wives of executives, or even officials themselves. And Yun Yun thought it was worth having a good discussion with them. At noon, Li Fan brought Zhao Lingfeng and her daughter back briefly, then set out again to clear zombies and earn points, as well as to choose female survivors from the 2 buildings. In the apocalypse, women were easier to acquire than instant noodles and snacks surrounded by zombies. After eating 1 bowl meal and 2 picnics, he gained a reward of 10 full attribute points and 3 types of superpower abilities. Acquired special ability, Shadow Clone, level 1, proficiency, 0 out of 100 points. Special ability, Shadow Clone, can summon a shadow clone, 1 clone in total. Used to confuse enemies. The clone possesses only 10% of the original body's attributes. It has no superpowers and is not a fully physical entity. Acquired enhancement, Good and Evil in the Eyes, level 1, proficiency, 0 out of 100 points. Enhancement, Good and Evil in the Eyes, allows the user to visually perceive the good or evil intent reflected in the eyes of the target, as well as 1 instance of their good or evil deeds. The observation of deeds is limited to once per day. Acquired enhancement, Heightened Sense of Smell, level 1, proficiency, 0 out of 100 points. Enhancement, Heightened Sense of Smell, can detect scents within a radius of 500 meters. Feng Ningning's rewarded superpower was the special ability Shadow Clone. Ding Jinshin's reward was the enhancement Good and Evil in the Eyes. Luo Yulan's reward was the enhancement Heightened Sense of Smell. Feng Ningning brought along her 19-year-old daughter, Li Shouqi. Luo Yulan also had a 5-year-old daughter. Only Ding Jinshin was a single, older woman, 29 years old and still unmarried, 1 year older than Luo Yulan, who had a daughter. Special energy value, 9,000 points. Special proficiency value, 9,000 points. When night fell, Li Fan returned to Biyun Mountain, then teleported 5 women to his side and led them into the vast and spacious family base. The 5 women likely felt as if they had re-entered civilization, temporarily forgetting the apocalyptic world outside. They ate, washed, soaked in the water pool, and then came the absurdity shared with all the other women. As expected, both Yuan Biyu and Zhao Lingfeng, like Chen Meiming before them, each granted him 100 special proficiency points. At that moment, the family subsystem allowed the binding of another female member, so Li Fan, without hesitation, bound Yuan Biyu. He now had another experience partner. Yuan Biyu's rewarded superpower was an elemental ability, Ice and Snow Berserker. Zhao Lingfeng's rewarded ability was the enhancement, Great Strength Technique. When the 2 Ice and Snow Berserker abilities were combined, the result remained Ice and Snow Berserker, with no notable changes, no extension in duration, no reduction in cooldown. It was as if the merge had no real meaning. Soon it was late at night. After gaining 3,040 special proficiency points, Li Fan entered the training space and trained his superpowers for half an hour. Then, he was ready to sleep with An Yun, who had always been devoted and diligent toward him. However, An Yun was not in a hurry to sleep. Instead, she showed him the rules and regulations compiled from the day's group brainstorming. It felt somewhat like reading a company's internal policy manual. There were systems for personnel management, food and resource management, hygiene, rotating rest schedules, and kitchen duties. After a brief review, Li Fan was quite satisfied. He nodded in approval and said, "Madam An, you have done very well. I support this with all 5 of my limbs. Starting tomorrow, these will be implemented. We cannot allow them to live in complete leisure. Over time, it will turn into the kind of scheming and backstabbing you see in television dramas." And Yun then took another notebook from the bedside and handed it to Li Fan, saying, "The front and rear halls can also be put to good use. We could convert them into a kitchen, training room, rest and entertainment area, food storage, and more. After all, this is now our main base. If we keep storing all supplies in the alternate dimension and an accident happens, the loss would be irreparable." Li Fan nodded and said, "Xin Xingyan's child is still young and can stay behind. First, bring out the supplies from Ma Xiaotheng in Pantong. Make sure all inventory is properly documented. Just do not allow anyone to waste food and resources. Let us start by renovating the interior halls. Leave the outer one for now. In case I bring my father and mother-in-law over later, we can divide some rooms there for them." Hearing this, An Yun was naturally pleased, so Li Fan had to work some overtime. They enjoyed a good night's sleep. Today was the 14th day of the apocalypse, and the 4th day after the heavy rain. It was also the day when Li Fan had previously instructed everyone to face the zombies. After breakfast, Li Fan looked over the women and loudly announced, "As I said before, you had 3 days to adapt. Today, all family members with superpowers will accompany me to clear out zombies, starting from Biyun Mountain. There should still be some scattered zombies here, perfect for your training. Everyone else, except for a few who will stay to look after children, will come along to see the zombies. You need to overcome your psychological barriers, so that in the future, you do not go weak in the knees at the mere sight of a zombie." The names of those staying behind: Xin Xingyan, Zhao Feng, Zhou Shuwan, Jin Yuanxiang. Those of you staying should review these rules and regulations. If you have any comments or suggestions, write them down. I will review them when I return this evening. Alright, the rest of you, come with me. We will clear zombies gradually, from the base up the mountain and down. Also, keep an eye out for unusual plants or animals. Do not worry, I will be behind you to protect you." Li Fan finished speaking and was the first to leave the family base. However, many of the women had gotten up wearing light clothing, so they had to go back and change. That caused a delay of several dozen minutes. Split into 2 teams. "I have 1 shadow clone that can help protect both groups," said Li Fan, as he used his ability to summon a shadow clone. It was merely a vague black shadow, no face, no physical form. Li Fan tried to control it, making it run and jump. With only 10% of his attributes, the clone was approximately 2 to 3 times stronger than a normal human, just past the human physical limit. It could reach speeds of 15 meters per second and had strength equivalent to around 250 kilograms. It could interact with trees, flowers, and people's bodies, unlike a spirit which would pass through objects. However, others could not feel its substance if they tried to touch it actively. Anything produced by the system was, indeed, extraordinary. Each team had 8 superpowered women. If any of them were injured by zombies, Li Fan would truly not know what to say. An Yun, Fenglan, Yuxia, Peng Yanxia, Zhuteng, Zhang Liman, Zhaohui, Zhao Fang, and Pan Tong formed one group. Zhaohui, Ma Xiaofeng, Zhang Qiufang, Fang Dandan, Li Mua, Zhou Yixuan, Yuan Biyu, and Chen Meiming formed the second group. Each group was followed by 25 non-superpowered women. It was quite an impressive procession. Li Fan followed the group within Yun Yun, while his shadow clone accompanied the group led by Chao Hui. Chao Hui's group moved up the mountain, and Yun Yun's group went down. Previously, on his way here, Li Fan had already cleared all level 1 and level 2 mutant zombies from Biyun Mountain. Unless new ones had emerged, the group would not be in any real danger. Still, Li Fan kept his invisible perception ability activated to help scout ahead and prevent any accidents. As for the mountaintop, Li Fan believed it was unlikely for mutant zombies to appear there, since their evolution was generally linked to zombie population density. Very soon, Yun Yun's group encountered level 0 zombies. She set them on fire directly, while Yuxia used mental seeds to control them and keep them from running around. The zombies quickly turned to ash. Among the following women, a few screamed at first, but none turned and ran, so it was not too disappointing. And Yun Yun's team steadily advanced down the mountain. Li Fan watched with satisfaction. Aside from the effective cooperation between Yun Yun and Yuxia, the others also engaged actively with the zombies. No one showed fear or any signs of wanting to flee. As for the group of powerless women following behind, even if they were somewhat useless, Li Fan did not see a problem with their fear or hesitation, at least for now. However, using his ultra-speed mind-reading ability, he took note of a few women filled with inner complaints, intending to observe their behavior further. But just over an hour later, screams erupted from the mountain. Through the vision of his shadow clone, Li Fan saw something he had hoped not to see. There had actually been casualties, completely unexpected. I am going up the mountain to take a look. The rest of you can rest here for now, as our energy is limited, Li Fan said gravely. Then he transformed into metal and leapt toward the source of the commotion. Fortunately, it was not a mutant zombie. Otherwise, the injured would have been beyond saving. Still, seeing a woman who had been bitten into 2 halves and someone he did not even recognize alongside 7 or 8 injured women, including Kong Linghui and Jiang Menglan, whom he quite liked, deeply unsettled him. Without delay, he used his comprehensive healing technique on the upper half of the woman's body that was still struggling and rejoined the 2 parts together. Amazingly, it seemed to work. The 2 halves fused, and the missing flesh and blood visibly began to regenerate. However, upon checking the woman's condition, Li Fan discovered that the healing was only superficial, the internal organs and blood loss had not been restored. Family member, Zhang Wanjun. Vitality, 70. Constitution, 7. Strength, 5. Mental energy, 7. Agility, 6. Score, 80. Affection level, 71. Status, pregnant, in critical condition. Li Fan then looked toward Zhou Yixuan, who had transformed into metal and was standing in front of a monstrous beast, shielding the others. Yuan Biyu had transformed into an ice and snow berserker and was pummeling the beast's massive body with her fists. The beast looked like a jackal but was many times larger, bigger even than a typical tiger. Li Fan checked its details. Beast, level 1 mutant jackal, evolution progress, 5%. Size, 5 times larger than normal. Strength, 1,575 kilograms. Speed, 55 meters per second. Skills, bite, intimidation. High probability of generating beast core. Given that speed and strength, it was no wonder there were casualties. Most likely, no one had time to react when it attacked. After treating the injured, Li Fan used his earth collapse ability to sink the massive beast into a deep pit, then sealed it inside an ice prison. He now felt that this entire clearing operation had been too rash. He should have used his sensing abilities to sweep the area beforehand. This was my fault. I planned this operation too carelessly. I should have cleared out all potential mutant beasts first, Li Fan said heavily, holding the dying Zhang Wanjun in his arms. So many of us came out, and yet I am the only one who ended up like this. Maybe this is just my fate. I was never meant to live comfortably. Still, I want to thank you for not caring about how plain I look, and for looking after me these past few days. Really, I am deeply grateful, Li Fan, Zhang Wanjun said with tears in her eyes, smiling. Li Fan was silent. He truly had not expected casualties, given the number of superpowered women. But clearly, they were still too weak against even a level 1 mutant beast. His returned superpowers were different from the naturally awakened ones of mutants. They could not be upgraded using evolution energy crystals. He had already tested this, and it simply did not work for him. System, is there a way to increase the attributes of family members? Upgrading superpowers and practicing your dual cultivation techniques can both benefit them. Upgrading superpowers is helpful? Then why did upgrading Gold Frenzy to level 3 not seem to make a difference? If it were not useful, how could Zhou Yixuan have blocked the beast? That explanation made sense. It appeared that superpower levels did provide buffs to other female members. It was just that, since his own attributes were already extremely high, the improvements were less noticeable to him. He then checked Zhou Yixuan's status panel and found significant changes. Recently, he had been too busy clearing zombies and had not paid much attention. Family member, Zhou Yixuan. Vitality, 220. Energy, 150. Constitution, 22. Strength, 21. Mental energy, 15. Agility, 17. Score, 88. Affection level, 79. Status, pregnant. Superpower, elemental, gold frenzy, level 3. Looks like I should focus on upgrading all superpowers to level 3 before aiming for level 4. Having more level 3 superpowers might even boost my own strength, Li Fan thought. Can Zhang Wanjun be saved in her current near-death state? Li Fan asked the system again. Life and death are irreversible. She cannot be saved. Holding Zhang Wanjun's gradually cooling body, Li Fan felt disheartened and said to the women, "That is enough for today. The clearing operation ends here. Let us return home. I will come back later to see if there are any more monsters. You can stay in metal form for a long time, there is no need to switch back and forth. Zhou Yixuan, go and call back Sister An and her group. Be careful." Those who had been injured, including Kong Linghui, had fully recovered thanks to the comprehensive healing technique and were lively again. Zhang Wanjun, however, had simply been too unlucky. Had she only lost her limbs to the bite, she might have been saved. But being bitten clean in two left no real chance. After returning to the family base, Li Fan cremated Zhang Wanjun in front of everyone. He placed her ashes in a slot on the wall beside the woods at the very back of the base. Zhang Wanjun's rewarded superpower had been defense, liquefaction. As her death caused the ability to be reclaimed, the previously evolved combined ability defense, liquid form downgraded. Due to the death of family member Zhang Wanjun, the rewarded superpower defense, liquefaction has disappeared. The fused and evolved superpower defense, liquid form has now degraded into defense, radiant shield. Defense, radiant shield, level 1. Actively generates 3 to 5 radiant protective shields. Reduces damage to the user by 60% and to others by 50%. When receiving a fatal blow, a radiant shield is automatically activated for self-protection, reducing damage by 80%. This passive effect does not apply to others. Proficiency, 0 out of 1000 points. Energy cost, 10 units. Upon seeing this change, Li Fan decided it would be best to keep the women in the base for the time being. Only after their superpowers had all been upgraded to level 3 would he consider taking them out again to assist in clearing zombies. So he turned to the women and said, "You do not need to go out for now. Just stay here at the base." After Zhang Wanjun's death, the superpower we gained from her disappeared, which caused the fusion ability to degrade. When I become stronger, and when you all have become stronger as well, then we will talk about it again, Li Fan said solemnly. You are already very strong, and you have taken such good care of all of us. It was Wanjun's misfortune, she was not destined for a long life. Please do not blame yourself, and Yun said gently in comfort. Chao Hui added, anyone else would have run or scattered at the sound of danger. She froze in fear, and that is why the beast bit her in two. Otherwise, it would not have been so tragic. Yes, I am alright. It is just that today's events really were the result of my poor planning. I thought that with so many of you possessing superpowers, even if you could not win, you could at least hold the enemy back, giving me time to provide support. I never expected such an accident. Alright. Pang Yanxia's ability, the Wood Command, allows her to produce plant seeds out of thin air. Put it to use for growing vegetables and fruits. From now on, she will serve in logistics like Qin Xingyan. The same goes for Fenglan. If anyone in the base feels unwell, she can provide treatment. After lunch, Li Fan activated his invisible perception and made a circuit around Biyun Mountain. Finding no more mutant beasts or mutant zombies, he sighed once again with emotion. Returning to the mutant jackal frozen into an ice sculpture by the ice prison, he smashed open its skull and extracted a beast core that shone with white light. The system displayed a prompt. Mutant beast core detected, strength type, can increase evolution rate, can be charged, can be used for awakening, purity 100%, can be exchanged for 5,000 points of special energy. System Master, does awakening here mean what I think it means, awakening into a mutant? Li Fan asked in surprise. Yes. In addition to mutant beast cores, evolution serum can also be used for awakening. However, the success rate is uncertain. But if both are consumed together, superpower awakening is guaranteed. Can the copy ability replicate this kind of mutant beast core? Suddenly thinking of the copy skill, Li Fan asked curiously. Although the copy skill was described as duplicating superpowers, both beast cores and evolution serum essentially contained the energy that enabled superpowers. That was why Li Fan suddenly had the idea to ask. Yes, but there is a numerical limit. Also, once chosen, only mutant beast cores can be copied. The same applies to evolution serum. What is the limit? Li Fan was surprised, but it made sense after all. The system was exceptionally powerful. He followed up with the question. Level 1, 1 core. Level 2, 1000 cores. Level 3, 100 cores. Level 4, 10 cores. Level 5, 1 core. Holy shit, that is insane. A single level 1 mutant beast core is worth 50 million points of special energy. By that calculation, a level 2 core is worth 50,000 points, and a level 3 core would be worth 500,000 points? Correct. This was an unexpected windfall. Even if he could only copy one level 1 beast core, its value was 10,000 points of special energy. That amount would take him an enormous amount of time to earn by clearing zombies. Assuming he could earn 100,000 points per day, he would need to clear zombies for 2,500 days. And there was also Pan Tong, who possessed the copy ability. She alone was essentially a mutant beast core with a total value of 10,000 points of special energy. More importantly, mutant beast cores could awaken superpowers and create new mutants capable of evolving. That was a game-changing concept. This meant that even a single replicated level 1 beast core could potentially awaken a named mutant. It could absolutely be traded for even more valuable energy crystals. Acting on the thought immediately, Li Fan used the copy ability to replicate a single level 1 beast core, glowing with white light. Do not forget, Li Fan could exploit a loophole. Once he hit the replication limit, he could sell the copy ability, and when he encountered another woman who rewarded him with copy, he could resume duplicating. Of course, this was only his hypothesis. Whether or not he could actually exploit this glitch would depend on his luck and whether the system favored him as its diligent servant. It is possible. The system directly gave an affirmative response, filling Li Fan with great joy. With this, he no longer needed to clear zombies constantly. Instead, he could try contacting nearby shelters and trade beast cores for mutant energy crystals and women. Given the awakening potential of beast cores, Li Fan believed no one would refuse such a trade. He would just need to beware of people who played dirty. Looks like I need to keep a low profile for a while and grow stronger. Li Fan judged that his current strength probably still could not withstand high-powered explosives, so he gave up on immediately trading with large shelters. However, he could approach smaller survivor settlements, like those near the Chinda Mall, 3 residential complexes with fewer people. Fortunately, he also had the system's search function. Li Fan searched for nearby shelters and found one in Baojiang district, located on a mountain called Yunmen. He then searched for densely populated survivor settlements. On the virtual map, dozens of red dots appeared. Each red dot was marked with tiny numbers. If his eyesight had been worse, he might not have seen them. These numbers seemed to indicate the number of survivors at each site. Thinking about An Yunyun and Chen Meimeng, Li Fan decided he would first pick up An Yunyun's family, then go to the 2 addresses in Huangjiang and Baojiang districts to find Yu Nuenyuan and her companions. He would also ask the other women if any had immediate relatives nearby and help bring them in as well. After that, he would begin copying mutant beast cores and trading them with survivor settlements for energy crystals. One mutant beast core could be traded for 2,000 low-grade energy crystals or 20 level 1 mutant energy crystals. He still did not know how unreliable the unknown success rate really was. If it was too low, the deal might only work once, with no returning customers. Never mind, I will take what I can get first. Li Fan clenched his fist against his palm in determination. As long as there were no high-powered explosives involved, none of these survivors should be able to pose a real threat to him even if they tried. And then there were the women. He planned to find another 100 of them across the survivor settlements. This time, he would strictly follow the system's approval guidelines, no more reckless behavior with unapproved women. Returning to Zhonggu Garden residential area, Li Fan arrived at Building 3, Apartment 402, and knocked on the door. Fortunately, nothing had gone wrong. A slightly wary voice from inside called out, "Who is it?" "Li Fan. I came to take you to see your sister." The door opened, and Xinghua's delicate face was pale and bloodless. She looked distressed as she said, "My father passed away suddenly last night, and my mother took sleeping pills and followed him. If I had known, I would have brought you over earlier," Li Fan said in shock. This was far too sudden. Only a few days ago, they had been fine. They were just too anxious and burdened with worry. I tried to comfort them, but they would not listen, and Xinghua said, tears flowing as she choked on her words, "Let us cremate your parents and bring their ashes. You and your sister will at least have a place to pay your respects." Li Fan nodded. "Thank you. You are my new brother-in-law now, right?" And Xinghua wiped her tears and said. Li Fan nodded and entered the bedroom. As expected, he saw the elderly couple lying peacefully together, looking as if they had passed without pain. "Shall I burn them?" "Yes, I have already taken their memorial photos." A sea of flames engulfed the bed and everything on it, reducing it to ashes much faster than when zombies were burned outside. Perhaps it was due to Li Fan's improved attributes. And Xinhua knew that some people now had superpowers. He had seen Li Fan turn invisible before, but now he could summon fire. Though he was puzzled, he quickly composed himself and packed his parents' ashes into containers. After that, Li Fan had him gather some belongings, then stored the bed from the bedroom in the alternate dimension as well. Finally, he grabbed in Xinhua by the collar and carried him toward Bian Mountain. 15 minutes later, they arrived. And Xinhua squatted and vomited for a while. "We are here. This is where we live now." Li Fan brought in Xinhua into the main hall, spent 1,000 special energy points to partition 10 100 square meter rooms in a corner, selected one of them for Xinhua, and placed his belongings in bed inside so he could get settled. Then Li Fan went inside to call and Yun out. And Xinhua was completely stunned. What was going through his mind now was, is Li Fan a god? It was not until he saw his elder sister and Yun running toward him, tears falling like rain, that he came back to his senses. He took out the container with their parents' ashes and comforted her. Mom and Dad passed away peacefully and did not suffer. In times like these, this is already a blessing. "I should have asked Li Fan to bring you both here sooner, instead of just giving you food," and Yun said, shaking her head in regret, crying bitterly. And Xinhua tried to reassure her. They were already happy just knowing you and Chi-Chi were safe. You know how they were, they always worried about everything. Seeing the world outside full of zombies, I think their anxiety must have suffocated them long ago. I watched their hair turn grayer with each passing day. This way, maybe it is a release for them. Sisterin, you arrange things for your brother. I have other matters to attend to outside." Without waiting for a reply, Li Fan turned and left. He really was not good with emotional situations like this and did not know how to comfort people, so he simply walked away to give the siblings some time alone. After seeing Li Fan transform into metal and leap several hundred meters out of the front gate, which then closed automatically, and Xinhua finally asked, "Is my brother-in-law some kind of deity? I just saw him conjure 10 rooms out of thin air." Then he turned into a golden man and leapt several hundred meters. Earlier he ran faster than a car. What is going on? Even mutants cannot be that powerful, can they? And Yun cried for a while, but eventually calmed down. The dead cannot be brought back to life. Of course, she felt regret and sorrow, but time would heal everything. She gradually told him about how Li Fan grew stronger through relationships with women, and told him to stay inside the base and not go into the back areas to avoid awkward encounters or things that might upset Li Fan. After all, some women swam nude in the pool, and some preferred to sleep naked or lounge in revealing clothing with their doors wide open. In any case, outsiders were not meant to see such things. And Xinhua sat in a daze, as if listening to a fantastical tale. He had only one thought, so the chosen ones from novels really do exist. Li Fan, meanwhile, had arrived at a residential community in Huangjiang district called Yihiyuan, which was the home of Ning Yuxiang. According to Li Xiaomai and Chen Meimeng, Yu Nuanyuan and her two companions had most likely gone there first. If not, they might have headed to Yulin Bay in Baojiang district, which was Yu Nuanyuan's home. If they were not at either location, then they might be trapped somewhere en route. The two women had written letters and given Li Fan their phones, asking him to deliver them to the three women. Yihiyuan was massive, with 36 buildings, ranging from 24 to 36 stories high. Li Fan activated his invisible perception and discovered that many survivors were still there, more than 500 across all 36 buildings. One building alone had over 100 people gathered on just the third floor. Using the search function, he confirmed that this place was indeed one of the dense survivor settlements he had previously considered for trading mutant beast cores. So, he made an impromptu decision to try trading mutant beast cores here. And the matter of women could also be addressed. He went straight to Building 18, the most populated one, and entered invisibly. Just as he expected, it was similar to the Yuding community where mutants reigned as kings. Li Fan was not particularly bothered by men playing with women, but it was his first time seeing women playing with women. A beautiful woman who was playing some kind of facial cream game suddenly opened her hazy eyes and shouted in the direction where Li Fan was hiding invisibly. Someone just came in invisible. This beautiful woman turned out to be a mutant with sensory abilities. Li Fan checked her status. Level 1 mutant, Wushu Ma, 15% evolution, strength, 100 kilograms, speed, 13 meters per second, mental energy, 102, attractiveness, 81, purity, 55, mental state, 99, fertility, 2. Overall score, 52. Awakened ability, enhanced mental energy, perception, illusion. Her mental attribute had broken 100 clearly, she had consumed quite a few mutant energy crystals. Within the converted room, 8 other men and women quickly gathered, 6 men and 2 women. Including Wu Xueme, there were 9 mutants in total. Li Fan revealed himself and scanned the 9 people. None of them had unique superpowers, just the typical strength, speed, water, fire, and so on. He glanced at a dozen trembling, pale-skinned naked women, who seemed to be frightened but not mistreated, and did not form too bad of an impression. Smiling, Li Fan waved his hand and displayed a dazzlingly white mutant beast core. Greetings. I am here to trade. These are mutant beast cores that can awaken superpowers. 1 core in exchange for 2,000 energy crystals, or 20 level 1 mutant energy crystals. Interested? It really works, asked a twin-tailed woman leaning against a handsome man. No one else had spoken, so she broke the silence. Li Fan pulled out another mutant beast core and addressed them. You are my first clients. I can let 2 people try awakening right now with 2 beast cores. If the success rate is lower than 50%, I will not take any energy crystals, consider them free. How does that sound? Replicating the cores was easy for him. In just a few seconds, he could make one. As soon as he finished speaking, he began duplicating more mutant beast cores. When the number in his alternate dimension reached 52, the group finally agreed to test it out. Everyone felt Li Fan was too mysterious to read, and likely very powerful. Li Fan kept his ultra-speed mind-reading skill active, monitoring their thoughts at all times. If even a trace of malice arose, he would strike preemptively without hesitation. Biggie and Slutby, you 2 try, Wu Xueme ordered. These 2 women had always been obedient and well-behaved. When the group went out to scavenge, they helped manage the women and distribute supplies. The disobedient men had long been eliminated, and those who were both obedient and lucky were now just 6 male mutants. Wu Xueme was surprisingly the leader of this group, which caught Li Fan off guard. But considering her sensory powers, it made sense this was an ability for survival. The 2 naked women, one with an extremely large chest, the other oozing seductiveness, approached Li Fan when summoned. Li Fan, already seasoned by countless absurdities, showed no reaction and handed them 2 glowing white beast cores. The women returned to Wu Xueme and waited. Swallow them, Wu Xueme commanded. The 2 women immediately placed the pigeon egg-sized beast cores into their mouths. Before they could even react, the cores liquefied and flowed into their bodies. They felt a surge of heat rushing through them, and soon, intense pain filled every part of their bodies. They collapsed to the ground, writhing in agony. 5 minutes later, the 2 women, drenched in sweat and covered in dust from the pain, stood up again, looking completely rejuvenated. They felt a surge of power, confident they could kill a bull with a single punch, and just as hungry, feeling like they could eat an entire one. Boss, I think I have become a mutant. My strength has increased, but I am starving right now. Both DE and Slutby showed visible changes in their physique. They appeared taller and stronger, as if they had gone through a secondary growth spurt. Put some clothes on first. Then bring them food. Everyone, back to your rooms, Wu Xueme instructed the naked women around them. Only then did she turn to Li Fan, smiling as she said, we need mutant energy crystals for ourselves, but we have stored up some crescent-shaped ones. Do you have more of these beast cores? We could exchange for 3 more. The team led by Wu Xueme was clearly stronger than that of Mo Xiaokai and the others. They must have cleared tens of thousands of zombies to accumulate such a large quantity of low-grade energy crystals. Considering her perception and illusion abilities, Li Fan was not entirely surprised. He took out 3 mutant beast cores and tossed them to her directly. He had no fear of being cheated. This confident gesture made Wu Xueme even more certain of Li Fan's strength. She then handed over more than 10,000 low-grade energy crystals the group had collected. If we want to trade for these again, how do we find you? Wu Xueme asked. I live in Beyond Mountain. You probably cannot get there for now. I will come by once every half-month, Li Fan replied. That works. Wu Xueme and the others felt increasingly sure that Li Fan was not someone to mess with. I also want to ask about 3 people. There was a woman named Ning Yuxiang from Building 6 who returned home with 2 companions to look for family. Have you seen them? Li Fan asked. Yes, I know who you mean. One of them could turn invisible and was also extremely fast, a dual ability mutant. I wanted to recruit them, but they were not interested and left, Wu Xueme said, clearly remembering Yu Nuanyuan. In addition to energy crystals, I also want to trade for women. Are you willing to exchange women? Li Fan asked. For beast cores? Wu Xueme's eyes lit up. Of course not. For instant noodles and snacks, Li Fan said with a smile. Alright, do you want me to call all the women here so you can choose? Wu Shueme asked. I do not want women who have already been with your group. I am not interested in forging relations with others' leftovers. I do not mind widows, married women, or those with children as long as they have not been used by you, Li Fan replied. Do not get the wrong idea. Most of the women here have not been touched. Unless they take the initiative, we do not force them. I am a woman too, I know what it is like to be forced. Everything you saw earlier was entirely consensual, Wu Shueme said, blushing slightly. Alright, let me take a look at the women here, Li Fan said. He could read everyone's thoughts, so he did not doubt her sincerity. Floors 8 to 12 in this building housed dozens of people. Aside from the 6 male mutants, the rest were women and children. The 6 male mutants did not follow. Wu Shueme brought along 2 female mutants to guide Li Fan through the floors to select candidates. To Li Fan's surprise, Wu Shueme held great authority among these women. They all called her Sister Wu or Sister Mei and obeyed her commands without hesitation. On the 9th floor, among 20 naked women, the system recognized only one, a young married woman named Feng Yuting, with a rating of 91 and a 6-year-old daughter. On the 10th floor, among another 20, the system recognized 2 sisters, Chao Jing and Chaoan, both in their 30s. The younger sister had an 8-year-old daughter, the elder had none. On the 11th floor, 4 were recognized, again, pairs of sisters and mothers with daughters. Li Fan still chose to bind only the mothers, resulting in 3 actual bindings. On the 12th floor, among 10 women, one named Yin Dan was recognized by the system. The requirement for the women to be naked likely came from Wu Shueme, perhaps to show Li Fan they had not been mistreated, and to better present them to him unaware that his selections were system-based, not based on appearance. After the trade, Li Fan was not about to carry them one by one. He said goodbye to Wu Shueme and led the selected women into a clean, secure room on the 30th floor. He then poured water from his alternate dimension into a bathtub and let the 8 women bathe, while he distracted the 2 little girls in another bedroom with snacks and candies. As 2 women bathed together, they whispered about the man who had bought them with food. Wu Junmei and her 17-year-old daughter Yang Xiuxiu were soaking in the tub, whispering, "We must do whatever he wants. However he treats us, we follow. Right now, mutants are like gods, life or death in a single thought. Otherwise, we are as good as dead." I know, Mom, but I think Aunt Wu is really nice. No one here has treated us badly, and they even share food with us, even if it is not enough, the innocent Yang Xiuxiu replied. Sister Wu is good, but we have been sold to him now. Wu Junmei felt a touch of sorrow and confusion, wondering why Li Fan would pick her instead of a younger, prettier woman. That thought naturally led her to suspect certain unusual preferences, hence her warning to her daughter. The 8 women spent over an hour bathing. After that, including the time spent conquering them, more than another hour passed, and darkness had already fallen outside. While reviewing his rewards, Li Fan told them, "From now on, you are my women and also my family. Aside from you, I have more than 100 family members at Biyun Mountain. I will take you there shortly." He received a total of 14 attribute points. With that, all of Li Fan's attributes had reached 252. He could feel the significant difference in strength and speed. Of the superpowers awarded, 5 were duplicates of water, fire, wood, earth, and mental control. 1 was the previously lost defense, liquefaction. The only new ability was elemental, wood poison. Acquired, elemental, wood poison, level 1. Proficiency, 0 out of 100. Wood poison, after activation, plants within a 20-meter radius emit lethal toxic gas. Any target with poison resistance less than 50% of the users dies instantly. Also increases the user's wood poison resistance by 50%. Then the system automatically attempted to fuse abilities. The other 6 could be fused, but wood poison and the wood command were not considered the same type and could not be merged. Feng Yuting's awarded superpower was elemental, water flow technique. Chao En's was elemental, sand sphere technique. Chao Jing's was elemental, earth collapse technique. Du Xiuhua's was elemental, fireball technique. Du Xiuli's was elemental, a flame explosion technique. Wu Juanmei's was elemental, wood poison. Yen Dan's was defense, liquefaction. Seeing the women still standing there naked, Li Fan frowned and said, "Put your clothes on. From now on, unless I undress you, no one else is allowed to make you take off your clothes." Seeing Li Fan vanish into thin air from the room, the others finally snapped out of their daze. Chaoan, with a worried expression, said, "He is not going to just play with us once and then abandon us, is he?" Wu Junmei glanced at her daughter and replied uncertainly, judging by what he just said, that should not be the case. Feng Yuting and Chao Jing went into another room to pick up their daughters. Upon seeing the pile of snacks, they could not help but nibble a bit. "You all should come eat something too." Stop overthinking it. If he really wanted to leave me behind, there would be nothing we could do anyway, phone muting called out to the others from the living room. But barely 10 minutes later, they felt an immense force pulling them away. Though they were frightened, they were helpless to resist until they saw the familiar figure of Li Fan and realized what was happening. Then they beheld the massive base and the many women living there, leaving them with the surreal feeling of stepping into a dream. Alright, this will be your home from now on. Eat first, and then later you can choose your rooms, Li Fan said as he took out the day's supplies and handed them over to Qin Xingyan. He had already seen many rooms labeled with names and thought of the nameplates from the family supply store, 100 points each. Now that he had discovered a path to wealth, it was no longer an issue. Once he earned enough points from trading mutant beast cores, he would start exchanging family utilities for each room. The dishes of food and hot rice on the table made Chowan and the others ecstatic. It turned out that being chosen by Li Fan meant enjoying a life of luxury beyond imagination. Only after tasting and filling their stomachs did they realize it was all real, not a dream or illusion, and many of the women wept with joy. Night had fallen. After evening activities, with the bonus from 3 experience partners, even the most indulgent moments yielded several thousand points of special proficiency. The naturally awakened Chen Meimang, Yuan Biu, and Zhao Lingfang were all now bound to the family subsystem. After exchanging 10,000 low-grade energy crystals, Li Fan's special energy value and special proficiency value had both increased significantly. The number of bound family members, including those with guaranteed hit effects, had reached 189, about to break the 200 mark, at which point the system was bound to change again. Currently, 18 women possessed superpowers. Li Fan summoned all 18 to a newly divided large room in the hall, where he had assembled 3 enormous waterbeds brought from the luxury suites of Dijin International Complex. Holding a gleaming mutant beast core, he explained as the women looked on in amazement, "This is a mutant beast core. It came from the mutated jackal that killed Zhang Wanjun earlier today. Not only can it help people evolve and level up, but it can also awaken superpowers. What is even more important is that my copy skill allows me to continuously duplicate these beast cores. I have already started trading them for energy crystals, and people are willing to exchange. With this, we can obtain a steady flow of energy crystals, convert them into special energy, and sustain this massive family base. We could even build additional housing nearby. The base already supports water, electricity, gas, internet, and communication. But since I have not yet exchanged for home utilities, you have not felt that yet." And Yun suggested, "Start by furnishing this room. Let us see if the internet and communication work properly." Others chimed in, "Let us try contacting the national military or at least ask about the situation outside." So Li Fan began exchanging for household items, various appliances, bedding, daily necessities, and network communication systems. Amid the women's chatter and suggestions, he unwittingly spent many points on unnecessary things, like a money tree at the entrance and decorative wall paintings. The originally single-level large room had now been transformed into 2 stories, with many items duplicated in sets. Of course, the comfort of the residents improved noticeably. Items from the original room served as models, and all the exchanged utilities came at a discount, as part of the system's preferential treatment for Li Fan as its host. And used items were returned to the alternate space for storage. Then they turned on the television to see if any stations were still broadcasting. To their surprise, there were. Though clearly filmed indoors, a straight-back mutant soldier on screen was teaching viewers how to exercise, demonstrating how to use energy crystals, and showing techniques for quickly killing zombies. While not especially useful, it proved that the authorities still existed and were working to expand safe zones. A list of satellite phone numbers for various cities was shown at the end. The satellite number for Coastal City began with 021, followed by 88s, easy to remember. "Should we try making a call?" And Yun asked, glancing at the phone in the room. Li Fan figured that sooner or later they would have to interact with shelters anyway, so he nodded. "Let us ask if we can enter the shelter and find out the situation elsewhere." The call soon connected, apparently to a dedicated operator. "Hello, this is the Baojiang District Shelter Base in Coastal City. Are you survivors from Baojiang District?" a professional female voice said over the speaker. "Yes, there are more than 100 of us here. Can we enter the shelter?" And Yun asked, "How many mutants, how many men, women, children, and elderly do you have?" 9 mutants, 12 men, the rest are women and children. "No elderly," and Yun replied after looking at Li Fan's hand signal. "You may enter the shelter, but you will need to find your own way here. Our base is located on Yunmen Mountain. Once you reach the foot of the mountain, we will send someone to receive you. Can you not send someone to pick us up? The roads are impassable, and helicopters cannot be used freely." You must find your own way. Do you know about the situation at other bases or the government? And Yun tried asking. I only handle calls and communications. I am not informed about anything else. As I said, once you arrive at the foot of the mountain, someone will pick you up. Alright, we will figure out how to get there ourselves, and Yun said and ended the call. Everyone listening guessed from the operator's tone that the situation outside was likely dire. Thinking back to the massive mutant beast from the morning, and the mutated hanging orchid Li Fan brought back yesterday, it was clear humanity faced not just zombies but an even greater number of mutant beasts and plants. And Coastal City, located on the ocean, was surrounded by water covering more than 70% of Blue Planet's surface. If marine life had also begun to mutate, the future for humanity would be unimaginably grim. The strength of the shelter is probably only just enough to ensure its own survival, so it has no capacity to send people to fetch survivors who actively try to contact them. It seems the government intends to conserve its energy and act gradually, Li Fan said with a frown. It might also be that the shelter is filled with different factions, constantly guarding against each other, and they do not dare to casually send people out afraid of being directly kicked out of the leadership if anything goes wrong, Yuan Bu offered, speaking up for once. Li Fan preferred Yuan Bu's explanation. Human nature tends to be combative. If what she said was true, then it meant the governing apparatus that had functioned for thousands of years was now disintegrating in this great catastrophe, and a new era of personal power had begun where strong mutants could carve out kingdoms of their own. Whether the shelter was as he said, or as Yuan Bu described, Li Fan saw the potential for trading energy crystals with them. A shelter that could only barely protect itself, or was consumed by internal power struggles, was the perfect place for him to use mutant beast cores to break the balance. Either a dominant force would emerge, or he could cultivate more mutants to gradually expand their management capacity. Either way, it would not affect him much. On the contrary, it could create a positive feedback loop. His special energy value would keep increasing, and the shelter would grow stronger. If the shelter did not turn hostile, they might even introduce him to other shelters for further trade. In that case, all he needed to do was keep finding women to exploit the duplication skills glitch. Putting thought into action, Li Fan voiced his idea and began duplicating mutant beast cores. Pan Tong, seeing this, wanted to help, but after Li Fan explained the consequences, she hesitated. Li Fan did not push her. The cores he could replicate alone were already enough for a long stretch of trading, and with so many superpowers at his disposal, one more copy skill was hardly essential. After replicating 500 mutant beast cores, the women all gradually returned to their rooms to sleep. Some, however, stayed directly in Li Fan's oversized bed. Figuring that was enough for now, and seeing that it was already 1 in the morning, Li Fan finally fell asleep with the women in his arms. Li Fan only needed 3 to 4 hours of sleep to feel fully refreshed. Unless he was especially exhausted, he did not sleep longer. Around 5 in the morning, he began playing around with the women next to him, those without children, Chen Meimeng, Yuan Bu, Zhou Yishuan, Zhang Qiufang, and others. He gained another 1,200 points of special proficiency. Li Fan recalled that upgrading superpowers could enhance women's attributes, so he checked his fused powers. Superpowers, Special, Copy, Elemental, Wind Soar, Enhancement, Phantom Step, Enhancement, Earth Listening, Control, Ice Prison, Elemental, Flame Berserker, Elemental, Ice and Snow Berserker, Special, Shadow Clone, Enhancement, Good and Evil in the Eyes, Enhancement, Heightened Sense of Smell, Elemental, Wood Poison. Fused Superpowers, Elemental, Lava Sea Level 1, Elemental, Absolute Frost Level 2, Elemental, Earth Collapse Level 1, Elemental, Lightning Chain Level 1, Elemental, Gold Frenzy Level 3, Elemental, Wood Command Level 1, Spatial, Control Level 1, Control, Mental Storm Level 1, Defense, Liquid State Level 1, Defense, Solid State Level 1, Special. Comprehensive Healing Level 1, Enhancement, Invisible Perception Level 1, Enhancement, Violet Sight Level 1. Enhancement, Heart of the Giant Level 1, Special, Phantom Invisibility Level 1, Special, Extreme Mind Reading Level 1. He spent a set amount of special proficiency points and 1,000 special energy points to upgrade all 14 Level 1 fused superpowers to Level 2. Then he spent another 1,000 energy points to upgrade Yuan Bu's Ice and Snow Berserker to Level 2 as well. Looking again at the attribute panels of women with superpowers, including in Yun, he saw substantial improvements. Attributes had increased from single digits to double digits starting with 1. Among them, the naturally awakened Chen Meimeng, Zhao Lingfeng, and Yuan Bu showed the most dramatic growth, jumping from single digits to double digits beginning with 2. Chen Meimeng's strength, for example, had risen from 14 points to 38. Clearly, natural awakeners had a significant advantage. However, the superpowers granted by the system to bound family members were effectively created from nothing, mass-produced, so to speak, and in a way, they felt even more powerful. Thinking of the day's tasks, Li Fan finished breakfast and headed once again to Yulin Bay in Baojiang district, to the home of Yu Nuanyuan, in search of the three women. Luck was on his side, they were all at home, but the three had a strong sense of caution. Even though Yu Nuanyuan knew Li Fan, she did not open the door right away. So Li Fan handed over the letters and phones from Chen Meimeng and Li Xiaoma. Moments later, the three women opened the door looking somewhat uneasy. Li Fan realized something and quickly retrieved the phone. It had a lock screen. Activating ultra-speed mind reading, he unlocked it using their thoughts and, sure enough, saw videos of the base's feasts, tour footage, and chaotic sex scenes involving Li Fan and the women. No doubt this was Li Xiaoma's doing. Upon checking, he found that Ning Yuxiang and Yu Fingfei were both mutants, one with water abilities, the other with fire. You are both mutants? Li Xiaoma and Chen Meimeng never mentioned that, Li Fan asked curiously. Big guy, it was after we rushed home in the rain. Sisters Xiang and Fei Fei got high fevers, but I did not. Later, I crushed and fed them glowing aloe from a plant I found, and they turned into mutants, Yu Nuanyuan said, still visibly shaken by the memory. Do you still have the glowing aloe? Let me see it, Li Fan asked, thinking of the evolution serum. Yes. We only used 2 leaves. There are 2 left. I figured this thing might grant superpowers, so I kept it safe, Yu Nuanyuan said, though she made no move, clearly aware of its value and reluctant to part with it. Li Fan took out 2 glowing mutant beast cores and said, these can also trigger superpower awakening, just like your glowing aloe. Want to trade? If the effect is the same, why trade at all? Yu Nuanyuan asked, confused. Because the 2 used together guarantee 100% success. If used alone, there is a chance of failure, Li Fan admitted. What happens if it fails? Ning Yuxiang asked. I do not know. I have never seen it fail. Probably not death, Li Fan guessed, thinking that with 100% pure energy, failure might just result in attribute enhancement without unlocking a skill. Alright, I will trade half with you. Li Xiaoma has not awakened yet, right? Yu Nuanyuan asked. She has not, Li Fan confirmed, without elaborating. Perfect. Then let us use 1 mutant beast core and 1 aloe leaf to awaken her, Yu Nuanyuan said, pleased. Li Fan had to admit, Yu Nuanyuan seemed to be extremely lucky. She had awakened naturally, her companions Ning Yuxiang and Yu Fingfei had gained powers from the aloe, and now even Li Xiaoma had the materials to awaken. If anyone deserved the title Child of Destiny, it was her. The glowing aloe was indeed an evolved plant, just like the mutated hanging orchid from before. Evolved plant, level 1 aloe, 5% evolution rate. Lifespan, 100 years. Evolution liquid, 10 drops. Evolution liquid effects, healing, regeneration, evolution, charging, awakening, requires 5 or more drops. But glow was likely due to its level 1 evolved status. Li Fan thought to himself that he should go out at night to search for more glowing plants like this. Then he had another thought, could it be that many of the mutated animals outside had evolved into monsters by consuming such evolved plants? You have read the letters and watched the videos from Li Xiaoma and Chen Meimeng, do you want to move into my place? Li Fan asked directly. The 3 women blushed again. Just thinking about the scenes in the video felt outrageous. But then again, their friends Li Xiaoma and Chen Meimeng were both part of it, and they actually felt like joining. Especially the banquet scenes. Just looking at the food made the 3 women, who had not eaten a proper meal in days, drool uncontrollably. However, Yu Fingfei and Ning Yuxiang both looked at Yu Nuanyuan. It was clear that her opinion was theirs as well. Food, shelter, and safety are all included. And I will not restrict what you do, except for one thing, no sleeping with other men. In the past I might have ignored it, but from now on, anyone who dares, both the man and the woman, will die, Li Fan added. You get to have so many women but expect us to stay loyal to you? For all you know, when you're not home, they might be messing around with each other, Yu Nuanyuan replied with disdain. How about I take you there to look around for 3 days? If you think it's worth it, stay. If not, you can leave, Li Fan said with a frown, though he held back from losing his temper. The Yun Mountain is at least 30 li away from my house. No car, no plane, how are we supposed to get there? Yu Nuanyuan asked, finally letting down her guard. I will take you there. Give me 10 minutes, Li Fan replied. Then he stepped forward and scooped her up in a bridal carry. Before she could struggle, Li Fan transformed into metal and leapt several hundred meters in a single bound. Within seconds, they had disappeared into the distance. Ning Yuxiang and Yu Fingfei looked at each other in disbelief. Are mutants really this powerful? One of them asked. Yu Nuanyuan, experiencing it firsthand for the first time, was also overwhelmed by Li Fan's power. The speed and strength, it was like a real-life superhero. 10 minutes later, they arrived at Biyun Mountain. Li Fan brought Yu Nuanyuan inside to meet Li Xiama and Chen Meimeng. At the gate, and Xinghua called out brother-in-law, to which Li Fan nodded before heading inside. Soon after, he went back to retrieve Ning Yuxiang and Yu Fingfei as well. After reminding Yu Nuanyuan not to spread word about the mutant beast cores or revolution liquid, Li Fan made his way to the shelter at Yunmin Mountain. Along the way, he cleared out several level 1 and level 2 mutant zombies and beasts he encountered. There were no level 3 monsters. Thinking of level 3 monsters reminded him of the mutated flesh pile on Pinyin Pedestrian Street. He figured he would check on that after this trade, maybe even go hunting nearby. Upon reaching the base of Yunmen Mountain, he saw the path had been cleared for 4 to 5 li. The area was surrounded by barbed wire fencing, with surveillance cameras spaced every few hundred meters. Clearly the people inside could see him. Before long, someone from inside came out. A middle-aged man with the air of a leader opened the gate and walked out with a smile. "Welcome to the first shelter of Baojian District. You must be a mutant. We can assign you a female companion, assistant, chef, room, whatever you need. All you have to do is occasionally help our defense team clear zombies and monsters nearby." Level 1 mutant, Li Jianfeng, 81% evolution progress. Strength, 1,810 kilograms. Speed, 15 meters per second. Ability, enhanced strength. Li Fan scanned his info and guessed the shelter's mutants had not yet reached level 2, though he could not be sure. He got straight to the point. "Do not misunderstand, I am not here to join your shelter. I came to propose a trade. I believe you know that mutant beast cores can awaken superpowers. I have a large quantity of them and would like to trade for your unused crescent-shaped energy crystals, or even mutant energy crystals if possible. That kind of deal? We should talk inside. I'm just a guard captain, not authorized to make that call," Li Jianfeng said with an awkward laugh. "I am not going inside. I am cautious. Go in and tell someone who can make decisions. If they are not interested, just pass along the message. I have other bases to visit and trades to make." Though he had defensive and escape abilities, Li Fan did not want to put himself in a risky position. He also had no desire to clash with the shelter. After all, he still considered himself a patriotic citizen. "I will go notify someone right away," Li Jianfeng said, then returned to the shelter. About 10 minutes later, 4 middle-aged men and women who clearly looked like leaders came out together. Li Jianfeng introduced them. "These are the leaders of our shelter: Commander Zhang, Director Ding, Political Commissar Zhao, and General Manager Dai." This confirmed what Yuan Bu had said. The shelter was controlled by factions from the military, government, medical, and business sectors, probably still vying for dominance. Li Fan scanned them. None of the 4 were mutants. Either they had failed to awaken or had not found an ability they deemed worthwhile. The beast cores he held were all strength type, being copies. He assumed they would not be eager to use them. Political Commissar Zhao, a chubby man with a wide smile, was the first to speak. "Young man, how many beast cores do you have? What are you asking for in exchange for our crescent-shaped energy crystals?" 100 beast cores for 200,000 crescent-shaped energy crystals, Li Fan replied directly. "How could you people have acquired 100 beast cores?" asked General Manager Dai, a short middle-aged woman who clearly did not believe him. 30-something mutants. All strength type, level 1 cores, Li Fan said, making up a number. "What's the success rate for awakening?" Director Ding asked. 70 to 80%. "So, do you want them or not?" Li Fan repeated. "We definitely do not have 200,000. There are only about 2 million zombies in Baojian District total. We have only cleared the few li around here in 3 or 4 large settlements. We can give you 100,000, General Manager Dai said. "Then let us trade for 50 cores. I will also give you 4 extra, so you can test them first," Li Fan said, taking out 4 mutant beast cores and tossing them to the group. "That should show you I'm serious." Soon, Li Jianfeng went back and brought out 4 people, clearly one from each faction's inner circle. This time, Li Fan turned on his phone and recorded the process of the 4 taking the beast cores and awakening. He could not keep doing trial runs before every trade. Soon, 3 out of the 4 successfully awakened superpowers. Only the one from Political Commissar Zhao's faction did not, but he did not die, merely appeared weakened. The trade went smoothly. Li Fan received 100,000 low-grade energy crystals, and the shelter got 50 mutant beast cores. They also agreed to trade another 50 beast cores in 10 days. With 1 million special energy points in hand, Li Fan felt his heart beating faster with excitement. Nevertheless, he calmly walked toward another settlement, continuing to trade for the low-quality energy crystals that no one needed. By midday, after visiting 5 nearby survivor bases, he had traded away 15 mutant beast cores and obtained 30,000 low-quality energy crystals. Of course, he had also made a special trip to Pinyin Pedestrian Street to check on the upgraded meat mound. It still had not finished evolving, but Li Fan did not wait any longer. Instead, he directly peeled open all the meat mounds, killed the zombies inside, and extracted 2 level 2 mutant energy crystals and 8 level 1 mutant energy crystals. He also did not neglect the matter of finding women. After all, not every survivor base was as friendly as Wushu Mae's. With ease, he acquired 5 more women. This time, none of them had children. The following 3 days passed with him doing the same, going to various settlements to trade mutant beast cores for energy crystals, and at the same time, seeking out women. His special energy value had accumulated to a certain level, and so had his special proficiency value. In total, 136 mutant beast cores had been traded. Among the uses for the energy points, he spent 1,600,000 special energy points to construct 80 rooms, each room capped at a cost of 20,000 special energy points. The number of family members surged from the previous 189 to 254. However, the system did not provide any achievement rewards for reaching a milestone in member count. It only gave a secondary anchor point for the family member teleportation portal. Li Fan chose Yun Yun as the secondary anchor. This meant that in addition to Li Fan as the primary anchor point, where any teleported individual would appear beside him, there was now an additional teleportation anchor point where individuals could arrive beside her. Li Fan himself could not be teleported to the secondary anchor's side, but others could teleport from there to his location. Including Yuan and her 2 companions, plus the newly arrived 25 women, only 9 brought daughters with them. From this, one could tell that after the apocalypse, raising children had become increasingly difficult. The dilemma of saving the child versus saving oneself had become a stark reality. The number of members bound to the family subsystem had increased from 18 to 25. The 7 newly bound members were Jiang Dongfang, Zhang Lei, Qi Lingling, Zhou Jinxian, Kong Linghui, Yuan, and Ning Yuxiang. Jiang Dongfang's superpower was elemental, 3 feet of ice. Zhang Lei's superpower was elemental, earth collapse. Qi Lingling's superpower was enhancement, invisible perception. Zhou Jinxian's superpower was elemental, metal frenzy. Kong Linghui's superpower was elemental, wood command. Yuan's superpowers were enhancement, phantom technique, speed enhancement, and invisibility. Ning Yuxiang's superpowers were elemental, 3 feet of ice and water element. As for the rewards, in addition to 74 points to all attributes, pushing his stats to 312, there were 28 new superpowers awarded, among which 24 were duplicates, with some repeating multiple times. The 4 new superpowers were Elemental, Shadow Escape. Elemental, Light Rain. Special, Angel Wings. Summon, Maid. Acquired Elemental, Shadow Escape, Level 1. Proficiency, 0 out of 100. Description, allows the user to escape using shadows. Maximum shadow gap distance is 100 meters. Acquired Elemental, Light Rain, Level 1. Proficiency, 0 out of 100. Description, summons dazzling light rain within a 5-meter radius. Inflicts double damage to dark-type creatures. Acquired Special, Angel Wings, Level 1. Proficiency, 0 out of 100. Description, grows a pair of wings from the user's back, allowing prolonged flight. Acquired Summon, Maid, Level 1. Proficiency, 0 out of 100. Description, summons various types of maids at will. Maids have no offensive power. Unlimited quantity. Duration is 12 hours. Yuan received the reward superpower, enhancement, phantom technique. Ning Yuxiang received the reward superpower, elemental, ice technique. Yu Fingfei received the reward superpower, elemental, flame berserker. Yumanjin received the reward superpower, elemental, shadow escape. Wan Sueha received the reward superpower, elemental, light rain. Duan Shangtong received the reward superpower, special, angel wings. Yi Ziqing received the reward superpower, summon, maid. And Xinhua, at Yun's request, also awakened a strength-type superpower and occasionally went out to hunt around Biyun Mountain. Unexpectedly, he rescued 2 women, both of whom were quite attractive. Reportedly, they had survived by hiding in an underground storage room in a park. As for the matter of awakening, now that they had mutant beast cores and level 1 evolved aloe, stimulation was possible. Pan Tong copied Pang Yanxia's would command ability to stimulate growth. Once the aloe produced 3 extra leaves, they were cut and paired with Fonglan's comprehensive healing to prevent withering, achieving a sustainable cycle. Each aloe leaf, once crushed and consumed together with a mutant beast core, could result in 100% guaranteed awakening. Over 3 days, they had already stored 10 doses of evolution liquid. And Xinhua used 1. Deng Xiangwei used 1. Together, the two could produce 2 doses per day on average. Though the speed was not fast, it was steady and safe. As for the most recent group of 25 women, Li Fan had them housed together in pairs. Including Zhang Jing, Lu Binglan, and Meng Yiyao, there were 28 individuals. Thanks to his high-speed mind-reading skill, he had no concerns about resentment. If anyone acted up, they could be locked up and starved for 2 days, or, if necessary, thrown out. That was a method Yun Yun had taught long ago. Every day, Li Fan would gain special proficiency points through debauchery with the women, and then wrap up his activities. Among the many women, there were now 5 experienced partners who each granted 800 special proficiency points per encounter. Enjoying each of them 3 times would yield 2,400 points, with the remaining 3,000 points to be earned through others. The duty rosters and scheduling plans that Yun Yun had previously made turned out to be completely ineffective, because Li Fan himself kept breaking the rules. Coupled with the incident involving Zhang Wanjun and the mutant beast cores, Li Fan had also stopped pushing the women to go outside and adapt to the environment. On the 4th morning, Li Fan was awakened early by a torrential downpour outside. Just like the previous rainstorm, visibility outside was extremely low, and the rain was coming down in sheets. Li Fan did the math and realized that only 7 days had passed since the last rainstorm. Could it be that the rain comes once every 7 days and lasts for 3 days each time? Unfortunately, he was wrong. This rainstorm did not stop after 3 days. It had now been confirmed that the rain no longer turned people into zombies, but Li Fan still did not feel like going outside. He decided to stay inside the base and wait until the rain ended. After all, the amount of special energy he had stored was enough to last a very long time. In fact, staying in the base was not boring. He could play in the pool with the women, play cards, and enjoy blindfolded kissing and hugging games. There were also proper things to do: planning meetings in the strategy hall, drafting relevant family regulations, calling other shelters to inquire about the situation, deciding each night which room to sleep in, stimulating the evolution allo, duplicating mutant beast cores. In addition, kitchen management and chef assignments had also started to come into focus. Keeping all the supplies in the alternate space indefinitely was not practical. It was better to take some out now and then to supplement meals. In the blink of an eye, the rain had already lasted 3 days. But by the 4th day, it still had not stopped. Li Fan's special proficiency value had increased to a certain level, and his special energy value had decreased to another. The water, electricity, communication, and network systems consumed a set amount of special energy points every day, making Li Fan truly understand the burden of running a household. He spent another 80,000 points to set up 4 rooms for Zhang Yi, Huan Xiaotong, Huan Anna, and Kai Yan. He could not help it, they were extremely good at serving people and knew exactly how to whisper sweet nothings into his ear. Being a straightforward man, Li Fan readily agreed to their requests. And once the first wave was approved, things started to spiral out of control. Bit by bit, Li Fan went on to spend another 120,000 special energy points to build 6 more rooms for Meng Yao, Zhang Li, Cui Baiwe, Wu Winkai, Xia Yunhong, and Zhuang Xian. It was starting to look like Li Fan was becoming a bit of a spendthrift. As the newly arrived women became increasingly skilled at pleasing Li Fan, apart from the 5 experienced partners like Chen Meimeng from whom Li Fan needed to gain special proficiency, the other women gradually fell out of favor, including even Yun Yun and Qin Xingyan, who had been with him from the very beginning. Adding to that, the heavy rain had continued for 10 days without any sign of stopping. The area below Biyun Mountain had turned into a vast ocean, and one could imagine that buildings 10 or even 8 stories tall in lower-lying areas had already been submerged. And Yun Yun watched all of this coldly and without interfering, but she took note in her little notebook of the women who were constantly trying different tricks to charm and flatter Li Fan. However, Li Fan did not simply obey these women. After all, he had at least watched enough television to understand the importance of checks and balances. What was more, Li Fan possessed the divine ability of high-speed mind reading. Those women who blindly tried to win his favor were spared, but the ones who deliberately used psychological tactics to manipulate him were not going to get away so easily. After 10 days of indulgence during the rainstorm, Li Fan had had his fill. His special proficiency value had already reached a very high level. At daybreak on the 11th day, he directly locked up Zhang Yi, Huan Xiaotong, Huan Anna, Kai Yan, and Zhuang Xian, 5 women harboring ulterior motives, in the dungeon beneath the secret passage of the base. He would not kill them, of course. Keeping them locked up with some snacks and water to reflect on their actions was enough. As for the other nearly 30 women who had taken part in the debauchery, Yun Yun punished all of them based on her notes. Most of them were newcomers, but a few were unexpected cases such as Deng Shangwei, Tanzian, and Zhao Anping, who had just received their superpowers. These women had blindly followed the crowd, assuming that if they pleased Li Fan, he would help them awaken their powers. Thus, the punishments were not too harsh, being forbidden to eat, to drink water, to bathe, or to sleep in their rooms, serving everyone tea, doing laundry, cleaning toilets, and other chores. The lightest punishments lasted for half a month, while the heaviest lasted up to 6 months. Anyone who refused could also be thrown into the dungeon. From that point on, the atmosphere in the family base began to improve somewhat. No longer would women casually run around in revealing clothes or swim naked in the pool. Of course, inside Li Fan's two-story mansion, things were quite different. Sometimes Li Fan would summon a few maids to work alongside the punished women, just to test whether these maids could do more than just cleaning and serving. It seemed they could also be used for seduction. Given that the number of summoned maids was unlimited, he even considered using them for a swarm tactic. Meanwhile, his alternate dimension space now held 5,000 mutant beast cores and 50 doses of evolution fluid. He was just waiting for the rain to ease up or stop completely before setting off to trade with the nearby shelters he had contacted. The rain finally stopped after 15 full days, giving Li Fan a huge sense of relief. He spent some of his special proficiency value to upgrade 15 fusion abilities to level 3, and then used 8,900 more to upgrade 15 additional abilities to level 3 as well. The attributes of all female members bound to the family system increased from the 10-point range to more than 20 points. If any unexpected situations arose, they should now be able to handle them. Li Fan still had some special proficiency value left. After all his abilities reached level 3, Li Fan found that his overall attributes had increased by 10 points. His current attributes were Constitution 322, Strength 320, Spirit 322, Agility 320. The Yun Mountain was just over 300 meters tall, and his base was built slightly above the mountainside. Another half-month of rain would likely bring the water up to the base entrance. The water outside was at least several dozen meters deep. It was even possible that seawater had backflowed into Coastal City, bringing in countless sea creatures. No one knew how long it would take for the water to recede back into the ocean. Fortunately, with the Angel Wings ability, Li Fan decided to fly out and take a look. All 25 of your abilities have been upgraded to level 3, and your attributes have improved greatly. You can go outside and have a look. There are no mutated monsters or zombies nearby. Just be cautious in case there are any mutated aquatic creatures in the water. Before heading out, Li Fan warned the women. He then activated Angel Wings and flew into the sky. It was his first time using the ability. He found that the wings sprouted from his back, much like Lizenzi from the classic novel Investiture of the Gods. The speed was decent, about 20 meters per second, but flying while lying face down was not very comfortable. He wished he could fly standing up, like a deity. The 15 days of torrential rain had claimed the lives of many unprepared survivors. From the sky, Li Fan could see some corpses floating on the surface of the water. When he searched for survivor bases again, the red dots on his virtual map had decreased by more than half. The once dense pattern was gone. Clearly, the storm had not spared the shelters either. 5 or 6 large survivor bases that he remembered had also seen their population drop drastically. The apocalypse truly treated human life as worthless. His current destination was the Baojian Yunmen Mountain Shelter, the Baoshan Qingfu Mountain Shelter, the Riverside Villa District, Yangjian Zhonin Building, and Huangjian Haidu Building. These 5 places were all within 40 kilometers of Biyun Mountain, arranged in a circle around it, and had been previously contacted by phone. It was known that each shelter housed more than 50,000 survivors. The other 3 locations had populations in the thousands, which was still significantly higher than any other survivor base Li Fan had searched. On the way to Yunmen Mountain, Li Fan saw some survivors moving on inflatable boats, plastic basins, wooden rafts, and other makeshift watercraft to collect supplies. Since he was not flying very high, it was likely that the survivors could see him as well. Li Fan originally had no intention of paying attention, but the system suddenly popped up with a prompt that made him descend and take a closer look at the target. Detected a target eligible for conquest, Yi Yu. Do you wish to bind the target? Yes. Target Yi Yu successfully bound. Friendly reminder, upon successful conquest, host receives +2 to all attributes, +1 family member, and a first conquest reward package. Please continue expanding the family and ensure reproductive growth. He examined the disheveled young woman sitting in a plastic basin, her hair tangled, appearance nearly unrecognizable. Level 0 mutant, Yi Yu, 18% evolution level. Strength, 500 caddies. Speed, 10 meters per second. Attractiveness, 82. Chastity, 100. Mentality, 80. Fertility, 0. Overall rating, 85. Awakened ability, strength enhancement. After checking everyone, Li Fan discovered that aside from Yi Yu, among the dozen or so others, 6 were also mutants. On one of the inflatable boats, a young man had already reached level 1 as a mutant and had awakened a water element ability. He was using it to manipulate the water and gently propel the group forward. It appeared they were collecting supplies while also searching for other survivor shelters. Li Fan asked, "Where are you headed? Your superpower is so cool, you can grow wings and fly in the sky," a 7 or 8-year-old boy sitting on the inflatable boat said, gazing at Li Fan with admiration. A beautiful woman next to the boy quickly pulled him back and stopped him from continuing, glancing toward the young man on the boat. There were 1 man and 4 women on the inflatable boat, plus the little boy. The 4 women all appeared to be with the level 1 mutant. Though they were dressed brightly, their eyes revealed confusion and numbness. Clearly, the man was having a hard time taking care of so many women. Other people navigating the waters using makeshift rafts made of wooden planks and plastic basins were mostly mutants themselves, and none of them had anyone else with them. "Hello, we are residents from the nearby Yunzhong community. We are heading out to look for a survivor base with more people. Mainly, we are afraid that if another heavy rain comes, our homes will be flooded." The level 1 mutant young man appeared to be the temporary leader of the group. "I know there is a shelter at Yunmen Mountain. They will definitely accept mutants. You can slowly paddle your way over." Li Fan volunteered the information. "Will they accept ordinary people like us?" someone nearby asked. "If you are together, they should allow a certain ratio of ordinary people in," Li Fan said. Then he turned and flew over to Yi Yu, asking her in a low voice, "In addition to flying, my superpower also allows me to conjure meals and other food out of thin air. Would you like to come with me?" To prove himself, he held out a boxed meal, a large apple, and some bagged snacks. Yi Yu raised her face, which had long been neglected and even deliberately dirted. She glanced at Li Fan and found his appearance ordinary, but the superpowers he described were indeed strange and tempting. She could feel that the boxed meal was warm, which convinced her that the food was genuinely conjured by his ability and not hidden somewhere in advance to trick her. She nodded in agreement. 3 meals a day. No, even if it is just 2 meals, or just 1 meal of hot food a day, I will go with you. All right. I promise you 3 hot meals a day. Shall I carry you while flying? Li Fan said with a smile, feeling once again how unmatched the power of food had become. It had now been 32 days since the apocalypse began. This half-month of rain had eliminated yet another large number of people. Zombies were likely unaffected, though most were now submerged underwater. Only those in open areas had been floated up by the water who knew where they had drifted off to. For all he knew, they might now be fishing for them. At any rate, both the surface and the depths of the tens of meters deep water were now nearly devoid of visible zombies. "I smell really bad," Yi Yu said softly, slightly embarrassed. "I'll take you back to wash up," Li Fan replied, flying toward the rooftop of a tall building with the pungent-smelling Yi Yu in his arms. He decided he would let her bathe and eat before anything else. Flying was not as fast as leaping, so it took more than 10 minutes for Li Fan to return to the family base. At the entrance, many women had come out for air and to see what the outside world looked like. Seeing them filled his heart with even greater contentment. Yi Yu had not expected so many people to be living at Biyun Mountain. Before she could even begin to daydream, Li Fan said something to her that felt both fantastical and absurd. "This is my home. These people are all my family now. You will be part of this family too. Except for the 1 man and 2 women at the entrance, you can call all the women inside your sisters. Your ability to conjure food can feed so many people?" Yi Yu's first concern was not about how many women there were, but about survival. She was practical. "Yes. As long as we maintain intimate relationships, I can produce large amounts of food to feed all of you," Li Fan replied with a smile. "Then you should find more women and take care of them. It's better than letting them starve outside," Yi Yu said, surprisingly. "That is exactly what I thought. That is why, when I saw you all alone, I brought you back," Li Fan said. From afar, Kan Linghui saw Li Fan flying back with a woman in his arms. Among the women in the base, none were particularly amazed by Li Fan's ever-growing list of powers. As long as they were fed and slept well, they never cared how many more women he brought home. They were quite sensible. And Yun and others came to meet him. When they got close, they all instinctively covered their noses and fanned themselves with their hands, making teasing remarks like, "So smelly, and you still had the nerve to carry her. A mutant, Yi Yu. These are your sisters. Sisterin, please take her to wash up. I still have things to do outside," Li Fan said, putting her down and offering a quick introduction before flying off again. Yi Yu was still wondering how he knew her name and that she was a mutant as she stood dazed and was pulled into the base by An Yun. The bolder mutants like Ma Xiaofeng, Zhao Lingfeng, Pan Tong, and Yu Nuanyuan wandered freely. Even the less daring ones had the courage to walk around the base perimeter. After all, being cooped up inside for half a month during the torrential rains made anyone want to get some fresh air. Each mutant was surrounded by a group of others. The two sisters Zhou Yixuan were accompanied by the largest crowd. In the distance, someone shouted, "Is that thing floating in the water a zombie?" Mother-daughter pairs like Kong Linghui and her daughter, and Hame and her daughter, Feng Ningning and her daughter, Zhang Jing and her daughter all stayed together. Someone spoke in a frustrated tone, "Last time was unlucky. I didn't get a superpower and ended up punished for half a month instead." "You too? You joined in that nonsense like it was worth the risk," someone scoffed. "Sisterin, you make it sound like you don't want a superpower yourself. What kind of nonsense? It was just messing around with a man. No need to categorize it." Zhang Jing snapped back. "Everyone wants a superpower, but there should be some limits. Honestly, with so many people and no rules, this cannot last," said An Hame, visibly concerned. Feng Ningning and Zhang Jing nodded in agreement. The rules set by An Yun actually had some use. It's just that the man prefers to live recklessly. Moon Yanqin whispered beside them, pointing to her head, "I heard from Aunt Yun that Brother Fan used to be a single working man before the apocalypse. He probably never thought this far ahead." The sisters Zhao Qingxue and Zhao Hanxue also sighed. "Who told Brother Fan that the more outrageous he acts, the stronger he gets? Have you not noticed how all the women with superpowers have become stronger these last 15 days? I feel like my body is getting healthier too. Doing that kind of thing feels like dual cultivation in fantasy novels. Brother Fan gets stronger, and so do we. Seriously, I used to have a bad cough on rainy days. But since I got here, even after all this rain, I hardly cough at all," agreed Li Xiaoqi, Feng Ningning's daughter, nodding vigorously. Kan Linghui now had a superpower herself. She felt her body was 3 or 4 times healthier and stronger than before. Her last punishment was only 7 days of confinement, and today An Yun had allowed her to come out for fresh air. "I really embarrassed myself last time, but thankfully we're all sisters here. Whatever people saw, it does not matter much. By the way, do we have any doctors, executives, or bosses in the community? Maybe we can push someone else forward to help with management. Why should An Yun and Qin Xinyan from that low-level Lingfu complex be in charge of everything?" And Hame whispered, "I'll go ask the Zhou sisters to talk to some of the other women. Come to think of it, our Imperial View community has over 30 people. We should have a role in managing things too." Kong Linghui agreed with a nod. "Aunt Kong, I think we can just go and talk to Aunt Yun directly to avoid unnecessary conflict. After all, their abilities are limited. There is no reason they would not let us help," Zhao Qingxue suggested. "With how fast Brother Fan brings in new women, there will only be more and more people in the future. Aunt Yun likely will not oppose joining forces with us, especially if women like Zhang Yi, Hua Nana, or even more impressive ones show up." Zhao Hanxue did not finish her sentence, but the implication was clear. Kan Linghui and the others thought it over and felt the reasoning made sense. What they should be on guard against were future arrivals, women with devastating beauty or seductive charm, not the current sisters who were more or less average in both looks and power. "Let us go with Hanxue's idea. I will talk to the Zhou sisters later and bring others to speak with An Yun and propose the suggestion together." Kan Linghui nodded as she patted the Zhao sisters' shoulders. Zhou Yixuan and Zhou Jinshan were walking along a small path nearby with a group of other single women, including Shangwan Qinghong, Zhang Meili, Miao Xiaoxiao, and Kai Lanjie. The timid Kai Lanjie nervously clung to Zhou Jinshuan's side and whispered, "Jinshan, maybe we should go back. If another monster suddenly appears, we powerless people will be in big trouble. We've walked this path before, it should be fine. We're just strolling around, and maybe we'll spot another evolved plant like that aloe back home," Zhou Yixuan replied as she remained alert to the wind and rustling in the surroundings. "As long as it is not some massive mutated beast like last time, we should be able to handle it." "Do not worry," Zhou Jinshan assured them, patting her chest confidently. Superpowers had brought on secondary development. What was once a chest hovering between B and C was now nearing D. It felt quite satisfying. If this were before the apocalypse, the two sisters could probably fetch a higher price as kept women. "Ready? I remember you used to be a general manager at some company. Now with so many people in our home and such chaotic management, have you never thought of volunteering to help run things?" Zhou Yixuan asked Shangwan Qinghong walking behind them. "Manage what? It is all just serving a man anyway. When things get wild, it is nothing but open debauchery. What is there to manage?" Shangwan Qinghong said indifferently. But some people always get their share, while others cannot even get close. It may be fine short-term, but in the long run, this will not work, Zhou Yixuan said. So what? I am just here for a bite to eat, Shangwan Qinghong replied without concern. What about you, Mei Li, Xiao Xiao, Ruyu, Xin? Zhou Yixuan turned to ask the others. We are just here to get by. We have not thought about it, and really, it is Li Fan's word that rules the household. Even if we have ideas, if he disagrees, it is useless, the women replied indifferently. But if we want to live off this long term, there has to be management and rules. Otherwise, think about what happened with Zhang Yi. Li Fan was not fooled that time, but what if a more alluring, seductive woman comes next? Are we just going to stand by and watch again? Zhou Yixuan asked seriously. Shangwan Qinghong and the others fell silent. If something like that happened again, they would once again be unable to get near Li Fan for a long time. Actually, with so many sisters from Imperial View, we should unite and work with Yun Yun to help Li Fan properly enforce rules at home. Even if things are wild, they should have limits. Not like now, where he shares a bed with everyone every night, Zhou Jinxian said from the side. If we do not step up, others will. It really depends on Li Fan. Even if we want to manage things and establish rules, if he gets in a mood, it all falls apart, Gongsun Ruyu said with difficulty. Look at what happened last time Zhang Wanjun died, and the entire training plan that had been set up was scrapped by Li Fan. I can just imagine how disappointed and let down Yun Yun must have felt, Shangwan Qinghong added, referencing past events. My main worry is that we will not be able to stay in the base forever. There will come a time when we need to go out. If we do not think of a proper approach now, when the time comes, rushing decisions might lead to more casualties, Zhou Yixuan sighed. Then let us go talk to her. In the end, we still need to listen to Li Fan, Shangwan Qinghong said as she came to a stop. Li Fan, meanwhile, knew nothing about what was happening at home. At that moment, he was standing on the mountainside of Yunmen Mountain, having just completed another transaction with the 3 leaders of the shelter, another 50 mutant beast pills. It seemed Director Dai had been ousted. Li Fan was not particularly interested in the details, though he did find it ironic that even in life or death times, people still had the energy to fight for power. Perhaps it was because he had never experienced wielding power, Li Fan simply did not understand its allure. Even with the growing number of women at the family base, Li Fan still felt his relationship with them was one of mutual exchange. They gave him companionship and intimacy, he gave them food and shelter. Of course, it was not completely equal, he was well aware of their deliberate flattery and cautious attentiveness. But he genuinely felt no thrill from the idea of power. Perhaps this was also because he did everything himself, while they enjoyed a more comfortable existence at the base. If he were to recruit some people to act as enforcers and errand runners like at the shelter, he might come to understand it more personally. Next, he flew to the Zhangyin Tower in Yangjiang. It was just a few miles from his old neighborhood at Linfu Community and Imperial View Community. After trading 10 mutant beast pills with the local leader, he flew around nearby to see if there were any survivors left. Unfortunately, all buildings below the 16th floor were underwater. Li Fan could not even find the exact location of Linfu Community, only a rough guess. However, the 32-story Imperial View and some other buildings over 20 floors still had portions above water. But he saw hardly any survivors. Flying quickly past, Li Fan headed for the Riverside Villa district. These villas were built halfway up a mountain slope, though some were still flooded. Many people were using dinghies and similar tools to retrieve useful supplies and move them to higher structures. Li Fan's descent from the sky startled these people. He called out, "I am here to trade with your leader, Zhang Xiangwen. No need to panic. I will go check." "Wait here," said a young speed-enhanced mutant, who immediately ran off to report. Within minutes, Zhang Xiangwen arrived with 4 others. Li Fan checked, they were all level 1 mutants, and Zhang Xiangwen had an evolution level of 92%, close to reaching level 2. After the transaction was successfully completed, what Li Fan did not expect was that Zhang Xiangwen offered to trade women as well, promising that they were clean, beautiful, and even untouched stock. This made Li Fan wonder if this guy was a human trafficker. Zhang Xiangwen, who appeared to be in his 30s, seemed like an elite professional. Sensing Li Fan's suspicion just by looking at him, he explained, "Brotherly, do not think of me as a bad person. I just felt that having too many women was pointless. I used to keep them around thinking that once the environment improved, I could enjoy them myself. Who knew a half-month-long torrential rain would flood the entire coastal city? I simply cannot afford to keep these beauties anymore, so I am looking to find them a new home." Zhang Xiangwen was a mutant with enhanced mental abilities. Li Fan was not sure whether he had done something to the women, but with his own strong powers, he was not worried even if that were the case. He nodded and said, I am indeed looking for women, but I need to see and choose for myself. How about 5 untouched women for 1 mutant beast core? Or 20 regular women for 1 core? Hearing him talk about 5 virgins and 20 women so casually, Li Fan suspected that this guy had probably been rounding up women even before the rainstorm. I will trade if you double the count, Li Fan said. He needed women to grow stronger, and he assumed that the untouched ones would score highly with the system. As for the others, he would need to check them first. Zhang Xiangwen looked troubled and said, doubling it is not possible, brother. We only have 7 virgins in total and just over 30 unallocated women. If it were not for this rainstorm, I might have been able to support more. But now, my beautiful dreams have all been drowned. That is why I asked if you might be interested in the women. You even had people out specifically looking for women before? Li Fan asked. I will not hide it from you, brother. Consider it making a friend. I used to think that women were a kind of resource in the apocalypse. Maybe I could build a business around it. But who could have guessed this half-month of rain would shatter all my plans? Now I cannot even feed this many people, let alone talk about doing business, Zhang Xiangwen said gloomily. Li Fan, hearing this, felt Zhang Xiangwen was someone worth befriending. He said, I also need to find women, and I can trade mutant beast cores or evolution fluid for high-level mutant zombies, mutant beasts, or evolved plants. Zhang Xiangwen was overjoyed. His plan had been to give women to powerful figures to gain protection, or at worst, use them for trades. To him, someone who could bring out this many mutant beast cores was surely a big shot. I can continue helping you look for women, brother, but the problem might be supplies. We need to spare people to go out and search, Zheng said, trying to subtly probe. Use the satellite phone to contact me anytime. It does not take me much time to travel. Also, we can trade food for women, but you will need to arrange a temporary place for me to stay, Li Fan replied, realizing that it was a hassle to finish things before teleporting the women back. Alright then, I will take you to see the women I have found, Zhang said, quickly leading Li Fan to a villa. There were guards posted around the entrance, confirming Zhang's earlier intention to run a business. The villa was freestanding and 4 stories high. The women on the first floor were of the lowest quality, neither attractive in appearance nor figure, about a dozen of them, and the system showed no reaction. The second floor was slightly better. Their looks and figures were decent. Out of another 10 women, only 2 Wajini and Qin Xiaoyu were recognized by the system. Clearly, the system had become picky. After selecting those 2, Li Fan followed Zhang and his men to the 3rd floor. Before even seeing anyone, the system popped up with 7 notifications. The women on the 3rd floor were even more attractive and youthful, 10 women, and the system approved 7. The 4th floor had to be what Zhang referred to as the virgins. Li Fan had assumed all 7 would be system approved, but only 4 were. The others were either fake virgins or had other issues. After selecting the women, Zhang, clearly itching to speak, brought Li Fan and the 13 chosen women into another recently cleaned villa. Brotherly, then I will treat you as my first long-term customer. This villa will serve as your temporary residence. But I do have a question I hope you can clarify, Zhang said, only speaking up after sending the women to bathe, flanked by his 2 closest men. Go ahead, Li Fan replied, already knowing what he was going to ask. I can understand why the women on the 1st and 2nd floors were not chosen. But why did some women from the 3rd and 4th floors not make the cut? Your selection criteria confuse me. I do not know how to help you find women anymore, Zhang said. Li Fan revealed his inspection ability and explained, aside from flying, I have other powers. For example, I can see all of your stats. I can see everything about these women, so while they may look perfect in appearance and body, their pasts and inner character reveal inconsistencies. I see, so you are a multi-ability mutant? Zhang asked. His only ability was mental enhancement, allowing him to subtly influence people without affecting their consciousness. His subordinates had all been slowly brought under his control this way. He had tried to test Li Fan, but was repelled by his stronger spirit, so he gave up. Yes, and I can confidently say that for now, in Coastal City, there is no one who can defeat me, Li Fan said matter-of-factly. Zhang asked curiously, have you fought many other mutants? No, but I have yet to meet someone whose attributes are higher than mine, Li Fan said with a smile. Zhang caught on and started guessing Li Fan's attribute stats but continued to flatter him, so it is true you really are a powerhouse. I hope you will look after us little guys who run errands for you in the future. Li Fan was not stingy. He took out 5 boxes of instant noodles and 50 pounds of snacks from his storage space and said, consider this a thank you gift. Whether you want to trade for beast cores or food, we can always negotiate. I guarantee you will not be treated unfairly, brother Zhang. This is another of your abilities? Dimensional storage? Zhang asked, shocked at how many powers Li Fan had. If I did not have some real power, would I dare gather so many women? You just focus on helping me find the right women. As long as I approve, I will trade with you no matter how many, Li Fan said boldly. He then remembered something and added, by the way, do you have any female doctors? Gynecologists or midwives will do, I need them. Also, beautiful and capable widows or single mothers with daughters are welcome too. I have other things to handle, so contact me when you have news. After sending Zhang Xiangwen and his men off, Li Fan thought to himself that this man did seem to have some brains. Although he briefly entertained a bad idea, it was just a fleeting thought. Li Fan's extraordinary mind-reading ability was something he usually kept active when out in the field. What struck him as strange was that the other people in the Riverside Villa district were extremely loyal to Zhang Xiangwen. When he checked, he found literal descriptions in their information panels stating absolute loyalty to Zhang. Clearly, Zhang's ability was likely related to mind control. Nevertheless, Li Fan focused on finishing his business first. He planned to send the women back to the family base, then head out to the remaining 2 trading locations, the Baoshan Kingfisher Shelter and the Huangjian Haidu Building. 3 hours later, 13 more women were conquered, giving Li Fan 34 attribute points and 13 new superpowers. The 4 untouched women each granted 2 extra points, better than nothing. Speaking of which, although Li Fan had already experienced women like Moon Yanqin, Zhao Qingxue, Zhao Hanxue, and Li Xiaoqi, only 5 had triggered the system's target binding: Yi Yuyu, Wei Lian, Mayashu, Miao Qianhe, and He Lianyu. As for the other 9, apart from Mi Rishuang, the most beautiful, and Yu Haiyao, with the most voluptuous figure, the rest were so unremarkable that Li Fan did not even bother to remember their names. There were just too many women now. Besides, with the system's infocheck function, he did not have to worry about calling the wrong name in the future. He took out food he had made during the rain from his storage and gave it to the 13 women. After eating a bit himself and seeing that it was only just past 1 p.m., he explained the teleportation gate system to them. While the women were still confused, he used the teleportation gate to send all 13 to an union side. At this time, most likely, the women in the base were out for a post-lunch walk or resting. Which is why Li Fan had no time or opportunity to enjoy any kind of power trip. If anything, the women at home were the ones starting to feel the allure of power. As for the new powers gained, most were duplicates and fused into existing abilities. The only unique ability this time was a special one, Puppet Substitute. Acquired, Special, Puppet Substitute, Level 1, Proficiency 0/100. Effect: when taking damage, the body transforms into a puppet to absorb the hit. In fatal situations, the Puppet Substitute blocks the attack and is destroyed, entering a 7-day cooldown period. This ability came from the reward package of Yu Haiyao, the most curvaceous among them. As for the 3 new available family member system slots, Li Fan had not yet decided whom to assign them to. He planned to think about it later. However, Li Fan had guessed wrong about the situation back home. At the family base, Yunyun, Qin Xinyan, and Xiaohui, along with over 20 ability users from Linfu and Daijing international residences, were meeting with the newer women to draft new household rules. Inside the main hall, the women were seated around various tables. The children were kept inside watching TV. Xiaohui, knowing she could not surpass Yunyun or Qin Xinyan in influence, was the first to propose, let's just adapt the rules in Jie made last time and tweak them. I believe that if it does not rain again, within 3 months we will exceed 300 members, and in 6 months 500. Plus, some of us might already be pregnant. Within a year the population might double. Qin Xinyan, who enjoyed palace dramas, thought a tiered system with ranks would better reflect human nature and commented, I believe it is better to have ranks. People from Dragon Nation respect hierarchy. As long as there is food, drink, and a path to rise, they will not stir trouble. And Yunyun leaned toward Qin Xinyan's idea. After what happened with Zhongyi and the others, she realized that running the family like a company with corporate rules would eventually lead to blurred boundaries. After all, everyone relied on Li Fan for food, shelter, and safety, and had no means of contribution. There was no way to push back if they were called out. This had to change. Now there were 26 women with powers, plus her younger brother in Xinhua. They were already a force. If they were to rank by level, she could be the top official. The only question was how to divide the titles. The other women all looked at Qin Xinyan. Was her suggestion essentially making Li Fan the emperor of this apocalypse? Then again, thinking about Li Fan's nightly routines, he already resembled a debauched ruler. Kang Lingui said, I think we should draft several proposals for Li Fan to review. For example, a company system, a ranking system, a merit-based system, or just go by what he prefers. We will not go wrong following his lead. Acting without his input may only upset him. How do we define merit or preference? How many times someone sleeps with him? Duration? So-called preferences? Come on, he just likes mother-daughter sets. No wonder Kong Jia would say something like that, Zhu Ting mocked. Kong Linghui flushed with embarrassment but still calmly replied, "Little Zhu, you're the same age as my daughter Xiaoqin, and just as impatient. I was merely offering a suggestion. No need to snap at your elder auntie. I think Kong Jia's suggestion makes sense. At the end of the day, we are all here to serve Li Fan. Of course, we should follow his preferences," said Anhame and other mothers whose daughters were over 10 years old, supporting Kong Linghui's view. And Yun Yun, recalling how her previously drafted system was scrapped, agreed with Kong Linghui's proposal. If Li Fan liked it, that was what mattered most. Otherwise, their efforts would all be wasted. "Any other suggestions?" she asked. "I have one," said Wan Fuling, standing up. "Even though life seems peaceful now, this is still the apocalypse. Unforeseen events can happen at any time. I suggest a military-like structure to organize the women. Seniors mentor newcomers. That way, if something happens, we can assist Li Fan." Those who came in hoping to be taken care of, especially women with children, immediately opposed. "We are weak and not mutants. We cannot even survive a flood, let alone fight zombies. We disagree with a military system." And Yun Yun ignored their objections and nodded to Wan Fuling. "I think it's a good idea. Please write it down in detail so Li Fan can review it." Then she turned to the others. "Any more ideas or suggestions?" Just then, the 13 women found in the riverside villa, including the strikingly curvaceous Yu Haiyao, suddenly appeared beside Yun Yun via the teleportation portal. Yu Haiyao's figure drew everyone's attention for a while. Even more voluptuous than Li Xioma, surely if she took off her clothes, her breasts would droop, right? And Yun Yun knew that these were women Li Fan had brought back from outside, future sisters in the household. We will proceed with what we discussed earlier. When Li Fan returns, he can make the final decision. You all, come with us. She beckoned to the newly arrived Wei Liyun, Yu Haiyao, and the others, leading them into the large house where Li Fan lived. Naturally, a few women who were curious and had a good relationship with Yun Yun followed along to inspect and evaluate the newcomers. Wei Liyun, Yu Haiyao, and the others had not expected such a situation. Before they could even react, they had already been teleported here by Li Fan. Seeing how large the house was, how many women there were, and how every one of them looked healthy and wore luxurious clothing, their hearts filled equally with fear and joy. "Go take a bath and change into clean clothes first, then we will talk," and Yun Yun said as she opened the wardrobe and picked out clothes according to each woman's body shape, then directed them to the bathroom. The bathroom was large and luxurious, and the bathtub resembled a small swimming pool. Even 3 to 5 dozen people bathing together would not be a problem. Li Fan's room was the largest and most luxurious in the entire base. Wei Liyun, Yu Haiyao, and the others obediently undressed and stepped into the bath. The other women who had followed and also got a clear look at Yu Haiyao. Indeed, she did not appear as youthful and perky as Li Xioma, and her figure did not defy gravity. Still, knowing Li Fan's preferences, they were not overly worried. Aside from her ample chest and pretty face, Yu Haiyao was not especially outstanding in other aspects. On the other hand, Wei Liyun, Ma Yashu, Miao Qianhe, and He Lianyu clearly appeared to be virgins, something that many men still fetishized. Look at how well Kong Linghui and her daughter, and Hame and her daughter, and Feng Ningning and her daughter were treated. Li Fan never neglected them during his escapades, clearly indicating his preference. And Kong Linghui had even gained superpowers later, which said a lot. After bathing, the women blushed as they dressed, then stood obediently in front of Yun Yun's group, waiting for instructions. It was evident these women were far more disciplined and sensible than the likes of Zhong Yi and her group. "We will take you to your rooms. After that, you can move about freely, but if you want to leave, let us know so nothing unexpected happens," and Yun Yun reminded them as they walked. As they passed hundreds of rooms, Wei Liyun and the others were once again stunned. They saw nameplates on some of the doors, indicating occupants. A quick glance confirmed that they were all women, matching what they had seen so far. It was not hard to imagine that these women, like themselves, were all Li Fan's personal property. Amazed, they could not help but think that this place was clearly far better than Zhang Shangwen's villa. Perhaps a hopeful future really was possible here. Once the room assignments were completed, and Yun Yun recorded their skills and hobbies. Now that they had a kitchen, many women with cooking skills were rotated to prepare meals. Tasty dishes were served, while less desirable ones were placed into Li Fan's spatial storage to be used for trade outside. Eating only system-generated meals could get tiresome, so occasional variety was welcome. Wei Liyun and Ma Yashu shared a room. Once everyone had left, the two of them rolled around in excitement and hugged each other. One said, "Li Fan, who bought us, must be amazing. Otherwise, how could he single-handedly trade with Zhang Xiangwen and still purchase us? The other replied, he must be. But no matter how strong he is, he probably is not stronger than missiles or nukes. As long as he does not provoke anyone, he should be fine. If he does, even the best powers won't save him from a bomb. Then he better not provoke anyone. It's so peaceful here, why not just stay low and live a good life? With so many women to support, he has to work. Otherwise, how can he afford to keep everyone fed? Can he even handle that many women? I thought we'd be part of a group of 20 or 30 at most. But now it seems there are over 100. He could probably beat hundreds of us rookies with ease. You experienced it before, right? Bet you Hai Yao is truly wild. She even dared to get on top of him and move. What a sight. I'm still a bit sore. Are you? A little. I heard that it starts to feel good if you do it often enough. Just look at you Hai Yao and the others. Let's see if the TV still works. It can actually play movies. This one looks like Kingfishin Shelter was larger and more complex than Yunmen Mounting Shelter and nearly had a conflict with Li Fan. Only after he used his purple-eyed vision to kill a shouting mutant as a warning did they give up any thoughts of robbing him. With intangible perception, powerful mental strength, and rapid mind reading, Li Fan could always preemptively eliminate danger. Another transaction was completed, netting another 1 million special energy points. With the 3 previous deals, he had now traded 122 mutant beast cores for a total of 244 million special energy points. Next was Huangjiang Haidu Building, which housed over 1,000 people. Although the first 17 floors were flooded, the upper floors remained intact. They had generators above the 50th floor, though fuel was limited. Most residents here were wealthy or high status, much like those at Daijing International. Their homes had stored food, allowing them to survive the hardest 10 days. Eventually, some awakened powers. Being well educated, they had foresight and quickly organized all mutants into a new hierarchy and resource distribution. Before the storm, they had rescued some scattered survivors and secured a large amount of supplies, which helped them endure the 2-week downpour without heavy casualties. They also had satellite phones and knew of nearby shelters, but chose not to get involved. Li Fan's contact and offer of trade gave them hope that they could survive independently without relying on shelters. They eagerly awaited their first transaction with him. The temporary leader, Zhang Jianlin, greeted him warmly. Though they only had enough energy crystals to trade for 2 mutant beast cores, Li Fan did not mind. He even mentioned that food and mutant beast cores could be exchanged for women as well. Using mind reading, he saw their hesitation, so he showed them videos of life inside the base: abundant food, swimming, and leisure. He said, "Do not worry. I have this one hobby: if I take a liking to a woman, I will ensure she eats well, sleeps well, and is kept completely safe." Seeing the scenes of meat feasts and pool parties, 2 young female mutants were visibly tempted. Was this really post-apocalyptic life? It looked like a pre-apocalypse commercial. Zhang Jianlin nodded and agreed to let Li Fan choose, but he did not tell the women the details. With 4 women per room, Li Fan spent over half an hour inspecting and ultimately selected 6 that the system approved. Since women had already been assigned, Li Fan did not intend to take anyone who already belonged to another man. What Li Fan did not anticipate was that one of the 2 young female mutants was also willing to sell herself to him, even going so far as to argue with Zhang Jianlin. "Brother Zhang, you have no right to demand anything from me. What is wrong with wanting a better life? Besides, I will leave the supplies I receive in exchange for my departure to you all, as a token of gratitude for taking me in," Yin Tungru said firmly. It seemed that Yin Tungru was not originally a resident of the Haidu building. Li Fan also examined the 2 female mutants. Yin Tungru was a strength enhancer, rated at 80, just at the system's passing threshold. Wang Huainan was a metal element enhancer, rated at 85. If both were willing, they could be taken along. Zhang Jianlin, noticing Li Fan's gaze, said somewhat awkwardly, "Brotherly, please do not laugh at us. We only have 8 or 9 mutants here. We truly do not want to let anyone go. We still need to unite and help each other to gather supplies." Li Fan interrupted him, saying, "I mainly consider personal willingness. As long as I find it acceptable and she is willing, I will trade supplies with you. As for your internal matters, you can handle them yourselves. Can you provide me with an empty room for them to pack their things?" Zhang Jianlin instructed someone to take Li Fan to an empty room, but Yin Tungru spoke up, "Do I meet your selection criteria?" "You do. What about Xiaonan?" Yin Tungru asked again on behalf of Wang Huainan. Although Li Fan saw Zhang Jianlin's face darken, he still nodded and replied, "She does as well." "Then do not leave yet. I will bring some more people for you to consider, Yin Tungru said, completely ignoring Zhang Jianlin's increasingly furious expression, and pulled Li Fan back. It seemed that things here were not as harmonious and friendly as they appeared. Just as Zhang Jianlin was about to lose his temper and rush at Yin Tungru with murderous intent, Li Fan directly used sand binding to trap him into the floor. Brother Zhang, since they are willing to come with me, I cannot allow you to harm them in front of me. I apologize for the offense, Li Fan said calmly. Brother Li, by doing this, you are destroying this place. I was just blinded by rage and acted impulsively. Could you release me? Zhang Jianlin, a speed enhancer, tried to break free but could not, so he pleaded. Truly, a person capable of great things can bend and stretch. Many women were forcibly assigned by Zhang Jianlin. They all clearly expressed their unwillingness, but he still acted arbitrarily. On the surface, he appeared righteous and democratic, but behind the scenes, he was autocratic and did not respect women's wishes. If it were not for the flooding caused by the heavy rain outside, I would have left long ago, Yin Tungru said, displeased, looking at Zhang Jianlin, who was stuck halfway in the floor. She also thanked Li Fan for intervening, otherwise, with her speed, she would not have been able to dodge Zhang Jianlin's sneak attack. Then she went to a room and used the intercom to call up 8 women. Take a look at these people and see if they meet your selection criteria, Yin Tungru said, having the women line up for Li Fan to inspect. As expected, the young women in this building had high overall qualities and met the system's requirements. They all meet the criteria. Then come to Xiaonan's and my room. That empty room has surveillance cameras, Yin Tungru said, betraying the former leader Zhang Jianlin without any psychological burden. Brother Zhang, what you did was not honorable, Li Fan said, unwilling to keep someone who might stab him in the back, and directly sent him on his way with a flash of his purple eyes. Li Fan then specifically asked, looking at the other 3 male mutants, are there any of his close associates that need to be dealt with? The 3 male mutants, frightened by Li Fan's eerie killing ability, knelt and begged for mercy. We are not his close associates. He has none. Please spare us. You can go to nearby shelters, one at Yunmen Mountain, another at Qingfu Mountain. The rest is up to you. Mutant beast pills can awaken superpowers and turn you into mutants. You can choose 2 close people to consume them and awaken, Li Fan said, not killing more, as there were still over 1,000 survivors here, and offered this advice. After speaking, he followed Yin Tungru and Wang Huainan to their room. These mutants all lived above the 70th floor. Upon arrival, Li Fan took out still-warm meals from his alternate space for the 16 women to eat and assured them twice, 3 meals a day will be of this standard. Once you come to my place, you will not doubt it. However, since there are many of you, you need to become my family first to hear about me and my family's secrets. Wang Huainan looked at Li Fan with some confusion, seemingly not fully understanding his implication. Yin Tungru, however, understood. Although she had some doubts, considering Li Fan's vast abilities, she was still willing to trust him. The other 14 women also looked up while eating, many nodding vigorously in agreement. They could not remember the last time they had eaten such food. This meal was enough to win them over. Seeing that none of the women objected, Li Fan continued, after eating, take a bath, then together. After that, I will take you home. Together? There are 16 of us, Yin Tungru finally spoke up, uncertain. Then line up? It is up to you. Only by becoming my family can I take you home as quickly as possible, Li Fan said calmly. Are you particularly powerful now? Can you seize a shelter? Yin Tungru suddenly asked an unrelated question. Li Fan looked at her in surprise and asked, why should I seize a shelter just because I am powerful? Shelters have abundant supplies and better living conditions. More importantly, they are already planned out. Perhaps you can even farm and raise animals there. If you can take over such a place, would it not benefit your future development? Yin Tungru looked at Li Fan curiously. I might be able to withstand powerful weapons like artillery shells, so I still need to wait a bit, Li Fan said. Yin Tongru's words made sense, but he had not considered seizing a shelter unless one actively caused him trouble. Of course, not yet having the strength to dominate the world was also a significant reason. I have long been disgusted by those manipulative officials in coastal cities. Look at how high housing prices have soared, and they do nothing. Every day, they just make suggestions and proposals. There are truly too many corrupt officials now, and many lackeys as well. Killing them is the only way to appease the public's anger, Yin Tungru said, possibly recalling unpleasant experiences, and gritted her teeth when mentioning officials. Li Fan had never thought about these things. He was just an ordinary citizen of the Dragon Kingdom, earning 5,000 to 6,000 yuan a month. After paying rent and utilities, he could save half, then spend on food, drinks, and entertainment, ending the year with just over 10,000 yuan in savings. He had never interacted with officials before, perhaps only seeing traffic police on the road. Therefore, he had no particular feelings toward high-ranking officials and wealthy businessmen. At most, he thought the boss of Penguin was a bit unscrupulous, always encouraging people to spend money. Zhang Jinlin is hiding 2 more female celebrities. Are you interested? I can go get them for you. Yin Tungru abruptly changed the subject again. Before Li Fan could respond, Yin Tungru had already run upstairs and dragged the 2 female celebrities from Zhang Jinlin's place into the room. Li Fan did not seem to recognize the 2 actresses. They were probably not very famous. Yin Tungru explained, one is called Chahajaha, a Thai celebrity who came to the Dragon Country to make money. The other is called Luo Yaina, from western Xinjiang. Both speak the language of the Dragon Country. The system did not react to either of these women. He had no idea why. It does not matter whether they meet your standards, just keep them for fun. Do not powerful people like keeping some pets? Yen Tungru spoke in her usual shocking way. Did Zhang Jianlin treat you particularly badly? Li Fan asked curiously. Not exactly. The main thing is that he is incompetent but still acts all high and mighty. Ask anyone else how they feel about him. He pretends to be virtuous and likes to put on a show. It is exhausting to stay around him, Wang Huainan added, summarizing for Yin Tungru. Yes, exactly. I heard Zhang Jinlin used to be a division-level cadre. It is unbearable. He talks endlessly and never says anything useful, yet insists on making us listen to his damn babbling and waste time. Honestly, when I saw you choosing people, I immediately wanted to go with you even if it meant worse food or living conditions, Yin Tungru said with a strong desire to vent, clearly fed up. Li Fan, too, felt that officials in the Dragon Country often shared this defect. Whether what they said had value or not, they always had to sound grand and fill up the word count. If they did not speak for several hours, people might say they did not know how to give a proper speech. That kind of endless verbosity extended from the top down. No one could say things as concisely, powerfully, and inspiringly as the great figures of the past. No wonder Yen Tungru had such strong resentment and impulsive desire to leave. It was likely that she had encountered unpleasant situations before and had long since grown to hate officials. A month of bottling it up had pushed her to her limit. Chahajaha and Luo Yaina were quite obedient. They did not shout anything stupid about having connections. Clearly, they were women who had already experienced the cruelty of the world. Eat, bathe, and then we will have plenty of time to talk. Li Fan's invisible perception had already sensed that the 3 male mutants had taken mutant beast pills from Zhang Jinlin, planning to use them to awaken powers in people they were close to. I want to ask, since Zhang Jinlin was an official, should he not have been able to get into a nearby shelter? Why did he stay here all this time? Of course it was because everyone here listened to him. He kept misleading us into believing there would be rescue missions and such. He used the satellite phone 2 or 3 times and even turned on the speaker so we could all hear. That is how he kept stringing us along, saying we would be taken into a shelter. So everyone stayed here for so long, Yin Tungru mumbled through a mouthful of food, pouting. She was a rather straightforward woman. Chahajaha and Luo Yaina watched the women eat, envy overflowing from their eyes as they swallowed their saliva, but they did not dare to approach. They stood obediently against the wall. You heard what I said earlier. Zhang Jinlin is dead. Are you willing to be my pets? Li Fan asked them with a teasing look. They were wearing only oversized men's shirts, which Yin Tungru had likely found for them. Otherwise, they were probably naked in Zhang Jinlin's room, typical new slave playthings. Such things, Li Fan had only read about in novels. He had heard some outrageous real-life rumors but never paid them much attention. Even if true, they had nothing to do with someone like him, a common man. He had not expected the end of the world to come and for him to end up working under a system, only then finding himself surrounded by women. Still, he had no desire to treat women as new slaves or pets. If Yin Tungru had not brought it up, he would have simply ignored the 2 of them. He could only sigh and say, city folks sure know how to play. Thinking along those lines, he found himself a little curious about what the shelters were really like now. Could they really be like those described in apocalyptic novels, each shelter an independent entity, reverting to feudalism, even to primitive society? Would women be completely unable to fight for themselves anymore and become nothing more than men's appendages? Li Fan made up his mind. Once his attributes surpassed 1,000, and his body could withstand missiles and dodge nuclear bombs, he would definitely go visit a shelter and see it for himself. There was not a single bite left on the table. The women had eaten everything clean and seemed satisfied. Then, chatting and laughing softly, they went into the bathroom in pairs to wash. Although there was still a bit of a stench, Li Fan managed to endure it. Meanwhile, Yin Tungru tied the 2 celebrities to chairs and sat with Wang Huainan, watching Li Fan and the other women engage in debauchery. More than 3 hours later, Li Fan received 28 points to all attributes and 28 new superpowers. 13 of those were duplicates and merged with existing abilities. Only one was new. It was called Enhanced Sonic Technique. Acquired Enhanced Sonic Technique, Level 1, Proficiency 0 out of 100. Enhanced Sonic Technique, when activated, all living beings within a radius of 50 meters are either injured or killed. The degree of damage depends on the strength difference between the two parties. Li Fan did not pay much attention to these new powers. Just looking at the long list of abilities sometimes made him dizzy. He could barely remember which powers he already had. The Enhanced Sonic Technique was a reward from a woman named Ma Wenlan. At this point, Li Fan's family had grown to over 300 members, reaching a total of 308. This time, the reward for passing the 100-member threshold was related to the daily expenses of the family base. As the number of family members increased, the base's daily operating costs would from now on be permanently reduced by half. Seeing this notification, Li Fan felt a bit regretful about having spent 2 million special energy points on decorating a room. If only he had received this 50% discount earlier, he could have saved a large sum. But the regret lasted only 5 seconds. Then he remembered that duplicating level 1 Newton Beast pills brought in over 100 million special energy points in income. 1 million was nothing, it had been spent, and that was that. You are now considered my family. Next comes the benefit exclusive to family members, the family-based teleportation gate. I will send you there first. With a simple explanation, Li Fan began using his teleportation ability to send Ma Wenlan and the other 14 women to Yunyun's side. After witnessing the 14 women vanish into thin air, Yin Tongru and Wang Huainan, initially shocked, quickly recovered and began enthusiastically tending to Li Fan. After taking both women, the number of bound slots in the family member subsystem reached 6. Yen Tongru's reward superpower was Enhanced Transformation Technique. Wang Huainan's reward superpower was Elemental Steel Flow. After sending the 2 women away, Li Fan turned his attention back to the issue of the 2 celebrity pets. Ultimately, he gave up on them. It was not his thing, and there were already enough women in the base, more would join in the future. After leaving them some food, he no longer paid them any attention. After returning to the family base, Li Fan reviewed the future plans written by Yunyun and the others. He felt that all of them were viable, and for the moment, he could not determine which one was better or more suitable. Therefore, he decided to implement each plan separately. The women who were willing to be managed under a corporate system were grouped and assigned positions for a trial implementation. The women who preferred to be managed under a court hierarchy were likewise grouped and assigned positions for trial. Those willing to follow a military-style structure were also grouped and assigned positions as part of a trial. As for management based on his personal preferences, there was no need to test it. After all, everything had previously been carried out according to his personal preferences, resulting in disorganized personnel management, clearly unsuitable. After making this decision and confirming the 6 members bound to the family subsystem, Li Fan resumed his daily routine to earn special proficiency points. Tan Xian's superpower was Elemental, Thundercloud Light Chain. Kong Xiaoyun's superpower was Summoning, Gunsmith. And Hamei's superpower was Defense, Solid State. Zhao Anping's superpower was Elemental, Flame Maniac. Xia Lei's superpower was Control, Ice Prison. Zhou Shuwan's superpower was Elemental, Wood Command. Including the previously recorded 25 people, the entire family base now had 31 superpowered individuals. If he could make use of them, it would constitute a formidable force. Unfortunately, Li Fan did not know how to manage people. When he woke up, Li Fan reached out across the bed. The usual smooth and silky sensation was gone, which surprised him. He opened his eyes with effort and was shocked to discover that he was back on the Simmons mattress in his rental apartment, Unit 805, Building C, Linfu Residential Complex. What is going on? Li Fan stared in disbelief at everything around him. Could his previous apocalyptic life have all been a dream? He climbed out of bed and looked out the window. There were many people and many cars. Everything was full of vitality, there was not even a shadow of a zombie. Have I been reborn to a time before the apocalypse? Or was that doomsday scenario just a beautiful dream? Li Fan picked up his phone and checked the date and time. It was July 18, 2038, 6:34 a.m. Saturday, clear skies, the day before doomsday? Although he was supposed to go to work, Li Fan had no intention of doing so. Instead, he planned to go out and see for himself what exactly was going on and why he had suddenly returned. Lord's system? Li Fan habitually tried calling the system, but there was no response. Only then did he remember the family reproduction system would not be bound until tomorrow. today, he was not yet a system contractor. He washed up and went downstairs for breakfast. In the elevator, he ran into Jiang Menglan, the resident from Unit 1405. She seemed to be heading out for breakfast too, dressed simply in a knee-length skirt and a round-neck t-shirt, yawning behind her hand. Li Fan did not greet her. After all, they were not familiar at this point in time. Outside the building, pedestrians filled the streets. The traffic of people never ceased. It was not yet 7 o'clock, but many elderly people had already brought their grandchildren to eat at breakfast shops. Some working individuals were also quickly buying breakfast, rushing off to catch the bus or subway. Li Fan also saw a few familiar faces. And Yun Yun was having breakfast with her daughter, Li Yuqi. He had not expected them to be up this early. Chao Hui and 3 other men and women were also having breakfast, probably after a night of card games. All 4 had heavy dark circles under their eyes and looked exhausted. As if sleepwalking, Li Fan kept walking forward and saw someone as thin as a bamboo pole running toward him. The person looked somewhat familiar, but he could not recall who it was. He kept walking. There were no zombies, and the scenes were not blurry. Everything felt real. Was the previous apocalypse just a dream? Li Fan stopped in confusion and looked around. There was no one he recognized. He stood alone in the crowd, overwhelmed by a sense of solitude. I will know by tomorrow. He made up his mind and walked into a supermarket to buy some meat and vegetables before returning home. At that moment, his roommate Zhao Bin was also brushing his teeth in the bathroom. With foam in his mouth, he mumbled, "Li Fan, did you fucking not flush the toilet again?" "I flushed it." Li Fan was frustrated. This kind of daily routine, which had been so frequent in the past, now felt somewhat comforting to hear. Then it must be due to a lack of yin and yang balance. The smell is nasty. You should be more proactive with the girl I introduced to you. Just ask her out and make a move. Once you make a move, kiss her. Once you kiss, it is basically a done deal, Zhao Bin said, leaning against the door with a cup in hand and foam in his mouth. I cannot even ask her out. You know what I am like. I know your personality, which is why I told you to change it. You are not a woman if you are never proactive. Are you planning to be single for the rest of your life? Not necessarily. Hurry up, are you going out again? Yes. I have 3 girlfriends, and it is hard to keep up. Today I am with Xiao Xiao, tomorrow with Xiao Xiao, and the day after that with Chan Chan. I also have homework to submit often. It is exhausting. Li Fan knew he was showing off, but he did not take it seriously. In the past, he might have snapped at him for being a sleazy bastard, but after experiencing the apocalypse, he no longer felt qualified to judge Zhao Bin. The truth is, the rich get richer while the poor get poorer. There is nothing more to say about it. Soon, Zhao Bin cleaned himself up, put on cologne, and left to meet his #1 girlfriend. Li Fan opened a game but had no interest in playing. He just wanted time to pass quickly, to see if it would really rain tomorrow and if people would turn into zombies. The entire day he felt restless, unable to focus on anything. Although he had the system, he did not hoard supplies or seek allies like other reincarnators. He did not know many people to begin with, no best friends, no close companions. He barely made it to evening when Zhao Bin returned, looking quite frustrated. Xiao Xiao has changed. She is unwilling to pay her share of the rent now, so I had to come home early. Tomorrow I will go see Xiao Xiao. She is more generous and should give me a little pocket money, Zhao Bin said with a sigh. Li Fan did not really want to talk to him. He still could not understand why Zhao Bin would not just live with one of his girlfriends instead of sharing an apartment with him while dating all 3. This question had always puzzled him. He never asked before, but now he wanted to know, Zhao Bin, why do you not live with one of the 3? Live together? Fuck that. I have heard all the tragic stories from my seniors. A goddess girlfriend might secretly be a disgusting slob who picks her feet or digs in her nose and does not wash her hands. Just imagining Xiao Xiao, Xiao Xiao, or Chan Chan becoming like that after moving in is enough to make me lose hope. I would rather preserve some sense of mystery between us. Zhao Bin shook his head and reminisced. Once you live together, your girlfriend starts to take on the role of a wife. Even without marriage, she will definitely start trying to control everything, the sky, the earth, and even the air. That is a woman's nature. I cannot stand it. That is why I prefer sharing a place with someone else and just going out to meet them. But is it not possible that one of them might be understanding and give you space? Li Fan asked. No. If she does, it just means the relationship is fading. That is when it is time to break up. There is no point dragging it on. Look at the divorce rate these days, it is so high precisely because of this. If she is too controlling, it is unbearable. If she is too lenient, it still feels wrong. Either way, it ends in a breakup, Zhao Bin replied with the air of someone who had seen it all. With a heavy heart, Li Fan did not sleep soundly through the night. Instead, he kept waking up and falling back asleep repeatedly. He had not returned to the apocalyptic family base, but had remained in the rented apartment at Linfu Residential Complex. This phenomenon confused him. Nothing like this had ever happened in any novel he had read. Was this a situation of quitting mid-game and starting over? Had he not played the previous apocalypse round properly? With these chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind, Li Fan finally made it to daybreak. Looking at the yellowed marks on the ceiling and some dark gray cobwebs, he recalled that in over a year of living there, he had never done a thorough cleaning. Just like the previous morning, he had breakfast, went to the supermarket to buy groceries, and rushed home before the heavy rain began. His roommate Zhao Bin was not home. He had gone to accompany his second girlfriend. Li Fan had considered advising Zhao Bin to stay home for the day, but eventually gave up. Not only would Zhao Bin likely not listen to him, but he also had no reasonable justification to ask him to stay. After placing the groceries in the fridge, Li Fan walked onto the balcony and looked up at the clear sky, waiting for the rain to begin. As long as he was not directly exposed to the rain, he should not turn into a zombie. Checking his phone, it was 10:45 in the morning. The rain should be arriving soon. Previously, he had woken up a bit later and returned from grocery shopping after 11 o'clock. Too lazy to cook, he had simply ordered delivery and played on his phone while waiting. Time passed slowly. Li Fan paced back and forth several times until the heavy rain finally began. It came without warning, with the sun still shining in the sky and no dark clouds to be seen. Standing behind the glass door of the balcony, Li Fan watched the sudden downpour and began to question whether this was really the rain that triggered the global transformation of humans into zombies. He turned on the living room television, which had not been used in a long time, and switched to coastal satellite TV. The station was broadcasting an anti-Japanese war drama, either mixing romance with fighting, or even featuring Japanese soldiers in romantic subplots. Li Fan restrained himself from switching it off and flipped through several other channels. Nothing seemed unusual. It was all commercials, variety shows, and drama series. Thinking back to the time when he was on a winning streak after losing 2 rounds in Dawn Chronicles, the screams he heard likely occurred after 2 o'clock or even 3 p.m. Outside, the streets were still bustling with pedestrians and congested traffic. Some people were even running through the rain toward their destinations. It appeared that nothing serious would happen in the short term. This time, Li Fan did not order delivery. Instead, he cooked his own meal and then returned to the window to continue observing. Because he was paying attention, Li Fan quickly noticed that some people who had been caught in the rain did show signs of discomfort, holding their heads and faces as if in pain. However, they soon walked out of sight and disappeared from his view. Standing behind the glass door with a bowl in hand, Li Fan ate while keeping an eye on both the outside and the television. He checked the time, it was 1:40 p.m. Still 1 to 2 hours before that screen which had jolted him awake last time. Even so, he had already noticed some warning signs. Those who had been exposed to the rain were clearly exhibiting abnormal behavior. If they returned home, their entire household would be in danger. Around 2:30 p.m., the rain abruptly stopped. Surprisingly, the half-hour news broadcast on television briefly mentioned this strange rainfall, calling it an unprecedented global downpour not seen in centuries. Even deserts that had not seen rain for decades had not been spared. It might be due to climate change, and the public was advised to take precautions against the flu. Time ticked by slowly. Suddenly, a shrill scream rang out from outside, startling Li Fan. He ran to the balcony and looked down. Just as he had seen previously, many people were screaming from unseen locations. On the visible street, a woman with disheveled hair was running barefoot in terror. A voice filled with panic shouted, "Monsters! Help!" 3 human-like figures were chasing her like rabid dogs. The woman, focused entirely on her pursuers, failed to notice someone suddenly rushing out of a nearby alley. The woman was tackled to the ground and screamed even louder. Her cries were chilling and tore through the sky. As the attacker buried their head into her neck, the screams abruptly stopped. Then the other 3 caught up and threw themselves onto her body like wild dogs, biting and tearing. It looked just like a zombie scene from a television show. Li Fan continued watching until the 4 figures stood up from the woman's bloody, mangled corpse. Everything was unfolding exactly as before. The apocalypse had not changed. This time, Li Fan did not tremble like before. Instead, he calmly observed the street and even looked into the buildings across the road. Next came the sharp wailing of the city's emergency sirens, followed by the blaring of police cars. Out on the road, the sound of crashing vehicles, bang, bang, began echoing. Chaos was now clearly visible. Just as Li Fan confirmed that the heavy rain was indeed turning people into zombies, the system also arrived on cue. The apocalypse has begun. Binding to host. Please wait. Family reproduction system successfully bound. Host is encouraged to reproduce and contribute to the survival of humanity. Warning: host is a reincarnator. All binding rewards, reproduction rewards, and upgrade rewards are halved. Upgrade difficulty is increased. Li Fan was stunned. Not only were all the system's rewards halved, but the upgrade difficulty had increased. Binding reward 1, 1-hit accuracy, every attempt hits the mark, increasing reproductive success rate. Binding reward 2, daily family survival supplies, based on the number of family members. Note: due to reincarnator status and halved rewards, the two bound rewards may occasionally become unavailable. Family survival supplies might not be retrievable? That is cutting off my lifeline. This is so damn unfair. Li Fan loudly protested to the system. Unfortunately, at this stage, the system had not yet been upgraded and was unable to communicate. As Li Fan was voicing his complaints, someone knocked on the door. Opening it, he found his next-door neighbor, and Yun. She had shared his bed for over a month, understanding, thoughtful, and devoted. She looked just as flustered and disoriented as before. One of her shoes was not even fully on, and she had come running to confirm with Li Fan whether what she was seeing outside was real, or if she was hallucinating. Potential conquest target and Yun detected. Would you like to bind this target? Yes. And Yun had to be bound. For now, Li Fan did not plan to deviate from the path he already knew. Conquest target and Yun successfully bound. Beginner tip: after a successful conquest, all of the host's attributes increase by 5 points. The number of family members increases by 2. An initial conquest reward pack has been issued. Host is encouraged to expand the family and reproduce to ensure the continuation of the human race. The reward for successfully conquering an Yun had been reduced from doubling all attributes to merely increasing them by 5 points. This halving of benefits was truly frustrating. If this was really the case, then the daily family survival supplies reward would also be halved, likely meaning food would be available every other day instead of daily. Given that, he would need to prepare a suitable residence and stockpile food in advance. After giving an Yun some food as usual, Li Fan stayed home and began reflecting on everything that had happened over the past month in the apocalypse. The first 7 days had been manageable. On the 8th day, it would rain continuously for 3 days. This time, he needed to make good use of the 5 to 6 days before that to understand the survivors in Linfu residential complex and surrounding areas. He had to fully utilize the system's function of displaying a conquest target notification whenever he encountered a woman, provided it had not changed from before. If things remained unchanged but his rewards were halved and his strength reduced, that would seriously undermine his plan to grow stronger while lying low. But this kind of thing could not be rushed. Most women were not as decisive as in Yun and Qin Xingyan, who had agreed to join him simply because of food. His roommate Zhao Bin had not returned. Li Fan had already made an action plan. Once he obtained the invisibility skill from Chao Hui, he would go to an Yun's home in advance and eliminate the 4 thugs who were causing trouble in the neighborhood. Also, Yu Mingguang from Unit D had to be dealt with early to avoid future irritation. On the 2nd day of the apocalypse, the same events repeated, and Yun wanted to go downstairs but got scared by the zombies in the elevator and stayed at Li Fan's place. That evening, Li Fan successfully conquered an Yun 20 hours earlier than in the previous timeline. With his experience fighting zombies, Li Fan could not possibly have been trapped at home by ordinary level 0 zombies. However, to help an Yun adapt more quickly to the new reality, he had to pretend to be temporarily afraid to fight zombies. Having spent over a month with her previously, he already understood her bold and action-oriented personality. Once she accepted something, she would give it her all. Fortunately, her fireball technique had not been nullified by the halved rewards, which helped convince her of Li Fan's claims. Li Fan did not even want to imagine what might have happened if an Yun had not believed him. That evening, under an Yun's arrangement, they picked up Qin Xingyan, Zhao Feng, and 2 others from the 12th floor. Receiving food convinced the 3 women that Li Fan's claims were real. However, Li Fan was annoyed that Zhao Feng's summoning ability was no longer available. He felt somewhat lucky that, fearing an empty reward box due to halved benefits, he had chosen to open Zhao Feng's reward first. If he had lost Qin Xingyan's storage space ability, he had no idea when he would be able to obtain such a critical survival skill again. He also explained the situation with Zhao Feng's missing superpower to the 3 women to prevent any misunderstandings. All following actions were carried out a day earlier than before. Zhao Hui easily agreed to live with Li Fan in apartment 806, but this time Zhu Ting, who had willingly opened the door before, did not. Relying on his prior experience, Li Fan, with An Yun and the three women, quickly gathered food from the vacant apartments on floors 7 through 16. Qin Xingyan stayed behind to look after the three children. Li Fan did not rush to conquer Chao Hui, as he was worried that failing might result in not obtaining her invisibility technique. That ability still had value in the early stages, especially since he needed it to find female survivors in other buildings and bind them as conquest targets. On the third day of the apocalypse, An Yun brought back the Zheng sisters. Only then did Li Fan begin the conquest of the three. As expected, the first reward package did not contain a superpower. The second did. He left the third unopened. Chao Hui's reward was second. He got the invisibility technique. During the day, he collected food and searched for female survivors. After binding the female survivors from Unit C, he suggested going to the Zhongguiwan community where An Yun's parents lived. She agreed enthusiastically. There were still no mutant zombies on the road. Using the invisibility skill, Li Fan quickly arrived at Zhongguiwan and gave food to An Qinghua. Then he went invisible again and decisively killed the 4 thugs in apartment 601 who would have endangered the whole building. Afterward, he knocked on some doors and, through the cracks, found several women as conquest targets. Among them were Pan Ton, Sun Lanyan, and Lin Yuzhou. At this point, Pan Ton's husband had not yet begun abusing them. On the way home, Li Fan visited several neighboring complexes. If he saw lights in a room, he would knock and check if there were female survivors. By the time he returned to Linfu Complex, he had bound nearly 46 female survivors, and that was after selecting carefully. There could have been even more. At this point, there were still many survivors. A single building could still hold 30 or 40 people. But after the 7-day rainstorm, many would likely starve to death or be bitten by zombies while scavenging for food. When Li Fan returned to apartment 806, it was already 11 o'clock at night. An Yun and the others had persuaded Zhu Ting, who lived alone, and a new woman who had not appeared last time, Jia Yueru, a married woman with a 16-year-old daughter. However, Li Fan did not act recklessly. He proceeded step by step and successfully conquered Zhu Ting and Jia Yueru. He opened Jia Yueru's reward package first, and just as expected, it did not contain a superpower. Then he opened Zhu Ting's reward package and obtained a defensive energy shield useful in the early stages. This time, Li Fan used all of his special proficiency points early to upgrade his superpowers, aiming to fuse and level them up faster once the system upgraded. On the 5th day of the apocalypse, Li Fan cooked meals using the gathered food and stored them in his space. Early in the morning, he broke through the walls of the 16th floor between units B and D and entered them. Yu Mingguang had not yet awakened his power. Li Fan recognized him after knocking on one of the doors and immediately beat him to death with a steel rod. Then he moved on toward units A and EF. The number of bound conquest targets had reached 87, but only 8 had been successfully conquered so far, including An Yun. The original reward for 10 family members now required 20. The family reproduction system underwent its first upgrade, introducing the family member subsystem, allowing one member to be bound. Li Fan did not overthink it and immediately bound An Yun. On the 6th day of the apocalypse, Li Fan left the management of Linfu Complex to An Yun and the other women, having already eliminated all internal threats in the building. Though he had not yet received any special energy points, it was time to begin clearing zombies on the streets in preparation for relocating to the Imperial Scenery Complex. At the same time, cries for help began to sound. Just like last time, Li Fan rushed in to save people and brought back many women who were bound as conquest targets by the system. Tao Zhenxin, who had previously been diagnosed as mentally ill by the system, was also brought along. Naturally, the stores on both sides had also been thoroughly scavenged. Now, Li Fan needed food even more than he had before. Once he became stronger and faster, he planned to raid nearby resource warehouses. By the 6th day of the apocalypse, many households were running out of food, and public faith in national rescue efforts had diminished. That was why Li Fan was able to bring people out of their homes. Of course, many also saw how powerful Li Fan was and figured that following him was at least better than waiting to die at home. That evening, Li Fan did not indulge in debauchery. Instead, he asked An Yun to have 3 or 4 female doctors examine everyone's health and inform them that they would be relocating to the Imperial Scenery Complex the next day. At the same time, Li Fan brought An Yun's family from Zhongguiwan, along with other men and women in the community who were willing to follow him. This time, he actively sought to gather more people. After all, he knew the upcoming heavy rain would flood areas up to 50 or 60 meters deep. Within his capabilities, he wanted to save as many willing people as he could. Although the roads had been mostly cleared, traveling at night still resulted in casualties due to sudden zombie attacks. Li Fan decisively executed anyone bitten by zombies, which left many people looking at him with newfound respect. However, no one stepped forward to criticize or confront him. Most of the surviving people had already developed some discernment and quickly adjusted their worldview. The apocalypse left no room for talk of righteousness and morality. On the seventh day of the apocalypse, Li Fan led everyone to move into the Imperial Scenery Complex to avoid the storm. There would be a 7-day respite afterward, followed by half a month of continuous rain that would flood the entire city. There was strength in numbers, but casualties were inevitable. Some of the survivors who saw their group moving through buildings boldly joined them. The group continued to grow. Li Fan's number of bound conquest targets had reached 143, but only 8 had been successfully conquered so far. Therefore, Li Fan's current task was relatively simple: just protect Yun and the others. If there were any casualties, Li Fan would mercilessly eliminate both the zombies and the injured. Compared to the previous timeline, Li Fan spoke much less this time. This sudden rebirth had left him with a deep sense of unease. He no longer explained superpowers or made up excuses. His mind was preoccupied with understanding why he had suddenly been reborn. For now, he had no answers. But once the system became communicable, it might shed some light on the matter. With 200 to 300 people marching toward the Imperial Scenery Complex, it was inevitable that zombies and other survivors on nearby streets were alerted. By the time they arrived, not only had they not lost people, but their number had increased by another 40 to 50. Including the more than 50 who died or were injured, they had attracted over 100 additional survivors along the way. About half of the casualties were people bitten by zombies, all of whom were swiftly executed by Li Fan. His ruthlessness frightened many, and several resolved to find an empty unit at the complex to settle in without following him further. Some who had joined temporarily would return home once they found supplies, perhaps their homes still felt safer. After clearing the lobbies and elevators of 6 buildings, Li Fan took Yun and the women who were willing to follow him to apartment 3100 in Building D, a luxury flat. 52 women, along with their daughters, totaled 76 people. In addition, other willing men and women, including Xinghua's family, also moved into Building D. Li Fan laid out his rules to the women, based on the traditional 3 obediences and 4 virtues, and formally declared Yun as the matriarch of the family. He was the patriarch of the Li family, and everyone else had to follow the orders of both him and Yun. As for further details, he did not elaborate. He had not thought that far yet. Then he cleared each floor of zombies again, and Yun and the others split into groups, knocking on doors and prying open unresponsive locks to search for supplies. They had become proficient and were no longer deliberately kept inside by Li Fan. By evening, it was harvest time. It took 6 hours to complete the task with 41 women, and Li Fan had to eat an extra meal to replenish his energy. He deliberately did not touch the 3 female doctors. The one-hit accuracy effect had weakened. Of the 49 women, only 24 were pregnant. The system did not upgrade, which left Li Fan baffled. Last time, it upgraded after only 19 women. Why had it not done so after 52 this time? Was the system failing him? The rain on the 8th day came right on schedule. Li Fan used invisibility to reach Building C's basement and rescued Yuan Biu, who was trapped inside a car and at the brink of despair. He carried her home. After upgrading to level 3, his invisibility skill could conceal anything or anyone he touched, but only for 15 seconds. Back home, he was stunned again, and Yun had brought with her a group of both familiar and unfamiliar women. Among them were the Zhou sisters, Kong Linghui and her daughter, Lu Lianqing and her daughter, and Heme and her daughter. There were also 2 unfamiliar women, whom he bound as new conquest targets and continued his daily conquest missions. Notably, the unupgraded system allowed him to bind women like Mu Nianqing, Zhao Hanxue, and Zhao Qingxue as if they were single. Previously, Jia Yuaru's daughter Zhang Chang had also been bound together with her mother, so perhaps this was a blessing in disguise. There were advantages to not having the system upgraded. After completing the conquest of these 12 women, Li Fan's family member count reached 89. He had acquired 44 superpowers in total. 10 were duplicates, so only 34 were unique, roughly the same as before. The family member subsystem's binding limit had not changed. He could now bind 8 members. Li Fan chose 7: Qin Qingyan, Zhao Wei, Jiang Qiufan, Feng Lan, Jiang Menglan, Li Muhua, and Qi Lingling. The system still had not upgraded. Without an upgrade, there were no special energy points, no family base, no teleportation gate for family members, no superpower fusion, and no features like favorability or loyalty levels. Li Fan was beginning to worry. Would the system only upgrade at 100 members? Or should he start thinking about establishing a base? Then he thought of the shelters. That could serve as a good substitute for a family base. 3 days of continuous rain trapped everyone indoors. But Li Fan used his invisibility and teleportation abilities to visit the other 5 buildings and connect with the women he had interacted with previously, pushing the family member count to 100. The system finally upgraded as he had hoped. However, once he saw which functions had been removed, Li Fan could only sigh in frustration. Newly added features: opposite sex favorability and same-sex loyalty attributes. New method of acquiring special energy points. New ability to view the life status of non-family individuals. New supply and materials exchange shop. New timeline selection function. First option, start from day 33 of the apocalypse / second option, start from day 11 of the apocalypse / third option, start from the day before the apocalypse. Seeing the 3 options, Li Fan froze for a moment before realizing what they meant. But why was this the case? This system, with its have functions and lack of communication capabilities, could not answer the questions in Li Fan's mind. Li Fan had a theory: if he chose the first option, then the second and third might no longer be available. This feature was probably exclusive to the family reproduction system with halved rewards. At the same time, 3 functions had been removed: the family base, superpower fusion, and evolution of survival resources. Li Fan was not the type to be indecisive, but when he saw this new option, he genuinely did not know which to choose. After a long period of hesitation, Li Fan finally chose the first option. Regardless of anything else, the family base and family survival resources were the most stable and comfortable features in the apocalypse. However, what he expected, that he would immediately return to the family base, did not happen. Instead, the timeline selection now required special energy points to activate. First option, start from day 33 of the apocalypse, note, requires special energy points to unlock. Starting from day 10 of the apocalypse, Li Fan left the safety of his home and braved the non-toxic rain to kill zombies and accumulate enough special energy points. Since he had found a way to return, that became his only goal. He no longer actively pursued other targets. His metal morphing ability no longer came from the Zhou sisters, Zhou Yixuan and Zhou Jinxian, but from another woman. After reaching over 100 people, he now had 55 superpowers in total, including 12 duplicates. Due to the halved reward system, Li Fan's current speed was around 150 meters per second, and his strength was approximately 3 tons. Although powers like Flame Explosion, Flame Bullet, Ice Blast, Ice Spike, and Flame Maniac had not been fused into stronger abilities like Sea of Fire or 3-foot Ice, they were still effective in clearing zombies. Since Li Fan had not yet found mutant beast cores or evolution liquid, his path to wealth had not begun. On average, he collected about 20,000 special energy points per day from clearing zombies and exchanging energy crystals. Even though he was no longer actively targeting women for conquest, strong-willed female survivors still approached him. By the 15th day of the apocalypse, Li Fan had successfully conquered 168 individuals. At the same time, he did not forget to sweep the large supply depots for resources. The 1,000 cubic meter subspace that had been upgraded to level 3 was no longer sufficient. He stored most of his supplies with Qin Xingyan and another woman, Ma Xiaomei, who also had spatial abilities. He obtained mutant beast cores and evolution liquid from Biyun Mountain, Ping'an Pedestrian Street, and Yulin Bay, where Yu Nuanyuan and her 4 companions resided. Next came the process of duplicating mutant beast cores and trading them. Because the system lacked a search function this time, Li Fan could only visit known nearby locations to trade Yunmen Mountain Shelter, Qingfu Mountain Shelter, and the Riverside Villa District. Without the family member teleportation gate, Li Fan focused purely on trading energy crystals and no longer searched for women at survivor settlements. His main goal now was to save up enough special energy points to return to the family base and enjoy his previous peaceful post-apocalyptic life. Of course, unexpected incidents still occurred, but with Li Fan's overwhelming strength, they always ended with him as the victor. He also paid some attention to nurturing the survivors in those settlements, helping a few more of them survive the apocalypse. Time passed. By the 18th day of the apocalypse, Li Fan had finally accumulated 10 million special energy points and was ready to return. However, the previous selection menu had changed. First option, start from day 33 of the apocalypse, note, can only be activated once day 33 is reached. Now this was interesting. The system kept adding layer after layer, first demanding 10 million special energy points, now also requiring synchronized timeline access. This half-baked system clearly had a few screws loose. From that point on, Li Fan gave up and began wasting time, holding nightly orgies in the Imperial Scenery Complex that no one could stop. He knew this rain would last for half a month, flooding up to the 18th floor. So, he used superpowers to connect rooms on higher floors. There was no way 2 floors could accommodate over 100 people. The other 5 buildings had also been completely organized. Male survivors and their families lived in Building A. Women not yet bound by the system lived in Building B. Many bound conquest targets brought in from outside lived in Buildings E and F. Women and families who came from Linfu Complex and nearby areas stayed in Buildings C and D. The Imperial Scenery Complex was nothing like the family base, neither spacious nor comfortable. Li Fan missed it deeply. Still, the quantity and quality of women around him allowed him to temporarily forget the benefits of the family base. He began considering whether he should seize a shelter to house his family. Sometimes, he regretted making his choice too hastily. But whenever he thought of the family base and its grand feasts, his resolve instantly returned. In the apocalypse, women were nowhere near as important as a family base and abundant banquets. Of course, more women also meant more conflict. Whenever Li Fan went to another building, fights would break out among the women left behind. There was none of the harmony found in the family base. Because of the halved survival resource output, if they did not fight, some would miss out on hot meals and fresh fruit. Of course, no one was killing or silencing anyone, but there were constant arguments and battles for favor. Li Fan was the beneficiary, and since his mind was mostly on returning to the family base, he did not bother mediating. He let them fight. And Yun Yun and Qin Xingyan's status remained unshakable, but the rest were a different story. This time, when Li Fan selected family member subsystem bindings, he focused on practicality and functionality. Although Chao Hui had a superpower, her invisibility technique was not combat suitable. For reconnaissance, perception-based abilities were better. Of the current 24 superpowered family members, half were women he had not bound previously. The most prominent among them were Zhang Wanjun and Tan Xian. Why were Zhang Wanjun and Tan Xian the ones leading? This was something Li Fan could not understand, because among the 24 superpowered family members, these 2 women were not included. In other words, they were ordinary people yet could give orders to other mutants, utterly absurd. However, Li Fan did not dwell on it. He figured he would just ask the system once he returned. He continued with his reckless indulgence as usual. Half a month passed like that, and Li Fan's special proficiency points had reached a terrifying 5 million. Over 4,000 times in 15 days, more than 270 times per day. Even though Li Fan's physical constitution was already monstrous, he still could not get out of bed afterward. At the same time, he confirmed that the energy in his body, when exchanged through intercourse, functioned like evolution liquid for the women, charging them up and enhancing their evolution rate. It was highly beneficial for them. Finally, on day 33 of the apocalypse, Li Fan opened his eyes and found himself back at the family base. Looking at familiar faces like Yu Nuanyuan, Chen Meimeng, and Zhao Lingfeng around him, he immediately asked the system about the sudden rebirth. Each time a family member dies, a parallel world is created, where that individual continues living with the status of the world's ruler. The system is capable of something this outrageous? Li Fan was stunned. Was this not exactly like the rebirth of protagonists in novels? The parallel world is an illusory realm created by the system, a place to test the willpower of the host. If the host fails to break free, they will lose the system in the real world, and the illusion will eventually vanish. Then what happens if I am still trapped in the illusion and cannot break free? You will remain in a coma in the real world, and your consciousness will be forever immersed in the illusion. No wonder Zhang Wanjun could become the second in command. Turns out she was the main heroine of this rebirth world. With just a few lines from the system, Li Fan quickly grasped the enormity of the situation. He then asked, so every time a family member dies, a new parallel world is created? And I have to accompany them each time for a while? Yes. Since Li Fan already understood it was an illusory parallel world, and felt confident he could break free, he asked again in his mind, system, is the reason you could not communicate with me inside the parallel world also part of this test so I would not know too much? No. The illusion cannot support the full functionality of the family reproduction system. It is merely a small world created using the system's power. Seems like it is not very useful, so why go through the trouble of creating all these little worlds? Li Fan asked, puzzled. For the living and the dead to each have their place. Is that not something you humans always worry about? What if I die then? Li Fan asked curiously. All the small worlds will collapse. If you live, they live. If you die, everything turns to nothing. The system will unbind and search for a new host. That ruthless, huh? I thought I would also be reborn as a world master in one of these small worlds. Li Fan sighed at the reply and accidentally grabbed the soft, fair breast beside him. A gentle moan caused him to turn his head. It was Moon Yinqin, looking at him affectionately. Kang Linghui's best qualities had nearly all been inherited by Moon Yinqin. Although she was only 17, she was among the top tier of women present. Li Fan thought of the mutant beast cores and evolution liquid. These could awaken superpowers in the next generation of young women, increasing the strength of the family base. They did not need to risk their lives outside, but at least they could defend the base when he was away. Sure enough, the morning began with another round of seductive moans. After breakfast, Li Fan saw the women divided into 3 groups in training as planned. He then spoke his morning thoughts out loud. We have plenty of mutant beast cores and evolution liquid now. If any of you want to awaken a superpower that enhances strength, you can register with Sister Chin. I have to go out often, and while I do not need you to follow me into danger, I still hope you can deal with threats near the house. I do not want a repeat of what happened to Zhang Wanjun. Really? Moon Yanqin, who had been drowsy a moment before, jumped up like she was injected with adrenaline. Others like Zhao Hanxue, Zhao Qingxue, and Li Xiaoqi widened their eyes in excitement. Even Xiao Hui and the other superpowered women looked at Li Fan with surprise. Until now, he had never indicated any intention of giving unpowered women access to these resources. This sudden shift caught them off guard. Naturally, this change was tied to Li Fan's rebirth experience. Ultimately, the apocalypse belonged to the mutants. Ordinary people might be overwhelmed by nothing more than the storm and flood outside. More superpowered people would benefit the family. He had previously worried that too many mutants would be hard to manage. But now he realized, with his strength, if they do not obey, he would make them obey. Overwhelming strength would solve it all. Li Fan needed the authority of a true patriarch, not a mediocre life of hiding and compromise. Just like the nearby survivor bases and shelters, he no longer planned to negotiate with them. He wanted to seize control, pacify internal conflict, and redirect focus outward to rescue more people and restore productivity. However, the bizarre weather made Li Fan somewhat pessimistic about the future. These are only strength-enhancing beast cores. You should think carefully before deciding. There may be other types later. I will be visiting various survivor camps and shelters. Once you have made up your mind, register with Qin Xingyan. We will discuss it tonight. After speaking, Li Fan transferred half of the evolution liquid and beast cores in his spatial storage to Qin Xingyan for safekeeping, then left the family base. Flying above the floodwaters, Li Fan looked out over the landscape and thought, this apocalypse is insane. Zombies, monsters, plants, and on top of that, natural disasters. He first headed to the Yunmen mountain shelter. This time, he wanted to go inside and take a look. If possible, he planned to eliminate several leaders and use brute force to intimidate the rest. Now that he could check loyalty levels, he could instantly eliminate any hypocrites who pretended to obey. Currently, Li Fan's attributes had nearly doubled compared to before. He should be able to flatten a small shelter with ease. This was already Li Fan's 3rd time coming to the Yunmen mountain shelter. The first 2 times, he had not gone inside. This time, he actively expressed to the now somewhat familiar guard captain, Li Jianfeng, that he wanted to take a look inside. Unexpectedly, Li Jianfeng refused him and quietly warned, Mr. Li, I think you had better not go in for now. There is intense infighting inside, and you carry those mutant beast cores that are very tempting to others. Li Fan did not expect Li Jianfeng to show him goodwill. He glanced at him, and the rapid mind-reading ability confirmed that he was being sincere. If I kill all those people scrambling for power, will you be able to run the shelter properly and help more survivors nearby? This was a new ability Li Fan had discovered through his sonic power skill, a sort of sound transmission technique, like the voice transmission often described in cultivation novels. Li Jianfeng was stunned for quite a while before turning his head and asking in surprise, was that you just speaking to me? Yes, it is an awakened ability, Li Fan said with a smile. Just from what I have seen, you already possess several awakened abilities, mental transformation, flight, subspace storage, and now this voice transmission. That is at least 4. Our shelter at most has 2. You are beyond extraordinary, Li Jianfeng said, unable to express his shock properly. Take me inside. If they truly have some scheme, then I will have a reason to act. I want access to the shelter's resources too, Li Fan said bluntly. This time, Li Jianfeng no longer tried to dissuade him. The words Li Fan had transmitted earlier still echoed in his mind, and he was filled with a vague sense of anticipation. As Li Jianfeng led Li Fan into the shelter, the surveillance system had already relayed the scene to the control room. The personnel there used walkie-talkies to inform each of the leadership figures. Commander Zhang En, Director Ding Haiba, and Political Commissar Zhao Wenshan quickly gathered in a secure room upon hearing the news. The kid who was selling mutant beast cores suddenly entered the shelter. Should we capture him and force out the method for creating those cores? Commander Zhang En, typically a calm man, was visibly anxious now. After all, this could determine whether his soldiers could awaken en masse. Director Ding and Commissar Zhao exchanged glances, both seeing the concern in the other's eyes. They unanimously opposed the idea. No. We already observed that he possesses at least several awakened abilities. Just his subspace ability alone means we could never extract anything from him. You two were the ones who proposed this, and now you are the ones opposing it. Do you want to grow stronger or not? Commander Zhang slammed the table in frustration. He was no fool, he naturally understood that the other two were wary of him as well. Leaving aside the scheming of the three shelter leaders, Li Fan followed Li Jianfeng's footsteps deeper into the shelter. The shelter was large. One could see many military-green tents at a glance, likely set up because some survivors had not been assigned rooms and were living temporarily in tents. As they passed through, Li Fan, whose senses had been enhanced, could hear faint sounds and catch a strange stench. When he looked at Li Jianfeng, the latter also glanced back and explained, "The shelter's supplies are limited. It is impossible to ensure that everyone gets enough to eat. Some people resort to other means to get food. These tents form the slum area of the shelter. Those who came in without bringing supplies must find their own ways to obtain resources from others." Without even looking, Li Fan could guess what was happening inside. Gazing at the dense clusters of tents, he felt that the Huangjiang Haida building he had been at before was actually better than this. No wonder the people from that building had not migrated to the shelter. As they passed by some tents, several people lifted the flaps and looked at Li Fan, who was walking behind Li Jianfeng. Many were scantily clad women. It was obvious what business they were in. One particularly attractive married woman smiled and asked Li Jianfeng, "Captain Li, is this young man a new arrival?" Li Fan glanced at Li Jianfeng, who wore a cold expression and ignored her. But then a young and pretty girl crawled out of the same tent. Her tender face rested on the woman's thigh as she looked at the two men walking past. After passing the tent area, Li Fan could not help asking, "That woman just now, is she a madam running a sex trade?" Li Jianfeng shook his head with a somewhat pained expression. "She is the daughter of Director Dai. Her name is Dai Yunxin. Commander Zhang spared her life. She used to live inside, but now she has been kicked out to the tent area." Li Fan had not expected that woman's background. No wonder she still looked so clean and fair-skinned. She must have only recently been banished to the tents. They treated her like that? Did no one remember the goodwill owed to her father? It is the apocalypse who still cares about gratitude? Even we, the mutants, cannot eat our fill. How could they? Upon entering the sealed residential section of the shelter, the noises and foul smells of the tent area finally vanished. This is the real shelter. The tents outside are just for temporary survivors. Without an awakened ability, they are not allowed to live in here. They only receive basic survival supplies. For everything else, they are on their own. Li Jianfeng led the way, occasionally turning to say a few words to Li Fan. Compared to the tent area, the residential zone was sparsely populated. Most of the people there were elderly, women, and children. There were very few men. Li Fan understood that the men from those families were probably off working like Li Jianfeng, so he did not ask. Many homes had small items placed outside their doors for food exchange, with one person keeping watch. Even so, the entire shelter gave off a lifeless atmosphere. It lacked vitality, suggesting that the apocalyptic disasters and monsters had drained all hope from the people. Li Fan asked, "The shelter should have enough food for everyone. Why not distribute more to the people in the residential zone? I can understand not feeding those in the tent area, but why can your own families not eat their fill?" Everyone is pessimistic about the apocalypse. It is only late August now. In 2 or 3 months, if it continues snowing and freezing, the situation will become even worse. Many people are out gathering resources to prepare for the coming winter, Li Jianfeng sighed. Also, the men in our residential zone are required to support at least 4 women each. Some even bring along their families. Making sure everyone gets enough food is nearly impossible. Ahead, Li Fan noticed several women standing at their doorsteps wearing extremely revealing clothes, so sheer that nothing was really covered. "What is with those women up ahead?" he asked. "Selling, of course. At this point, everyone accepts it. You just have to lower your moral standards a bit. In the face of survival, none of that matters anymore," Li Jianfeng replied numbly. This was a situation Li Fan had not anticipated. The conditions outside the tents were one thing, but even people living inside the shelter had to rely on trade just to barely survive. Then what was the purpose of this shelter? From the looks of it, the shelter was even worse than the survivor outposts outside. Has it always been like this since the heavy rain, or did it only start recently? Li Fan asked, puzzled. Since the 10th day of the rain, the food supply has drastically decreased. Some people who could not bear the hunger began standing at their doorways, and then more people followed. Li Jianfeng replied with a sigh and a shake of the head. If food is being reduced, How are there still people who can offer food for this kind of thing? Li Fan asked in disbelief. There are researchers and foreigners in the shelter who receive special treatment. Most of the customers for these women are foreigners. They have nothing else to do all day but look for women, Li Jianfeng said bitterly. With everything falling apart outside, and even basic food for your own people inside the shelter being insufficient, yet you still support foreigners? Are your leaders mentally ill? Li Fan stared wide-eyed at Li Jianfeng, unable to comprehend it at all. For some reason, a surge of anger rose in his heart, and he had the urge to kill all the leaders and foreigners in the shelter. Saying it out loud only brings tears. If my entire family were not here, and if there were any place safer than this, I would have left already. Back when Director Dai was still around, at least he would speak up for us and fight for better conditions. Now, anyone who resists has already been eliminated. This place belongs solely to the three of them now, Li Jianfeng said quietly. Just as they were walking and talking, 3 foreigners approached from the opposite direction. They were speaking Chinese, though their accents were odd. Their expressions were arrogant, and their eyes shamelessly roamed over the women soliciting on either side. Perhaps accustomed to having access to women, they were not in a rush to touch anyone. Instead, they critiqued the women aloud. Jack said he banged a military officer's wife. She was wild and really good in bed. I want one like that too. Too bad most of these hookers are like wooden dolls, and they all look pale and starved. Total turn off. Do not even bring that up. Last time, me and James accidentally killed a woman we picked up. Her family came out and demanded we compensate them with food. So annoying. If the military dog had not shown up, we would have killed that whole family. Easy girl. After that, they switched to gibberish. Li Fan could only understand the first 2 English words, but even that was enough to make his murderous intent boil. Before the apocalypse, he often read some rather radical views. Back then, he had dreamed of one day kicking all these people out of the country, but he lacked the power. Now that he had the power, it was time to act. He immediately cast a sea of fire and lava at the 3 foreigners, setting them ablaze. The 3 screamed wildly as they were engulfed in flames. But Li Fan's level 3 sea of fire and lava was now vastly more powerful than the initial flame ball. Within 4 or 5 seconds, their cries abruptly ceased, and all that remained were piles of ash. Li Fan thought for a moment and then pulled out some food from his subspace to give to the women selling themselves. In the face of life and death, he did not demand that these women uphold ideals or die with integrity. Everyone can spout grand principles, but those who can truly act on them are never the ones who talk. Since he intended to take control of the shelter, Li Fan loudly declared from the center of the street. My name is Li Fan. From now on, I will open the shelter's food stores so that everyone can have something to eat and drink. But you all know how dire the situation outside is. Until production is restored, please conserve resources as much as possible. As for the foreigners in this shelter, and the irresponsible, incompetent leaders, from this moment on, they are already dead. What I, Li Fan, say will be fulfilled within the next 1 to 2 hours. As Li Fan spoke, Li Jianfeng tried to stop him but could not even get close. He could only anxiously shout, "Sir, please do not shout like that. The military and the mutant squads will be here any minute. No matter how powerful you are, you cannot take on 100, or even 1,000, by yourself." I know. I just want everyone to see how strong I am, Li Fan replied, unfazed. The more people there were, the less likely they were to use high-powered weapons. That meant Li Fan would be safer. With physical stats over 400 times stronger than the average person, ordinary bullets could not harm him. Even bombs, he figured, he could probably take head-on. And now, not even level 2 mutants could hurt him. Li Fan's only targets were the foreign nationals and the corrupt leaders. With rapid mind reading, he could instantly detect hostility and eliminate those with ill intent. Besides, he did not plan to live in the shelter. After removing the current leadership, he would simply assign some tasks to the people, such as restoring agriculture in the mountains, setting up test plots inside the shelter, rescuing others, and so on. Anything would be better than the current situation of housing a bunch of foreigners. Li Fan genuinely could not understand why. It was already the apocalypse. Many people probably would not even be able to leave the coastal city, let alone travel abroad. Did diplomatic relations still matter? For all he knew, the countries these foreigners came from might have already been wiped out by zombies or natural disasters. A mere mortal's mind could not grasp the twisted logic of those in power. 2 or 3 minutes later, Li Fan was surrounded by Commander Zhang Yan, Director Ding Haiba, and Commissar Zhao Wenshan, along with their troops and mutant squads. It appeared they had finally reached a decision. Mr. Li, we have always had a friendly trade relationship, and we hope to maintain that. But now you have come into the shelter and killed our foreign guests. That puts us in a difficult position, said Commissar Zhao Wenshan with a fake smile, his eyes narrowed. Some things do not need to be said aloud. Let us not pretend. If you want my mutant beast cores, I can give them to you, but I have a condition, Li Fan said directly, knowing full well what they were after. Oh? What condition? Director Ding Haiba asked. How many mutant beast cores do you still have? Commander Zhang followed up. Expel all the foreigners from the shelter. And ensure that the people inside have enough food to survive, Li Fan proposed, while scanning the surrounding mutant squads. Foreign guests cannot be expelled, this is a matter of national diplomacy. We also cannot distribute food. The situation outside is unstable, and we need to conserve enough supplies for a potentially worse future. Political Commissar Zhao Wenshan flatly rejected the request and explained his reason. Li Fan did not press the matter but instead took a step back and asked, then is it at least possible to treat everyone equally, so that foreigners are no longer given preferential treatment? The Dragon Nation is a country with a 1,000-year tradition of etiquette and hospitality. Even if our own people go hungry, we cannot allow our foreign friends to starve. This is a beautiful moral tradition that every citizen of the Dragon Nation should uphold. Mr. Li, you appear young, so perhaps you do not yet understand such a long-standing virtue, Zhou Wenshan replied sarcastically. Li Fan seethed inwardly, but on the surface, he smiled and asked, since it is a millennia-old virtue, can you leaders set the example and teach by action? Sure enough, Zhao Wenshan dropped all pretense of logic and began speaking in strategic terms. Friendliness toward foreign guests is national policy, not a matter of personal conduct. Let us instead talk about your unauthorized killing of foreigners inside the shelter. Do you all share the same opinion? Li Fan stopped paying attention to Zhao Wenshan and looked directly at Commander Zhang and Director Ding Haiba. Commander Zhang nodded and said, the three of us jointly manage the shelter, so naturally our views are aligned. In that case, you all truly deserve to die. Li Fan was genuinely furious. Even after all this time in the apocalypse, these bootlicking traitors who worship the foreign and belittle their own people still had not realized what should or should not be done. If this did not warrant death, what did? He did not bother speaking further. He immediately activated his violet divine eye. With a single glare, then another, and yet another, the three Yunmen mountain shelter leaders fell to the ground, taking their friendly intentions toward foreign guests and moral traditions to the grave. As for the others surrounding him, Li Fan used his rapid mind reading to identify the three leaders' close associates and glared each of them to death. The violet divine eye killed with one glance per person, and each target was clearly designated, so there was no chance of mistakenly killing the wrong person. This was the first time Li Fan had used the violet divine eye in this way. After killing so many, he realized it was not nearly as slow as he had imagined. Killing 3, 5, or even 7 or 8 people in a single second was effortless. After the killings, he paused for just 3 to 5 seconds before deactivating the violet gaze. He then addressed the soldiers and mutant squads surrounding him. I am not some bloodthirsty villain. I simply saw the condition of this shelter and realized that a place like this, unable to protect its people, would be better off gone. But clearly, I cannot bring myself to destroy everything, so I had no choice but to execute a few of the leaders who made the rules that classified Dragon Nation citizens as second class while fawning over foreigners. Those people deserved to die useless, boastful, and treacherous. What was in the past is in the past. But now, I hope that on this land of ours, we support our own people, not foreign wolves with hidden agendas. Captain Li, from now on, you will reorganize the mutants and military forces to protect this shelter. Open the granaries and provide every citizen here with 6 months' worth of survival supplies. As for those vile foreign men, execute them on the spot. There was no resistance from the soldiers or mutant squads. It seemed that many within the shelter had long been disillusioned by the leadership's favoritism toward foreigners and their mistreatment of their own people. Perhaps they were on the brink of revolt already. Had Li Fan arrived a little later, the shelter leadership might have been overthrown even without him. A soldier suddenly spoke up, no need to execute them outright. We can send them to chop wood and clear land, or even throw them to the zombies. Killing them quickly would be letting them off too easy. Yes, exactly. Killing them is too easy. The thought of them using our food to defile our women makes my blood boil. I have wanted to feed those foreign dogs to the zombies for a long time. We were powerless, thank heavens Mr. Li brought justice. Let's raid their homes right now and round them all up. Let's go. In moments, more than half the soldiers and mutant squad members who had surrounded Li Fan dispersed. All the foreigners lived near the three leaders so they could stay connected and maintain friendly ties. Li Jianfeng was truly shocked. Li Fan had simply killed the three leaders, and not a single person had resisted. He could not help but wonder, if they had dared to make a move earlier, maybe the shelter would not have descended into the miserable state Li Fan had witnessed. This clearly showed where the hearts of the people lay. Sometimes, that matters most. Had even one person charged at Li Fan, others might have followed, and a massacre would have been unavoidable. But the fact that no one acted showed just how despised Commander Zhang En, Director Ding Haiba, and Commissar Zhao Wenshan were. Their deaths were deserved. The rest is up to you, Li Fan said. No matter how many leaders you choose, the only requirement is this: treat Dragon Nation's citizens as human beings. Stop favoring foreigners. Since the apocalypse began, foreigners are no longer our friends. The ancients said, those not of our race are sure to have different hearts. Instead of feeding them, you would be better off raising a few dogs. They are at least obedient and loyal. As for mutant beast cores, I can trade them with you at half price. That way, you can awaken more mutants, strengthen your forces, rescue more survivors, and start organizing people to rebuild and resume production. As he spoke, Li Fan pulled out 50 mutant beast cores from his subspace and handed them to Li Jianfeng. Have the mutant squads ever clashed with your security force? Li Jianfeng shook his head. No. The mutant squad is made up of loyal soldiers who awakened using the cores you traded. They used to serve under Commander Zhang. But judging by how they acted earlier, their families are probably not doing well either. Since they did not attack you, they likely have their own thoughts. I have 3 requirements, Li Fan stated directly. First, even if you do not kill all the foreigners, at the very least, they must never again be brought here and coddled. Second, quickly send people to gather survivors from the surrounding area. The more people saved, the more hands and population you will have later. Third, I need capable women, those with leadership, awakened abilities, or who are virtuous and self-disciplined. As long as they meet my standards, even if they bring their daughters, I will provide food, housing, and safety. Li Fan did not mince words. He stated his terms plainly. Upon hearing Li Fan's request, Li Jianfeng looked at him with a hint of uncertainty and asked, Mr. Li, are you suggesting selecting women from the shelter who meet your criteria, and having them live outside the shelter? Li Fan nodded and patted him on the shoulder. I understand your concerns. Rest assured, I will not interfere with the management of the shelter. As long as you maintain order, we will remain partners. However, the shelter must not favor foreigners or mistreat civilians. That is a fundamental requirement. Li Jianfeng patted his chest in assurance. You can count on that, Mr. Li. We are all children of the people and would never do anything inappropriate. Right now, we must unite to overcome these hardships together. The two of them arrived at the leadership's secure defense residence, a circular fortress constructed entirely of metal, surrounded by surveillance cameras, guards, and an electric defense grid. Had Commander Zhang En, Director Ding Haiba, and Political Commissar Zhao Wenshan not underestimated Li Fan and chosen to face him directly, instead of sending their trusted aides to bring him here, the outcome might have been different. Nevertheless, Li Fan believed that victory would still have been his. At this moment, Li Jianfeng's face was slightly flushed, and he was visibly excited. Even without using his rapid mind-reading ability, Li Fan could sense his turbulent thoughts. Fortunately, he harbored no dangerous intentions, which made Li Fan feel more favorable towards him. By the way, have you found any mutated beast pills or evolutionary plants in the shelter? There should be some, but I do not know where they are stored. It might take some time to locate them. Li Jianfeng was merely a squad leader of one of the 5 guard teams in the shelter and not a confidant of any leader, so he naturally was unaware of such confidential matters. If you have time, please help look for them. Next time I return, I hope you will have become the actual leader here. With that, Li Fan prepared to leave, having no interest in continuing to provide protection. Li Jianfeng did not expect Li Fan to be so decisive, killing the shelter's leaders and then leaving without further involvement, merely stating his conditions. At this moment, he could not let him go. If others were dissatisfied and caused trouble, it could lead to another bloody conflict. He quickly grabbed him and pleaded, Mr. Li, you cannot leave just yet. Opening the granary and distributing food requires your supervision, and selecting suitable women to serve you also needs your guidance. Otherwise, how would we know what to do next? In that case, I will stay a while longer. Once you have cleared out the foreigners, we will gather the shelter's people to announce the leadership change and the matter of selecting women. Li Fan already had a large family behind him and did not wish to be the savior of the apocalypse. He lacked the intelligence and ambition to rule over the coastal city, so his current plan was to trade energy crystals, mutated beast pills, evolutionary plants, and women. When he became strong enough to disregard everything, that would be the time to dominate all. A homeland where one could act as they pleased was his ultimate goal. As for the power and wealth of the apocalypse, they were but illusions. In the face of overwhelming strength, Power and wealth were fleeting, one could take them or discard them at will. And his path to strength was remarkably simple, he just needed to sleep with women. A life with such advantages was indeed beyond reason. Subsequently, Li Fan took command within the circular fortress until all the foreign guests were cleared out by the soldiers and guards. Li Jianfeng then brought the 5 guard squad leaders, 2 middle-aged military officers, and 2 mutant researchers from the institute. Since you 9 have decided to manage the shelter together, I hope you will unite and support each other. The situation outside remains complex and uncertain, posing a severe challenge to humanity's survival. Li Fan had no objections to the decision of Li Jianfeng and the others. He was merely curious whether these 9, now friendly and united, would eventually fall into internal strife like the previous leaders. Li Jianbao pushed the 2 mutant researchers from the institute in front of Li Fan and said, "We know you want mutated beast pills and evolutionary plants. We have found them in the institute. Apart from those used for research and consumption, only 3 mutated beast pills and 2 evolutionary plants remain. Chen Yuanfang and Li Zijuan can take you to see them." Chen Yuanfang and Li Zijuan were middle-aged men wearing white lab coats and glasses, with awakened abilities enhancing their intelligence and mental faculties, but with low combat capabilities. Li Fan had always held great respect for domestic researchers. Their dedication made them some of the most admirable people in the country. I only need to see the mutated beast pills. As for the 2 evolutionary plants, I would like to exchange them for mutated beast pills. Would you be willing to trade? Li Fan did not intend to use the shelter's resources without compensation. He hoped the shelter would grow stronger, survive longer in the apocalypse, and rescue more survivors. Of course, we will trade. Li Jianfeng was the first to respond with a smile. Among the other 8, 3 immediately nodded in agreement after Li Jianfeng spoke, and the remaining 4 also nodded after exchanging glances. Without any haggling, Li Fan's generous offer of 10 mutated beast pills for 1 evolutionary plant pleasantly surprised the 9. The transaction was completed in a short time. Regarding the shelter's mutated beast pills, Li Fan was somewhat disappointed. Among the 3, only 1 was a level 1 speed type, while the other 2 were level 1 strength types. When he examined them, he duplicated the speed type mutated beast pill and stored it in his alternate space, unnoticed by the shelter's personnel. Later, they gathered the shelter's survivors and opened the granary, a process that took half a day. Li Fan reviewed the records. The Yunmen Mountain Shelter housed 18,000 survivors. There were very few elderly over 65, only 267, indicating the apocalypse was particularly harsh on the elderly. There were 3,000 middle-aged individuals aged 40 to 65, 6,363 young adults aged 16 to 40, and 8,370 children under 16. Based on this scale, the total population across the 13 shelters in the 11 districts of the coastal city likely did not exceed 500,000. Including scattered survivor settlements, the coastal city's population had plummeted from nearly 25 million to about 1 million in just over a month since the apocalypse began. This meant there were over 23 million zombies in the entire coastal city. Fortunately, the zombies were currently submerged in water. Otherwise, another zombie outbreak could leave humanity with no chance of survival. The Yan Mountain family base. And Yun Yun and Qin Xingyan were now gathering the women from Linfu community and some women who had daughters to study court etiquette together. They all hoped to live like women in palace dramas, safe, worry-free, raising children in peace. They truly had no interest in fighting and killing outside. And Yun Yun looked troubled as she glanced at the notebook filled with names and complained to Qin Xingyan, who was keeping accounts next to her. "Sister, the way everyone addresses each other is a huge problem. We do not have maids or eunuchs, so the palace atmosphere is completely missing. It feels awkward and annoying. Sister, why take it so seriously? Everyone just wants an excuse to be lazy. Living comfortably at home is surely 1,000 times better than being out in the wind and rain. Everyone is just playing along. Look at those new women, they eat, sleep, and chat all day. How leisurely." Qin Xingyan put down her pen and smiled at An Yun Yun. She naturally knew An Yun Yun had a small ambition. From the start, she actively helped Li Fan find women, partly to help him grow stronger quickly, but also imagining a future where they could stand high above the world. However, the women Li Fan found later, besides those from Linfu community, were all selected by the system. Compared to An Yun Yun, they clearly lacked ambition. They only thought about living comfortably, giving birth, and raising children. Fighting zombies was Li Fan's job. Finding supplies was also Li Fan's job. Everything outside was Li Fan's responsibility. They just needed to serve him at home. Since Li Fan did not push them to go outside, they had even less desire to become stronger. Yu Caixia hesitated and said, "And yeah, I agree with Qing Yan. Look at Chao Hui and Xu Ting, they are so relaxed eating, drinking, playing as they please. The newer women all follow their example. Now they're the only ones using company-style titles. Shangwan Qinghong and Wan Fuling claim they're following a military model, but they haven't even left the base once. That's what they call training? Lu Lianqing, one of the women, whispered. My daughter told me they are practicing yoga and physical training in private, doing intense moves, clearly just trying to last longer with Li Fan. You saw last night how bold and wild they were. Li Fan's physical ability was now beyond superhuman. All the women in the base knew it. Any woman who could stay on top of Li Fan for more than 5 minutes was already in the top tier physically. Women without awakened powers could only last 3 minutes before their bodies began to tremble uncontrollably. Their experiences with him had already gone far beyond anything they had imagined. Some women, like Yi Yuyu and Wei Lijuan, could savor just one encounter for a long time and would not even approach him again afterward. Li Fan's waist could no longer be described as just powerful, it was like a titanium alloy perpetual motion waist. None of them could match him. The training plans submitted yesterday by these women were just form over substance. They needed better guidance to truly improve. If things continued as they were, the training would turn into mere bedroom games and fall apart. They all knew this would not last. While everyone was chatting casually, Li Xiaoqi suddenly ran in, panting, and said, Anton, Aunt Xin, everyone, Aunt Xiao and Aunt Wan, Aunt Shangwan, they're fighting. And Yun Yun shot up and cursed. Clearly they're bored to death. Everyone followed Li Xiaoqi to the second-floor hall. Many people had gathered. Chao Hui's group was on the left, Wan Fuling's group on the right. In the middle were in Xinhua, Yu Nuanyuan, Ning Yuxian, and others. Fortunately, nothing serious had happened, and Yun Yun was a bit relieved they still had some sense. Chao Hui and Zhu Ting immediately started complaining. And Jia, Xin Jia, you really need to set some rules. Wan Fuling and Shangwan Xinhong were doing splits and rolling around here, completely ignoring that your brother and others were nearby. So shameless. And Yun Yun looked at her brother in Xinhua, who appeared innocent. They had all been training decently dressed. How did it sound like an orgy when Chao Hui talked about it? Even if he could not see everything happening in the base, and Xinhua could imagine what kind of heavenly life Li Fan was living, surrounded by so many women. Probably every man's ultimate dream. Yeah, everyone, it was simple. Aunt Xiao's group said something rude while watching Aunt Wan's group train. They cursed at each other, then Aunt Xiao turned invisible and kicked Aunt Wan. Then they just started fighting. But Zhu Jia, Yu Jia, and Shangwan Jia quickly pulled them apart. And Xinhua stepped back and explained everything to Yun Yun quietly, including the insults. And Yun Yun could already guess what they were fighting about, basically who had the bigger chest in front of Li Fan. Li Fan clearly favored women with powers, but he treated some like Chao Hui and Pan Tong differently, and all the women knew it. They just never said it aloud. Li Fan himself never tried to manage them like a politician. He just acted according to his own whims. Whoever he liked, he showed it clearly, especially in bed. He particularly liked Yun Yun and Qin Xinyan, Kong Linghui and Mu Nianxin, and Hame and Zhao Hanxue, Chen Meimeng, and Li Xiaoma. After clearing away the crowd, and Yun Yun took Chao Hui, Zhu Ting, Wan Fuling, and Shangwan Qinghong into Li Fan's room. You all stay here and wait for Li Fan to come back. If you still want to fight, go ahead, as long as no one dies, do whatever you want. She only said one sentence and prepared to lock the door and leave. But Chao Hui, Zhu Ting, Wan Fuling, and Shangwan Qinghong immediately grabbed her, pleading. And yeah, please don't tell Li Fan. He'll get annoyed. We will not fight again. And Yun Yun smiled and replied, if you've already fought, then it's out of my hands. Only Li Fan can deal with this now. Since you're all so idle, I think he might take you out for a little tour. The others had not yet shown any particular reaction, but Chao Hui immediately dropped to her knees with a sorrowful expression, clutching in Yun Yun's leg, looking pitiful and desperate. Sisterin, I also serve Elder Li Fan alongside you. Although it has only been a little over a month, compared to those who have just arrived, I can already be considered an experienced member. Li Fan never really liked me. If he finds out that I caused trouble at home, he might very well lock me in the dungeon to reflect on my actions. It was only then that Wan Fuling and the others remembered there was a dungeon beneath the base. People like Zhong Yi, Guan Xiaotong, and Huan Nana were still imprisoned there. They had almost forgotten about it. They could not help but shiver at the thought and all dropped to their knees, bowing beneath Yun Yun's white gauze dress, tearfully begging for forgiveness. And Yun Yun had not even thought about the dungeon. However, after hearing Chao Hui's words, she realized that Li Fan might actually punish the ringleaders, Chao Hui and Wan Fuling, as a warning to others. Oh, right, Sisterin, I believe your idea of managing all the women through a strict hierarchical system is much better. Just look at this woman with the surname Wan. If we had followed your method and assigned everyone their ranks, I believe no one would have dared to cause trouble. I have decided it is best to follow you from now on and listen to your teachings. Xiao Wei was genuinely worried that Li Fan would use her as an example to warn everyone in the family base to stay in line. After all, he would not feel any pity for her. Seeing Xiao Wei so afraid, Wan Fuling also became frightened and hurriedly expressed that she would obey in union from now on. She promised to abandon her militaristic mindset and accepted that a hierarchical system would be better, helping to avoid many unnecessary disputes and arguments. While Yun Yun was bringing order to the family base, Li Fan was at the Yunmen Mountain Sanctuary, selecting a temporary residence and completing the strategy for conquering the 12 selected women. Naturally, the number of women who met the system's criteria was much higher than 12. However, upon review, Li Fan found that most of them had a purity rating below 90. According to the system, that meant they had approximately 10 former boyfriends. Because of that, he raised his standards and only selected 12 women with a purity rating of 97 or higher. These 12 flowers had purity ratings ranging from 97 to 99. After carefully examining their appearance and inner qualities, he confirmed they were all natural, with no enhancements, which made him very satisfied. What made him even more satisfied was the surprise during the reward phase after the strategy was completed. Special proficiency plus 240. Certain hit effect activated successfully. Strategy targets Lin Miaomiao, Dong Shuyu, Li Xiaoer, Wang Shichuan have been successfully conquered. Hosts' overall attributes increased by 30 points. Family members' attributes increased by 15 points. 12 conquest reward packages granted. Host is encouraged to expand the family and continue the lineage. 12 initial conquest reward packages available. Would the host like to claim them? Yes. Acquired space ability World in the Sleeve, Level 1, Proficiency 0 out of 100. World in the Sleeve, a spatial ability used for storing objects and living beings. Acquired summoning ability Scout Birds, Level 1, summons 5 Scout Birds, Proficiency 0 out of 100. Scout Birds can summon invisible Scout Birds. If killed, the cooldown time is 30 minutes. Acquired defense ability Golden Light Shield, Level 1, protects one person, Proficiency 0 out of 100. Golden Light Shield provides comprehensive defense from all angles. Cooldown time is 30 minutes. Acquired special ability Light Concealment, Level 1, Proficiency 0 out of 100. Light Concealment, an invisibility method undetectable by the naked eye and low-level perception. Effectiveness is reduced by half at night. Acquired enhancement ability Death Stare, Level 1, Proficiency 0 out of 100. Death Stare, the longer the gaze, the more lethal. Even peripheral vision causes injury. Acquired space ability Spatial Jump, Level 1, Proficiency 0 out of 100. Spatial Jump, each jump allows the user to appear in an active area within a radius of 3 miles. Lin Miaomiao's reward was World in the Sleeve. Dong Shuyu's reward was Scout Birds. Li Qiaoer's reward was Golden Light Shield. Wang Shichuan's reward was Light Concealment. Xin Baochai's reward was Death Stare. Mo Shangtao's reward was Spatial Jump. The remaining 6 rewards were duplicates and not elaborated further. Upon fusion, a significant transformation occurred. World in the Sleeve, Spatial Jump, and Spatial Control merged to form a primary spatial superpower. Acquired primary spatial superpower, Level 1, Proficiency 0. Primary spatial superpower grants extraordinary space-based abilities, including short-distance teleportation, long-distance dimensional warping, space blades, spatial displacement, flight and survival in any environment, telekinetic-like control of objects, permanent storage space, time-limited farming and breeding space, time-limited habitable microworld, and spatial shielding for defense. In addition to this major change, there were also minor transformations. For example, Death Stare and Purple Heavenly Eye combined into Cursed Death Eye Technique, with the light emission function removed entirely. Acquired enhancement, Cursed Death Eye Technique, Level 3, Proficiency 0. Primary enhancement, Cursed Death Eye Technique. When activated, everything within a 100-meter radius of vision dies. If the power level of the caster and the target is equal, the target dies, but the caster's eyes are damaged and blinded. It takes 49 days to heal, and once healed, the power of the eye technique is halved. The primary spatial superpower in particular made Li Fan realize a new direction, the possibility of acquiring all categories of superpowers. According to the system's classification, there are at least 7 major categories: spatial, elemental, enhancement, summoning, defensive, control, and special. Compared to the currently known elemental, enhancement, and special types that awaken automatically, the system introduced 4 additional categories. Of course, Li Fan understood that many superpowers could overlap and integrate. For example, control-type powers could be combined with elemental, spatial, or even spirit-based enhancements. The same applies to summoning and defensive types. What surprised Li Fan even more was that the 12 women he conquered this time represented 6 different types of superpowers, completely different from the repetitive superpowers he obtained from many women in the past. This made him wonder, could the diversity of the rewards be related to the effort he put into selecting the women? Was the system indirectly encouraging him not to indiscriminately pursue quantity over quality? Regardless, this discovery left a strong impression on him. Even if he wanted a harem of 3,000, he could not remain confined to just this small patch of land in the coastal city. The Dragon Nation is vast. He should go out and explore it. However, the primary spatial superpower could only be possessed by Li Fan. The spatial control abilities of Qin Xingyan and Ma Xiaofeng did not undergo any further upgrade or transformation. It seemed that the family member subsystem did not fully replicate all the abilities of the main system, effectively holding something back. Regarding this, Li Fan could not help but exclaim once again, "What a thoughtful system!" He transported the women back to the base through the family member portal. To verify whether the superpower rewards were indeed related to the effort he put into selecting women, Li Fan made another trip to the nearby Baoshan Qingfu Mountain Refuge. Qingfu Mountain Refuge was similar to Yunmen Mountain Refuge. There were multiple leaders, and the internal management was even more chaotic, with the power struggles having reached a fever pitch. The last time he came here, even the guard captain who received him tried to rob him. One could imagine how dire the situation was for survivors inside. At that time, Li Fan had come with the mindset of doing business. He did not go on a killing spree, nor did he dwell on the matter. He simply stared a guard who attacked him to death with his eyes and completed the transaction outside before swiftly leaving. Upon arriving at Qingfu Mountain Refuge this time, Li Fan immediately noticed something was off. There were many more corpses and fresh graves outside, and even the stagnant water at the foot of the mountain had turned unusually murky. The original security team was nowhere to be seen. It seems something major has happened at Qingfu Mountain Refuge. After activating Phantom Invisibility technique, he performed a spatial teleportation and entered the interior of the refuge. The scene inside was completely different from the Sea of Tents in Yunmen Mountain Refuge. At a glance, there were dismembered men and women lying scattered everywhere. The blood on the ground had long turned black and coagulated. It was a hellish sight. In addition to these mutilated corpses, some naked men and women lay motionless in pools of blood. The stench was unbearable, to the point that even Li Fan, who had long since developed immunity to the foul odor of zombies, felt nauseated. The sight before him led Li Fan to pronounce a mental death sentence on the power usurpers of Qingfu Mountain Refuge. One may seize power, but one must not be inhuman and slaughter indiscriminately, nor leave corpses unburied to pollute the environment. However, when he performed another spatial teleportation into the residential zone, the moment he heard the language of the island nation being spoken throughout the area, his rage boiled over. No wonder the new rulers of Qingfu Mountain Refuge were so devoid of humanity. It turned out that bastards from the island nation had occupied it like cuckoos laying eggs in another's nest. The original leaders of Qingfu Mountain Refuge deserved to die. Their infighting had allowed these island nation bastards to become the final victors. A sharp scream of awe was suddenly cut off. Li Fan, using his invisible perception, saw an islander cursing in his language while standing over the body of a woman who had just been stabbed to death with a bayonet. Before the apocalypse, Li Fan already knew that the coastal city had a significant number of island nation scum. He never imagined he would encounter them like this, and the blood in his veins surged as if ignited by righteous fury. He revealed his form and roared loudly, "Bastards from the island nation, all of you go to hell." Then, as some island nation residents opened their doors to see what was going on, Li Fan immediately used Cursed Death Eye technique to kill them on the spot. The fused Cursed Death Eye technique was an area of effect skill. Everyone within 100 meters of its gaze died instantly, including the men and women who had been imprisoned in those houses by the islanders. However, Li Fan did not care. In just over a month since the apocalypse, more than 90% of humanity had perished. Killing a few cowardly weaklings who did not resist would not make him feel guilty. He advanced, slaughtering along the way with the Cursed Death Eye technique, and quickly wiped out the entire residential zone filled with island nation scum. Naturally, he did not spare any guards or mutated beings who shouted incomprehensible gibberish at him. The only part of Qingfu Mountain Refuge where there were still survivors was inside the circular fortress, the last stronghold of the islanders. Li Fan knew that since they were not rushing out to die, they must be planning a counterattack. There was a high chance that powerful weapons existed in the refuge, so Li Fan proceeded with caution, using invisibility and spatial teleportation to sneak into the fortress. As expected, he saw several islanders in the middle of a heated argument. Unfortunately, Li Fan could not understand a single word. He did not bother trying to. He simply unleashed the cursed Death-Eye technique and killed everyone on the spot. At present, there were no level 2 or level 3 mutants, so the cursed Death-Eye technique could be considered an invincible superpower. However, Li Fan was slightly concerned that his inability to level the superpower up to level 4 might mean that no matter how many level 3 powers he obtained, he would still only be considered a level 3 mutant. Just when Li Fan thought he had eliminated all the island nation scum in the refuge and was summoning the endless maids to clean up, someone unexpectedly emerged from underground. Li Fan quickly received the information from the maids, teleported in front of the people, and coldly asked, "Are you from the island nation or the dragon nation?" "From the dragon nation. We are all from the dragon nation. The islanders divided, consumed, and ambushed us, seizing power. We had no choice but to retreat to the underground base. Fortunately, you, great hero, arrived just in time. Otherwise, they would have eventually found a way to open the passage and come down to kill us," said a balding man in his 40s, standing in front of the others and addressing Li Fan. Li Fan used his inspection ability to examine the 8 men before him and confirmed they were all from the Dragon Nation. He then asked coldly, "Besides the large number of islanders here, are there any in other refuges as well?" The balding middle-aged man, named Dong Ruegwa, along with everyone else from the underground base, had witnessed this cold-faced young man massacre the island nation scum in the refuge without lifting a finger. Therefore, their reverence for Li Fan had reached an unprecedented level. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, Dong Ruegwa replied, "There should not be too many. The islanders have their own bases and refuges in the coastal city. We were in contact with them before. They asked us to temporarily look after their nationals in the refuge, saying they would send someone to retrieve them later." "They have bases and refuges in the coastal city? Where exactly?" Li Fan became interested. The thrill of using the cursed Death-Eye technique to kill was exhilarating. He felt an urge to wipe out every last islander in the coastal city, perhaps even all foreign bastards. Dong Ruegwa hesitated slightly. However, one young man behind him, eyes filled with admiration, answered Li Fan without a trace of hesitation. "There are bases and refuges for the islanders in both the Hongdong district and the Puqiao district. Under the current circumstances, it should be easy to locate them. Besides the islanders, there is also a place called the Black Ant Gathering Site in the Hongdong district. Great hero, you can go take a look. I fully support your mission to wipe all these bastards out." Yes. Black bastards and islanders are equally disgusting. I cannot understand why people before the apocalypse tolerated so many scandals and disgraceful behaviors. Just thinking about it makes me sick. We all support you in exterminating them. The other 5 young men echoed enthusiastically. Only Dong Ruegwa and another middle-aged man of similar age remained silent, simply watching Li Fan. "How many people do you have left? Are there any high-powered weapons in the refuge? Do you still have the strength to hold this place?" Li Fan's dark expression finally relaxed a little as he began to inquire about the situation within the refuge. "We have over 600 people. Great hero, you saved all of us. We are all willing to follow you as our leader and obey your every word. Whatever conditions you set for staying at the refuge, we are ready to accept them." Dong Ruegwa unexpectedly knelt as he spoke. "You are Dong Jianpei's son? All 600 of you are the descendants and families of the former leaders?" Li Fan had previously met one of the leaders of Qingfu Mountain Refuge, District Chief Dong Jianpei, during a transaction involving a mutated beast core. "My name is Dong Ruegwa. My father and Uncle Su did not retreat to the underground base because the islanders knew who they were. If they could not find them, they definitely would not have let the matter go. The surveillance room connected to the outside allowed us to witness everything those inhuman islander bastards did. We have already used the satellite phone to report the situation of the refuge to other regions and have issued warnings about the islanders and other foreigners." Dong Ruegwa remained on the ground, not daring to rise, speaking while lifting his head to observe the face of the man known as the God of Death. Li Fan was satisfied with what Dong Ruegwa had reported, and his expression became more relaxed. Seeing that the man was being extremely respectful, he no longer kept his cold face in front of the crowd. "You all should also bring everyone out, clean up, and check for any places where people might still be hiding. It is always better to remove hidden dangers early than to regret later. I will first go check the situation in Hongdong District and Puqiao District." Li Fan recalled all the maids. Before anyone could try to stop him, he used his spatial shifting ability and reappeared 80 miles away at Jinta Mountain in the Hongdong District. Jinta Mountain was still more than 10 miles from the refuge in Hongdong District. Li Fan flew slowly toward the refuge. Having seen the cautionary example of Qingfu Mountain Refuge, Li Fan thought that the Shuashan Refuge in Hongdong District was unlikely to repeat the same mistake if Dong Ruigwa had truly warned the other refuges using the satellite phone. However, he could not completely rule out the possibility of an accident. After all, the islanders in both Hongdong and Puqiao districts were numerous, and most of them were organized, disciplined, and acted with forethought. It was not likely that a mere warning or two could counter such deliberate scheming. While flying, Li Fan also scanned for nearby survivor shelters and supply depots, using his invisible perception to detect mutated monsters and zombies, all as a matter of routine. A level 2 mutated fish? Did it come from the sea? Its evolution speed is faster than that of mutated zombies? Indeed, Li Fan detected a mutated creature, a group of mutated fish. His invisible perception revealed one large and 4 smaller clusters of fiery red energy, confirming that they were not zombie fish. Monster, level 2 mutated barracuda, 15% evolution. Size, enlarged 15 times. Strength, 1150 gene. Speed, 85 meters per second. Spirit, 215. Skills, intimidation, water control, illusion. Guaranteed drop, mutated beast core. Monster, level 1 mutated barracuda, 25% evolution. Size, enlarged 5 times. Strength, 650 gene. Speed, 35 meters per second. Skills, intimidation, water control. High chance of drop, mutated beast core. The lead mutated barracuda was level 2, its size comparable to a shark. The 4 behind it were all level 1 and 5 times larger than ordinary barracudas, far more ferocious. Li Fan quickly transformed, using metallization to summon a long blade and descended from the sky, slashing the level 2 fish cleanly in half. The 4 level 1 fish immediately scattered, but they were not faster than Li Fan and were quickly hunted down. If not for the inconvenience of using the cursed death-eye technique underwater, he would not have needed to go through this much effort at all. The beast core from the level 2 mutated fish revealed an awakening of the water element, rather than the mental element Li Fan had expected. The 3 level 1 cores were also all water element awakenings. Li Fan was somewhat disappointed. He also realized that a beast core likely inherits only one of the mutated creature's awakened abilities, rather than containing all of them. He stored the corpses of the mutated fish in his alien space for future experimentation, perhaps feeding them to animals or using them as fertilizer for plants. Now that Li Fan possessed the cursed death-eye technique, clearing zombies and mutated beasts was certainly much faster and easier. Unfortunately, the floodwater was too deep, and he dared not fight zombies in the water without transforming. Master System, is there still no cure or immunity to the zombie virus? No. Was the last time reversal really caused by Zhang Wanjun? No other reason? No. Li Fan felt that the system had become colder toward him, though he could not understand why. Still, it did not matter much to him as long as the system remained the same considerate, fully functional companion. That was good enough. Along the way, he encountered some survivors traveling by inflatable boats in search of supplies. Due to the city being submerged by rainwater, most survivors were now pale and emaciated. Unless they were mutants, they clearly lacked sufficient resources. Moreover, both groups he encountered were composed entirely of men, no women or children among them. It was clear that, since the onset of the apocalypse, the status of women had rapidly declined. Many had likely become playthings or captives of male mutants. Even female mutants might now be facing the same crisis. Driven by curiosity, Li Fan searched a nearby survivor shelter, planning to observe the conditions within. The nearest shelter was about 3 miles away, along the road to the Shuashan Refuge. On a whim, Li Fan used a spatial jump to arrive at the building, which still showed signs of life. Under the invisible perception, Li Fan was able to sense nearly 100 faint clusters of reddish energy. It was clear that the survivors here were physically very weak, most likely due to hunger. Li Fan entered the building while remaining invisible and discovered that all the people inside were young women, ranging in age from 16 to 36. There were no small children, nor any middle-aged or elderly people, only women. Moreover, their clothing was extremely minimal. Most of them wore only a windbreaker on the outside, and under their open jackets were various styles of lingerie. 2 women with especially curvaceous figures were even completely bare underneath. These women were not merely gathered idly, rather, they clustered in small groups, gossiping and ridiculing others. What they said made Li Fan feel even more deeply how the apocalypse had impacted human nature. Eating people, so what? It is not a big deal. We have had enough of living like this anyway. Better to die sooner and be done with it. Eating people causes disease, incurable disease. Do any of you even have a shred of conscience or humanity left? And if it really comes to cannibalism, those of us without awakened abilities will be the first to be eaten. We should have gone to the refuge earlier, but everyone kept delaying. Going to the refuge means being controlled by others. Here, at least we have freedom. Look at Chenin and his group, they are living better than emperors from ancient times. But if they go to a refuge, at most they will be just another unremarkable mutant, some low-level errand boy. But we are all about to starve to death. If we do not go to the refuge, and it rains for another 10 days or 2 weeks, this Ipin Tower might end up completely submerged. What the fuck is the point of saying all this? None of us have awakened as mutants. Even if we wanted to go, we could not. Besides, the refuge might not even be willing to accept so many people. Strangely, the system did not display any prompts for any of the nearly 100 women present. Unable to restrain his curiosity, Li Fan asked the system, "Master System, not a single one of these women meets the requirements? Or have you raised the standards again? You raised the standards yourself, a purity rating above 97. Not a single woman here meets that requirement. You adjusted the selection criteria in the refuges according to my temporary standard? This system serves the host wholeheartedly and naturally follows your intentions. I only raised the standard temporarily to avoid selecting too many at once. You directly set it as the baseline?" Yes. Li Fan wanted to curse, but could not decide whether or not he should. There is no need to say it. I already know. In an apocalyptic world like this, how many women with a purity rating above 97 could he possibly find in the future? Had he just destroyed his own prospects? Without another word, Li Fan silently left the women's floor. In truth, he had seen a few women who were very much to his liking, but unfortunately, the system kept limiting his options. His dream of a harem of 3,000 might become increasingly difficult to achieve in this post-apocalyptic world. Preoccupied with such thoughts, Li Fan arrived at the Shawashan refuge. Upon landing at the entrance, members of the security team came forward to question him. Li Fan did not pay much attention to what they were saying. Instead, he used invisible perception and ultra-fast mind reading to assess the situation. There were many tents inside the refuge, but no rivers of blood or signs of intense conflict. The guards' thoughts were mainly focused on the daily distribution of supplies and the awakening of mutations, nothing suspicious. Compared to the Yunmen Mountain and Xingfu Mountain refuges, Shawashan Refuge seemed much more orderly. Supplies were distributed daily, there was no discrimination against foreign individuals, and no internal power struggles that benefited third parties. It seemed that, because the island nation's base was nearby, there were very few of their people in this refuge, and they had not caused any trouble. I am a trader dealing in mutated beast cores. You can go inside and inform your leaders. Since he was already there, Li Fan thought he might as well try trading beast cores with the refuge. Now that he had the spatial shifting ability, it would be much more convenient for him to conduct these trades and cultivate more partners to help him find women who met the system's criteria. The Dragon Nation was vast, with a population nearing 2 billion. Even if 90% were gone, there would still be tens of millions, even over 100 million survivors. Finding 3,000 women with a purity rating above 97 who also met the system's comprehensive criteria should not be impossible. Because Li Fan wanted to inspect the internal situation personally, he accepted the invitation from the guard and followed him into the refuge. As with the other refuges, once inside, there was a large area filled with tents, where many malnourished survivors lived. However, during the daytime there was no obscene talk, perhaps due to refuge regulations. After passing through the tent area, they reached rows of simple housing units. Many people opened their doors to look at Li Fan, and some who were acquainted with the escorting guards shouted out loudly, "Brother Zhang, is this a newly admitted mutant? Mutants can at least support 5 women. Big brother, come to my house and take a look at my daughter, guaranteed born single, factory default, completely natural, no enhancements. Oldly, your daughter lost weight from 300 pounds to 150 pounds. Sure, she may be born single, factory default, and natural, but she is not very appealing. This big brother should come see my daughter, tall, long-legged, eats little, fair-skinned and beautiful, truly value for money." Although Li Fan had guessed what was going on, he still looked at the guard, Zhang Wenbin, with a confused expression and asked, "Are they offering their daughters?" Every family has a limited food supply. Keeping daughters at home means they will eventually be assigned out anyway, so families want to find a capable mutant for their daughters. Right now, every mutant in our refuge has at least 5 women, some even have 10, Zhang Wenbin replied with a smile, giving Li Fan a brief explanation. Then, with a stern face, he shouted at the families promoting their daughters, "Have some discipline. Do you want me to report you to the captain or the leadership?" Watch out or you will lose your food quota. After that, the path ahead was much quieter. Li Fan was very pleased with the atmosphere in this refuge. At least the leadership here was not solely preoccupied with internal power struggles, but was genuinely trying to protect the survivors. This was a rare stronghold of decency. With that in mind, he mentally lowered the price of the beast core trades. He hoped this refuge could obtain more beast cores and awaken more mutants. Only when such orderly places multiplied would the survival rate of humanity truly improve. Eventually, they arrived at a large conference room, where Li Fan met with the leaders of the refuge. Unexpectedly, the leadership had completely changed, now composed entirely of middle-aged and young mutants, 9 in total, 6 men and 3 women. Using the system, Li Fan discovered that the man wearing glasses who appeared to be the leader was actually a level 2 mutant, the first level 2 mutant Li Fan had encountered. Level 2 mutant, Zhong Yulu, 5% evolution progress, strength, 6450 gene, speed, 38 meters per second. Awakened ability, strength enhancement. A level 2 mutant showed immense increases in both strength and speed. One level 2 mutant could easily handle 10 level 1 mutants. Besides Zhong Yulu, there was another woman named Wen Qinglan who was only 5% away from evolving into a level 2 mutant. Level 1 mutant, Wen Qinglan, 95% evolution progress. Strength, 1450 gene. Speed, 128 meters per second. Awakened ability, speed enhancement. There was also a mental perception type level 1 mutant named Chen Minong. Level 1 mutant, Chen Minong, 75% evolution progress. Strength, 1000 gene. Speed, 18 meters per second. Spirit, 121. Awakened ability, mental enhancement, perception. Li Fan guessed that this refuge must have evolved plants used specifically for enhancing mutation. After all, for mutants with mental abilities to evolve, besides the necessary mutant energy crystals, they must also rely on evolutionary fluids from evolved plants. It was also evident that the mutants here were diligently gathering resources such as mutant energy crystals, beast cores, and evolution fluids. This showed a stark contrast between this refuge and the ones Li Fan had previously visited. They were more focused on improving their capabilities than on internal conflict and infighting. Zhong Yulu and the others were very friendly and did not show any hostility toward Li Fan despite his arriving alone. Being able to read their thoughts, Li Fan's impression of them rose even further. This brother dares to travel and trade beast cores on his own. His strength must be formidable. I wonder if we could join forces to eliminate the islander base nearby. As for the supplies inside, we can split them evenly, or even 60-40, you 60, us 40. To Li Fan's surprise, instead of starting with negotiations about trading beast cores, Zhong Yulu directly invited him and his team to destroy the nearby island nation base together. Li Fan, however, rejected the proposal. His cursed death-eye technique inflicted area damage, and if he were to go to the island nation base alongside Zhong Yulu and the others, he might accidentally harm his allies. If he chose not to use the cursed death-eye technique, the operation might take significantly longer. More importantly, he did not want to see these patriotic and kind-hearted leaders suffer any casualties, which could lead to unnecessary upheaval and power struggles within the Shuashan refuge. The main reason I came here is to eliminate the island nation base and the Black Ant gathering. The Qingfu Mountain Refuge in the Baoshan district was ravaged by the island bastards. Nearly all of the tens of thousands of survivors were slaughtered. Zhong Yulu stood up with a heavy expression, visibly agitated, and said, "We heard about this from Mr. Dong, who narrowly escaped. It was precisely because of his warning that we began to recognize the threat posed by those island bastards. If they are allowed to continue, they will certainly bring more suffering to the survivors of our dragon nation. On our own land, we absolutely cannot allow such atrocities to happen again. However, after seeing the situation in your refuge, I noticed that survivors here are treated fairly, and your evolution progress is the most advanced I have seen recently. It is clear that all of you have been working hard to strengthen yourselves. So, the only way I can help you is by offering mutated beast cores at a lower price to enhance your strength, to give you the ability to protect this pure land." As he spoke, Li Fan placed 120 mutated beast cores on the table, 40 of each type: strength, speed, and water element awakening. These are the 3 types of mutated beast cores I currently have: 40 strength type, 40 speed type, and 40 water element type. You only need to pay 120,000 crescent-shaped energy crystals to complete the trade. For a brief moment, the thoughts of all 9 leaders flickered with a dangerous idea: kill him and take everything. Fortunately, the greed passed in an instant. Still, it left a cold sweat on Li Fan's back. If these cores had been enough to awaken such greed and forced a bloody confrontation, he feared he would lose all sense of right and wrong in the future. As for your suggestion to join my team in eliminating the island nation base, my team and I will handle it ourselves. You should focus on managing this refuge and helping the survivors nearby. As long as the Dragon Nation has more awakened mutants and greater strength, the bastards from the island nation and other foreign enemies will never be able to defeat us. Oh, and my name is Li Fan. I am currently a level 3 mutant, probably the highest ranked mutant in the coastal city. Besides the matters we discussed, we might also collaborate on another issue. When the name level 3 mutant was spoken, Zhong Yulu and the others visibly tensed. Fortunately, their previous greed had been suppressed, otherwise, none of the 9 of them, or even all the refuge's mutants combined, would have stood a chance against this man who called himself a level 3 mutant. What matter would that be? In the current world, beyond survival supplies and resources to enhance power, all other needs had been greatly diminished. However, some desires continued to grow unchecked. Naturally, Li Fan understood their concerns and waved his hand dismissively. No need to be so tense. I have no interest in political power or control. In this environment, power means nothing compared to strength. I simply need your help finding certain women. I have a strong preference for women, and wherever I go to trade, I always look for beautiful, obedient ones. Zhong Yulu laughed with indifference. As long as Li Fan was not trying to seize his authority, it was fine. That is not a problem at all. Every mutant here keeps 10 or more women at home. If we issue a public announcement, most of the unassigned women will gladly follow a powerful man like you. My standards are very strict. Beauty and obedience are the minimum. I also require that they have had no more than 3 intimate partners in the past. Mothers are acceptable, but only if they have daughters. Age must be between 16 and 36. Is there a quantity limit? When Qinglan asked from the side, she was likely Zhong Yulu's partner. There is no limit. However many you have, I will take them. I will exchange them for beast cores or food. This partnership will be long-term. Li Fan intended to treat this refuge as a long-term partner, so naturally he would not set a limit on numbers. How exactly is the exchange carried out? When Qinglan followed up, for virgins, 5 women for 1 beast core, or 50 gene of food. For others, 15 women for 1 beast core, or 50 gene of food. The food includes things like snacks and instant noodles. Li Fan slightly lowered the terms of his agreement compared to the one he made with his first partner, Zhang Xiangwen. In addition, you may also exchange female obstetricians, or experts in agriculture and animal husbandry. Only females, though, since my base is composed almost entirely of women. Your entire team is made up of women? When Qinglan and the others asked in surprise. To be precise, they are all my women. Naturally, Li Fan referred to the more than 30 family members bound to the auxiliary system as his team. Saying he was operating alone would be too shocking. What is their level? Zhong Yulu was more concerned with their mutant strength. They are all level 3 mutants like me. Li Fan was exaggerating somewhat. Although his bound family members had abilities upgraded to level 3, they were not comparable to naturally awakened level 3 mutants. Just looking at the stats of Zhong Yulu, a level 2 mutant, one could tell that even 10 of Li Fan's women combined might not be able to defeat him. However, Zhong Yulu and the others had no way of knowing this. To them, Li Fan was unfathomable, a truly formidable presence. Even their refuge's 9 strongest mutants might not be a match for him. What they believed was that, even if the rest of Li Fan's team was not as strong as he was, the difference could not be too large. In a 9 versus 9 battle, they would likely be thoroughly defeated. As a result, in their eyes, Li Fan and his team became almost terrifying in strength. Naturally, Li Fan could read their thoughts, and he almost burst out laughing. But he kept a straight face, doing his best not to let it show. The process of selecting people took some time. Li Fan instructed them to conduct an initial rough screening, after which he would make the final selection. In the meantime, he went to check out the Islander base and the black ants gathering place nearby. The main reason Zhong Yulu was eager to team up with Li Fan's group to eliminate the Islanders was that they were only 20 miles apart, with large overlapping areas of activity. Although no major conflicts had erupted yet, occasional skirmishes occurred when small groups went out, making clashes unavoidable. More importantly, many Dragon Country survivors preferred to be tricked by the Islanders into their base rather than willingly going to the Shawashan shelter. This situation threatened the shelter's future. Furthermore, apart from the Islander base and the Shawashan shelter, there was also a black ants gathering place in Hongdong district. These black demons were not good people either and would eventually join forces with the Islanders like a pack of cats and dogs, turning against the Dragon Country people. Before the apocalypse, Li Fan enjoyed playing games and scrolling Douyin, where he often saw sickening content that worshipped foreign cultures and demeaned his own. Back then, he could only sit, lie down, or hold his phone to watch it. Now, he was almost like an ancestor figure, standing right in front of them. If he couldn't stand it, he would simply destroy them all. After all, the ancients had already taught him a fundamental truth: those who are not of our race must have different hearts. It was almost impossible to make them grateful through appeasement. Instead of wasting time and effort trying to teach gratitude, it was better to cut through the mess with a sharp knife. There was a chance of killing the wrong people, but he would rather commit sins in the present for the sake of future glory than gain benefits now while leaving a legacy of shame. Leaving the shelter, Li Fan flew high enough to ensure Zhang Yulu and the others could see him. Then, with a spatial jump, he appeared on top of a towering building. He recognized this place, the Oriental Tower, the tallest building in the coastal city, and the black ants gathering place was inside. Black demons had always been among the world's top in physical prowess, which was evident even in various athletic events before the apocalypse. After awakening as mutants, they became even stronger. From the beginning, the Dragon Country mutants couldn't compete with them, so the Dragon Country people in the Oriental Tower were enslaved by the Black Demon mutants. Of course, the main reason was still the intense internal strife among the Dragon Country people, a real-life version of fishermen benefiting from the quarrels of others. Many schools in the coastal city had foreign Black Demon students. Being an international city, there were also many other foreigners who banded together, forming the Black Ants gathering place. The strongest mutants in this gathering place were all Black Demons, which was why the Dragon Country people called it the Black Ants gathering place. Search results showed that this Black Ants gathering place housed more than 4,000 people, making it the largest survivor site Li Fan had discovered recently, apart from the shelter. Li Fan wasted no time. Transforming into metal, he smashed into the building, crashing through more than 60 floors from top to bottom. He didn't pay much attention to how many unlucky souls were crushed to death. In his eyes, even if there were pitiful and pathetic people in this building, they weren't worth his sympathy or help. Such chaos naturally alerted all the mutants in the building. One by one, they rushed towards Li Fan, spouting gibberish. Not understanding their babble saved Li Fan a lot of trouble. He simply used his death curse-eye technique on any foreigner speaking that gibberish, not caring about collateral damage. In his view, anyone rushing at him alongside those people deserved death. In just 2 or 3 minutes, no one dared to approach him anymore. So efficient. After all, violence and slaughter were always the most effective means. You only needed schemes and tricks if you were weak. If you were strong, you could simply kill without mercy. After finishing off the attackers, Li Fan set fire to the piles of corpses, reducing them to ashes. Then he casually looked at the crowd watching him in fear from afar. Are there any Dragon Country people here? Or someone who can speak Dragon Country language? Are you a god of Dragon Country? Can I follow you? A blonde, blue-eyed foreign woman, speaking in an awkward tone, knelt down and respectfully asked. Li Fan checked her stats and frowned. As expected, foreign women were quite open. Human, Judy Marr. Strength, 105 pounds. Speed, 8 meters per second. Appearance, 80. Purity, 45. Mentality, 87. Childbirth, 1 daughter. Overall rating, 75. Awakening ability, none. Are there any Dragon Country people? Li Fan looked around and found that while there were Dragon Country people, they were all pushed to the back by the foreigners. These foreigners weren't stupid. Seeing Li Fan appear and slaughter their powerful mutant leaders in just 2 or 3 minutes, they knew their lives were at Li Fan's mercy. They all knelt in the distance, begging for mercy. But Li Fan had no mercy for them. What did the deaths of foreigners have to do with him, a Dragon Country person? Moreover, he felt no sympathy even for the Dragon Country people who followed them. Many Dragon Country people who worshipped foreign cultures or oppressed their own kind were just dogs in foreign skins, even more despicable than the foreigners. To Li Fan, such people were as good as dead. What made Li Fan even more speechless was the behavior of the Dragon Country women in the building. After briefly checking 5 or 6 of them, he found that their purity was even lower than that of Judy Marr, the foreign woman. He could imagine the humiliating and disgraceful lives they led in the building. With that in mind, Li Fan decided not to let them become a threat to other Dragon Country compatriots. Using the death curse-eye technique, he launched an indiscriminate massacre. By the time he finished looting the supplies in the building, only a little over 1,000 Dragon Country people were left in the Oriental Tower. The other 3,000 or so were all sent to the Western Pure Land by Li Fan. The Black Ants gathering place was thus reduced to ashes. Next, it was time to visit the Islander base. The population of this base exceeded Li Fan's expectations, over 160,000 people. This meant the Islander base was at least 3 times the size of the shelter. Considering that the leaders had sold such a vast area to the islanders, it was easy to imagine many things. There were too many people inside the base, and Li Fan didn't speak their gibberish language, so he didn't rush in to start a massacre. Instead, he landed at the base entrance to observe the base's defense. Slowly wearing down their mutants was also an option. With over 100,000 people, Li Fan didn't have the same boldness as when he killed thousands before. Besides, his energy value was already down by half. If he really wanted to go on a killing spree, he would have to rely on close combat later. Soon, a group of guards came out of the base. Perhaps because they were on Dragon Country's land, the islanders were very cautious. Moreover, these islander guards all spoke Dragon Country's language. One of them, who seemed to be the leader, spoke fluently and politely asked Li Fan, "Sir, are you here to seek shelter in the base?" Their Dragon Country language was so good that Li Fan checked them out to clear his doubts. These guards were indeed authentic islanders, most of them with 4-character names. The young man who spoke was named Takeda Tadashige, and he also had a Dragon Country name, Li Zhongshin. He was a level 1 awakened mutant with enhanced strength. "I want to do some big business with your leader. You should know that mutant beast cores can grant awakening. I have plenty of them and want to trade them for women, supplies, and powerful weapons." As Li Fan spoke, he pretended to take out 2 mutant beast cores from his chest and showed them to the guards. He tossed the 2 strength-type beast cores to Takeda Tadashige and continued, "Let your people check them. If interested, take me to discuss the trade with your leader." Takeda Tadashige whispered a few words to his companions and quickly ran into the base. About 15 minutes later, he returned with a man and a woman. "This is our base's vice president, Mitsui Takeshi. You can discuss the trade with him. Right here?" Li Fan frowned and asked. With his fast mind-reading technique, he could sense that these islanders were wary of him and didn't plan to let him enter the base to prevent him from seeing the inside. Just some Dragon Country people enslaved through brainwashing on the outskirts of the base, along with some disobedient ones being abused. They thought that someone bold enough to trade openly outside must be a powerful mutant, so they didn't dare to lower their guard. This base was one of the key outposts for the islanders invading Dragon Country, so they couldn't afford any mistakes. Since he couldn't sneak in for a decapitation strike, Li Fan stopped wasting time and directly activated his Death Kursai technique, instantly killing Mitsui Takeshi, Takeda Tadashige, and the others in front of him. Magical attacks were always quicker and cleaner than close combat. As expected, these people collapsed straight to the ground, becoming corpses. Li Fan transformed into metal and rushed through the slightly open gate. The outer area of the base didn't have 10 zones like other shelters but instead had underground prisons holding naked men and women. Above ground, some naked people were tied to wooden stakes. Some were already covered with dense knife wounds, dead beyond saving, while others were still alive but completely lifeless. With just a glance, Li Fan roughly understood the situation. Before he could go further, hundreds of armed guards rushed out of the residential area ahead. They spread out in a fan shape, aiming at him. Behind them stood 2 middle-aged men with gloomy faces. A sharp cry sounded, followed by gunshots. But Li Fan had already teleported next to the 2 middle-aged men, making all the gunfire miss. Without hesitation, he punched through the chest and abdomen of the 2 men who were giving orders. Then his arms transformed into 50-meter-long sharp blades. Swinging them left and right, he swept across a 100-meter radius, instantly cutting down hundreds of guards trying to turn around. In just a few more quick swings, 300 to 400 ordinary armed guards were mowed down like wheat, barely having a chance to escape. Severed in 2, blood flowed like a river. Such a commotion finally alarmed all the islanders in the residential area. Screaming, they ran out of their rooms, fleeing toward the inner circular fortress. At this moment, the system suddenly displayed multiple prompts. Some islander women and even Dragon Country women met his selection criteria, a stark contrast to the lack of reaction at the Oriental Tower. Target detected, Sakai Nana. Would you like to bind the target? Target detected, Wuto Sakimi. Would you like to bind the target? Target detected, Lin Yongyen. Would you like to bind the target? But Li Fan didn't choose to bind any of them for now, uncertain if he would continue his indiscriminate slaughter. Teleporting again into the residential area, he found this islander base was several times larger than any shelter he had visited. There were even scattered armored vehicles and tanks in the residential area. As soon as he appeared, the machine guns on the armored vehicles opened fire at him, while the tank's cannon fired a shell directly at him with a loud boom. Teleportation had a slight delay, and 1 or 2 armor-piercing rounds hit Li Fan's body. But with an overall attribute value exceeding 1,300 points, Li Fan was completely unharmed. Still, this reminded him if more powerful missiles or nuclear bombs struck him during this delay, could he withstand them? Maybe he could really die a miserable death then. Since he couldn't use the death cursei technique through armored vehicles and tanks, Li Fan directly trapped all the armored vehicles and tanks in an ice prison. Within seconds, the armored vehicles, tanks, and their operators were all frozen into statues. He then transformed into an ice-crazed figure, rushing toward the circular fortress ahead. The islanders must be eliminated as soon as possible, or if they use high-power weapons, the damage will be severe. Of course, he also knew that these scheming islanders wouldn't resort to mutual destruction until the last moment. Inside the circular fortress, Li Fan stopped and looked at the man holding a remote control. Level 2 mutant, Koizumi human, 55% evolution rate. Strength, 8,450 gene. Speed, 38 meters/second. Mental power, 285. Awakening abilities, enhanced strength, enhanced mental power, perception. The other 3 people surrounding Koizumi human were also level 2 mutants, 2 with enhanced strength and 1 with enhanced speed. Of course, these people didn't matter to Li Fan. What he cared about was the remote control in Koizumi human's hand. It was obviously a major weapon of the islander base. You are very powerful. If you are not immortal, I advise you not to force us into mutual destruction. This is the base's self-destruct device. If you make another move, we all die together. Koizumi human spoke Dragon Country's language, very fluent and authentic. Li Fan could actually take a gamble because he had spatial teleportation. No matter how powerful the weapon was, as long as it didn't have an instant effect, he wasn't afraid. But considering that the entire islander base had over 160,000 people, and that activating the self-destruct device could very likely mean a high-power nuclear bomb, the nuclear radiation would also severely harm the coastal city. Fine, I'll leave. However, this is the first and last warning I give you islanders as a Dragon Country person. Also, I need you to release the Dragon Country people outside. As compensation, you must also send me a large number of high-quality islander women and Dragon Country women. Otherwise, you can try pressing the remote in your hand and see if it can kill me. I will wait outside the base. In half an hour, I hope to see everything I want. Otherwise, you should be prepared to die. After saying this, Li Fan used spatial teleportation to appear thousands of meters high in the sky. Using angel wings, he flew down to a height of 200 meters and stopped, using invisible perception to monitor the islander base. If there was any unusual movement, he would immediately teleport in and kill without mercy. The sky was gradually darkening, and the time was now 5:15 p.m. Didn't expect to accomplish so much in one day, Li Fan thought to himself. This was mainly because his primary spatial superpower, spatial teleportation, allowed him to save a lot of time traveling. Otherwise, just traveling between these shelters would have taken a lot of time. As for the islander base, Li Fan naturally couldn't let it go so easily. He also had a family base on Biyun Mountain. If he didn't take care of the islander base and they launched a nuclear missile at his family base, everything would be over. Since he had already started, he couldn't leave any future troubles. As the saying goes, if you do not cut the weeds at their roots, they will grow again in the spring breeze. The wisdom of the ancients was no joke. Besides, the islander base had big ambitions. Even if he didn't consider his own safety, he had to think about Dragon Country. After dealing with this place, he could use spatial teleportation to check other locations. Places like the Shawashan shelter that genuinely helped others needed more support, enabling them to cooperate with him for mutual benefit over the long term. Places like Yunmen Mountain Shelter and Qingfu Mountain Shelter needed to be cleaned up and improved so that survivors wouldn't escape natural disasters only to fall victim to their own people. Less than 15 minutes later, the islander base began driving the naked men and women from the prisons and stakes out of the base. Following them were some thinly dressed Dragon Country men and women, likely people they had detained elsewhere. These people had nowhere to go. With the 100-meter deep floodwaters at the mountain's base, they could only stand helplessly outside the base. Some who wanted to survive started walking up the mountain, and most of the others followed. Li Fan ignored them for now. In the next 15 minutes, women were driven out of the base one after another. The islander women were all clothed, while the Dragon Country women were stripped naked. These women ranged from 14 to 40 years old. Around 2,000 women were driven out, 500 to 600 islander women and about 1,300 to 1,400 Dragon Country women. But the system's response was minimal, with only 5 alerts. None of the previously detected targets, like Sakai Nana, were among them, indicating that the women driven out were just a perfunctory gesture by the base's leaders to appease Li Fan. Li Fan didn't care. It gave him an excuse to go back in and kill again. Acting immediately, he didn't want to waste too much time here. Teleporting directly into the tightly shut base, Li Fan pretended to be furious and shouted using his soundwave amplification ability, Koizumi human. You dare to fool me with this garbage? Courting death. If you have the guts, press that remote and see if you can take me down with you. Hearing the commotion, the islanders ran out of the circular fortress again. Among them were Koizumi human and the other 3 level 2 mutants. Their faces were extremely gloomy, but they didn't dare to retaliate, and many people knelt down, begging for mercy. Please calm down, Dragon Country Master. Please calm down. We are still selecting people. We never intended to deceive you. Li Fan used a spatial blade to silently kill Koizumi human and the 3 level 2 mutants beside him. Then, he activated a mental gravity field, pressing all the others to the ground before walking over to pick up the remote control that had been used to threaten him. Disabling the mental gravity field, none of them dared to get up. Li Fan grabbed a middle-aged man with a small mustache nearby and smiled as he asked, "Does this remote really have the power to destroy the base?" The mustached man trembled all over in fear but didn't dare not to answer. He spoke in Dragon Country's language, word by word. "Yes, Dragon Country Master, this is the control device for the base's nuclear bomb. How many islanders are in your base? And how many islander soldiers?" Li Fan casually tossed the mustached man aside and shouted, "We have 50,000 civilians and 3,000 self-defense force soldiers," a woman's voice answered. Li Fan noticed that this woman met the system's selection criteria. Human, Asocio. Strength, 125 pounds. Speed, 8 meters per second. Appearance, 90. Purity, 98. Mentality, 90. Childbirth, 1 daughter. Overall score, 91. Awakening ability, none. I want you all to do something now. If you do it, I will treat you kindly. If you refuse, don't blame me for being ruthless. Li Fan, remembering some murder movies he had seen before the apocalypse, came up with an idea. "May I ask what you want us to do?" The mustached man, regaining his senses, knelt on the ground and asked, "There are too many islanders in your base. Starting now and until the morning after tomorrow, the number of islanders here must be reduced to below 20,000. If not, I will come back and randomly kill people." Recalling the system's alerts about some islander women, Li Fan added, "Oh, right, Asocio, Kozumi Yumiko, and Mitsui Takako can each choose 100 people who will not participate in this event. Also, Sakai Nana, Motosakimi, Asahi Haruna, Akiyama Naoko, Maeda Tomomi, Akasaka Miyako, Sayama Keiko, Anze Rika, and Aoba Katomi can each choose 10 people who will not participate." Before Li Fan finished speaking, the system displayed dozens of new prompts. It seems some clever islanders realized why Li Fan was giving exemptions and began bringing high-quality women out of their rooms for the system and Li Fan to inspect. Li Fan didn't break the rules, reading out the names of the newly detected islander women. A total of 57 women were exempt. Asuchio and the other 2 women could choose 100 people each, while the rest could choose 10. This made for a total of 897 exemption slots, which should be enough to protect some of the key figures in the islander base. However, what this killing event would eventually become was beyond Li Fan's control. After all, they were just islanders. If they died, they died. Even for the women the system identified as eligible, Li Fan didn't care much. "Once you have selected your people, all of you will enter the circular fortress. I will seal it completely and give you 15 minutes. After saying this, Li Fan summoned his maid and shadow clones to gather the Dragon Country people in the base. The process was naturally not gentle, and he gave them many weapons, letting them stay in the residential area with instructions to shoot any islanders who tried to break in. Finally, he drove the islanders participating in the event into the outermost dungeon and open area. During this process, Li Fan and his clones killed many disobedient islanders. After that, all he had to do was wait 2 days to see the results. As for whether these people would end up killing each other inside the base or trying to escape, Li Fan didn't care. After all, he had the final say. At worst, he could find another excuse to kill a few more times, leaving only islander women who met the requirements for family members. If any islanders managed to escape without running into Li Fan, they could consider themselves lucky. As for the Dragon Country people and islanders who had already been driven out of the base, Li Fan decided to ask Zhong Yulu from the Shawashan shelter to take in some of them. Those who weren't accepted would have to fend for themselves. After all, these were people who preferred seeking refuge at the islander base rather than going to the Dragon Country shelter. The consequences they faced were simply the results of their own choices. They had nothing to feel wronged about. Of course, Li Fan also needed to collect the rewards for the bound islander women, but it was getting late, so he quickly stamped the 57 women, and within an hour, he had only received 10 rewards. Li Fan's current status panel was now as follows. Host, Li Fan. Level 3 mutant, enhanced 101x, speed, Mach 1, strength, 15 tons. Life, 4210, 4520. Energy, 1080, 4520. Physique, 452. Strength, 450. Mental power, 452. Agility, 450. Superpowers. Special, clone technique level 3. Elemental, wind soaring level 3. Enhanced, earth listening level 3. Control, ice prison level 3. Elemental, flame maniac level 3. Elemental, ice maniac level 3. Special, shadow clone level 3. Enhanced, good and evil in the eyes level 3. Enhanced, smell level 3. Elemental, wood poison level 3. Special, angel wings level 3. Special, puppet substitute level 3. Enhanced, sonic technique level 3. Fusion superpowers. Elemental, sea of fire and magma level 3. Elemental, 3 feet of ice level 3. Elemental, quicksand collapse level 3. Elemental, thundercloud light chain level 3. Elemental, metallic frenzy level 3. Elemental, wood command level 3. Primary space system level 3. Control, mental storm level 3. Defense, liquid state level 3. Defense, solid state level 3. Special, complete healing level 3. Enhanced, invisible perception level 3. Enhanced, death curse eye level 3. Enhanced, heart of a giant level 3. Special, phantom invisibility level 3. Special, extreme mind reading level 3. Family members, 361 including one hit kill effect. Family base, 1, Biyun Mountain. Having not paid attention to the system panel for a while, Li Fan noticed some changes, making it easier to directly see his strength. However, he felt the title of Level 3 Mutant was a bit ridiculous. Given his current strength, even if a Level 3 mutant appeared, they would be no match for him. Unless it was an unimaginably powerful opponent, like a mutated whale or some other massive creature. This was an innate difference even with pure evolutionary mutation. The gap in strength remained huge. Li Fan quickly accepted the system's level classification. It likely accounted for these innate differences by setting clear upper and lower limits for each level. This also indicated that the human mutants he had encountered so far were probably among the weaker ones. This thought sparked a sudden urge in Li Fan to beat up the system. If he had continued his initial approach of accepting everyone, his family base would have been full by now. With 3,000 women, his personal attributes could have been pushed beyond 6,000, making him 100 times stronger than now. He might have even reached level 5 or level 6 as a mutant. That would make him a true overlord. Not just in Dragon Country, but across the entire Blue Planet, he could have walked with absolute confidence. As for the Islander women, he felt no attachment. If they dared to betray him, he would simply kill them. After sealing all entrances and exits of the Islander base, including the main gate, residential doors, and fortress gate using spatial barriers, Li Fan left 2 scout birds in the sky to monitor the area. He then teleported to the vicinity of the Shawashan shelter. By 6:30 p.m., the sky was already darkening, and night was approaching. Li Fan didn't know how long the spatial barrier would last, but he was sure that once the massacre in the base began, it wouldn't suddenly stop. Li Fan briefly told Zhong Yulu and Wen Qinglan about the situation at the Islander base and asked them to send people to take in the scattered survivors outside. While Zhong Yulu went to organize the manpower, Wen Qinglan took Li Fan to a large conference hall to select women. As soon as they entered, the system began sending constant notifications, showing that Zhong Yulu and Wen Qinglan were serious about helping him choose. The large hall held 457 women, ranging in age from 16 to 36. Li Fan read through the profile documents Wen Qinglan handed him while using the system to pick out the women who met the requirements. Then he went to see them in person. These women were not naked. They wore beautiful clothes and makeup, making them appear even more stunning. This time, Li Fan didn't try to be clever or impose any extra conditions. As long as a woman was recognized by the system, he accepted her. In total, he chose 195 women. Including some of their daughters, the final count was 246. Now that he had the livable small world, Li Fan didn't need to spend time finding a place to conquer them. He directly sent the selected women into the small world, preparing to complete the transaction and return to his family base at Biyun Mountain. As for why he didn't put the Islander women into the small world, it was simple. Li Fan didn't want to bring them to his family base. If they were capable, they could survive in the reshuffled Islander base. If they weren't, they would perish there. In any case, until their favorability reached 100 points, Li Fan wouldn't allow them into his family base, avoiding any potential threats. Dragon Country women wouldn't easily go crazy, but he couldn't say the same for Islander women.
However, during the transaction, when Qinglan began haggling with Li Fan,
the 195 women came with 51 young girls. According to Li Fan's original terms, 5 virgins for 1 mutant beast core or 50 kilograms of food, and 15 other women for the same price. When Qinglan counted the 51 young girls as virgins, they haven't even had their first period, their bodies aren't developed yet, they must be virgins. You promised 5 virgins for 1 mutant beast core. You, such a powerful figure, shouldn't go back on your word. When Qinglan kept repeating this, and Li Fan finally had to accept it. Out of the 195 women, 11 were 16 or 17-year-old virgins. The others had boyfriends or husbands before. In the end, Li Fan traded 25 mutant beast cores for these women. After completing the transaction, Li Fan didn't stay for Wen Qinglan's hospitality. He left 2 scout birds behind and used spatial teleportation to return near Biyun Mountain. There were too many things happening today, one after another, with almost no pause, leaving Li Fan feeling a bit tired. What annoyed him even more was that when he returned to the family base, he found out that the women, having too much free time in his absence, had started arguing and fighting. This forced Li Fan to reconsider letting them go out for some training. In the apocalypse, death was inevitable. Moreover, with the family system in place, those who died would continue to exist in another virtual world, which greatly reduced Li Fan's sense of worry and responsibility. As for the lost rewards and superpowers, he didn't care. With more and more targets being bound, there would definitely be more duplicate rewards in the future. Besides, attribute points wouldn't disappear, meaning the loss from deaths was minimized. After thinking it over, he sternly warned the women, "It seems you are too idle at home. Starting tomorrow, you will go out in groups to see what the outside world is like. This way, you won't have nothing better to do than argue and fight with each other. Sister In, Sister Chin, you will organize the teams. Half of you must go out each day. Tomorrow, I will go to the shelter and exchange for some inflatable boats. Oh, today I visited 3 shelters. The leader of Yunmen Mountain Shelter was a foreign worshipping trader, so I killed him and replaced him. The 12 women who returned before were selected from Yunmen Mountain. Qingfu Mountain Shelter was taken over by islanders. By the time I arrived, only a few hundred survivors were left. After I killed the islanders, those survivors emerged from underground. Then I went to Shawashan Shelter in Hongdong District. The people there were fine, all reasonable and decent, so I traded some energy crystals and women with them. I also went to the Islander base and a foreigner survivor site, killed many people, probably more today than in the entire last month combined. Li Fan briefly explained what happened today and handed over the evolution plants he had exchanged and looted to Peng Yanxia and Kong Linghui. After that, he released the people from the livable small world. The livable small world was an area 5,000 meters in size, with mountains, water, flowers, and trees, but without any snakes, insects, rats, or ants. The temperature was pleasant, like spring all year round. There was no daytime, only night, and each person could only stay inside for 2 hours a day. Many of the 246 people he released had clearly bathed in the small world, as their hair was still damp. This group of 246 people was even larger than all the women in the family base combined. Arranging accommodation and meals for them cost a large amount of special energy. Fortunately, Li Fan had collected energy crystals from 3 bases today. After converting the low-quality energy crystals, he gained over 10 million special energy points. As for the mutated energy crystals, they were reserved for Chen Meimeng and the other naturally awakened members of the family to absorb and improve their strength. Seeing Li Fan suddenly bring out so many women, and Yun Yun and the other family members who supported his search for women were stunned. After a long time, they finally reacted, asking loudly, "Li Fan, are all these women your new sisters? Brother Fan, are they all with you? Master Li, why did you bring so many at once this time?" Li Fan raised his hand to stop their questions and said loudly, "All of them are women I exchanged from the shelters. You all know my strength is linked to women, so I told you a long time ago about my search for women. Li Fan, we are just worried you won't be able to handle it. With so many women, even if they line up, you will be exhausted. We are concerned about your health. Yes, bringing 10 or 8 at a time is fine, but over 200 at once is too much. Li Fan, you are the backbone of our stable life. We can't have you getting exhausted. Li Fan, you are still young. Don't rush it. You can take your time. You can't become strong overnight." Hearing this, Li Fan's face darkened. These women had become spoiled under his care, only thinking of relying on him for a good life, without any sense of giving back. "Enough. I know what I'm doing. After dinner, go back to your rooms. Sister and Sister Chin, arrange accommodations for these women and assign them some tasks to do in turns. Without paying them any more attention, Li Fan returned to his room, washed up, and lay down on his bed to rest. Unexpectedly, he fell asleep immediately. When he woke up, it was already past 1 a.m. And Yun Yun, Qin Xingyan, and several others were sleeping beside him. Not wanting to disturb them, Li Fan quietly got up and went outside. He hadn't forgotten the important task of interacting with the women to claim the rewards. This time, there were so many women that he hadn't even looked at their names or information. As long as they were recognized by the system, he accepted them. He didn't want to make the mistake of raising the bar and making it harder to select women in the future. After all, having strong personal power was the foundation for survival in the apocalypse. This was a basic understanding. Walking through the residential area, Li Fan's enhanced hearing allowed him to hear that many women were still awake in their rooms. It was easy to guess why having nothing to do all day left them full of energy. They could rest during the day, had no time with Li Fan at night, and now, with nearly 200 new women joining, it was only natural they felt unsettled. He glanced at the nameplate on one door, Mi Rushuang/Yu Haiyao. Li Fan remembered these two. They were the ones he got through a deal with Zhang Xiangguan at the Riverside Villa district. Both were beautiful, with Yu Haiyao being particularly stunning, both in appearance and in her passionate behavior in bed. She was one of the main actresses in the family base's nightly fun. Stop worrying. Since you came here, you've never missed a single night. Even with so many new women, none can match your looks and figure. Yao Yao, you are still number one. Mi Rushuang's soft, sleepy voice said. You're so naive. With so many women, even if 10 of them are tied together, they will take a lot of our time. It's not about whether we are favored. Even if we are, can one person handle all of Li Fan's craziness? It's just that everyone's time will be redistributed. Silly Shuang. Yu Haiyao's voice was full of frustration. It's fine. It's only once every few days. Sister Pan and Sister Deng said it doesn't matter. At worst, we can take care of ourselves. It's not like we will lack food, clothes, or supplies. I'm really sleepy now. Li Fan walked to another room wherein Hame and her two daughters Zhao Qingxue and Zhao Hanxue were staying. Sigh, so many women. Can he really manage them all? I just hope he doesn't collapse from exhaustion with all of them on top of him, and Hame's worried voice said. Mom, you should be more worried about whether we will get his attention, rather than his health. With his superhuman body, even if there were a zero added to these women's numbers, he wouldn't get tired. Zhao Qingxue's cold voice answered. I agree with sister. Mom, Brother Fan's body is almost superhuman. Even ancient emperors had 3,000 concubines in their harems. Brother Fan only has 300. There's no need to worry, Zhao Hanxue's gentle voice added. Listening outside other rooms for a while, Li Fan became even more convinced of the system's reliability in selecting women. These women might argue and bicker, but they would never plot anything malicious against him. They were fundamentally obedient and well-behaved. Arriving at the door of a newly assigned room, Li Fan glanced at the nameplate, Zhou Tao/Tang Haiyun. The two women were still awake, talking. I don't know when it will be our turn. He has so many women. A disappointed voice sighed. I heard that at night, he often takes on several at once, acting outrageously. We probably won't have to wait long. A cautious, very quiet voice replied. I heard they eat hot meals every day, and there's a dedicated kitchen with chefs. The chefs take turns, not fixed ones. I wonder when we will get to eat like that. The first voice sounded envious. We should be able to eat after getting struck by lightning. Lin Miao Miao, Li Xiaoer, and the others arrived just half a day before us, but they had dinner with the others. The cautious voice remained quiet. That's great. I was worried that being traded from the shelter would mean 1 meal and 2 times of hunger. I never expected it to be 100 times better here. Our shelter was already one of the better ones. You also heard about Yunmen Mountain Shelter, where the leaders withheld survivors' supplies, forcing the women to degrade themselves for food with foreigners. And Qingfu Mountain Shelter, almost everyone was killed by islanders, with only a few hundred escaping. I never thought Li Fan was so powerful. He wiped out all the islanders occupying Qingfu Mountain Shelter by himself. He should be considered a great hero of Dragon Country. Thinking back, the coastal city leaders sold many places to the islanders before the apocalypse. It shows how corrupt the leadership was. If the apocalypse hadn't come in a few years, the islanders might have caused big trouble. The two women continued chatting about other topics. Li Fan didn't keep listening. Instead, he directly pushed the door open and entered. Caught by surprise, the two women stared blankly, but within 15 minutes, Li Fan completed the conquest of the two targets. His current combat ability was like a high-powered electric motor. 3 to 5 minutes was enough to bring any woman to the peak, while he himself became a secondary concern. At some point, the system's recognition mechanism had shifted from recognizing his own climax to recognizing the woman's peak pleasure. He immediately opened the rewards. As expected, both superpowers were duplicates. Tang Haiyun had elemental, water flow, and Zhou Tao had elemental, vine binding. The rest of the night was filled with the sounds of women's screams or their muffled moans, continuing until dawn. Li Fan ended up opening 32 rooms, spending over 7 hours, successfully conquering 64 women and receiving 64 rewards. Total attribute points gained, 164. Many superpowers were duplicates, but there were 10 new ones. Acquired Elemental, Wind Blade, Level 1, Mastery, 0 out of 100. Wind Blade, condenses wind into a deadly blade. Acquired Elemental, Swift Lightning, Level 1, Mastery, 0 out of 100. Swift Lightning, quickly summons the power of lightning. Acquired Elemental, Fine Gold Shield, Level 1, Mastery, 0 out of 100. Fine Gold Shield, summons a Fine Gold Shield for frontal defense. Acquired Elemental, Ice River, Level 1, Mastery, 0 out of 100. Ice River, rapidly freezes a large water surface. Acquired Enhancement, Compound Eyes, Level 1, Mastery, 0 out of 100. Compound Eyes, can see finer details, equivalent to a 100x microscope. Acquired Enhancement, Divine Legs, Level 1, Mastery, 0 out of 100. Divine Legs, legs are enhanced, greatly increasing speed and leg strength. Acquired Enhancement, Hidden Organs, Level 1, Mastery, 0 out of 100. Hidden Organs, heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys can be hidden, immune to external damage. Acquired Enhancement, Shared Tinnitus, Level 1, Mastery, 0 out of 100. Shared Tinnitus causes creatures within 100 meters to experience tinnitus and deafness, shared between caster and target. Acquired Defense, True Chi Barrier, Level 1, Mastery, 0 out of 100. True Chi Barrier, a full coverage defense barrier, 100 meters in size. Acquired Special, Skyflight, Level 1, Mastery, 0 out of 100. Skyflight, allows flying and living in the sky. Gift Rewards, Meng Nanchun, Wind Blade, Mu Qianlan, Swift Lightning, Yin Yuan Foam, Fine Gold Shield, Wang Leden, Ice River, Qin Wanhai, Compound Eyes, Xia Jiro, Divine Legs, Cheng Siu, Hidden Organs, Dong Shuxian, Shared Tinnitus, Ning Chun, True Chi Barrier, Bai Miaoqin, Skyflight. After that, there were repeated superpowers and fusion of similar superpowers with the same attributes. Unfortunately, none of them triggered a new superpower like Primary Space or Death Curse Eye. It seemed the conditions for fusion had not yet been met. With over 130 women still left, Li Fan was somewhat expectant. After waiting for more than half an hour, the superpowers finally completed their fusion, but Li Fan's attribute panel didn't change much. Host, Li Fan. Level 3 Mutant, Enhanced 148x, Speed, 1.6 Mach, Strength, 21 tons. Life, 6,160. Energy, 6,160. Physique, 616. Strength, 614. Mental Power, 616. Agility, 614. Superpowers, Special, Clone Technique Level 3. Elemental, Wind Soaring Level 3. Control, Ice Prison Level 3. Elemental, Flame Maniac Level 3. Elemental, Ice Maniac Level 3. Special, Shadow Clone Level 3. Elemental, Wood Poison Level 3. Special, Angel Wings Level 3. Special, Puppet Substitute Level 3. Enhancement, Sonic Technique Level 3. Defense, True Chi Barrier Level 1. Special, Skyflight Level 1. Fusion Superpowers. Elemental, Sea of Fire and Magma Level 3. Elemental, 3 Feet of Ice Level 3. Elemental, Quicksand Collapse Level 3. Elemental, Thundercloud Light Chain Level 3. Elemental, Metal Frenzy Level 3. Elemental, Wood Command Level 3. Primary Space System Level 3. Control, Mental Storm Level 3. Defense, Liquid State Level 3. Defense, Solid State Level 3. Special, Complete Healing Level 3. Enhancement, Invisible Perception Level 3. Enhancement, Death Curse Eye Level 3. Enhancement, Giant's Heart Level 3. Special, Phantom Invisibility Level 3. Special, Extreme Mind Reading Level 3. Enhancement, Hidden Organs Level 1. Enhancement, Sees 5 Senses Level 1. Family members, 405, including one-hit kill effect. Family base, 1, Biyun Mountain. The family member subsystem can now bind 9 more female family members. Please choose soon. Currently, 31 family members have been granted superpowers by the family member subsystem. and Yinyan, Qin Xingyan, Fenglan, Yuxaixia, Pengyanxia, Juting, Zhengleimen, Zhaohui, Zhaofang, Ma Xiaofeng, Pan Tong, Zheng Qiufang, Fong Dandan, Li Muwan, Zhouishuan, Yuan Biu, Qin Meimeng, Zhao Lingfeng, Zhang Dongfeng, Zhang Lei, Xi Lingling, Zhou Jinxian, Kong Linghui, Yu Nuanyuan, Ning Yuxiang, Tan Zian, Kong Xiaoyuan, and Hame, Zhao Enping, CLA, Zhou Shuwan. For the next 9, Li Fan wanted to choose some with practical superpowers, especially since he planned to send them out for training. At the same time, because Li Fan's family members had exceeded 400, reaching 405, the 100-member reward this time allowed him to designate one location as the second family base. 6 options available: 1. Yunmen Mountain Shelter, 2. Qingfu Mountain Shelter, 3. Riverside Villa District, 4. Huangjiang Haidu Building, 5. Oriental Tower, 6. Rongdong Base in Honggang District, Islander Base. Li Fan was torn between Qingfu Mountain Shelter and the Islander Base. He guessed that after choosing a second base, there would be some corresponding functional changes. Qingfu Mountain Shelter was sparsely populated and spacious. If chosen as the second base, it could be used to temporarily house women he found. Once their favorability increased, they could be brought to the main family base. The Islander base still had many islanders and Dragon Country people. If chosen, the system would definitely grant him full control, eliminating any threat. It could also serve as a preliminary training base for new women. In the end, Li Fan chose the Islander base as the second base. Sure enough, after choosing it, the system displayed relevant notifications. As the second base, the host now has complete control over all high-power weapons inside the base. 2 nuclear warheads, 5 intercontinental missiles, 2 nuclear reactors, a total of 172 various missiles, and countless firearms and ammunition have all been sealed. The family base can establish a long-term, stable 2-way teleportation gate with the second base, allowing family members to travel between them. Access permissions are set by the host. The second base will consume 2 million special energy points monthly. If not paid on time, the base binding will be automatically removed. The number of people in the second base is decreasing, and the host has the right to decide their stay or departure. The second base has tons of supplies, 6 level 1 evolution plants, 18 level 0 evolution plants, and a large number of low-quality energy crystals, all freely available for the host. Li Fan set up the stable 2-way teleportation gate in the underground storage warehouse of the Islander base. Stepping through the gate, he arrived in the massive warehouse filled with supplies. Using his invisible perception, he scanned the area and found that the warehouse was an independent underground space, connected only by one elevator, a truly hidden location. The teleportation gate was only visible to family members. After a quick scan, Li Fan selected some useful supplies and returned to the family base at Biyun Mountain. This good news was something he had to share with the family managers, and Yunyun and Qin Xingyan. Taking the 2 women through the teleportation gate to the warehouse, Qin Xingyan couldn't help but use her alternate space ability to collect some vegetables, fruits, fish, canned meat, rice, and flour. Li Fan didn't stop them. The Islander base was currently in chaos, so it was unlikely anyone would constantly monitor the cameras. Most importantly, he felt secure. Even if everyone in the Islander base turned against him, without high-power weapons, they were no stronger than struggling ants. Asachio, Koizumi Yumiko, Mitsui Takako, and some others were in the monitoring room, constantly watching the situation outside the circular fortress. They also occasionally checked the warehouse holding their life-sustaining supplies. They soon noticed the sudden appearance of Li Fan and the 2 women in the warehouse and immediately recognized him as the man who changed the base's fate. How did he get into the warehouse? Is it his strange ability to come and go freely again? This was the thought in everyone's mind. Li Fan's ghost-like ability to appear and disappear at will, along with his terrifying power to kill large numbers of mutants without lifting a finger, filled them with fear. Resistance never even crossed their minds. They were utterly powerless and could only submit. And now he appeared in their secret underground warehouse, thousands of meters below the surface, a location known to only a few within the base. Yet this strange and powerful Dragon Countryman had entered, even bringing 2 women with him. Could these 2 women also possess strange and powerful abilities like Li Fan? Li Fan, of course, didn't know that his and Yunyun's sudden appearance had sparked a storm of wild thoughts among the islanders in the base. After staying in the warehouse for just over 10 minutes, the 3 returned to the family base. They had breakfast and assigned tasks. The 20 or so women who quarreled yesterday, including Chao Hui, Wan Fuling, and Shangwan Qinghong, were instructed to search for evolution plants or mutant beasts around Biyun Mountain. Li Fan also arranged for 4 family members with superpowers to accompany them to prevent unnecessary casualties. Besides this group, Li Fan sent Yuan Yuan, Chen Meimeng, and a team to explore another small, barren mountain 5 or 6 miles away to search for evolution plants. In his experience, Yu Nuanyuan had exceptionally good luck. Additionally, Li Fan had An Yunyun summon An Qinghua to lead a team around the area, keeping an eye out for mutant fish and zombies in the water. He even showed them the corpse of the giant garfish he had killed, using it as a warning for everyone. If you see any animals like cats or dogs, bring a few back and let them eat these mutant fish. See if they can speed up their evolution, like energy crystals do. After that, Li Fan stopped worrying about these tasks. Even if family members died, they would simply continue to exist in another world. As long as he didn't die, his family members were, in a sense, immortal. Next, he continued his conquest of the remaining 100 women. During the day, things were much wilder than the previous night. Since Li Fan had openly started an unrestricted gathering, many women, wild like wolves and tigers, eagerly joined in. Li Fan also deliberately allowed it, hoping to quickly foster a sense of sisterhood among them. The wild details didn't need further description. By the time the 3 teams returned, Li Fan's conquest was still unfinished. He even had his lunch in a mess beside the pool. There were simply too many women. Some even competed for his attention. Some of the women he was with halfway through were forcibly pushed aside by others. The new women didn't dare to complain, which only made the situation even more chaotic and absurd. By 11 p.m., Li Fan had successfully conquered the remaining 131 people, gaining 131 rewards. Total attribute points gained, 386. Many superpowers were duplicates, but 31 new superpowers appeared. Then came the fusion of duplicate superpowers and those with similar attributes. After waiting for more than half an hour, all the superpowers finally fused, and a change Li Fan had been hoping for appeared. Acquired primary fire superpower, level 1, proficiency 0. Primary fire superpower grants extraordinary fire abilities, including emitting high heat fireballs, freely controlling flames, and transforming the body into fire for assault. Examples: Fireball, Sea of Fire, Firewall, Flame Burst, Flame Maniac, Fire Impact, Flame Shield, etc. Acquired primary water superpower, level 1, proficiency 0 / Primary water superpower allows control of water for attacks, free manipulation of liquids, and even turning the body into liquid to infiltrate targets, analyzing their abilities and structure. Examples: water flow, water wall, water cut, water pressure, control body fluid, generate liquid, liquid possession, etc. Acquired primary summoning superpower, level 1, proficiency 0 / Primary summoning superpower can use summon creatures for attacks, freely control them, and summon a variety of entities, including animals, plants, biohumans, and technological products. Useful for scouting, combat, support, and logistics. Acquired enhanced, Ninefold sound domain, level 1, proficiency 0 / 1000. Ninefold sound domain, sonic attack range can reach up to 900 meters. Non-lethal sound can travel extremely far. Acquired defense, true self domain, level 1, proficiency 0 / 1000. True self domain, a defensive field where everything inside is invincible and unharmed, with a range of 100 meters. Acquired special, Skyflight and Earth Dive, level 1, proficiency 0 / 1000. Skyflight and Earth Dive allows living both in the sky and underground. Acquired elemental, Plague of Poison, level 1, proficiency 0 / 1000. Plague of Poison, a toxic plague body, automatically releasing deadly contagious viruses within a 100-meter radius. Use with caution. Acquired special, Angel Incarnation, level 1, proficiency 0 / 1000. Angel Incarnation transforms into a 6-winged angel with faster flying speed, but no attack power. Acquired elemental, Stormgale, level 1, proficiency 0 / 1000. Stormgale, a wind-type ability that can control winds and clouds, generating powerful winds with a huge impact on the environment. Li Fan's attribute panel had changed again. Host, Li Fan. Level 3 mutant, enhanced 368x, speed, 3.7 Mach, strength, 81 tons. Life, energy, physique, 1000, strength, 999. Mental power, 1000. Agility, 999. Superpowers. Special, clone technique level 3. Control, ice prison level 3. Elemental, flame maniac level 3. Elemental, ice maniac level 3. Special, shadow clone level 3. Special, puppet substitute level 3. Fusion superpowers. Primary fire superpower level 1. Primary water superpower level 1. Primary summoning superpower level 1. Elemental, quicksand collapse level 3. Elemental, thundercloud light chain level 3.
Elemental, Metallic Frenzy Level 3. Elemental, Wood Command Level 3. Primary Space System Level 3. Control, Mental Storm Level 3. Defense, Liquid State Level 3. Defense, Solid State Level 3. Special, Complete Healing Level 3. Enhanced, Invisible Perception Level 3. Enhanced, Death Curse Eye Level 3. Enhanced, Giant's Heart Level 3. Special, Phantom Invisibility Level 3. Special, Extreme Mind Reading Level 3. Enhanced, Hidden Organs Level 1. Enhanced, Sees 5 Senses Level 1. Enhanced, Ninefold Sound Domain Level 1. Defense, True Self Domain Level 1. Special, Skyflight and Earth Dive Level 1. Elemental, Plague of Poison Level 1. Special, Angel Incarnation Level 1. Elemental, Storm Gale Level 1. Family members, 718, including one-hit kill effect. Family bases, 2, Biyun Mountain, Rongdong Base in Hongdong District. The family member subsystem can now bind 40 more female family members. Please choose soon. Family member count exceeds 500. You have one 100-member family reward. Would you like to claim it? Family member count exceeds 600. You have one 100-member family reward. Would you like to claim it? Family member count exceeds 700. You have one 100-member family reward. Would you like to claim it? Claim. The 500-member family reward was another 50% discount on base maintenance costs. The 600-member family reward allowed him to designate a third location as a family base. The 700-member family reward allowed him to relocate the bound base host once. Li Fan felt no excitement about these rewards. But looking at the description of level 3 mutant with all his attributes now exceeding 1000, he couldn't help but feel speechless. Still level 3 with attributes over 1000? Did it mean he needed over 10,000 to reach level 4? This was seriously frustrating. And this angel incarnation superpower was even marked with no attack power, making him speechless. Before the midnight refresh, Li Fan took out the supplies and stored them in the alternate space, planning to hand some to Qin Qingyan tomorrow. The family base's cafeteria was running smoothly, and water, electricity, and gas bills were paid daily. Not using them felt like a waste. The 3 groups who went out also returned by evening. No one was injured or lost. Since they only explored the nearby areas, they didn't encounter any survivors or find any supplies, just wandered around. The inflatable boats taken from the Islander base warehouse were stored at the family base by An Yun for future use. The floodwaters were receding again, just like last time. But this time, the water level was much deeper and wouldn't go down quickly. If there was another heavy rain in 6 days, the water level might rise again. Since Li Fan was busy conquering targets to increase his strength, he didn't hold any nighttime activities, leaving the eager women somewhat disappointed. Li Fan felt that his current strength should allow him to walk confidently across Dragon Country, even the entire blue planet. Eager to test his power, he set his sights on the island nation as a suitable target. With the broken superpower of spatial teleportation, Li Fan tried using the system to search for the island's location. Unfortunately, it was beyond the system's current search range, so no result appeared. But Li Fan knew that the coastal city was about 600 to 700 kilometers west of the island nation. So, he teleported 700 kilometers and landed in the middle of a vast ocean within the island nation's territory. If it weren't for the distant sight of mountains and tall buildings, Li Fan would have thought he had overshot and landed in the sea. For someone as powerful as Li Fan, the darkness of night was just slightly dimmer lighting, not affecting his vision at all. It was understandable that the island nation's low-lying land was submerged by seawater. This made Li Fan think of his earlier question, with the risk of national extinction. Why hadn't any country launched the Blue Planet restart plan yet? Could the nuclear weapons be fake? Or did everyone think they hadn't reached a true dead end yet, believing there was still a chance to survive? This thought flashed through Li Fan's mind, but he didn't dwell on it. Transforming into an angel, he flew toward the distant skyscrapers. The superpower was undeniably cool, turning him into a glowing figure with 3 pairs of wings. But the no attack power note was annoying. His body was already incredibly strong, yet transforming into an angel somehow made him non-aggressive, completely absurd. He wondered if he would die if he got hurt in this form. Li Fan's arrival was dazzling, and naturally, the islanders and the skyscrapers noticed him. Li Fan searched again for nearby survivor camps and shelters but found that there were no shelters in the island nation, only survivor camps. However, he quickly understood why. The island nation's low elevation meant that shelters built at low locations were flooded, leaving no survivors willing to live in them. Instead, people chose to live in high-rise buildings, which naturally meant there were no shelters.
Also, due to the island nation's frequent earthquakes, there weren't many high-rise buildings with dozens of floors, so the survivor camps were relatively concentrated in densely populated cities. Looking around, Li Fan saw several high-rise buildings, each with 30 to 40 floors, serving as survivor camps. These were likely all the survivors in the area. This showed that the island nation's geographical position was too poor, and its ability to resist natural disasters was extremely limited. He didn't know which part of the island nation this was, but he felt there were very few living survivors here, probably even fewer than the number of islanders in the Rongdong base of Hongdong district. Li Fan didn't care about such things. He deactivated his angel incarnation and melted into one of the building's floors like flowing water. Looking around, he saw a few naked men and women kneeling and bowing toward him in shock, so he didn't kill them. After coming to the island nation impulsively, Li Fan quickly realized something. Right now, no human on Blue Planet should have abilities as outrageous as his. Testing his true strength here would be impossible. After all, he had a system, with not only a huge number of superpowers but also comprehensive attribute bonuses. Ordinary awakened people might have 1 or 2 superpowers and a few attribute bonuses, making it impossible for them to match his overall strength. But since he was already here, he didn't want it to be a wasted trip. Remembering that island women also met the system's criteria, he planned to take a few back to the Rongdong base in Hongdong district, raise them, and see if they were useful. If not, he would kill them. Since he didn't speak the island language, and his extreme mind reading couldn't accurately understand it, he decided to find 1 or 2 Dragon Country translators first. With them, he could read their thoughts to confirm if the translations were correct. This building housed thousands of survivors, most of whom had gathered here before the half-month rainstorm. There were also dozens of mutants, though most were level 0 or level 1, with only 2 being level 2 mutants. A large portion of these mutants were under the command of the 2 level 2 mutants. But it seemed these 2 weren't very smart. Seeing Li Fan appear in a dazzling display, they cursed at him, spitting insults. Hearing the word baka, Li Fan didn't need a translator to know they were swearing at him. Too lazy to argue, and seeing that they were gathering to gang up on him, he used Death Curse Eye. The entire building fell silent in an instant. Those who had planned to watch the commotion from a distance were stunned to see the arrogant mutant overlords collapse, dead. Realizing what had happened, they felt their legs weaken and uncontrollably knelt to the ground. The Dragon Country translator Li Fan found was a young man, an exchange student studying in the island nation. He wisely knelt before Li Fan as well. Have the islanders on this floor stand on the left, and all other nationals stand on the right. Also, tell the others to come up. This was a large open floor, where most of the mutants lived with their close associates. Over 100 people were here, but Death Curse I had just killed 40 to 50 of them, leaving the rest obediently kneeling on the ground. The system notified Li Fan several times about potential binding targets, but he didn't pay attention to them for now. The other floors were also occupied by many people, though the number of mutants should be low now. Asking the exchange student, Li Fan learned that this place was Yatsushima Island in the island nation, specifically a place called Fyengjing, and this building was called Chohara Tower. Aside from Yatsushima Island, the island nation also had Daishima Island, Nikoko Island, Kadakawa Island, and many smaller islands. But because many of the islands were at low elevations, this rainstorm likely flooded most of them, and even the 4 main islands were heavily affected. Originally, Fyengjing had 2 shelters, which were habitable before. But this half-month rainstorm forced the survivors to escape with their food supplies. Fortunately, they left early. Otherwise, they might never have gotten out. The survivors who escaped the 2 shelters were now scattered across 8 high-rise buildings in Fyengjing and maintained contact with each other. So, since I came here, the people in the other buildings must know about it? Li Fan asked, showing interest. They should know. I don't know why no one has come over. The exchange student looked outside. There were no small boats or lights, and he also seemed puzzled. Oh, do you know how many Dragon Country people like you are in these buildings? Li Fan activated his invisible perception and extreme mind reading. As the range increased, he soon noticed 2 invisible figures approaching from below, but he didn't expose them, curious about what the islanders intended. These 2 invisible people were clearly targeting someone, and they quickly reached a hidden room where a woman was being held. Are they ignoring the situation here just to find this woman? Is she important, or did someone specifically ask for her? After a brief scan, Li Fan understood why they were looking for her. Level 1 mutant, Saito Rina, 65% evolution progress. Strength, 100 pounds. Speed, 9 meters/second. Appearance, 82. Purity, 91. Mindset, 65. Fertility, 0. Overall rating, 80. Awakening ability, alternate space.
This was the first spatial ability mutant Li Fan had encountered. It seemed the islanders were not united, they also had internal conflicts. Seeing this anomaly, Li Fan decided not to spare the two invisible figures. After all, when he visited the other buildings, anyone who dared to resist would die. Better to die sooner than later. He teleported into the hidden room just as the two invisible figures knocked out Saito Rina and were about to carry her away. Suddenly, they felt their blood trying to escape from their bodies through their 7 orifices. Before they could even panic, blood gushed from their eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. They soon saw Li Fan appear and realized it was his power causing this horror. They fell to the ground, pleading in a language Li Fan didn't understand. But Li Fan didn't care and accelerated their deaths. Afterward, he stored the unconscious Saito Rina in his livable small world, his first trophy here. Returning upstairs, Li Fan saw that most of the building's residents had already obeyed his call, gathering together submissively without any intention of resisting. Everything went smoothly afterward. Among the survivors in Shohara Tower, Li Fan captured 8 target women and helped the Dragon Country people kill 90% of the islanders, including some deceitful women. After storing the 8 women in his livable small world, Li Fan quickly moved to clear out the other 7 towers. If the Dragon Country people there were too few to control the islanders, he simply slaughtered all the islanders. After all, killing island devils didn't make him feel any discomfort. Instead, it made his blood boil. The more he killed, the more he wanted to kill, as if some kind of bloodline power was awakening. After spending some time cleaning up the survivors in Fiangjing, Li Fan decided to return to the coastal city in Dragon Country to settle these island women, considering the time limit of his livable small world. As for the other parts of the island nation, Li Fan wasn't interested in clearing them for now. Just as he was about to leave, a huge wave roared in, and the frightened cries of some Dragon Country people caught his attention. A monster! The monster is back! It's here again! What does it want? We're doomed! Because he had cleared out the islanders, the Dragon Country people now made up the majority. Most of those speaking were from Dragon Country, while the few remaining island women, terrified of Li Fan, didn't dare to scream like the others, though their faces were full of fear, and they wanted to flee. Soon, Li Fan saw a massive octopus monster revealing itself. Finally, he understood why he was still a level 3 mutant even with all his attributes exceeding 1000, he hadn't reached level 4. Monster, level 3 mutant octopus, 45% evolution progress. Size, 70 times larger. Strength, speed, 355 meters per second. Skills, devour, intimidate, constrict, strike. Guaranteed to generate a beast core. Li Fan's speed and strength completely surpassed this giant octopus in terms of numbers, but the size difference between the two was clearly visible. As the giant octopus approached, Li Fan grew curious about how such a giant monster evolved and how strong it really was. Using his water control ability, he quickly flew toward it. Up close, the size difference was even more striking. Li Fan was no bigger than a tiny bump on the octopus's massive tentacle. Getting closer, Li Fan tried using his primary fire ability to burn the tiny bumps on the tentacle, but the flames, which would normally incinerate anything to ashes, were useless against the giant octopus. It seemed the sticky liquid in water on its body prevented the flames from burning. Li Fan thought of a terrifying possibility: if these giant monsters were immune to magic or physical superpowers of the same level, then even if they weren't completely immune, if he couldn't break through their defenses, he would lose all his advantages when facing them. So he tried using Spatial Blade, Storm Gale, Plague of Poison, and Thundercloud Light Chain. Unfortunately, they couldn't even tickle the giant octopus. It didn't react at all. This was absurd. Even when a mosquito bites a human, the person feels it and tries to swat it. But here he was, a level 3 mutant, with strength and speed surpassing the giant octopus, yet all his superpowers were useless. He had thought he could walk the blue planet as an unstoppable force, but this giant octopus monster brought him back to reality. Humans had never been the masters of Blue Planet. The ocean, covering 70% of the planet's surface, and the marine creatures within it, were the true rulers. These creatures were now mutating too, becoming even more powerful. To survive their threat, he needed to grow stronger and fast. Knowing he wasn't its match, Li Fan didn't fight it recklessly. He just wanted to see what the monster was looking for on the island and how it evolved. Soon, the giant octopus reached a large industrial area. Although submerged in water, the exposed buildings still displayed many skull symbols, clearly indicating this was once a biochemical weapon production area. Before the apocalypse, Li Fan had heard rumors that the island nation had many biochemical and nuclear pollution sites. They were unwilling to spend huge funds and manpower to deal with them and secretly discharged them into the ocean. but because no authoritative media reported it, most people dismissed it as a joke. But now, seeing this giant octopus coming here, Li Fan felt those rumors were probably not baseless. It seemed likely that the island nation being visited by this giant octopus was related to their secret dumping of biochemical and nuclear pollution. So was this giant octopus evolving because of biochemical and nuclear pollution? Li Fan had encountered many strange things, so he didn't dwell on this oddity. Since he now understood, he decided to investigate the situation of biochemical and nuclear pollution in Dragon Country after returning. Hopefully, they hadn't been dumping it into nearby seas. If such a giant monster were to appear, it would be a catastrophe. With this thought, Li Fan used spatial teleportation and returned to Dragon Country. But he overshot slightly and ended up in Shirtu City, next to the coastal city. In recent history, Shirtu City was the site of a brutal massacre of Dragon Country people by the island nation's army. But nearly 100 years had passed, and few people in Dragon Country remembered this. It was no longer even recorded in textbooks. Instead, Shirtu City had hosted the Summer Sakura Festival for 12 consecutive years, built many Sakura-themed schools, and even had an island travel street with various new attractions. Before the apocalypse, Li Fan often went online to curse the corrupt leaders of Shirtu City, the greedy businessmen, and the dog tourists who eagerly spent money there. But he didn't know what the situation was like after the apocalypse. Finding an empty high-rise building, Li Fan landed. The place was clean, with no zombies or survivors. He then released the women in his livable small world who were close to their time limit. This trip to the island nation had yielded a total of 22 target women. Li Fan couldn't help but feel that the island women were just like those in movies and TV shows. Things like support, cheating, and perversion were everyday occurrences. Among tens of thousands of survivors, only 22 women had a purity score of 97 or above. As for the Dragon Country women in that environment, none met the system's selection criteria. The 23 women, upon seeing Li Fan, instinctively knelt in front of him, not daring to speak or even raise their heads. Saito Rina, the woman with the awakened spatial ability, had not been bound by the system, and because she had been locked in a hidden room, she didn't know who Li Fan was. But she was always cautious by nature, so she knelt silently like the others. Is there anyone here who can speak Dragon Country language? At this moment, Li Fan deeply realized the importance of knowledge and culture. Even a god would be frustrated without knowing multiple languages. I can understand, but speak not well. Saito Rina, the woman with the awakened spatial ability, stuttered softly, not even daring to lift her head and pressing herself even lower. Island women generally had an average height of around 1.5 meters, with very few reaching 1.6 or 1.7 meters. Most of them were accustomed to kneeling for long periods, which often led to thick legs, bow legs, and splayed legs. These 23 women were all around 20 years old, which indicated that the elite social circle in Fyengjing was not clean. Otherwise, it was hard to believe there wasn't even one beautiful, eligible married woman among them. Li Fan stepped forward and helped her up. Her spatial ability was actually very useful, but unfortunately, it provided her with no real power. As a result, she had been captured and taken by different people after the apocalypse, inevitably suffering abuse. Li Fan learned all this through extreme mind reading, directly hearing her inner thoughts. Her storage space was enormous, much larger than Li Fan's 1,000 cubic meter alternate space. She couldn't say exactly how large it was, but she had previously used it to store all the supplies from the shelter. However, her storage space couldn't maintain a constant temperature or time, making it less useful than Li Fan's alternate space. Tell them I'm going out to look around. They can either stay here and wait for me or choose to run away. We won't run away. Please, don't leave us. Hearing Saito Rina speak was truly exhausting. Leaving some food for them, Li Fan walked out of the empty high-rise building. He planned to check out the nearby shelters in Shirtu City. If they treated Dragon Country people well like Zhong Yulu's group, then all would be fine. But if they were like the Yunmen Mountain Shelter's leaders, who behaved horribly, he wouldn't mind cleaning out the trash. After cleaning up Yunmen Mountain Shelter, Qingfu Mountain Shelter, Black Ant Gathering Ground, and the Islander Base, Li Fan had figured out what he could do for now. Fortunately, he had the broken superpower of spatial teleportation, which allowed him to come and go freely. It was almost 2 a.m., and most people were still asleep. Li Fan searched and found that the nearest shelter was called Fanyuan Mountain Shelter. Beyond that, there were no other survivor camps within dozens of miles, which was very different from the coastal city. Did all the survivors here choose to go to the shelter? Checking the survivor count in Fanyuan Mountain Shelter, it seemed slightly higher than Yunmen Mountain Shelter. But this strange situation puzzled Li Fan.
Not everyone was willing to follow rules, and in the apocalypse, many mutants would never willingly submit to shelter control. So, there was only one possibility: Fangyuan Mountain Shelter had either gathered all the survivors into the shelter, or they had already relocated to another place. Li Fan directly flew toward Fangyuan Mountain Shelter. As a six-winged angel, his speed was more than 10 times faster than before, nearing the speed of sound. The 20-mile distance took only about 5 or 6 minutes. Because his angel incarnation was dazzlingly bright, it alerted the guards at Fangyuan Mountain Shelter from afar. With his enhanced hearing and vision, Li Fan saw their clothing and heard their strange voices, and he couldn't help but feel a surge of anger. Yes, that's right. The guards were islanders, dressed in samurai outfits, with a headband tied around their foreheads, displaying a red circle in the center. But this wasn't entirely unexpected. After all, in the decade before the apocalypse, Shirtu City's pro-island stance was very obvious. They were just one step away from openly declaring their support for the island nation and preparing to become a landing base for them. After confirming the guards were islanders, Li Fan immediately imagined the same horrifying scenes he had seen in Qingfu Mountain Shelter. He deactivated his angel incarnation, revealed his true form, and instantly killed the 2 islander guards with death glare before rushing into the shelter. However, the bloody massacre and hellish scenes he expected were not present. The shelter was quiet, with the soft sound of snoring coming from many of the tents. His arrival still caused a commotion, and many guards in samurai outfits rushed out of the residential area, gathering at the shelter's entrance. Li Fan frowned as he looked at these guards. He could hear many of them speaking Dragon Country language, and they didn't seem like authentic islanders. There were also no dungeons, execution posts, or scenes of cruel murder like in Qingfu Mountain Shelter. It seemed the islanders and Dragon Country people were coexisting peacefully here. Li Fan wasn't a killing maniac. Seeing this situation, he naturally didn't start a massacre. Are you required to wear these outfits as guards? Li Fan frowned, asking the guards standing before him. What does it matter to you what we wear? Are you crazy, barging into our shelter and killing people? We're all Dragon Country people. Even if you're a mutant, you can't just kill people randomly. One of the leading guards gave Li Fan a sideways glare, clearly displeased that he had killed the guards at the gate. This was the first time since the apocalypse that Li Fan encountered someone like this. Couldn't this leader see that Li Fan could kill people just by staring at them? He wasn't afraid at all, even talking back arrogantly. And they wore islander samurai outfits so proudly and confidently. It could only be described as utter stupidity, but it also indirectly indicated that the rules in Fangyuan Mountain Shelter were still intact. Only an idiot with connections could act this arrogantly. Such people had already gone extinct outside. Captain Guan, it's not our people who died, it's the Kyuyama group. Let's not get involved. If this hothead charges at us too, we'll be in big trouble. A middle-aged man standing beside the leader pulled his arm, trying to calm him down. Kyuyama's people? Not our people? Then why did we come running out here? Let's just go back, keep playing cards, and keep drinking. There's never a peaceful moment. Captain Guan was stunned for a moment, then reacted in surprise. After giving Li Fan a glance, he cursed at his men and turned to walk back to the residential area. And just like that, all the guards left, leaving Li Fan standing there in confusion. But he quickly understood it was probably a faction issue. Except this time, it wasn't Dragon Country's internal factions, but rather 2 major factions, Dragon Country and the island nation. Surprisingly, the 2 factions were coexisting peacefully here without any visible conflicts. But having seen the horrors of Qingfu Mountain Shelter, Li Fan knew this harmony was just a temporary illusion. Once the islanders had enough confidence and strength, they wouldn't bother with friendship or courtesy. Soon, another group of guards arrived. These were the islanders led by Kyuyama Daro within the shelter. Fortunately, these islanders weren't as brainless as Guan Qiansui earlier. Otherwise, Li Fan wouldn't have minded killing a few more islanders. The captain of the guard, Shin Yuwoman, was a level 1 strengthened mutant around 30 years old. He was polite, even though Li Fan had killed 2 of their guards. Instead of being hostile, he courteously invited Li Fan to join the shelter's elite guard team. Li Fan couldn't find a reason to start a massacre, so he traded some mutant beast cores for a batch of low-quality energy crystals. Since he was already here, he couldn't leave without doing anything. He also mentioned his interest in women, but the shelter leaders, Guan Junjiet and Kyuyama Daro, tried to brush him off with a few unattractive women who couldn't even pass his visual standards, let alone meet the system's strict criteria. So, he gave up on that. Afterward, Li Fan left Fangyuan Mountain Shelter under the less than welcoming gazes of the 2 leaders. Time passed slowly, and it was only just after 3 a.m. Li Fan had no choice but to return to the empty high-rise building where he had settled earlier.
Bored, he decided to pass the time with the 22 target women he had brought along. Unlike his gentle care for Dragon Country women, Li Fan had no patience or kindness for the island women. He played with them however he wanted. If he told them to kneel, they knelt. If he told them to lie down, they did so. By the time dawn broke, half of the island women had fainted. Finally, he focused on Saito Rina, the woman with spatial abilities. Although she didn't meet the system's requirements, Li Fan was quite interested in disciplining island women. At the same time, he took some of the items from her spatial storage and placed them in his own alternate space. Saito Rina's storage space held even more than Li Fan had imagined. It wasn't just huge containers filled with rice, fish, vegetables, and dry goods, but also antique paintings, jade, books, gold, silver, metal ores, barrels of fuel, and a chaotic assortment of items. There were even yachts, submarines, and a small car made of gold. The space was enormous and had been used to the fullest. It was clear that after discovering her ability, people had taken her around to collect as many items as possible. Li Fan didn't immediately open the system rewards. Instead, he thought about the issue of these island women. Besides Saito Rina and the 22 here, there were still 57 island women like Asuchio and Rongdong Base, and there could be more in the future. If Asuchio and the others could successfully control Rongdong Base, that would be ideal. If not, Li Fan would have to continue clearing out the islanders there. He felt no guilt about breaking promises to islanders. If they disobeyed, he would kill them. If they obeyed, he could still kill them. It was that simple. The strong had the power of life and death, while the weak would perish sooner or later, whether they resisted or not. This was an eternal truth. Having made up his mind, he saw that the women's time limit in the livable small world was down to just over 10 minutes. So, whether they were asleep or exhausted, he put them all back into the small world. He then set his direction, transformed into an angel, and flew toward the coastal city. At night, his glowing form was dazzling, but during the day, it wasn't as noticeable. Besides, he wasn't afraid of anyone provoking him, they would just be sent to reincarnation. 10 minutes later, Li Fan smoothly arrived at Dongfang Tower in Rongdong District. The tower was now mostly empty. It had once housed over 4,000 people, with the majority being foreigners and few Dragon Country people. But after Li Fan's massacre yesterday, only about 1,000 remained spineless Dragon Country people who worshipped foreigners. Li Fan had no sympathy for them. These people had now scattered, likely seeking other survivor camps or shelters. Rongdong Base's game time was 2 days. Li Fan decided to delay his plan of handing over the island women to Asuchio for another day. Leaving a few summoned creatures to protect the women, Li Fan returned to the family base on Biyun Mountain. This was the first time since the apocalypse that Li Fan had spent a night away from the base and from the women, especially in Yunyun, Qin Xinyan, and the others. Although they knew Li Fan was strong, they still worried about his safety. But they didn't have to worry for long. Shortly after they finished breakfast, Li Fan returned. Li Fan called in Yunyun, Qin Xinyan, Chao Hui, Kong Linghui, Zhou Yishuan, and the other people from Lingfu community and Dijian International community into his room. He told them about his experience in the island nation, especially about the giant mutant octopus that evolved by consuming nuclear-contaminated water and other biochemical substances. So, you're saying these mutated giant sea creatures will likely come to Dragon Country sooner or later? Chao Hui was the first to speak. She was someone who liked to form cliques, chat, and play cards. Of course. There's no nuclear energy in the ocean for them to mutate and upgrade, it's all created by humans. Wan Fuling, who never got along with Chao Hui, immediately retorted in front of Li Fan. Use your brain. Humans have found nuclear energy in just 30% of Blue Planet's land. Who says the other 70% of the ocean doesn't have nuclear energy? The only reason sea creatures don't use it is because they don't have the intelligence. But if these mutated monsters ever become intelligent, they'll become our #1 enemies. Chao Hui wasn't willing to be outdone, arguing back. Li Fan watched them without intervening, feeling they both made valid points. It was possible that, for now, these giant monsters would come to land seeking nuclear energy to evolve. But later, if intelligent monsters appeared, they could directly find nuclear minerals in the vast oceans and evolve right there. At that point, the monsters emerging from the oceans would undoubtedly become humanity's greatest threat. Even trying to survive in hiding might not work. After all, human understanding of marine life in the ocean was extremely limited. Add in the factor of mutations, and it wouldn't be surprising for real monsters to appear. In addition, our Dragon Country is also a major nuclear energy nation, and we have a long coastline. As long as one mutated monster is attracted to land, more will follow. For us survivors, it would be a disaster, and Yun Yun added, shocked.
She hadn't expected Li Fan to discover that the world was becoming even more dangerous after just a brief trip to the island nation. They had once thought zombies were the main theme of the apocalypse. But then came a half-month-long rainstorm that flooded entire cities. And now, after the rain stopped, Li Fan went on a trip and discovered that natural disasters were only a minor problem. The real threat was the emergence of absurdly giant sea monsters in the vast oceans, monsters that were even coming ashore. This was beyond anything they could handle. Qin Xinyan couldn't help but ask with concern, "Do you think there could actually be gods in this world?" All the women couldn't help but look at Li Fan. In their eyes, he was probably the closest thing to an immortal among the mutants. If the peak of mutation was becoming an immortal, then Li Fan was most likely to become one. As for why Qin Xinyan was worried, it was because an immortal possessed immense power. If they were good, it would be a blessing for everyone, but if they were evil, it could turn the world upside down. Right now, mutants had only just started to emerge, and many were already causing trouble in various survivor camps or shelters. It seemed that humanity might be doomed by internal conflict before the unknown and powerful threats from the ocean even arrived. When the boat reaches the bridge, it will naturally straighten. If you have time, call some of the known shelters in Dragon Country and tell them about the connection between giant mutated monsters and nuclear contamination. It would be best to ask how Dragon Country is handling nuclear pollution and where it might exist, so I can check it out in advance, Li Fan suggested after thinking for a moment. He had tried using the system's search function to locate nuclear energy, but unfortunately, the system hadn't helpfully provided an answer. So now he could only rely on this method to keep an eye on things. Mental work wasn't really his thing. His philosophy had always been to hide if he couldn't win and to charge forward if he could. Using his brain? It didn't exist. After a quick breakfast, Li Fan began to open the rewards for the 22 island women he had conquered. He received plus 44 attribute points. Since all abilities would eventually merge into series abilities, the system had become too lazy to list and explain them one by one. When opened, they would simply show as defense system, elemental system, spatial system, and so on, automatically merging. Li Fan was even lazier and didn't bother checking the minor changes in abilities. In his view, these level 3 abilities couldn't even break through the defense of a level 3 mutated giant beast. They were practically useless. No matter how cool the names sounded, he no longer had any hope for them. Right now, all he wanted was to break 10,000 in all his attributes as soon as possible, becoming physically invincible. As for abilities, they would just be tools. Unless higher-level abilities could help deal with mutated giant beasts in the future, he had no interest in studying them seriously. Looking back, he felt lucky that he hadn't wasted much time researching the practical uses of abilities. His focus had always been on finding more women. Had he strayed from that path and instead focused on ability research, he probably wouldn't have even unlocked his 4 series abilities: primary space, primary water, primary fire, and primary summoning. He just needed to keep finding women. Once he merged all other series abilities, the system would likely undergo more changes, and those changes might help him deal with mutated giant beasts of equal or higher levels. Li Fan glanced at his attribute panel again. Host, Li Fan. Level 3 mutant, enhanced 371 times, speed, 3.8 Mach, strength, 84 tons. Health, energy, constitution, 1044. Strength, 1042. Spirit, 1044. Agility, 1042. Abilities. Special, Clone Technique Level 3, Shadow Clone Level 3, Puppet Substitute Level 3. Fused Abilities. Primary Fire System Level 3. Primary Water System Level 3. Primary Summoning System Level 3. Elemental, Earth Collapse Level 3, Thunder Light Chain Level 3, Golden Fervor Level 3, Wood Command Level 3. Primary Space System Level 3. Control, Mental Storm Level 3. Defense, Liquid Form Level 3, Solid Form Level 3. Special, Full Healing Level 3. Enhanced, Invisible Perception Level 3, Death Curse Eye Level 3, Giant's Heart Level 3. Special, Phantom Invisibility Level 3, Extreme Mind Reading Level 3. Enhanced, Organ Concealment Level 3, 5 Senses Deprivation Level 3, Ninefold Sound Domain Level 3. Defense, True Self Domain Level 3. Special, Sky and Earth Travel Level 3. Elemental, Toxic Plague Level 3. Special, Angel Incarnation Level 3. Elemental, Windstorm Level 3. Enhanced, Brain Development Level 1. Special, Time Corridor Level 1. Family members, 762, including one-hit kill effect. Family bases, 2, Biyun Mountain, Rongdong Base in Rongdong District.
The family member subsystem can now bind 45 more female family members. Please choose as soon as possible. Now there are 45 more slots. Do you have any suggestions? Or should I just randomly bind them to those with abilities? This time, with so many slots, Li Fan didn't just do whatever he wanted. Instead, he wanted to hear suggestions from An Yun and the others. It's best to choose obedient people, those who are a bit braver. Didn't you say we should go out to get used to the world? If they have abilities but are still timid, it's better not to give them abilities at all. I know some who just want to stay home. Xiao Hui was the first to speak, and Yun didn't mind being preempted, but Wan Fuling and Shangwan Xinghon didn't like Xiao Hui. They thought she always liked to show off, especially in front of Li Fan. Li Fan didn't particularly like women like Xiao Hui, Ma Xiaofeng, or Li Moa, but he didn't show any displeasure or disgust on his face. Besides, he agreed with her words and nodded. Then let's first exclude those who want to stay home. But they can't just sit at home doing nothing. At this moment, Li Fan suddenly remembered that his primary space system now had a planting and breeding space. Maybe he could use it. So he continued, my spatial ability has changed again. It can now store people, and they can even farm and breed animals inside. Later, when I catch some non-mutated animals outside, I can throw them in there. At night, these people can take care of them. There's a time limit each day. Each person can only stay inside for 1.5 to 2 hours. If I forget to let them out, the space will automatically eject them, Li Fan explained. And Yun finally managed to speak before Xiao Hui. That's perfect. Pang Yanxia, Kan Linghui, and Zhou Shuwan all have wood element abilities. They can provide seeds, and it's safe for them to farm and breed in the space. I think many people would be willing to do it. Enhanced perception, strength, speed, defense, elements, control, summoning. It's best if we have a balanced mix of these abilities. That way, whenever people go out, they'll have different practical abilities. This can help prevent unnecessary casualties, Wan Fuling quickly added, speaking before Xiao Hui this time. She even kept an eye on Xiao Hui while talking. Hearing this, Li Fan spoke up. Most of the abilities have already merged into combined skills. Many people's abilities will likely be the same now, so there's no need to divide them so precisely. As long as those going out have both offensive and defensive abilities and stay cautious, it should be fine. After all, I will tell you the locations of the nearby survivors. You all can discuss this for now. Show me the list later when I return. Yesterday, I forgot to visit Yunmen Mountain Shelter and Xingfu Mountain Shelter. I'll head there today. Don't forget to arrange for people to go out in batches. Even if they only catch a fish or pick a blade of grass, it's better than staying at home and arguing. With that, Li Fan used spatial teleportation and arrived at Yunmen Mountain Shelter. As long as Li Fan had been somewhere once, he could teleport to that location with even more precision the next time. The incident of selecting women at Yunmen Mountain Shelter led the system to secretly raise the selection criteria for Li Fan, making him feel once again that the system was deliberately making things difficult for him, slowing down his progress toward becoming stronger. This was the second time it had deliberately set obstacles on his path to power. Li Fan had every reason to believe that the system didn't want him to become too strong too quickly or to become invincible too soon. If he had continued his initial momentum of accepting all women without discrimination, the family base at Biyun Mountain would already be full. His overall attributes would have been above 6,000 each, and his physical enhancement multiplier could have reached 2,000 times. He would have undoubtedly become a 4th-level mutant by now, perhaps even a 5th-level mutant. With just his physical strength, he would have had the confidence to crush the 3rd-level giant mutated octopus he encountered last night, not to mention possessing 4th-level or 5th-level superpowers in various elements. I didn't. Please stop fantasizing about becoming invincible. Then why did you raise the selection criteria for women twice? Do you know that there are over 10 million women in Dragon Country waiting for me to rescue them? But with your restrictions, I can only pick 1,000 from those millions. There are still hundreds in Island Country, over 100 in Stick Country, and many more in other countries. Don't rush. Take your time. You turned a 3-month journey into 3 years. I wonder if you are a family reproduction system or a system that prevents me from reproducing. If you die, you can restart. Seriously? But never mind. Real or not, I don't want to die. Things are fine as they are now. I was just complaining. You've arrived. Li Jianfeng and the other 9 were still loyal to him, which made Li Fan very pleased. At least after they took control of Yunmen Mountain Shelter, they hadn't been blinded by power or developed any risky ambitions. The previous chaos at Yunmen Mountain Shelter was entirely due to internal conflicts among the leadership, where they oppressed their own people while being subservient to foreigners. But after Li Jianfeng and the others took over, the chaos disappeared. The tents outside also seemed fewer, suggesting that after clearing out the foreigners, some Dragon Country people were allowed to live in the residential area. Li Fan's purpose in coming here was clear. He wanted Li Jianfeng to conduct another screening of women in Yunmen Mountain Shelter, just like Zhang Yulv and Wen Qinglan did. He would trade mutant beast cores with them. In addition, he encouraged them to actively clear zombies and mutated fish outside, take in survivors, and collect materials buried underwater. After explaining these tasks, Li Fan didn't linger long. He still needed to visit more places and find more women. With spatial teleportation and his small world, it was even more convenient to look for them now. The appearance of the giant mutated beast gave him a sense of urgency. He didn't want to be powerless when such beasts invaded Dragon Country, rampaging in search of nuclear energy. Next, he headed to Qingfu Mountain Shelter. His purpose was to see how the few hundred survivors who had escaped death were doing. He also planned to have them do the same tasks, actively clearing zombies and mutated fish, taking in survivors, and screening female survivors. Li Fan had always been determined to become stronger, and his method was unwavering: find more women. When Dong Ruegwa and the other three saw Li Fan appear, they immediately ran out with joyful expressions to welcome him. The shelter was now very empty. Originally home to tens of thousands, it now had only a few hundred people. After experiencing such a catastrophic event, everyone here had undergone significant changes. Li Fan knew their enthusiasm was mainly because of his great strength. He had killed many of the previous foreign occupiers. If he stayed, it would greatly enhance their security. I know what you're thinking. Don't even think about acknowledging me as your master. I have a big family of my own and can't protect you all the time, but as my partners, if you're in trouble, I will lend a helping hand. Besides, you can't just become passive. Even with only a few hundred people, you're still larger than most survivor settlements. If you gather more mutants, you can manage even more people. Your Baoshan district is the only shelter in the area. You should take action. I'm already partners with Yunmen Mountain Shelter, Shihua Mountain Shelter, Riverside Villa Area, and Rongdong Base. I trade mutant beast cores or food for energy crystals and women. If you want to maintain a good relationship with me, it's best to get moving. Li Fan spoke bluntly, unwilling to engage in fake pleasantries. Dragon Country's thousands of years of culture were filled with various schemes, and many were proud of being good at playing games. Li Fan didn't care about such things anymore. Dong Ruegwa and the others were briefly stunned but soon smiled and nodded repeatedly. Understood, understood. We're honored to be partners with our savior. Would you like to take a look at any women we have right now? I'm not in that much of a hurry. You can take your time. If you're unsure, you can call Yunmen Mountain Shelter, Shihua Mountain Shelter, or Riverside Villa Area. Alright, if there's anything, you can also call my family base. After saying this, Li Fan left. Out of the 13 shelters in Coastal City, he had only established connections with 4. With spatial teleportation, he needed to speed up this process. Besides Coastal City, there were neighboring cities like Stone City and Hangshan City. His goal was to visit all the nearby city shelters before the next heavy rain. Based on the past 2 occurrences, the rain seemed to come every 7 days. In 5 days, it might rain again, though he didn't know if it would last for 3 days or half a month. He also needed to quickly decide on the location of the third base. Once it was bound, it would allow free travel between bases, essentially providing all his family members with another safe haven. At Erlong Mountain Shelter in Puqiao District, the leadership had also undergone a major reshuffle. The current leadership was jointly managed by mutants and military mutants, but in reality, the mutants held power while the military maintained order. Dragon Country residents and foreigners were treated equally. The number of foreign mutants was very small. Although they were accepted, they couldn't cause any trouble. Li Fan's visit to trade mutant beast cores was met with a warm reception from the leaders Long Zhengquan, Long Dingen, and others. People now understood that mutant beast cores could help awaken them as mutants, increasing their strength and giving them more space to achieve their ambitions. Without any surprises, Li Fan traded for 700,000 low-grade energy crystals and obtained 52 women and children who met the system's requirements. As for first-level and second-level mutant beast cores or advanced plants, Long Zhengquan and his brother didn't reveal anything. But Li Fan was certain that they had advanced plants, because both brothers were already second-level mutants with a 65% evolution rate, which was considered top tier among the mutants he had encountered. Next, Li Fan went to Pingshan Refuge in Linyang District, Yulian Mountain Refuge in Chang'an District, Dapo Mountain Refuge in Jingning District, Botingshan Refuge in Puting District, Yue Mountain Refuge in Xiumin District, Wuyou Mountain Refuge in Jincheng District, Yaiwo Mountain Refuge in Zhongming District, and an underground research institute in Xiumin District. After this journey, he had visited all 13 shelters in Coastal City. Li Fan chose to bind the third base to the underground research institute in Xiumin District, directly taking control of everything inside. Unlike other shelters that housed tens of thousands of survivors, the Underground Research Institute only held its internal staff, their families, and a few nearby soldiers and their families, totaling less than 10,000 people. On the 33rd day of the apocalypse, the institute still hadn't made any breakthrough discoveries. However, they had upgraded their spacesuit technology to a type of apocalypse survival suit. This suit could help people survive in low oxygen or oxygen-free environments. Specifically, it protected against drowning in flooded areas, being bitten by aquatic zombies, or being attacked by mutated fish. Most of the other shelters had also accepted mutants into their leadership, sharing the management of the shelters. It was clear they had experienced internal conflicts before, but when Li Fan arrived, everything seemed calm on the surface. He exchanged a lot of low-quality energy crystals, but there weren't many women he could exchange for. Besides the generous Erlon Mountain Refuge, most other shelters were unwilling to trade their women. This left Li Fan somewhat disappointed, but he also felt a bit relieved, as it meant the women in these shelters hadn't been treated as commodities by their leaders. Of course, this might also be due to it being the first time they had met him, and the reserved nature of the people in the Dragon Nation. After returning to Bian Mountain to settle the women and children from Erlon Mountain, Li Fan thought for a moment and then decided to head to South Korea. He wondered if South Korean women were really like those on TV before the apocalypse, where many of them became actresses, trainees, or were involved in various underground deals. South Korea had often been mentioned on social media as the country most likely to disappear from the world first, with a population of over 80 million. A quarter of the people didn't marry, and while elderly people rarely divorced, young and middle-aged couples often did. The rate of extramarital affairs in South Korea ranks second in the world, just behind Japan. Of course, this was in terms of the percentage of the population. If it were by the total number of affairs, the Dragon Nation would undoubtedly be number one due to its massive population. Li Fan used spatial teleportation to reach the outskirts of Seoul, South Korea, about 50 kilometers away. His jump wasn't too far off target, he was still in the city. Compared to Japan's Fyengjing, Seoul had many more high-rise buildings. It was still afternoon, and Li Fan transformed into a radiant angel and flew toward one of the tall buildings marked with a familiar logo. The glowing SX logo of the famous pre-apocalypse Starlight smartphone company stood out among the skyscrapers. South Korea's altitude was only about 600 meters, and since it was also a coastal country, the flooding wasn't much better than in Japan, just an endless stretch of water as far as the eye could see. Li Fan couldn't even remember the last time he saw an uncovered concrete road. Inside the Starlight Company building, Li Fan's appearance made many people think a real angel had descended to save them. Many couldn't help but kneel by the windows, bowing and shouting toward him. Unfortunately, Li Fan only spoke the official language of the Dragon Nation and didn't know any other languages, so he could only teleport inside and search for a translator. Is there anyone who can speak the language of the Dragon Nation? After asking across 3 or 4 floors, someone finally responded. It was an ordinary young woman with a round face and short hair, wearing stockings, a white shirt, and a gray short skirt, typical office attire. Li Fan didn't care much about appearances. Seeing that she didn't seem like a native South Korean based on her accent, he asked, "Is there a leader here?" "Yes, they're all mutants and live on the top 5 floors." Park Min-young nodded respectfully after a polite bow. "Are there many mutants?" Li Fan frowned slightly. His invisible perception hadn't detected any mutants. Could a single building in South Korea actually have 5 floors full of mutants? "We don't know exactly how many, but they said there are many." Park Min-young shook her head and answered honestly. "They said? Who?" Li Fan thought it was quite typical of South Koreans to boast and immediately relaxed, following up with another question. "The company leaders and some celebrities said so." Park Min-young was just a low-level employee and had only heard about this from rumors. "Do they still distribute supplies here?" Li Fan was more curious about this. "Yes, they do. We also have to go out to search for people and supplies." Park Min-young glanced at 2 or 3 colleagues peeking at them, then answered. "If I want to trade, which floor should I go to? Who should I talk to?" Li Fan ignored the onlookers. "The 62nd floor, Vice Director Lee, or the 61st floor with President Song," another person quickly answered. This time, it was a young man with a pale face and heavy dark circles. Li Fan looked at him, handed some snacks to Park Min-young, and then ignored them. He teleported outside and flew straight to the top floor.
Arriving on the 62nd floor, he found himself in a huge hall, with many rooms around it. His invisible perception showed that each room contained someone, but none had strong life energy, suggesting none were mutants. Thinking about what Park Min-young had said about the top 5 floors being full of mutants, Li Fan found it amusing. It seemed South Koreans were still the same, pretentious and shameless even in the apocalypse. But he could understand it. They had been under the control of the United States for so long, and now they could only show off their status and superiority among their own citizens. This was just the law of energy conservation at work. This situation made Li Fan less inclined to trade. Why trade when he could just take it by force? Soon, someone noticed Li Fan's sudden appearance and began shouting in Korean. Since Li Fan had already decided to rob them, he didn't hesitate. He casually slapped the man, causing his head to spin like a top. The scene was bizarre. The people who came out next screamed in shock but quickly covered their mouths. Most just glanced at Li Fan with pale faces before hiding back in their rooms. Li Fan also noticed that many of those in the rooms were women, and there were very few men. But no one dared to charge at him again. South Korean mutants arrived quickly. Li Fan was a bit surprised. There were only 6 of them, 4 at level 1 and 2 at level 0. That's it? No wonder they needed to lie. It was already impressive that they could hold this building with such weak strength. Wait, Li Fan stopped his wild thoughts, realizing another possibility. Could it be that South Korea had very few mutants, and their levels were all low? That wasn't impossible. If mutants stayed hidden instead of going out to fight and explore, leaving the dangerous work to ordinary people, their evolution would naturally be slower. Does that mean I already have the strength to be a supreme being? This thought popped into his mind, and he couldn't shake it. Li Fan wanted to test if he could really act like the invincible protagonists in novels. Level 0 and level 1 mutants couldn't last a single move against Li Fan. Even one of his fingers would be too much for them. These mutants were used to hiding. They didn't rush out to curse him. Instead, they asked questions in Korean, then switched to Japanese, and finally tried speaking in the Dragon Nation language. Excuse me, where did you come from? What do you want? Why did you kill our people? Their speech was awkward, but Li Fan understood it. He rushed out and started yelling when I arrived. I thought he was too noisy, so I slapped him. Didn't expect him to be so fragile. I came from the Dragon Nation. I originally wanted to do business with you, but seeing how weak you are, I changed my mind. As long as you help me collect energy crystals and women, I won't kill you. Li Fan didn't bother to sugarcoat his words. 3 of the middle-aged mutants suddenly started shouting ACBA and yelling. Li Fan didn't tolerate it. He used a mental storm, instantly blowing up the 3 men's minds. Mental storm was a mind control type ability with active skills like mental seed, remote gravity field, mental shock, and mental bomb. Li Fan rarely used it before. Now, with his enhanced attributes, it was lethal to ordinary mutants. Otherwise, it would only cause dizziness and headaches. And because of the system's interference, mental seed couldn't control living people, making it rather useless. Surprisingly, the remaining 3 mutants didn't scream for revenge. Instead, they backed away with pale faces, then stopped and spoke to Li Fan in Dragon Nation language. As long as we help you collect energy crystals and women, you won't kill us? Li Fan nodded with a mocking laugh. Yes. To test your cooperation, let's start with this building, then we'll see about other places. Understood. We will definitely cooperate. The 3 quickly nodded and bowed after exchanging glances, showing their willingness. Li Fan felt a bit worried. His rapid mind reading couldn't understand the thoughts of people who didn't speak his language, so he asked the system in his mind, "Hey, system, can you give me a language conversion ability? If I can't understand people's words and thoughts wherever I go, isn't that too inconvenient?" "No, bring a translator yourself." Li Fan thought of his small world, which could store living people. That meant he could carry a translator with him. In the future, he could choose one among the women he recruited. Unfortunately, this plan didn't work out. Aside from collecting over 40,000 low-quality energy crystals, he didn't gain anything else. None of the women in the building met the system's requirements. There were no mutant beast cores or evolution plants either. After checking a few decent-looking women, he found that their overall scores were around 60 to 70, with none above 80. So he could only choose one woman to act as a temporary translator and continue sweeping through other buildings or survivor bases. Since he had the search function, Li Fan didn't need to ask these South Koreans. He just started looting the nearby survivor bases, one by one. In each place, he first killed people to establish dominance, then had the female translator announce his demands to the leaders, collect energy crystals, mutant beast cores, and evolution plants. As for the South Korean women,
Li Fan didn't have high expectations. Most of them were likely to lower their standards to survive. Only in the bases of the South Korean chaebols might he find the best women who met the system's requirements. By nightfall, Li Fan had raided more than 10 survivor bases in Seoul. He obtained over 400,000 low-quality energy crystals, 3 level 1 mutant beast cores, and 2 evolution plants, an evergreen vine and a wild cornel. Among the women, only 6 met the system's requirements, all of them relatives of the base leaders. If they hadn't had such connections, they likely wouldn't have survived. Among the 6, one was Choi Yunsu, a language major who spoke Dragon Nation language better than the temporary translator. After sending the temporary translator back to her base, Li Fan placed the 6 women into his small world and returned to Yunmen Mountain Shelter. There, he selected another 127 suitable women, along with some girls, making a total of 175 people to take away. Adding the 52 people from Erlon Mountain Shelter, his family members would soon exceed 1,000 after completing the bonding process. Maybe by then, all his abilities would merge into 7 primary ability series. He switched his perspective to a scouting bird and checked the Hongeast base in Hongdong district, where the Japanese survivors were. The bloody slaughter seemed to have ended. He glanced at the number of people in the second base, 20,000 fewer than when it was first bound. It seemed the Japanese were not only ruthless toward outsiders but also brutal toward their own people. In this regard, they were a bit like the Dragon Nation. 5,000 years of history were filled with bloody wars, both internal and external. After placing all the women in the small world and bringing them to the Biyun Mountain family base for In Yun and the others to manage, Li Fan began his conquest tasks. In the midst of this chaotic process, In Yun brought him a list of the 45 family members they decided to bind with the secondary system. Li Fan remembered that he needed a translator and mentioned it to In Yun, who nodded and left. He then focused on binding the secondary system to the 45 selected family members. Now, the family base had 76 members with superpowers granted by the system. There were also 12 other mutants who awakened through evolution liquid or mutant beast cores, including in Xinghua and Deng Xiangwei. Even without Li Fan present, these members should be able to protect the family base. A night of chaos, and the number of targets conquered reached 107. Now, the total of Li Fan's special energy points and special proficiency points exceeded 50 million. Enough to maintain the family base and the second and third bases for half a year. Li Fan's attributes had also improved again. Host, Li Fan. Level 3 mutant, enhanced 521 times, speed, 5.3 Mach, strength, 114 tons. Life, energy. Physique, 1,336. Strength, 1,334. Spirit, 1,336. Agility, 1,334. Fusion abilities. Primary Fire System Level 3. Primary Water System Level 3. Primary Summoning System Level 3. Primary Earth System Level 1. Primary Lightning System Level 1. Primary Metal System Level 1. Elemental Wood Command Level 3. Primary Space System Level 3. Control Mental Storm Level 3. Defense Liquid State Level 3. Defense Solid State Level 3. Special Comprehensive Healing Level 3. Enhancement Invisible Perception Level 3. Enhancement Death Curse Eye Level 3. Enhancement Giant's Heart Level 3. Special Phantom Invisibility Level 3. Special Extreme Mind Reading Level 3. Enhancement Organ Concealment Level 3. Enhancement Seizing 5 Senses Level 3. Enhancement Ninefold Sound Domain Level 3. Defense True Self Domain Level 3. Special Sky and Earth Escape Level 3. Elemental Plague of Poison Level 3. Special Angel Manifestation Level 3. Elemental Wind Sweeps Clouds Level 3. Enhancement Brain Development Level 1. Special Time Corridor Level 1. Special Perfect Replication Level 1. Family members, 1015, including guaranteed one-hit kill effect. Family bases, 3, Biyun Mountain, Rongdong Base in Hongdong District, Research Base in Xiumin District. New abilities. Primary Earth System Level 1, Proficiency 0. Primary Earth System ability, grants extraordinary earth powers, controlling all earth-related substances, sand, rocks, earth elemental aura, etc. Provides powerful attack and defense using the power of the earth, and enhances endurance while standing on land. Primary Lightning System Level 1, Proficiency 0. Primary Lightning System ability, grants extraordinary lightning powers, using lightning for attacks, freely controlling it. Enhanced during thunderstorms. Can transform the body into lightning and resist electrical attacks. Primary Metal System Level 1, Proficiency 0.
Primary Metal System ability grants extraordinary metal powers, controlling any available metal for attack, freely manipulating any metal, and transforming the body into metal. Can self-repair using energy even when damaged. Special Perfect Replication Level 1, Proficiency 0. Perfect Replication can replicate any non-living object infinitely. The larger the object, the greater the energy consumption. When suffering severe or fatal damage, an automatic copy of the body takes the hit. Family Members Subsystem. You can now select 25 female family members to be bound. Please make your selections promptly. Family Milestone Rewards. Over 800 family members, 5 additional secondary anchor points. Over 900 family members, permission to designate a 4th family base. Over 1,000 family members, family base maintenance costs reduced by 50%. Over 1,000 family members achievement, Family Shop now offers more items, including real-world materials from various places. System, does perfect replication mean I can infinitely copy anything? Li Fan hadn't encountered a bug with the copying skill yet, but he didn't want the fused perfect replication to lose the ability to replicate mutant beast cores. You can replicate any non-living object infinitely. So, the greatest cheat is actually you, system, Li Fan jokingly teased the system with joy. But the system didn't respond. Looks like I really need to reach 1000 times enhancement to upgrade to a level 4 mutant. Li Fan thought to himself. After seeing the level 3 giant mutant octopus, he understood why advancing to level 4 was so difficult. Perhaps only as a level 4 mutant could he achieve a qualitative leap in strength, enough to fight level 3 or even level 4 giant mutant monsters. Thanks to the system, even though Li Fan's strength had reached superhuman levels, he had never lost control of his power and accidentally killed the ordinary women around him. Looking at the list of family members, Li Fan noticed that apart from Pan Tong, no one else had obtained the copying skill. He hadn't expected it to be so rare. Other abilities had appeared dozens of times, some even 5 or 6 times, but the copying skill only appeared once, aside from Pan Tong. Now his family base had nearly 500 women. Over the past 2 days, he had recruited women faster than in the entire previous month. There were still more than 40 Japanese women in Rongdong base of Hongdong district that he hadn't conquered yet. After breakfast, Li Fan handed the 25 new binding slots to An Yun for her to decide. Then he took the 6 South Korean women locked in the dungeon and the 5 who had been locked up for nearly half a month, Zhou Mi, Guan Xiaotong, and others, to the Oriental Tower. At the tower, the Japanese women were visibly anxious. They had not rested well. After being brought to Dragon Nation by Li Fan and abandoned here, they were left to fend for themselves, fearing for their future. But seeing the massive Rongdong base and the many fellow Japanese survivors, they felt slightly at ease. Even better, the Japanese here were also submissive to Li Fan. Since the Japanese in Rongdong base were so obedient, Li Fan didn't pursue the original game rule of keeping only 20,000. The base now had over 28,000 people. He didn't go easy on the Dragon Nation people in the base either, ordering Masao Chio and other Japanese women to manage them, form patrol teams, and search for survivors, supplies, evolution plants, and mutant beasts. They were also tasked with clearing nearby zombies. If they encountered any unsolvable level 2 or 3 mutant zombies or beasts, they could contact him via satellite phone. At the family base, there were always people making and receiving calls, so communication would never be an issue. Moreover, Li Fan ordered all the Japanese at the base to learn Dragon Nation language and use it for communication. Anyone who continued using Japanese would be killed at his discretion. Later that morning, Li Fan conquered the remaining 47 Japanese women. With the system in place, if they dared to act two-faced, Li Fan wouldn't hesitate to kill them. Aside from An Yun, Qin Xingyan, and a few others he cared about, most of the women were just following him for survival. Talking about love with them was meaningless. That was also why he could continue seeking new women without guilt. As long as they had food, clothes, and shelter, that was already better than many others. Looking at other women who had given up their dignity for a single meal, like the 2 pets kept by Zhang Jianlin in Huangzhang Haida Tower. If Li Fan had any twisted hobbies, would his women live so comfortably and decently? If any woman dared to betray him, Li Fan wouldn't hesitate for a second to kill her. The family achievement reward for having over 1,000 members was the expansion of the family shop's product range, now including real-world materials from various locations. At first, Li Fan didn't pay much attention, thinking it would be just practical real-world items. But when he opened the family shop while multitasking, he realized it was completely different from what he imagined. After exchanging for the family base, the family shop had not refreshed its product categories, it only offered housing options. But now, there was a dense list of resources labeled with their locations. Dragon Nation, Ganjiang Province, Coastal City, North Xiaoda Mountain in Hongdong District, Level 2 Evolution Silver Needle Tree, Level 2 Mutant Tiger Beast, Level 2 Mutant Leopard Beast. Dragon Nation, Ganjiang Province, Coastal City, 10 miles north of Rongdong Base Water Area, Level 2 Mutant Red Carp, Level 3 Mutant Zombie, Level 2 Evolution Water Grass.
Isn't this a treasure map?
Li Fan felt a rush of excitement, instinctively releasing his energy to the woman beneath him, Sakai Nana.
Sakai Nana, an ordinary woman, couldn't handle it and immediately passed out.
Having completed his business, Li Fan pushed the women around him aside and informed Masao Chio and the others about Saito Ryona's space ability, instructing them to maintain order. He only brought Choi Yunju into the small world, preparing to leave Rongdong Base to plunder resources in South Korea. Just as he was about to leave, he paused, recalling the Level 2 Evolution Silver Needle Tree and Level 2 Evolution Water Grass in Hongdong District.
He thought it might be worth letting the Japanese people search for them first. There were too many resource locations, and he couldn't possibly search them all alone.
So, he returned to the Round Fortress and told Masao Chio about the 2 resource locations near Hongdong District, instructing her to send trusted people to find them.
He planned to return later to check.
He also promised the women, "As long as you are loyal to me, I guarantee you will all awaken as mutants."
Leaving Hongdong District, he arrived in Puqiao District.
He checked the list of resources and saw that the recorded locations now showed those near Puqiao District. It seemed the resource collection was based on Li Fan's range as the host, rather than directly listing materials from all over the world.
That seemed reasonable.
As for the conquest rewards, his total attribute points increased by 94, and the numerous new superpowers would take time to fuse. Li Fan then used space teleportation to return to yesterday's Seoul. This time, his target was 2 large bases, one at Namsan in Gangnam District and the other at Naminsan in Dabong District. The Namsan base showed a population of survivors, and the Naminsan base also had a population of survivors.
By Li Fan's estimation, the number of survivors in Seoul might be less than 400,000, far fewer than the million survivors in Coastal City.
It was likely due to the absence of proper shelters. Although Coastal City's 13 shelters were filled with internal conflicts and power struggles, the people inside still survived. In Seoul, survivors had to gather and save themselves without proper shelters, which meant that most people in the 2 bases were likely the elite or military personnel. Thinking of this, Li Fan felt a bit sorry for ordinary South Koreans. No wonder so many of them became pessimists and quitters even before the apocalypse.
South Korea has missiles. I wonder if they'd fire one at me. But with space teleportation, even a nuclear missile can't do anything to me.
Thinking about it, Li Fan directly transformed into a 6-winged angel and flew toward Namsan Base in Gangnam District. Now that he had the resource collection function, he would stop whenever he found mutant fish, mutant zombies, mutant beasts, or evolution plants along the way, killing and collecting them. He even stored the monster corpses in his alternate space. On his way, he collected 2 Level 2 Evolution Water Grasses, 1 Level 2 Evolution Potted Plant, 3 Level 3 Mutant Energy Crystals, 1 Level 2 Spirit-type Mutant Beast Core. Li Fan was grinning from ear to ear. By the time he arrived at Namsan Base in Gangnam District, he was still smiling brightly. Only the dazzling angelic glow was more radiant than his smile. Some people spoke to him in Korean, but he found the bird-like language so annoying when he couldn't understand it. He released Choi Yunju from the small world and had her communicate with the guards, telling them to submit to Li Fan, hand over people and resources. As expected, the guards became furious, shouting loudly and calling for more guards, including a captain with an armband.
Frightened, Choi Yunju quickly hid behind Li Fan, clutching his clothes.
Li Fan glanced at the guards. Except for the captain, who was a level 1 mutant, the rest were ordinary people, not even worth his effort to slaughter. He casually walked forward and slapped the captain, sending him flying dozens of meters away. He had held back most of his strength, or else the mutant captain would have been smashed to pieces with one slap.
Tell them I am now a level 4 mutant. If they also have a level 4 mutant, I can spare them.
Li Fan exaggerated his level, but he felt there shouldn't be any mutants above level 3 yet, so saying level 4 would be more intimidating. Realizing Li Fan's overwhelming power, and remembering she had been struck by this powerful man before, Choi Yunju's fear gradually turned into arrogance. Puffing out her chest, she began to arrogantly declare Li Fan's demands to the guards, as if they were all her subordinates.
When it came to pretending to be powerful, South Koreans were second only to the Japanese.
But seeing the guards cowering rather than directly submitting, Li Fan used his primary Earth system ability, manipulating the surrounding Earth to form a 100-meter-tall Earth giant. It had the feel of a giant mutant beast, but the sense of oppression was far weaker.
But for the guards, it was an absolutely terrifying sight. Li Fan then controlled the earth giant to punch the base's outer metal wall. With a thunderous boom, the metal wall caved in several meters. Dirt fell from the giant's fist, but fresh soil automatically gathered to repair it. The guards were so frightened they dropped to their knees. Even Choi Yunju instinctively knelt but quickly stood up again, puffing out her chest even higher as she continued her commanding speech. Seeing the commotion outside without any leaders showing up, Li Fan couldn't help but think that when it came to hiding, South Korean leaders were experts. LG always liked to rush to the front, babbling on and on. In the apocalypse, this habit was bad. It made them easy targets for beheading, which would cause internal chaos and give others a chance to profit from the chaos. So Li Fan ordered the earth giant to directly smash open the metal defenses outside, which took just 3 to 5 punches. As the view cleared, the tent area inside became visible. Even those who were lackeys for the elites were still living in tents. In the apocalypse, they didn't receive any special treatment. But unlike other areas, there were many pickled vegetable jars by the walls. The place that the earth giant just smashed had shattered jars, and the sour smell of pickled vegetables quickly spread. With his enhanced sense of smell, Li Fan could clearly smell the sour, sweet, salty, and spicy flavors in the pickles. Sure enough, South Korea could never live without kimchi. Many armed soldiers emerged, some carrying rocket launchers, and even further back, Li Fan saw sniper rifles and cannons. He wasn't a military enthusiast, so he wasn't too familiar with these technological weapons. But of course, even if he stood still, these weapons couldn't kill him now. He had so many defensive abilities: solidification, liquefaction, electrification, substitution, space barriers, space teleportation, that even at Mach 5 speed, these weapons wouldn't be able to touch him. So these weapons were nothing but a joke to him. But he still decided to store Choi Yunju in the small world to prevent any accidental injuries. If he wanted a proper conversation, he naturally had to show his strength first. He had already shown his strength. Now it was the South Koreans' turn. Following an angry shout on the broadcast above, all the guards aimed their guns and cannons at Li Fan. Someone even shouted in Chinese, "Mutants are powerful, but your bodies are still made of flesh and blood. If you know what's good for you, leave immediately, or you'll be nothing but ashes in the next second. You know too little about mutants. Flesh and blood? Ha, why don't you come and try how strong a level 4 mutant's body is?" Li Fan laughed loudly, using his sound amplification ability. His voice was loud enough for many in the base to hear. China and South Korea were neighboring countries, and there were many exchange students between them. Many South Koreans understood Chinese. "Fire!" someone shouted angrily. The sound of gunfire erupted, rat-a-tat. Li Fan didn't dodge but directly activated his space barrier. The bullets couldn't penetrate the primary space ability. Then came the sound of explosions. Li Fan only felt a slight tremor in the space barrier. After being treated like a target for thousands of bullets and dozens of shells, Li Fan deactivated the space barrier and summoned more earth and metal golems, sending them charging at the soldiers who had fired. He shouted, "I let you shoot so many times, so it's only fair for me to fight back a little. After all, getting shot at without retaliation would be too one-sided." Ordinary soldiers were no match for the golems created by primary elemental abilities. Even if they survived one hit, they wouldn't live past tomorrow. With a glance, Li Fan saw no one else dared to shoot at him, so he commanded the golems to stop and release Choi Yunju again, instructing her to translate his message in Korean. They must surrender and follow his orders, or he wouldn't hesitate to slaughter them all. Choi Yunju, who reappeared, looked at the chaotic base, feeling a surge of confidence. Being a servant to such a powerful man seemed like an honor. She was even touched that Li Fan had taken her into the small world to protect her from harm. After that, things went much more smoothly. It seemed that the best way to make dogs obedient was to beat them hard first. No wonder people used to say "kill the chicken to scare the monkey," and new officials set 3 fires. Strictly speaking, South Korea's elites were just the country's conglomerates. The politicians were merely their mouthpieces, which explained why politicians could die and be replaced endlessly. But the conglomerate families always enjoyed VIP treatment. Li Fan had only seen the famous heirs of South Korea's Starshine Group on Douyin before, but now he saw them in person. The eldest and second daughters of the Starshine Group were old, though they didn't look too old. Thanks to South Korea's leading cosmetic technology, these women in their late 30s looked like they were just over 30, a beauty and youth paid for with money. Li Fan wasn't interested in the playboys of the conglomerate families. Besides the Starshine Group, this base also housed many other conglomerate families and their wives and daughters. The system's happy father attribute was exposed again, constantly prompting Li Fan to act like a villain, pursuing these wealthy women. Even the second daughter of the Starshine Group, Lee Jin-byu,
a woman who was already 39, almost 40 years old, couldn't escape the system's clutches. Her purity has dropped to 80. System, how can you even consider her? That's such a double standard. Li Fan checked her profile and found her overall score barely reached 80, clearly manipulated by the system. The ridiculous part was that the system had previously claimed to follow his preferences, only choosing women with a purity of 97 or above. But now, because of these conglomerate wives and daughters, it had become a complete double standard. Sure enough, the right to interpret always belonged to the system. Elites were generally good at bending with the wind. As long as they didn't die, they could always find a chance to make a comeback. That was their common belief. From the Namsan base, Li Fan obtained over 300,000 low-quality energy crystals, 2 evolution plants, and 176 wealthy wives and daughters, turning half of the elites into cuckolds. Yet not one of them protested, they simply handed over the women without hesitation. Afterward, Li Fan set the rules. He would visit after every rain to collect energy crystals and evolution plants. They could use the mutant beast cores, but only after he had inspected them. If he found them hiding anything, he would start a massacre. After giving them a beating, he naturally had to offer some benefits. He left 20 mutant beast cores for them to awaken as mutants. More mutants meant they could more effectively clear the outside monsters. Then, under the strong guidance of the system, Li Fan indulged in debauchery with the wives and daughters in the base. It was truly killing them physically and mentally. Li Fan had to multitask, creating multiple earth golems and summoning invisible birds and small animals to keep watch. If anything went wrong, he would immediately use space teleportation to escape. Li Fan didn't want to talk much about those memories. After spending just 1 or 2 hours with the women, he put them all back into the small world and immediately activated space teleportation to head for another base in Naming Mountain, Daebong District. His landing point wasn't very accurate, so he needed to fly over. The Naming Mountain base might have learned about the situation at Ragwang Mountain base, or maybe someone had passed on the news. When Li Fan arrived here, there was no resistance. The base leaders directly sent out 400,000 low-quality energy crystals and 1 level 1 evolution plant. Of course, they also brought out over 100 young and beautiful South Korean women. The system only gave around 20 notifications, which clearly meant that most of these women were forced out by the base leaders to appease Li Fan. Li Fan didn't bother with words. He directly summoned earth giants and metal giants, smashing through the outer metal walls. He didn't say anything, just stood there watching them. Under the pressure of the giants, they quickly brought out many wives and young ladies. The system gave another burst of notifications, 125 eligible wives and young ladies. After another round of wild indulgence, satisfying the system's twisted desires, Li Fan returned directly to Rongdong Base in Hongdong District, coastal city. Night had already fallen, and he left these South Korean women to bond with the Japanese women there. Afterward, Li Fan went to find Ma Sheng-chi Dai to ask about the treasure. Ma Sheng-chi Dai was sensible enough not to hide any gains. She handed over the 2 level 2 evolution plants intact, which Li Fan stored in his dimensional space. Seeing her reluctance, Li Fan took out 10 level 1 mutant beast cores and told her to use them to cultivate more loyal followers who could serve her. After that, Li Fan returned to the family base at Biyun Mountain to check on the system's changes. While he was busy with the South Korean wives and young ladies, his family member count had exceeded 1,500, reaching an astonishing 1,700. The system once again underwent a long-awaited upgrade. Host, Li Fan, level pending. Life, Energy, Physique, 2026. Strength, 2024. Spirit, 2026. Agility, 2024. Abilities, upgrading, please wait. Family members, 1,715, including guaranteed critical hit effect. Family bases, 4, Biyun Mountain, Rongdong Base in Hongdong District, Xiumin District Research Base, location pending. In the family base, there were still over 100 women yet to be conquered, all selected from Yunmen Mountain and Erlong Mountain shelters. Taking advantage of the system upgrade time, Li Fan continued his mission of conquering women. From the afternoon until night, he was busy working on the women. Li Fan could be described as very diligent. If labor model awards still existed in China, he would surely deserve one. Compared to the quick affairs with Japanese and South Korean women, Li Fan was much more patient and tenacious with Chinese women. This was because the system's dragon and phoenix dual cultivation technique benefited both parties, so naturally, he wanted the women around him to become stronger. His former experienced partners, who were once crucial for him, had recently been somewhat neglected, mainly because his special energy value was now almost impossible to deplete.
The system's repeated discounting of energy costs allowed his special energy value to last for several years. It wasn't that Li Fan was getting arrogant. From his perspective, at his current rate of growth, it wouldn't be long before he could capture even those seemingly invincible level 3 mutant beasts as pets. In just one day, he could conquer 200 or 300 women, which would directly increase his total attributes by 500 or 600 points. Li Fan had every reason to believe that the day his total attributes exceeded 10,000 would be the day he swept across Blue Star. No matter how strong the mutant beasts were, they would probably bow before his genes. At that point, the entire Blue Star would be his domain. He could live wherever he wanted. So, for the entire night, the family base was filled with enchanting sounds. If it weren't for the excellent soundproofing of the base, and Xinhua, who lived outside, would probably have also vented his energy on his 2 young wives. Early the next morning, Li Fan got up without feeling any soreness. Stepping out of the base, he saw Xinhua and his 2 wives still living outside in isolation. He thought it was necessary to assign them something to do, otherwise, it would be quite boring for them. Since the system upgrade seemed to be taking a while, Li Fan decided to handle some local affairs first before venturing out again. After discussing with Yun, Li Fan took Xinhua and his 2 wives to Yunmen Mountain Shelter. He explained that Xinhua would be his representative there, and also gave him a list of treasure locations in Baojiang district, instructing him to supervise Li Jianfeng and the others in searching for them. After that, Li Fan went to Riverside Villa district to find Zhang Xiangwen, who hadn't seen him for several days. Seeing Li Fan, Zhang Xiangwen was overjoyed and eagerly reported his recent efforts. "Brotherly, you're here. Recently, my brothers and I have been working really hard to find women for you." Li Fan raised his hand to interrupt him. "I have a place in mind where I want to send you and your brothers to help keep an eye on things. You can also continue your woman searching efforts there. What do you think?" "Where is this place?" Zhang Xiangwen asked, curious but also excited. "I'm talking about a base, an islander base. A few days ago, I dealt with them, and they are now obedient, but I still don't fully trust them. I want you there to make sure they don't secretly do anything I don't like mistreating Chinese people." "The islander base in Rongdong district? I've heard of that place. Brotherly, you truly are amazing, making them submit so quickly. If you think I'm fit for this job, I'm absolutely willing. My brothers and I are all willing." Zhang Xiangwen responded excitedly, as if he had just received a great opportunity. Li Fan warned, "Don't mess around. There are only a bit over 20,000 islanders and around 100,000 Chinese. Normally, there shouldn't be any trouble. I'm just being cautious." "Understood. We all understand. Should we go now or wait a few days?" Zhang Xiangwen asked eagerly. "Let me see the results of your recent efforts first. Aren't you interested in my mutant beast cores?" Li Fan chuckled. "This time, we have 8 pure ones and over 30 high-quality married women. I knew you wouldn't be interested in those unmarried influencers or boxing girls, so I gave them to the brothers." Zhang Xiangwen chattered away, leading Li Fan to a familiar villa with the same guards outside. Walking in, the first floor was the same as before, no notifications from the system. On the second floor, there were 3 notifications. On the third floor, Li Fan was pleasantly surprised to hear 21 notifications in a row. All 21 women on this floor were eligible. It seemed Zhang Xiangwen was truly a talent, just a little hint last time, and he already knew how to carefully screen them. The fourth floor didn't disappoint either. All 8 pure ones met the system's selection criteria. Trading 32 women, Li Fan directly gave 5 mutant beast cores and even let Zhang Xiangwen choose between strength or speed type. After storing all of Zhang Xiangwen's people from the Riverside Villa in the small world, Li Fan used space teleportation to reach Rongdong base. Although Masao Chi-dai and the other Japanese appeared to be very loyal to him, Li Fan understood a bit about the art of balance. Letting one group dominate for too long would definitely make them arrogant and reckless, eventually leading to outcomes he didn't want to see. So he decided to bring in Zhang Xiangwen and his people to keep an eye on the Japanese, preventing them from becoming too complacent. When Zhang Xiangwen and his men stepped out of the small world and saw the massive base, they felt like they were dreaming. He had merely hugged the right thigh and recognized a big brother, and now he was in charge of such a huge place. It was even more surreal than a dream. After introducing Zhang Xiangwen and his men to Masao Chi-dai and the other Japanese women, Li Fan stayed a little longer for another round of wild indulgence. Zhang Xiangwen was genuinely envious of Li Fan's stamina and prowess. But he also understood that this was Li Fan's way of warning him not to have any ideas about the Japanese women. In the afternoon, Li Fan took some famous Japanese and South Korean women back to the family base in Biyun Mountain for a visit, letting the women there see his spoils of war from his adventures. This left many women in the base feeling somewhat ashamed.
While they were living idle, relaxed lives every day, Li Fan had already grown to such an impressive and dominant level. Using his speed-reading mind skill, Li Fan saw their thoughts and was quite satisfied with the effect. He wanted the women in the base to have some awareness and make changes. This was the apocalypse, not the peaceful and secure era they used to know. They were close to him, yet they weren't thinking of ways to become stronger, just lazing around. Seeing this while he was out fighting and struggling left him feeling somewhat resentful. Afterward, Li Fan took An Yunyun, Masao Chi-dai, and Li Jinfu to the Underground Research Institute in Shumin District. He took out a few samples of protective suits and virus suppression drugs. For this third base, Li Fan wasn't planning to take full control just yet. He wanted to see if they would make any more research breakthroughs. If they didn't, he would take over. But if they did, it meant the people inside were still useful, and he could just take their research results for now. After all, his perfect replication ability didn't just allow him to duplicate mutant beast cores, it could also replicate these research products. Then, he took the women to the underground warehouse of Rongdong Base. Masao Chi-dai finally realized why she had previously seen Li Fan with An Yunyun and another woman here. This was also one of Li Fan's bases. If they dared to defy him, he had the power to directly expel the Japanese from the base. At Masao Chi-dai's invitation, An Yunyun arranged for some women who were willing to step outside and explore to go to Rongdong Base. This group included Chao Hui, Zhu Ting, Li Muwa, Ma Xiaofeng, Shangwan Qinghong, and Wan Fuling. Most of these women, who had followed Li Fan from the beginning, now possessed superpowers, and their attributes had also increased. In terms of strength, they were certainly stronger than most level 1 mutants. But their practical combat skills were still lacking, so it was good for them to go to Rongdong Base and learn from Masao Chi-dai and the other Japanese women. After all, the family base didn't have the right environment for combat training. Most of the women there had only learned to lie flat and enjoy life. However, in the evening, An Yunyun came to tell Li Fan that Qin Xinyan also wanted to go over and take a look, which surprised Li Fan. Qin Xinyan was the head of logistics at the family base. Still, Li Fan agreed. After all, the base's facilities were complete, and whoever took over logistics just needed to keep good records and management. It was just that Qin Xinyan didn't have the convenience of a dimensional space ability. Feeling a rare surge of emotion, Li Fan gathered the women who were going to Rongdong Base and spent a wild night with them, giving them a thorough farewell. On the 38th day of the apocalypse, the 6th day after the rain, the system upgrade was finally complete. Li Fan's chaotic domestic affairs were finally settled too. He eagerly looked at the system changes. With the family member count exceeding 1,500, the following features have been added. 1. New daily consumables, all-purpose nutrition pills, comprehensive beauty pills, children's growth nutrition pills, infant growth nutrition pills. 2. New two-way portal system between family bases. 3. A new host evolution cultivation method, Imperial Harmony meditation technique. 4. New family important members projection feature, please define key members soon. 5. New system assistance feature. 6. New marketplace for buying and exchanging primary series abilities. 7. New family member subsystem upgrade feature, host can control manually. 8. New function for searching suitable candidates. Family member subsystem can now be activated for 70 additional women. Please proceed with selection. Second base and third base detected. Would you like to activate two-way portals for these bases? Family important members projection feature is now available. Please define the key members as soon as possible. System assistance feature has been activated. Would you like to use it now? Family member subsystem is currently low level and can be upgraded. Would you like to upgrade it? Suitable management candidates for the base have been detected. In Yunyun, Yunuanyuan, Zhou Minghui, Yuan Biu, Gongsun Ruyu, Mi Rushuan, and Heming, Dong Xuxian, Li Qiuli, Mo Wenjing, Zhang Yu, Zhang Yifan, Luo Huiming, Chen Lili, Xing Jiajun, Zheng Shuang, Lianingwei, Zhu Biyu, Fu Min, Jing Longhua, Masao Chi-dai, Kozumi Tomoko, Mitsui Takako, Muto Sakumi, Asuka Haruna, Shijima Yumi, Nakayama Yukiui, Fujiwara Rika, Miyamoto Yokos, Miyata Kaori, Kawabata Namiko, Nakamori Nana, Li Jinfu, Choi Suri, Park Jong-hyun, Kim Sunmi, Ryuyashi, Bei Suju, Liu Na, and Miling, John Hyunun. Li Fan first selected the family's key members. Although there were 1,715 family members, removing nearly half who only had the guaranteed critical hit effect meant the real family members were still under 1,000. But even choosing 1/10 of them as key members gave Li Fan a bit of a headache. He decided to let An Yunyun and the others help make the selection. He didn't immediately choose them all. For now, he just added An Yunyun, Qin Xinyan, and a few others. Testing the family important members projection feature, a tiny 1-foot-tall projection of An Yunyun appeared before Li Fan.
can you hear me? Li Fan tried speaking. And Yun Yun, who was watching up in her room, suddenly paused, glanced around, and seemed to see Li Fan. Surprised, she asked, "What's going on? Why are you so small? Is this some kind of magic? As long as you can hear me, that's good." "Yes, it's a kind of magic. From now on, we can communicate anytime, anywhere with this." Li Fan chuckled. With a thought, he cut off the connection, and in Yun Yun's projection disappeared. This was practically a divine skill. The system's features were indeed of top quality. Next was the question of upgrading the family member subsystem. Without much thought, Li Fan chose to upgrade it directly. Maybe others could gain powerful primary series abilities. The upgrade of the subsystem was much faster than the main reproduction system, taking only half a minute to complete. Li Fan checked the functions and found that there weren't many significant changes or improvements, only that the family members bound to the subsystem now received an additional +20 to all attributes. This was roughly equivalent to the attributes of a level 1 mutant, providing a slight enhancement. Everything else remained the same, suggesting that another upgrade might be needed for the subsystem members to gain the primary series abilities that Li Fan currently possessed. Next was the new feature where the system directly identified suitable base managers for him. Looking at the list, Li Fan wondered if he should have these women follow Yun Yun for training first. If everything went as expected, the number of bases he would own should continue to increase along with the family members. This time, there were 7 new 100-member rewards, which meant 2 more base binding slots. And Yun Yun, Yunuanyuan, Zhou Minghui, Yuan Biu, Gongsun Ruyu, Mi Rishuang, and Humming, Dong Shuxian, Li Chuli, Mo Wenjing, Zhong Yu, Zheng Yifeng, Luo Huiming, Chen Lili, Xing Jiajun, Zheng Shuang, Lianingwei, Zhu Biyu, Fu Min, Jing Longhua. These Chinese women could be prioritized. As for Masao Chidai, Kozumi Tomoko, Mitsui Takako, Mudo Sakumi, Asuka Haruna, Shijima Yumi, Nakayama Yukiwi, Fujiwara Rika, Miyamoto Yokos, Maeda Kori, Kawabata Namiko, Nakamori Nana, Lee Jinfu, Choi Suri, Park Jung-yen, Kim Sunmi, Ryoyashi, Bae Suju, Lee Una, and Myling, John Hyunun. These Japanese and Korean women could be set aside for now. Currently, he had 3 bases, with a 4th not yet assigned. Since he wasn't in a hurry to take over the Underground Research Institute, he decided to leave it as it was for now. However, Yunuanyuan and Yuan Biu had always been Li Fan's favorite experienced companions, and Hame was also quite good. He could have Yun Yun take them along, especially since Qin Qingyan and Zhao Fang also wanted to go to Rongdong base for a look. Once he made up his mind, Li Fan quickly acted. He called over Yun Yun, Yunuanyuan, Yuan Biu, and Hame to explain his idea. The 4 women exchanged glances and then smiled, agreeing happily. It seemed their relationship was quite good. Next were the 100-member family rewards, 7 in total this time. After receiving them, he got 2 new base binding slots for the 5th and 6th bases. The number of secondary anchors for the family transmission gates increased from 5 to 15. The maintenance cost of all family bases was also further reduced twice, now down to just 10% of the original cost. Previously, each bound base consumed 2 million points of special energy per month. Now it was only 200,000 points. Aside from these 6 rewards, the number of transmission gates between bases increased by 1. Li Fan didn't think this extra transmission gate had much use for now. At most, it was just an additional backup passage. But the biggest change was in his attribute panel. Host, Li Fan. Level, 3rd level mutant, evolution rate, 99%. Stats, speed, 6 Mach, strength, 100 tons, 3rd level limit. Life, energy, physique, 2104. Strength, 2102. Spirit, 2104. Agility, 2102. Cultivation methods, Dragon Phoenix Harmony Technique, Imperial Meditation Harmony Technique, can be taught to 1 key family member for joint cultivation. Primary abilities, Primary 5-element system, Primary space system, Primary defense system, Primary control system, Primary enhancement system, Primary summoning system, Primary special system. Family members, 1,715, including guaranteed critical hit effect. Family bases, 6, Biyun Mountain, Rongdong Base, Shumin District Research Base, pending. The display of his abilities had become much simpler, but Li Fan knew that these primary abilities still included all his previous abilities and were even more powerful now. The most important part was that these primary abilities no longer showed level indicators, which clearly meant he didn't need to manually upgrade them anymore. As long as his mutant level increased, these primary abilities would automatically level up as well. This was far more convenient than individually upgrading each ability. Moreover, all the special proficiency points he gained from his wild activities with women could now be fully used for the family's daily maintenance costs. This meant that even if Li Fan stopped going out to trade for low-quality energy crystals, just staying home with the women would be enough to maintain the basis for a long time. Of course, this was just Li Fan's idea of the laziest way to survive the apocalypse. But given his current strength, it was almost impossible for him to live in such a lazy way. He had already fallen in love with the carefree life of searching for women and looting resources everywhere. Only an overwhelming natural disaster might force him to stop and stay in the base. Thinking of natural disasters, he knew exactly where to bind his 4th, 5th, and 6th bases. Japan and South Korea could be abandoned first. Japan was on the verge of being submerged and could be destroyed by mutant beasts at any moment. South Korea's mutants were complacent and indulged in comfort, bringing their doom closer. So next, he planned to go south to the Buddha Kingdom, India, north to Ross Country, Russia, and then west to the desert oil countries for a look. If possible, he would bind one base in each of these 3 directions. In the future, he could also bind bases in the Windmill Country, Netherlands, Sheep Country, Australia, Island Nation, UK, and Rotten Country, USA. This way, even if there were long-lasting natural disasters, he could continue to travel between these countries. A half-month-long rainstorm last time left Li Fan worried that future natural disasters might be even worse. The fact that the family reproduction system was so comprehensive, covering every aspect of his family members' needs, probably had a deeper reason. And with the threat of mutant sea beasts, Li Fan was suddenly less confident about this bizarre apocalypse. The more powerful the system seemed, the more terrifying he imagined the potential disasters would be. Taking advantage of the rare opportunity to have a meal with all the women at the base, Li Fan felt satisfied with Yun's management. She truly had the potential to be the empress of the harem. There was also the newly unlocked Imperial Meditation Harmony Technique. Judging by the name, it seemed to be a companion to the Dragon Phoenix Harmony Technique, and both were dual cultivation methods. The previous Dragon Phoenix Harmony Technique wasn't very useful, providing just a little over 10 points of special proficiency, which was better than nothing. He wondered how this Imperial Meditation Harmony Technique would work. The most intriguing part was that it could be taught to a family member for joint cultivation, making Li Fan think it might have other uses. But should he teach it to someone more suitable, or just choose Yun directly? He was a bit unsure. After lunch, Li Fan gathered in Yun, Qin Xingyan, Yunuanyuan, and the other women, telling them about the key family members, management candidates, the 70 subsystem slots, and the 15 secondary anchor points for the teleportation gates, letting them discuss and decide. Then he prepared to take a family member who spoke Russian and head north. But before that, he wanted to take a look at the capital of Dragon Country. After all, he still had feelings for Dragon Country. Despite all the negative videos on Douyin, this land was still where he was born and raised. If he could help those who deserved saving, he wouldn't mind lending a hand. Lungwa's capital, Wangjing City. Li Fan had never been here before, only seeing traffic jams and famous landmarks in videos on Douyin. But now it was the apocalypse, and none of that mattered anymore. Wangjing City's underground drainage system was well built, and the flooding here didn't seem as severe as in southern coastal cities, where the water reached several floors high. Here, it was only 3 to 4 floors deep. Of course, there might be other reasons. This was the political decision-making center of Longwa, with many orders directly issued from here. Unlike the southern coastal cities or Shirtu City, where survivors were mainly sheltered in shelters and had to rely on self-rescue, the number of survivors here was much higher. With a simple scan, Li Fan discovered that there were still countless survivor settlements here. Almost every few buildings housed survivors, likely several times or even dozens of times the number in the coastal city. It was truly rare. Standing on a tall building and looking at all this, Li Fan felt a sense of satisfaction and even a bit of pride, thinking, "This is my great motherland." Such sentimental thoughts flowed through his mind. But what happened next wasn't so friendly. Several high-tech drones surrounded him, who had suddenly appeared on the rooftop. Of course, he could have just used space teleportation to leave, but he was curious about the situation in the capital and wanted to learn more. "Who are you?" A drone's communication system transmitted a voice. "A mutant," Li Fan replied, not surprised. The technology tree on Blue Star was quite advanced, so this kind of communication technology wasn't unusual. But seeing these technological devices, he felt that his previous pessimistic thoughts might have been one-sided. With the support of high technology, perhaps humanity on Blue Star could last a little longer. Oh, and there was also the space station. Far away from Blue Star, it might still be a safe haven. Some countries could even be planning to survive by retreating to the space station. "You don't look like a Wangjing local. Did you come from somewhere else?" Do you have spatial awakening abilities? Can we talk? Sure. I also want to talk to your leaders. Li Fan's strength now made him immune to schemes and tricks. Sheer power could overcome any cunning plan. His reinforced body was bulletproof, and his space teleportation could keep him out of any danger. Soon, Li Fan followed the drones to a tall building. It was clear this wasn't a leader's base, probably just a temporary meeting spot. And the person talking to him wasn't a leader but seemed more like a guard captain. Level 2 mutant, Zhou Guoxiong, 25% evolution rate. Strength, 1500 gene. Speed, 28 meters/second. Spirit, 251. Awakening ability, mental enhancement, judgment, perception. As expected, they had just sent someone to talk to him. And this mutant seemed to have an ability that could judge whether his words were true, a rather interesting power. I'm Zhou Guoxiong, a level 2 mutant with a mental enhancement ability for judgment and perception. I belong to the Longwood Dragon Group's 9th Squad and currently serve as the patrol captain of Chaoyun District. Zhou Guoxiong extended his hand in a friendly gesture. Li Fan had almost forgotten the etiquette of shaking hands. He briefly touched Zhou Guoxiong's hand and introduced himself, Li Fan, from the coastal city. I awaken spatial abilities, which allow me to travel anywhere on Blue Star at will. That's an enviable ability. Currently, we can only maintain limited contact with various places using basic communication devices. Since the apocalypse, magnetic fields have been disrupted, and aircraft navigation, radar, and communication have been affected, making long-distance flights impossible. We rely entirely on pilots' eyesight. Our control range is very limited now. Zhou Guoxiong's words indirectly explained Li Fan's confusion over the past month. So that was why there were no rescue planes in the sky, the flying tools were affected. It seemed the disasters also included this. This is my first time using long-distance space teleportation. Previously, I only moved around the coastal city. But I've seen a mutated giant monster there, an octopus that was originally 2 to 3 meters tall but grew to over 100 meters, as tall as a high-rise building. And it seemed to be looking for something on land. Li Fan didn't mention that he had visited Japan. Instead, he described the giant octopus he saw as a monster from the coastal city. He also didn't directly say it was looking for nuclear resources. And Yun and the others in the family base were mostly in contact with the coastal city and nearby Shirtu City or Hangshan City. They hadn't reached beyond Ganjiang Prefecture yet. But even if those places notified the capital, it didn't matter to Li Fan. He actually wanted the people of Longwei to know about the giant beasts earlier and take precautions. Sure enough, Zhou Guoxiong seemed to have heard about it. There were indeed similar reports, but they were vague. Some mentioned that these giant beasts might be coming ashore to search for nuclear waste. Actually, the capital is much better off than other places. In our coastal city, we only have 13 shelters, each housing tens of thousands of survivors. Other survivor settlements collapsed during the half-month-long rain, leaving people struggling to survive. Those who managed to live through it are probably very few. On the surface, the capital still has order and can manage the survivors. But some mutants refuse to follow rules, taking risks. I never expected such terrible human behavior in the face of disaster. Zhou Guoxiong sighed. Oh, right. I was sent to discuss the possibility of you joining the Special Affairs Bureau. Li Fan knew this routine, but his life was too good now. He wasn't interested in such offers. He immediately interrupted. I know what you want, but I don't want to be restrained. Before the apocalypse, I was just a nobody working at a small factory to make a living. The fact that I haven't committed any heinous crimes now is the best proof of my love for my country. Then, can you help us rescue people in some places? Zhou Guoxiong asked, trying to negotiate. It was clear that someone was giving him instructions. But Li Fan had no interest in being a free nanny for these leaders. Before the apocalypse, he didn't do evil, and after the apocalypse, he still didn't. If they wanted him to do good deeds for free, that was unlikely. But if there was payment, that would be a different story. It's not impossible. But I need energy crystals, mutation resources, and women. We can trade fairly. The capital was well managed, and the zombies had likely been cleared out. There must be many low-quality energy crystals stored up for research. Li Fan wanted these things. Now he regretted binding the Underground Research Institute in Shumin district of the coastal city as his third base. If he could bind a research institute here in the capital, the gains would be much greater. The negotiation failed, which didn't surprise Li Fan. The capital's management and order were still intact, and the number of survivors here was at least in the millions. With such a large population base, there were certainly many mutants as well. Recruiting Li Fan was just a casual attempt. If they paid him to help, that could be negotiated,
but they insisted on being the ones in control, not Li Fan. So when Li Fan proactively demanded energy crystals, mutation resources, and women in exchange for helping them rescue people, the outcome was already determined. Li Fan didn't linger. Seeing that the capital of Longwei was doing so well, he naturally had no intention of causing trouble. So, right in front of Zhouguoxiong, he used space teleportation to travel to the northern Russia. This time, his landing point was way off. Originally, he planned to visit Blashinsk, the capital of a Setamol state near Longwa, but he ended up in a snowy forest. Surrounded by endless white glaciers, it seemed the torrential rain hadn't reached the snow-covered world. Li Fan had to activate the system's search function to look for the nearest survivor settlement or base. The nearest settlement was more than 30 li, about 15 kilometers, away. This space teleportation had really missed by a lot. Using his basic elemental abilities, Li Fan condensed the ice and snow into a towering, 100-meter-tall ice giant. Standing on the giant's head, he controlled it to run toward the destination. The giant moved swiftly, covering the 30 li in just about 5 minutes. Such a massive disturbance naturally attracted the attention of the survivors in the settlement. Their settlement consisted of ice houses built from glaciers, with no flooding and no tall buildings. This made Li Fan curious. Could his previous understanding be wrong? Was the torrential rain not global but limited to certain areas? What about other regions? Was Russia experiencing a snowstorm instead? System, isn't the apocalypse's disaster supposed to be the same everywhere? We get heavy rain, and they get heavy snow? After a long time without talking to the system, Li Fan asked in his mind. To his surprise, a tiny figure appeared before his eyes, slowly taking shape. Li Fan stared in shock. The small figure looked like a miniature version of himself, floating in front of his plain face, seeming a bit unhappy. This is the new system assistant feature. You didn't even try it immediately and only looked for me when you encountered a problem. Li Fan stood stunned for a long moment before reaching out to touch it, but the little figure avoided his hand, circling around his head. Are you solid? Can I touch you? Can others see you too? Li Fan was genuinely confused. Wasn't this just a system? Why did it now look like it was coming to life? I'm not solid. Only you and your family's important members can see me. But you can't touch me. If you do, the body I worked so hard to manifest will be taken back. The system explained when it saw him calm down. You were doing fine in my mind. Why did you come out here? Li Fan asked, puzzled. I just wanted to take a look around. This is so strange. You're not some demon pretending to be a system, trying to suck the yang energy from me and my women, and now you've finally cultivated enough to come out, right? You sure have a wild imagination. This is just a system feature. Oh, by the way, I can boost your attributes now. Take a look at your attribute panel. You should see a bracket next to the numbers. Those are your stats with my assistance, roughly equivalent to a freshly promoted level 4 mutant. Following the system's instructions, Li Fan checked his attribute panel and quickly saw it. Host, Li Fan. Health, Energy, Constitution, 2104, 3000. Strength, 2102, 3000. Spirit, 2104, 3000. Agility, 2102, 3000. That was a huge boost. How do I use it? Do you just have to be around me? Li Fan was excited. This meant he now had the strength of a level 4 mutant, at least strong enough to face the previous giant mutated octopus. As for whether he could win, he didn't dare to say yet. But a level 4 against a level 3, he should have an advantage. You just need to activate your primary enhancement ability, and then I will reinforce it on top of that. This way, your actual strength will become what's shown in the brackets. Li Fan thought of a possibility and asked, like the giant's heart? The giantization and super strength skills? Exactly. Human bodies have a limit to how much strength and speed they can handle. That limit is what restricts further evolution. But once your body evolves, that limit increases, and your strength naturally grows. The system's explanation somewhat overturned Li Fan's understanding. If what it said was true, didn't that mean human mutants could only reach level 3, with no higher possibilities? But that didn't seem right. According to the system, there were reinforcement abilities like gigantification that could solve this problem. As long as you kept getting bigger, you would keep getting stronger. Does it have to be gigantification to enhance abilities? Li Fan felt the system must have other methods and asked hopefully. Of course, there are other ways. Expanding meridians, purging impurities, and using natural treasures can all help humans get stronger. The system's answer didn't disappoint him. Then how do I expand meridians, purge impurities, or find these natural treasures? Li Fan pressed. The world must be filled with vital energy, which, after hundreds or thousands of years, will naturally transform into natural treasures. Humans can consume them to expand their meridians and purge impurities.
Are you kidding me? Li Fan's face fell. Was that even a solution? You asked, I answered. Right now, besides you, I don't think anyone knows how to break through the human level 3 mutant limit, the system calmly replied. Li Fan stopped dwelling on the issue and asked another question. So if the world becomes filled with vital energy, and after hundreds or thousands of years, natural treasures form, humans could gain even greater power than now? So my offspring, after hundreds or thousands of years, could surpass human limits and easily deal with giant beasts? You sure think far ahead. Survive the apocalypse first. This is all because of what you said. Otherwise, how would I know what the future holds? According to you, in 1,000 years, Blue Star will be completely transformed, creating a new civilization, right? That depends on whether you humans can survive. If you make it, you'll eventually see the light. If not, this world will belong to the giant beasts. Don't worry. I have absolute confidence in this, with you assisting me. Li Fan laughed. Stop dreaming and get to work. With your brain, is there any point in overthinking? The system retorted, clearly in sync with Li Fan's thoughts. By the way, system, you haven't answered my question earlier. Isn't the apocalypse disaster the same everywhere? We get heavy rain, but here they get heavy snow? It's the same, it's all heavy rain. But the temperature in Russia is much lower than before the apocalypse. When the rain falls, it quickly turns into glaciers, freezing the entire country. Haven't you noticed they don't live in regular houses here? The system explained. Li Fan thought for a moment and asked, so by your logic, the temperature in tropical deserts must have also increased. Even if it rains there, it could be quickly evaporated by the heat, right? The system didn't elaborate and seemed less interested in continuing the conversation. Pretty much. You can check it out if you want. After all, it's just a thought away for you. I'm going back to rest now. As soon as it finished speaking, the small figure in front of Li Fan turned into a shadow and gradually disappeared. It seemed maintaining that physical form wasn't easy for the system. With the system's explanation, Li Fan felt much better. Looking down, he saw that over 100 Rossian survivors had already gathered below his feet. He released his translator, In Xiaoyu, who he had specifically brought along for Russian. He asked her to convey his message to the Rossian people. The message was simple. He wanted to trade mutant beast cores or food for energy crystals, evolved plants, and women. Beyond that, he had no other business in this country. One notable thing about Russia was that it had always had more women than men. Young Rossian women were known for being fair-skinned, beautiful, and long-legged. But once they passed 30, most of them would quickly gain weight, abandoning any idea of maintaining their figure. So, among the Rossian women gathered under the giant, many appeared to weigh over 200 pounds. Surviving the apocalypse with such body sizes meant they hadn't yet reached the point of desperation. But among this wary crowd, 6 young girls caught the system's attention, triggering a selection notification. Rossian names were truly long because they consisted of 3 parts, first name plus patronymic plus surname. These 6 names alone were as long as 18 names combined. For example, names like Byora Andrei Ditsornomiski or Katerina Obel Alexandra made Li Fan's head spin. But for this small settlement of 100 people, Li Fan didn't expect much from the trade. His real goal was to reach the larger population centers of Russia. After all, Russia had always been vast but sparsely populated. In many places, the total population barely exceeded 1 million. Even if all of them became zombies and he killed them for energy crystals, that would only be about a few 100,000 crystals. Unexpectedly, when these Rossians heard In Xiaoyu say they were from Longwa, they became enthusiastic and even invited the 2 of them to stay in their ice huts as guests. In Xiaoyu conveyed this to Li Fan, but he didn't think it was necessary and shook his head to refuse. This wasn't peacetime. Such warm hospitality was unnecessary in Li Fan's eyes. In Xiaoyu spoke with them for a while in Russian, and soon came back to tell Li Fan that they had reached an agreement. Li Fan was a bit surprised, looking at her. He hadn't expected this randomly chosen translator to also be a good negotiator. Or maybe Rossians were just genuinely warm and friendly? Glancing at the towering ice giant behind him, Li Fan believed he had found the answer. The truth was always within the range of the canon. Eventually, Li Fan acquired the 6 Rossian girls from the earlier notification. As for the other women, he declined. The Rossians probably understood that finding a strong backer was the best way to secure a future. But Li Fan had already moved past his early stage of taking in anyone and everyone. Even foreign beauties couldn't sway him now. For Li Fan, women were just tools for system rewards. After experiencing so many, even the most stunning beauties could no longer stir his heart.
Leaving behind a mutant beast core, he put In Xiaoyu and the 6 Rossian girls into his small world and stood atop the ice giant's head, heading towards a larger gathering point ahead. From what In Xiaoyu learned from the locals, the capital of Acetamol state, Blashinsk, was practically a ghost town now. It already had a low population before the apocalypse, and now, with less than 1 in 10 people surviving, it faced a massive population crisis. The local leaders had abandoned it early on, taking their families to the nearby major city of Vladivostok. This left Blashinsk with only a few scattered survivor settlements. With the intimidating presence of the ice giant, Li Fan and In Xiaoyu encountered no resistance. The survivor camps varied in size, some had 2,000 to 3,000 people, while others had only a few hundred. Li Fan also visited Vladivostok, but it was similar to Blashinsk, frozen in ice, and its leaders had already fled to the capital, Berkvile, leaving survivors to fend for themselves. Perhaps because Rossians were naturally brave, most of the mutants here had abilities focused on strength, super strength, transformation, and berserk mode, showing high attribute values. But the survival rate of mutants here was lower than in Longhua, Banghua, or Nippon. This was because Rossia was a nation that admired heroism. The stronger a person was, the greater the responsibility they felt, and mutants often fought at the front lines to protect others. Sometimes, Li Fan doubted the goodness of human nature. But seeing how Rossians treated their own reignited his faint sense of kindness. Along the way, he distributed extra mutant beast cores and food to the survivor camps. Although moved, Li Fan hid his emotions, looking at the surrounding glaciers and the endless white landscape. His journey in Rossia continued until nightfall. Looking at the 46 Rossian girls and women following him, Li Fan decided to end his day here. He chose to bind his 4th base to a mountain base in the city of Orgosburg, where survivors had gathered. This base was well armed, and with over 10,000 survivors, it was the largest settlement Li Fan had seen in Rossia so far. Perhaps because of their weapons and large numbers, these survivors looked like they wanted to rob him but were wary of the ice giant behind him. Li Fan's impression of this base was poor because the mutants here looked aggressive and unruly. And where there were bad people, trouble was never far. He immediately cleared out the mutants in the base. Now, killing was incredibly easy for him. A glare, a shout, or a mere thought could end lives in various ways. It was almost as if he could say, "How lonely it is to be invincible." For a moment, Li Fan felt an urge to test his strength against a giant mutant beast again. After returning to the Biyun mountain base and leaving In Xiaoyu there, Li Fan went to the Rongdong base and placed the women from Ross country there. However, these women were no longer under Masao Chiyo's control. Li Fan required Qin Xingyan, Xiao Wei, and others to manage not only the women from Ross country but also the women from the island nation and the stick nation. It's hard to say if this would create conflicts. Originally invited to visit the base, Masao Chiyo and the others ended up being managed by the visitors. Of course, Li Fan didn't offer much explanation. He acted on impulse, and in his eyes, the people from the island nation were still not trustworthy enough for special treatment. Now that he was strong enough, he wasn't afraid of these island people causing trouble. It all depended on the severity of the upcoming apocalypse. If it reached a world-destroying level, he would continue to hide and endure. Listening to the system's words earlier, it seemed that after this disaster, the entire Blue Star would undergo a massive transformation. If the danger of the disaster remained the same as before, merely trapping humans, it might even help him plunder resources and women. During his time at the Daijing International Community, he deeply understood this. Those waiting for death were more likely to collapse and compromise under torment. Offer them a straw, and they would cling to it. After the usual nighttime debauchery, Li Fan finally decided to pass on the Emperor and Empress meditation harmony technique to An Yunyun. After all, An Yunyun was the first woman he found in the apocalypse and his familiar neighbor. No other woman here could match the familiarity he had with her. Moreover, she had always supported him, helping him find women to strengthen himself. It was impossible to choose someone else and hurt her feelings. The system made passing on the technique simple. Once Li Fan confirmed the person, just like binding a subsystem, the technique would automatically be transmitted to An Yunyun, leaving a memory of the technique in her mind. Li Fan didn't notice any abnormalities in the two techniques provided by the system. They seemed like ordinary dual cultivation support techniques without any special characteristics. The most noticeable change was that his body fluids seemed to have a more nourishing effect on them. An Yunyun, who knew about Li Fan's system, immediately realized the change in her mind was another good thing he had given her. With watery eyes, she crawled to his side from the edge of the bed, pushing aside the other two women on duty. Currently, An Yunyun held significant power in the family base. Not only did she manage everyone's food, drink, and daily needs, but she also arranged the nightly debauchery. After all, with hundreds of women living in the base, even if Li Fan had the ability to take on hundreds, it wasn't possible to fight that battle all night. So, each night, 30 women would sleep with Li Fan, and the current number allowed for a 25-day rotation. Additionally, if Li Fan wanted someone, he would inform An Yun. Tonight, An Yun was the 16th woman. After some exploration, An Yun lay on Li Fan's body, sighing with misty eyes. I never dreamed of seeing such a scene. Li Fan, comfortably embracing her soft body, also sighed. I didn't expect things to turn out this way. Then he asked, do you think I've found too many women? The more women you find, the stronger you become. The stronger you are, the safer we women are. I've always supported you finding women, and Yun, as understanding as ever, replied. However, Li Fan knew he had no real emotional attachment to any of these women. Even though they shared physical intimacy, it was just a matter of mutual need. Even with An Yun, the woman he considered the closest, he was almost certain she didn't love him. Of course, he didn't care about love. In this apocalypse, who still had time for love? Mutual benefit was best. They were now like conjoined twins. Sensing something off about Li Fan, An Yun added, I'm much older than you, and I've been married before and have children. I know I'm not worthy of you. Li Fan smiled at her without continuing the topic, instead saying, let's try the new technique we just got. The Emperor and Empress meditation harmony technique was also a dual cultivation technique. Being system produced, it was naturally flawless. Yet, after practicing, neither of them felt any different. Inevitably, they began to wonder if this technique was just as useless as the previous Dragon and Phoenix harmony technique. Li Fan even checked his attribute panel, hoping for improvements in attributes or evolution, but unfortunately, there were none. Did the technique not work? Or did we practice it wrong? And Yun, puzzled, tried practicing again. Li Fan had the same doubts, so he cooperated. Worried that the duration might matter, he even controlled himself to stay in sync with An Yun. But the result was still the same, nothing. Li Fan didn't ask the system. The current ridiculous situation allowed the system's tiny avatar to float nearby and watch, which annoyed him. He could only comfort the slightly disappointed An Yun, who thought the problem was with her being too weak to practice the technique with Li Fan. Why not try with Nguyen and Bu? Their physiques are better than ours. Maybe they can practice with you. If we can't practice it, so be it. For now, I can only practice with you. I have no way to transmit the technique directly into someone's mind, Li Fan subtly explained. He knew some of the other women were waking up, so he avoided mentioning the system. Only An Yun and a few of the earliest women with him knew about the system, and they hadn't spread the word. You treat me so well, An Yun whispered softly, lying on his chest. It's what you deserve, ever since you trusted me without doubt and lay on that bed in my rented room, and yeah. Li Fan whispered in her ear. That was where his dream began, the start of his confidence. Women who knew they could be so easily conquered? Before the apocalypse, how many men didn't know this? And how many had already figured it out? The drought starves, and the flood drowns. This world has always been this way, the greatest fairness lies in its inherent unfairness and death. I still want. Amid murmurs, the sound suddenly echoed. Dawn arrived. It was now the 7th day after the rainstorm, the 39th day of the apocalypse. Who knew if tomorrow would bring 3 more days of rain, a half-month deluge, or another disaster? What Li Fan didn't expect was that this day would be particularly busy. First, satellite phone calls came in from nearby or relatively close city shelters, actively seeking to trade with him. Perhaps many shelters realized that tomorrow's heavy rain was approaching, and their previously hesitant decisions were now pushed forward. Currently, Li Fan's main trade items included thousands of level 1 mutant beast cores, over 1,000 portions of level 1 evolution liquid, and over 1,000 level 2 mutant beast cores. Compared to level 1 mutant beast cores, level 2 cores also granted awakening abilities. However, the basic attributes after awakening were significantly higher than those of level 1 cores. Additionally, there was a chance for complementary abilities of the same type to appear. This was the result of the system's analysis. So far, no one in the family base had used a level 2 mutant beast core to awaken. This time, Li Fan brought some family members with him to the nearby shelters, so he wouldn't have to personally make the trips in the future. For more distant shelters, he needed to use his spatial teleportation ability. This made him even more eager for the subsystem to keep up with the main system's evolution in the next upgrade. Of course, he knew that was unlikely. It was obvious that the main system was deliberately suppressing the subsystem to prevent family members from becoming too powerful and affecting him, the host. To put it simply, if family members became stronger, could Li Fan still indulge himself like now without back pain or leg fatigue? This was just his guess.
Only the considerate system could clear up the details. Unexpectedly, the Fanyuan Mountain Shelter in Shirtu City was also on the delivery list. It seemed the base's operators were doing a good job, as even nearby cities were being contacted. Besides Fanyuan Mountain Shelter, Shirtu City also had Yuhong Mountain Shelter and Maching Mountain Shelter. Li Fan never thought he would one day become a delivery man. This made him reconsider whether he should continue this trading business. Looking at the 23 women meeting the system's requirements selected by the Fanyuan Mountain Shelter and the 500,000 low-quality energy crystals they offered, Li Fan felt this business was still worth doing. If he simply robbed them, who knew if the Dragon Country would list him as the #1 villainous mutant for a nationwide manhunt? That was not the outcome Li Fan wanted. He could rob outside, but in Dragon Country, he had to be more restrained. He then went to Yuhong Mountain Shelter and Maching Mountain Shelter, collecting 600,000 low-quality energy crystals and 69 women meeting system requirements. After bringing all the women back to the base, Li Fan continued delivering goods to surrounding areas. By the end of the night, after calculating, Li Fan found that he had collected about 2,520,000 low-quality energy crystals and 177 women today. This time, none of the women had children with them. After an Yun arranged for everyone, the night's arduous task began again. After a wild night, as daylight broke and the strong wind howled outside with misty rain, Li Fan finally paused his conquest. Without caring about his image, he directly pushed aside the women beside him and looked at the fierce wind and rain outside. The rain wasn't as heavy as the previous downpour, but the combined wind and rain made the situation outside no better. The wind was around level 7 or 8, making the trees and wild grass on Beyond Mountain sway noisily but not uprooting them. Seeing this scene, Li Fan climbed back into bed to finish what was left undone. After breakfast, it was already 10:30 in the morning. Li Fan checked the system notifications and his attribute panel. Host, Li Fan. Level 3 mutant, evolution rate 99%. Manifestations, speed, Mach 6, strength, 100 tons, level 3 limit point. Life, energy. Physique, 2458, 3000. Strength, 2456, 3000. Spirit, 2458, 3000. Agility, 2456, 3000. Techniques, Dragon and Phoenix Harmony Technique, Emperor and Empress Meditation Harmony Technique, can be taught to key family members for joint practice. Primary abilities, Energy Charge 177 points, Primary 5 Elements System, Primary Space System, Primary Defense System, Primary Control System, Primary Enhancement System, Primary Summoning System, Primary Special System. Family members, 2069, including one-hit kill effect. Family bases, 6, Beyond Mountain, Hongdong District Rongdong Base, Shumin District Research Base, pending. You can now bind 35 female family members to the family subsystem. Please make a selection soon. Family members exceeding 1,800. A 100-member family reward is available. Claim. Family members exceeding 1,900. A 100-member family reward is available. Claim. Family members exceeding 2,000. A 100-member family reward is available. Claim. Family members exceeding 2,000. A 1,000-member family achievement reward is available. Claim. The reward for exceeding 1,800 family members is an increase in the number of sub-anchor points to 20. The reward for exceeding 1,900 family members is the ability to designate a location as the 7th family base. The reward for exceeding 2,000 family members is expanding the resource collection range in each region to 200 miles. The reward for exceeding 2,000 family members as a 1,000-member achievement is an additional deputy host position, with a new deputy host attribute panel. System Lord, come out and explain what this deputy host is about. Didn't I already have a family member subsystem before? Li Fan's main focus was on the achievement reward. The system's small figure appeared beside Li Fan immediately this time, without the need to slowly materialize. A person in charge always has a main and a deputy. You are the main host, so naturally, there is a deputy host. Isn't it normal for a system to have a main and a deputy? The system explained leisurely. What's the role? What's the difference? Li Fan couldn't help but roll his eyes at the system, feeling like it was teasing him by holding back information. The deputy host can receive 1/7 of your abilities, including attributes and skills. Just like the subsystem, the deputy host is also under your control, the system explained with a smirk. 1/7? And this deputy host can bind 6 of them? Are you dividing me into 7 parts? What about the impact of their abilities on me? Li Fan felt like giving this cheeky little figure a good smack.
Although you often act without thinking, you do have a brain after all, able to draw inferences and think things through. Seeing Li Fan's lantern-sized eyes, the system stopped teasing and explained seriously, the abilities you give up are no longer yours. The deputy host's abilities will be half as effective as yours. If the deputy host shows any abnormality towards you, their abilities will automatically return to you, the main host. And your attributes won't change even if you bind a deputy host. Also, the deputy host is limited to 3, not 7 as you thought. Deputy hosts can't receive rewards through that, right? This was the question Li Fan was most concerned about, but the system just wouldn't tell him. How annoying. They cannot. Fixed abilities, fixed attributes. Once a deputy host is bound, their attributes will be 1/7 of your current attributes, and they will gain one of your primary abilities. No matter how strong you become later, it won't affect this bound deputy host. As expected, the system was still the same considerate and reliable system. According to the system's explanation, it was actually better to bind deputy hosts later, making them stronger in the long run. Considering that the deputy host feature only unlocked after reaching 2,000 family members, the next 2 deputy host slots would likely only be available when the family reached 4,000 and 6,000 members. When you need people, you always wish for more. Thinking this, he couldn't help but consider going out to find more useful people. As for primary abilities, Li Fan decided he would never allocate the space, enhancement, or special abilities to anyone else. The enhancement ability was directly related to whether Li Fan could evolve to a level 4 or higher mutant. The space ability allowed him to travel and collect women efficiently. The special ability was versatile, it could replicate mutant beast cores, heal, create clones, act as a substitute for death, read minds, turn invisible, transform, and even fly or burrow. It was too important to give away. So, he could only choose from the 5 elements: control, summoning, and defense abilities. Li Fan decided to bind in Yun Yun as the first deputy host and grant her the summoning ability. The summoning ability included a variety of summoned creatures, animals, servants, weapons, etc. Even if its power was halved and her attributes were only 1/7 of his, it would still be enough to overpower any current level 2 mutant. It would also help her better manage the increasing number of women in the family base. With his current ability to find women quickly, once the disaster passed and he accelerated his progress, he could grant the other 2 deputy hosts the control and 5 elements abilities. The candidates for the other 2 deputy hosts could be chosen from the women the system had previously recommended as suitable for base management. Of course, they had to be women from the Dragon Country. Women from the other 3 countries were out of the question. This way, the family base would have 3 strong protectors with impressive abilities and high attributes, which would be useful in the apocalypse. Before binding a family member as a deputy host, Li Fan took Yun Yun to his room to explain the situation. The main point was that deputy hosts would not grow with him. The first bound deputy host would undoubtedly be the weakest one. After listening, Yun Yun didn't hesitate and immediately agreed, saying decisively, "If it weren't for your ability to teleport and bring people back, it would be impossible to achieve this speed of progress. Your current abilities are already amazing. Even if I only have half of them, I can still help you better manage this huge group of women." With the wind howling and rain pouring outside, Li Fan bound Yun Yun as his first deputy host. And Yun Yun didn't actively choose among Li Fan's 7 abilities but asked for his opinion instead. Li Fan didn't hide anything from her, explaining how the enhancement ability might be related to his evolution beyond level 4. He also shared his thoughts on the other abilities. So Yun Yun nodded and agreed to receive the summoning ability. Confirm Yun Yun as the first deputy host? Yes. Confirm granting the primary summoning ability to the first deputy host in Yun Yun? Yes. After the selection, Li Fan watched as Yun Yun was enveloped in a glowing sphere, so dazzling that he couldn't see what was happening inside. The light lasted for 10 minutes before finally fading, revealing a radiant Yun Yun, who looked as if she had been completely transformed. Li Fan immediately used the system's inspection function on her. Level 3 mutant, and Yun Yun cannot continue to advance. Strength, 3 tons. Speed, 182 meters per second. Life, 3,520. Energy, 3,520. Physique, 352. Strength, 350. Spirit, 352. Agility, 350. Overall rating, 90. Affection, 100, maximum 100. Techniques, Emperor and Empress Meditation Harmony Technique. Fused ability, Element, Sea of Fire and Molten Lava LV3. Ability from Deputy Host, Primary Summoning, weakened by 50%. Such a weak level 3 mutant, was Li Fan's first thought. Knowing that a level 3 mutant's attribute cap was 3,000 points, and Yunyun only had around 350 points, barely touching the threshold of level 3. Then he noticed her affection rating had skyrocketed to 100, making her the first family member to reach the maximum. Unfortunately, the system didn't react. Shouldn't there be a reward for this? Encouraging the host? No reward. You've already received enough. For once, the system responded immediately, shattering Li Fan's plan to exploit it for rewards. He also noticed that in Yunyun's deputy host subsystem came with a fused ability. With her current strength, she could definitely dominate a region. Sadly, only 3 deputy hosts could be bound. If it were like the subsystem, or he could keep adding deputy hosts as the family grew, he could make each of them a regional overlord. And Yunyun, excited, summoned hounds, birds, tigers, cows, and horses. But she quickly discovered that once summoned, the creatures couldn't be dismissed. Confused, she asked, "Can these animals be used for meat?" Li Fan hadn't considered this. He was stunned for a moment before shaking his head. "I don't know. If they can be eaten, then why would we need to collect supplies outside? I'll call someone and see if we can butcher them for meat." Distracted by the thought, and Yunyun didn't continue testing her summoning ability but left with a cheerful expression. But she stopped after a few steps and asked, "Is this ability like the previous superpowers you gave us?" "No. Your deputy host status is unique and cannot increase with more family members, unlike the subsystem." Li Fan didn't mention the 3 deputy host limit yet. Having read so many novels and watched so many shows, plus having mind-reading ability, he understood a bit about how women thought. As expected, hearing this, and Yunyun smiled brightly. Li Fan, who had noticed her transformation during the binding process, now realized something. Her crow's feet at the corners of her eyes were gone. "Did you become younger?" Li Fan asked, unsure. "Really? I just feel really great physically. The feeling of that light covering me just now was amazing." And Yunyun looked down at herself and said to Li Fan uncertainly. Seeing that Yunyun was also unsure, Li Fan shook his head and told her, "Maybe it's because of the attribute boost. You are now a level 3 mutant, probably the second level 3 mutant after me. Your strength is now 3 tons, and your speed has reached half the speed of sound. Be careful not to accidentally hurt anyone in the base." But in Yunyun's next words surprised him again. "Do you think we can successfully practice that technique now? I was too weak before." And Yunyun suddenly mentioned the technique he taught her last night. Li Fan was originally thinking about asking the system whether the light around the deputy host had the effect of rejuvenation. Hearing her mention last night's technique, he thought it might indeed be related. Moreover, seeing that Yunyun seemed to have been thinking about this, he nodded and agreed, "We can try later. For now, go call some people and see if we can eat the meat from the summoned animals. If we can achieve meat self-sufficiency or even use it for trading." Following this train of thought, Li Fan suddenly remembered the space and wood element abilities he had been neglecting. Could plant-based crops also be grown there? The reason he never paid attention to this was because, with the system's care, they never lacked food or supplies. And before, his mind was always filled with thoughts of women, rewards, attributes, and getting stronger, so he rarely thought about practical problems like eating meat. Only when Yunyun mentioned it did he think of this. Next, in the main hall, they began slaughtering cows and dogs, while the birds, horses, and tigers were stored in his agricultural space. Li Fan was surprised to discover that there were quite a few skilled people in the family base. Yi Yuyu and Qin Xiaoyu were quick and clean in slaughtering dogs, while Miao Xiaoxiao and He Lianyu were efficient with cattle, and Hamei and Yu Haiyao showed excellent cooking skills. Unsurprisingly, the summoned animals could actually be killed and eaten. But it came at a cost. Each small bird summoned consumed 5 energy points from Yunyun, a hunting dog needed 10 points, cows and horses needed 30, and a tiger consumed 50. Li Fan asked the system in his mind, "Will the deputy host's energy replenish at midnight each day, like mine?" The system quickly responded before his eyes. "It refreshes once every 2 days. And yeah, your energy refreshes once every 2 days. From now on, we can not only eat meat ourselves but also trade it. If you want to trade for anything, just tell Njia. First, send some meat to Qin Xinyan and the others at Rongdong Base," Li Fan instructed. Afterward, Li Fan gathered in Yunyun, Fenglan, and others to discuss the matters they had previously considered, confirming the important family members, assigning management roles, binding the subsystem for 70 members, and selecting 15 family teleportation sub-anchor points. For the important family members who made up 10% of the total, Li Fan decided to include those who were bound to the subsystem, adjusting as needed. Management personnel could be trained first. They didn't need to be immediately capable of independent leadership. The 70 subsystem slots were assigned to designated members, based on An Yunyun's list and the system's affection ratings.
Now, the family had 206 members bound to the subsystem.
Li Fan didn't give Deng Xiangwei, who had a powerful superpower, a subsystem slot. Instead, he had her, Zhao Qingxue, Mu Nianqin, and other young girls awaken using mutant beast cores and evolution liquids. Almost all the women who followed him to Biyun Mountain from the start already had superpowers. Now, they were beginning to bind women acquired through the shelter trades, including Zhou Tao and Tang Haiyun. As for the teleportation portals between bases, they would eventually need to inform the family members, so Li Fan didn't hide anything. With the wind and rain still raging outside, he decided not to wander around and instead took Ni Rishuan, Yu Haiyao, and others to deliver meat to Rongdong base. After all, many of his women were still there. Although he was cautious around them and didn't plan to tell them about the subsystem or superpowers for now, he wouldn't be stingy with their food, clothing, or supplies. Aside from the newly upgraded pills he hadn't figured out yet, he gave them plenty of food. Currently, the circular fortress housed only Li Fan's women, Masao Chio and her group, Xin Xingyan, and others, Li Jinfu's women from Bang Country, and the women from Ross Country acquired through trade. He wasn't worried about security either. The Rongdong base was firmly under the control of Masao Chio and her two companions. They were originally nobles from the island nation, and the residential area outside was filled with their loyal followers. Although most people in the base were from the Dragon Country, they had always been dependent on the islanders, with no desire to resist. They only wanted to survive. This was why Li Fan didn't bother with the Dragon Country people outside. If they were willing to kneel, he wouldn't bother to help them stand, there was no need. Li Fan stayed at Rongdong base for 7 days, completely forgetting about dual cultivating with An Yunyun amidst the warmth of his women. He only remembered it when he returned to Biyun Mountain. There was no embarrassment, perhaps a little feeling, but not much. The storm outside hadn't stopped for 7 days. While at Rongdong base, Li Fan heard from Masao Chio and the others that there were still survivors moving around outside. It seemed that many people didn't have enough supplies and were forced to leave their shelters to search. But honestly, after more than a month of the apocalypse, most of it spent submerged in water. Even if supplies remained, many were likely waterlogged and spoiled. Moreover, the water was filled with zombies, mutated fish, normal fish, and various mutant monsters. The environment was extremely harsh. For ordinary people searching for supplies outside, 9 deaths and 1 life was not an exaggeration. After the usual nightly debauchery, Li Fan discussed his idea of braving the storm to search for more women with An Yunyun while they practiced the technique. To his surprise, An Yunyun opposed it. "No, there's no rush. Who knows if the storm has any effects on people? We aren't short of food or clothes, and you definitely aren't short of women. If you're really asking me, I oppose you going out." What was this? Li Fan was momentarily stunned, but he continued, "I was thinking of going to the island nation first." "Wait, did you just say you oppose me going out?" "Yes, if you're seriously asking for my opinion, I oppose it." And Yunyun straightened up, pressing her hands against Li Fan's chest, her tone calm and firm. What was this situation? How had she suddenly started opposing him? Wait, weren't you always supportive of me finding women? Why are you opposing it now? Li Fan propped himself up with his hands and looked at An Yunyun in confusion. You're already strong enough now. You must understand that haste makes waste, and too much is as bad as too little. I used to support you because I didn't know how strong you really were, but after you made me a deputy host 7 days ago, I finally understood your true strength. As An Yunyun spoke, she continued her movements automatically. She then looked at Li Fan and said, "Recently, none of us women can last more than a few minutes with you before we have to lie down. But now, I can at least keep going with you for 3 days and 3 nights without stopping, and I'm still fine on the 4th day. I finally felt how strong you really are. We've gone out before and seen other mutants, and many women in the base have also seen them. They all feel that those mutants can't even stand up to one of your fingers. But we didn't know if that was true. But you know I get stronger the more women I find, so why stop me?" Li Fan asked, puzzled. "See for yourself." And Yunyun said this and continued moving. Li Fan understood what she meant. With a thought, he activated mind reading, listening to An Yunyun's thoughts as she continued. "I used to not stop you, even encouraged you to find more women, because I wanted you to become stronger. Now I'm stopping you, not because I want to stop you from getting stronger, but because I want you to slow down and take a moment. Since we moved to Daijing International, you haven't talked to us about superpowers or shown them like you did at Linfu Community. I understand it's because more people have them now, and it's complicated to explain, but we have no idea how strong you really are. Then we moved to Biyun Mountain. You became even busier.
But even with your busy schedule, you still spend time being intimate with us every day. We all thought that life was pretty good. But after a half-month-long rainstorm, I feel like your mindset has changed. You seem desperate to find women and get stronger, and you're really doing it. It's clear that you're getting stronger. We can tell just from being with you. But that day, when you suddenly brought back over 200 women, I started feeling a little uncomfortable with you bringing so many at once. Li Fan was stunned, staring at the busy woman in front of him, whose thoughts were pouring out like a flood. It seemed she really enjoyed being busy while feeling their closeness at the same time. I'll listen to you. I'll slow down, stop going out to find more women. I really am strong enough already. Li Fan's initial plan was actually to visit the island nation to check out mutated giant beasts. With the system's help, he wanted to fight them, test his strength as a level 4 mutant against level 3 mutated beasts, and see his strengths and weaknesses. Of course, he also planned to capture more women from the island nation. In terms of submission, island women ranked first. Stick Nation women and Dragon Country women had been heavily influenced by the internet in recent years. If not for the apocalypse and his system, even average-looking Zhang Wanjun wouldn't have given a second look to the jobless Li Fan. This was why Li Fan could separate feelings from desire. He knew they didn't care about him, they only cared about the food and safety he provided. So, since he provided food and safety, it was only fair for him to demand something in return. His relationship with the women around him was a clear transaction. Perhaps due to time spent together, Li Fan now felt closest to An Yunyun and Qin Qingyan. Kang Lingwei, Moon Yanqin, and Hame, Zhao Qingxue, Zhou Hanxue, Feng Ningning, and Li Xiaoqi, these obedient women who deliberately pleased him, also earned a bit of his favor. Then there were the Zhou sisters, the Mao sisters, Yunuanyuan, and others who seemed to have gone beyond a transactional relationship and entered a new kind of connection. Most importantly, I think I can help you now. I can keep you in check a little, so you don't become a wild horse constantly bringing new women home. Getting stronger isn't all good. We can't even reach Wushan anymore, it feels like you're just a machine, and the fun is gone. Why does this technique still seem to have no effect? This guy just loves being wild. With just me, he barely has any interest. And Yunyun's thoughts stopped there. Her face slightly flushed, she climbed off Li Fan, glanced at him, and pulled up the woman next to her who had been pretending to sleep. Stop pretending. Lord Li thinks just me alone isn't enough fun. Everyone, come over and make it exciting for him. What happened next doesn't need to be described in detail. Let's leave it at that. The next day, the wind and rain continued, but Li Fan and the women all woke up feeling refreshed. They had a hearty meal of steaming beef noodles. Thinking about the agricultural space, Li Fan took Kong Lingwei, Pang Yanxia, Zhou Shuan, Zhao Jilian, Yu Xiaoyun, and other women with wood element abilities into the space to try planting crops and raising animals. This space wasn't very large, 5 miles wide and long. The temperature was a constant 20 degrees Celsius, with low mountains, forests, a lake, and flat fields for planting. The previously summoned tigers, horses, and birds were roaming in the forest, but the tigers didn't attack the horses. The women could conjure seeds from thin air and accelerate plant growth. With their wood abilities at level 3, they quickly grew a field of green rice. It was astonishing. In just half an hour, a handful of seeds grew into a field of rice 3 feet tall. But the women looked pale, probably because they overexerted themselves. This likely had something to do with An Yunyun. Since she received benefits, the other women probably wanted them too. Invisible competition was the deadliest kind. Don't push yourselves so hard. Based on your energy levels, you should be able to mature a field of rice in about 4 rounds. Other crops should be similar. This means we'll have a steady supply of fresh food, and we really don't have to worry about running out. After saying this with a smile, Li Fan led the women out of the space and back to the base, where he told everyone about the food growing situation. He then used the base's teleportation gate to visit the underground research lab in Shumin district. There were no abnormalities and no new products. Returning to the base, Li Fan looked out at the wind and rain, lay back in his chair, and enjoyed a rare moment of peace. Maybe because An Yunyun was worried that rejecting Li Fan would upset him, she actually brought in a group of women in matching outfits to perform a show for him. Who could refuse such a treat? Li Fan genuinely hadn't realized that the women he had gathered were also talented, each with impressive dance skills. Add in some unspeakable details, and he was left staring in awe. This was truly an emperor-level experience. No wonder men would say, rule the world when awake, rest in the arms of beauties when drunk. For a moment, Li Fan even felt that a man's life should be like this to make his short life worthwhile. This experience was different from last time when Zhou Mi, Huan Xiaotong, Huan Anna, Cayenne, and Zhuang Xian tried so hard to make him happy. Back then, he enjoyed their attentions, but he was fully aware that they were trying to please him to get mutant beast cores and evolution liquids from him. Their motives were clear, purely transactional. But this time, the women in Yun arranged had no such motives. They were all newcomers. Because Li Fan was often away, the base was actually managed by Yun, Qin Qingyan, Fenglan, Yu Xixia, Zheng Liman, Kan Linghui, and Inhume. These newcomers, after being traded into the base and having a brief encounter with Li Fan, hadn't even gotten a second chance with him. Their turn in the rotation hadn't come yet. With the base providing a stable environment and abundant food, these women were obedient, afraid of making mistakes that might get them kicked out. Many barely left their rooms, fearing they would be driven away for any excuse. Compared to their previous apocalyptic lives of starving one day and eating the next, this place was like a paradise. So, and Yun found it even easier to direct these newcomers. However, Li Fan could tell they were probably just pulled in by Yun at the last minute to entertain him. Their dancing was basic, mostly just twisting their waists, waving their arms, or spinning in circles. If not for the sensual silk outfits that added to the atmosphere, the performance would have been barely watchable. It was nothing compared to elementary school kids passionately singing, "I dedicate my oil to the country." Then, and Yun had them bring in wine and fruit, suggesting they play games to keep things fun and joyful. When you're having fun, time flies like an airplane passing by. The dancing women soon got their second round with Li Fan, leaving the room one by one, faces flushed. In the end, men and women can't escape the blending of spirit and flesh, pursuing that brief moment of heightened desire. The following days went the same way. In the morning, they planted crops and slaughtered summoned animals for meat. Then they watched singing, dancing, and played games. At night, and Yun opened the doors wide, letting more women join in. The recently established rules were once again shelved. As time passed, the dancing women became more skilled, more charming, and sometimes Li Fan couldn't help but join them in dancing. It seemed Li Fan quite enjoyed this leisurely, homely life. On the 9th day, a new group of women came to dance, and time flew by like a plane again. The 10th day, the 11th, the 12th, the 13th, the 14th, the 15th. Li Fan began to suspect that Yun was using him as a reward for the women, rotating through hundreds of them in the base. Even some newly adult girls didn't escape this cycle. The events of these days in the family base could only be described as wild and chaotic, giving Li Fan, who once lacked any real family education, a deep lesson in experience. When it comes to playing around, mature women are unmatched. By comparison, the young girls were like dead fish, making Li Fan want to switch partners after just a few tries. After 15 days of continuous wind and rain, Li Fan had indulged in his emperor-like fantasy. He originally planned to wait for the rain to stop before going out to continue his quest for strength. But on the 16th day, the 55th day of the apocalypse, the storm still hadn't stopped. "I've stayed in the base for half a month because of this rain. Are you still going to stop me from going out?" Li Fan asked, holding Yun's 5-year-old daughter, Li Yuqi, in his arms. "Little daddy, Mama's worried you'll be in danger if you go out. We have food, clothes, and a roof at home. Isn't that better than running around outside?" Li Yuqi sensibly said to Li Fan. There were many little girls in the family base. They generally called Li Fan New Daddy or Little Daddy. After all, sometimes Li Fan would be intimate with their mothers in the 100 square meter rooms where they lived. These children, more aware than their age suggested, learned to call him New Daddy or Little Daddy without needing to be taught. For the young girls, this was easy to accept. But when those girls who had already had relations with him whispered Little Daddy in his ear, it made Li Fan feel like he was about to explode. And Yun gently lifted Li Yuqi from his arms, sat on his lap herself, and whispered in his ear, 11 years from now, when Yuqi turns 16, don't treat her like you did Lu Lianqing's daughter, Luing Luo. Damn. Li Fan stared at Yun in shock, not understanding why she would say such a thing now. Did she really see his morals as being that low? But he couldn't entirely blame her. Looking at the family base in Rongdong base full of women, and recalling the things he had done to the women of the island nation and stick nation in Rongdong base for those 7 days, it wasn't surprising that she had doubts. His inner darkness was undeniably deep. The others think the same. After all, she isn't your biological daughter. What's the difference? Instead of you going outside to bring in more women, it's better to make full use of the ones already here. And Yun said indifferently, you all stay home every day thinking about all this? Already planning for 10 years later? Li Fan teased, look at how long this rain is lasting. Winter is almost here. I'm worried that after the storm, we might face heavy snow and hail, and Yun leaned against Li Fan, a bit worried. Li Fan's hand naturally slipped under her clothes, exploring as he said, don't worry. Even if it rains meteorites, the family base can hold out. Worst case, we just stay inside. What about the others?
Li Fan paused his hands, stopped the playful moves, and looked up, asking in confusion, I can't take care of everyone.
Do you think that with great power comes great responsibility, and now you want to save more people? You never felt that way before? For a while, yes. But I got over it. This is the apocalypse. We face natural disasters and mutated monsters. As for other humans, may they fend for themselves and meet their fate. With your abilities so strong, you could save more people.
And Yun suddenly stopped and looked at Li Fan.
Looks like it's better if you go out. Finding women is also a way of saving more people. I shouldn't have tried to stop you before. But I think you should focus on finding Dragon Country women in the Dragon Country. Women from other countries are enough for your needs now. There's no need to save so many from other countries. And if you're going to look, find those who are more obedient. I shouldn't have let you find Xiao Hui before.
Now she, along with Zhu Ting and Li Muhua, often competes with Shengwan Qinghong and Wan Fuling. Sometimes, they even ignore me, Qin Xingyan, and the others. Li Fan now had so many women that he rarely touched Xiao Hui, Zhu Ting, Ma Xiaofeng, and the others, making it seem like they were being discarded after use. Because of this, the high affection levels of Ma Xiaofeng, Pan Tong, and others had slightly declined recently. Currently, only Yun maintained a full affection level of 100. Those who had been frequently with Li Fan, like Qin Xingyan, Kong Linghui and her daughter, and Hame and her daughter, Chen Meimeng, Yunuanyuan, Yu Haiyao, and the Ma sisters, all had affection levels around 93, 94, or 95. As for the women who only occasionally spent time with him, their affection levels were above 80, like Yi Yuyu, Ma Yushu, Mi Rishuan, Zhongyu, Zhong Shuang, and Liao Ningwei. Then there were the nearly 300 women obtained through trades. Their affection levels were highly variable, some above 60, some above 70, and some even above 80. But what Li Fan found most bizarre were the women from the Island Nation and Stick Nation. Even though he treated them in a perverse and degrading way, purely as objects of lust, those who had been treated this way actually had affection levels ranging from 85 to 89. At this rate, a few more intense encounters could push their affection levels beyond 90. In other words, using force, punishment, or perverse methods seemed to be the fastest way to increase women's affection. No wonder, before the apocalypse, Li Fan always saw Island Nation romance movies with titles like XX Training of Desire. Turns out, the directors weren't making things up, they must have tested this in real life. Li Fan vividly remembered one story set in a barbershop, where a man abused a woman by beating, shocking, binding, and locking her up, and somehow, she fell in love with him. His thoughts wandered briefly but didn't take much time. Back to the point. Li Fan pulled his hands back, glanced at Li Yuqi, who was obediently sitting to the side reading a book, and then spoke, "Weren't you the one who first said that if they don't listen, they should be locked up without food? And if that doesn't work, they could be thrown out. Why are you hesitating now? It hasn't gotten that bad yet. No need to lock them up or throw them out. I was just reminding you, not complaining about them." And Yun, feeling annoyed, gave him a gentle push. But then, remembering something, she smiled and changed her tone. "Oh, right, the technique we've been practicing, it works now." "What use?" "I haven't noticed anything." Li Fan genuinely hadn't seen any effects, and his attribute panel showed no changes. "It works in that area. I can feel it, but maybe you're too strong to notice the slight change." And Yun said vaguely, "In that area? What do you mean?" Li Fan still didn't quite understand. "Tightening. Maybe for you, it's like an enhancement. Because you're so strong, you don't feel the subtle change." And Yun whispered in his ear, "I used to need 2 or 3 fingers, but now 1 is enough. The tightening effect is very obvious." Hearing this, Li Fan suddenly felt like his lack of knowledge had once again been greatly expanded. Are women really this detailed? Was the Emperor and Empress meditation harmony technique only good for this? How pathetic. But he couldn't help asking, "Doesn't Li Gu help you?" And Yun's little fist gently punched him as she pouted, "Men have to work and deal with women. Not everyone is a pervert like you. So, women who cheat are just not satisfied at home, but they don't like doing it themselves, so they look for fun outside?" Li Fan lifted in Yun's nightgown, burying his face in her chest, his voice muffled. And Yun glanced at her daughter's back, then tightly hugged Li Fan's head, her face flushed. She whispered, "How would I know? I just noticed you've become much more of a pervert lately. Let's go to the bedroom. It's still early, and we can have a little more rest." That little more rest turned into sleeping until 10 in the morning. And Yun's ability to endure had improved significantly, giving Li Fan a rare feeling of complete satisfaction. Compared to trying to conquer dozens at once, he actually preferred focusing on 1 at a time. It was a rare, satisfying experience. Afterward, he continued taking people into the space to farm. Over the past half-month, they had harvested crops 4 times, each time producing several hundred kilograms. Inside the space, Li Fan was like the god of that world. With just a thought, he could harvest and process the mature crops, extremely convenient, something he hadn't realized before. After lunch, Li Fan took Li Xiaoma and other people from Xiang province out. This time, he headed west, planning to visit Shangnan Prefecture and Shangbei Prefecture. The women from these two regions were known for their gentle Xiang River charm, and he hoped to find many obedient, suitable women. The wind and rain outside were blocked by an invisible spatial barrier. Locking onto his target direction, Li Fan used spatial teleportation, and the scene around him instantly changed. Looking around at the surrounding mountains, Li Fan knew he had landed incorrectly, not near the capital city of Shangnan Prefecture but somewhere in the surrounding mountainous area.
He opened the resource collection interface, confirming his location. This was a place called Yeyang Town in Nanzhou City. Coincidentally, there were 3 collection points for level 2 evolution plants in these mountains. Following his never-miss-out mentality, Li Fan flew to the nearest collection point. Half an hour later, he had collected 3 level 2 evolution plants and stored them in his space. The mountain's rain had flooded the houses, and Li Fan saw no signs of survivors. If they hadn't evacuated earlier, they were likely dead. He adjusted his direction and flew towards Shangnan City. Along the way, he occasionally sensed scattered survivors, but without any system notifications, Li Fan didn't stop to help. He flew straight ahead. After experiencing the apocalypse, he probably no longer had the luxury of kindness or compassion. 15 minutes later, he arrived at Shangnan City. He found an empty building and released Li Xiaoma and the other people from Xiang province. Take a look around. Does anyone recognize this place? Are there any local dialects you can't understand? I've heard that in Xiang province, customs change every 10 miles, and accents change every 5. While using his inspection ability to check the 3 women who weren't too familiar to him, Li Fan spoke to them. The slightly chubby woman with a round face and large chest was named Chen Qingyi. Another woman, who looked cold and had a high-tech, sharp chin and fox-like eyes, but met the system's criteria, indicating a natural appearance, was called Fan Yume. The third was a girl in her early 20s, with a fresh, tender face, slightly naive eyes, and a bit of baby fat. Her name was Yin Lucy. These 3 were likely newcomers, recently exchanged from the Yunmen mountain shelter. They had been at the family base for only half a month during the wind and rain. When they heard Li Fan was looking for 2 people to go to Xiang province with him to explore, they volunteered themselves. Strangely enough, even though Li Fan had so many women now, many from all over Dragon Country, there were certainly more than just 4 from Xiang province. But for some reason, only these 4 stepped up. The others showed no interest in going out with him. Was it because they didn't have much hope for their family's survival? Or were they simply unwilling to leave the comfort of the base? Li Fan didn't care either way. He was just going out for a little adventure, to find more women to get stronger, and to trade for more low-quality crystals and other resources. Li Xiaoma had the fused ability element, 3 feet of ice, which was highly advantageous in this rain-soaked weather. Moreover, her subsystem had leveled up once, boosting all her attributes by 20 points. Her stats had all surpassed 50, making her capable of dealing with level 1 mutants or mutant beasts without issue. Chen Qingyi was a native of Shangnan City, most familiar with the area. But now, with the city flooded, she could only roughly identify a few landmark buildings. For example, she pointed out a tall tower in the distance, saying it was the broadcasting building of Xiang Province Satellite TV. Nearby were the provincial headquarters of various major banks in Dragon Country. Chen Qingyi suggested they could visit the banks to collect some gold and jewelry or check the broadcasting building to see if anyone was there. But she didn't know if there were any shelters nearby. Li Xiaoma and the other 2 weren't from Shangnan City and couldn't help, so they all looked at Li Fan, waiting for his decision. Li Fan wasn't interested in gold or jewelry, useless in the apocalypse. As for the broadcasting building, he felt nothing. Before the apocalypse, he wasn't a fan of celebrities or variety shows, and he couldn't even remember the last time he watched TV. The only thing he recalled was seeing people complain on Douyin about having to pay to watch TV. Since the women he brought weren't much help, Li Fan decided to do things his way, search for shelters first to see if there were any trading opportunities. Shangnan City was a major city with a pre-apocalypse population of over 10 million. Now, the number of survivors was likely under 1 million, but still possibly in the hundreds of thousands. This was the advantage of Dragon Country's massive population. In some small countries with only a few 100,000 people, this apocalypse might have wiped them out entirely. Li Fan brought the 4 women into his small world and flew toward the nearest survivor base. The shelter buildings were all similar: an outer high wall, tents for survivors outside, and a larger residential area inside. According to the resource collection interface, this place was called the Uelu Mountain Shelter in Yuhua District. Nearby, there was only one level 2 mutant beast hiding underground, indicating that the surrounding area had been thoroughly searched. Li Fan's sudden appearance outside the shelter, braving the storm, quickly caught the attention of those inside. The leaders of the shelter soon learned about this unexpected visitor. Out of caution, they unanimously agreed not to let him in right away. So Li Fan waited outside for 2 or 3 minutes until someone spoke to him through the gate's broadcast system. "Hello, stranger. Are you here to seek refuge at our shelter?" "No, I'm a merchant selling mutant beast cores. I wanted to ask if you need these cores for awakening abilities. They can be traded for zombie energy crystals or women. I also have some fresh meat available for trade." Li Fan explained his purpose and waited for their decision. With his primary enhancement ability, he could clearly sense the situation inside the shelter. It seemed that everything was normal at Uelu Mountain Shelter, no signs of people trading their bodies for food like at Yunmen Mountain Shelter, nor the strong smell of blood like at Qingfu Mountain Shelter. So he didn't do anything out of the ordinary. In Dragon Country, he had no reason to act crazy. The trade went just as he expected. He easily exchanged 25 mutant beast cores for 500,000 low-quality energy crystals and 100 pounds of fresh beef for 50,000 low-quality crystals. As for trading women, Li Fan was surprised to recognize a few relatively famous actresses among them, like the scandal-free but well-proportioned Lu Yan and Wan Danqian. The others also seemed to be celebrities, but Li Fan didn't know them. These women weren't bad in terms of looks and figures, but the system didn't give him any notifications. That likely meant their backstories were complicated. By now, Li Fan had adopted a simple rule: he would take any women recognized by the system. If the system didn't recognize them, he wouldn't take them, no matter how beautiful. After all, nearly 2 months had passed since the apocalypse began. These women had likely already spent time in the shelter and were now being pushed out for trade without hesitation. How sad. Refusing to trade for those women, Li Fan disappeared into thin air before the stunned crowd, heading for the next shelter. This was the Yulian Mountain Shelter in Lianhua District. Compared to Uelu Mountain, the environment here was worse. The guards didn't even consult their leaders before directly letting Li Fan in after he claimed to be a merchant. The tent area was a chaotic mess. From many tents, faintly seductive sounds could be heard, clearly indicating the shelter's poor management compared to Uelu Mountain. Of course, it could also be a case of corruption at the top spreading downward. Li Fan didn't bother with it. Without foreign interference, he had no interest in meddling. But even though he didn't provoke anyone, trouble soon found him. Inside a large meeting hall in the residential area, Li Fan was met with dozens of guns and 3 young men with friendly expressions. "I heard you're a merchant, trading zombie crescent-shaped energy crystals for your mutant beast cores?" The young man in the middle smiled politely. Li Fan, having seen much worse, didn't even flinch. He nodded calmly, "Yes." "Then can you tell us exactly what these zombie crescent-shaped energy crystals are used for?" the young man asked, still smiling. Li Fan inspected the 3 young men. Their names were Lu Mosher, Xiao Fu, and Sun Yunping, all level 2 mutants, each with the rare attribute of mental enhancement. It seemed this base had a special resource for mental enhancement. No comment. Li Fan smiled and spread his hands at Lu Mosher, who wore a smiling tiger face. "This kid is pretty arrogant. Do you even realize the situation you're in? Do you believe we can turn you into a beehive in a second?" Xiao Fu shouted fiercely. The crisp sound of guns being cocked rang out in unison. It seemed that with just one order from Lu, Xiao, or Sun, Li Fan would be riddled with bullets. "I bet your guns won't be able to penetrate the air wall in front of me." Li Fan smiled, creating a spatial barrier around himself. In fact, even without the spatial barrier, the current guns and cannons could hardly harm his body. But he wasn't reckless, better to stay cautious and maintain his defense. "Put your guns away. I knew it, I wasn't wrong. A brother who dares to do business like this must be a brave and skilled hero. We 3 brothers just happened to become mutants by luck and even managed to reach level 2, Lu Mosher laughed, loudly ordering his men to put away their guns, pretending to admire Li Fan. But in Li Fan's eyes, he looked like a clown. With his mind-reading ability, Li Fan could clearly see through the thoughts of these 3. Their plan was nothing more than to befriend him, make him lower his guard, and then secretly deal with him. Li Fan's time was precious, so he had no interest in playing along. He teleported directly in front of the 3. Before they could react, he smashed Xiao Fu and Sun Yunping with a single slap each, turning them into bloody mist. Perhaps he used a bit too much force. This was the first time he had directly blown people up on the spot. He spared Lu Mosher because he wanted to ask about the treasure in the shelter that allowed them to advance so quickly, and where it was hidden. No mind games in front of me. I can read thoughts. If you don't want to die without knowing why, it's best you stand still. I'm much stronger than those 3 level 2 mutants. Li Fan grabbed Lu Mosher by the neck like a chick and turned to warn the armed guards. Faced with his overwhelming strength, the guards, who were loyal to Lu, Chao, and Sun, immediately submitted to Li Fan. If anyone knows the location of their treasure, I can make them the new leaders of this shelter, Li Fan added, seeing that Lu Mosher was pretending to be dead. Sure enough, someone quickly stepped forward, claiming to know the treasure's location. Without hesitation, Li Fan killed the pretending to be dead Lu Mosher, ensuring no future trouble. Then, with lightning speed, he killed several guards who harbored hostile intentions, explaining to the terrified others, they were loyal to those 3 and had bad intentions toward me. You're all still standing because you weren't thinking of betraying me, so value this chance to live. Now go gather everyone. I want to see who else is connected to those 3. You'd better inform your close friends, or I won't hesitate to start a massacre. Li Fan coldly swept his gaze over them. After the guards hurried out, Li Fan also walked out of the meeting hall and headed for the command center of the Round Fortress, the residence of Lu Mosher and the other 2. If they had close friends or family, he needed to eliminate them as well. Teleporting inside, Li Fan was surprised to find that everyone here was completely undressed and all of them were young, beautiful women with great figures. A quick scan with his inspection ability revealed that most of these women had purity levels around 90, which explained why the system showed no reaction. It seemed these women were shared property among the 3 men. Li Fan then opened the doors to several bedrooms, and the system finally reacted. A quick check showed that the women inside, wearing silk, see-through clothes, had purity levels of 99, 98, and 97, meeting the system's criteria. From this, it was clear that Lu, Chao, and Sun had not actually been managing the shelter. Instead, they were hoarding the most beautiful women. They were likely new to power, hadn't fully established control, and hadn't grown tired of the women yet to start giving them away. Li Fan released Li Xiaoma and the other 3 women from his small world, pulled out plenty of clothes for the women here, and then ignored them, preparing to explore the shelter. The Yulian mountain shelter was in chaos after the sudden upheaval. The people were still in shock, and no one dared to oppose Li Fan, the man who had taken over so easily. To Li Fan's surprise, there were no foreign friends in this shelter. When he asked, he learned that Lu, Chao, and Sun had hated how the previous leaders treated foreign survivors. So they killed the old leaders and wiped out all the foreigners. Li Fan couldn't help feeling a bit regretful. He actually appreciated how those 3 operated, but there was no use regretting it now. The mistake was in having his mind-reading ability. Otherwise, he might have just left instead of killing them. So, in the end, internal strife is shameful. All internal strife is shameful. When you could have used your strength to fight external threats, why waste it fighting each other? After that, Li Fan killed a few more people. He had already made his decision, and after so long in the apocalypse, his heart was as hard as steel. He had no problem eliminating threats at the root. He then had the remaining guards take over managing the shelter, except for the command center in the Round Fortress, which he handled personally. Li Fan quickly found the spiritual evolution plants stored in the shelter and collected them into his space, along with all other useful resources. He gave 10 mutant beast cores to the guard leaders He Jinxiang and Duan Jiamin, strengthening their authority. This place could serve as another foothold for him. Leaving Li Xiaoma and the other 3 women in the Round Fortress, Li Fan continued to visit other shelters. After a busy round of trades, he acquired a large number of low-quality energy crystals but didn't get any new women. He then went to Hanxiang City, the capital of Shangbei, where he also traded for low-quality energy crystals but didn't find any women that met the system's requirements. He didn't feel disappointed or force anything. Next, he traveled even further to the desert country of Saudi Arabia, one of the world's top oil producers. He'd heard that the United States once had its eye on this country but ended up attacking another country for oil instead. As expected, his teleportation point was off, and the desert's extreme heat immediately made him uncomfortable. The temperature was probably around 50 degrees Celsius. Could anyone still be alive here? Li Fan doubted it. But when he scanned the area, he found that there actually were survivors, just not many. Li Fan's harvest in Saudi Arabia was almost nothing. Nearly everyone was dead, with fewer than 10,000 survivors. Seeing the survivors so severely dehydrated they looked like dried corpses, he felt no desire to take anything from them. After that, he didn't continue west but returned directly to the Yulian mountain shelter in Shangnan Prefecture, preparing to take the women back to the coastal city. I don't want to go back. I want to stay here and look for my family, Li Xiaoma whispered, lowering her head. Where is your family? Do you know where they are? You've already decided to stay here to find them? Li Fan frowned, lifting her face and looking at her seriously. My family is in Haingyue City, not far from here, just over 200 miles. That's much closer than the coastal city. I came out to work, but my grandparents, parents, younger brother, and sister are still there. I can't believe they're all dead. If I stay here, I can have a chance to go back and check on them. Tears streamed down Li Xiaoma's face. At this moment, Chen Qingyi also spoke up. I want to stay here to find my family too. Fan Yumei and Yin Lucy looked at each other and then softly said to Li Fan, we want to stay and look for our families too. You're afraid of being ostracized if you go back? What kind of reasoning is that? You came out with me, why would they isolate you? Li Fan could see their thoughts and asked, puzzled. We were the first to step forward. They definitely won't like us for that. They'll silently isolate us. Chen Qingyi directly said, all the women in your base just want to rely on you to live peacefully in this apocalypse. None of them want to go out. Even if you force them out now, they only take the fixed route you planned, make a quick round, and come back. Since we volunteered to go out with you, in their eyes, we're different. Even if they don't show it openly, they'll definitely avoid us. You have such a good relationship with Chen Meimeng and Yu Nuanyuan. Would they isolate you too? Li Fan asked Li Xiaoma. I won't be isolated, it's them who will be. Li Xiaoma shook her head. So you want to stay, and they were happy to go along? Pretty much. Li Xiaoma nodded, then grinned. Besides, I think it's fine if you leave us here to manage this place. Anyway, you're so powerful. You can come here from Biyun Mountain with just a thought, so we're not afraid of being bullied. You've been overthinking this all day. Li Fan lightly knocked her on the head, glanced at her large chest, and finally chose to agree with her. It was rare for someone to live so comfortably in his base yet still want to go out to find their family. This made him realize that there might be others in the family base who also wanted to search for their families but were too afraid to ask, worried he would refuse, or feeling like they were bothering him. He decided to be more mindful of this when he returned. In the future, when traveling to other places, he could take those who wanted to search for family with him. So, Li Fan didn't object anymore. As Li Xiaoma said, for him, coming and going was just a matter of a thought. The difference between staying here and going back to Biyun Mountain was just sleeping in a different place. Besides, ever since Yun Yun became his deputy host, she had begun to feel she had the right to manage him, which was somewhat annoying. How could he stop getting stronger? He couldn't even defeat the mutant giant beasts yet. If Li Fan stopped getting stronger, what would happen when those beasts landed in the coastal areas? What would happen to Dragon Country? To them? Would they just move away? That wasn't impossible. But would he, a child of destiny with the system as his backing, run away just because of a few mutant giant beasts? He couldn't even think about it without getting angry. It made him feel like he had wasted time and life listening to Wen Yunyan's advice, spending day and night in the family base in Rongdong base. Women only hinder the strong from becoming stronger. Women are stumbling blocks on the path of life. If the system didn't require women for him to get stronger, Li Fan would absolutely have stayed single for life. Since Li Xiaoma wanted to stay, Li Fan needed to make some preparations to prevent outsiders from taking over behind his back. He took 3 portions of evolution liquid and 3 mutant beast cores from his space, giving them to Chen Qingyi, Fan Yumei, and Yin Lucy so they could awaken. He then used the system's projection function to contact Yun Yun and began dealing with the 30 women in the bedrooms who met the system's requirements. This time, they were all young, beautiful women, no mature women, no married women. The system's rewards had become much simpler. Apart from plus 60 to all attributes, there was a refresh in the superpower exchange store and a boost in his primary abilities, charge, 207 points. His family members increased to 2,129, allowing him to bind 6 more. As for the charge, 207 points, Li Fan still had no idea what it did. The system uncharacteristically refused to tell him, adding an air of mystery. The 3 women who awakened their abilities were very grateful to Li Fan, feeling that coming out with him had been the right choice. Otherwise, who knew when they would have a chance to gain superpowers? Becoming mutants gave them a slight sense of pride. They felt they could at least protect themselves in the shelter. Early the next morning, Li Fan summoned the guard captains He Jinxiang and Duan Jiamin, informing them that Li Xiaoma and the other 3 would be his agents in the shelter. They would not interfere with the guards' management, but he hoped the guards wouldn't be too harsh or reckless in their management. Seeing that the 2 had no hidden agendas, Li Fan said goodbye to Li Xiaoma and the others. But he didn't return to Biyun Mountain. Instead, he planned to head south to see the Buddhist Indian country. Before the apocalypse, That country was constantly competing with Dragon Country, fighting for status and power. They were always trying to stand out. Now that the apocalypse had been raging for nearly 2 months, he wondered how they were doing. As soon as he thought of it, he acted. With spatial teleportation, he could go anywhere on Blue Star. In the next moment, he appeared at the top of a tall pagoda. This time, his landing point was extremely accurate. The resource collection interface confirmed this was the capital of the Buddhist Indian country Rorid, its largest and richest city. To his delight, the resource interface showed 7 level 3 mutant zombies, 1 level 3 mutant fish, 7 level 2 mutant fish, several scattered level 2 mutant beasts, and level 2 evolution plants. However, Li Fan didn't rush to collect these resources. Instead, he headed to the nearest pagoda, where he sensed something even more tempting. Li Fan originally thought that the thing attracting him inside the pagoda would be the legendary relics often mentioned in Buddhist Indian myths, but it wasn't. At the top of the round pagoda, in a small attic room, he opened a large chest and found a perfectly preserved emerald crown inside. Just this? Why was it so particularly attractive to him? Besides the crown, there was also a set of ceremonial robes, something from foreign culture that Li Fan didn't understand. But since he had the system, he asked about it in his mind. The system reappeared and said, "The Emperor-Empress meditation technique originates from the Bliss Zen technique. Since this is a Buddhist region, these items are likely ancient relics related to the technique. You can study them carefully after returning." Related to the technique? Will they enhance the technique's effects or speed up progress? The moment Li Fan heard they were connected to the technique, he wondered if they had other functions. So far, the technique only seemed to enhance vitality and tightness, which felt almost useless. Figure it out yourself. You've got a brain on your shoulders, use it more often instead of wasting it. The system mocked him. Li Fan didn't hold back. In the face of absolute power, brains are just for show. If someone tries tricks with me, I'll just punch them into pieces. Let's see who dares to outsmart me. They either kneel or die. My rules are that simple. You're a deformed violence addict. The system circled around Li Fan's head. You raised me this way, System Lord. Don't you feel a sense of achievement? Li Fan helplessly watched the system's playful antics. It seemed that whenever he went out, it would manifest to take a spin. After that, Li Fan ignored the system and directly rushed into the largest survivor settlement nearby. This time, he showed no friendliness like he did in Dragon Country. To Li Fan, this Buddhist Indian country wasn't worth respecting, and he had no mercy for its people. He swiftly eliminated all the guards outside, causing a commotion that drew the attention of the guards and mutants inside. But Li Fan welcomed them all. After all, it only took one glare from him. Soon, all those who dared to rush at him were dead from his gaze, and the entire settlement fell into a deathly silence. No matter the time, humans have always been the most terrifying existence. The system issued 3 notifications, but Li Fan felt no affection for the Buddhist Indian people. Still, he didn't break the system's rules. After selecting 3 binding targets, he stopped paying attention to the cowardly survivors. He located the storage area and used his spatial ability to take away over half of the supplies, including all the energy crystals and evolution plants, before leaving. He repeated this process in other nearby settlements, and once he felt he had visited all the major sites in Rorid City, he chose one particularly offensive settlement on the mountainside, where he had killed half the people, and bound it as his 5th base. Since he still needed to visit other places nearby, this would serve as a foothold. As he cleared out the nearby mutants, he thought that if he brought his family base members here through the base's teleportation gate, they could easily control and manage these cowardly, obedient Buddhist Indian people. If the natural disasters continued and production couldn't resume, there was nothing to be done. But if there was a break in the disasters, allowing humanity to recover, these fearful people could be used as labor. Thinking this, Li Fan looked at the never-ending wind and rain outside and didn't hold out much hope for that idea. He then released the 26 Buddhist Indian women who met the system's criteria. Over half of them could speak Dragon Country language, saving him the trouble of finding a translator. He instructed them to help calm the people in the Shurji mountain base, his 5th base, and released 2 shadow clones to stand guard. Then, using the projection function, he contacted An Yun Yun. Soon, An Yun Yun sent 20 family members with superpowers to the 5th base through the teleportation gate. As for the 4th base in Argos, Ross Country, Li Fan had An Yun Yun personally lead a group there for a cleanup. This way, even if the wind and rain outside continued, the family base members wouldn't be trapped inside forever. It was better to give them something to do than to have them stuck at home, facing each other, arguing and bickering. Among the 20 superpowered members were Yuan Biu and An Hame, who were more familiar to Li Fan. The others were women who had followed him since Daijing International.
They, along with a translator, managed and assigned tasks in the 5th base, killing anyone who resisted. Under the threat of death, the people of Shirji Mountain Base became obedient and easy to manage. Meanwhile, Li Fan retreated to a room and began conquering the 25 Buddhist Indian women. One more woman stayed with Yuan Biu and the others as a translator. These women were all young, between 16 and their early 20s. Each had a vermilion mark on their forehead and wore veils that hid their faces. They were unmarried before the apocalypse, and because their families had mutants, they were well protected until Li Fan took them. This was the first group of entirely pure women Li Fan had ever received. He used to doubt that the high-caste women of Buddhist India were really so strict about chastity and tradition, but the evidence before him forced him to believe it. It seemed that the old customs of religious purity weren't so harmful after all. He didn't understand why Dragon Country's so-called experts always targeted traditional values, rejecting them and promoting New Age ideals. But Li Fan didn't think too much about it. Debating such things was meaningless now. It was the apocalypse who cared about tradition, ideals, or trends. Once again, he received plus 50 to all attributes, an increase of 232 points in his primary ability, charge, and his family members grew to 2,179. He also gained 5 more subsystem binding slots. When everything was done, night had fallen. The sky darkened earlier and earlier these days, and Yuan Biu, and Hame, and the others were eager to return to the family base for dinner. They couldn't stand eating the Buddhist Indian food with their bare hands, yellow mush that was nauseating. As for the 26 Buddhist Indian women, Li Fan didn't plan to take them back to the family base. Since he had bound the Shirji Mountain Base as the 5th base, it made no sense to leave it unattended. He told Yuan Biu and the others to come back after dinner. There were also the Ross women. He planned to ask Yun Yun about the situation at Argos, the 4th base. If possible, he would send the Ross women back there with 20 superpowered family members to watch over them. At night, after finishing his usual activities, Li Fan privately pulled Yun Yun aside and showed her the emerald crown and ceremonial robe he had found in Buddhist India, explaining how they had drawn him in. And Yun Yun looked at the crown and robe in confusion, then shook her head. I don't understand either. Should I bring over some sisters who studied foreign or religious history to take a look? No need. I think I already know how to use them. Li Fan stared at Yun Yun, who was holding the crown and robe, unaware that they were glowing and radiating an aura that attracted him. His eyes shining, he placed the crown on her head. And Yun Yun's attention was initially entirely on the crown and ceremonial robes. But when Li Fan placed the crown on her head, she suddenly saw a pair of eyes filled with desire, mixed with urgency and restraint. Put on the robes too, Li Fan demanded, grabbing the ceremonial outfit from her hands. Clearly, Li Fan was acting strange. Worried, and Yun Yun asked, Li Fan, are you okay? I'm fine. Don't you feel anything from them? Li Fan said, his voice full of restraint, urgency, and curiosity as he helped her put on the robes. No, I don't feel anything. Isn't this just a crown and a set of clothes you took from Buddhist India? And Yun Yun cooperatively put on the robes. Although they were found in an attic, it was clear that these items had been carefully maintained, spotless and flawless. At that moment, Li Fan finally understood why these items had such a strong pull on him. As soon as Yun Yun put on the full outfit, a notification appeared above her head. Crown and robes of Queen Shiva worn by one who has practiced the Lost Shiva Bliss Zen technique. They can activate the true power of the Emperor-Empress Meditation Harmony technique, so it needed the right cosplay outfit to activate the true effects of the technique. No wonder the system-provided technique had seemed so useless until now. Li Fan told Yun Yun about the system notification, and the two of them immediately agreed to test the true effects of the Emperor-Empress Meditation Harmony technique while wearing the cosplay outfit. They spent the entire night experimenting, and when it finally ended, Li Fan gently laid the still energetic Yun Yun down and checked his status panel. For the first time, he felt genuine excitement instead of his previous numb disappointment. Host, Li Fan. Level 3 Mutant, Evolution Progress 99.1%. Attributes, Speed, Mach 6, Strength, 100 tons, Level 3 Limit. Life, Energy, Physique, 2,568, 3,000. Strength, 2,566, 3,000. Spirit, 2,568, 3,000. Agility, 2,566, 3,000. Techniques, Dragon Phoenix Harmony Technique, Emperor-Empress Meditation Harmony Technique, can be taught to important family members for joint cultivation. Primary abilities, Charge, 232 points. Basic 5 elements. Basic Space Manipulation. Basic Defense. Basic Control. Basic Enhancement. Basic Summoning. Basic Special Ability. Family members, 2179, includes one-hit guarantee effect. Family bases, 6, Biyun Mountain, Rongdong Base in Hongdong District, Shumin Research Base, Argos Fortress Base in Ross Country, Shirji Mountain Base in Buddhist India, pending. His evolution progress had increased from 99% to 99.1%. After just one night, it had risen by 0.1%. Li Fan clearly remembered that the system had previously stated that the human body's limit was a level 3 mutant. But now, the Emperor-Empress meditation harmony technique could increase his evolution progress. Even though it was only 0.1% per night, he only needed 1% more to reach 100%, so 10 nights would be enough. Realizing this, Li Fan couldn't help but feel thrilled. Still, to be cautious, he decided to wait and ask the system about it later. He didn't want the system watching his private performance. But when he glanced at An Yunyun's status panel, he saw that her evolution progress hadn't changed at all. It seemed that a deputy host couldn't improve her strength any further. In one night, I gained 0.1% evolution progress. I mentioned the human body's limits to you before. It seems practicing this technique might allow me to break through those limits and reach a higher level. Seeing An Yunyun's eager gaze, which reminded him of how she had looked at him in the beginning, Li Fan felt a wave of emotion. Suppressing it, he smiled and told her the results. That's great. We should try it every night. If this really keeps working, won't it mean you can keep getting stronger this way? You won't even need to look for more women. And Yunyun was even more excited than he had expected, already thinking of a reason to stop him from finding more women. For some reason, Li Fan suddenly felt a little resistant to the idea of practicing this technique with An Yunyun. After they showered and stepped out of the room, everything in the base was running smoothly. Compared to the previous laziness and aimlessness, now every woman had a specific role. Still, even though some had gone to other bases, there were nearly 1,000 people left in the family base, including children. After breakfast, Li Fan checked with the system about the technique. Surprisingly, the system seemed unaware of this method, sounding genuinely surprised by Li Fan's discovery. It advised him to keep testing to see if he could truly break through the human body's limits. Li Fan then informed An Yunyun and made a quick trip to Rongdong Base. The base was now split into two factions, Dragon Country people and Island Country people. With Chao Hui, Zhu Ting, and other Dragon Country women in leadership, the Dragon Country survivors seemed to sense an opportunity to rise. They were no longer submissive. As a result, incidents of Dragon Country people beating Island Country people had become frequent. The Island Country people were now a minority, with little power, and had become very submissive. Even when beaten to the point of broken bones, they didn't resist or complain, which made them seem very obedient. Seeing how easily the Island Country people were bullied, the Dragon Country survivors became even more arrogant, realizing their oppressors were just as weak and cowardly. During this period of continuous reign, beating Island Country people had become a common pastime for Dragon Country survivors. Of course, Chao Hui and the others didn't intervene. They knew that Island Country people held no value in Li Fan's eyes and had no intention of protecting them. But Masao Chio and other Island Country women felt the need to stand up for their fellow nationals. Li Fan didn't visit often, but when he did, the Island Country women would always gather together to serve him in the room. Li Fan had no interest in Chao Hui and the other leaders. He thought it was fine to let them continue serving in the base, working hard. As their intimacy deepened, Masao Chio and the others inevitably began whispering sweet words in his ear. Master, we are all your loyal servants now. Could you please stop Sister Chao, Sister Zhu, and the others from letting the Dragon Country people bully us loyal servants? Li Fan absent-mindedly responded, lying on the bed as the women served him. His mind, however, was focused on the Queen Shiva crown and the Emperor-Empress meditation harmony technique. Since Buddhist India had such items, did Dragon Country or other countries also have things that could enhance his cultivation? Maybe he could cosplay another set? Perhaps achieve a 1 + 1 = or greater than 2 effect? At that moment, he felt a slight pressure beneath him. Opening his eyes, he saw an unfamiliar young Island Country girl. The system didn't give any notification. She was probably the daughter of one of the conquered Island Country women. Li Fan naturally heard what Masao Chio and the other Island Country women were saying. But deep down, he despised Island Country men. He felt he was already being merciful by not killing them. And now these women were pleading for them? They probably hadn't learned their modern history, brainwashed by the false history taught in Island Country. If any of the Island Country people don't want to stay here, I can send them back to their country. But beyond that, don't try to tell me what to do just because of our relationship. Li Fan's face darkened as he asked, have I not been kind enough to you? Not treated you well enough?
Masao Chio and the other women immediately sensed his anger. They all hurriedly knelt on the bed, pressing their foreheads down in fear. Master has been very good to us. We were being thoughtless. It was our mistake. Please calm your anger, Master. I don't want to kill anyone, but I have no problem doing it if necessary. After saying this, Li Fan conjured a set of clothes and dressed himself. Without looking back at the island country women, he walked straight toward the room of the Ross women. When Li Xiama and the others decided to stay in Shangnan Prefecture, Li Fan had already considered taking the Ross women back to the 4th base in Argo's fortress. Another base meant another place for his family members with superpowers. With the base teleportation gates all connected, it wouldn't be much trouble. He could rotate between these places, refresh resources, and assign tasks to keep them occupied. When Li Fan entered the room, he saw the Ross women lounging around, chatting in Russian, with nothing to do. Hearing the door open, Baila, Katerina, Victoria, and Safanina, who were near the door, immediately got up to look at Li Fan. They were genuinely happy that the godlike Li Fan had come. But soon, their smiles faded. They had just been talking about him, about why someone so powerful didn't try to save the world, but instead roamed around taking women. They discussed why he had traveled so far to Ross Country to take women. Wasn't Dragon Country big enough? Didn't it have enough women for him? They talked about his strength, his selfishness, his inaction. But what could they do? They weren't the strong ones. How pathetic. Why are the strong always tyrants? Why can't the strong be heroes? They probably had never heard of how heroes often die young. Li Fan didn't care about their cold expressions. He directly asked, I want to send you all to the base in Argo's fortress in Ross Country. Would you like to go? Yes. The Ross women who spoke Dragon Country language were stunned at first by this news, but they quickly shouted in joy, their laughter filling the room. Then let's go. Li Fan hadn't bothered packing when he brought them here, and now he didn't need to pack anything to take them to Ross Country. He simply stored the happy, cheering women in his small world. With a single spatial teleportation, he appeared outside the Argo's fortress, the 4th base. There were still thousands of survivors here. Li Fan had previously only killed some vicious mutants, taking over the safest central area. Now it would be a suitable place for the Ross women to live. But to be safe, Li Fan had in Yun send another 30 family members with superpowers to guard this base. As for the thousands of survivors outside, Li Fan asked Baila, Katerina, Dong Shuxiang, and Zhongyu for their opinions. There are still 8,969 survivors here in Ross Country, no mutants. I killed all the previous mutants and their underlings. But they all know how to use guns, and they are armed. They could be a threat to you. Should I drive them all out? Baila, Katerina, and the other Ross women immediately objected. Master, there's no need to drive them out. We can talk to them. They will listen to us. They will listen to you. If you drive them out, most of them will die, Master. We have food. We can make them listen to us and work for us. Such a big base needs people to maintain it. The women spoke one after another, making it clear they didn't want Li Fan to expel their fellow Ross citizens, sending them to their deaths. Dong Shuxiang and Zhongyu simply said to Li Fan, we'll do whatever you say, Master. Li Fan didn't care about titles, but wasn't Master a bit too old-fashioned? Of course, he wouldn't waste time on such trivial details. Besides, these women were the ones he had acquired from various shelters in the past. If the system hadn't upgraded and listed their names in the management list, Li Fan wouldn't have bound them with subsystems or given them superpowers. In a way, they were a specially privileged group. And now it seemed they were very obedient, truly a worthwhile investment. In contrast, the women from Lingfu community and Daijing International at the start were mostly lazy. Most just wanted to stay in the family base and do nothing. Of course, some were genuinely experiencing pregnancy symptoms. After all, the apocalypse had lasted nearly 2 months, and most of the women who first gained the one-hit guarantee effect were over a month pregnant. Alright, Baila, Katerina, take some people and talk to them. But if they harm you, don't blame me for driving them out. Li Fan decided to give the Ross people a chance. After all, their country had produced many heroes in recent history and had good relations with Dragon Country. Unlike those little troublemaker countries, Island Country, Stick Country, Buddhist India, always causing trouble. Thank you, Master. We will talk to them. They won't hurt us, Baila, Katerina, and the other women happily agreed and quickly ran out of the safe house. Everything went smoothly after that. Most of the Ross survivors were not foolish or crazy. After hearing from the 20-something female compatriots about how powerful Li Fan was, how much food he had, and how they could get food by obeying, they were quickly calmed. There were no scenes of people trying to rob or kill. Most Ross people were generally straightforward and honest.
After settling things here, Li Fan took a quick trip further north to the capital of Amsak in Ashafa State. He did some trading, acquiring more energy crystals and 36 women of different nationalities, not Ross women, but foreign students from neighboring countries. Amsak was home to the famous Omsk International Institute of Economics. So many foreign students had been scattered across various survivor camps and bases. They were now sold to Li Fan. Surprisingly, it seemed the Ross people hadn't done anything indecent to these foreign students. Otherwise, they would never have met the system's criteria. Li Fan naturally had no intention of going any closer to see the situation firsthand. Knowing it was mutant beasts made it easier to understand the island country's despair. In this situation, the island country was on the verge of becoming history. However, he was deeply worried about what changes might occur in the mutant beasts feeding on nuclear energy. This was a case of several nuclear bombs detonating, and the resulting nuclear radiation and contamination in the air would likely become a feast for the mutant beasts. Disgusting island country. They're about to perish, but they still want to harm others. Li Fan couldn't help but curse. Then he thought of an even more terrifying consequence. These nuclear detonations might have awakened unknown creatures hidden deep in the ocean. Humans couldn't hear infrasound waves, but many animals could. With the continuous rainfall, the seawater surging onto low-lying lands had become an unstoppable reality. Did this mean that marine life was about to begin landing? Could humanity, with all its current strength, deal with the massive and diverse species of mutant marine life? Would humanity eventually choose to self-destruct, just like the island country did? This was truly an apocalypse too horrifying to even imagine. Li Fan stopped himself from speculating further. If he kept going, he might not be able to resist the urge to go to Rongdong base and kill all the island country people, then hunt down island country people all over the world. Sigh. The mistake was letting island country people live on Blue Star in the first place. No wonder humanity in the new century kept dreaming of moving to MU-22, but that planet was 64,000 light-years away from Blue Star, with a year lasting 384 days. Most humans weren't keen on going to such a nearby habitable planet. It wasn't like anyone could just go there. Plus, going there meant working 10 more days a year. Just the thought was exhausting. A year with 366 workdays was already the limit for the working class, but the limits of capitalists were beyond even Blue Star's reach. Realizing his thoughts were wandering too far, Li Fan sent his shadow clone far away, with no intention of recalling it. Returning to Biyun Mountain Base, he told the women about the island country's self-destruction. Some of them immediately clapped and cheered, creating a lively scene. Then Li Fan also shared his concerns with them, and Yun Yun was the first to understand the terrifying power of mutant beasts. Even with just 1/7 of Li Fan's strength, she could sweep through ordinary humans. But any one of those mutant beasts could easily overpower Li Fan. One could only imagine what it would be like if they landed. Survival might become the only goal for all human survivors. Will they come to Dragon Country? There was no need to answer that question. If the mutant beasts gathered in the island country's radiation and gained strength, even with their small brains, they would know to migrate to the mainland. Zhao Lulei and the other newcomers, who had just begun to enjoy their peaceful life, now felt a violent urge to kill all island country people upon hearing that the mutant beasts might disrupt their peace. Let the shelters you can contact know about this. Tell them to keep an eye on the coast. I'll go to the capital and see what the leadership thinks. Thinking of Dragon Country, Li Fan decided to see if its leaders had any good ideas. Nuclear weapons might be able to eliminate the mutant beasts gathering in the island country. If they could work with other nuclear-armed nations to launch a coordinated strike, it might save a lot of trouble later. But he didn't know how these old, conservative leaders would think. I can make them see things my way, Li Fan confidently told himself. The island country must be held accountable for its selfish, shameless actions. Anyone who opposes this can die. I will be the decision-maker. As for the island country people who get caught in it, sorry, but who told them to dump nuclear wastewater into the ocean and attract so many mutant beasts? It's all their own fault, and no one else is to blame. Li Fan soon appeared in Dragon Country's capital, Wangjing City, heading straight for Zongnangang in the city center, where the leaders were. Although it was his first time here, he quickly found the place. Wangjing City's drainage system had been built over many years. Being inland, even though it had rained continuously for a month, the water level didn't exceed knee height. As soon as he landed, a group of mutants surrounded him. A quick scan showed that most of them were level 2 mutants. One young man named Malyat even had an evolution progress of 91%, close to reaching level 3. I'm here to talk to the leaders about the nuclear explosion in the island country. I believe you've heard of me. I have spatial abilities, I can come and go freely.
You can't hit me, and you can't catch me. But if you try to anger me, I can kill anyone, Li Fan calmly declared.
Mao Yid smiled and said, I've heard from Zhou Guoxiang about someone who's particularly independent, space abilities, coming and going freely, with more than one superpower.
We're just here to protect the leaders. As long as you mean them no harm, we won't harm you. And we also have the means to kill anyone. Since we're evenly matched, can you take me to see the leaders?
Li Fan knew the veiled threat in his words. They must have found out about his family and were using their lives to control him.
We'll need to request permission. Please follow me and wait over there.
Mao Yid signaled his companions to report, then led Li Fan to a nearby courtyard. It was a traditional quadrangle courtyard, where many of the security personnel for the leaders lived and rested. There were no level 3 mutants, but most were level 2 with over 50% evolution progress. In other words, even the level 3 mutant in Yun Yun, with only 1/7 of Li Fan's strength, could easily crush them with her sheer attribute power. It was pathetic to think that their strongest people here might not even be able to break the skin of a mutant beast. No wonder the island country chose to detonate nuclear bombs. Yet here, people were still guarding against each other, scheming against each other, and killing each other.
Mind if I ask what brings you here to see the leaders? Mao Yid's straightforward way of speaking was refreshing, and Li Fan liked it.
He was also a man who spoke his mind without playing games. The island country's nuclear explosions might disturb even more deep-sea creatures. These mutant beasts are probably just the appetizer. I saw the situation in the island country from a distance. Although some mutant beasts were killed by the nuclear explosions, many on the outskirts survived. And those beasts were already evolving by feeding on the nuclear wastewater secretly discharged by the island country. I saw it myself when I first awakened my abilities. Mutant beasts went to the island country to find the nuclear wastewater.
Now, the entire island country is a highly radioactive area, a death zone for humans, but a paradise for mutant beasts.
That's why I'm here, to talk to the leaders about completely destroying that place. Li Fan naturally didn't bother going closer to see what was happening. Knowing it was mutant beasts made it easy to understand the despair of the island country. In this situation, the island country was on the verge of becoming history. However, he was worried about what changes might occur in these mutant beasts that fed on nuclear energy. With several nuclear bombs self-detonating, the nuclear radiation and contamination in the air would likely become a feast for these creatures. Disgusting island people. They're about to die but still want to harm others. Li Fan couldn't help but curse. Then he thought of an even scarier consequence. This nuclear detonation could have disturbed unknown creatures hidden deep in the ocean. Humans couldn't hear infrasound waves, but many animals could hear them and other microsound waves. With the endless rain, seawater surging onto low-lying land had become an irreversible reality. Did that mean marine creatures were about to start landing? Could humanity now deal with the vast and diverse species of mutated marine creatures? Would they eventually choose self-destruction, just like the island country did? This was truly an apocalypse too terrifying to imagine. Li Fan stopped his thoughts. If he continued, he feared he wouldn't be able to resist going to Rongdong base and killing all the island people there, then hunting down island people worldwide. Sigh, the real mistake was letting island people live on Blue Star. No wonder humanity in the new century always dreamed of moving to MU22. Too bad that planet is only 64,000 light-years away from Blue Star, with a year of 384 days. Many humans didn't care to go to such a nearby habitable planet, as if anyone could just go there. Besides, going there meant working over 10 more days a year. Just the thought was exhausting. A year with 366 working days was already the limit for the working class, but the limit for capitalists couldn't even be contained by Blue Star. His thoughts drifted a bit too far. Li Fan sent his shadow clone far away, with no intention of calling it back. Returning to Biyun Mountain Base, he told the women about the island country's self-destruction. Some women immediately clapped and cheered, filling the room with excitement. Then Li Fan shared his concerns with them. And Yun Yun was the first to understand the terrifying power of mutant beasts. Even with just 1/7 of Li Fan's strength, she could sweep through ordinary humans. But any one of those mutant beasts could easily defeat Li Fan. One could only imagine the scene if they landed. Survival might become the only goal for all human survivors. Will they come to Dragon Country? That question didn't even need answering. As long as the mutant beasts benefited from the radiation in the island country, even their small brains would know to migrate to the mainland. Zhao Lulei and the other newcomers, who had just begun enjoying their peaceful life, now felt a strong urge to kill all island people when they realized that the arrival of the mutant beasts could destroy their peace. Notify the shelters you can reach and tell them about this. Have them keep an eye on the coast. I'll go to the capital and see what the leaders think. Thinking of Dragon Country, Li Fan decided to see if the country's decision makers had any good ideas. Nuclear weapons might be able to wipe out the mutant beasts gathering in the island country. If they could work with other nuclear-armed nations to do this on a large scale, it might save a lot of trouble later. But who knew how those old, conservative leaders would think? I can make them see things my way. Li Fan confidently told himself. The island country must pay for its shameless, selfish actions. Anyone who opposes this can die. I will be the decision maker. As for the island people caught in it, sorry, but who told them to dump nuclear wastewater into the ocean and attract so many mutant beasts? It's all their own fault. No one else is to blame. Soon, Li Fan appeared in Dragon Country's capital, Wangjing City, heading straight for Zongnangang in the city center, where the leaders were. Although it was his first time here, he quickly found the place. Wangjing City's drainage system had been built over many years, and being inland, even though it had rained continuously for a month, the water level didn't exceed knee height. As soon as he landed, a group of mutants surrounded him. A quick scan showed that most of them were level 2 mutants. One young man named Malyad even had an evolution progress of 91%, just a bit away from reaching level 3. I'm here to talk to the leaders about the island country's nuclear explosion. I believe you've heard of me. I have spatial abilities, you can't hit me, and you can't catch me. But if you try to anger me, I can kill anyone, Li Fan calmly declared. Malyad smiled and said, I've heard from Zhou Guoxiang about someone who has particularly independent spatial abilities, coming and going freely, with more than one superpower. We're just here to protect the leaders. As long as you mean them no harm, we won't harm you. We also have the means to kill anyone. Since we're evenly matched, can you take me to see the leaders? Li Fan knew the veiled threat in his words. They must have found out about his family and were using their lives to control him. We'll need to request permission. Please follow me and wait over there. Malyad signaled his companions to report, then led Li Fan to a nearby courtyard. It was a traditional quadrangle courtyard, where many of the leaders' security personnel lived and rested. There were no level 3 mutants, but most were level 2 with over 50% evolution progress. In other words, even the level 3 mutant in Yun Yun, with only 1/7 of Li Fan's strength, could easily crush them with her sheer attribute power. It was pathetic to think that their strongest people here might not even be able to break the skin of a mutant beast. No wonder the island country chose nuclear explosions. Yet here, people were still guarding against each other, scheming against each other, and killing each other. Mind if I ask what brings you here to see the leaders? Malyad's straightforward way of speaking was refreshing, and Li Fan liked it. He was also a man who spoke his mind without playing games. The island country's nuclear explosions might awaken more deep-sea creatures. These mutant beasts might just be the appetizer. I saw the situation in the island country from a distance. Some mutant beasts were killed by the nuclear explosions, but others at the edges survived. And those beasts were already evolving by feeding on the nuclear wastewater secretly discharged by the island country. I saw it myself when I first awakened my abilities. Mutant beasts went to the island country to find the nuclear wastewater. Now, the entire island country is a highly radioactive area, a death zone for humans, but a paradise for mutant beasts. That's why I'm here, to talk to the leaders about completely destroying that place. Destroy? You mean to sink the island country? Malyad was shocked, completely not expecting Li Fan's visit to the leaders to be about something so massive. Then, feeling uncertain, he asked, are mutant beasts in the ocean really only manageable with nuclear bombs? Pretty much. I tried attacking one of those giant beasts myself, but I couldn't break through its defense. I had to flee. If they can gather at the island country now, they can gather on the shores of any other country later. And the ocean is full of various kinds of mutant beasts, vast in number. They are definitely not something we survivors or mutants can handle. Li Fan didn't hide anything. He believed this news would eventually become known to everyone. This apocalypse was becoming absurdly twisted, almost like a nightmare set to hell difficulty, leaving survivors with almost no hope of survival. Without the system, Li Fan figured he would have been dead long ago. Not long after, the person who had gone to report returned and told Li Fan that the leaders were too busy, but he could meet with the Secretary General. Arriving at the location, Li Fan quickly realized this wasn't a simple shelter or base, this was Dragon Country's highest governing center. Not meeting the leaders wasn't that surprising. Meeting the Secretary General for some experience was fine too. Following Malyad and Zhu Guoqing, Li Fan walked down a long corridor. Even though it was urgent, they couldn't run, just take big strides forward. Li Fan was frustrated by this rigid formality. It's the apocalypse, and they were still so obsessed with these useless procedures?
With the system backing him, Li Fan had long lost his awe of authority, but outwardly, he remained polite. The Secretary General was a middle-aged man, probably over 50, but well-maintained, with a kind and friendly smile. But their conversation didn't go well. Li Fan got a first-hand experience of true bureaucratic culture. It was all just vague talk, dodging the topic without giving a clear answer. He felt it was a wasted opportunity. They could have easily solved the problem of the island country and the mutant beasts there with just a few nuclear bombs. Since the discussion was going nowhere, Li Fan quickly ended it. As for recruitment attempts, he simply ignored them. After leaving with Mao Yud and Zhu Guoqing, Li Fan departed immediately. This trip to the capital was a clear disappointment. He returned with a stronger sense of focusing solely on managing his own family and base, leaving the rest of the world's troubles aside. He had already done enough for the people of Dragon Country. Thinking that was the end of it, Li Fan was surprised the next day while having lunch at Biyun Mountain Base, for more nuclear explosions echoed in the distance. Li Fan was shocked. He put down his bowl and rushed out of the base, heading straight for the ocean. In an instant, he landed back on the same island he had used before. Without even sending a shadow clone, he could see the place where the island country used to be now completely gone. Along with the island country, the mutant beasts occupying it were also wiped out. Nuclear annihilation was indeed terrifying. Soon after, Li Fan learned that this nuclear strike was a joint action by Dragon Country and Ross Country. The leaders of both nations were bold and decisive. Together, the two countries sent a satellite message to all nations on Blue Star, declaring their resolve to eliminate the mutant beasts threatening the people of the island country. And so, the island country sank, and the giant beasts that had occupied it perished together, reduced to ashes. It was a very satisfying outcome. All the beasts were dead. That was great. Compared to the nuclear explosions of the island country, the nuclear weapons of Dragon Country and Ross Country were clearly much more powerful. Li Fan felt that humanity might now have some breathing room, time to rest and build up strength. As long as the mutant sea monsters didn't swarm onto the land too soon, there was still time to keep growing and developing. Li Fan was in a great mood, but the constant sounds of retching from nearly half the women in the family base gradually dampened his enthusiasm for playing cards with others. Thinking of the remaining island country people in the Rongdong base, he decided they should also hear this good news and celebrate together. After all, it's better to share joy with others. He also wanted to see if any of them still harbored resentment, so he could clear them out in time. As for the cost of death, Li Fan thought he could handle it. Since he couldn't advance to a level 4 mutant, at worst, he would lose some redundant abilities. He wouldn't lose any attribute points, so it wasn't a big problem. He used the teleportation portal between bases to reach the Rongdong base. As expected, the atmosphere was different from usual. It seemed the island country people here had already heard some news about the nuclear explosion in their homeland, though they probably didn't know that today their country had been completely destroyed by a joint nuclear strike from two nations. Masao Chiyo, Koizumi Yumiko, and Mitsui Takako were the first island country women to notice Li Fan's arrival, immediately rushing to him for help. "Master, can we please ask you to save our families?" Of course, Li Fan wouldn't go. The island country was gone. So he directly told them the latest news about their destroyed homeland. "Your country has been overrun by mutant beasts from the ocean. Some nations saw this through satellites and joined forces to kill the mutant beasts, but your homeland also sank beneath the sea." "Sunk? Our country is gone?" The three women cried out in shock. Other island country women also rushed over, hearing their words, and began to cry, holding their heads in grief. Li Fan scanned these women with his mind-reading ability. Perhaps because they were living under someone else's roof, though sad, many of them managed to maintain their composure. Even Masao Chiyo and the others, who had cried out at first, quickly calmed down. Then they began to ask, were the mutant beasts in the ocean really wiped out? Will they come to other countries' lands? If this happens again, will other countries step in to destroy them? Li Fan shook his head. Seeing that these women showed no dangerous thoughts, he softened his tone. After such a serious blow, even if there are other mutant beasts in the ocean, they won't dare to appear again anytime soon. For now, we should focus on dealing with natural disasters, solving production problems, and dealing with waterborne zombies, mutant fish, and other mutant creatures. And what about the others? I also want to see how the other island country people in the base are doing. Master, they are all doing well under your care. Koizumi Yumiko quickly replied. Masao Chiyo signaled to the other island country women, who immediately tried to cling to Li Fan, obviously trying to keep him from meeting the other island country people. They probably knew that those people's current state was not suitable for Li Fan to see. But at critical moments, Li Fan wasn't just a lust-driven fool. He had come here intending to weed out the island country men entirely.
Women from the island country could stay, but the men had to be eradicated. As for the children these women might give birth to in the future, he wouldn't let them be raised by the island country women.
If the system gave rewards, they could continue as breeding tools. If not, they could just be used for fun when he was in the mood. Pushing aside the pale bodies of the women, Li Fan's eyes hardened as he asked, "I can't see them? Are they up to something shady? Rio-na, you lead the way."
Li Fan directly named Saito Rio-na, the most timid one, to lead him to where the island country men were. This time, he was determined to find a reason to wipe them out. Leaving the round fortress, they headed to a row of residential areas. Saito Rio-na led the way in front, while Masao Chiyo and the others followed behind, still trying to hold him back. The residential area housed not only island country people but also many dragon country citizens. Among them, Xiao Wei, Zhu Ting, Ma Xiaofeng, Zhang Xiangwen, and others also noticed Li Fan's arrival and came out. The Bang country women didn't come out to watch the scene.
"Brother Fan, those island country people are plotting something in there. This time, you can't let them go."
Zhu Ting, who was young and simple-minded, was often used by Xiao Wei and the others to speak up. Li Fan glanced at Xiao Wei and the others, gave a slight nod, and continued walking. A large group of people soon arrived at a large courtyard. The island country men inside had already heard the news and opened the gate in advance, kneeling on both sides to welcome Li Fan and the others. With just one look, Li Fan could sense the hatred in these men's hearts. No need for more excuses. He immediately ordered Xiao Wei, Zhang Xiangwen, and the others behind him to capture them all. "You still refuse to change your ways, always blaming others while pretending to be good people. You resent me for not letting you return to your country? Well, your country is gone now, sunk beneath the sea. Since you love your country so much, why not join it in death? Kill them." The little brothers following Zhang Xiangwen immediately responded, and the dragon country citizens who came along also cheered loudly. Masao Chiyo and the other island country women turned pale but didn't try to stop Li Fan like they had in the round fortress. They probably realized that he was determined to clear out the island country men from the base. From now on, there's a new rule in this base: island country men can commit suicide to follow their homeland. If they refuse, they can be killed without blame. As for island country women, they can be assigned to the male guards in the base, and dragon country men can also apply for them. From now on, speaking the island country language in the base is forbidden. Violators will be deprived of food for 7 days, and repeat offenders will be executed. The kneeling island country men never expected Li Fan to be so ruthless, directly issuing a rule for their complete extermination. Their faces twisted in rage as they tried to lunge at him, but the dragon country guards pressed them firmly to the ground. "Take these resentful traitors outside for execution. Spread my new rule throughout the base. By this time tomorrow, I don't want to see a single island countryman here." Li Fan coldly ordered Xiao Wei, Zhang Xiangwen, and the others. "Master, you can drive them out of the base, but please don't exterminate them." Masao Chiyo and the others knelt in front of Li Fan, hugging his legs and begging. "Stop begging. Believe me, if you keep pushing, I'll order all the island country women killed too." Li Fan kicked them aside and spoke coldly. Hearing such cruel words, the remaining island country women fell silent, not daring to plead anymore. In their eyes, Li Fan was a ruthless and capricious man, completely different from the kind and understanding way he treated the dragon country women. They also knew this man deeply hated the island country people, a hatred that came from his very bones. No matter how they tried to please or serve him, it was useless. Having heard some rumors about secret activities of island country people in dragon country, Li Fan wanted to take Saito Ryona around and collect some things. Her awakened space ability would be quite useful. Their first destination was the Fangyuan Mountain Shelter in Shirtu City, a place previously visited, where an island country leader from the Kuyama family was in charge. Before, Li Fan didn't know Dragon Country's stance, so he didn't act recklessly. But now, with Dragon Country and Ross Country jointly launching nuclear strikes on the island country, effectively wiping it out, Li Fan believed that Dragon Country citizens would begin clearing out any remaining island country people nearby, or they would be seen as traitors. Besides that, there was the issue of the 3 bases in the coastal city. Relocating the base was something he hadn't considered before, but now it was unavoidable. After 40 straight days of rain, the water was already reaching the entrance of the Biyun Mountain base. If the rain continued for another 3 to 5 days, the base's gate could be completely blocked by water. Additionally, the Rongdong base and the underground research facility in Xiumin district were already flooded, causing unrest within the bases. If this continued, it was likely that some people would try to escape. Of course, Li Fan didn't care about the survival of others, but he did care about the lives of his family members.
So, he planned to take Saito Ryona out to search for suitable places and resources. Because this was about relocating the base, the system did not automatically offer address options as it did before. Li Fan would have to find a place himself. There was also the issue of An Yun, the pregnant vice host who had been taught the cultivation technique. Li Fan knew he couldn't use lightning on her for a while. With their level of physical activity, the child might not survive. This situation made him pin his hopes on the next vice host. The visible mutant beast shouldn't appear for now. The power of nuclear bombs was obvious, and even with their small brains, the mutant beast should understand that landing on shore now posed a huge risk. The 176 people he recently traded for were all left in the Rongdong base. Because of the situation with the island country, he had been delayed and hadn't finished fully conquering them. So before setting out, Li Fan decided to complete the conquest of these women. After that, his family member count reached 2,531, all attributes increased by 352 points, and energy charge reached 408 points. He could now bind 36 new family members with subsystems. The system's 3 rewards for reaching the next 100 members were 1 base slot, 5 sub-anchor points, and the ability to use an intermediate series ability once per month. It was clear that the base fee discount had reached the reward limit. Now, the system was developing new abilities for him, making his cheat-like life even smoother. Entering the training space, he wanted to test the intermediate series ability, but the system still displayed the message, one-time timed ability. Confirm use? Helpless, he gave up on testing. He would save it for a critical moment. After all, it was limited to once a month, truly stingy. These 176 women were mostly white or Asian international students in their 20s. However, true virgins were incredibly rare. Even though Li Fan now had over 1,000 women, the proportion of virgins was shockingly low. Language barriers also gave Li Fan a headache. If they didn't speak Dragon Country's language, he would need to bring a translator along for tasks, which was quite. But with the system's seek good, avoid evil ability, he avoided the risk of being assassinated in bed. His experiences abroad had shown Li Fan the strength of Dragon Country, its emergency protection capabilities, and its quick crisis response. Dragon Country now had the most survivors in the world, and many cities and shelters still maintained pre-apocalyptic management and order. In contrast, the situation in Western countries could only be described as chaotic, a hellscape. In the famous 3 major cities of Germanic country, Essenmer, Berkholm, and Hanstatt, the million-strong populations had been reduced to ghost towns. The total survivors across all 3 might not even match those of one coastal city in Dragon Country. Mutants kept slaves, slaughtered survivors, and maintained complete anarchy. Even cannibalism had begun to appear. It was the same in many other places. Mutants lived like tyrants, enslaving survivors. The West's deeply rooted philosophy of self-interest had transformed this land in the apocalypse into a place of complete chaos, where everything was laid bare. Even without the mutant beasts from the ocean landing, the mutants themselves might sweep across the West, leaving it a wasteland. Arriving at Fanyuan Mountain Shelter, the stench of blood still hung in the air. It seemed that the usual conflicts, combined with the news of the island country's destruction, had finally pushed the 2 opposing factions into a bloody battle. But seeing the gate unguarded, Li Fan frowned. Was this a mutual destruction scenario? Walking into the shelter, corpses lay everywhere, the ground soaked red with blood. With his enhanced hearing, Li Fan didn't catch a single sound of breathing. Did the fight not end yet? Did I just stumble into the middle of it? Thinking of this possibility, Li Fan rushed towards the residential area, sensing that the innermost safe fortress still had signs of life. The battle had reached the command center, clearly a mutually destructive outcome. But besides these dead, how many of the shelter's tens of thousands had survived? Gokuyama Okada, only 5 of you mutants are left now. If you commit suicide, I, Guan Yuntian, promise not to kill the remaining island country people. With the friendship I had with your father, you should know my character. A steady male voice came from inside, probably Guan Yuntian. Soon, an angry, hateful voice replied, clearly Gokuyama Okada, the person Guan Yuntian was addressing. Their names both had the character Tian in them, quite a coincidence. Old Guan, you think I'd believe you now? If my father hadn't trusted you, been ambushed at home, would you be standing here? Would you have won against us? And I killed your daughter, Guan Shangmei. Will you spare us? You island country people are all mad. Why involve women in men's disputes? We didn't kill your sister Sayuri, your cousin Kibori, or the other women and children, just locked them up. Compared to you trying to wipe us out, our actions are absolutely merciful. Another man's voice said angrily, because women can give birth. If you don't uproot the problem, it will grow back. We don't believe your lies. Doing bad things without going all the way is foolish. Leaving loose ends only invites future trouble. We great island country people never make such basic mistakes. Victory goes to the strongest. If you want my life, come and take it. If you want me to kill myself? You're not worthy. Gokuyama Okada was a level 2 mutant with a 96% evolution rate.
Given 10 more days, he might have reached level 3, becoming the strongest in Fangyuan Mountain Shelter. But the island country's nuclear self-destruction came too suddenly. And the joint strike by Dragon Country and Ross Country to erase the island country was beyond anyone's expectations.
Even more shocking to Gokuyama Okada was Guan Yuntian's betrayal, ambushing and killing his father Gokuyama Daro and his mutant guards. Everything was a complete surprise. Li Fan's arrival drew everyone's attention, giving Gokuyama Okada and his men a chance to break through. Just as they charged, Guan Yuntian and his men shouted, courting death. Originally, it seemed like there would be new casualties. But soon, they realized that Gokuyama Okada and his men were blocked by an invisible barrier. Even those on Guan Yuntian's side, who were slow to react, also collided with this barrier. A space barrier. As Li Fan's attributes grew stronger, the strength of his various abilities also increased. The attacks of level 2 mutants couldn't possibly break through his nearly maxed out level 3 mutant defense. But seeing Gokuyama Okada and Guan Weilin's evolution levels made Li Fan feel a sense of urgency. If he didn't reach level 4 soon, he might be caught up with. Human intelligence would undoubtedly figure out how to overcome the human limit once they understood it, reaching even higher levels. If he didn't speed up, he might eventually be attacked by a united force of others if he couldn't maintain an invincible presence on Blue Star. Without a word, he used silent space blades to instantly kill Gokuyama Okada and his island countrymen. Afterward, he looked at the wary Guan Yuntian and the others, deactivating his ability and smiling. I've been here twice before to trade mutant beast cores and meat. I thought you were getting along well with the island country people. I didn't expect you to fight to the death after hearing about the island country's destruction. That surprised me a bit. The island country was sunk by the nation, clearly a case of settling old and new scores together. With such a clear stance, how could we allow these island country people to leave and harm other survivors? Are you a mutant from Coastal City? May I ask your name? Guan Yuntian, seeing Li Fan with no hostility, finally calmed down and began conversing with him. But in his heart, he wondered who this powerful person was, killing level 2 mutants like cutting vegetables. Could he be a level 3 mutant? If he was truly a level 3 mutant, then his decisive action against his friend Gokuyama Daro was absolutely the right move. If Gokuyama Okada had reached level 3 first, they would all be dead, and this place would have become an island country base. Li Fan. It's the apocalypse now, so we don't need to pretend with formalities. Before coming here, I already cleared the island country people in Coastal City. Only some island country women remain. Besides this place, are there any other shelters in Shirtu City with a large number of island country people? Li Fan asked directly. His goal was clear, to clear out the island country men. Island country women could be handled as needed. With his mind-reading ability, he wouldn't miss those who deserved to die. There are quite a few island country people in Shirtu City, mostly businessmen and students like the Gokuyama family. Many shelters have island country people, but their numbers are spread out. Only Gokuyama Daro's group posed a threat because they managed this shelter with me. There shouldn't be any risk of a takeover elsewhere, Guan Yuntian analyzed honestly. Guan Yuntian hadn't seen it, but Li Fan had witnessed it himself. The situation at Kingfishin Shelter hadn't been that long ago, where infighting left fewer than 5,000 survivors. Dragon country people were great at internal strife, often benefiting foreign forces. History had plenty of such absurd cases. As long as island country people had their ambitions, they would eventually try to return. It was better to end it once and for all, leaving no spark behind. Women were always adaptable, dependent on their environment, giving birth and raising children. Occasionally spoiled ones appeared, but in the apocalypse, they didn't need to be pampered. Next, Li Fan used mutant beast cores and food supplies to trade with Guan Yuntian for energy crystals and women. Compared to before, having witnessed Li Fan's methods and his swift, ruthless killings, Guan Yuntian finally brought out many women for Li Fan to choose from. Guan Yuntian seemed like a decent person. Apart from the dead innocent men and women in the tent area, the residents of the residential area were well protected, and there hadn't been any massacres. Even the remaining island country people were alive. Naturally, Li Fan requested that Guan Yuntian kill all the island country men. Guan Yuntian hesitated at this suggestion, but ultimately agreed under the temptation of mutant beast cores and supplies. As for the island country women, Li Fan chose 51, including the previously mentioned Gokuyama Sayuri and Gokuyama Kibori sisters. Among the dragon country women, he selected 119 who met his requirements. After that, Li Fan went to Yuhang Mountain Shelter and Maching Mountain Shelter. As Guan Yuntian had said, these places also had some island country people, but not many, and they didn't pose a threat. Once again, using mutant beast cores and supplies, he persuaded the shelter leaders to kill all the island country men and traded for 62 island country women and 196 dragon country women. He continued this approach, going through the other shelters in Shertu City, killing all the island country men and acquiring many women. Finally, night fell. During this time, he had sent the island country women back to the Rongdong base and the dragon country women back to the Biyun mountain base, or else his small world wouldn't have held them for so long. Back at the Biyun mountain base, it was now truly crowded. When In Yun handed him the roster of new arrivals and their accommodations, Li Fan was stunned. The Biyun mountain base now had over 1,000 dragon country women, reaching 1,368, not including the young girls who hadn't been struck by his lightning. In the base, even 12 or 13-year-old girls who had reached puberty were almost always brought to Li Fan by their mothers. It had almost become an unspoken rule, not for anything else, but to let the girls awaken sooner, gain self-protection abilities, and to let Li Fan enjoy both mother and daughter. You brought back a total of 599 people this time. Among them, 10 are girls under 12, 18 are girls over 12, and 12 are virgins. You'll be busy for a few days. Otherwise, just the chefs cooking for them would be exhausted. Ugh. And Yun hadn't finished speaking before she started retching again. Li Fan helped her sit on his lap, took the roster, and looked through it. It was recorded in detail, like brief profiles for each person. You can let the others help a bit more and do a bit less yourself. Take care of your health. Oh, by the way, have you found any doctors or nurses? He asked, genuinely concerned. I already told you before, Yunuanyuan, Zhou Minghui, Yuan Biu, Gongsun Ruyu, Mi Rushuan, and Hame, Dong Shuxiang, Li Chiuli, Mo Wenjing, Zhang Yu, Zheng Yifeng, Luo Huimei, Chen Lili, Xing Jiajun, Zheng Shuang, Lianingwei, Zhu Biyu, Fu Min, and Jing Longhua can all help you. You can manage from behind the scenes without having to handle everything personally. Li Fan remembered the list of suitable managers given by the system, automatically excluding the island country and Bang country women, and spoke to In Yun. He also noticed that ever since In Yun became the deputy host, her mindset had changed a bit. Previously, it might have been a mutually beneficial relationship between them, but now she seemed to have the mentality of a hostess managing the household. Often, even though she was surrounded by many people, she would dismiss them as soon as Li Fan appeared, wanting to talk to him alone. I know, and I've assigned them to manage things. But with so many people in such little space, I can't use all of them. And Yun rolled her eyes and retorted unhappily. Is Sister-in blaming me for not conquering enough territory? It seems I should first unify all the shelters in Coastal City. Li Fan laughed, but then suddenly slapped his forehead in frustration. I almost forgot about the mining. I got so caught up in killing island country people. Mining? What for? And Yun leaned against Li Fan, rubbing herself against him, making his desire surge. But he couldn't touch her. She was clearly teasing him on purpose, feeling a bit upset about him bringing back so many women. After all, she had just advised him to slow down and not bring in too many women for a while. Li Fan forced himself to focus, his hands playing around while he explained, "We need to find a high ground area to build a larger shelter. Coastal City is too close to the sea. The water level will eventually rise. Better to prepare early than be caught off guard by disaster." And Yun got up from his lap, her rosy, radiant face looking even younger than before. Then what about this base? Can it be moved? Actually, we could also get large yachts or ships, right? Li Fan thought for a moment and shook his head. In an apocalypse, besides storms, thunder, rain, and snow, there will definitely be worse disasters like floods, tsunamis, and earthquakes. I don't like staying on a ship. Movies always show that no matter how big the ship, it's never safe. Land is always the safest. In the following days, Li Fan took Saito Ryona, Li Nianya, Qi Shangyue, Lin Miaomiao, and Mo Xiangtao, and other people with spatial abilities out to search for and collect minerals, preparing to relocate the base and build a tall outer wall. At night, he traveled back and forth between Biyun Mountain Base and Rongdong Base, conquering women and earning rewards. He was quite busy. Meanwhile, in Shangnan Prefecture, Li Shirma and the other four found many women for him. Chen Meimeng and Yu Fingfei, who were close to Li Shirma, also went there. But Yu Nuanyuan and Ning Yuxiang stayed at the base within Yun. In the Wet Mountain Basin Lulide, Buddha Seal Nation, Deng Shangwei, Zheng Liman, and others also found some women for Li Fan.
but due to limited activity in Buddha Seal Nation, the women they found were mostly from neighboring countries. Li Fan visited once but found that none of them met the system's requirements. So, he told them to lay low for now and consider expanding when they had more people. When Li Fan finally conquered all 589 newly acquired women, the storm outside finally stopped. This round of heavy rain and strong winds lasted a full 50 days. In Coastal City, many mid-mountain shelters and bases were flooded, forcing people to move to the mountaintops, living in tents and waiting for the water to recede. The Yun Mountain Base was no exception. Everyone there had to clear the mountaintop of trees and set up tents. Li Fan even had to use his metal ability to build a 2-meter-high metal wall around them. But even this couldn't completely block the wind and rain. Many people caught colds, especially young girls and the newly arrived women. Fortunately, his healing ability could quickly cure them. Li Fan realized that moving the base was now urgent. A few more days on the mountaintop could even affect the pregnant mutant women. So, he relocated the Biyun Mountain Base to Wooding Mountain in Gudu City, Sichuan Prefecture. On the very day they moved, the storm stopped. Some women who were used to living in Coastal City began to hesitate, wondering whether to tell Li Fan they wanted to stay. Of course, Li Fan wouldn't care what they thought. Aside from Biyun Mountain Base, Li Fan also wanted to relocate Rongdong Base, but not too far away. He moved it to the mountainous Chonling City, only 300 kilometers from Coastal City. It was perfect as a forward base for observing the situation along the coast. As for the other shelters, despite his team's persuasion, most people didn't want to leave Coastal City. They were emotionally attached to the place and still held hopeful fantasies about the future. Li Fan didn't force them. Wise words couldn't help those seeking death, and he had done all he could. Most of those willing to follow him went to Rongdong Base, with a small group settling in the Research Institute. After this prolonged storm, Li Fan noticed that many in the Research Institute began to adopt a mindset of enjoying their remaining days. Research had made no progress, and a hedonistic atmosphere threatened to corrupt the researchers. This couldn't be allowed. Once he noticed the problem, Li Fan took control of the Research Institute, killing all the indulgent leaders, guards, and mutants. He only detained the slacking researchers, giving them a chance to regain their sense of purpose. The institute's population of around 5,000 was instantly reduced by a quarter. The new arrivals helped replenish the workforce, given that the shelters didn't have the special energy support that his family base did. After handling all this, 3 more days passed. As soon as the storm ended, the temperature rapidly dropped below freezing, and the water's surface quickly froze over. It seemed a new disaster had begun. Sure enough, that evening, heavy snow began falling from the gloomy sky. Seeing the snow before he could even finish dinner, Li Fan quickly traveled to each base, delivering warm supplies. This time, Li Fan did not plan to conquer all 589 women. To be precise, he stopped after conquering just 100. Once his total attributes reached 3,000, they stopped increasing. He knew this was because he had reached the attribute limit of a level 3 mutant and could no longer improve. The system continued to show the reward message +2 to all attributes, but his actual attribute points were stuck. Li Fan didn't want to waste effort, but in the end, due to the food problem for hundreds of people, he continued to conquer the remaining 489 women on the advice of An Yun and others. Yes, the rewards did not change, still the same attribute and ability rewards. Host, Li Fan. Level 3 Mutant, Evolution Progress 99.3%. Attributes, Speed, 6 Mach, Strength, 100 tons, Level 3 Limit. Life, Energy. Physique, 3,000, 3,000. Strength, 3,000, 3,000. Spirit, 3,000, 3,000. Agility, 3,000, 3,000. Skills, Dragon Phoenix Harmony Technique, Emperor Queen Meditation Harmony Technique, can be taught to 2 important family members for joint cultivation. Primary abilities, Energy Charge, 979 points. Primary 5 Elements System, Primary Space System, Primary Defense System, Primary Control System, Primary Enhancement System, Primary Special System. Special Scene, Shadow Illusion Realm, can be activated. Family members, 3,701, including 1-hit precision effect. Family bases, 6, Bian Mountain, Rongdong Base in Hongdong District, Sumin Research Base, Yulian Mountain Shelter in Shangnan City, Argos Fortress Base in Ross Country, Wet Mountain Base in Lowlide, Buddha Seal Nation, pending. You can select 117 female family members for subsystem binding. Please make your selection as soon as possible. Family members exceed 2,600. A 100-member family reward is available. Would you like to claim it? Family members exceed 2,700.
A 100-member family reward is available. Would you like to claim it? Family members exceed 3,000. A 100-member family reward is available. Would you like to claim it? Family members exceed 3,000. A 1,000-member family achievement reward is available. Would you like to claim it? Claim. The reward for exceeding 2,600 family members is an increase in subsidiary anchors to 40. The reward for exceeding 2,700 family members is the ability to designate a location as the 8th family base. The reward for exceeding 2,800 family members is an expansion of the material collection range in all bases to 300 kilometers. The 1,000-member achievement reward for exceeding 3,000 family members is an additional deputy host and a new deputy host attribute panel. The reward for exceeding 3,700 family members is the ability to designate a location as the 12th family base. Congratulations, the actual number of family members has exceeded 1,500, unlocking the Shadow Illusion realm. The host and specified members can enter it. Currently up to 5 members can be specified. Shadow Illusion realm? What is that? Li Fan noticed a new section on the panel and clicked to activate it. A feeling of detachment swept over him. He only managed to say, "What the?" before losing consciousness. When he woke up again, he saw the familiar face of Zhang Wanjun, someone he almost forgot because she had died. The setting was unfamiliar, but he quickly recognized some familiar faces: Feng Lan, Yu Saixia, Zhou Shuwan, Tao Zhenxin, Kong Lingwei, and Heme, Ma Xiaofeng, and others. Soon, he remembered his previous strange rebirth experience. It turned out to be the Shadow Illusion realm. Back then, he didn't know it was just a magical system feature, and he mistakenly thought Zhang Wanjuan's death had triggered another rebirth world. He had also thought that whenever his family members died, a new rebirth world would open. But now he understood it was just a magical function of the system, a dreamlike illusion where everything appeared perfect. This realization led to another question. The system here was a castrated version, lacking the ability to send him back. This magical feature was really a trap. It could send him into the illusion but not bring him out. But then, what was the purpose of the Shadow Illusion realm? Li Fan couldn't figure it out. In his previous rebirth, he had realized this Shadow Illusion realm was just a beautiful illusion, where he could save anyone facing evil as long as he wanted to. It wasn't a rebirth with prophetic knowledge, just a make-believe world where everything went his way. He even recalled that if it were a true rebirth, there would be endless unexpected changes, and everything couldn't just follow his will without deviation. Not to mention the system's limitations. If it were a true rebirth, the system wouldn't be a castrated version. That was why he eventually chose to abandon the beautiful dream and return to reality without any regret. So, is it restarting again this time? Looking at the unfamiliar setting, Li Fan didn't know which day of the apocalypse he was in. If it synced to the 99th day like last time, it would be a long haul. Li Fan, are you okay? Beside him were Zhang Wanjun, Tan Zian, Jiang Menglan, Ma Xiaofeng, and others, all looking at him with concern. What day of the apocalypse is it now? Li Fan asked, his heart racing. What day? We can't quite remember. Can anyone else recall? Zhang Wanjun and the others were stunned by the question, then turned to ask the others. Li Fan frowned. He, a grown man, could still remember that outside, it was only 90 days into the apocalypse. But here, in this illusion he had just entered, how could they not remember after just a few dozen days? Just then, Ma Xiaofeng's sorrowful voice shocked him. I remember Sister Qin was captured by the Shadow Core to cover our escape more than 100 days ago. If we count from the beginning, it should be at least 1,000 days now. Shadow Core? 1,000 days? 1,000 days of apocalypse? Are you kidding me? From when I first entered here until now, it's already been 1,000 days? Over 2 years? What about my women and children? Don't tell me it's just the dozen or so women in this room? Li Fan didn't believe a single word from Zhang Wanjun and the others. Especially when they said that in Yunyun, Qin Xingyan, Peng Yanxia, Zhang Liman, Lu Lianqing, Yu Nuanyuan, and a large group of others were already dead, he believed it even less. In reality, the apocalypse had only reached day 99, but here, it was already over 1,000 days. Nonsense. Complete nonsense. This was an illusion created by the system to house his deceased family members, giving them a place of rest and allowing him to fulfill his wish of being a savior. How could so many people have died here? However, some of the information they mentioned did make Li Fan take note. 3 months of continuous rain and strong winds were followed by 6 months of extreme cold. The weather only warmed up again in the second summer, with more torrential rains and storms. Then, tsunamis and earthquakes began to occur frequently. The human living environment grew increasingly harsh. If not for the system's supplies supporting half of their needs, they might have started starving to death by now. The true mass death of human survivors occurred a year and a half into the apocalypse when mutant sea monsters began large-scale landings, led by 3 flying black-clad guards. Level 3 mutants were completely ineffective against the mutant sea monsters. Only level 4 mutants could repel them, while level 5 mutants were needed to fight the black-clad guards in the sky. Aside from this, only countries with nuclear weapons posed a threat to the black-clad guards and the monster hordes. In this invasion, only the alliance of Long Kingdom and Ross Country, using nuclear strikes and mustering 2 level 5 mutants and 40 level 4 mutants, managed to completely repel the attack. Other countries, including the distant Manga, failed to withstand the assault, losing nearly all their coastal territories and being forced to defend at a snail's pace in Washington state and 4 neighboring states. Aside from Long Kingdom, Ross Country, and Manga, the rest of Blue Planet's human survivors fell under the enslavement of the black-clad guards, who seemed to appear out of nowhere. After that, new monsters appeared on land: shadow corpses, human corpses, blood altars, and flesh mountains. These monsters didn't just hunt and capture survivors, they also hunted and captured mutant beasts, mutant giants, and marine creatures. Human mutants were defeated one after another by the shadow corpses, human corpses, blood altars, and flesh mountains. Even level 4 mutants couldn't stand against the overwhelming numbers of these new monsters. Level 5 mutants had to constantly guard against the black-clad guards' sneak attacks, so they couldn't act recklessly. After all, nuclear weapons were fixed in place. If destroyed in advance, they would lose their deterrent power, and Li Fan was one of those level 5 mutants. In reality, he wasn't even at level 4 yet, but here, he was a level 5 mutant? And a level 5 mutant who still let the shadow corpses capture Qin Xingyan? What the hell? Li Fan had previously thought that reaching level 4 would allow him to dominate Blue Planet. But now, even level 5 mutants were being outmatched by a few mysterious black-clad guards? And with 40 level 4 mutants on top of that. Even if they weren't at the peak of level 4, they should have been top-tier fighters in Li Fan's mind. Yet they couldn't even defeat these new types of monsters: shadow corpses, human corpses, blood altars, and flesh mountains? The future of this shadow illusion realm was intense. Li Fan then asked another question, deciding not to hide his identity: where are the children? Our daughters are all being protected by the state, in a very safe place. Don't worry, Zhang Wanjun and the others said, noticing Li Fan's change in demeanor, almost like he was a different person. Daughters? What about sons? Li Fan was stunned by their answer. He asked about children, so why only mention daughters? We all gave birth to daughters. No one gave birth to a son, Zhang Wanjun replied, looking a bit dejected. Li Fan's mind went blank. His system's one-hit precision effect only produced daughters? Are you saying that everyone who got pregnant only gave birth to daughters? Yes, only daughters. We all found it strange. But didn't you say after becoming a level 5 mutant that you understood why? Was it because this was the shadow illusion realm and thus connected to his will? Zhang Wanjun and the others seemed confused, but they answered clearly. What? Reaching level 5 automatically reveals the answer? Li Fan was genuinely lost. Even after asking, Zhang Wanjun and the others couldn't explain why this was happening. But he didn't dwell on that question for long. Instead, he asked another. Then how did those people break through to level 4? Did everyone figure out how to surpass the human body's limits? No, it was the price of protecting our daughters. You taught them how to break through to level 4, and they've always treated you as their master. Li Fan was surprised at first but quickly understood. In the shadow illusion realm, his role was clearly that of a savior for humanity, responsible for its continuation. Teaching people how to break through limitations wasn't too far-fetched. What was shocking was that so many level 4 mutants and 2 level 5 mutants couldn't defeat the level 3 mutant sea monsters, a few level 4 giant monsters, and 3 mysterious black-clad guards. And the black-clad guards even created new monster types: shadow corpses, human corpses, blood altars, and flesh mountains. And none of you managed to become level 4 mutants? Li Fan asked further. No, our naturally awakened abilities were too few. You said our bodies couldn't withstand the massive energy needed to break through to level 4. Moreover, out of the 100 people who followed you to learn how to break through, only 40 succeeded. You didn't let us take the risk, Zhang Wanjun explained. Are the new monsters created by the black-clad guards, shadow corpses, human corpses, blood altars, and flesh mountains as strong as level 3 mutants? Or even stronger? And what exactly are the black-clad guards? If this illusion was truly a warning about the apocalypse's future, Li Fan needed to prepare for these threats. He was somewhat confident. Even if the system in the illusion was incomplete, it could still hold off the black-clad guards. In reality, where his system was complete, if he reached level 6 within a year and a half,
he should be able to eliminate these troublemaking black-clad guards. That would prevent them from creating the new types of monsters later. As for the people who died in the illusion, he didn't really care. After all, they hadn't died in reality. Even the supposedly dead Zhang Wanjun was alive and well in the illusion. As for the problem of only having daughters, he could only wait until the women gave birth in the real world to see. The family reproduction system shouldn't be limited to daughters. This might be a quirk of the incomplete system in the illusion. This time, Li Fan didn't stay long in the shadow illusion realm. After falling asleep, he immediately returned to the real world. He didn't even get a chance to experience the power of a level 5 mutant. However, the information he gained from the shadow illusion realm made him take things seriously. First, the weather. After the rainstorms, there would be a 6-month period of extreme cold, followed by another period of rain, earthquakes, tsunamis, and other disasters. It was easy to imagine that by this time next year, the global environment would become extremely harsh. If these situations matched reality, then the future warning from the illusion realm might be credible. But wasn't the shadow illusion realm supposed to be a place for the souls of the dead? Why had it turned into a future warning, running ahead of the real world? System, are you there? When he had questions, he naturally sought out his system, his trusted support. Li Fan wasn't someone who liked overthinking. If you have something to say, spit it out. The system's response was as direct as ever. What's going on with the shadow illusion realm? Didn't you say before that it was a false realm? Why did the name change to shadow illusion realm, and the function also changed? Wasn't it supposed to temper the mind and be a place for the dead to pass on? The false realm is a parallel world created by the system, and the shadow illusion realm is also a parallel world created by the system. Originally, these two places should have been combined, and each time you entered, it should have started at the beginning of the apocalypse. But now something went wrong. The shadow illusion realm has become a parallel future world, while the false realm is a parallel past world. Then how do I enter the false realm, and how do I enter the shadow illusion realm? The false realm is for the dead to pass on, while the shadow illusion realm is for the living to struggle for survival. But aren't you the one who created them? How could something go wrong? And what's with those black-clad guards in the shadow illusion realm? They can create shadow corpses, human corpses, blood altars, and flesh mountains. Are they trying to conquer Blue Planet? You could say that all the disasters happening on Blue Planet right now are a form of invasion by an extraterrestrial civilization. The black-clad guards are one of those forces. You're also a force from an extraterrestrial civilization? Yes. Then why did 3 black-clad guards show up at once? I bet I'm not your only host, right? Li Fan suddenly remembered that there was another mutant of the same level as him in the shadow illusion realm. There are 2 other hosts. The abilities you 3 have received are all different. 3? Then why were there only 2 level 5 mutants in the future of the shadow illusion realm? One died during the growth process. Even with you as a cheat, someone still died? I chose 3 people, 1 good, 1 bad, and 1 neutral. I'm the good one? The bad one died? You're the bad one. Li Fan didn't accept this label, but the system was the boss. Being called good or bad didn't affect his growth, so he quickly found a way to comfort himself. Maybe your definition of good and bad is different from ours on Blue Planet. Smart for once. In extraterrestrial civilizations, doing work, making a living, or even killing an arson to support a family can be considered good or neutral. But a bad person is only someone who lives lazily, enjoys life without contributing, destroys other people's families, or covets their possessions. Li Fan found this perspective surprisingly understandable. Ever since he got the system, his ability to accept strange concepts had grown immensely. Maybe in extraterrestrial civilizations, there were no laws, only personal power. So those who worked hard to support their families were good, those who killed to support themselves were neutral, and those who lazed around, stole from others, or ruined lives were bad. Wait. By this definition, Li Fan realized he really was a bad person. Looks like this extraterrestrial civilization must have suffered greatly under people with similar behavior. Stop overthinking it. You still have a few years left. As long as enough of you survive, we win, and Blue Planet is ours. If you don't, they win, and Blue Planet is theirs. So the black-clad guards are here to mess things up, and you're here to help us fight them? Do the other 2 hosts also have family proliferation systems, or are their systems different? The good host has a savior system, and the neutral one has a punish evil and promote good system. Li Fan thought about how the 2 had already joined forces to fight the black-clad guards and other monsters in the shadow illusion realm. That was probably the system behind the scenes arranging it, so when they reached a certain level of strength, the system might also inform their hosts. Can you help me break through to level 4 now?
Li Fan suddenly changed the topic. Just keep training with the vice host, and you will eventually break through. But in the shadow illusion realm, there were other ways to reach level 4. Won't you teach me? If we get more level 4 mutants ahead of time, the black-clad guards might not even get a chance to create those monsters to mess with Blue Planet. It would make it easier for you to win this game too. No, don't try to be clever. Grow steadily and work hard. Are you extraterrestrial civilizations more like technological cultivators, fleshbody saints, or something else that we humans can't even imagine yet? Li Fan sensed the system's interest fading, so he quickly asked more questions. We have those too. Spirit energy, primordial chi, and various kinds of chi are our main legacies. But we also have cyber technology. What you call systems are products of our cyber technology. Can you become immortal gods or Buddhas and achieve eternal life? Li Fan asked, curious. In the outer void, time jumping between star systems can be considered immortality. But within star system civilizations, there are no true immortals. Is there a fixed pathway you use to reach Blue Planet? If we destroy the pathway, won't the black-clad guards be unable to reach here? Li Fan thought of a way to stop the invasion. That's a jointly managed void pathway. Your current strength is far from enough to destroy it. Then, enough. I've told you quite a lot already, and that's all you can know for now. The rest depends on your own efforts. Frankly, I don't have much confidence in winning because your people love infighting too much. Letting the black-clad guards rule you might be better. Hearing the system's rare pessimism, Li Fan suddenly remembered the dead host and tentatively asked, did the host with the savior system die so quickly? I understand your civilization now. Good people don't live long, but scourges last 1,000 years. In hindsight, I should have picked 3 bad guys like you, with no restrictions. Maybe then we could have ended this game early. There's a way to end the game early? Li Fan caught a key point and pressed further. Not anymore. When the savior died, we fell into a disadvantage. The force behind the black-clad guards will never agree to end the game early. Ultimately, we were too optimistic about your Blue Planet's people, which led to this endless struggle. Endless struggle? Between the black-clad guards and us? Or between them and all life on Blue Planet? Li Fan asked, puzzled. The system ignored Li Fan, and there was nothing he could do but continue with his life. This time, in addition to the newly unlocked Shadow Illusion realm, there was also a new slot for imparting a cultivation technique and a new vice host position. Li Fan immediately thought of Qin Xingyan, who had not become pregnant because she was in a period of recuperation. However, if he gave her the cultivation technique, he would also need to assign the vice host position to her for it to be most effective. But Qin Xingyan was always quiet, with a delicate and lazy personality. Her relationship with Yun was quite good, so he didn't have to worry about any conflict between the two. Li Fan didn't overthink it. He directly chose her and assigned her the basic defense type ability. With so many women around, he truly didn't have any special feelings for any of them. Maybe only the first woman, his neighboring Yun, held a slightly special place in his heart. Then there were the women he remembered from when there were fewer people around. But once the numbers grew, how could he possibly remember them all? The sweet words he spoke probably only reached in Yun's ears. For other women, those words might only come out during a playful moment between the sheets. Since moving to the family base, he almost exclusively acted without saying much. These women were probably even less meaningful to him than his favorite toys from childhood. Without the rewards from the system, he might not have even bothered to care for so many women. Just look at other apocalypse novels, the protagonists only care for women who are useful to them. No one bothers with the useless ones. Taking care of them all would turn them into a saintly babysitter. With these thoughts in mind, Li Fan went to the relocated Rongdong base in Chanling City and found Qin Xingyan. He told her about the cultivation technique and the vice host position and brought her back to the family base in Wooding Mountain, Gudo City, Sichuan Province, intending to try dual cultivation with her at night. The sooner he broke through to level 4, level 5, and even level 6, the better his chances of defeating the black-clad guards who would soon stir up trouble on Blue Planet. Li Fan didn't have much faith in the future he saw in the Shadow Illusion realm. The situation there showed that humanity was already at a disadvantage. If reality didn't change, the future might turn out just like in the illusion. Humanity on Blue Planet would eventually be enslaved by the black-clad guards. Unfortunately, his thoughts were one thing, but reality was another. He hadn't even broken through to level 4 yet, so how could he talk about quickly reaching level 5 or level 6? Compared to Yun's strength, Qin Xingyan's attributes were slightly higher, but not by much. After all, he initially thought the vice host slot would be awarded for every 2,000 family members, but now it was given for every 1,000. and he was still stuck at the threshold of a level 3 mutant, with limited growth. However, Qin Xingyan's dual cultivation strength was 2 or 3 times stronger than An Yunyun's. Her previously delicate and trembling image had completely changed. Li Fan realized that this was due to the bonus from the basic defense type ability. The increase in attributes alone would have made her similar to An Yunyun, but the defensive ability drastically enhanced her endurance. Because he was eager to reach level 4, their dual cultivation session lasted 7 days. Finally, Li Fan achieved his goal, becoming a level 4 mutant. Even the previously accumulated bonus attributes appeared on his panel, easing his worries. He felt great, inwardly shouting, "Long live the system." Host, Li Fan. Level 4 mutant, evolution progress 10%. Manifestation, speed, 18 Mach, strength, 300 tons, level 4 limit. Gigantification, 100 times, 1000 times. Life, energy. Constitution, 3988, 9000. Strength, 3986, 9000. Spirit, 3988, 9000. Agility, 3986, 9000. Cultivation techniques. Dragon Phoenix Harmony Cultivation. Emperor Consort Meditation Harmony Cultivation, transferable to 2 key family members for joint training. Basic abilities, charge, 479 points. Basic 5 Elements Series. Basic Space Series. Basic Control Series. Basic Enhancements Series. Basic Special Series. Special Scene, Shadow Illusion Realm, currently inaccessible. Family members, 3,701, including 1-hit guarantee. Family bases, 12, Bian Mountain, Rongdong District Rongdong Base, Xiumin District Research Base, Shangnan City Lianhua District Yulian Mountain Refuge, Ross Country Elgosberg Base, Foyan Country Lori Wetstop Mountain Base, pending. Seeing the new gigantification ability, Li Fan knew this was the evolution path for human mutants. Without the help of Qi and natural treasures, the only way to reach higher levels was through bodily growth. As soon as Li Fan stepped out, An Yunyun came to him with a worried look. "What took you so long? Is Yenner okay?" "She's fine, just exhausted. Get someone to take care of her. I'm going out to look around. I haven't checked out Sichuan province yet." Li Fan then realized that An Yunyun was worried about him overexerting Qin Xingyan, not about him. He almost misunderstood her concern. "No need for you to go looking for women to trade with. We've already gone around once. We've arranged to pick up the selected women in 7 days. If you want, you can go and take them directly." An Yunyun's words surprised Li Fan. So thoughtful? From now on, his family members could handle the task of finding women for him. What else would he do then? Maybe go hunt mutant beasts for mutant beast cores? Come to think of it, he didn't even have a level 3 mutant beast core yet. And besides awakening abilities, did these beast cores have other uses? Oh, and he also needed to speed up the process of binding new bases. He could bind a base in the capital, Wangjing City, and another in Qingshan or Liangfu, with higher altitudes for safety. The chaotic West could also use a base as a foothold for collecting resources. He should also check out America, see what the situation there was. And there was Africa too, a place with vast lands and strong mutants. Not to mention the island nations, a visit there could also be worthwhile. With his thoughts clear, Li Fan didn't delay and immediately flew toward Wangjing City. With his speed now at 18 Mach, the journey of over 1,000 kilometers took just 3 or 4 minutes, like a meteor streaking across the sky. He was going so fast that he overshot his destination and crashed straight into the northern ice fields. Forced to correct his direction, he used spatial teleportation and appeared inside Wangjing City. Compared to his last visit, the situation in the capital was already much worse. At least half of the survivor settlements were gone. The freezing air had a greater impact on this northern region, with thick layers of ice covering the city, far colder than Sichuan province. Perhaps because the higher-ups were monitoring Li Fan, just 2 or 3 minutes after he arrived in Wangjing City, a drone came looking for him. It was probably thanks to satellite surveillance. Li Fan didn't mind. After all, he also needed the strength of the Dragon Nation. In the Shadow Illusion realm, those 40 level 4 mutants were all supported by the country. Without them, humanity's situation would have been even more dire. It was the same people as last time, Mao Yud and Zhu Guoqing. But this time, they came to negotiate a deal with Li Fan because they already knew he had been trading mutant beast cores and supplies with nearby refuges. Previously, due to pride, they didn't want to be at Li Fan's mercy and had avoided dealing with him. But now, with the cold air coming in, their livestock and greenhouse vegetables were at risk. Although they had enough stored food to last 3 to 5 years, no one would refuse fresh supplies if they were available. Li Fan had no problem dealing with them. People who defended their country always deserved respect. He traded a large batch of mutant beast cores and supplies at a very favorable price and asked for a base to use as a foothold, as well as permission to trade for women. In the past, this request would have been flatly rejected, but now, seeing that Li Fan had abundant supplies, they understood that rather than letting women starve under their management, it was better to let Li Fan take them. At least this way, they might get enough to eat. While selecting women for Li Fan, he also disclosed to them the limitation of level 3 mutants, that only those with enhancement-type abilities had a chance to break through to level 4. To earn their trust, Li Fan even demonstrated his gigantification ability. At a height of 175 meters, Li Fan left everyone present utterly stunned. There's nothing that can't be explained as long as everyone is willing to understand. Only when people deliberately avoid the truth do they stall and make excuses. The process of choosing women was direct. As expected from Wangjing City, the most orderly city, women who survived here were almost never mistreated. Most of them followed the principle of voluntary decision-making. Many understood that the future would be tough, so they were willing to be practical. Li Fan only chose women who were sensible, avoiding the trouble of dealing with princesses with a victim complex. This was something the system had always done well. Among the over 1,000 women he kept in the family base, not one ever tried to act spoiled or challenge him. As for the women in other bases, anyone who dared to disrespect him would be directly slapped and locked up without food for 3 days. A second offense meant being kicked out. So far, there hadn't been a single case of anyone being kicked out. In the end, he selected 92 women who willingly sold themselves and met the system's criteria. This visit to Wangjing City was a complete success. This time, he didn't take all the women directly back to the family base. Since he now had a foothold here, and he planned to send more people later, he decided to keep the women here for now. The previously empty Luoxiang mountain base welcomed its new residents, Li Fan and the 92 selected women. Among these 92 women, the only one Li Fan remembered was a woman named Ying Hongtao, who was just as impressive as Yu Haiyao. Her system rating was as high as 99, and even her purity rating was 99, which made Li Fan look at her differently. If he had seen such a woman before the apocalypse, he would have immediately assumed she must have had at least 3 to 5 successful men behind her. But in the apocalypse, such a perfect woman was still so pure, it was unbelievable. It only made him feel once again how powerful and clean the Dragon Nation's governance was. The People's Army truly served the people. No wonder that in the Shadow Illusion realm, only the Dragon Nation and Ross Nation maintained complete military power. Other countries were almost completely destroyed by the personal might of rogue mutants. Western countries had completely disappeared, becoming a part of history. You all settle in here, I will leave you some food. Later, I will bring some sisters to guide you, Li Fan said, showing no particular favor to anyone. After going through so many challenges, he had developed a steady heart and mind. He then contacted An Yun, asking her to send family members with superpowers to take over the space, so they could continue trading with Mao Yud and the others. When the assigned people arrived, Li Fan used his inspection ability to check the names of the women and only vaguely remembered 2 of them, Yu Manjin and Wang Huainan. The rest were like familiar strangers. You all take care of things here. I'm going to check out Qingzhou Province and Xishan Province. Leaving this one sentence, Li Fan teleported away. One of the women, a baby-faced girl, muttered, I thought I could at least get him to remember my face. Yu Manjin shook her head with a smile. Little Zhao, you're too naive. This man is not an ancient emperor. He probably doesn't even understand the concept of fighting for favor. Look at how he treats all of us, except for Sisterin and a few others. Who else can speak more than a few words with him? The baby-faced Zhaonan said gloomily, but he's my first man. My first time, can't I even ask him to look at me a little more? The others didn't say anything. First time? Does that even matter now? At least for Li Fan, whether a woman was a virgin was meaningless. Just look at the women he chose, 90% were mature women, and among them, 30% had daughters. Among the remaining 70%, some were unmarried, and only 0.1% were virgins. It could be said that the materialistic era had cured most men's obsession with virgins. What was once a cause for celebration had long been forgotten by men trained to be calm. Sad? Perhaps. Qingzhou Province and Xishan Province were vast but sparsely populated. Li Fan found a large base under Dragon Nation's government control and proposed trading. As expected, they agreed without hesitation. The trade went smoothly. More women here were willing to sell themselves than in Wangjing City, but fewer than 200 met the system's criteria. This time, Li Fan didn't occupy a base to keep the women there. Instead, he returned to Wangjing City and brought them to Luoxiang Mountain Base.
He spent the entire night busy, but only managed to process half of them. When morning came, he continued on his way to the chaotic west. After nearly 2 months, the chaos there seemed to have subsided. Many places were now calm. Flying through the air, Li Fan used his senses to scan below. Whenever he detected a densely populated area, he would stop to take a look. Most of the survivor settlements had fewer than 1,000 people and were very scattered. The population structure resembled a small slave society from ancient times, 3 to 5 high-ranking mutants above, with hundreds of ordinary people serving them. Li Fan just glanced briefly and lost interest. Ordinary people lived miserably, lacking enough food and warm clothing, perhaps even worse than slaves in ancient times. Western society's strong individualism meant that even family members could be neglected, let alone these unrelated ordinary people. Originally planning to leave and go home, Li Fan suddenly noticed something unusual. Several cameras outside a spacious building seemed to be moving. He had already used the system's search function to look at this city called Tuangster. There were only 7 survivor settlements, each with about 1,000 people, meaning the city's total survivor population was under 10,000. Western cities generally had more land and fewer people. With a long-standing focus on quality population growth, a small, unknown city might not have had more than 100,000 permanent residents. Due to long-standing reliance on the system, Li Fan had never questioned the abnormality of the Western world. It wasn't until he saw these seemingly surveillance-oriented cameras that he remembered some rumors. Many long-established financial oligarchs existed in Western countries. Given their capabilities, it was illogical for them not to survive. After all, even in island nations in Korea, there were several financial conglomerate bases. Moreover, many science fiction and disaster novels mentioned various underground migration precautions, which, though difficult for ordinary people, would be nothing for the oligarchs. With these doubts, Li Fan searched again but still found no response. It seemed that the system had its limitations at times. So, he vanished from the surveillance range and used his Earth escape ability to enter the underground area of the building. After descending more than 1,000 meters, Li Fan finally felt a solid metal barrier ahead. It was clear that he had found an underground base that likely belonged to a financial family. Switching to his metal escape ability, he easily entered the underground base. His first impression was one of luxury and comfort, an eye-opener. The entire base was brightly lit, like daylight, without any oppressive or dull feeling. It was evident that this underground base had very mature technology. Hidden within the metal, Li Fan walked and observed. There weren't many people in the base, men and women in white servant uniforms, security personnel in black, and butlers in tailcoats. Li Fan couldn't understand their whispered conversations, so he focused on searching for the financial family. This underground base was even more perfect than he had imagined. Perhaps his family's base could learn from their technology. Soon, he found the financial family at the center. These people seemed to be in a meeting. There were 42 people, male and female, young and old, all dressed elegantly and seriously, without the absurd scenes Li Fan had seen in novels. Unfortunately, he couldn't understand what they were saying, so he didn't stay long. He planned to continue searching for other such underground bases established by financial families, then return to find a translator to talk to them. He believed these people were smart enough to understand the situation. However, Li Fan was not optimistic about the future of these underground bases. If the apocalypse and natural disasters on the surface ended in 3 to 5 years, living underground for that period would be no problem. But Li Fan had already learned from the system that this apocalypse was an intentional invasion by an extraterrestrial civilization, making these underground bases of limited use. Since he, as a system host, could discover them, then the extraterrestrial civilization surely could too. It was just a matter of time. As he continued searching, he soon found more than a dozen other underground bases in different cities. The conditions in these bases were quite similar, without any wildly extravagant or absurd scenes. Of course, there were exceptions, just 1 or 2 among more than 10 financial families. Li Fan thought about taking control of all these underground bases for himself. After all, they belonged to people from Western countries, and he felt no psychological burden. He chose to attempt taking over an underground base belonging to the Arnold family in a city called Dofessel. This underground base was relatively small, perhaps only 1/5 the size of Li Fan's family base, covering 60,000 square meters. The Arnold family consisted of 31 people, likely all direct relatives within 3 or 4 generations. There were 126 servants and security personnel. The exception was that the family members themselves were quite absurd. There were 7 mutants, 4 from the Arnold family and 3 from the security team, all level 1 mutants. It seemed they had entered the underground base at the start of the apocalypse without risking going out to search for evolutionary plants or kill mutated zombies for evolutionary items. Although Li Fan couldn't understand their language, they could understand his Manhwa, Chinese, language. After casually dealing with 2 mutant security guards, Li Fan made his demand: "The women and food here are mine to allocate. If you disagree, I will kill you all." A mysterious and powerful guest from Manhwa: "Our Arnold family has no grudges with you. We hid in the underground base without infringing on your interests. Why do you want to seize our resources and women?" An elderly man with gray hair stepped forward and spoke in clear and standard Chinese. "Because I want to, and I have the power to do so." "Any problem with that?" Li Fan replied with a rare arrogant smile. "We have ample ammunition and poison gas in our base. If you truly leave us no way out, we will all perish together," the old man said sternly. "I can enter and leave silently. Perishing together is impossible. Only you will die. You are trapped in this underground base and probably have no understanding of the strength of mutants," Li Fan said calmly, leisurely watching as more people gathered. The security personnel aimed their guns at him, but they posed no threat. "Try if you wish, but know this: anyone who dares to attack me will only end up dead. I have no mercy for you," Li Fan warned them. The system had already displayed a binding prompt for some women who showed up. Most of them were from the Arnold family, but some were servants. In total, there were 20 women who met the criteria, and their quality was extremely high. In a base with perhaps 50 to 60 women, this was a significant number. Despite his warning, the Arnold family didn't seem to believe him. They still wanted to try using firearms, steel cages, poison gas, and a series of other methods. But Li Fan didn't let them test them one by one. The steel cages couldn't hold him, and he saw no need to play along with these ignorant foreigners. Killing people is like slaughtering chickens or ducks. Do it enough times, and you become numb. Moreover, Li Fan didn't make the scene bloody when he killed. A glare could kill, a shout could shatter, a pool of blood could end a life, or a burst of flame could burn someone to death. He didn't indulge in a perverted hobby of using strength and speed to blow people apart, creating a grotesque spectacle of flesh and blood. Looking at the various death expressions of the Arnold family members who gave the shooting orders, Li Fan was satisfied. He was even more satisfied that the remaining survivors didn't scream, lose control, or continue shooting at him in revenge. Seeing that around 70 or 80 people were left, with more women than men, Li Fan thought for a moment and ultimately decided not to continue killing. This base was small, and Li Fan didn't bind it. He took the 20 women who met the criteria into his small world, gathered some supplies, and ignored the rest before leaving. Before leaving, he left a final message: "I will come back. I hope you keep this place in order and stay put." With this successful experience, Li Fan then targeted the largest of these underground bases, the Chaserod family. This family was reportedly very famous before, one of the top financial oligarchs in the West. Li Fan didn't show them any courtesy and acted as he did with the Arnold family. But unlike the Arnold family, the Chaserod family was clearly more aware of the principle that circumstances are stronger than individuals and knew how to yield. After 1 level 2 mutant and 4 level 1 mutants died, everyone wisely chose to stop resisting and knelt respectfully, indicating submission. Li Fan bound this vast underground base, much larger than his family's base, as his 7th base, opening a portal for relocation to the Rongdong base in Changling City. He also summoned some women from Korea and Japan to manage this underground base. As for whether they would be killed, Li Fan didn't worry. In his mind, these women's status was lower than that of the women from Longwa, China. If they died, they died. It would even give him an excuse to clear out the Chaserod family. This day's events ended there. As for the other underground bases, he planned to conquer them gradually. Over the next half-month, he continued in this manner, searching each region for women who met the system's criteria, finding suitable bases, sending women to manage them, and clearing out those who caused problems. Everything was progressing positively. The number of Li Fan's family members was steadily increasing. However, the outside weather was becoming increasingly extreme. In just 1 month, the temperature had dropped from a few degrees to -30 degrees. The ice layer's thickness continued to change. Many survivor settlements couldn't avoid having people freeze or starve to death. Li Fan also reduced his outdoor activities, only moving between the 18 bound bases. Now his total attributes had surpassed 6,000, and the number of family members had suddenly exceeded 5,300. For the 3rd deputy host, he chose Yu Nuanyuan, granting her the ability of basic control. Combined with her original abilities invisibility, speed enhancement, the secondary system's phantom technique, and nearly 1,000 total attributes, she could easily overpower in Yunyun and Qin Qingyan. The reward for 100 people included 6 family bases and 6 uses of intermediate abilities per month. The number of secondary anchors seemed to have reached its limit, stopping at 100. The achievement reward for 5,000 family members was 1 active battle simulation permission every 10 days. Li Fan immediately used this permission to go to the seaside and search for a mutant behemoth to simulate a battle. He found that as a level 4 mutant, he could only win steadily against a level 3 mutant behemoth, but couldn't achieve overwhelming dominance. Without using the intermediate ability permission, even after enlarging himself, Li Fan was still half the size of the mutant behemoth. He had to continuously attack the creature's eyes and head, its weak points, or keep striking one spot to be effective. Throughout the simulation, which lasted half an hour, the mutant behemoth wasn't killed or seriously injured. Li Fan finally tried using an intermediate ability. Sure enough, as a permission-based ability, just 1 punch from the intermediate ability was enough to pierce the behemoth's previously unbreakable defense. Because it was a simulation, Li Fan didn't hold back. He killed the mutant behemoth with 3 uses of the intermediate ability, ending the simulation early. Intermediate enhancement ability was a crushing force in physical attacks. No matter where he struck the mutant behemoth, it would pierce through. The intermediate space ability's invisible spaceblade could also directly cut the behemoth's body, unlike the basic space ability, which couldn't break its defense. He also tried the intermediate special ability, Sonic Wave, and it directly killed the mutant behemoth with a shockwave. After these trials, Li Fan realized that the 40 level 4 mutants in the Shadow Illusion realm might have all reached the intermediate ability level. Otherwise, they couldn't have blocked a horde of level 3 mutant behemoths led by a level 4 behemoth. With the simulation battle, understanding the combat style of mutant behemoths, Li Fan found their weak points and killed a level 3 mutant behemoth without using intermediate abilities, obtaining a level 3 mutant beast core and a massive mutant behemoth corpse. The system finally displayed an identification message. Detected level 3 mutant beast core, giant strength type, can enhance strength type evolution, gigantification process, rechargeable, awakenable, 100% purity, 10% chance to break through level 3 barrier, can be exchanged for special energy points. Level 3 mutant behemoth, corpse 25% evolution progress, lifespan, 300 years, corpse energy, 171 points, absorbable as charge. Li Fan was surprised by the 500,000 points of special energy value for exchange and by the 10% chance for the level 3 mutant beast core to break through the level 3 barrier. It was almost like a breakthrough pill. No wonder in the Shadow Illusion realm, 40 out of 100 mutants reached level 4. Besides the level 3 beast core, level 4 beast cores likely had even higher breakthrough chances. Even more surprising was that the corpse's energy could be absorbed. Is this energy usable for the Shadow Illusion realm activation? Yes. So the corpse can be used as food? Li Fan thought of the food problem. Yes. After the last long conversation, the system had become a bit more reserved, which made Li Fan slightly uncomfortable, worrying it might have changed its core. Since it could be used as food, Li Fan didn't absorb the energy. Women could provide energy, which was enough for his needs for now, no point wasting so much food. This one level 3 mutant behemoth weighed several hundred tons. Even without the internal organs and bones, it provided a quarter of that weight in meat, which could save many survivors in this freezing winter. Even though he wasn't a saint or a savior, it was only right to help when he could. Besides, he wasn't giving it for free. He could get women, energy crystals, evolutionary plants, and friendly relations. That was far better than just absorbing the energy. The meat trade of the giant beasts made the leaders of Longwa, China, see Li Fan's sincere patriotism and his unparalleled strength. They became more friendly with him, no longer as wary as before, and their relationship entered a honeymoon phase. They even proactively issued him a red letter document, making it easier for him to gain trust while trading at various shelters and bases, allowing him to help more people. It must be said that even in the apocalypse, Longwa's thousands of years of ceremonial reputation still had value. The red letter document made it easier for Li Fan to gain people's trust and engage in sincere resource exchanges. On the 130th day of the apocalypse, the temperature across the entire Blue Star had dropped to -50 degrees, and even the desert countries Li Fan had visited before were no exception. The situation in the Black African region was almost as Li Fan had imagined. Their poverty and lack of knowledge meant they couldn't survive long in the apocalypse. None of the countries there had any crisis preparedness. Except for a few mutants who withstood the cold, almost all ordinary people had died. Coupled with the vast areas filled with numerous mutant beasts and evolutionary plants, even the mutants struggled to survive. Li Fan had no interest in the survivors of Black Africa. Instead, he was fascinated by the abundance of mutant beasts and evolutionary plants.
Collecting resources here made him overjoyed. Level 2 and Level 3 mutant beasts and evolutionary plants were too numerous to count. Unfortunately, unlike the Level 3 mutant beast cores, the evolution liquid of Level 3 evolutionary plants did not have any chance of breakthrough, which left Li Fan somewhat disappointed. Nevertheless, Li Fan relocated one of his western underground bases to the central area of Black Africa, a small country called Feigan, 1,000 meters underground, so he could have a place to rest while collecting resources. It is worth mentioning that the 6 bound underground bases in the west did not experience any rebellion or killings, they seem to have truly submitted. Currently, Li Fan had 8 bound bases in Longwa, 1 in Ras country, 1 in Buddha Indaya country, 1 in the island country of the sea, 6 underground bases in the west, and 1 in Manhwa, America. All 18 binding base slots were used. Since he couldn't bind any more bases after conquering new women, Li Fan realized that 18 bound bases were likely the system's limit, just like the 3 deputy hosts, 100 secondary anchors, and the 90% discount on special energy consumption. He had kept statistics. His system now showed that his family members, including those with the one-hit kill effect, had reached 6,775 people, while the actual number of conquered women was 3,071, truly achieving an harem of 3,000. Among them, there were 1,421 women in the family base in Wooding Mountain, Kadushi, Sichuan Prefecture, and 371 girls under 12. Each of the other bound bases also had over 100 women, nearly 30 of whom had bound secondary systems and possessed superpowers. However, most of these women with superpowers were now pregnant, staying in the bases, as Li Fan did not require them to go out to collect resources. Li Fan didn't interfere in the women's conflicts, but he knew that the 3 deputy hosts in Yunyun, Qin Xinyan, and Yunuanyuan had each established their own factions. The one who worried Li Fan the most was Qin Xinyan. Perhaps because she had been a pampered princess for too long before the apocalypse, she was used to hearing compliments. Li Fan didn't flatter her, so she enjoyed listening to others praise her. Since the 18 bases were interconnected, the 3 deputy hosts often visited each other. Whenever she showed up, the women from Japan, Korea, and the West would flock to her and flatter her. Even Zhao Fong, the family maid, had risen in status alongside Qin Xinyan and could now arrogantly command the newly arrived women. Fortunately, Qin Xinyan's lazy nature hadn't changed. She loved hearing good things but never actually did any work. This remained her most prominent trait, and so far, she hadn't caused any serious trouble. In contrast, Yunuanyuan was much more upright. She ignored flattery, focused on doing her own duties properly, and remained unmoved even when others tried to encourage her to challenge Yunyun's authority. Li Fan was very satisfied with his final choice for a deputy host. And Yunyun was also capable of letting go. She didn't bother arguing with those who disobeyed her, though she might secretly keep a mental note. But she never showed any displeasure in front of Li Fan. Since it was okay to resume intimacy after 3 months of pregnancy, she would sometimes seize opportunities to whisper to Li Fan. Li Fan had never been with a pregnant woman before, but he understood that pregnant women were more emotionally sensitive and needed proper comfort. So aside from Yunyun, he also comforted his favorites Li Xiama, Yunuanyuan, Kung mother and daughter, Lu mother and daughter, Yu Haiyao, Mi Rishuan, and a few others. As for the others, they did not receive this special treatment. After all, there were too many people. Even if Li Fan wanted to comfort them all, he couldn't, as he still had other things to do. For example, when mutant behemoths appeared near Longwa, he needed to go and handle them, extracting their cores and dividing the meat. Whenever Longwa had good things to share, he would also go, and in return, he would offer the valuable items he obtained from other regions. Thanks to this friendly relationship, Ross Country, Longwa's friendly neighbor, also established a cooperative relationship with Li Fan. At Li Fan's suggestion, both countries were now focusing on manufacturing nuclear weapons, preparing for the possible sudden arrival of the Blackguards. Megway, arrogant as always, didn't take Li Fan's suggestion seriously. So Li Fan killed a large number of people in their White Palace, forcing them to behave for now. They didn't interfere with each other, though they threatened to launch all their nuclear missiles at Longwa. Not wanting any further trouble, Li Fan gathered some people and resources from Megwa, stored them in his base there, and returned to Longwa. On the 131st day of the apocalypse, Li Fan conquered 50 more targets from Sichuan Prefecture. Now, with Longwa's guarantee, finding women for Li Fan became more efficient. Any women in Longwa who met the criteria were almost always sent to him to enjoy a good life. Yes, enjoy a good life, this was the promise made in the red letter document from Longwa. This was the main reason why Li Fan's family continued to grow rapidly. Whenever he visited one of the 8 bound bases in Longwa, there would always be many carefully selected women waiting for his interview. Sometimes, the number of women was so overwhelming that he would get dizzy. If not for the system's prompts, he might have impulsively kept them all. It was indeed hard to refuse. Appearance and figure were almost flawless, and their purity was secondary. Even many of the women already in his family couldn't compare in beauty. However, since the system's selections wouldn't cause trouble, Li Fan suppressed his impulsive desires. At the same time, he saw the strength of Longhua. With dozens of prefectures and hundreds of cities, Longhua's survivors might even outnumber the total survivors of all other countries on Blue Star. It was clear that thousands of years of cultural heritage still played a significant role in times of crisis. In the Qinhuang city base, Li Fan was conducting interviews with women gathered from various shelters within the base. For the women who triggered system prompts, he simply glanced at them and nodded to keep them, but for the remaining women without system prompts, he had a different idea. Can I keep some women who can still have children, except for those who can't? Li Fan asked the system in his mind. Yes. The system's response was brief. Wanting the system to reveal a bit more, he asked, in the shadow illusion realm, all my children were daughters. Will it be the same in reality? No comment. This answer shocked Li Fan. It was obvious that something was wrong with the system now. Did you change your core, System Lord? Unexpectedly, the system completely ignored Li Fan, its host. It seemed that the system had truly changed. He realized this day might come after learning too much from the system, especially after discovering it was part of an extraterrestrial civilization. From now on, he would have to explore things on his own. Without the system's guidance, Li Fan's confidence in Blue Star's future was shaken, even replaced by a sense of pessimism. Fortunately, the system and the Blackguards were not part of the same faction. Otherwise, Li Fan might have already given up. Since he could keep women to have children, Li Fan didn't hesitate. After all, he didn't have to worry about resources, there was enough meat to eat. Right now, the total number of survivors on Blue Star might not even be 100 million. Many countries' stored resources were still waiting for Li Fan to find and claim. Supporting tens of thousands of family members wouldn't be a problem. More importantly, if the system's one-hit guaranteed conception effect truly only produced daughters, as in the shadow illusion realm, Li Fan needed to have sons with women not bound by the system. If this had been the old system, which was like a teacher and friend, Li Fan might not have worried. But now, with the system clearly acting strange, he couldn't ignore this. What if the children born under the one-hit effect had problems? What then? After all, this system ability itself seemed suspicious. Li Fan wished he had two brains now, one to think about the countless possibilities for the future and the other to come up with solutions. Unfortunately, he didn't have the wisdom of a sage. So, he decided to start by having children with women not recognized by the system. After having the 48 women who met the system's criteria taken away for placement, Li Fan looked at the remaining 162 women, inspecting them one by one. The system, as always, helpfully displayed the reasons why these women were eliminated. Various serious illnesses were listed, including infertility, cancer, chronic illnesses, and major infectious diseases, all displayed in detail. Li Fan noticed that some common gynecological conditions, like menstrual pain, were also classified as chronic illnesses. So, he decided to keep the 6 women who were excluded because of gynecological issues and tried using healing techniques on them to see if they could be cured. As for the women marked as saints, black-hearted lotuses, stillborn, or those with too low purity, Li Fan didn't dare to touch them. There was no need to get involved with them. The system's selection process was quite reliable. If not for his concern about having only daughters, he wouldn't even bother with these extra efforts. Now he could only hope that the healing techniques would work on those with chronic issues. Otherwise, he would have to set them aside for now. He stayed in the Qinhuang city base for 2 more days. During the day, he hunted for mutant behemoths or mutant fish by the sea. At night, he hosted pleasure gatherings at the base. His days were extremely pleasant. If not for the Blackguards, Li Fan might have just relaxed and lived this life, but that wasn't an option. Even if he didn't think of himself, he had to think about his descendants. He didn't want his children to be born into a world where the apocalypse was made even worse by the Blackguards, leaving survival a struggle and people being turned into corpse slaves. Living comfortably like this, traveling between the 18 bound bases, with his family steadily growing, trouble broke out at the Rongdong base. It was something Li Fan had expected. Without Qin Qingyan, who had absolute authority, the women led by Chao Hui and Zhu Ting eventually clashed with the Japanese women led by Ma Shengqiu, whom they despised. Fortunately, things didn't get too bad, no one died. The fights had some restraint, superpowered women fought each other, and ordinary women did the same. There was no bloodshed. But when Li Fan arrived, the scene was chaotic. Torn clothes were scattered everywhere,
and some women were even naked, trembling as they knelt in front of him, crying. Maybe they were trying to seduce him, but Li Fan, having enjoyed a relaxed life at other bases, remained composed. What happened? He didn't show a kind face, and the women didn't dare to cling to him. Ma Shengqiu, Mitsui Takako, and the other Japanese women knelt, while Chao Hui and Zhu Ting from Longwa stood to the side. Hearing Li Fan's question, Chao Hui spoke first. These ghost women accused us of withholding their food and tried to take it by force. But that's against the rules you set. How could we let them break it? So they came with people to seize the supplies, acting as if they would rather destroy everything. And look at them now, pathetic, aren't they? Li Fan didn't completely believe her, but his dislike for the Japanese women made his voice turn cold. You're trying to rebel? Tired of living? Most of the Japanese women who were involved in the fight started crying, sobbing, and trying to explain in their native language, completely forgetting the Longwa language they had learned and that Li Fan didn't understand Japanese. Another mistake. Li Fan had clearly forbidden them from speaking Japanese in the base. Seizing the opportunity, Chao Hui and Zhu Ting immediately complained, they don't follow the rules. They don't take learning Longwa language seriously and keep speaking Japanese in private. Master, please don't tolerate them anymore. If they miss Japan so much and love being Japanese, then lock them all up. Give them one meal a day and keep them locked for 3 months. After that, I will check if they regret it. Ma Shengqiu interrupted Li Fan with tearful eyes and asked, will you only be happy if you kill us all? Li Fan really didn't have the intention of wiping them out, at least not towards Ma Shengqiu and the other Japanese women. Otherwise, when he cleared the Rongdong base before, he wouldn't have specifically ordered the killing of only the Japanese men. Then why did you cause trouble? After asking, Li Fan glanced at Chao Hui and the others and felt the question was a bit unnecessary. He rarely interfered in women's affairs, but he knew that even among the women in the family base, there would still be conflicts, let alone between Longwa, Chinese, women and Japanese women. Perhaps Chao Hui and the others thought that since Japan was within Li Fan's dislike, Japanese women were also included, so suppressing and disciplining them shouldn't be a problem, maybe even pleasing him. Put on your clothes first. What kind of scene is this? Li Fan could hear their inner thoughts. It was like their thoughts were growing on his eyes, making the scene before him feel unpleasant. He was largely responsible for this situation. But now they had summoned him over for a disturbance, and it turned out the real purpose was to seduce him. This made him uncomfortable. This kind of thing hadn't happened before. If he wanted to continue living comfortably, he couldn't let others follow this bad example. He had watched enough palace drama shows to know this was the root of all trouble. The infamous braided emperor even enjoyed it. What a perversion. Li Fan didn't want to become a man who watched drama for entertainment. From now on, food will be distributed separately. Don't cause this kind of trouble again. There are new supply locations refreshed recently, I'll write them down for you. If you're bored in the base, you can go out and explore. But those who spoke Japanese just now will be locked up for 7 days. Shio, you will be responsible for bringing them food. And they must study Longwa language properly. Chao Hui, Zhu Ting, you have done well here. Keep it up, and take care of yourselves. I have something to handle in Manhwa City, so I won't stay any longer. Li Fan briefly stated his decision and left the Rongdong base, ignoring the disappointed and resentful looks of the women. He wasn't worried that these women would cheat on him. If such a thing happened, the system could detect it immediately. He would simply strip the woman of her superpowers and lock her up while killing the man. But so far, this hadn't happened. This was why Li Fan always felt that the system was especially reliable and considerate. Saying he had business in Manhwa City wasn't a lie. It was about Nanwan Prefecture across the sea from Manhwa. Because it was separated by a stretch of sea, he hadn't paid much attention to it before. But now, with his abilities, and the leaders of Longwa wanting him to take a look at the situation in Nanwan, he thought of going there while at the Manhwa base. But just as he was about to leave, he was pulled over to the Rongdong base because of a complaint, which delayed him. Regarding Nanwan Prefecture, the largest island territory of Longwa, Li Fan had only seen some news about it on TV before. Occasionally, he would see recommendations of Nanwan specialty products on Douyin. Other than that, he didn't know much. But he did hear a few years ago that the governor of Nanwan was quite close to Japan, accepting many Japanese immigrants, similar to the coastal cities of Ganjiang Prefecture, Shirtu City, and Hangshan City. Who knows how many benefits they received from the Japanese? If not for the apocalypse, in a few years, the Japanese might have spread like wildflowers on Longwa's land. Li Fan had specifically looked up the situation of Japanese people in Longwa online, and the findings were shocking. Over 1 million Japanese were running schools and businesses in Longwa. Some had been operating for decades, even 2 or 3 generations. It was horrifying. Using spatial teleportation, he arrived at Nanwon Prefecture. Since he had contacted them via satellite phone beforehand, some bases and shelters there were aware of Li Fan, a special agent favored by Longwa. However, they didn't know about his deeds of cleansing Japanese survivors around Blue Star after the nuclear explosion in Japan. Otherwise, the welcoming party would certainly not have included Japanese people. Because Li Fan hadn't paid attention to Nanwon Prefecture before, the Japanese here had become fish that slipped through the net. Moreover, he couldn't say his cleansing was entirely thorough. If Japanese people deliberately hid, he had no way of completely removing them. The search function couldn't precisely search by nationality. Only when he saw someone in person and couldn't read their thoughts would Li Fan use the viewing function to check. He couldn't speak Japanese, but he could recognize some Japanese text, like a father recognizing his son, never mistaken. Just like now, looking at the Japanese man before him, although his Longwa language was perfect, and his manners showed no trace of Japanese habits, Li Fan could still see through him at a glance. A quick check confirmed it, a Japanese named Fujinaka Ayu. Besides him, there were many other Japanese around. Li Fan immediately realized his cleansing efforts needed to be reinforced. If there were still so many hidden in Longwa, his previous cleansing approach was clearly wrong, but Li Fan wasn't in a hurry. Longwa still had complete sovereignty and plenty of survivors. In contrast, Japan had already sunk, and these Japanese were like rootless duckweed. Their numbers shouldn't be large anymore. Li Fan felt he had done enough. It would be better to leave the rest for Longwei to handle. But the leader of Nanwon Prefecture was clearly a fool. 100 years ago, Japan's invasion caused suffering across Longwa, and Nanwon Prefecture was also deeply affected. It proved the old saying, a single incompetent commander makes the whole army useless. Ganjian Prefecture was similar to Nanwon. Shirtu City was devastated by the Japanese in the past, yet 100 years later, they were allowed to buy land, do business, open schools, and even become representatives of Longwa. Can you believe it? It only showed that suffering not personally experienced meant nothing to most people. Most would just watch the drama while eating, making sarcastic comments. Li Fan's mind wandered with many thoughts, but his face remained expressionless. He didn't need to smile. Here is a list. Take a look at what you need. You can trade with me, and next time, I will bring Longwa people here to help maintain communication. Alright, thank you, Mr. Li. We need meat, grain, livestock, and mutant beast cores. We have many women and energy crystals to trade with you. The leader of Nanwon Prefecture was a small old man over 60, wearing glasses with a bright smile. He was friendly, spoke cautiously, and showed great respect for Li Fan's arrival. Standing beside him, Fujinaka Ayu was extremely cautious. He sensed an invisible killing intent from this man who came from the mainland of Longwa, directed at him and the other Japanese present. But he wasn't sure if it was just his imagination. Li Fan calmly placed the selected women into his small world, glanced at the Japanese people in Nanwon Prefecture, but didn't do anything else. He disappeared from the spot and went around collecting several types of evolutionary resources before returning to the base in Yunnan City, Longwa. After staying there for a day and seeing that the surrounding sea was calm, he made another trip to the Shirji mountain base in Budandaya country. Days passed by in this back-and-forth routine. The beast horde Li Fan had worried about never appeared again, which confirmed his suspicion they had landed in Japan because of the nuclear-contaminated water secretly discharged into the sea by the Japanese government. It was a fitting consequence. After the possible issue of food embezzlement at Rongdong base last time, Li Fan discussed with An Yunyun, Qin Xingyan, and Yunuanyuan and decided to assign some people to inspect and patrol the bases to prevent major problems in the future. Looking back, Li Fan's journey of growth seemed rather boring. There were no real antagonists who opposed him, no powerful enemies pushing him to grow, just a constant search for women and becoming stronger. However, Li Fan now felt a sense of urgency not just because of the blackguards hinted at in the Shadow Illusion realm, but also due to the system that suddenly changed its core. He vaguely sensed that a crisis was approaching, but he didn't know exactly what kind of crisis it would be. On the 180th day of the apocalypse, the outside temperature had dropped from -50 degrees to -100 degrees. The constant snowstorms and cold winds made the world even more freezing, with the entire sky shrouded in an oppressive chill. As temperatures continued to plummet, many bases in Longwa began trading food with Li Fan more frequently, but what they could offer in exchange was becoming scarce, and some even considered asking for credit. They had become accustomed to the fresh meat and vegetables Li Fan provided and thought he was a soft target, hoping to get free food by promising to pay later. At the Yunmen Mountain shelter in Yanhai City, Li Fan looked at the smiling finance officer in front of him, whose eyes nearly disappeared from his grin. Li Fan's face turned cold. Credit? That's impossible here.
It will never happen. I don't care if it's your leaders in Hangshan City or even the leaders of Wangjing City, no one can get food here on credit, but we've traded 5 times before. Our relationship is at least friendly. It's just that the weather outside is too cold now, even mutants can't stay outside for long, and evolutionary resources are really hard to find. So it's not really credit, just delayed payment. Luo Tusheng, the finance officer of Xiaqingshan Shelter in Hangshan City, pleaded with a flattering smile. This was the first base that had openly asked for credit, and Li Jianfeng had specifically notified Li Fan to come over. Nowadays, Li Fan rarely handled food transactions personally, and even Qin Qingyan and the others didn't go around shouting to sell food. If anyone wanted to buy, they had to go to the nearest base that served as a sales point. Of Longwa's 8 bound bases, 3 were along the coast: Xinhuang City, Menhua City, and Yuanan City. The others were in Xiangling City, Wangjing City, Xiangnan City, Gadushi, and Xidan City. Apart from these 8, there were more than 10 other places like Yunmen Mountain Shelter in Yanhai City that acted as sales points for food in mutant beast cores. As long as he assigned family members with secondary anchors to these locations, they could make regular deliveries. Whenever Li Fan traveled, he would collect some people from various locations and rotate them between the bases. It was convenient. Li Fan's trading activities had probably provided Longwa with enough opportunities for people to awaken. By now, the number of awakened survivors must be quite significant, and there should even be a decent number of level 2 mutants. Because of this, those with speed enhancement abilities could easily travel several hundred miles, and mutants were much more resistant to the cold than ordinary people. But with the temperature dropping so much, even high-speed running placed a significant burden on the body. Recently, the number of transactions had noticeably decreased. Yet he never expected that Xiaqingshan Shelter in Hangshan City would travel over 200 miles to Yunmen Mountain Shelter in Yanhai City to request credit. No wonder Li Jianfeng had asked him to come. I definitely won't agree to credit. But since you came all this way, I won't let you leave empty-handed. Your people can stay, and I will give you 30% more food in the transaction. After some thought, Li Fan decided to offer them a small benefit. This situation with Xiaqingshan Shelter likely wouldn't be the last. Although he spoke harshly, if the leaders of Wangjing City asked for credit, he would still have to offer them some advantages. After all, building good relationships could make it easier to find people to help break through to level 4 mutants in the future, to fight against the blackguards in mutant beast hordes. As long as the base number was large, even a 10% chance of breaking the barrier was a high probability. The effectiveness of the red letter document had already been proven. The loyalty and obedience of Longwa's people to their leaders were not fake. Thousands of years of culture ensured that they could unite and strive together in critical moments, a rare quality. After leaving behind 20 women and girls, Li Jianfeng gave Luo Tusheng and his group 300 pounds of meat and 30 pounds of vegetables, completing this so-called credit transaction. Li Fan also instructed Li Jianfeng, if this happens again, you can handle it like this. You can also trade food for young men, training more mutants to deal with the apocalypse. I understand, big brother, Li Jianfeng replied. Although he was older than Li Fan, he now called Li Fan big brother. Li Fan didn't mind, it was just a title. How many mutants are in the shelter now? Any level 2 mutants? Li Jianfeng was still stuck at 90% evolution progress, which meant he hadn't secretly used mutant beast cores for himself. Otherwise, with level 1 beast cores providing 5% progress each, he should have reached level 2 by now. There are no level 2 mutants yet, but out of the 125 beast cores we received from you, 91 people successfully awakened. Currently, we have 68 new mutants and 36 level 1 mutants. Li Jianfeng was delighted that the shelter's strength was steadily growing. Based on this ratio, Li Fan roughly estimated that Longwa might have several dozen level 2 mutants, over 10,000 level 1 mutants, and tens of thousands or even over 100,000 newly awakened mutants. After all, he had traded over 100,000 level 1 beast cores so far. Without the fusion and replication ability he gained before evolving, this number might have exceeded the replication limit. And the evolution liquid could also be used for awakening. So Longwa's number of mutants had definitely surpassed 100,000. Just thinking that in another 3 or 4 months, the blackguards might appear made Li Fan feel a bit pessimistic. The strength of the blackguards was clearly equivalent to that of level 5 mutants. If Li Fan couldn't find a way to break through or locate another surviving system host to join forces, a major disaster was very likely. Coincidentally, that would also be around the time his first batch of children was expected to be born. Could there be some connection between these events? After checking the situation at Yunmen Mountain Shelter with Li Jianfeng, Li Fan left.
He still needed to collect more level 3 mutant beast cores to help more people attempt breakthroughs. This was part of his cooperation with Longwa and Ross Country. Recently, using his battle simulation every 10 days, he had killed 18 level 3 mutant behemoths, obtaining 18 level 3 mutant beast cores, covering all 3 awakening types. He had also duplicated over 1,000 cores of all 3 types. But since there were no level 3 mutants yet, they couldn't be used or tested. Compared to other mutant monsters, the mutant behemoths in the ocean seemed dumber, attacking purely on instinct and barely using their associated abilities. This was why Li Fan chose to hunt the same type of mutant behemoth even without battle simulations. If the Black Guards arrived and he was still only a level 4 mutant, he would just be a weakling for them to crush. In the Shadow Illusion realm, even with only half of his system abilities, he could fight the Black Guards on equal footing. There was no reason why, in reality, with his complete system abilities, he would be weaker than the Black Guards. It didn't make sense. Something must be wrong. System Lord? In times of uncertainty, Li Fan couldn't help but think of his reliable, considerate system. Unfortunately, the system had truly changed. It no longer transformed into the helpful little flying lord to answer his questions. It seemed likely that the problem lay with the system itself. In the past, it would upgrade every month or so with new functions. But now, even after 2 or 3 months of freezing weather, the system remains silent. This was the problem caused by Li Fan relying too heavily on the system. He had no idea how to break through or upgrade without it. It seems I need to find the other host. If he has a way to break through, we can exchange information and progress together, Li Fan thought. Too bad the system won't help. Otherwise, I could find him in no time. Flying slowly along the coastline, Li Fan sighed to himself. In the various bases, many women were now pregnant, with their bellies showing. In 3 or 4 months, many children would be born, a situation that gave Li Fan a headache. He didn't want to end up with only daughters, like in the Shadow Illusion realm. He could only hope it wouldn't be that ridiculous. On the other side of the ocean, a thin figure was also flying along the coast, mumbling in various languages, different countries and regions with each sentence, all full of complaints. Until she suddenly spoke in Longwa language. What kind of bullshit system of justice is this? Always making me kill people. When will it end? Why are there so many bad people in the apocalypse? Then she switched to other languages, cursing as she flew toward a survivor settlement. Her muttering included words like shit and fuck. It was clear that this was the other surviving system host that Li Fan had been longing to find. Unfortunately, they were separated by an ocean thousands of miles apart, and even the system couldn't detect each other without satellites in the sky. After harvesting another level 3 mutant behemoth's corpse, Li Fan returned to Luoshang Mountain Base in Wangjing City. He planned to deliver the meat to Longwa's leaders and ask them for some loyal soldiers. He had decided not to wait any longer. Even if he had to use level 2 and level 3 mutant beast cores to force it, he would create at least 40 level 4 mutants. Otherwise, when the Black Guards arrived, Blue Star would be doomed. He couldn't let that happen in reality. Those monstrous creations of the Black Guards, the Shadow Phantom Corpses, Human Corpse Guards, Blood Towers, and Flesh Mountains, could never be allowed to appear on Blue Star again, harming the survivors. If they could hold out and ensure the system's side won, humanity would have a chance to continue. But if the Black Guards won, everyone would be turned into monsters like the Shadow Phantom Corpses, Human Corpse Guards, Blood Towers, and Flesh Mountains. As for whether these newly empowered people would develop other ambitions, Li Fan didn't have time to worry about that. He only hoped that when the Black Guards and mutant beast hordes appeared, these people would fight for humanity. That was enough. Even if the Black Guards ultimately won, Li Fan probably wouldn't have regrets because he truly did his best for humanity. In Wangjing City, the guards protecting the leaders were the most intact military force still loyal to Longwa, with absolute loyalty. Li Fan did not hide his intentions. When he met the leader, he told him everything he had only mentioned to Yun before, especially the crucial information about the future from the Shadow Illusion realm. The two talked for several hours, and eventually, with the leader's approval, Li Fan was allowed to select 100 guards. These 100 guards were all descendants of the founding families of Longwa, unmatched in loyalty. But Li Fan didn't take them away immediately. Instead, he gave each of them 20 level 1 mutant beast cores and 10 level 2 mutant beast cores, instructing them to first absorb the evolution energy and break through to level 3 mutants before receiving further orders. Level 3 mutants were still within his control. At the very least, he wanted to see if any of them would develop hidden ambitions after gaining sudden power. In addition, he decided to lift the limit on mutant beast cores for his family members. The young women who had awakened without secondary systems would now be allowed to rapidly advance as mutants. These girls were likely to adapt faster and become stronger than their mothers. Let them become the main force, with the other women providing support. This would also help prevent unnecessary troubles in the future. The reason he hadn't done this earlier was his fear of the black guards capturing his family members, just like in the Shadow Illusion realm, where his family was nearly wiped out. The thought of that terrible scene, where only a dozen family members survived, made Li Fan terrified of facing such a reality. Inside the Wooding Mountain family base. Why did little dad suddenly give us so many mutant beast cores and evolution liquid? Zhao Qingxue quietly asked her sister Zhao Hanxue, watching the distribution of evolutionary resources to the second-generation girls in the hall. Who knows? Maybe he's just acting on a whim. He's been acting a bit strange lately, always doing unexpected things. Zhao Hanxue shook her head, playing with her hair with one hand and pinching her sleeve with the other, her face filled with confusion. The two spoke in low voices, blending into the crowd of over 100 second-generation girls, so no one paid attention to them. After all, many of the other second-generation girls were also whispering among themselves. This has never happened before. Is something going to happen? In TV shows and movies, this is always how it starts, distributing strategic supplies before a big battle. Li Xiaoqi, looking anxious, whispered to Luing Luo, who stood beside her. Luing Luo was only 14 and didn't understand such things. In her eyes, Li Fan was like a god, strong and unbeatable. She spoke confidently, chin raised. So what if it's a big battle? Little dad can defeat gods or demons if they come. He must be giving us these things so we can become stronger and not drag him down. She even let her imagination run wild. Villains are always bad, stealing home, killing hostages, doing all sorts of evil things. Little dad probably doesn't want to be held back by situations like that. Li Xiaoqi almost rolled her eyes but still reminded her, but there are no bad guys left in Longhua. Haven't you noticed that Anton and the others have been busy delivering food for the past 2 or 3 months? With our family's situation, anyone who isn't brain-dead knows better than to mess with us. That's other countries, there's still Japan, Korea, Manga, and all those evil financial oligarchs, right? Maybe he's preparing for them. Luing Luo confidently replied, using her limited knowledge. Li Xiaoqi was speechless. She knew more than Luing Luo. Japan was gone, Korea probably had less than 100,000 survivors left, and other countries had long been cleaned up by little dad, who flew around daily. So she stopped talking to her younger sister Luing Luo. There was just no way to continue the conversation. Other girls were just like them, whispering in small groups, all clearly confused. Nearby, a group of young mothers with swollen bellies watched the scene, laughing quietly. I never realized we had so many young girls here. Master really doesn't turn anyone away. If this were peacetime, this would definitely be a crime, joked Chang Lanjin, a charming short-haired woman in her 30s. Beside her, another pregnant woman with a beauty mark on her lips, Bai Hanyan, rolled her eyes and whispered, "You're laughing now, but our daughters are already 10 years old. In 2 or 3 years, they'll be like these girls. Imagine them rolling around in bed together with Master like Sister Kong and Sister An. Won't that make you laugh?" Chang Lanjin and Bai Hanyan were both from Erlong Mountain Shelter in Yanhai City. Each had a daughter about 10 years old, so they were close friends. They were among the 52 women and children brought in at the same time who met the system's requirements. Most of the women watching now were longtime members who had come in earlier through trade. As for the women who arrived later, they weren't just hiding indoors but were assigned various tasks. The newly arrived women were managed by An Yun, Miru Xuan, and others, and had things to do. They didn't have this kind of leisure. What does it matter? Finding a man as good as Master these days is nearly impossible. I don't have to worry at all, just pull up the blanket, and it's done. Chang Lanjin laughed, not taking it seriously. Bai Hanyan didn't reply. Of course, Li Fan was a good man. He was supporting so many women, and none of them were starving or freezing. By now, all of Longhua knew about Li Fan. Any woman who could be traded to Li Fan was overjoyed, feeling like they had entered a paradise. Just looking at how obedient the newly arrived women were showed that such a thing would have been a fantasy before the apocalypse. Even Ross Country knew that the women at Li Fan's place had enough to eat, drink, and sleep well. At a family meeting held by An Yun, it was mentioned that women like Baila and Katelina from the Urgos base in Ross Country were helping Li Fan recruit hundreds, even thousands, of Ross Country beauties. Ross Country already had more women than men, and after the apocalypse, even more men died, leaving even more women behind. No one knew exactly how many women Li Fan had now, but it was clear that the Wooding Mountain family base had the largest and most concentrated population. Seeing that Bai Hanyan didn't speak, Chang Lanjin sighed, "I just hope he can stay here a little longer." Bai Hanyan leaned over and whispered, "Don't you think something strange?" "What is it?" Chang Lanjin glanced at Li Fan in the distance, who seemed to be preparing to distribute the materials.
Her attention was a bit distracted. Bai Hanyan also looked over but still whispered, "We're pregnant, but none of the girls are. Not a single one." Changlongjin looked back at Bai Hanyan, then at the neatly seated girls with their flat stomachs. She frowned, puzzled. "Maybe they're just too young? Do you believe that? This isn't just 1 or 2 girls. Besides the 100 here, there must be more in other places. So what? Pregnancy isn't something you can predict, right?" The 2 women fell silent, but they kept this strange thought in their minds, wondering if they should ask Yun Yun about it when they got the chance. After distributing the supplies, Li Fan traveled frequently between Wangjing City and Gadushi over the next half-month. He still visited other places but no longer stayed for several days like before. As for the women he needed to conquer, he would directly take them back to the Wooding Mountain Family Base or Luoxiang Mountain Base, complete the process, and then let Yun Yun handle the arrangements. On this day, the 192nd day of the apocalypse, Li Fan's attributes once again reached the threshold of a level 4 mutant. Host, Li Fan. Level 4 mutant, evolution progress 99.9%. Manifestation, speed, Mach 40, strength, 1000 tons, level 4 limit. Gigantification, 500 times, 1000 times. Attributes, physique, strength, spirit, and agility, all maxed at 9000. Cultivation techniques, Dragon Phoenix Harmony Art, Emperor Empress Meditation Harmony Art, passed down to 3 core family members for synchronized dual cultivation. Primary abilities, charge, 4479 points. 5 Elements Series, Space Series, Enhancement Series, Special Series. Special Mode, Shadow Illusion Realm, ready for activation. Family Stats. Members, 9721, includes guaranteed one-hit conception effect. Bases, 18 strategic locations, spanning key domestic hubs and major international sites such as Wooding Mountain, central Chinese cities, and global strongholds in Ross Country, Buda Indaya Country, and Megway. This time, the critical limit was stuck at 99.9%, just 0.1% away from completing the evolution. But this tiny 0.1% completely blocked Li Fan's progress. The system didn't give Li Fan any clear direction for a breakthrough, and for a moment, his attributes seemed completely frozen. As time passed, the freezing air gradually warmed, and the number of level 2 and level 3 mutants in his family grew rapidly. All 100 guards in Wangjing City became level 3 mutants, yet Li Fan still hadn't reached level 5. It wasn't until the 210th day of the apocalypse, when he encountered a woman covered in frost and lightning in Manhwa, America, that his stuck 0.1% suddenly broke through without warning. But instead of feeling relief, Li Fan found himself completely out of control, rushing straight toward the frost lightning woman. The woman muttered a string of strange, unintelligible words and immediately fled, as if she knew she couldn't fight and must avoid capture. A chase began, one that took them across the entire blue star. Li Fan's body moved on its own, but his thoughts remained his own. He found the woman he was chasing incredibly strange, like a copy of himself. Her speed matched his. Her abilities were equal to his. Even more bizarrely, he could suddenly understand her strange language. Li Fan became certain that this woman knew something he didn't and that his system definitely had a problem. "Stay away from me. I've been avoiding you for so long, how did you still find me?" "I don't want to merge," the woman screamed, her voice echoing across the sky. Even though they were chasing each other in the air, her voice was loud enough to be heard on the ground. "Merge? What are you talking about? Stop and explain," Li Fan shouted back. His body was under the system's control, but his mind was free to speak and think. "I can't stop. We 3 are hosts of something called the Stellar Domain Restoration Stability System. As long as we get close enough, we will sense each other and trigger an unpredictable merge. Merging is definitely a bad thing. It could mean sharing one body, one mind, or turning into some weird half-male, half-female form. I've seen fused hosts from previous planetary cycles, horrible monsters. Stop chasing me." Her voice was loud and frantic, switching between different languages, sometimes whispering, sometimes screaming hysterically. "I'm being controlled by the system. I can't stop. Do you know how to make it stop?" Li Fan yelled. The woman hesitated for a moment, her figure staggering, then suddenly leapt hundreds of miles away. The system-controlled Li Fan immediately chased after her, blocking her path again. The woman changed direction. She kept fleeing, constantly changing directions, never stopping to talk. Clearly, she knew far more than Li Fan did. At least she knew about the 3 hosts of this Stellar Domain Restoration Stability System, something Li Fan hadn't known. The previous reliable system only mentioned that there were 3 hosts but never specified they belonged to this system. "After all this time, you still can't control your system? What have you been doing for the past 100 days? The woman shouted while running ahead without looking back. Control the system? Isn't it a cheat? How do you even control it? Li Fan's mind was a mess. He felt like he wasn't using his head at all. It's a piece of technology from another star domain. If you don't control it, it will control you. Every time it upgrades, you gain the ability to control it. Otherwise, I'd be stuck merging with you right now. But I don't have any control abilities. What abilities do I even need? First, you need to control its upgrade progress. How many times has your system upgraded? Upgraded? 4 times? 5 times? Li Fan couldn't remember clearly for a moment. I think 4 times. The woman seemed relieved. That's good. Don't let it upgrade again. Right now, open your Shadow Illusion Realm and send the system inside. Li Fan was stunned. The Shadow Illusion Realm wasn't a place for training his mind and gaining foresight? How could he send the system inside? How do I send it in? I've only ever gone in myself. Before the woman could answer, a system notification suddenly popped up. If you believe what she says, you are done for. And so is your big, beautiful harem. You can use energy and special energy points to forcefully send it in. Don't let it brainwash you. It's really a piece of alien technology like the Red Queen in Resident Evil. If we become its slaves, the fate of Blue Star will be at its mercy. The woman spoke rapidly, as if she could also see the system's warning message. She seemed terrified that Li Fan might trust the system over her. But I've seen another future in the Shadow Illusion realm. The system said it's trying to help humanity fight off an enemy force, the Black Guards, who want to destroy and enslave Blue Star. Li Fan hadn't made up his mind yet. His head was spinning, but deep down, he wanted to trust the woman, at least a fellow human, more. He wasn't that smart, but he knew that the smarter someone was, the more easily they could be misled. And those who were best at swimming were also the ones most likely to drown. Did that future include you and me? The woman asked, pausing slightly. It did. We were both level 5 mutants, but the enemies were 3 blackguards covered in black robes. They could turn corpses into monsters, control mutants, and drive giant beasts. Li Fan answered honestly. Did we stop them? No. Everyone was almost dead. The woman suddenly stopped, a hint of relief in her voice. Then just let the fusion happen. I'm done with this damn apocalypse. Li Fan was still trying to decide whether to trust her, but she had already given up and stopped running? Did this mean the system hadn't lied to him? That it really was trying to help humanity fight against the invading blackguards? So, what now? Would the system force a fusion? Afterward, regaining control of his body, Li Fan looked speechlessly at the chaotic forest around him. As expected, this system was not a serious one. Fusion actually required sex? So, the previous Savior System host was also a woman? And the reason the system seemed to have changed its core recently was because it was merging with the Savior System that had been cut off? At the same time, a question grew in Li Fan's mind. Was it really his own desire to get involved with so many women, or was the system manipulating him into it? Especially with that ridiculous one-hit guaranteed conception effect. The more he thought about it, the worse he felt, like a seed-planting machine being used by someone else. He didn't even feel much interest in seeing the fully fused system, but he didn't need to look. The system directly transformed into a white, cloaked figure, appearing before him. A system grandpa? A figure in white? This looked very similar to the blackguards in the Shadow Illusion realm, who were all black-cloaked figures. I know you have many questions. Go ahead and ask. Have you evolved into a complete form and no longer need a host? Li Fan's first concern was what would happen to him if he lost the system. Seeing my form should help you understand a lot. The black guards are actually just like us, the white guards. The difference is they are parasitic in other life forms. The white guard system explained. Mutant behemoths? Is that why they can always control mutant behemoths? And they have 3 black guards, but you are alone. Li Fan felt like he understood but also didn't. His worry only grew. The 3 blackguards in the Shadow Illusion realm were like weakened forms of your 3 separate hosts after they each evolved. I, however, am in my final form, the strongest form of our white guards and the black guards. If the black guards are still 3 in number, as in the Shadow Illusion realm, then we, the white guards, have won this game. You will have 100 years of peace, and our forces will arrive to establish a new extraterrestrial light chain. Your descendants can use the light chain's teleportation to travel to other star systems and witness different civilizations. The white guard glowed with radiant white light, seeming pleased. Are you saying the mutant behemoths won't try to take over the land anymore, and humanity will have 100 years to recover? No more apocalypse, no more disasters? Li Fan asked, unsure. But the White Guard's answer felt like a bucket of cold water. No. It just means you won't be captured, refined, or enslaved by the Black Guards. The apocalypse will continue. Natural disasters will still occur, though they will only last for 100 years. As for mutant behemoths, even without the Black Guards controlling them, they will still follow their instincts to occupy Blue Star and seek the resources they need. Then, will I still have the ability to gain rewards and become stronger through women? Li Fan hesitated but asked. This directly affected his future survival. Not entirely. That's a benefit granted to the hosts of the White Guards and Black Guards. But there will be no further changes, no prompts, and no guidance. All rewards will become fixed. Your descendants will inherit the favor of the White Guards and the hatred of the Black Guards because of your experience as a host. The 3 system-bound rewards, family member resources, danger sense, and 1-hit guaranteed conception will all disappear. Also, you and she will be stuck at the level 5 mutant threshold, unable to reach a higher level. So this was cutting off the path of human evolution? What about the mutant behemoths? Will they also be stuck at level 5? Li Fan asked with a heavy heart. Yes. Although he expected this, hearing it confirmed made Li Fan feel even more down. The strength difference between a level 5 mutant behemoth and a level 5 human mutant wasn't just vast, it was like heaven and earth. As a level 4 mutant, he needed the system's battle simulation ability just to reliably hunt a level 3 mutant behemoth. The natural gap between them was obvious. So, from now on, humanity will have to survive on its own? From now on, you must survive on your own. I will only help you keep the Black Guards at bay. Will the Shadow Illusion realm still shelter family members who die? No. This ending is already the final chapter of Blue Star and the beginning of something new. In a back-and-forth exchange, Li Fan and the White Guard system finally brought their apocalypse adventure to a complete conclusion. But his life wasn't over. He still had to keep going. It felt like he had run out of money, but life wasn't done with him. This whole situation was so bizarre that even after reading millions of words of online novels before the apocalypse, he had never seen a story this strange. He stood there, dazed for a long time. He didn't even notice when the White Guard system vanished. Not until the woman, who had passed out from the fusion, woke up, got dressed, and shook him awake. What's the situation now? The woman asked, pointing at herself, then at Li Fan. Li Fan could only explain what the White Guard system had told him. In their conversation, he also learned that the woman was a foreign mixed race named Beyonce Max, 28 years old, an American of Chinese descent. Her mother was American, and her father was a Chinese American. Her previous justice system allowed her to absorb 1 skill, 1 talent, and 1 attribute point from any evil person she killed. No matter what language she spoke, others would always understand her. After evolving, she could preemptively copy and receive the abilities of malicious people she encountered, using them directly like a copying machine. This explained why her abilities were almost the same as Li Fan's, and why he could suddenly understand everything she said. Malicious? The system was malicious to you before? Li Fan asked, puzzled. This behavior is malicious. Beyonce angrily pointed at her lower body. Aren't you Americans supposed to be open about this stuff? Li Fan asked, confused. His impression of foreigners was based on rumors and what he saw at the American base. He hadn't met many pure American women there. We are open with friends, partners, family, but definitely not in the way you imagine. Beyonce turned away, angrily searching for a way back. But she soon realized that her copied ability for spatial jumps, previously hundreds of kilometers, was now weakened. She could barely jump 100 kilometers now. Li Fan's abilities, however, remained unchanged, just as the White Guard had promised. But the family resource reward was gone. Thinking about how to feed over 10,000 family members in the future, Li Fan suddenly felt a headache. Want to come home with me? Or should I take you back? You don't need to keep doing your justice system missions now. Li Fan stepped forward to block Beyonce. No need. I can go back myself. Beyonce raised her head and huffed. Fine. If you ever need anything, go to my base in America and ask my people to contact me. Since she didn't want to go with him, Li Fan didn't insist. He left her with this message, then used a spatial jump to return to Longwa. He didn't hear Beyonce stomping and cursing behind him. After returning to the Wooding Mountain family base, Li Fan decided to gradually stop trading food with other shelters in Longwa. As for the reason, he could explain it to the Longwa government. After all, he had already told them about the system before. Now that he no longer had the system's family supplies, he naturally didn't have enough surplus food to sell and support so many shelters in Longwa. In another month or two, the freezing weather would end, but it would be replaced by the usual disasters: storms, rain, earthquakes, tsunamis, and typhoons.
If the white guard, which the system had transformed into, was as powerful as it claimed, then the black guards wouldn't be able to refine corpses, create monsters, or command mutant behemoths to attack the land, removing a massive threat. Next, humanity would only need to endure and recover for 100 years before a new era began, and finding enough food would become the top priority. Soon, he would have many more children. Before, he hadn't worried about their upbringing, but plans couldn't keep up with changes. The system had transformed into the white guard and left, abandoning him halfway like some absurd fairy tale. Feeding the children, the pregnant women, and the entire family suddenly became his biggest problem. After thinking it over, Li Fan tested the remaining abilities the system had said were now fixed, such as the secondary system function, the favor and loyalty system, the family member teleportation function, the search function, the status panel, the viewing function, the family important member projection function, the 18-bound family bases, the family shop and the superpower exchange shop. All these functions still existed. As for the rewards for conquering women, they probably still worked too, but he would confirm that later. However, the system's assistance in pushing his strength to its limits was gone. After a long time, Li Fan finally called in Yun Yun, Qin Xinyan, and Yunuanyuan, the 3 deputy hosts, into his room to tell them everything. The system I was bound to isn't just an ordinary system, it's a piece of extraterrestrial technology with self-awareness. This entire apocalypse may be a plan by alien civilizations trying to colonize Blue Star. Aside from us 3 human hosts who were bound to systems, the mutant behemoths also had 3 hosts bound to a system. After Wan Jun died, the system sent me into an illusion, where I saw a possible future. In that future, the Black Guard, formed by the behemoth system, attacked humanity, while our system didn't help us. We suffered heavy losses and were nearly wiped out. But now, things have changed. Our human system has transformed into the White Guard first. It promised to block the Black Guards and ensure that we become the victorious side colonizing Blue Star. Compared to the Black Guard's brutal destruction, the White Guard side is more peaceful. It will allow us to recover, and when their star domain light chain arrives, we will be connected to other star systems. That's basically the situation. It may sound like a fairy tale, but it's all real. Since the system transformed into the White Guard and left, part of my abilities has been taken back. The biggest impact on us is that family supplies will no longer be distributed. Li Fan clapped his hands after speaking, looking at the 3 of them. And Yun Yun and Qin Xinyan had been with Li Fan the longest. Among the people from Linfu community, a few close to them knew about Li Fan's system, but they kept their mouths shut, so it hadn't spread. Yunuanyuan didn't know about the system, so when she first heard Li Fan talk about it, she was stunned, struggling to process it. But after thinking for a bit, she understood Li Fan's abilities were too unbelievable. But the strange system, the illusion of the future, and the existence of the White Guard and Black Guards made her dizzy. In contrast, Yun Yun was much calmer. She was a decisive person, and although Li Fan hadn't explained the system to her in detail, she had figured out most of it by observing him. But she was still surprised by the illusionary future, the White Guards, and the Black Guards. And when she heard that family supplies were gone, her first thought was food, especially food for the soon-to-be-born babies. Rubbing her belly, she frowned. Why did it leave now, of all times? Is there some other change? Li Fan then explained the situation of the 3 hosts he knew about and his speculation about the illusion. The 3 hosts are like 3 critical components of the system. When merged, they can transform into a powerful White Guard. The incomplete system and the illusion couldn't transform into a White Guard to resist the Black Guards. And Yun Yun immediately asked, so the 3 hosts, besides you, who are the other 2? If the 3 of you are together, do you gain the system's White Guard abilities or power? Li Fan hadn't thought about that. When he was with Beyonce, he didn't pay attention to his abilities, he was just thinking about getting home. But now, with only 2 hosts left, they definitely couldn't have the full White Guard's power. There are only 2 hosts now. One host died. The other is an American Chinese woman named Beyonce Max. Her system is called the Justice System. She gains power and abilities by punishing evil. Then forget about the dead one. Bring Beyonce Max back here. Maybe she has other uses. You always bring women home, but you didn't bring a fellow host of your level back? And Yun Yun sighed. I wasn't thinking about that at the time. I was just shocked that the system ran away, leaving me with nothing. And with so many people to feed, my head was spinning, Li Fan admitted, feeling a bit embarrassed. At this point, Qin Xinyan suddenly spoke up. Since when do we rely on you to feed us? It was fine before, but ever since you bound other bases, you just give us the system's supplies. You never care about what we eat, drink, or do. You're always flying around outside, and sometimes we don't see you for ages. Really? I thought I always came back here. Li Fan looked at Qin Xingyan, usually so gentle, now suddenly scolding him. He wasn't very confident. Forget that for now. Go and bring back Beyonce Max. If she's here, maybe we can still get the family supplies. It will save us the trouble of figuring out how to feed over 10,000 people. And Yun Yun didn't get caught up in the argument and directly ordered Li Fan. Got it. I'll go right now. This was indeed Li Fan's mistake. Normally, he never left a woman he had been with behind. But this time, he had lost his mind and left Beyonce behind. In an instant, Li Fan returned to the forest in Manhwa, America, where he had previously fought, but Beyonce was already nowhere to be seen. He flew in the direction where Beyonce had left, but the strange sense of connection he had felt when he first encountered her disappeared completely after he was with her, and the system transformed into the White Guard. Relying on instinct to find her was now impossible. So, he could only use the dumb method, searching through nearby survivor bases one by one. But Manhwa was a vast country with a sparse population. Searching like this was a huge waste of time. After searching for half a day, Li Fan thought of the Manhwa government. Before the apocalypse, they had countless satellites. Using satellites to find someone would be much faster than his current foolish method. So, he went to the Shanghui mountain base, the current headquarters of the Manhwa government. Li Fan had been here before, killed people, took women, and left calmly. The Manhwa government hadn't forgotten that. Seeing him return, they reacted as if facing a great enemy, with alarm bells ringing nonstop throughout the base. Li Fan didn't force his way in. He let them gather their people in formation and then used his observation ability to scan the crowd. There were still no level 3 mutants. Clearly, these mutants were too lazy to improve themselves. Otherwise, with Manhwa's countless satellites, they should have collected enough evolution plants and mutant beasts to advance. They might not necessarily have level 3 mutants, but they would at least be getting close. Longwa already had over a dozen level 3 mutants, and that number was only going to grow. With a positive growth cycle, they would only get stronger, like a snowball rolling bigger and bigger. The future of the apocalypse might be ruled by Longwa. Wait, no, the future of Blue Star would be ruled by aliens. Thinking about the White Guard, an alien system, Li Fan didn't feel any hatred. He couldn't help but wonder, is this how I see the system? It took me to the peak of my life, so I'm just willing to lie down and accept it? Maybe. Probably. Most likely. As long as the aliens who would take over Blue Star in the future were like the White Guard said, not enslaving, oppressing, or massacring, then he might just go with the flow. But on second thought, it was 100 years later. He didn't bother thinking about it anymore. In 100 years, he would be dust. Worrying about it now was pointless. Robber, what are you doing at Shanghui Mountain again? If you dare kill our people or steal our women this time, we will fight you to the death. An old man with a square face and red cheeks yelled in a local language, while a translator beside him whispered in Longwa language to Li Fan. The old man seemed to be scolding the translator, but Li Fan didn't care. He hadn't come to fight this time, he just wanted them to help him find Beyonce. Help me find someone, and I won't kill anyone, steal women, or take anything else. As he spoke, Li Fan summoned 2 massive level 3 mutant behemoths beside him, each about 300 to 400 meters tall, one shaped like a primordial dragon and the other like a 2-headed giant serpent. These were the mutant behemoths he had killed before, deep-sea creatures or mutated monsters. There are many of these mutant behemoths in the ocean. You probably haven't seen them yet. I'm showing you 2 I've encountered. I heard you also discharged nuclear wastewater into the ocean. They love drinking that stuff and might come for you. That's why Japan was overrun by mutant behemoths, trying to use a nuclear explosion to kill them but ending in tragedy, Li Fan said with a smile. Who are you looking for? If we help you find them, please leave immediately, the translator whispered without translating Li Fan's words for the others. Manhwa's arrogance was innate. Only those who study foreign languages as a profession could speak them. Most of them didn't understand Li Fan's Longwa language. Bored, Li Fan walked straight into the base's control room. Last time, he had destroyed several pieces of equipment, but they were all repaired now. Talent wasn't in short supply, even in the apocalypse. Using his duplication ability, he reproduced Beyonce's image on a piece of paper. Immediately, someone was assigned to help him search. After half an hour, Li Fan saw Beyonce's figure appear on one of the screens. She was curled up in a room, eating canned food and playing a single-player game. Unfortunately, Li Fan didn't understand foreign games, but he was surprised to see the long string of Manhwa text beside her. He could read more than half of it. Andrew State, D6, Addison Park. Was that the location's name? Was it from residual memories, or did he now have a language proficiency ability? Leaving behind a level 1 mutant beast core, Li Fan directly teleported to Addison Park in D6, Andrew State. He appeared only slightly off, and after a quick search, he found that Beyonce was just 2 or 3 miles ahead. He locked onto the survivor base and quickly located her. The moment Li Fan suddenly appeared before her, Beyonce jumped up, instinctively trying to escape. But Li Fan caught her, and the two of them vanished from the room, reappearing on a frozen, snow-covered street.
Are you crazy? Didn't we agree to go our separate ways? Why are you suddenly jumping out and scaring me to death? Beyonce spoke in Manga English, but Li Fan understood her perfectly. It seemed that as long as he had information about Beyonce, he had a language proficiency ability, and being near her made it even more effective. So when Yunyun's idea was right, there might really be some special abilities they shared when they were together. I came to find you. After we separated, I noticed that our original abilities were gone. But when we're together, our abilities seem to combine. Li Fan directly shared his guess. So, Beyonce had already noticed this. She had immediately tried using a spatial jump, but the ability became almost useless beyond 100 kilometers. So I was thinking together, we might be half of the White Guard. Even if we're not as strong as the complete White Guard, if any trouble happens, we can handle it better. You think we should stay together just because you say so? I'm a host, and you're a host, I don't have to listen to you. Beyonce scoffed. You don't have to listen to me. Do whatever you want. I just hope you stay in contact. Also, I'd like to invite you to my home. You're alone here, why not come see my place? As Li Fan spoke, he tried using the system functions. Sure enough, just like in Yunyun thought, the family supply function reappeared. But it wasn't as comprehensive as before. There were now only 2 categories. Men's Nutritional Energy Pack, Women's Beauty Care Pack. Sometimes, you can't just sit and overthink alone, you need to listen to others, talk with them, and share ideas. No wonder people in Longwa love holding meetings, it's a way to gather everyone's wisdom. Of course, the immediate priority was to bring Beyonce back home. The rest could wait. I'm not going, Beyonce refused. She still had the independent personality of a pre-apocalypse woman, and after fighting her way through the apocalypse, it was understandable that she had a strong character. Li Fan didn't know how to coax her back, so he went for a direct approach. Then I'll just beat you up and take you back. You shameless bastard. You know I can't beat you. Beyonce's face turned red with anger, but she had to admit that if they fought, she wasn't his match, at least, not if he caught her first. Li Fan grabbed her hand, preventing her from using his spatial jump ability to escape. After staring at each other for a long time, Beyonce finally gave in. She had no choice. If she couldn't travel more than 100 kilometers without losing her abilities, they would just keep repeating the same situation. So she simply surrendered. Fine, you bastard. Li Fan tried to put her into his small world directly, but for the first time, it failed. Beyonce glanced at him warily. What did you just do? I tried to put you into my small world, but for some reason, it didn't work. Li Fan didn't hide it, speaking with confusion. Did it fail because I resisted? Or because I'm too strong? Beyonce was also confused. She had never encountered this situation, especially since she didn't have any spatial abilities herself. To gain abilities, she needed to punish evil and then absorb their talents. So the powers she gained were always the 3 natural categories of awakened mutants: enhancement, elemental, and special abilities. Spatial abilities were extremely rare even among special abilities. She had only encountered teleportation before, never things like pocket dimensions or spatial jumps. Then we'll just fly back slowly. Li Fan also didn't understand. This was the first time he encountered this problem, but he guessed it was because Beyonce was too strong and had a will to resist. After all, he had never tried to force mutant behemoths into his small world, instinctively knowing that resistance and strength would likely affect success. Before Beyonce could react, Li Fan wrapped his arms around her and soared into the sky. With a barrier shielding them from the wind and snow, they traveled comfortably. Half an hour later, Li Fan landed in front of the Wooding Mountain family base with Beyonce in his arms. It felt strange to fly so slowly for so long, he wasn't used to it. As soon as Beyonce entered the base, she was stunned. The entire place was filled with women. It was like a miniature Amazon kingdom. Is this your home? And all of these are your family members? Beyonce asked, speaking in a rare language. She knew Li Fan could understand her but didn't want the other women, who were staring at her like she was a monkey, to understand. The family base was currently filled with Longbo women. Foreign women had been assigned to other bases. Li Fan hadn't brought a foreign woman to the family base in a long time. So the women were naturally curious about the mixed-race beauty. Beyonce's face was a perfect blend of East and West, exquisitely beautiful. She was nearly as tall as Li Fan,
and she showed no fear or nervousness. She calmly walked alongside him, looking around. Soon, Yun and the others came out to welcome them. Seeing Beyonce, they exchanged a glance with Li Fan. When he nodded slightly, they understood that their guess was right. So they warmly welcomed Beyonce, treating her like an important guest. Beyonce quickly identified Yun as the person in charge and began chatting with her. As for the other women who had been watching, they returned to their own tasks and stopped paying attention. Li Fan didn't leave immediately, he stayed to prevent Beyonce from running away again. Once they went inside, the women who had been working or hiding in their rooms began to peek out again. They gathered in small groups, whispering among themselves. This foreign woman seems important. Yu Haiyao was in a bad mood lately. Her good friend Mi Rushuan had gotten close to Yun, so they hadn't chatted in a long time. Besides, even though she was pregnant, Li Fan hadn't visited her once. There were so many women in the base that she quickly found new friends. Other than Yun and a few select women, Li Fan didn't treat anyone else differently, which was a small comfort to her. After the brutal selection of the apocalypse, most of the women Li Fan brought in later were exceptional, either chosen or kept for their qualities. This raised the overall quality of the women in the family base. Tang Jelly, who considered herself outstanding, had it even worse than Yu Haiyao. Since arriving from the coastal city, she had only been with Li Fan once, and it lasted less than 3 minutes. Yet somehow, she still got pregnant. Absolutely ridiculous. She clearly remembered he hadn't even finished inside her. At the time, she thought she was lucky and wouldn't have to worry about pregnancy. But now, 70% of the women in the base were visibly pregnant, 10% were experiencing morning sickness, and the remaining 20% were either young girls or little girls. Even the women in the base found this situation absurd. Many of them had only been with Li Fan once, and some hadn't even received his seed, yet they were still pregnant. They suspected it was because Li Fan's mutant abilities were so strong that they somehow enhanced the strength of his seed. Whenever they gathered to discuss this strange situation, they never reached any conclusions. It was simply beyond their understanding. Now, with Beyonce's arrival, the women were once again filled with curiosity, each having their own thoughts. But after a few whispers, they quickly dispersed. They all knew that Yun and the others had people among them listening. If someone spread bad rumors, they might end up in the basement's darkroom for a few days. Inside the room, Beyonce was staring in shock as Li Fan explained his incredible achievements. She had always thought her justice system was overpowered, but compared to Li Fan's reproductive abilities, hers was nothing. Is he even human? She whispered to herself. Li Fan definitely couldn't be considered human anymore. When he broke through the limits of humanity, he had already ceased to be one. Not to mention, he was now a level 5 mutant, and he hadn't even explored the changes that came with being a level 5 mutant. So many things had happened in one day that his head was spinning. Only now did he have the peace of mind to check his status panel. Linked Host 1, Li Fan. Level 5 mutant, evolution progress 0%. Manifestation. Speed, Mach 60. Strength, 1,500 tons. Gigantification, 1,000 times. Life. Energy. Physique, 9,212. Strength, 9,210. Spirit, 9,212. Agility, 9,210. Cultivation techniques. Dragon Phoenix Harmony Art. Emperor Empress Meditation Harmony Art, already taught to 3 important family members for joint cultivation. Primary abilities, Energy Charge, 4,879 points. Primary 5 Elements Series. Primary Space Series. Primary Enhancement Series. Primary Special Series. Restricted Abilities. 6 uses of intermediate abilities per month. 1 battle simulation every 10 days. Family members, 9,945, including 1 hit guaranteed conception effect. Family bases, 18 strategic locations, including key domestic hubs and international outposts in Ross Country, Buda and Daya Country, and Megway. Linked Host 2, Beyonce Max. Linked functions, partial family supplies, cultivation technique effects. Seeing the status panel, Li Fan realized the system had misled him a little. It had said the functions were fixed, but it hadn't mentioned that being with Beyonce would grant linked functions. He had his doubts but didn't overthink it. Beyonce also seemed to like the family base and Yun and the others. She didn't seem to have any thoughts of running away. Li Fan decided to spend a few days observing the situation, especially to figure out the effects of the linked functions on cultivation techniques. The supply problem was half solved, but he still felt it was best to gradually reduce the amount of food traded away. The future of the apocalypse was still uncertain, and it wasn't wise to waste resources on energy crystals, which were now of little use to him.
After discussing it with An Yun and the others, they all agreed. Having enough food gave them peace of mind. With the system as their backing before, they had been fearless, but now that it was gone, they needed to be cautious. Better to be safe than sorry. The message was quickly passed to all bases, and none of the family members objected. However, some women whose food supplies were running low were a bit resentful about another measure An Yun suggested, breastfeeding for newborns. But they only complained in private, not daring to speak out loud. Li Fan only learned about this a few days later from Li Shema, Chen Meimeng, and others in Shangnan City. Looking at Li Shema's large warehouse and Chen Meimeng's smaller one, he imagined the barren warehouses of Mirushuang, Yuanbiu, and Shangwan Qinghong. No wonder some women were upset. Don't look at me. Figure it out yourselves. If some have more, they can share with those who have less. I'm not getting involved, Li Fan said, immediately distancing himself from the problem. He still had lingering doubts about the system's one-hit guaranteed conception effect. He hadn't forgotten how, in the shadow illusion realm, all his children were daughters. These 5 days, Li Fan stayed in the family base, studying the effects of cultivation techniques. And he was pleasantly surprised. He found that he could practice the Emperor-Empress meditation harmony art with Beyoncé, and the effect was even better than with the 3 deputy hosts, An Yun, Qin Xingyan, and Yunuanyuan. Dual cultivation with Beyoncé for 2 nights could increase his evolution progress by 0.1%. But with An Yun and the others, it took 6 nights for the same effect. By this calculation, if he practiced with Beyoncé for 2,000 nights, he could become a level 6 mutant. It seemed far away, but it was better than wandering around aimlessly. On the downside, the rewards for conquering new targets had decreased significantly. Superpower rewards were reduced by half, and the all-attribute rewards were also halved. But Li Fan could understand. The system core had transformed into the White Guard. The remaining shells still retaining these functions was already impressive. Since he planned to reduce trading, he also stopped selecting new targets for conquest. Li Fan decided to wait until the children were born before making any further plans. If nothing changed, he wouldn't seek out new targets anymore. Raising and managing his nearly 5,000 family members would already keep him busy. In the meantime, the 100 mutants trained by the Longwa government gradually advanced to level 3. Likewise, 24 of the young girls in the family base also reached level 3. The long 6-month ice age was finally ending. The snow and wind had completely stopped, and temperatures rose from -100 degrees to around -10. It was now the 260th day of the apocalypse. Ordinary survivors who had been hiding in shelters could finally step outside and breathe some fresh air. Looking at the world outside endless white ice and snow, they were surely filled with mixed emotions. Some of the ordinary women walking out of the Wooding Mountain family base felt the same way. When will days like this finally end? A woman, covering her mouth due to occasional nausea, murmured as she looked at the vast white world. We should be grateful we have food, warmth, and shelter. I heard many people in other bases froze or starved to death, said another woman who had just started showing signs of pregnancy, feeling lucky. I heard it's because we stopped giving them meat, vegetables, and grain that so many died. The woman who said this clearly didn't understand the situation. Shut up. If you don't know anything, stop talking. You'll get us in trouble, another woman warned. I heard there are more than 10,000 women like us, all being supported in different bases. Do you know how much food and meat it takes to feed that many every day? Dozens of tons. Will the master really become a god? Someone whispered. Even if he isn't now, he definitely will be one day, another replied confidently. Where does he even get so much food and meat? Even with his spatial crops and hunting mutant beasts, is that really enough to support so many people? I heard they keep sending women to him from everywhere. I just hope we don't end up having to share our food with newcomers. A woman touched her still flat belly, feeling worried. Li Fan is currently in Wangjing City, meeting guests visiting from the Luoshan mountain base. The material trade has been halted for some time, and Li Fan and the others are somewhat relieved that they stopped early. Otherwise, without the system refresh function, An Yun's energy value could not recover in 2 days, making it impossible to provide the usual quantity of meat for trading. Not only can't An Yun's energy recover in 2 days, but Li Fan's energy also cannot recover daily. The current recovery rate is very slow, at most 1,000 energy points per day, requiring long rest and dual cultivation. Generally, it only recovers 500 points daily. In other words, if Li Fan's energy is completely exhausted, it would take more than 6 months to recover, even with sufficient rest and dual cultivation. It would still take 3 months. Only now does Li Fan realize how incredible just this system refresh function was. You truly only know its value after losing it. Today's guests are from a nearby base. They had traded before, so they are somewhat acquainted. Level 2 Mutant, Chen Lingang, Evolution Rate, 20%. After some time of evolution, some Level 2 mutants have now appeared, with each base having 4 or 5. Level 3 mutants are currently only found in the Dragon Country Government Base and the Ross Country Government Base. Dragon Country and Ross Country have always maintained friendly relations and also maintain friendly relations with Li Fan. From time to time, Li Fan still trades some supplies with the two governments. Other bases naturally do not have this privilege. This is already Chen Lingang's third visit this month, obviously for material trade. Each base has a sufficient supply of canned food. Although it may not last 10 or 8 years, it is enough for 3 to 5 years. But as the saying goes, once you've tasted delicacies, you can't swallow plain food. There are always people who would go to great lengths to pursue a better life. This is human nature. Li Fan understands this but firmly disagrees with using gifts to seek benefits. In Dragon Country's history of thousands of years, every dynasty has been harmed by those who sought personal gain, eventually leading to their downfall. But according to what Xing Zhaojun and Ing Hongtao have said, Chen Lingang has been turned away several times but still insists on coming with gifts. Li Fan can't help but sigh, almost moved by his sincerity. Isn't there something better to do with such sincerity? Must it be used for giving gifts? Testing others? It shows how deeply rooted the mindset of Dragon Country people is. They all believe no one thinks selflessly. The poison of every man for himself has penetrated their hearts. Captain Chen, I know you are also being pushed by others and may not mean what you say. I am a straightforward person. We will not accept your gifts, and there is no way to trade food with you. With your perseverance, you would be better off figuring out how to restore production and farming more practical. Li Fan's rejection was crisp and clear. As the leader, if his stance is ambiguous, others will also become ambiguous. Chen Lingang felt a mix of disappointment and relief. He was indeed being pressured by others at the base, forced to come, though he also harbored a slight hope of success. Now, being directly rejected by Li Fan, his and the base's hopes were shattered. It seems there is no hope for trading supplies. Chen Lingang's smile remained, bright as ever. He stood up and said, "Leader, I am just a messenger. Whether you accept our gifts or not, we are here to show our goodwill. As for food supplies, we genuinely hope to trade some, even just a little. Eating canned food every day is just too bland." Li Fan's heart, hardened by the apocalypse, remained unmoved. If the food is bland, figure out a way to get more supplies instead of coming here to take advantage of him. Absolutely impossible. Alright, I've made myself clear. Captain Chen, if there's nothing else, you can leave now. Chen Lingang's smile stiffened slightly, but he quickly nodded and asked again, I will relay your message as it is. However, some women from our base have voluntarily come here. Our base has asked me to send them. If you do not want them, they probably cannot return to our base. Li Fan immediately understood this was an attempt to exploit his kindness. It reminded him of a news story he once heard, an official who accepted hundreds of women, claiming they were all forced upon him, with no way to refuse. Utterly ridiculous. Then let's leave them be and let them fend for themselves. Understood, leader. I won't manage them then. As for the other gifts, I will take them back. Thank you for seeing me. Chen Lingang left politely with gifts like gold, silver, and jade paintings. What about those women? They are still in the meeting room. Xing Zhaojun and Ing Hongtao were naturally aware of Li Fan's attitude toward women. If he liked them, he would not turn them away. Leave them for now. Let's see if they really won't care. Leave them for 5 days, 3 days at least. Arrange a place and some food for them temporarily. Without the system prompts, Li Fan became even more casual in accepting women than before. Over time, he has taken in more than 500 people, but fewer than half qualify for the rewards. He could have screened them one by one using the view function, but he didn't. Fortunately, the function of binding the subsystem to grant superpowers to family members was still there. Otherwise, he could only use mutant beast pills and evolution liquid to awaken them. To prepare for possible future changes, Li Fan has now relaxed his restrictions. He has the ability to replicate mutant beast pills. Besides the subsystem binding, he also uses these pills and evolution liquids to help them awaken and evolve. Now, nearly half of his family's women are mutants, but most are just level 1 mutants, and many are pregnant. Only 1 or 200 young girls have reached level 2. Among level 3 mutants, besides the 3 deputy hosts, An Yunyun, Zhao Hanxue, and Li Xiuqi, there are 14 other girls. As for level 4 mutants, only Beyonce has reached that level. The Dragon Country government's trained guards only have 30 level 3 mutants, far from the power they had in the illusionary realm before. But that was over 3 years into the apocalypse. Now it has been less than 9 months. Li Fan believes that within 3 months,
there will definitely be level 4 mutants appearing. After meeting Chen Lingang, who came to offer gifts in Wangjing City, Li Fan encountered similar situations at other bases in Longhua. He firmly rejected each one and no longer paid attention to such matters. But 7 days later, while he was busy visiting various bases to conquer the women sent as gifts, a message came from the Wangjing City base. The government wanted to see him. As expected, it was about supplies. This time, the government leaders directly summoned him to discuss trade. Li Fan remained firm in his stance. He didn't tell the leaders that his system had changed, which might have made them think he was using food supplies to pressure the base leaders. Such behavior didn't sit well with the leaders. They worried that one day they might also be controlled this way. So they decided to step in as intermediaries, trying to persuade Li Fan. Even though Li Fan wasn't the smartest, he'd watched enough TV shows and read enough novels to know about these twists and turns. But he didn't care, he didn't need to. He understood that raw power could break through any scheming. So he rejected them decisively, leaving no room for the government leaders to argue. When they kept pressing, he simply said, "Then I'll stop trading with you too. No one will get supplies." Will that stop the scheming? This made the leaders hesitate. If they ended up eating only canned food and greenhouse vegetables with no meat, what would be the point of all their plans? Seeing that they seemed to understand, Li Fan added, "This is already the apocalypse. Be thankful you have food, stop wasting time scheming. You'd be better off thinking about how to get stronger and fight the mutant creatures out there. Aren't they just food and resources? Why keep begging me? Most of my supplies come from there. And as I've mentioned before, forget about others. Preparing for the potential invasion of giant beasts is far more important than these petty matters." The leaders knew Li Fan's system could create supplies out of thin air, but they didn't want to argue better to avoid unpleasant words. They also told him that some women in the base were willing to go to him. Now that trading supplies was no longer an option, sending women in exchange for supplies had become an unspoken agreement between Li Fan and the bases. Wangjing City base was no exception. After all, it was natural for some parents to hope their daughters would live well, eating and drinking without worry. And by staying close to the unbelievably powerful Li Fan, they might benefit somehow. Women could still enhance his strength, so he continued his usual practice, giving 100 kilograms of supplies for each woman. After completing the transaction, he took 24 women back to the Luoshan mountain base. By now, he had combed through the women at the bases several times, and it was becoming harder to find suitable ones. Saying Li Fan had gathered all the world's beauties was an exaggeration, but it was a goal he was steadily approaching. Of course, many of the leaders' relatives hadn't been touched yet, they were still living comfortably. Based on the estimate that there were still tens of millions of survivors on the Blue Star, there should be at least millions of women, outnumbering men. Li Fan still had plenty of room for growth. The days that followed saw him rushing around as usual. Family members and mutants from various bases began venturing out again, stretching their muscles. When the temperature finally rose to 0 degrees, the snow and cold weather completely ended. On the 280th day of the apocalypse, the ice layer was still thick and solid. The imagined melting of glaciers didn't happen, and the temperature rose only to single digits before stopping. After 7 days of overcast skies, heavy rain began. And after the rain came fierce winds and hurricanes. The weather was now even worse than before. The rain lasted just 3 days, but the strong winds and hurricanes showed no signs of stopping. Li Fan and Beyonce flew along the coast against the strong winds, watching for any signs of mutant giants in the ocean. Because of the hurricanes, satellite monitoring was disrupted, making it impossible to receive live footage like before. The White Guard had promised to stop the Black Guards, but it hadn't promised to block the mutant giants. So humanity's biggest threat remained unchanged, countless marine mutant creatures being pushed toward land by the storms. After confirming that there were no abnormalities, the two returned to the Chinuang City base. This dual cultivation is too slow. At this rate, I need nearly a year to reach level 5. Maybe I should go back to Megway to punish evil and do good? Beyonce had been staying with Li Fan for a month. Seeing her evolution progress only rise to 60%, she was tempted to return to Megway for her usual routine of killing and robbing villains. In fact, her progress was already fast. Besides the dual cultivations bonus, she also had a steady supply of level 3 mutant beast pills, far faster than her previous method. She had gone from 55% to 60% in just 1 month, which meant she could reach level 5 in another 8 months at this rate. Li Fan didn't want her to return to Megway for her justice crusade. With coastlines on both sides, Megway was destined to be a hotspot for mutant giant attacks. The spirit of individual heroism ran deep in Megway. If Beyonce went back, she might end up leading Megway's survivors against the invading mutants. but that clashed with Li Fan's plans. To him, it was only natural for islands like Megway to be overrun. In the Shadow Illusion realm, after about a year of the apocalypse, Megway was mostly destroyed by the Black Guards leading the mutant giants. Now, the White Guard was holding off the Black Guards, but the mutant giants would still rush toward Megwa. Even without the Black Guards directing them, Megwa's fate wouldn't change much. It would still end in nuclear explosions and destruction. When the time came, Li Fan planned to move his bound base back to Longwei to the Qingzhou province. Places like Nanwan Prefecture and other coastal areas would eventually be overrun by mutant giants. But without nuclear waste and radiation, the giants wouldn't go berserk, giving those hiding in bases a chance to survive. Li Fan wasn't confident in his ability to drive off all the mutant giants by himself, and he didn't plan to. If you kill one, another will come. That was a never-ending struggle. It was better to wait and see, judging the strength of the oceanic mutants before making a move. The Shadow Illusion realm was useful, but he couldn't trust it completely. What if something changed? His life was too precious now. Don't rush back for now. I already told you about the Black Guards and the White Guards. The Black Guards should appear soon. We need to make sure the White Guard can stop them before we decide our next move. Otherwise, if we get attacked separately, it will be dangerous. Li Fan persuaded her, pulling Beyoncé closer. The sky had darkened. It was time to start their dual cultivation. On the 296th day of the apocalypse, the first women who had followed Li Fan from Lingfu community were about to give birth. These women were spread across various bases in Longwa, but Li Fan first returned to the Wooding Mountain family base to check on An Yunyun. Traveling between the bases was easy now. When Li Fan arrived from the Yunnan city base, An Yunyun was calmly lying on a special birthing bed. For her, as a mutant, childbirth shouldn't be too difficult. Li Fan didn't stay to watch the women give birth. He knew it would be a bloody scene, not suitable for detailed description. However, it was clear that childbirth for mutants was different from that of ordinary people. There wasn't even a single scream. But then, the system, which had been silent for a long time, suddenly reacted. The host's first child has been born. Reward, 1 point to all attributes. Reward. Unlocking. What was going on? The rewards weren't ready? Li Fan looked at the long-lost system prompt, feeling a bit happy at first. But seeing the incomplete rewards, he was confused, then quickly realized something. The system core had transformed into the White Guard and left. The rewards might have gone with it. He might need to find the White Guard to claim them. Not long after, the middle-aged midwife came out holding the newborn, followed by An Yunyun, who looked completely refreshed, along with many other women. An Yunyun didn't look tired at all, but her expression seemed a bit dull as she carried the child to Li Fan. "It's a girl," she said. Li Fan's heart sank, but he kept a smile on his face. "Girls are great, Daddy's little sweetheart. You've worked hard. Get some rest. I still need to check on the others." And Yunyun nodded understandingly, hugging the child. "I hope it's not all girls." "It's okay. It's not like you can only have one. Have 2 more." "I refuse to believe we can't have a son," Li Fan joked, pretending not to care. But as he went from one woman to another among the dozen giving birth from Lingfu community, his mood grew heavier. Without exception, just like in the Shadow Illusion realm, they all gave birth to daughters. What worried Li Fan even more was that after losing the system's guaranteed conception effect, none of his other women had become pregnant. Pregnancy status could be checked using the system's viewing function. Even young women like Zhao Hanxue and Li Xiaoqi, who had never been pregnant, were still not showing any signs. This meant that ever since the system's guaranteed conception effect was gone, it was as if Li Fan had lost the ability to make women pregnant. He could still comfort himself by thinking he was too strong for normal women. But even Beyoncé hadn't become pregnant, and that made Li Fan realize the severity of the problem. Before, the system's effects made him ignore this issue. But now that the system was gone, if he couldn't have children, these women would essentially lose their value after being with him once. This was a big problem. After all, his system was called the Family Reproduction System. And since every time a child was born, there was a reward and a hint about unlocking something, it was clear that the system's self-awareness had caused trouble. If he thought about it negatively, the system might have developed independent consciousness and left, taking with it his abilities and rewards. In the best-case scenario, the system had no idea, and this was all just a series of accidental events. But Li Fan felt that things were heading in a bad direction. If he thought about it in the worst way, the Black Guards might be the righteous side of an alien civilization trying to end the apocalypse quickly with force. And the system, the White Guard, might be the evil side of that alien civilization, causing chaos on Blue Star after being chased here by the Black Guards. Maybe all of this was a scheme by the White Guard.
Li Fan forced himself to stop overthinking. Such thoughts would only make him anxious without solving anything. All he could do now was take things one step at a time and hope it was all just his imagination. The most immediate concern was whether the white guard could block the black guards. "Are you in a bad mood? Should I get someone to cheer you up?" Beyonce, who had been with Li Fan all this time, could clearly sense his low spirits. "No, I was just thinking about some things. I'm not in a bad mood. I just had 11 daughters, how could I not be happy?" Li Fan smiled. "Don't lie to me. And Chin and the others can all see you're upset. I can see it too. You should find someone to play with, let off some steam," Beyonce suggested. "Then let's go fight some monsters." "Too many women, it's getting boring." Li Fan chuckled. The more women he was with, the clearer it became that they couldn't get pregnant. At this point, he didn't even want to be with them anymore. So strong, yet unable to make women pregnant, it was frustrating. Li Fan couldn't understand how, before the apocalypse, some women refused to marry or have children. Creating new life was such a miraculous thing, and they rejected it? In the past, women took pride in being able to bear children, especially sons. Only now did Li Fan understand the strange psychology of those who chose not to do something they could do, and those who couldn't do it but desperately wanted to. He could have helped save countless people, but he didn't. He couldn't make his women pregnant, but now he wanted to. Life was truly full of regrets. If losing all his power could let him make women pregnant, he probably wouldn't choose it. "Then let's go." Beyonce had no objections. Seeing that Li Fan was still a bit dazed, she grabbed his hand and pulled him along. Li Fan had just casually mentioned it, but this foreign girl took it seriously. If it had been in Yun or the others, they would have gotten some women to serve him instead. It just showed that people thought differently. Flying with Beyonce into the stormy seas, Li Fan stopped thinking. Killing a few mutant giants for food wouldn't be a bad idea. That was what he used to do anyway. Every 10 days, he had the chance to use combat simulation, and he never wasted it. In the past, he always hunted the mutant giants alone. But for the past month, he'd had Beyonce with him. If Yun and the other 3 deputy hosts had about 1/7 of his strength, then Beyonce had half his strength. And she would continue to grow stronger as he did. But there was a distance limit. If they were more than 100 kilometers apart, Beyonce couldn't use his abilities. Moreover, she couldn't borrow his primary space abilities or primary special abilities, only his primary enhancement and primary 5-element abilities. Even so, she was much stronger than Yun and the others. For Li Fan and Beyonce, dealing with level 3 mutant beasts was easy and without danger. Even for level 4 mutant beasts, Li Fan, who had already become a level 5 mutant, could defeat and kill them with the help of combat simulation. However, so far, he hadn't encountered any in the nearby seas, probably because the black guards were leading them somewhere, preparing for a big attack. Li Fan naturally had no way of knowing the exact situation. He summoned Saito Ryona, who had a massive storage space, to store the bodies of 5 gigantified level 3 mutant beasts, then returned to the Yunnan City base. He asked Saito Ryona to take the beast corpses to Wooding Mountain Base for Yun to distribute, and then he didn't bother with it anymore. After venting his frustration a bit, he felt a little better. Still, Li Fan couldn't shake the urge to find the system, to clarify things and get some answers. In the following days, Li Fan became busy again across various bases. Ultimately, strength determined the future. If he became too weak, the system might abandon him directly. But if he stayed strong and useful, the system's response to him would surely be different. So, he started paying more attention to selecting suitable women to conquer, but he slowed down his approach, only conquering 20 women a night, making sure he didn't waste any effort. Li Fan wanted to see if this would change anything, if any of them would become pregnant. But this method was tough for the women. After all, they were ordinary people. Without Li Fan's experience, it could have been fatal for them. Even with his care, each woman was bedridden for 3 days, showing extreme exhaustion. This frightened the women who had originally been excited to line up, making them nervously ask the senior sisters about what was happening. The situation changed again. The senior sisters could guess but didn't fully understand the situation. Still, it didn't stop them from reassuring the newcomers. They simply said that if they wanted to live comfortably with good food and clothes, they had to get through this. Sooner or later, it was inevitable. After a couple of good meals, the new women calmed down, thinking that even if they had to lie down for 3 days, it wasn't a big deal. However, Yun and Qin Xingyan, along with many other younger sisters from the base, came to Yunnan City base to check on the situation. In simple terms, they came to bring more women to share the burden, so Li Fan wouldn't focus on just one woman at a time and wear her out.
They knew too well how inhuman Li Fan's abilities were. If he went all out, no woman could endure it.
Not even Beyonce. I'm not being reckless, and I won't hurt them. Don't worry.
I just want to test some methods, and they're only feeling weak for 3 days because they can't handle it, Li Fan explained patiently to An Yun.
Wait until the stronger sisters give birth, then you can play however you want. These new women haven't even awakened yet, their bodies are too weak to handle you. Can't you just take it slow like before? And Yun asked, confused. I'm just thinking, before, you all got pregnant with my seed. Later, things changed, and you didn't need it to get pregnant. Now that the system's one-hit guaranteed conception is gone, I feel something strange is going on. So I'm trying something new, fine. But even if you're experimenting, you can still take it easy. Don't make them bedridden for 3 days right after arriving. It's not right. Now, all the survivors on Blue Star know about you in Longwa. If that's the case, maybe I should go to other bases and try with foreigners. They might be better for testing, Li Fan suddenly suggested. Don't go. I brought you plenty of women. Deal with them first, then do whatever you want, and Yun sighed, feeling her words were wasted. Beyonce has been sticking to you every day, and she hasn't gotten pregnant. That already shows that no matter what you try, it won't change anything. You're just overthinking it. Instead, focus on getting stronger. Maybe when you reach a higher level, you'll naturally understand. You're right. I seem to be overthinking it. Yes. I should focus on getting stronger. Why am I wasting time on these experiments? That's right. Li Fan felt like a weight had been lifted from his mind, suddenly clear-headed. He was indeed getting stuck in a pointless loop. Worrying about offspring could wait, he was only 23. Getting stronger should be his eternal goal, not having children. With enough power, he might even catch the system that ran away. Having figured this out, Li Fan stopped exhausting the women. He quickly rotated them, only spending enough time to receive the attribute reward before moving to the next. Now, the attribute rewards for conquering women were halved, and the superpower rewards were also reduced by half. It took conquering 100 women to increase his evolution by 1%, slightly faster than dual cultivation. With this faster method, he conquered all the new women at Juanan City base within 3 days, including those in Yun brought to share the load. His evolution progress reached 18.1% as a level 5 mutant. At this rate, with enough targets, he would need nearly 3 months to reach level 6. Much faster than his 3-year struggle to reach level 5 in the Shadow Illusion realm. During this time, many family members gave birth, and Li Fan traveled between bases to see them during the day. But seeing that all the newborns were daughters dampened his mood. He often had a strong urge to punch the system and demand answers. Many people sensed Li Fan's gloomy mood and tried various ways to cheer him up, leading to a period of indulgence. But he snapped out of it when the Longwa Wangjing city government reported a blurry battle in the sky seen through their satellites. When Li Fan arrived at Wangjing City base, it was just as he suspected. The blurry figures fighting in the sky were the White Guard, which the system had transformed into, and the Black Guard from the Shadow Illusion realm. The battle didn't seem intense, just two shadows wrestling, but the dark sky above was split apart, revealing the rare, bright blue sky. Sometimes the two figures merged completely, staying together for a long time. Sometimes they separated instantly. Everyone watched, confused but feeling a hidden tension in the seemingly calm fight. The battle lasted an unusually long time. When Li Fan arrived, it continued until the next evening, an entire day and night of fighting. Even the blurry satellite images, affected by the strong winds, showed the weakened state of the white and black guards whenever they separated. When the two figures seemed to be in a standoff, Li Fan suddenly had an idea. He used a space jump to appear in midair. 5,000 meters ahead was the confrontation between the Black Guard and the White Guard. At such a close distance, the expected notification sounded, letting Li Fan understand that his previous suspicions were just that, suspicions. The system had not taken away his rewards. Child growth acceleration function activated. Enhanced reproduction function activated. Enhanced offspring function activated. The Black Guard, shrouded in darkness, also noticed Li Fan nearby. It did not continue entangling with the White Guard and directly dissipated into black smoke. The system transformed White Guard didn't intend to speak with Li Fan either. After a glance, it also turned into white smoke and disappeared. Li Fan felt another mental storm brewing, but seeing the surrounding environment, the previously clear blue sky being covered by gathering dark clouds again, he stopped overthinking and used a space jump to return to Wangjing City base. He remembered that the system had previously mentioned the functions were solidified, but now being close to Beyonce granted him linked functions, and having children could still activate certain functions. The system clearly didn't want to approach him now,
leaving him with many unanswered questions. But being able to activate child-related functions wasn't a wasted effort. After explaining the situation to the base leaders, Li Fan immediately left. He was eager to return and test the new functions. All 3 functions required consuming special energy points or special proficiency points. Li Fan's massive reserve of these values, 15 digits, finally had a use. Back at Luoshan Mountain Base, he gathered the newly delivered mothers like Zhao Anping and Li Muhua to test the child growth acceleration function. 3 options appeared. Growth acceleration options. Consume 100,000 special energy points to accelerate growth by 10 days. Consume 300,000 points for 30 days. Consume 500,000 points for 50 days. Considering the need to avoid being too conspicuous, Li Fan chose the first option. Confirmed. Consuming 100,000 special energy points. Target's growth accelerated by 10 days. The baby in Zhao Anping's arms showed no visible changes, but Li Fan trusted that the system wouldn't deceive him. Since the babies were too young, accelerated growth now would be too shocking. He decided to use it later when needed. However, each target could only undergo accelerated growth once. There was likely a time limit. Next, he gathered new women to test the enhanced reproduction and enhanced offspring functions. The enhanced reproduction function also offered options, but it focused on the number of offspring. Planting options. Option 1, consume 100,000 special energy points to plant 1 seed. Option 2, consume 300,000 points to plant 2 seeds. Option 3, consume 500,000 points to plant 3 seeds. Li Fan chose the second and third options, skipping the first. After selecting enhanced reproduction, the enhanced offspring function appeared, also with 3 options. Option 1, consume 100,000 special energy points to grant +1 to all attributes at birth. Option 2, consume 300,000 special energy points to grant +2 to all attributes at birth. Option 3, consume 500,000 special energy points to grant +3 to all attributes at birth. Notably, the enhanced offspring function didn't multiply energy consumption based on the number of seeds planted. One option applied to all seeds. Without hesitation, Li Fan chose the third option. This meant these enhanced offspring would be born with +3 to all attributes, an obvious advantage for their future growth. From that day on, Li Fan began planting seeds in women who were not pregnant, taking advantage of this rare period of peace to produce more offspring. After all, each child born rewarded him with +1 to all attributes, just like conquering a new target. Double the benefits meant his strength would grow even faster. But when he tried planting seeds in Beyonce, the options changed. Option 1, consume 10 million special energy points to plant 1 seed. Option 2, consume 30 million special energy points to plant 2 seeds. Option 3, consume 50 million special energy points to plant 3 seeds. The cost was 100 times higher, making Li Fan a bit shocked. But he gritted his teeth and chose the third option. Then the enhanced offspring options also changed. Option 1, consume 1 million special energy points to grant +10 to all attributes at birth. Option 2, consume 3 million special energy points to grant +20 to all attributes at birth. Option 3, consume 5 million special energy points to grant +30 to all attributes at birth. The enhanced attributes were almost equal to those of a level 1 mutant, making Li Fan marvel at the potential of his future offspring. But he still didn't know if they would all be daughters again. At Wooding Mountain Family Base, the second-generation girls had different costs. For level 1 mutants, the costs remained unchanged. For level 2 mutants, enhanced reproduction cost 10 times more, but enhanced offspring costs were unchanged. Li Fan didn't hide any of this from Beyonce and Yunyun or the others. Seeing him recover from his previous depression, they were happy and didn't oppose his large-scale seeding plan. They knew it was his unique way of growing stronger and had long since accepted, forgiven, and trusted him. Xin Xinyan now had new seeds in her womb. She had been worried about never being able to have children again, but within 2 days, she was pleasantly surprised. And Yunyun, who had just given birth, and Yunuanyuan, who was heavily pregnant, could only watch. At the same time, Li Fan proposed continuing to collect energy crystals to stockpile more special energy points. His recent seeding spree had consumed 1/3 of his hard-earned energy reserves. And once these women gave birth, he would plant seeds again, leading to another large consumption. And that didn't even account for new women. Would he stop using women to grow stronger? Absolutely not. There were still at least 100,000 women on Blue Star who met his criteria, and he hadn't even reached 10,000 yet. Moreover, he could now plant seeds in women who didn't meet the system's requirements. Conquering them wouldn't give rewards, but their children would still grant him attributes. This method temporarily bypassed the system's restrictions, allowing him to grow stronger faster. There was no reason to refuse.
However, he set some criteria. Women with a saintly personality were acceptable, as long as they were obedient and didn't cause trouble. Those with illnesses or chronic pain were acceptable if they could be cured with healing technique. Purity should not be below 90, and appearance should be decent. This way, they could become mothers of his children. In addition, he discovered the correct use of the child growth acceleration function, shortening the pregnancy period, because the cooldown period of this function matched the accelerated time. If you accelerated growth by 10 days, there was a 10-day cooldown period before you could choose to accelerate growth again. However, the pregnancy period could only be shortened twice, and there were specific conditions for choosing the accelerated time. 3 to 4 months of pregnancy, and 7 to 9 months of pregnancy, these were the 2 time intervals where acceleration could be applied. The exact reason was unclear to Li Fan. But even without understanding, Li Fan didn't hesitate. After all, the system had always been reliable, and the temptation of receiving rewards for childbirth was right there, the sooner, the better. Traveling across the 18 bases, he accelerated the pregnancies of all eligible women, consuming another quarter of his special energy value. During this busy period, Li Fan gained dozens more daughters, hundreds of women, and over 1,000 offspring in gestation. His attributes were also nearing the 10,000 mark. If nothing unexpected happened, it wouldn't be long before he broke that limit. He just didn't know what the attribute limit was for a level 5 mutant. During this hectic period, Li Fan also visited Wangjing City base several times because the White Guard and Black Guard would appear and fight every so often, only to separate after each battle. Li Fan and the others couldn't tell who was winning, but they continued to monitor their movements. Besides that, the weather became increasingly erratic, sometimes rain, sometimes hail, and the strong winds never stopped. Floodwaters grew deeper, and most coastal cities were submerged by seawater. Massive waves, driven by strong winds, crashed against high-rise buildings repeatedly, causing many to collapse. Recently, the Dragon Kingdom government had been extremely busy, continuously contacting coastal areas and relocating survivors to inland mountains. Even Nanhai Prefecture, which was on an island, was in the process of evacuation. Li Fan helped out once, but only by relocating survivors from Yunmen Mountain Shelter, Qingfu Mountain Shelter, and Erlong Mountain Shelter, places he was familiar with, to neighboring inland areas. After that, he didn't concern himself with them. Amidst all this busy work, the timeline reached the 312th day of the apocalypse. A swarm of mutated sea monsters was discovered in the deep Black Sea, about 600 miles off the coast of the Dragon Kingdom. At Wangjing City base, in the satellite broadcast room, Li Fan was called in again. He was getting a bit tired of how the Dragon Kingdom government always called him whenever something happened. Strictly speaking, the Dragon Kingdom's strength wasn't weak anymore. With nearly 100 level 3 mutants, they were undoubtedly the strongest on Blue Star. Even though no one had broken through to level 4 yet, it was only a matter of time. But whenever there was a problem, they still turned to him first, making him feel a bit like a convenient tool. But even so, level 3 mutants still couldn't withstand high damage weapons like nuclear bombs. So these level 3 mutants didn't get arrogant. Under Li Fan's mind-reading ability, they showed no signs of developing sinister thoughts. Loyalty was not a concern. Li Fan decided to give them more level 3 mutant beast cores, helping them break through to level 4. In the Shadow Illusion realm, there were 40 level 4 mutants. In reality, he planned to use resources to produce even more. Mr. Li, look, these giant beasts will soon reach the coast of our Dragon Kingdom. When that happens, we'll need you to personally help us deal with them, a secretary in glasses standing beside Li Fan said. Smelling her perfume and feeling her intentionally close body, Li Fan glanced at the other leaders focused on the screen. Without overthinking, he replied directly, "Don't worry, I'll definitely deal with them when they land. But I'll need to borrow half of your level 3 mutants to join me. High-level combat might give them some insights for a breakthrough. We'll need to discuss this. Why don't you rest in the base's guest room for now? We'll call you once we decide." An elderly leader's attention shifted from the large satellite screen to Li Fan. But before they could arrange anything, Li Fan stood up and refused. "You discuss it. I'm going back to Luoxiang Mountain. Contact me by phone if there's anything." Without waiting for a response, he disappeared. Why can't he take an interest in the women from our families? A well-groomed, elderly man with a full head of silver hair sighed in confusion. He just doesn't want to be tied down by us. He wants to do whatever he wants. Otherwise, why would he avoid women from our families from the start? Haven't you seen how many women he has now? Probably even more than some of the larger bases, another elder commented. The beautiful secretary next to one of the elders leaned in, pouting in frustration. "Grandpa, you saw how hard I tried just now. He's so strong but still scared of this and that, so petty.
He'll never achieve greatness like this. You go back first. Later, I'll have others try too. He's always been interested in women, probably just didn't realize it at the moment. Once he thinks it through, he won't reject you all, the elder comforted her. After the woman left, the elders gathered again, discussing how best to make use of the powerful Li Fan to protect the country. Nuclear weapons were a last resort, especially after seeing the destruction of the island nation, which was directly related to nuclear explosions. Furthermore, the areas affected by nuclear explosions were now teeming with countless mutated sea creatures. Nuclear radiation was deadly to humans but seemed like a rare tonic to these mutated sea creatures. They weren't about to make the same foolish, self-destructive mistake. Meanwhile, back at Luoshang Mountain Base, Li Fan was informed that more women were about to give birth. Thanks to his mind-reading ability, he clearly understood what the leaders were thinking. Although he could take advantage of them without consequences, he didn't want to treat the Dragon Kingdom that way. He always considered himself a patriotic, ordinary person. In the past 2 to 3 months, 100 or 200 family members had already given birth, and this cycle would continue. Li Fan was long accustomed to this. Most of the women who gave birth later were those traded for supplies, unlike the group who followed him at the start. It was a much simpler transaction. He rarely paid much attention to them. Even for those he found more attractive, he didn't show any special favor. With the number of women increasing, most were left to An Yunyun and the others to manage. This time, 4 women were giving birth at Luoshang Mountain Base. Most were those traded from various shelters in the coastal cities. Li Fan had no impression of them. He may have been with them once at the beginning for the reward, and perhaps once or twice more afterward. For Dragon Kingdom women, at least he would check on them. But for the women from the island nation at Changling City Base, he only went once and left the rest to Masao Chio and the others. Of course, he still checked their situation. Those with suspicious thoughts were directly locked up as a warning to the rest. Still, they were all daughters. But now, Li Fan didn't dwell on it anymore. As long as they could be born, it didn't matter whether they were daughters or sons. After all, they could be raised and trained as combat power. Beyonce wandered around the western base and occasionally went out to punish evil and promote good among survivors. Li Fan thought that since her favorability with him had reached 80, she probably wouldn't leave without saying goodbye, so he didn't keep her tied to his side. At Luoshang Mountain Base, over 60 people were now bound with subsystems and had superpowers. Besides them, some girls over 14 had also awakened as mutants, bringing the total number of mutants in the base to over 150. Most of the other 16 bases had a similar number of mutants. At Wooding Mountain Family Base, there were even more. 121 level 3 mutants, 98 level 2 mutants, 440 level 1 mutants. If these family member mutants could all form combat power, Li Fan could sweep across the entire Blue Star with them. Unfortunately, he didn't have high hopes for their combat capabilities. He just wanted them to become stronger for self-protection and to have better security when going out for supplies. Since there was no baby food in the family supplies, women who gave birth had to nurse their children themselves. Those with poor nutrition would take the initiative to ask better-nourished new mothers for help. The family members across the 18 bases gradually grew closer, no longer disconnected and indifferent to each other. At night, Li Fan lay among the women, thinking about whether he should change his attitude toward the Dragon Kingdom's leaders. If he kept letting them call on him anytime, would they become more demanding? He didn't want to be ordered around all the time. In the end, he decided he needed to use resources to quickly push for the emergence of level 4 mutants. Otherwise, he would never be able to overcome the hurdle of the mutant sea beasts, and their arrival would always force him to take action. The next morning, Li Fan got up early. As usual, he first led people into the space to manage planting and breeding. Then, he found Qin Xinyan to allocate family supplies. Now, because the actual number of family members had exceeded 7,000, with more than half pregnant and another small half waiting to give birth, it was likely that even without Li Fan continuing to conquer new targets, the family member count would exceed 10,000 within 3 months just from newborns. So, every 3 to 5 days, Li Fan had to allocate system supplies to Qin Xinyan for management and distribution. After making his usual rounds to various bases, it was already afternoon. Then, the leaders of Wangjing City contacted Li Fan. The mutated sea monster horde was now less than 100 miles from the Dragon Kingdom's coast and would reach shore in 2 to 3 hours. At this closer distance, they could see it more clearly. Besides the group of over 100 mutated sea beasts, many other mutated marine creatures followed behind, looking like a massive migration of species driven out after losing a territorial battle. Li Fan went to Wangjing City Base and brought out 50 level 3 mutants. He also called Beyonce and Unuenuan to join him and flew toward the eastern coast, where the mutated sea beasts were about to land. They stopped on a mountain ridge protruding from the water. Li Fan released the 50 level 3 mutants and distributed 3 level 3 mutant beast cores to each of them, telling them to watch from a distance. If they felt inspired, they could try using the beast cores to break through. Then he flew forward with Beyonce and Unuenuan to get a closer look at the massive horde led by 2 level 4 mutant sea monsters and over 100 level 3 ones. It was a horde of giant deep-sea devil rays, magnified hundreds of times in size. Besides the mutant sea monsters, they were followed by many offspring. The 2 largest level 4 mutant devil rays were 400 times their original size, making them colossal creatures about 1,200 meters long, even longer if they spread their pectoral fins. If they weren't leading such a massive group of offspring, they could have reached the shore in less than an hour. But even though the land was flooded, it still existed. These giant devil rays would struggle to move once they reached the coast, so they might leave on their own afterward. Li Fan held Unuenuan with one arm, and he and Beyonce flew above the heads of the giant beasts, quietly watching them approach. 2 level 4s, over 100 level 3s. If you weren't here, I would have run the moment I saw this, Beyonce said. With the Dragon Kingdom and you around, if another country encountered such a massive sea beast landing, they would probably have no choice but to use nuclear bombs, Unuenuan said, her voice filled with awe. This was her first time seeing mutated sea beasts with her own eyes, and she couldn't help but feel lucky. 1 level 3 mutant beast's meat can feed tens of thousands of people for a day. These 2 level 4 ones could feed 100,000 people for a day. If I can kill them all and bring them back, we won't have to worry about food for 3 months, Li Fan said, his thoughts completely different from theirs. With so many people to support, he constantly thought about securing benefits for his family members. Otherwise, all his power would be meaningless. I'll test it first. CC, you and Unuenuan stay up here and watch, Li Fan said, but he didn't charge in recklessly. Instead, he activated battle simulation. After all, he had mentioned many times before that a level 5 human mutant could easily crush a level 3 mutated beast due to its size advantage, but it would be evenly matched against a level 4 mutant. One careless mistake could be fatal. And now, he was facing 2 level 4 and over 100 level 3 mutant sea beasts. In the simulation, the level 4 devil rays had 5 skills. Devour, they could swallow a giant-sized Li Fan whole and use internal fluids to corrode his body, a magical attack. But it required a preparation time of 15 minutes and posed no threat to Li Fan with his primary space ability. Intimidation, another magical attack, but it was ineffective against Li Fan's overpowered attributes. Fin strike, spiral, and press, these were all physical attacks, but Li Fan, enlarged 1,000 times, could withstand them. In the simulation, a 1-on-2 fight seemed manageable. But when over 100 level 3 beasts took turns attacking him while the level 4 ones looked for an opportunity, things became tricky. Even after killing nearly half of the level 3 beasts, if the level 4 ones weren't dead, he couldn't win. The level 4 mutant beasts had extremely powerful regeneration and even displayed some tactical awareness. Li Fan couldn't kill them quickly. Even with his exceptional use of mid-level abilities, he couldn't kill them. This simulation left Li Fan feeling stuck. So this is how far I am from being invincible. If he couldn't even handle level 4 mutant beasts, let alone the level 5 ones that were the ceiling of power. For the first time, he felt grateful that the White Guard was holding back the Black Guard. Otherwise, in an organized invasion, humanity would have little chance of survival. No wonder, in the Shadow Illusion realm, they were always defending, never repelling or eliminating. These level 4 mutant beasts were ridiculously strong. Since he couldn't kill them all even with tremendous effort in the simulation, Li Fan didn't dwell on it. He was never a perfectionist. In that case, he would just drive them away. As long as they left the coast of the Dragon Kingdom, that would be enough. Driving them off was much simpler. After telling Beyonce and Unuenuan not to come down, Li Fan directly transformed, enlarging himself 1,000 times, becoming a giant 1,750 meters tall, landing in front of the group of mutated sea beasts. The massive waves pushed the beast horde back dozens of meters. Li Fan then created 10 equally massive water giants. The water beneath his feet visibly receded, and the mutated sea beasts ahead touched the land beneath the water. Leading the 10 water giants, Li Fan charged into the beast horde, pushing them back over 1,000 meters before stopping. The mutated sea beasts seemed confused. Not fully understanding what was happening, they resisted a little, but not decisively, so they were pushed back without much struggle. Many of their offspring, caught off guard, were knocked out and floated to the surface. Once the sea beasts stabilized, the 2 level 4 mutated beasts quickly shattered 4 of the water giants with their fins.
Considering the slow energy recovery rate, 500 energy points for each giant, Li Fan didn't bother creating more. Instead, he plunged directly into the group of level 3 sea beasts, grabbed them by the handful, and tossed them back into the sea. Having learned from the battle simulation, Li Fan didn't go on a killing spree, avoiding a life or death fight with the 2 level 4 sea beasts. He only pushed them away, not killed them. The level 4 beasts tried to block Li Fan, but his speed and spatial abilities were beyond their reach. In just moments, over 100 level 3 sea beasts were tossed back into the ocean. Although they weren't thrown far, without the protection of the level 3 horde, the 2 enraged level 4 beasts would be much easier to handle. Wielding a giant blade hundreds of meters long, Li Fan struck the 2 level 4 beasts countless times, wounding them repeatedly before the battle finally ended. By then, they had retreated to the deep waters 1,000 meters offshore. Li Fan didn't continue fighting. He soared into the sky, withdrew his giant form, took a deep breath, and looked at the beast horde below. If they tried to land again, he would drive them back once more. After 1 or 2 more attempts, they would understand. Why didn't you kill some of the level 3 beasts if you couldn't kill the level 4 ones? Beyonce and Yunuanyuan couldn't understand. They didn't believe Li Fan would show mercy to mutated beasts. They're a single group. Killing too many would make them desperate. I already killed them in the simulation, but I couldn't finish them all. If I exhausted myself, they might kill me instead, Li Fan explained. So you're just trying to drive them away? Beyonce seemed surprised by his approach. Knowing his strength, she didn't even ask if the 2 of them together could handle it. She already knew the answer. Yeah. If they try to land again, I'll drive them away once more. They'll get the message eventually, Li Fan nodded. Sure enough, as expected, the 2 level 4 mutant sea beasts led their group toward the shore again. But this time, Li Fan didn't even let them land. He flew down and drove them back hundreds of meters. There was no choice. In deep water, he was at a disadvantage. It was already impressive that he wasn't overwhelmed by their counterattacks. Fortunately, the sea beasts seemed to have developed some intelligence. Although their intelligence wasn't high, they understood the basic intent. After pausing for a while, they finally turned and headed south. Li Fan glanced at Yunuanyuan beside him. She looked amazed, but not particularly inspired. It seemed witnessing the battle didn't help her breakthrough. So he no longer had much hope for the 50 level 3 mutants watching from the distant mountain ridge. He figured he hadn't found the right method for their breakthrough. Level 3 beast cores alone probably weren't enough. But when he brought Beyonce and Yunuanyuan back to them, he underestimated humanity's creativity. One of the men, now a bloody, hulking figure nearly twice his original size, had become a level 4 mutant. When Li Fan asked what had happened, he learned the man had swallowed 5 level 3 mutant beast cores in one go. The overwhelming energy had almost blown him apart, but it turned him into a towering, 3-meter-tall giant. Li Fan examined his condition and confirmed that the man, through sheer luck, had broken through to become a level 4 mutant. But his gigantification ability seemed abnormal. Level 4 mutant, Hurinjong, 0%. Gigantification, abnormal 20 times. Strength, 100 tons. Speed, Mach 1. Loyalty, 80. Status, hungry. What surprised Li Fan was his loyalty value, not loyalty to the Dragon Kingdom, but personal loyalty to him. By now, Li Fan had many people with good relationships with him. Zhang Xingwen, Li Jianfeng, Dong Ruigua, and others all had loyalty values above 80. He hadn't paid much attention to this before, but now he felt it was necessary to cultivate the loyalty of those whose strength was gradually catching up. He couldn't keep doing everything himself. Besides this lucky Hurinjong, a few others who attempted the breakthrough failed and died, their bodies bursting. Li Fan realized that the method for breaking through to level 4 mutants in the Shadow Illusion realm was likely the same. But there should be other ways to increase the success rate, like evolution liquid. He decided to give it a try. Alright, I'll take you all back first. Report everything as it happened, and I'll come to see you later. This might be the way to break through to level 4 mutants. Without waiting for their reply, Li Fan took them all into his small world and flew with Beyonce and Yunuanyuan back to Chonling Base, then used the base's teleportation gate to return to Wangjing City Base. After handing them over, he noticed a few new young women serving tea. He simply nodded at them before returning to Luoxiang Mountain Base. Now it was time to focus on cultivating level 3 evolution liquid. Although various bases had been collecting resources, there weren't many level 3 evolution plants. After all, these plants didn't move, and most were collected and consumed by animals or people when they were still level 1 or level 2. Li Fan believed that level 4 evolution plants might become mobile due to a qualitative change. But for now, each base had wood attribute ability users cultivating evolution plants.
Level 1 and Level 2 plants were available at each base, and their evolution liquid was used for awakening and evolution.
But this was far less convenient than directly duplicating beast cores. Li Fan went to all 18 bases but didn't find any level 3 evolution plants, leaving him a bit disappointed. It seemed that because he had never paid attention to them before, he had nothing ready now that he needed them. In the following period, Li Fan focused on urging various regions to search for level 3 and level 4 evolution plants to obtain evolution liquid, hoping to use it to enhance the breakthrough process. Since the success rate of breakthroughs was too low and failures resulted in immediate body explosions, he temporarily wouldn't use it on his family members. The childbirths continued, but the number of children born did not bring any rewards like the number of conquered targets. But Li Fan wasn't surprised. He had already gained enough rewards, and now it was fine to maintain steady growth. On the 356th day of the apocalypse, Beyoncé also successfully broke through to become a level 5 mutant without any mishaps. However, her attributes were far inferior to Li Fan's. Her full attributes were only 6,000 points, her speed and strength were a level below his, and her gigantification was only 600 times. This was likely due to the inherent differences between the three hosts. Over a month, Li Fan and the Dragon Kingdom found more than 10 level 3 evolution plants, obtaining dozens of portions of evolution liquid. Evolution liquid could be continuously harvested through cultivation, meaning it could now be used alongside mutant beast cores to attempt breakthroughs. With a successful breakthrough example, many mutants eager to become stronger were excited about this opportunity and weren't afraid of death. In the end, Li Fan and the Dragon Kingdom leaders decided to have 10 people try it first. Level 3 mutants were still rare, and they couldn't afford to waste them without confirming the benefits. Li Fan had no objections. If it were up to him, he would have as many people as possible try it. After all, he could mass-produce level 3 mutants. He just needed to find people who weren't afraid of failure or death. It was already the apocalypse who would fear death when there was a chance to become stronger. He suddenly thought of the remaining people from the island country, Japan. Since the Dragon Kingdom still had some left, he could bring them in for waste utilization. As long as he continuously improved the breakthrough rate and reduced casualties, he could build a team of level 4 mutants. In the future, he wouldn't have to handle everything himself. Meanwhile, the family members could continue to be trained and grow. These people couldn't just keep finding women and supplies for him. That would be somewhat wasteful. At the Wangjing City base, the 10 selected level 3 mutant guards took the evolution liquid and mutant beast cores very seriously. With determined eyes, they swallowed them without hesitation. The effects seemed slow. They didn't react as quickly as those who directly consumed 3 or more level 3 mutant beast cores. It took a full hour before one of them began to flush red, his face showing pain as he clenched his teeth to suppress his screams. Soon, the other 9 also showed various abnormal reactions. But their symptoms were different. 3 people turned completely red, writhing in pain. 2 people turned pale as snow, their bodies trembling violently. 4 people had bulging veins, blood seeping out. 1 person clutched his head, rolling on the ground. It seemed the breakthrough process varied depending on the type of natural awakening a mutant had. Compared to the previous attempt where 1 succeeded and 4 died explosively, this time, out of 10, 7 failed, and 3 succeeded. The 7 who failed all died, but their deaths were not as gruesome as bursting bodies, though still extremely painful. All 3 who succeeded were enhancement-type awakened mutants. Seeing this, Li Fan and the Dragon Kingdom leaders realized that future candidates for level 4 breakthroughs should only be enhancement-type mutants. Other types likely couldn't pass this barrier. They regretted their initial recklessness, losing 7 level 3 mutants for nothing. However, having 3 out of 4 enhancement-type mutants succeed was a high and satisfactory success rate. At this rate, the remaining 37 portions of evolution liquid could potentially produce 28 successful level 4 mutants. But there might not be 37 enhancement-type level 3 mutants left, so they needed to ask Li Fan for more mutant beast cores to specifically cultivate them. This was also Li Fan's plan. After all, the mutants trained by the Dragon Kingdom would ultimately develop loyalty to him. The effect was the same as if he trained them himself, but with less time and effort on his part. After finalizing the plan to cultivate mutants, the Dragon Kingdom leaders directly brought up the topic of Li Fan taking in more women. Comrade Shaoli, we all know about your situation. Since women can make you stronger, we all hope you will continue to grow. So we want to entrust some of our younger relatives, who admire you, for you to take care of. This will also strengthen our mutual relationship. Li Fan was direct. I misunderstood before. No matter what, I will protect the Dragon Kingdom from harm. Since we're being open, I'll be straightforward too.
You can strengthen our relationship by entrusting your younger relatives to me, but it must be according to my rules. The leaders originally wanted to negotiate some conditions, but seeing each other's expressions, they decided to follow Li Fan's arrangements. If he refused again, they would lose the chance to strengthen their relationship. Given their friendly relationship, once their people entered Li Fan's household, many things would naturally become easier to handle. Previously, Li Fan worried about these issues, but now he had figured it out. No matter what, he would help the Dragon Kingdom through this crisis. So why bother caring about how much or how little he was involved? As long as he didn't take these women too seriously, everything would be fine. Women cause trouble, act out, or stir chaos only when they take themselves too seriously or are treated too seriously by others. In Li Fan's place, they would realize they were just women, nothing more. After settling the matter, Li Fan led 18 women back to Luoshan Mountain Base. He had met these 18 women before in the base, all having approached him as secretaries or tea servers. However, out of these 18, only 3 met the system's selection criteria, a surprisingly low ratio. Li Fan didn't mention this. After all, he no longer relied on conquering women for rewards. His main focus now was on having children. Each woman could give birth to 3 children at a time, providing +3 to all attributes. With the pregnancy period drastically shortened by up to 80 days, it was a far better approach than conquest. 1 birth per year meant that his nearly 8,000 women across 18 bases could give him thousands of attribute points annually. The math was almost ridiculous. But now he wondered, if he only increased his basic attributes like this, would it be possible to reach the speed of light and leave this star system? Maybe the system knew the answer. Coincidentally, the younger women sent by those old men happened to be exactly 18. Were they hoping he would assign them to the 18 bases to help him manage them? Their calculations were so precise, ringing like an abacus. But Li Fan didn't care. He kept them at Luoshan Mountain Base for now. To him, women were just tools with thoughts. That night, he planted seeds in all of them, triplets each, just waiting for them to give birth in 7 months. Time passed quietly in this cycle of planting seeds, giving birth, and raising children. On the 365th day of the apocalypse, the number of family members reached 9,999. Seeing this number, Li Fan felt a bit nostalgic for the constant rewards the system used to give him. Unfortunately, the system had its limits, and rewards weren't infinite. Then again, his speed of acquiring women was too fast, almost like 10 pounds of meat for 1 woman. In the apocalypse, women were truly worthless. There was no need for feelings. He remembered many women who were traded here. When they saw him returning for meals, they would strip naked and sit on his lap in front of everyone without hesitation. Back then, and Yun and the others were stunned. Now, the atmosphere in the bases was a bit better. But Li Fan knew that if he held a meeting, most of the women would still be just as proactive. Women could be grateful and sensible too. Unfortunately, before the apocalypse, they were spoiled. Now, the apocalypse had taught them how to be proper women. Beyoncé was also pregnant with triplets. Lately, she had clear pregnancy reactions, becoming quieter but also more clingy to Li Fan, which was starting to annoy him. With so many women, he didn't like it when they clung to him, especially since most women were talkative and troublesome. And Jichin, Juan, and me, which one do you like more? No wonder people said pregnancy made women dumb. Beyoncé would never have asked such a silly question before. But now, clinging to Li Fan, she could ask this 100 times a day. Li Fan wasn't stupid, he knew how to give a smooth answer. I like you more. I've said it 800 times. Can't you just stay in the base and rest with the others instead of following me everywhere? Ugh. Covering her mouth and feeling nauseous, Beyoncé the next second would excitedly hug him, kiss his face, and cling to him, making his feeling of annoyance peak. Beyoncé was the only woman who would cling to him like this. Honestly, before the apocalypse, Li Fan once fantasized about this, cuddling with his future wife on the sofa, watching her being clingy while pregnant. Back then, the thought made him laugh like a fool. But now, surrounded by nearly 10,000 women, his mentality had unknowingly changed. All he thought about was becoming stronger. Obedient and sensible women were his support. Clingy and troublesome women were his obstacles. But Beyoncé was an exception. She was also a host, with a system connection function. She was like a charger for him. With her around, his energy was more abundant and his progress faster. So he tolerated her much more than others. Even though she was clingy and needy, Li Fan always went along with her. Li Fan's abilities were superhuman, but his inner thoughts were still human. At this moment, the two were checking the situation along the Dragon Kingdom's coastline amidst strong wind and heavy rain. In fact, Li Fan came out just to avoid the clingy Beyoncé. Unfortunately, this woman had no self-awareness and followed him, leaving him speechless. But with a spatial barrier, they were shielded from the wind and rain. Honey, let others do this kind of thing. You're always running around, so much trouble. Beyonce clung to Li Fan, resting her head on his chest, speaking softly. Li Fan was just putting on a show, already planning to go back. After all, he came out just to avoid her. But her clinginess was too persistent. Alright, then we'll go back. Where do you want to go? Let's go see the Ross Country base. There are so many Ross Country women waiting for you. Beyonce also knew that Li Fan was constantly conquering women and planting seeds. Across all the Dragon Kingdom bases, there were already around 3,000 babies. Even though she knew this was his way of becoming stronger, she would still occasionally make sarcastic comments to irritate him, but Li Fan didn't care about her real thoughts. He just went along. Alright, then we'll go to the Ross Country base and get you some more good sisters. Oof, Beyonce snorted but didn't say anything more. In a flash, they arrived at the Ross Country base. Now, his Ergo's Fort base was a well-known survivor base in Ross Country because it sold supplies. The bases in Buddha India Country, the Western Country, the Island Country, America, and Faegon Country were all famous survivor bases. Because of the wind, rain, and snow, zombies in this apocalypse were the most insignificant monsters, the lowest level of threat. They were basically mass-harvested creatures because Li Fan needed energy crystals, and zombies were the easiest to hunt. This formed a complete, self-sustaining supply chain. The tens of billions of zombies on Blue Star were enough to be hunted for a long time. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that global survivors were working for Li Fan. Entering the base's command room, there were many family members, women only, no men. Seeing Li Fan and Beyonce, they all stood up, faces full of expectation and joy. But they didn't swarm forward. Li Fan smiled and greeted them by name, making them even happier. Sometimes, women were really easy to satisfy. Just calling their names was enough to make them overjoyed. We'll have a meeting tonight. For now, keep busy. I'll take Beyonce out for a walk. After saying this, Li Fan took Beyonce to explore other areas of the base, leaving behind a group of excited women. Just the thought of the upcoming meeting made them feel hot. Now, every base had Dragon Kingdom women and 200 to 300 mutants. As long as there was no internal conflict, they were perfectly capable of self-defense. Preventing internal strife was also why Li Fan, and Yunyun, Xin Xinyan, and Yunuanyuan often traveled between the bases, just in case. Entering the fortress, Bela, Caitlina, and Dong Shuxiang immediately came to greet them, each performing Ross Country's customary hug and kiss ritual with Li Fan. Seeing this, Beyonce couldn't help muttering curses in a small language. Li Fan didn't mind, letting her vent as she wished. After that, things proceeded naturally. Every time they arrived at a base, Li Fan would spend several days without getting out of bed, receiving wave after wave of women. The title of Blue Star's Stallion was truly well-deserved. Rotating between the 18 bases took nearly 2 months for a full round. No wonder the women there were always so passionate. Under the management of Yunyun, Xin Xinyan, and Yunuanyuan, cheating was almost non-existent compared to having enough food and clothing. Humans weren't naturally promiscuous, it was the environment that shaped people differently. But even so, Li Fan couldn't possibly satisfy everyone in one visit, and there were always a few who missed their turn. After staying for 5 full days, Li Fan finally left the Ross Country base with Beyonce, who had become so jealous that her face was practically twisted. He planted another round of seeds in the new women, and his special energy value decreased even further. The speed at which he collected energy crystals could no longer keep up with his consumption. If this continued, he might have to pause his seed planting method of getting stronger. Li Fan was also a bit curious. It seemed that zombies in the apocalypse remained weak, even when submerged or frozen, without any signs of mutation. Could they also have a bottleneck? But that thought was just a fleeting curiosity, he couldn't care less if zombies evolved or not. Seeing that Beyonce was still sulking beside him, he hugged her and laughed, trying to comfort her. You were the one who wanted to come, and now you're the one who's mad. Where should we go next? I'll listen to you. I don't want to talk to you. Go away, do whatever you want. I'm going back to Findon. Beyonce pushed Li Fan away in annoyance. Li Fan was happy to hear that. He knew Beyonce's clinginess well. If he left her for 3 days, she would definitely find her way back to him. But 3 days of peace were better than nothing. Alright, I'll take you back to Wooding Mountain first. I also want to check on the evolution liquid cultivation. Level 3 evolution plants were too few and were only available at Luoxiang Mountain Base and Wooding Mountain Base. There, special elemental mutants tended to the plants and harvested evolution liquid, which was a strategic resource for human mutants. Wooding Mountain Base was the central command for all the bases, and all meat supplies were distributed from here. Occasionally, Li Fan would also hand over some mutant beast cores to An Yun for distribution to other bases. Unlike the other bases, where women got heated and excited at his arrival, the women at Wooding Mountain Base were especially well behaved, strictly managed by An Yun. Those who didn't behave were transferred to other bases. This led to a popular conspiracy theory among the women that Qin Xinyan, Yunuanyuan, and the others didn't live here because An Yun had outmaneuvered them and exiled them. It was clear that Dragon Kingdom women were the most imaginative group. Even in the apocalypse, they never forgot the drama stories they used to watch. Regardless, Li Fan valued An Yun and the other women who had been with him from the beginning. But with so many women, he couldn't possibly care for them all, which sometimes made him seem indifferent. "You're back?" An Yun was busy summoning cows and horses for people to butcher when she saw Li Fan. The bloody scene made Beyoncé feel nauseous. Covering her mouth, she left with a quick goodbye, heading to Li Fan's big house. "She's been too clingy lately. I couldn't take it and went to Ross Country. She's been sulking ever since. If you have time, comfort her a bit." Li Fan quickly explained the situation, then got to the point. "Keep an eye on the evolution liquid cultivation. When we're sure it can guarantee a 100% breakthrough, we'll let our family use it. For now, keep supplying it to Wangjing City Base." He made his arrangements and was ready to leave, but An Yun grabbed his arm. Her gaze said everything. It had been almost a month since they last spent time together. It was normal for her to have needs too. But this time lasted longer than Li Fan expected, 3 whole days. And Yun even called for help, rallying many sisters to deal with him together. It seemed she also wanted to quickly get closer to her sisters, using Li Fan as a tool for bonding. When Li Fan finally left, he noticed that the women around An Yun were even more numerous. He finally understood the two-way nature of things. He saw women as tools to grow stronger, but they saw him as a tool to secure food, clothing, and safety. If he were in their place, he would probably make the same choice. After all, even before the apocalypse, there were plenty of men saying, "Baby, I don't want to work hard." But most ordinary men couldn't get what they wanted. Leaving the base, Li Fan headed to the coast. The coastline had already advanced close to Chongling City, extending 300 to 400 kilometers inland. The land was being slowly swallowed by the sea. With the endless rain, this situation wasn't going to stop, only worsen. In Changling City Base, aside from the women who belonged to Li Fan, other island country women were assigned to the Dragon Kingdom men in the base. Some were even distributed to newly recruited survivors. The survivors from Nanwan Prefecture, totaling around 2 million, were relocated to various places in the Dragon Kingdom. Only a few remained in Changling City because most people knew the rising waters could drown even more land. Most survivors chose to move further inland. Li Fan's 4 coastal bases also needed to be relocated to higher inland areas. It had been 2 months since White Guard and Black Guard last fought. Li Fan was worried something had happened to them, so he often went out to look around. He also increased the supply of mutant beast cores to Dragon Kingdom's mutants, hoping they could reach level 4 soon to face the next wave of oceanic threats. Humans knew very little about the ocean, and Li Fan didn't know if there were even more terrifying creatures beyond the mutant beasts. Like those abyssal monsters from movies, each with the power to destroy the world, causing chaos just by appearing. And if whales mutated to gigantic sizes, how many of them could Blue Star even contain? Just thinking about it gave Li Fan a headache, making him feel small. Another fruitless day. Returning to Changling City Base, night had fallen. Masao Chio and the others were eating. When they saw Li Fan enter, they were stunned. After making sure it was him, they quickly put down their bowls and knelt in greeting. This was a special custom for island country women, one they had grown used to. What happened next cannot be described in detail. By the time dawn broke, the faint sound of women's screams could still be heard. And so, the entire base knew that the man like a killing god had arrived. For the people of the island nation, Li Fan was nothing short of a pure harbinger of death. Every surviving island nation resident knew that he had almost wiped out most of the remaining island nation men on Blue Star and seized many of the surviving island nation women. Some lived in the round fortress within the base, some were distributed among the men in the base, and others became playthings, traded from one person to another. Wherever Li Fan appeared, the women of the island nation would be 3 times more obedient than usual. But in truth, Li Fan had never actually killed an island nation woman. The ones who killed island nation women were the women themselves, like Masao Chio and Mitsui Takako. For instance, the island nation women that Li Fan had ordered to be locked up were starved and left to die of thirst by Masao Chio and the others. After breakfast, Li Fan reviewed the personnel information of the entire base. Recalling the matter of level 4 mutants,
he thought it was a good idea to let these island nation women give it a try. I plan to train some level 4 mutants. But when level 3 mutants attempt to break through to level 4, some will fail and die. You can select some people to try. That way, you'll have more power to protect yourselves in the future. Hearing this, Masao Chiyo and the others knelt down gratefully. Thank you, Master, for nurturing us. We will do our best to assist you. The customs of the island nation were somewhat like the ancient Dragon Kingdom, and Li Fan didn't bother to correct them. They could call him whatever they wanted, say whatever they wanted, as long as they didn't cause trouble. Seeing them agree, Li Fan handed Masao Chiyo 1,000 level 1 mutant beast cores. Start by having people awaken. Strengthening type abilities have a higher success rate for breaking through to level 4. Select suitable people from the base to train, and I will check again in half a month. Oh, and take good care of the children. Li Fan reminded her before leaving. After Li Fan left, a woman next to Masao Chiyo whispered something in island language, and Masao Chiyo slapped her immediately. Takako, don't speak island language again. Do you want me to kill you too? She warned sternly. Masao Takako was Masao Chiyo's younger cousin. Being young, she wasn't as restrained as the other women and would sometimes mutter complaints. Since she was one of Masao Chiyo's people, many turned a blind eye to her behavior, which made her even more reckless. She even dared to openly violate the ban in front of so many people. If someone reported this behind her back, the Masao family's position would be in great jeopardy, something that could be decided by just one thought or word from Li Fan. The island nation women were anything but united. Mitsui Takako, Kozumi Yumiko, Miyamoto Noriko, and others were all waiting for an opportunity to bring down the Masao family and take over. The more dangerous the situation, the more important it was to protect oneself and unchanging truth throughout history. Staring at the box of beast cores before her, Masao Chiyo quickly gathered Mitsui Takako, Kozumi Yumiko, Miyamoto Noriko, and others to discuss selecting candidates. They didn't even need to look for other island nation women. They already had nearly 2,000 women here, and none of them had been bound with secondary systems by Li Fan. They had always gathered their own resources to awaken. Now, with this opportunity, they naturally wouldn't waste it on outsiders. Many island nation men were dead, but as long as they survived, the island nation could not be considered completely destroyed. This was a thought deeply buried in the hearts of every island nation woman. Not even Li Fan's mind reading could fully grasp their thoughts. This was also why he always treated them differently. People who had lost their country would never willingly accept it. Given the slightest hope, they would certainly stir up trouble. He gave them this opportunity because he felt the current situation outside was relatively stable. Even if they caused a disturbance, he could easily suppress them. But it might not be so easy in the future. This was also why he had removed Xiao Hui and the others, leaving only the women to manage the space. It was best to deal with unstable factors early on. Besides, he didn't lack women. There was no need to take risks. In the massive conference room, Masao Chiyo quickly gathered 1,000 unawakened island nation women alongside Mitsui Takako, Kozumi Yumiko, and Miyamoto Noriko. Among them were many pregnant island nation women. The master has just given us 1,000 mutant beast cores. I want you all to gain greater strength so you can protect yourselves and your children while serving the master better. Each of you will take 1 core. After awakening, those with strengthening type abilities will stay. The rest can leave. The success rate of awakening with beast cores was very high, and it was fast. Moreover, failures didn't result in death. 1/3 of them awakened with strengthening type abilities, but Masao Chiyo didn't do anything further. She simply waited quietly for Li Fan's return. Meanwhile, Li Fan traveled between various bases. Due to the shortage of special energy, he temporarily stopped planting seeds and focused only on conquering new women. Even so, within 7 days, his full attributes increased by several hundred points. And as he expected, Beyoncé came clinging to him again on the 4th day. Her constant clinginess made Li Fan a bit annoyed, but he kept up appearances. On top of that, the long-absent White Guard and Black Guard gave him a sense of impending danger. When he returned to Changling City base, he saw 350 strengthening-type mutants and was slightly stunned. He hadn't made it clear, and Masao Chiyo had used all the beast cores for awakening at once. But it didn't matter. He began giving them beast cores to train for level 4. He maintained contact with Wangjing City base, which now had 18 level 4 mutants. Together, they could easily handle 3 to 5 level 3 mutant beasts. Recently, they hadn't needed to call on Li Fan for help with scattered level 3 mutant beast landings. Food supply pressure also eased accordingly. Li Fan visited Changling City base every 7 days to monitor their progress and provide the necessary beast cores. Seeing that the island nation women were evolving normally,
he began training mutants on a large scale at other bases as well. There would be significant casualties among those attempting to reach level 4, so he didn't want to make it widespread just yet. In just 3 months, he cultivated thousands of level 3 mutants. This showed that with enough resources, it was entirely possible to mass-produce mutants. By this time, his family members had reached 26,872 people, including over 10,000 unborn children. The Dragon Kingdom now had 22 level 4 mutants and 1,368 level 3 mutants. In neighboring Ross Country, there were 6 level 4 mutants and 462 level 3 mutants. Overall, they were now capable of dealing with scattered level 3 mutant beasts on their own. But if a group of over 10 appeared, they still had to rely on Li Fan. Aside from the threat of mutant behemoths, humanity also faced natural disasters such as hurricanes, earthquakes, tsunamis, and volcanic eruptions. Particularly during tsunamis, waves of mutant sea beasts would attack alongside the natural disaster, forcing human mutants to retreat step by step. In such situations, human mutants were at an absolute disadvantage. Even someone as powerful as Li Fan could only avoid the brunt of the disaster, waiting for the tsunamis to pass before dealing with the occupying mutant beast swarms. Human survivors began to rapidly decrease due to these disasters. In any affected area, even mutants could not escape the fate of disappearing or dying. Beyond the immense impact of tsunamis, hurricanes, earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, and landslides also erupted frequently across Blue Star. Compared to these natural disasters, the previous storms, rain, and snow seemed like child's play. Li Fan's various bases also suffered varying degrees of damage. The underground base in the west was destroyed by an earthquake. By the time Li Fan detected it and relocated it, about 20 to 30% of the people inside had died. The Feigan base was also struck by an earthquake. Fortunately, the underground rock layer was not as solid as the one in the western underground base. Otherwise, this base would likely have suffered a fatal blow. Most of the bases in the Dragon Kingdom were located on mountain slopes, and they also experienced varying levels of damage. But thankfully, the Dragon Kingdom's infrastructure technology had always been world-class, so repairs were not too difficult. Ross Country was hit the hardest, suffering massive avalanches and rift valleys. The loss of survivors was far greater than in the Dragon Kingdom. Coupled with an already low population, survivors became even more scarce after these continuous natural disasters. The ocean country was completely overrun by natural disasters and mutant beasts. Its original landmass of millions of square kilometers was reduced to a few high-altitude areas, which were eventually overrun by mutant beasts, wiping out the remaining survivors. Fortunately, Li Fan had relocated the base there to Qingzhang Prefecture in the Dragon Kingdom ahead of time, avoiding any loss of life. On the other side of the ocean, countries like Megway and Maple Leaf Nation also suffered varying degrees of devastation. Megwa's base was located close to the coast, and Li Fan had no choice but to relocate it to the highlands in the central region of Megwa. Otherwise, he would have had to move it back to the Dragon Kingdom. But Li Fan naturally did not want to move it back to the Dragon Kingdom. The number of Dragon Kingdom bases had already increased from 8 to 10. If another large-scale disaster struck, he might have to relocate the other 3 underground bases from the west to the Dragon Kingdom as well. After all, most of the survivors in the Western world had almost killed each other off, leaving little worth paying attention to except for some resources. When the frequent natural disasters finally subsided, the second wave of extreme cold arrived. It was the second winter of the apocalypse. By this time, the number of Li Fan's family members had reached 32,817, including over 3,000 unborn children. Across all his bases, the total number of family members who had died was under 5,000. The total number of survivors in the Dragon Kingdom had fallen below 20 million. Across Blue Star, fewer than 50 million survivors remained. These continuous natural disasters, along with the invasion of mutant beasts and sea monsters, dealt a devastating blow to humanity, once the dominant species on Blue Star. However, the Dragon Kingdom now had 121 level 4 mutants and over 10,000 level 3 mutants. Among them, 11 level 4 mutants could hold off an equal number of level 4 mutant beasts, a sign of rapid progress. It seemed that actual combat was indeed the fastest way to train mutants. Neighboring Ross Country also had 36 level 4 mutants and over 3,000 level 3 mutants. Overall, the strength of human mutants had grown significantly. But they were still at a disadvantage compared to the vast, endless ocean of mutant sea creatures. Inside the bases, everything was calm. But Li Fan felt increasingly restless, and this unease had begun to affect the harmony of his family. Initially, he thought he would break through to level 6 within 3 months. But now, more than 5 months had passed, his full attributes had almost reached 30,000, and his evolution rate had been stuck at 99.9%. Yet, he still hadn't made the breakthrough to become a level 6 mutant as he had imagined. Even Beyonce had surpassed 10,000 in attributes, with an evolution rate of 90%, almost catching up to him. And the only one who knew how to solve this situation, the White Guard, had been missing for more than 7 months, along with the Black Guard. This sense of frustration led Li Fan to spend more and more time among the ever-expanding mutant beast territories. He hoped that real combat might help him break through, but it didn't work. So Li Fan realized that to untie the knot, he had to find the one who tied it, the system's incarnation as the White Guard. Only then could he learn how to continue improving his strength. The territory of the Dragon Kingdom had now shrunk by more than half. The coastal regions up to 500 kilometers inland were submerged by water. Even Wangjing City wasn't spared. The Dragon Kingdom's government had relocated to Wanxi Prefecture, near Sichuan Prefecture. Leadership was no longer solely in the hands of the old officials. Level 4 mutants now held some decision-making power, but Li Fan didn't intervene. Had it not been for these loyal level 4 mutants protecting the old leaders during their migration to Wanxi Prefecture, some of them might have been left behind in Wangjing City forever. So the transfer of power went relatively smoothly. At Luoxiang Mountain Base, the younger female relatives of these leaders still hoped Li Fan would continue to support them. But Li Fan had no interest in getting involved. He knew that the loyalty of these level 4 mutants had already reached over 90%, a level even most of the women in his family hadn't reached. He clearly understood what this meant. But he had no desire for that kind of power. His current life was already free and unrestricted, with no need for an official title. Besides, he had a faint feeling that breaking through to level 6 might bring about a true transformation, perhaps even solving the age-old question of human lifespan. Even now, as a level 5 mutant with nearly 30,000 in full attributes, Li Fan still feared death. But if he reached level 6, he might become truly invincible on Blue Star, with no one able to kill him. With his strength, he would likely live far beyond a century. He might even live to see the new world 100 years after the apocalypse. And if the White Guard's words were true, with a vast cosmos full of starfield civilizations, then he might travel through the light chain to the Yuanqi star system mentioned by the White Guard, learning even more profound Yuanqi techniques. Truly becoming immortal, like the system, eternal and undying. White Guard, Black Guard, where exactly have you gone? Standing in the blizzard, Li Fan looked at the gloomy sky, hoping to see a distant place he had never reached and find any trace of them. Beneath him, the ocean was filled with the floating corpses of a group of mutant behemoths. The only truly peaceful place on the entire Blue Star is the Dragon Nation region protected by Li Fan. The mutated giant beasts and marine creatures are not stupid. They know where there are beings they cannot provoke and where they can act recklessly. Now, most of the land on Blue Star is occupied by giant beasts, and the few survivors living on this land are merely hanging on by a thread, inevitably facing the fate of being suddenly crushed to death by a giant claw falling from the sky. As time passes, the ocean area expands daily, the land area shrinks, human living space is compressed, and the human population continues to decline. In the spring of the third year of the apocalypse, Li Fan's family had grown to 35,980 members, with fewer than 1,000 unborn children. At the same time, the rate of collecting women dropped for the first time, with only 700 or 800 new women added during the entire cold season. This was because, in addition to the sharp decline in the number of survivors in the Dragon Nation, the populations of other countries also declined again, and the total number of survivors on Blue Star was now less than 30 million. The living environment is extremely unfavorable for human survivors to continue living. It can be said that, apart from Li Fan's family members who can conceive, give birth, and ensure their baby's survival, only a very small number of other humans can have offspring and manage to raise them. Humans have always had to go through the processes of birth, aging, illness, and death, so the decline in the human population is foreseeable, and it is unlikely to increase again. The leadership of the Dragon Nation at the Anchi Mansion base has changed, with many of the older generation leaders unable to survive the harsh cold of over 100 degrees below zero due to age, changes in medical care, living conditions, and weather. Many of the elderly and young survivors of the Dragon Nation also did not survive the severe cold. Those who survived were either mutants or young and strong adults. At this moment, in Li Fan's large room at the family base in Wooding Mountain, 17 management members from the base, including An Yunyan, Qin Yanqing, Yunuanyuan, Beyonce, Xiao Wei, Zhu Ting, Li Xioma, and Masao Chio, were present, discussing with Li Fan about the bleak future. This was also the first time that Masao Chio and Mitsui Takako, the three women from the island nation, had come to the family base. Saito Ryana was the only exception. As a massive mobile warehouse, she frequently came here. Resources for heating like coal, oil, firewood, and gas are all limited, and with the ocean expanding and the land shrinking, some previously stored areas have been submerged. Without professional personnel and technology, we can hardly access them. The energy crisis had no impact on the Wooding Mountain base because the family base only needed to consume special energy values exchanged from energy crystals to operate smoothly. However, other bound bases were not system-produced but merely bound for use, and energy was indeed a problem. Maybe there wouldn't be an issue for 3 to 5 years, but in 10 years or so, there would definitely be problems. After all, those who established the shelter bases before could never have imagined the current severe natural disasters. During the cold period, heating could not be interrupted at all, otherwise, the indoor temperature would drop sharply, and a large number of ordinary survivors would freeze to death. Even with uninterrupted heating, the indoor temperature was still below zero, and if one didn't keep warm properly, even a slight negligence could lead to a life-threatening cold. In such weather, a cold could be fatal. Moreover, the survivors were mostly using supplies from before the apocalypse. In these 3 years of the apocalypse, aside from some minor recovery of indoor farming, other production was almost non-existent, barely supplying the top people, let alone ordinary survivors. If not for the fact that the meat of mutated giant beasts and creatures was edible, even more people would have died. As for the quality of pre-apocalypse supplies, leaving that aside, at least life was comfortable and warm back then, but now even the warmth is questionable. Many supplies were also recovered from submerged areas after the apocalypse, collected and brought to various bases. Therefore, this severe cold is undoubtedly a massive challenge for human survival. The result is clear: humanity could not withstand this extreme weather, and survivors died in waves. Besides energy, supplies like clothing and bedding are also decreasing. If we cannot replenish production, in the future, wearing a good piece of clothing or covering with a good blanket will become a luxury. There's also the problem of food for infants and young children. Many women's thinking has not changed even now. They are too well protected by you and are still thinking about feeding their children formula and nutritional products. Li Fan glanced at Xiao Hui, who spoke with a sarcastic tone, then at Zhu Ting, who was becoming increasingly capable by her side, as well as other base managers with whom he was somewhat familiar. Masao Chio and the other 2 women from the island nation were the quietest, not saying a word and listening obediently. Others whispered to each other, but only Yun Yun and the others spoke loudly and voiced their opinions. He was not some shrewd, decisive figure. When it came to such matters, he just listened. He would solve the problems he could, leave the unsolvable ones for them to figure out, and if they couldn't, he would leave them for those causing the problems to resolve. Xiao Hui's sarcastic remarks were just out of jealousy that he treated the women of the Lingfu community better while neglecting her and a few others like Zhu Ting. Li Fan didn't pay her sarcasm any mind, as long as she didn't harbor malicious thoughts. He could tolerate a few snide remarks. Except for being slightly better to Yun Yun and Qin Yanqing, he treated most others equally. It was just that Xiao Hui and the others were overthinking. As for infants and young children, can we raise them all here instead of separating them across the bases? After all, the teleportation gates of the bases make it convenient to visit. Let the mothers come to live here for a few days and see their children from time to time. With fewer and fewer survivors on Blue Star and even fewer newborns, perhaps one day only we will be able to raise children. For the future, should we consider collecting some infants and young children from outside and raising them here? This suggestion came from the beautiful Miru Shuang. After over a year of management experience, she had become more dignified and radiant, with the demeanor of a leader. Her words made many people look at her in a new light because they knew such words would offend many mothers. Every family woman had given birth to at least one child, and with enhanced reproduction functions, some even had triplets. Li Fan did not agree to raise all the children here. However, he did consider the idea of collecting children from other places, because all his children were daughters. Even after enhancing the reproductive function and the offspring function, he only had daughters without exception. This was somewhat bizarre, but there was nothing he could do except accept it. After hearing Miru Shuang's words, he thought it would be possible to find some children of the same age or slightly older to be raised as future sons-in-law. Thinking further, he felt a headache. Given his super reproductive ability, his daughters would only increase, but there might not be enough males of the same age as his daughters. By then, wouldn't it mean that one male from outside could marry several of his daughters? Li Fan quickly stopped his wild thoughts. Thinking further would only depress him. Children and grandchildren will have their own blessings. I don't need to worry about them enjoying life. Moreover, he had not yet reached level 6 mutant, and his mood had been extremely gloomy recently. Every day, apart from killing mutant giant beasts, he was just fooling around in various bases, slightly relieving his frustration. He went most frequently to Changlin City base, where the women from the island nation were more carefree, and he didn't feel bad if they got hurt. However, since he didn't actively strengthen propagation, no one got pregnant. His infertility problem remained unchanged. Without using the system's abilities, he couldn't make women normally pregnant. Planting seeds was just a waste. This trapped him in a vicious cycle, feeling frustrated for not reaching level 6, venting his frustration on women, being reminded of his infertility, feeling even more depressed, then going out to kill mutant giant beasts and creatures. Adding to this were the missing white guards and black guards, leaving his frustration unresolved and unanswered. If Li Fan were someone who pursued perfection or overthought things, he might have already driven himself crazy by now. So in the following days, he switched to a stress-free mode, entering a new stage of letting go in the apocalypse. Every day, he would collect supplies, play cards, and watch the daily life of the women in the bases, even losing interest in going out to hunt mutant giant beasts. Surprisingly, this life was actually quite fun, much better than lying alone on a sofa playing on his phone before the apocalypse. The behavior of the women in different bases was mostly the same. When they saw Li Fan, they would circle around him. With a quick use of mind reading, he knew their thoughts, but he ignored them, just watching and thinking. Only at night would he let them get what they wanted. The absurdity of his life was beyond description, and even the daily routine was the ultimate fantasy for a man, indescribable. Amid this daily life, the third rainy season and natural disasters of the apocalypse arrived. After the previous series of natural disasters, survivors had greatly increased their crisis awareness, immediately relocating at the slightest sign of danger. Therefore, this time, the disasters like tsunamis, hurricanes, earthquakes, landslides, and land subsidence were not as catastrophic as before, but they still caused massive damage. Land subsidence caused land fractures, splitting major plates, with the widest breaks stretching 1,000 miles, filled by glacial seawater. Landslides nearly wiped out mountains. One word to describe Blue Star after this disaster: upheaval. True upheaval. Land had completely changed. Changes that once were predicted to take hundreds or thousands of years were now happening just in the third year of the apocalypse, the second great disaster. Li Fan thought of the system's words about humanity having 100 years to recuperate. With such immense power at work, Blue Star might be reshuffled long before a century, with heaven and earth transformed. By then, who knew how many human survivors would remain? Due to Li Fan's recent indifferent attitude, the number of new family members in each base increased again. Many new members finally experienced the abundant supplies and comfortable living environment in Li Fan's bases and understood why female survivors, knowing he had tens of thousands of women, still desperately wanted to join. Compared to the shelters and bases outside, the 18 bases under Li Fan's control were undoubtedly the safest, warmest, and most privileged places. Even within governments of various countries, many people were sending their wives and daughters to these bases. In just half a year, Li Fan's family members surged again, exceeding 100,000, including more than 30,000 unborn children. Across Blue Star, the total number of newborns likely didn't even match the number Li Fan alone had fathered. No wonder the system that bound to him was called the Family Reproduction System. The system truly had a keen eye, finding a man like Li Fan, who loved to sow seeds and have children, among the vast human population. Li Fan was now too lazy to even monitor his attributes. As long as he couldn't break through to level 6 mutant, it didn't matter. However, in reality, he had escaped the fate of being enslaved by the blackguards and the illusion of Yin deficiency. Although humanity's population was small, they still struggled to survive. The monsters created by the blackguards never appeared in the real world, proving that the white guards had indeed stopped them. But thinking about it, both the white guards and blackguards had been missing for more than a year, and no one knew what happened. Sometimes, Li Fan thought about jumping out of Blue Star to see the outside world, but he never did. He always felt there would come a day when he would be guided to leave Blue Star, rather than leaving on an impulse. While sleeping among the women, Li Fan suddenly opened his eyes, feeling a mysterious guiding force within him. He remembered the world power, dimensional barriers, and similar concepts mentioned in many novels and TV shows. He vaguely felt that the disappearance of the white guards and black guards might be related to this. Perhaps the 100 years of recuperation mentioned by the white guards was not a period for humans to recover but a time limit for invaders to break through Blue Star's world power, dimensional barrier, or similar mystical forces, like a seal or barrier. This thought seemed even more reasonable. What invader would allow its prey to breed freely for 100 years? Teleporting to the dark sky above the clouds, Li Fan seemed to see a faint, weak circle of colored light. It was definitely not an illusion but a real, existing light. Now able to walk in the air as if on solid ground, he approached the colored light,
feeling it closely, and sensed a similarity to the mysterious guiding force he had felt in his heart. It seemed the ancient belief that great power exists between heaven and earth was not without reason. When Li Fan reached out to touch the colored light, he clearly felt it surging into his body. The long-standing bottleneck that prevented him from breaking through to level 6 mutant finally began to loosen. Compared to his previous breakthroughs, this one was clearly different. Li Fan could clearly feel his consciousness leaving his body, spreading over the colored light covering Blue Star. With just a thought, he could see any place on Blue Star, like an all-seeing satellite camera. The snowstorms, oceans, and glaciers of Blue Star. The White Guard and Black Guard in the outer space beyond Blue Star were sitting in meditation at different locations, just like the cultivators in the novels he had read before. Seemingly alerted, they both opened their eyes, stood up, and headed towards Li Fan's location. When Li Fan withdrew his consciousness, he didn't even need to check to know that he had become a level 6 mutant, which he had always longed for. However, before he could even experience the mysterious transformation, the White Guard and Black Guard arrived together. The three of them stood in a triangle formation. The White Guard looked at Li Fan with joy and then glanced at the Black Guard. It seems you have attained transcendence. Your journey now lies beyond the star domain. But first, help me drive him away, and then I will take you to explore nearby star systems. Hearing this, the Black Guard did not retreat in fear but calmly responded, just him, a clueless and accidentally transcended one? White Guard, you're getting more and more unrealistic. If we can't kill you, we can at least drive you away. I get tired of seeing you guarding this place. You don't have to leave Blue Star, just use the colored light and direct it at the Black Guard. Together, we'll force him out of this star system and let him wander outside for a few years. The first part was directed at the Black Guard, while the latter was meant for Li Fan. Li Fan had already guessed this situation. The colored light of Blue Star might indeed possess some unknown power, which was why it forced the White Guard and Black Guard to stay outside in space. As for this term transcendent, his strength might not be worth mentioning in their eyes, but the colored light was clearly of a higher level. The strange thing was that Li Fan could use the colored light to break through and become what they called a transcendent, and he could even control the light. Now wasn't the time to think about this. Li Fan followed the White Guard's instructions, sinking his consciousness into the colored light like before and directing it towards the Black Guard. Although it was just for an instant, he truly felt the Black Guard pause when the light touched him. It was like a lag in a movie. Taking advantage of this momentary pause, the White Guard swiftly passed through the Black Guard's figure, appearing on the other side. Only then did the Black Guard retreat to a distant place. Have you thought it through? The power of the Light Realm is not something we can withstand right now. If I continue to erode you a few more times, your mind and body will be mine. The White Guard did not pursue but calmly issued another warning. Although Li Fan's consciousness could cause the Black Guard to pause, without the White Guard attacking him, it had little effect. The power of the Light Realm is at most 1 star distance. It's impossible to force me out of the star system, the Black Guard said, his whole body boiling with black mist, clearly angry but still stubborn. Then just leave by 1 star distance. I'm sick of seeing you, the White Guard replied smoothly, nodding as he looked at the Black Guard. Li Fan felt puzzled. He didn't understand why the White Guard would let the Black Guard go. Wasn't this just letting the enemy grow stronger? But as soon as the Black Guard retreated beyond Li Fan's sensory range of the vast starry sky, the White Guard's next words shocked him. Has he left your sensory range? The White Guard walked over to Li Fan and asked. Yes, I can't sense his location anymore. Chief, what is all this about? Why did you leave Blue Star? Why didn't you directly finish him off just now but let him escape? Li Fan directly asked his questions. The White Guard explained, every planet has a thriving life force. We call this the Light Realm. Conquering a planet means capturing its light realm. This light realm can revive any dead star, turning it into a life planet. Li Fan looked in shock at the swirling colored light around him. This light is the light realm? The life force of Blue Star? Yes. The light realm is also a type of domain rule. It has an energy limit inside it. For mutants, the limit is their energy. To go further and become a transcendent, you must step beyond it. But I never expected you could absorb light realm energy to become a transcendent and even control it. That is beyond our understanding, the White Guard explained truthfully. Didn't you just say you can capture the light realm? So why is it beyond your understanding that I can absorb and control it? Li Fan asked, puzzled. The White Guard continued, mutants, transcendent beings, and above them are Star Lords and Light Realm envoys. Normally, capturing a Light Realm requires at least a Star Lord. We've never heard of a mutant absorbing the Light Realm to become a transcendent, let alone one who can control it. At least, in our long history of conquering the endless star domains, it has never happened. He then added,
That's also why the black guard was scared away by my words. Otherwise, even if we are both transcendents, he could have temporarily fled rather than obediently retreating beyond a star distance. How far is 1 star distance? Is the star system you mentioned the same as the star system we know on Blue Star? Li Fan asked again, still confused. Not the same. 1 star distance is roughly the distance of an entire star system as you know it, but a star system in our Yuyun star domain is defined differently. A star system is a group of 10 life planets linked by light chains, which is far larger than you can imagine. And our star domain consists of dozens of such light chain star systems. Is the speed of a light chain faster than light speed? Yes, a light chain travels at 1,000,000,000 times the speed of light, nearly 1,000 times the largest unit you know, light years. Can light speed really stop time? Can light chains make one younger? I don't know if light speed can stop time. But a light chain can travel to any point in time on different life planets, allowing for both rejuvenation and rapid aging. Isn't that just like the time travel in our novels? So it really exists. Li Fan exclaimed in surprise. If nothing unexpected happens, all those so-called time travels were probably just our white guard and black guard systems setting up an advanced base. The fates of the future are all under the control of life planets governed by light chains. So you white guard and black guard systems are actually advanced scouts traveling through various star system planets? Li Fan looked at the white guard in sudden realization. So the golden finger systems in those novels were actually interstellar spies. By the way, do real cultivation stars exist? Li Fan asked, curious about something else. They do, but most of them are low-level, barely transcending the physical body without achieving soul transcendence or true immortality. Can I go see them? The light chain hasn't arrived, so you can't see them. I can't go either. So can I still return to Blue Star now? Why don't you try and find out? Smoothly returning to Blue Star, Li Fan felt like he had just woken from a dream. In that dream, he saw the black guard and the white guard and learned about concepts like the light realm, star distance, light chain, transcendence, rulers, and envoys, things he had never known before. He instinctively wanted to check his attribute panel, but it was gone. The attribute panel seemed to have disappeared, which immediately shocked him because it was directly related to the food supply for tens of thousands of family members. He tried to claim supplies as he used to, and while he could see a vast space filled with food, nothing appeared in front of him. He had no idea how to take the food out. Has something changed? Do I need to figure out how to unlock it? Li Fan thought to himself. Recalling the method of manipulating the colored light from before, his consciousness followed the vast space, and as expected, he entered the inner space. The food was still there, steaming with fragrance. This larger space was clearly his previous storage space. With his strength upgraded, it had become even more expansive, and his consciousness could now freely extend inside. As he explored, Li Fan discovered that this vast space was not just the previous storage space. It also combined a planting and breeding space. Even the previous limited-time small world for holding people was merged within. After exploring, Li Fan felt the entire space was divided into 4 parts: a fixed storage space, a planting space that accelerated plant growth, a breeding space that accelerated animal growth, and a scenic, livable small world with mountains, rivers, and beautiful landscapes. The supplies in the storage space were not inaccessible but were located in the innermost layer, requiring passage through the other 3 spaces to be accessed. The livable small world is now quite large. If there were no time limit, could I raise people inside it? Li Fan thought with excitement. He wasn't one to hesitate. Immediately, he woke up the woman beside him, asked her to get dressed, and tried placing her inside the small world. Similarly, the person sent in first appeared in the planting space, then passed through the breeding space, and finally arrived in the livable small world. Although the 4 spaces were now merged, they still seemed like separate grid spaces, requiring Li Fan to transfer people one by one. This was a problem. At the same time, Li Fan noticed that the time limit still existed, but it had been extended to 100 days, far longer than the previous 2-hour limit. This meant that people could now stay inside the small world for 100 days. It was now possible to relocate his family members there. But there was no rush. Li Fan decided to first figure out how to solve the problem of the semi-merged spaces. His first thought was the colored light outside Blue Star. This was Blue Star's life force. In other words, his small world lacked this life force light and was therefore dead, leading to various limitations. But how to apply the colored light to his spatial ability? He had no idea yet. Li Fan didn't bother asking the white guard, because it was already clear that his situation was unique. Aside from the major changes to his spatial ability, his 5 elemental powers had also evolved. He could now freely manipulate all things on Blue Star: mountains, rivers, trees, volcanoes, and minerals, like the creator of Blue Star.
His enhancement ability was also extraordinary. With the help of the colored light, he could merge with Blue Star, sensing everything happening on it. This included mutant creatures and hidden impending natural disasters. He even discovered 2 level 5 mutant giant beasts that had never appeared before, massive, supermassive creatures that seemed to occupy a small portion of the ocean. Any movement from them could trigger a massive tsunami. As for why they had never appeared, Li Fan guessed it was because of their limited mobility. With bodies so huge, moving even a little must be difficult. Before his transcendence, he might not have been able to deal with them. But now, those once unbeatable level 5 giants were just slightly larger monsters. Li Fan felt like the master of Blue Star. As for his special abilities, he still needed to explore them with an open mind. After some thinking, Li Fan figured out how to apply the colored light to his small world. He could absorb and manipulate the colored light. By drawing the light into his body and entering the small world, he could attach the light to it, potentially enhancing its life force. Following this idea, he acted. The colored light outside Blue Star visibly thinned, but Li Fan didn't care about the consequences. After all, Blue Star would eventually be invaded by aliens, so he didn't worry about its future. If he could fully activate his personal small world, making it mobile, it would be the true way to save Blue Star's survivors. So he had no regrets about draining Blue Star's life force. According to the White Guard, they often extracted this colored light, turning life planets into dead stars and using the light to resurrect dead stars, making them new life planets, part of the star chain. This meant the death and rebirth of a planet were just a matter of their will, not something to be sentimental about. After the recent cleansing by natural disasters, Blue Star's landscape would be completely transformed, becoming a world Li Fan wouldn't recognize, making him feel even less attached. As long as he could keep his family members safe, that would be enough. And with time, he could still save more people. Li Fan truly felt he was doing something great. Who would have thought that a once ordinary young man seeking strength would one day become a savior? Life was indeed unpredictable. As expected, the colored light could remain in the small world. As it was infused, the sky in the small world became brighter, and a wondrous scene of the sun and moon appearing together emerged. It turned out the sun and moon didn't necessarily have to be reflections from a star, they could be created. Perhaps the ancient legends of Pango splitting heaven and earth, transforming into mountains, rivers, sun, moon, and stars, were not just myths. Now, when he placed people inside the small world, there was no longer any sense of stiffness or delay, and the time limit had completely disappeared. The infusion of life force had truly revived this once dead land, proving the White Guard's words to be true. Li Fan now planned to move all his family members into the small world to start a new life. But there was a strange problem: the base relocation function could not directly transfer the entire base into the small world. So his plan to move the base there had to be postponed. He decided to first try moving a few people inside to see how things would work. Since the bases couldn't be relocated, Li Fan naturally didn't insist on moving the entire bases into the small world. Returning to the Wooding Mountain base, he temporarily gathered the managers of the various bases, explained the matter of transcendence, and informed them of the changes in the small world, letting them discuss who should move in first. Let's first move the sisters from abroad into the small world. Do we need to build houses and farm there? And Yun suggested first. We only need to build a part of the houses in courtyards. I can create them, but fine-tuning and maintenance will still need your work. Farming and livestock raising will also require your efforts. I can't help with that. But we can recruit some professionals. Inside the small world, I can divide it into 4 areas: storage warehouse, residential area, planting area, and livestock area. Li Fan explained, it's just that my previous basic spatial ability has been upgraded, merging multiple subspaces into this livable small world. Is it as big as Blue Star? Luang Luo, who came with Lu Lianqing, asked excitedly, her eyes glowing as she looked at Li Fan. Having been well taken care of, she still had a bit of a young girl's temperament, which was common among the women in the family base. Though the apocalypse outside was brutal, under Li Fan's protection, his women lived comfortably. No fighting, no desperate fleeing, no shortage of food or clothing. Most of them were well behaved. Those who were not quickly learned their place after being disciplined once or twice. However, Li Fan felt a sense of worry. The comfortable environment in the small world might lead to unexpected problems. It's not as big as Blue Star, not even as big as the Dragon Nation. At most, it can accommodate a few 100,000 people. Any more, and there might be issues, Li Fan answered truthfully. At the same time, he realized that this small world was closely tied to him. The stronger he became, the larger it might grow. If something happened to him, the people inside might not survive. This was a true life and death contract. If he died, they would all be buried with him. But for now, there seemed to be nothing that could threaten him. Amazing. You're like the creator god we used to read about. When can we become as powerful as you? Luing Lua's starry eyes sparkled with admiration, though she didn't call him little dad in front of everyone. Many others had similar expressions. After all, Li Fan was practically supporting so many people by himself, like a god with great power. You will all be as strong as me in the future, Li Fan casually reassured Luing Lua with a smile, then turned to Yun Yun and the others to share his plan. My idea is to first move the people from the Dragon Nation into the small world. We can also recruit professionals for production work. The remaining spots can be given to family members from abroad. How many people from the Dragon Nation can move in? Two women beside Ing Hongtao from the Luoxiang mountain base stood up excitedly. Li Fan recognized them as relatives of the 18 government officials. A maximum of 200,000 Dragon Nation citizens can move in, but they will only be able to live in the planting and livestock areas because I'm not sure about the safety of the different zones in the small world. There may be risks, Li Fan explained, thinking about the accelerated growth in the planting and livestock areas. This number wasn't much compared to the total survivors of the Dragon Nation, but for the government, it was more than enough. They also had plenty of professionals, saving time and recruitment. You can tell your families directly. Your relatives can move in as long as they are willing, Li Fan added. Are you moving us all into the small world because you plan to go somewhere else? Or do you have other plans? And Yun Yun asked, confused. Yes, I want to explore space for a habitable planet. Didn't we hear before that there is one 640,000 light years away? I want to go take a look, Li Fan admitted without hiding his next plan. A planet 640,000 light years away? Can you travel that far that fast now? Many of the women looked at Li Fan in shock, their mouths wide open. That's 640,000 light years. What are you now? A creator god? Beyonce, sitting beside him, also looked stunned but quickly reacted, asking eagerly, can I become like you too? That was uncertain. Li Fan's transformation was due to the influence of Blue Star's colored light, which even the White Guard, a manifestation of the system, didn't understand. However, as a fellow system host, Beyonce did have the potential to become a transcendent. You probably can. Remember the White Guard and Black Guard? We are essentially their avatars. They became transcendents and left Blue Star for space. If we reach their strength, we can do the same. Wow, that's so cool. So we can travel through space too? That's humanity's dream. I didn't expect the apocalypse would lead to this. So the apocalypse isn't entirely bad. Beyonce excitedly hugged Li Fan, kissed him, then hugged and kissed Yun Yun beside her, grinning. Foreigners were much more open and expressive compared to the Dragon Nation's reserved nature. But infected by Beyonce's joy, everyone else felt happy too. If they could leave this dying, disaster-stricken Blue Star and find a peaceful, beautiful planet to live on, it would be a dream come true. But Li Fan quickly poured cold water on their excitement. He was not confident he could definitely find a life planet. He only knew he could search within 1 star distance, and that distance was determined by 2 life planets. In other words, his maximum range was between 2 life planets. The edge of the other planet might be so far that he would spend his entire life trying to reach it, so they couldn't be too optimistic. I'm just saying there's a chance. After becoming a transcendent, my space travel range is 1 star distance, which means between 2 life planets. I know there is a life planet, but I don't know how long it will take to reach it, so don't celebrate too soon. And the reason I want to move you into the small world is because I fear that while I'm gone, time may pass differently. After all, I've heard that within light years, time remains the same. Beyond light years, time changes. I don't want to return with a youthful face only to find all of you have aged into white-haired elders. Li Fan voiced his concern. Indeed, he wanted to see how far 1 star distance was. He wanted to test how fast he could travel and explore the vast starry space. That was the starry sea humanity had always dreamed of conquering but never reached. Dragon Nation, Anchi Mansion Base, New Government Internal Conference Hall. The government officials who received the news that only 200,000 people could migrate to the small world were unsettled. They all knew how important Li Fan was to Dragon Nation, but now they were suddenly told that he had a habitable small world and planned to take his family and some useful people with him to leave Blue Star and search for a new life planet. For a moment, it was nothing short of a fantasy, a bolt from the blue. Traveling through interstellar space without relying on external forces, if that's not a fantasy, then what is? Traveling through interstellar space without external help but only able to take a small world carrying hundreds of thousands of people, if that's not a bolt from the blue, then what is? Blue Star now had over 10 million survivors, with Dragon Nation alone accounting for more than half. Why could the small world only hold hundreds of thousands instead of millions? We must stop him from leaving now. Maybe if he becomes even stronger, he could take hundreds of millions of people with him, an elderly man passionately declared, spitting with excitement. However, the middle-aged and young leaders in the conference room didn't support him. The new government was now almost entirely led by young and middle-aged mutant leaders, while the elderly had fully retired to secondary positions. The old man speaking was just a supervisor sitting on the sidelines. Why aren't you saying anything? You are all citizens of Dragon Nation. Nearly 10 million of our fellow citizens are still alive. If Li Fan dares to leave with only 20 or 30 people, I will be the first to oppose it. The old man continued with his annoying words. No one responded to him. The young and middle-aged mutants disliked this elderly supervisor who insisted on overseeing them, but their sense of loyalty and obedience to Dragon Nation kept them patient. Although you were nurtured into mutants using mutant beast pills and evolution fluid by Li Fan, you are first and foremost citizens of Dragon Nation. Without Dragon Nation, you would have no roots. If he takes people and leaves Blue Star, that would be betraying his ancestors, forgetting his heritage. He would be a sinner. The old man became more and more agitated, even standing up, transforming into a king of complaints, vividly imagining a future where Li Fan would be cursed by future generations as a disgrace. His main argument was that they must stay and share life or death together. A young mutant with psychic abilities directly silenced the increasingly outrageous old man. Mr. Jean, please calm down. We are living well now, thanks mainly to Li Fan. Moreover, he didn't just leave with his family without saying a word. He informed us in advance and even reserved 200,000 spots for people. That is more than generous, Zhu Guoqing calmly reminded. Mao Yud, a straightforward person, was less polite with his words. Mr. Jean, we should be grateful where it is due. Li Fan's love for Dragon Nation is absolutely genuine. If he wanted to nurture more mutants, he absolutely could, but he only nurtured Dragon Nation citizens. It's fine if you are getting old and confused, but don't go around saying nonsense. But if he leaves, who among you can deal with the monsters in the ocean? Not even deal with them. By the time you get there, the monsters might be gone, or they might have already eaten their fill. Li Fan is crucial to Dragon Nation and to Blue Star. I'm not just making this up. Once he leaves, the survivors on Blue Star could be facing near extinction. Mr. Jean lamented, clutching his head in despair. This is not just 1 or 2,000 people, it's hundreds of thousands, even millions. This is the future of Blue Star. And what does that have to do with Li Fan? A young mutant who couldn't stand Mr. Jin's pitiful expression asked bluntly. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. With such power, he must have been sent by the heavens to save all living beings, Mr. Jean replied as if it were a matter of course. This was a clash of old and new ideas. Such clashes were common even before the apocalypse, but back then, most people were just bored, arguing for the sake of it. To the older generation, it was just a waste of time. They never took it seriously and continued to impose their old ideas on the young. The result? Peaceful coexistence. See, they would think, young people are just bored. And they firmly believed their persistence and reasoning were correct. But things were different now. The world had changed dramatically. Did anyone still care about these outdated ideas? At least the majority in the conference hall didn't believe in the idea that the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. They didn't think that greater ability meant one must do more good for others. After all, they had seen many who, for personal gain, acted solely for themselves. Only those who had seen darkness could understand the value of light. Only those who had suffered could understand the sadness of suffering. They understood the value of light, but those who were used to darkness still wouldn't choose the light. They knew the sadness of suffering, but those who suffered still couldn't escape its grasp. Everyone remained silent because they all knew this debate was meaningless. They could argue pointlessly in the past, but not anymore. Mr. Jean thought he had won again, believing his ideas were correct, so he became even more enthusiastic. Zhu Guoqing, Mao Yud, quickly call Li Fan over. Let's all persuade him. He can become even stronger, save even more people, instead of rushing off now. No one argued with him, no one explained. They just looked at each other, seeing an emotion called disappointment in each other's eyes. Some people really wouldn't change, no matter the situation. Great people are great not only because of great ideas but also because of great actions. Zhu Guoqing and Mao Yud knew Li Fan's character. He didn't cause trouble, didn't take on trouble, and still maintained a bit of conscience. With such great power, he hadn't done anything excessive, which was already admirable, but Mr. Jean expected him to do even more. Perhaps people are never truly satisfied? But no one bothered to explain to Mr. Jean. After all, he was just a supervisor, not a decision maker. They could talk to Li Fan about other things and just not let Mr. Jean interfere. However, Li Fan quickly learned what was happening here because he also had his informants, many of them. The 200,000 spots hadn't even been finalized yet, but anyone with a bit of ambition knew how to make this choice. Actually, Li Fan had deliberately understated the capacity of the small world. With sufficient supplies, his small world could hold 3 million people. This was because he could integrate the various regions of the small world, removing unnecessary forests, mountains, rivers, and lakes. But Li Fan understood the principle of moderation. In Li Fan's large family, everyone eventually decided to first send a portion of women from Dragon Nation and some women from other countries into the small world, along with professionals in fields like construction, planning, and management, to start building the new space. All professional talents can be selected from Dragon Nation. Leave those slots for them. I don't want too many foreign men in my small world. Li Fan made one request, and it was his only request. Although Mr. Jin's words had left him somewhat disappointed, Li Fan was still willing to show some favoritism within his power. As expected, a summons from the government soon arrived. In the past, Li Fan would respond immediately to such summons, but this time he ignored it. He had already done more than enough, almost like a saint, but better than a saint. Perhaps this had made people forget his overwhelming strength, making them think they could command and direct him as they wished. Just decline it. Tell them I have something to handle, Li Fan instructed a young girl guarding the base's satellite phone. But they specifically emphasized that it's something very important and asked you to go as soon as possible, the girl quickly added, not realizing that Li Fan didn't want to go. She truly lacked a sense of perception. A woman stood up, pulled the girl away, and the room fell into silence. It seems I've taken too good care of you all, Li Fan suddenly said with a smile. Many others immediately responded, Master, husband, you have taken excellent care of us. The titles were not uniform, everyone called him as they pleased. Such was the freedom within the family. A loud bang echoed. Li Fan's palm had slammed heavily onto the table. His face turned cold as he spoke. I have taken such good care of you all, but what about you? What are you doing? I want you to become stronger, you lie around. I want you to live in the small world, you don't want to move in. I know what you're thinking, and so do you. Enjoying comfort is fine, no problem. But just because you seek comfort doesn't mean you can do nothing. Yes, you have given me children. But you have hands and feet. You are not just tools for giving me children. I have almost spoiled you all rotten. This is something I didn't expect. I am giving you 7 days. After 7 days, all of you will enter the small world, decorate the houses, and manage the fields. If you don't know how, then learn. No more lying around like corpses all day. Did you all hear me? Li Fan swept his gaze over the dozens of family members in the room, asking sternly. We hear you, Master. This time, their response was much more unified. It seemed the saying was true goodness doesn't work, but harshness does. If you are good to them, they take it for granted. If you are harsh, they obey without question. No wonder the old saying goes, women love bad men. It seemed women really did need discipline. This made Li Fan think of the obedient island women. If he had just given them a disapproving look, they would have immediately understood, no need for so many words. Perhaps he really shouldn't be too good to all the women in his family. Some people seem to naturally need discipline, they wouldn't be happy without it, wouldn't obey without it. From now on, anyone who is lazy must be properly disciplined. Don't just ignore it like now. You all must supervise and manage each other. Li Fan thought for a moment and realized he could only leave this task to the managers. He really didn't have time to handle these things. He also reminded them, once the small world is built, it will be our second residence. Until we find another life planet, we will have to live there long term. I don't even know how long that will be. Go and start selecting people. Let me know when the list is ready. Li Fan also wanted to ask the White Guard to confirm how long 1 star distance would take for a transcendent and whether the edge of the life planet could truly allow all life forms to enter. Based on what they had discussed earlier, the Black Guard was already at the edge of 1 star distance. If true, that meant 1 star distance could be reached quickly, but actually entering the edge of the life planet might not be guaranteed. After all, there were the barriers of star power and space walls. The disappearance of the White Guard and Black Guard before had already shown the cause and effect. If he couldn't enter, what should he do? What about the small world? These were questions he could try asking the White Guard. As for whether he would get an answer, Li Fan didn't hold out too much hope. Strictly speaking, they were not even the same type of life form, so many answers might not apply to him. But creating something out of nothing always required borrowing ideas, imagination, and strong execution to prove them. Li Fan had no choice but to try. However, he wasn't sure if bringing the small world was a wise decision. If an accident happened, wouldn't it mean dragging everyone in the small world with him into an inescapable disaster? He wasn't normally someone who hesitated, but he couldn't help worrying about the what if. This wasn't about 10 or 8 people, it was about hundreds of thousands of lives. In the starry space, there was only one lonely figure. Li Fan quickly found him. "You're here." The white guard seemed to have expected his arrival. "I came to ask if there really is a life planet beyond the star distance. Also, why did you choose to invade Blue Star? You should be far from Blue Star, right?" Li Fan asked, like a curious student asking his knowledgeable teacher. "I have already told you before about the life planets connected by light chains, and the 2 life planets between each star distance. Besides our Yuyun star domain, there are other domains like Coast star domain, Tanway star domain, and Bok star domain. They are constantly establishing star domain light chains, always in conflict. Blue Star was not originally part of our Yuyun star domain's recent plans." The white guard paused, glanced at the faint-colored light surrounding Blue Star, and continued, "But because the life force here was too strong, it attracted the nearby Bok star domain. The Yuyun star domain and Bok star domain have always been at odds. If they establish a light chain on Blue Star, we will have to find another life planet. So we, the white guard and black guard, came together." Listening to this, Li Fan felt something was wrong. What was Bok star domain doing? The white guard, being a manifestation of Li Fan's mind, understood his thoughts and explained. The Bok star domain took a detour and discovered a new target at another star distance. So if you go looking for another life planet beyond Blue Star's star distance, you are very likely to encounter the invaders from the Bok star domain. Are they like you? Or something else? Li Fan hadn't expected to get such useful information, so he naturally followed up. "They are different. They are more like advanced intelligent life forms, capable of occupying the existence of secondary life forms within a life planet." Li Fan was confused. Occupy the mind? Isn't that the same as you looking for hosts? Advanced intelligent life forms like a brain occupying secondary life forms? So, are humans on Blue Star considered advanced life forms? How are advanced life forms defined? The white guard did not immediately answer Li Fan's question. From his experience as Li Fan's system, even if humans on Blue Star were considered advanced life forms, the intelligent brain couldn't directly occupy them, but human desires made them easier to manipulate. Moreover, humans were not advanced life forms. They hadn't even fully evolved beyond basic needs like eating, drinking, and excreting. How could they be called advanced? Advanced life forms are those above mutants, transcendents. Those who have transcended their mortal bodies and reached a higher level of consciousness. You are one now. Li Fan was now an advanced life form. He no longer needed to eat, drink, or excrete and could separate his consciousness from his body. Even without using his spatial abilities, he could travel anywhere on Blue Star through the colored light. Of course, he still lived like a human and didn't abandon these behaviors. Therefore, his understanding of himself was limited. This was also why he had come to see the white guard. "I want to take my small world and travel through space to another life planet. Are there any restrictions I might not know about? Now that Blue Star is under your control, will it be destroyed in the future? When will the Black Guard return? Will he continue causing trouble on Blue Star? Will the apocalypse really last 100 years? If you only come back after 100 years, won't Blue Star be attacked by the neighboring Bok Star domain?" Li Fan eagerly asked all the doubts in his heart. The white guard didn't disappoint him, responding to almost all his questions. But the answers left Li Fan a little shocked. The life force barrier of a life planet is a barrier for all transcendence. But if it's just consciousness invasion, it can barely be done. However, if consciousness leaves the body for too long, accidents can occur. In the starry space, there are many void light walls and void cracks, which have strong suction power, pulling everything nearby into them. If you don't avoid them in time, you could be sucked in and thrown into an unknown star domain, causing great trouble. Besides, there are also void beasts. Once swallowed by one, you will fall into nothingness and may need to endure endless ages until the void beast itself fades into nothing before you can escape if your life force can outlast the void beast. Blue Star will not be destroyed, but as for the humans on it, we won't care whether they live or die. Without new transcendence, they are most likely doomed. The Black Guard will return as soon as you leave, but as long as I guard this place, he won't cause much trouble. The apocalypse only exists from your human perspective. If humanity perishes, the changes in heaven and earth, and the growth of all things, will actually become more orderly. As for whether the nearby Bok Star domain will attack, I can't answer that. But one thing is certain, both we and the Bok Star domain want to turn Blue Star into a stop on the light chain, just using different star domains. Can I travel as quickly as the black guard to a nearby planet? Or are there other requirements? Li Fan had a rough understanding of the mysteries of advanced life forms, but he still asked. Just as you think abandon your physical body, and as pure consciousness, you can reach a nearby life planet very quickly. After the white guard finished speaking, he dispelled the white robe covering his body, revealing a glowing white figure in front of Li Fan. No eyes, ears, mouth, or nose, just a pure white glowing figure. This was the consciousness form of an advanced life form. Not true immortality, but it could exist for a long time. As long as the consciousness didn't completely dissipate, it wouldn't be considered dead. This is me. If you can't abandon your physical body, you can only stay on Blue Star. A physical body traveling through space will become prey for void beasts. No matter how far, they will devour you, solidifying their bodies and delaying their decay. The white guard recloaked himself in the white robe, giving another reminder. Li Fan was shocked by the white guard's words. A physical body couldn't travel through space and would become prey for void beasts. This meant he had to abandon his body. But this time, he couldn't bring himself to do it. He didn't want to abandon his body. He was human. Without a body, wouldn't he become just like the white guard or the black guard, an alien life form? Advanced life forms had no physical bodies, how ironic. The higher the level, the less human they were. Since his idea of interstellar travel was blocked by the white guard's explanation, Li Fan temporarily had no other plans. But he still asked about cultivation. This cultivation technique requires a physical body to practice. Can it still be cultivated with just consciousness? It cannot. However, the Emperor and Empress meditation harmonization technique is not a profound method, just a basic technique for mutants. Don't get caught up in it. The white guard's response didn't surprise Li Fan. If it were truly valuable, it wouldn't have ended up in the hands of an errand-running white guard. Li Fan then thought of the question of offspring and asked again, does becoming an advanced life form benefit my offspring? It has some benefits, but not much. Your offspring will still need to cultivate to become mutants or transcendents. The white guard's patience was finally exhausted, and he spoke with some irritation. That's enough. I've told you plenty. I'm going to rest on another dead star. Don't bother me unless you have to. All right. Li Fan quickly asked one last question. Just one more thing, do you regret becoming an advanced life form in this consciousness form? No regret. Only a fool would regret it, the white guard replied disdainfully. Do you have descendants? Li Fan couldn't help asking. I have no idea how many years have passed. Whether they are alive or dead, I don't know. Anyway, those who haven't transcended are just ants to me. I have no attachment. The white guard spoke calmly, then turned into a beam of light and flew towards the nearest star. Li Fan watched as his figure gradually disappeared. For a moment, he didn't even know why he was gathering so many women and having so many children. Reproduction and inheritance, how could it compare to one's own eternal existence? But another thought seemed more acceptable, perhaps sacrificing tens of thousands of mortals to achieve the everlasting greatness of one hero was worth it. Li Fan silently returned to the family base on Blue Star. Was he really going to sacrifice these women and children who helped him rise, just to go away alone and seek a grander life? No. He was still human and couldn't yet be so cold-blooded. It seemed he could only wait and see if a new opportunity would appear. The crisis of natural disasters on Blue Star was now as clear as glass to Li Fan. He had the ability to protect the survivors as much as possible, as long as they didn't bring about their own destruction. Li Fan did not tell anyone what he had learned from the white guard. If he couldn't leave for now, then he would wait. When he could leave, he would make his move. In any case, he wouldn't abandon his physical body, nor would he leave behind his many family members to travel alone to another star. When he returned to the family base, Anchi Mansion sent 2 level 4 mutants to invite him. Li Fan recognized them. It was his acquaintances Mao Yud and another mutant named Hu Rinzhong. Only 3 years had passed, yet it felt like a lifetime. This time, he didn't refuse the invitation. It was a good opportunity to discuss relocating to avoid the upcoming natural disasters. Whether they believed him or not was up to them. If he tried to help too much, they would start thinking he was overflowing with kindness, a saint who should be their servant and workhorse. Big guy, please don't mind it too much. Old people love to meddle in everything, always wanting to control this and that. Just ignore them, Mao Yud smiled, trying to appease him, clearly afraid of angering Li Fan. Li Fan looked at the 2 of them. Their loyalty was both at 85 points, which meant they trusted and were loyal to him. So he didn't put on a stern face and just smiled, waving his hand. It's fine. I don't mind. Let's go. You 2 enter my small world. I'll take you back. No need to waste time running. He added another sentence. After they agreed, he brought them into the small world. Since it hadn't yet been developed, it was still a primitive landscape. The two of them looked around the planting area for a while before Li Fan released them. Using his spatial teleportation ability, he traveled at incredible speed. The colored light representing the planet's life force could also be used, but Li Fan was worried about depleting it, so he rarely used it. Mao Yud and Hu Rinzhong had a stomach full of questions for Li Fan when they came out. But seeing him directly enter the conference room, where many others were already present, they swallowed their words. As expected, the stronger you are, the bigger your temper and ego. Li Fan, as a citizen of Dragon Nation, shouldn't you stand with Dragon Nation through thick and thin? Old Jean seemed to have forgotten that almost all of Dragon Nation's level 4 mutants were nurtured by Li Fan. He seemed to have also forgotten the severe cold and other natural disasters that had killed nearly half of the survivors outside. Now he even dared to glare at Li Fan angrily, because Li Fan had never lost his temper. Because Li Fan had never killed anyone recklessly. Because Li Fan had always been kind to them. Fortunately, before Li Fan could get angry, someone spoke up for him. Zhu Guoqing was the first to slam the table and scold Old Jean. Old Jean, if you're confused because of your age, you can keep quiet. We respect the elderly, but we don't need you to remind us who we are or what we should do. Others also spoke up, saying Old Jean shouldn't have said such words to anger Li Fan or question him. Some even wanted to have the stubborn, senile Old Jean thrown out of the conference hall. Li Fan watched coldly for a while, then gestured for silence and stopped the guards from taking Old Jean away. Sitting calmly on an antique chair, he spoke. I'm not a hot-tempered person who acts recklessly. You don't need to be afraid of me. I understand the concept of freedom of speech. Besides, many of your leaders have 1 or 2 younger family members by my side, giving me children. I'm not some heartless, cold-blooded monster. But the stronger you are, the bigger your temper and ego, just like when you've been in a leadership position for a long time. If someone goes against your opinion, you feel unhappy and always find a way to respond. After a brief pause, he glanced at the crowd and continued. I don't lose my temper, but that doesn't mean I don't have one. You called me, and I refused to come because I was busy. I didn't want to come. Do I have to come immediately? I am very powerful, but I have never used that power against you. I have never even raised my voice at you. But what about you? Weaker than me, asking for my help, yet you dare to scold me for having a bad temper and being arrogant? Should I lose my temper right here, kill a few people, or ignore you all and let you fend for yourselves? Do you remember the phrase, all people are equal? I always remembered it. I always treated you as equals. But some of you have completely forgotten. Today, I will say this clearly, just this once, I am not your servant, nor am I a saint overflowing with love. I have never taken a single cent from you, never received any benefit from you. I have always been helping the survivors for free, within my ability. Li Fan corrected himself slightly. No, actually, it's not exactly free, it's a transaction. Old Jean and the other elders exchanged glances, looking somewhat confused by the deeper meaning of Li Fan's words. But there was no deeper meaning, just the literal meaning. He was just a working-class orphan with a vocational college degree. How could he speak in more profound rhetoric? On the other hand, the mutant guards seemed to understand Li Fan's words because they also grew stronger, but their strict military education and loyalty training kept them serving these old leaders. However, some of them still clung to their old pre-apocalypse thinking, unable to adapt, which sometimes left them feeling lost. They really wanted to tell the leaders, look at the world outside. The situation is different now. We need a new way of thinking to move forward. Alright, I'm done talking. Your turn, Li Fan said, leaning back in his chair, watching the old men in the conference room. Most of these old men were leaders, but in the past 2 years, the rapid changes in Li Fan's steady supply of resources had produced many level 4 and level 3 mutants. Those who knew how to step back allowed these more efficient young mutants to take on management roles. Most of these young mutant managers were the descendants of the older generation, still family. No one opposed their own family members. Only Li Fan, who wasn't family, faced resistance. But they had forgotten that this was a special time ruled by strength. If Li Fan had a bad temper, he could wipe out the entire leadership of Dragon Nation in this conference room and start anew. A long silence fell. No one dared to speak. Li Fan scanned the room, then urged, "Didn't you call me here to discuss something? Speak. It seems we were thinking the wrong way. Actually, the small world is your private property. Whatever you want to do with it is entirely up to you. We have no right to make any demands." Finally, someone who understood Li Fan's meaning spoke up with a sensible response. People often develop a narrow and blind confidence in their own understanding, so the more ignorant someone is, the more blindly confident they become. Leaders generally have rich experience and knowledge, but they can still fall into this trap, saying things like, why don't they eat minced meat? Why not rent out houses and cars, or why help someone you didn't knock down? Li Fan could understand them because it was useless not to. He had no ability to change their thinking. Could he kill them? Of course. But with so few people left alive, was it really worth killing for something like this? Is this how all of you think? No one wants me to put more people into my small world? Maybe I can fit more. Li Fan scanned the room with an expressionless face and asked slowly. Many people opened their mouths, then closed them again, turning their words into sighs of regret. They seemed to understand that the decision was in Li Fan's hands, not theirs. Perhaps if they hadn't been so eager to pressure Li Fan into coming, they could have had a detailed discussion. But now, after his long speech, it was clear he didn't want to hear any more of their opinions. Moreover, most of their opinions were self-serving and offered little benefit to Li Fan. So why bother speaking? It was better to keep their thoughts to themselves. Of course, there were those who stuck to their beliefs, like the stubborn old Jean. Even though Li Fan had used him as an example to make a point, he was still stubborn, unyielding to anyone. Perhaps in his heart, he truly believed he was thinking about the future of Dragon Nation. Li Fan, you are very powerful, and I hope you become even stronger. Even if you kill me, an old man, I must say this, if you can save more people from Dragon Nation, then please save as many as you can. The world's survivors may already be fewer than 10 or 20 million. If you aren't absolutely confident, you shouldn't leave Blue Star. The unknown dangers of the starry space will surely be 1,000 times, even 10,000 times more dangerous than the known disasters on Blue Star. No matter how strong you are, you must maintain a sense of awe towards the unknown. I don't oppose you taking hundreds of thousands away, but I want to persuade you to stay on Blue Star and save more survivors, not just the chosen few. And if you insist on choosing people to leave, I think we old folks shouldn't take up any spots. Dying on Blue Star is better than dying out there. These words struck a chord with many. The older people were, the closer they were to death, and the more they feared it. The conference room was full of old men, something rarely seen outside. These old men had been well protected. Old Jean, don't just speak for the sake of it. A bad life is better than a good death. How can you say it's better for old men to die on Blue Star than outside? Maybe Li Fan can really find a new life planet. That's something we've never achieved before. Yes, old Jean, don't you want to see what other life planets are like? Maybe there really are miracles like immortality. The conference room suddenly became lively, with the old men trying to persuade the stubborn old Jean. Li Fan didn't bother with them. He just said one sentence and turned to leave. If you're done, I'm leaving. Watching Li Fan leave, many of the old men slapped their thighs in regret. They shouldn't have pushed so hard, making him upset, but new thoughts were already forming in their minds. Li Fan visited each of his bases, first bringing some ordinary family members and pregnant family members into the small world. He used his status as the small world's creator to establish rows of stone houses and moved some living supplies in for them to manage themselves. After thinking for a while, he also sent in some system-recommended managers. Returning to the Wooding Mountain base, he asked in Yun about various professionals. His 18 bases had all kinds of talents, he just didn't know much about them. Once those professionals were placed in the planting and breeding zones of the small world, and with some elemental ability mutants to help, the small world was nearly self-sufficient. It was still the cold season, not the rainy season with its many disasters, but the cold alone could still freeze or starve many survivors. After some thought, Li Fan continued bringing more survivors from each base into the small world. The 18 bases combined had over 1 million people, about 1/10 of Dragon Nation's total survivors. It was impossible for him to bring them all into the small world. He needed to carefully filter them to avoid unnecessary conflicts within the small world. There was also a list of selected people from the Dragon Nation government, totaling over 100,000, mostly relatives of government officials. Almost all of them were moved into the small world. Family members lived in the innermost, safest, and most comfortable residential area, while others lived in the outer planting, breeding, and storage zones. The residential area, planting area, breeding area, and storage area were all separated by Li Fan. This prevented different environments from causing different mindsets. Everyone in each area was treated equally, with food, clothing, and shelter depending on the supplies they brought in and whatever limited help Li Fan could provide. Additionally, the growth of plants and animals in the planting and breeding zones was about 4 times faster than on Blue Star. So by the time another round of heavy rain disasters hit Blue Star, the small world had already harvested its first crops and livestock, nearly achieving self-sufficiency. With the professionals and supplies Li Fan brought in from Blue Star, the small world quickly developed from a primitive farming society to an industrial era.
By then, it was almost capable of using its own production to support Dragon Nation's mutants on Blue Star.
The problem of long-term supply was finally fundamentally resolved. However, the survivors who hadn't received much help still couldn't escape misfortune.
Li Fan ultimately chose not to use the colored light's disaster-sensing ability to save every survivor. At the same time, Li Fan noticed that the only two level 5 mutant giant beasts on Blue Star, huge monsters like mountains at the bottom of the sea, were also on the move. They were slowly heading toward the opposite side of the ocean, where Manhwa, America, and other countries were located. Li Fan hesitated about whether to save people. In the end, he gave up. Those who are not of our kind have different minds. The words of the ancients should be heeded. Thinking about it, his massive harem included women from various countries, but Dragon Nation women made up the absolute majority. It shouldn't lead to a situation where outsiders take over his world. Li Fan could also enter the small world, but he didn't understand what form the small world took when he was inside it. It felt almost mystical, but he never dwelled on things he couldn't figure out. As long as he reached a certain level, he would naturally understand. After more than half a year of development, the small world had already built residential buildings 7 or 8 stories high, somewhat resembling the Dragon Nation before the apocalypse. Yes, it looked like Dragon Nation. Although there were many women from other countries in the small world, not a single foreign man existed. This was a result of Li Fan's deliberate selection. He was an ordinary man with a simple belief: those who are not of our kind have different minds. He didn't care about foreign survivors on Blue Star, but in his small world, only pure Dragon Nation men were allowed. Aside from the foreign women among his family members, any other foreign women who entered had to meet extremely strict conditions. The small world had its own rules, with day and night, wind, thunder, rain, and lightning. Li Fan didn't understand the principles behind them, but as the owner of the small world, he could control them at will. Over time, the effects of the planting and breeding zones on humans were also discovered. Humans aged faster there. Although not 4 times faster, there was still a noticeable acceleration of aging. The warehouse zone, however, maintained a constant temperature and had multiple layers of space. As a result, Li Fan moved all the residents of the small world to the warehouse zone, leaving the planting and breeding zones strictly for their original purposes, growing crops and raising animals. Only rotating staff would be assigned to work there. Thanks to the multi-layered space, the warehouse zone could still accommodate 300,000 to 400,000 people, but the lower levels became increasingly crowded and oppressive. In the separated residential area lived 123,726 of Li Fan's family members, including unborn babies in their mothers' wombs. Everything in this residential area was roughly built by Li Fan as a basic structure, and then the residents improved it, turning it into a comfortable and welcoming family territory. There was no denying the power of numbers. What one couldn't think of, many could achieve. The tens of thousands of women transformed the residential area into a vast palace-style complex with pavilions, towers, and corridors. Combined with mountains, rivers, and trees, it became an exceptionally pleasant place to live. However, the mutants still needed to spend time with Li Fan at the Blue Star base, collecting mutant beast cubs and various types of animal meat. Everything was gradually getting on track, but some conflicts were also slowly growing. At the Anchi Mansion government base in Dragon Nation, Zhu Guoqing, Mao Yud, and several other level 4 mutants were gathered together. They listened to the thunderous sounds outside, like the sky collapsing, and felt the increasingly frequent movements of the Earth's crust beneath their feet. Their confidence in Blue Star's future was fading. Li Fan and his hundreds of thousands are living peacefully in his small world. Why should we stay here struggling? I think we deserve a share of that living space more than they do. A 3-meter-tall, bear-like man with a booming voice shouted in front of the others. Everyone here knew this giant man named Zhao Bailong. When he first broke through to level 4 as a mutant, his body had grown into this massive form, so no one found it strange. Although many felt uncomfortable hearing his words, they kept quiet. Most of them were soldiers who had fought to protect their country. Surviving until now and becoming level 4 mutants was already an incredible blessing. But after knowing about the peace and comfort of the small world, it was hard for them not to miss the days before the apocalypse. Zhao Bailong, it's fine to complain, but don't get too stubborn. There are still so many people in Dragon Nation, so many on Blue Star. Li Fan can't save everyone. We are already lucky enough to have the strength to protect ourselves and defend Dragon Nation. We should be grateful to him. Someone reminded him. Exactly. Besides, more than half of our food supply is provided by them. You can't expect all the benefits to be yours. We are soldiers. Our belief has always been to protect our country and the people. We aren't even at the brink of death yet. Talking like this too much will make you lose your purpose.
One after another, they criticized Zhao Bailong for his complaints. The entire base was filled with a mix of voices. Xu Guoqing glanced at Mao Yud, Hu Rinzhong, and the others, then stepped forward and spoke. Only by working together can we overcome difficulties. It's okay to have personal thoughts, but as Sun Maowen just said, complain if you must, but don't get stubborn. Everyone has their own way of living. If everyone only thinks of comfort, who will handle the disasters? Heroes? Immortals? Even if Li Fan is a god, even if he can deal with the mutant beasts in the ocean, even if he can save everyone, if he doesn't want to, who can force him? Or like in novels and movies, maybe stronger monsters will appear after the mutant beasts are defeated. We all know that standing in different positions gives you a different perspective. He might have seen something we haven't. He has done us a favor, bringing our families into the small world for a peaceful life. Since we have strength, it is only right for us to do what we can. Scenes like this were playing out in many survivor bases in Dragon Nation. Some cursed Li Fan for not taking them, while others tried to understand his actions. In Dragon Nation, with a population of over 10 million, another natural disaster took away a small portion of lives. For those who died, their greatest dream before death was just one thing: to enter the peaceful and comfortable small world Li Fan had created. The fourth winter of the apocalypse came and went. The fifth year's disasters came and went. Time passed like this, and it was now the sixth winter of the apocalypse. Blue Star's survivors had dropped below 10 million. On the frozen land covered in endless ice, not a single fresh grain could grow. Even the experimental fields inside the bases couldn't produce any food. The human living environment had once again become extremely harsh. Fortunately, Li Fan's small world had stored plenty of food. However, some people, having eaten their fill, began causing trouble, forming a humanity rescue alliance, claiming they wanted to take food to save other survivors on Blue Star. Li Fan didn't bother with them. He simply threw these alliance members back onto Blue Star. Some people's minds seemed impossible to understand. Once they were full, they started making wild plans. Unfortunately for them, this was the apocalypse. The soil for so-called armchair experts had not yet formed, and Li Fan uprooted them along with the mud. In the seventh spring of the apocalypse, Li Fan finally discovered two new uses for the light realm, Guangjie. The first function of the light realm was that it could replace energy crystals as a new energy source for Li Fan. Just a single strand of colored light could be exchanged for an extremely large amount of energy value. The light realm was the life force of Blue Star, essentially a form of energy. As energy crystals became harder to obtain and fewer people were able to collect them, Li Fan had gradually reduced his use of the child enhancement function to have children over the past few years. Only after discovering the light realm's new function did he resume enhancing offspring. But even though he had fewer children himself, the population of the small world continued to grow like a snowball. This was within Li Fan's expectations. After all, when people were well-fed and had nothing else to do, they naturally tended to have children and build families. Especially for the humans of Blue Star, who had experienced catastrophic changes and were now able to live peacefully again, they cherished the opportunity to have children and nurture the next generation. The most important factor, of course, was the peaceful environment of the small world, no burdens like mortgages, car loans, or the high costs of raising children. Without these pressures, the population naturally boomed. Otherwise, they would likely just lie flat and wait to die. The second function of the light realm was that it could expand the boundaries of the small world through absorption. However, this required time to nurture before it could truly enlarge the small world. But Li Fan didn't dare to recklessly transfer large amounts of Blue Star's light realm energy to his small world. He worried this would weaken Blue Star's light realm defenses, allowing transcendent beings like the White Guard and Black Guard, who were originally kept out, to enter again and cause trouble, which would be a disaster for the humans of Blue Star. He still remembered what the White Guard had said about the advanced lifeforms of the Boxstar domain causing trouble on a nearby life planet. He also worried that if the small world developed too quickly while his own abilities didn't keep up, it could lead to unforeseen and unimaginable accidents. As Li Fan sat in a luxuriously decorated golden palace within the small world, pondering these issues, a burst of childish voices interrupted his thoughts. "Daddy, Daddy." Now 30 years old, Li Fan had countless daughters. The oldest was 6.5, and the youngest was still in her mother's womb. He treated all his children equally, even those born to the island women who had been moved into the small world. They were all raised together, but in separate residential areas. Until the age of 4, the children stayed with their birth mothers. After 4, they entered a militarized management system, training 4 hours a day, learning to obey commands, march, and stop on command. As they grew older, they would gradually learn Dragon Nation's culture. The teachers for these children were all Dragon Nation women.
Li Fan didn't compromise on this. Foreign women were not qualified to be teachers for his children. The idea of foreign monks chanting better scriptures didn't work here, no matter how many children a foreign woman had given him. This was a matter of principle, he would not waver. He had already done well by not dividing people in the small world into different classes. But when it came to important positions, foreigners were simply not allowed. He didn't have time to waste on them. Any foreigner with strange thoughts or actions would be immediately ejected from the small world with a single thought. Li Fan wouldn't waste time reasoning with foreigners. Why did people always start causing trouble after living comfortably for a while? This was something Li Fan never understood. Why couldn't they just live a simple, peaceful life? Why did they have to stir up trouble? But even if he didn't understand, it didn't stop him from throwing troublemakers back onto Blue Star to experience the disasters and enjoy the suffering. As the saying goes, humans are a forgetful species who remember the taste but not the pain. No matter how severe a lesson is, if it doesn't happen to them personally, they never truly understand. Only after experiencing it themselves do they wake up, though by then, it's too late. The people of the island nation were the perfect example of this. Even after being gifted 2 nuclear bombs by their Manhwa, American, father in the past, they hadn't learned their lesson. Before the apocalypse, they secretly discharged nuclear wastewater into the ocean, raising mutant sea creatures. And even after the apocalypse began, they couldn't help but feed themselves a few more. Truly a textbook case of people with holes in their heads. Looking at the dozen little girls around him, Li Fan smiled warmly, calling them by their names as he checked on them. The daughters' names were all given by their birth mothers. Most were something like Mengqi, Wanxian, Ing, He, Tao, or Shan. Li Fan didn't mind. They were just names, after all, and with so many children, it was impossible for him to pay attention to all of them. There were some daughters whose mothers he might not even remember unless he saw them in person. This was one of the reasons why he separated the family members and outsiders into different residential areas in the small world. Back when they lived in the various bases, he had often mixed them up. Of course, it couldn't be considered a complete mistake after all. The little tricks women used were often obvious to him. It was almost impossible for him to genuinely mistake one for another. In fact, the women he had mistaken were not necessarily more beautiful or attractive than the women around him. But Li Fan simply couldn't help himself. There was a fresh excitement in getting to know different women, and with his power and ability to handle all the consequences, he never felt the need to restrain his desires. But ever since moving into the small world, this behavior had completely stopped. Li Fan had lost one of his simple pleasures. Home flowers can't compare to wildflowers. Li Fan deeply understood this saying. But he didn't go looking for wildflowers. He already had too many home flowers to manage, and with his growing power, his interest in such things had faded. He didn't mind not seeking them. "Daddy, can you take us outside to play? It's so boring here." And Yunyun's second daughter, Li Yamong, leaned against him and asked, "Daddy, me too. Take us out to play." Beyonce's eldest daughter, Li Bailing, also clung to his arm. Xin Xingyan's second and third daughters also leaned against Li Fan, along with the daughters of Yu Caixia, Chao Wei, Yu Nuanyuan, and others. Outside the palace, there was probably a whole group of little girls around the same age. Because Li Fan usually spent more time with Yun Yun, Beyonce, Yu Nuanyuan, and Xin Xingyan, their daughters were naturally closer to him. Since he didn't spend much time with the other daughters, many of them were actually unfamiliar with him. The more unfamiliar, the more distant, it was an understandable situation. So only the daughters of these few women dared to get close to Li Fan. Li Fan thought about the current situation on Blue Star, which had gradually stabilized. He figured it wouldn't hurt to take these little ones out to see the outside world. After all, the bases outside were safe enough. Letting them see the harsh environment of Blue Star early might actually help them grow. He didn't want any of his daughters to become rebellious. In the palace of the small world, many relationships were complicated, and sometimes Li Fan felt embarrassed and blushed. Fortunately, the little girls were still young and didn't understand much. Otherwise, Li Fan would have wanted to escape. Many women had joined his family with children, and now, after more than 6 years, most of these daughters had grown up. The women had also become accustomed to this life, and they didn't object to Li Fan having relationships with both mothers and daughters. Everything seemed to happen naturally. But the 3- and 4-year-old little girls didn't understand. Sometimes they saw their older sisters and mothers sleeping with their father and would secretly climb into bed with the 3 of them. This situation happened often in the palace. When the first group of little girls turned 4, Li Fan decided to put them under unified military-style management. If he didn't, they would continue to sneak into bed, and it wouldn't just be embarrassing, it would be a serious problem. Ever since moving into the small world, Li Fan had almost stopped his wild gatherings, and new women had rarely been added. In over 3 years, only about 100 new women had joined, all young beauties selected by the residents of the small world as gifts for Li Fan. Pregnancy takes 10 months, and raising a child takes even longer. The days of wild indulgence were long gone. With so many daughters, 2 hands were not enough to hold them all. So Li Fan used his abilities to lift all the children at once, causing the little girls to cheer with joy. When he walked outside, as expected, another large group of little girls around the same age was waiting. Li Fan treated them all the same, using his abilities to lift them, filling the air with excited cheers. The pure and joyful laughter of the children began to melt Li Fan's heart, which had long been cold and as hard as iron, filling him with a sense of happiness he hadn't felt in a long time. His interactions with the little girls had always been minimal. Other than the few who were close to him, he rarely paid attention to the others. But now, his thoughts began to change. He was no longer obsessed with breaking out of Blue Star and exploring the starry sky. That idea had been buried in his heart for years. He had never told anyone but had never found a way to leave with his small world without abandoning his physical body. He still occasionally went to chat with the White Guard, but the White Guard was busy cultivating and no longer spoke as freely as before, often being dismissive. Even so, Li Fan continued visiting once a month. Even if he only got a tiny bit of information, it could open up new perspectives for him. Unfortunately, his intelligence hadn't increased with his growing power. His conversation skills were too basic, and he hadn't been able to extract much useful information. The 2 functions of the Light Realm were the most important information the White Guard had let slip over the years. There was also a dual cultivation technique called the Phoenix Harmony Avatar Technique. For Li Fan, it was almost useless, which was why the White Guard didn't mind teaching it to him. Still, Li Fan learned it and even taught it to many of his family members. Simply put, it was an avatar technique, but it only worked briefly after dual cultivation. It was essentially a useless ability, a mere addition to bedroom activities. However, after nearly 2 years of research, Li Fan finally discovered its true purpose. When using the avatar technique, it significantly increased the chance of breaking through to level 4 as a mutant. Because it was an avatar, even if the breakthrough failed, only the avatar would disappear, leaving the user unharmed. This effectively solved the family member's bottleneck in reaching level 4 as mutants. But the success rate was extremely low, only 1 successful breakthrough for every few hundred attempts. So far, only 4 family members had become level 4 mutants. Interestingly, 2 of them were non-strength types, one was a mental type mutant, and the other was an elemental water type mutant. This showed that the Phoenix Harmony Avatar technique was indeed highly effective for breaking through to level 4. The 4 who succeeded were Zhu Baizhen, Yu Shanshan, Mi Rui, and Yi Shulin. They had all moved into Li Fan's family base with their mothers through the initial trading system. They had never shown any outstanding talents, but after learning the Phoenix Harmony Avatar technique, they stood out among tens of thousands, becoming the lucky few to break through. Li Fan promoted them to managerial positions in the family, giving them and their mothers each a palace to live in and a group of people to manage. And Yun Yun, Qin Xinyan, and Yu Nuanyuan, however, had not succeeded in breaking through and were still stuck at level 3. As for Beyonce, she was stuck at 99.9% of level 5, unable to evolve further. Li Fan even took her to experience the Light Realm, explaining in detail how he broke through, but she still couldn't reach the next level. Because of the Light Realm's effects, many women had given birth to 2nd and 3rd children for Li Fan. He even specifically asked the women whether they wanted a single child, twins, or triplets, making it a bit more of a fun game in the bedroom. And with the Phoenix Harmony Avatar technique, the experience became more interesting than just using his abilities for strength and attributes. It was foreseeable that the family would soon welcome another wave of newborns. After gathering with Beyonce and Yun Yun and others to discuss taking the daughters over 4 years old to live on Blue Star for a while, Li Fan thought it would be a simple matter, just 1 sentence. But unexpectedly, the women opposed the idea. I know you want them to see the disasters on Blue Star, but I think it's unnecessary. Everyone is happy and content living in the small world. It's best to let them enjoy this life. Beyonce, who was visibly pregnant, was the first to object. She was not the type to hide her thoughts, she spoke and acted directly. She was also the family member closest to Li Fan in strength, and now there was an unspoken sense that she was second only to him, with Yun Yun following behind her. Beyonce had already given birth to 2 sets of twin daughters. Her daughters were just 4 years old and had recently been brought into the training class. So she asked Li Fan to impregnate her again, and now she was 7 months pregnant with another set of twins, soon to be born. Besides her, Qin Xingyan, Yuan Biu, Miru Shuang, Mo Wenjing, Zhu Gaiyu, and Jing Longhua were all also visibly pregnant. As for the others, they had recently given birth and weren't in a hurry for more. Managing the family of over 120,000 members was no small task. Just the managers alone numbered over 1,000. Apart from An Yun and a few others who were permanent managers, the rest were elected periodically. This prevented any extreme bullying or oppression. Small conflicts like arguments or fights were unavoidable, but overall, the family maintained fairness, justice, and harmony. Li Fan knew that a large part of this stability was because of him. If he disappeared for a while, these women would definitely undergo earth-shaking changes. They've been comfortable for too long, eating too well. I'm worried they'll become spoiled. Seeing the outside disasters and gaining some awareness won't hurt them, Li Fan said with a stern face. But the women already knew his personality too well. No matter what, he would never hit or scold his family. At most, he would sulk for a while. So, like Beyonce, and Yun and the others opposed taking the little girls outside. Time passed peacefully in the small world, and 3 more years went by. On Blue Star, ordinary people had almost no chance of survival anymore, only mutants remained. There were over 1,000 level 4 mutants, tens of thousands of level 3 mutants, and the total population was around 5 million. Of those 5 million, Dragon Nation alone accounted for 7/10, Ross Nation took 2/10, and all other countries combined shared the remaining 1/10. Meanwhile, Li Fan's small world had grown to nearly 1 million people after nearly 7 years of development. If he hadn't used Blue Star's light realm, Guangjie, to slightly expand the small world's boundaries, even the multi-layered space would have become overcrowded. But now, some people had begun moving to the planting and breeding zones. Living a few years less was still better than having no house or space to live in. Li Fan now spent most of his time in the small world. He was not a masochist, and he had long grown tired of the constant natural disasters on Blue Star. Besides, the remaining survivors were now strong enough to handle the disasters and mutant creatures. Aside from trading them food and supplies, he rarely stayed on Blue Star. His residential area in the small world was still separated from the other living spaces. His family now had over 200,000 members, and he had also recruited some non-family women to live in the palace complex, mainly because there were too many children to care for, and he needed help. His total number of daughters exceeded 100,000, his partners also numbered over 100,000, and the women helping to care for the children surpassed 10,000. However, after more than 6 years, Li Fan had grown tired of it. He hadn't touched any of the women helping with the children. He once again began to look toward the unknowns of the starry sky, especially the light chain, Guanglian. He was very curious, what were the life planets connected by the light chain like? What are you thinking about so deeply? I've been calling you, but you didn't hear me. And Yun, her pregnant belly prominent, walked over with a bright smile, playfully complaining. Perhaps because she was a mutant, even though Yun was already 40, she showed no signs of aging. In fact, she looked even more radiant and youthful. This was something that had delighted all the women. Because of this, most of the women who had once been content to do nothing now aimed to improve their mutation levels to slow down aging. But the results varied. Some, like Yun, grew younger and more energetic. Others aged normally, even as mutants. Mutations were not a cure-all. Oh, you called me? I was just thinking about what the White Guard told me last time. Just in case, I should make some preparations. Li Fan gently wrapped an arm around Yun, watching 7 young children playing and chasing each other on the grassy lakeside. He glanced at her belly and couldn't help but wonder why these women loved having children so much. Before the apocalypse, reports had often claimed that many women were awakened and didn't want to be childbearing tools. But looking at the women around him, there wasn't a single one who didn't want children. And Yun was on her 4th pregnancy. Yuan, Xin Yanqing, and Beyonce had all given birth to 4 children each. Li Xiaomua, Mi Rushuan, Yu Haiyao, Zhao Hanxue, Li Xiaoqi, and most of the earliest 1,000 women had all given birth to 4 children, almost like they were competing. Many women demanded to have another child with him every other year. Even Li Yuqi had recently given birth to 3 daughters at just 16. She spent every day overflowing with maternal love, holding her 3 babbling babies one after another with a blissful smile. You mean the alien invasion you mentioned before? Are there really aliens nearby? Why didn't we notice them before? And Yun wrapped her arms around Li Fan's neck, leaned against him, and asked casually with her eyes closed. Maybe they're too far away. Or maybe we just didn't know. The White Guard told me years ago that another colonial star domain existed beyond the star boundary, and it wasn't aligned with theirs. The last time I saw him, he said they showed signs of activity and might take action. The White Guard had shared this news with him 3 months ago. Li Fan no longer interrupted the White Guard's cultivation as often as before, only visiting once every 3 to 5 months in recent years. After years of cultivation, he felt the White Guard was now probably stronger than him. It was only thanks to the support of Blue Star's light realm that Li Fan could continue suppressing him. It will take them time to reach Blue Star. It could be another 10 or even dozens of years. There's no point in worrying. If they really come, our only choice will be to use nuclear weapons to die together with them, and Yun Yun said calmly. If there were no apocalypse, only an alien invasion, and they enslaved us, making us work 8 hours a day, 3 meals a day, 20 working days a month with 8 to 10 days off, how many people would be willing to accept such slavery? Li Fan asked with a smile, placing his hand on Yun Yun's large belly and recalling an old joke. And Yun Yun opened her eyes, pushed his hand away, and replied seriously, no matter how they enslave us, we should never surrender. You're so strong, you should fight with everything you have. Ha! I was just chatting. Why are you getting so serious? Have you been in charge for so long that you're even acting authoritative with me now? Li Fan asked, puzzled. It's a matter of principle. You should take it seriously. I don't want us to just accept any conditions if aliens invade. That would mean the end of humanity. And Yun Yun maintained her serious tone. But from what the White Guard told me, no invaded planet ever fights to the death. They just join when they can't resist. They even use the light chain to travel to other life planets. Li Fan wasn't someone who would fight to the death. Before the apocalypse, his goal was just to live well. After the apocalypse, the system led him to grow stronger by being with women. But even now, he hadn't shaken off his mindset of being a small person content with a peaceful life. If he was strong enough to rule the world, he was willing to do so. If he was weak and forced to serve under someone stronger, he would accept that too. As long as he could survive, there was always hope. Even if he couldn't resist, his descendants might eventually rise up. Survival meant hope. You're not wrong. If it really comes to that, staying alive is most important. Fighting a losing battle is just pointless sacrifice. And Yun Yun didn't argue stubbornly with him, nor did she try to prove her point. I've actually wanted to see other life planets for a long time, but the White Guard said it's dangerous for the physical body in the void. I thought, since I have such a large family to take care of, I should put that idea aside. But if they really come to invade, I'll see how they travel through the void and maybe try it myself. Li Fan shared his thoughts with Yun Yun. I really never expected the apocalypse to turn out like this. The doomsday novels I read before were completely different. I thought it would just be fighting zombies and scavenging for supplies from start to finish. Who would have thought there would be natural disasters, giant sea monsters, and now even aliens planning to invade? This apocalypse is really beyond imagination. And Yun Yun sighed with emotion. It's fine. For the aliens to invade, they would still need to break through Blue Star's light realm. Even if we can't fight them, we should have time to evacuate. Li Fan comforted her. I believe you. After all, you are the strongest man on Blue Star. And Yun Yun smiled. Wah, wah, wah. Suddenly, loud cries came from the grassy field ahead, snapping the couple out of their moment. They turned to look and saw 3 little girls, all under 3 years old, tumbling together on the grass. It was clear that one of them had fallen, dragging the other 2 down. But once they started rolling, they found it fun and kept going until one accidentally hit the other's face, triggering the crying. The 2 women in charge of watching the children had been whispering to each other and only reacted now. They rushed over to pick up the 3 little girls, soothing them. Soon, the crying stopped. And Yun Yun gave Li Fan a glaring complaint. I told you to get some older women in their 40s or 50s to take care of the children, but you insisted on hiring young women in their 20s or 30s. Look at them, where are their minds? If you're interested, just take them all in. At least they wouldn't keep daydreaming. There are already so many of them, and I can't keep up. If they want to daydream, let them. Li Fan grumbled. You, Li Fan, complaining about having too many women? That's the biggest joke I've ever heard. I've already made a decision. I'll pick 1,000 of the best nannies every year, those who perform well and are willing to serve you. That way, even if we can't serve you well as we age, we won't have to worry about those younger women always trying to seduce you, making others feel uncomfortable. And Yun Yun pinched Li Fan's arm lightly. All right, you decide. Li Fan understood that Yun Yun didn't want to see excessive drama and had proactively set up preventive measures. With 1,000 spots open, many would give up on their little schemes and focus on doing their jobs well. Aren't you going out today? And Yun Yun's tone hinted at a bit of displeasure, almost as if she was trying to get rid of him. Li Fan shamelessly picked her up and carried her back to the house. Women needed to be teased, otherwise, they would get too bold. On the way, he even grabbed Liuchi, who was making milk for her daughters, and dragged her into the room for some spiritual practice, teaching her not to insist on doing everything herself when there were nannies available. By the time they came out again, lunchtime had already passed. Over the past 3 years, Li Fan's condition had been a bit off. When he was a level 5 mutant, he could engage in long, drawn-out friendly matches for several months without feeling drained. But now, as a level 6 mutant, when he should be even stronger, he actually felt weaker. He could tell from the decreasing ammunition storage and the increasing consumption rate. But fortunately, there were no other severe side effects. Otherwise, he would have been genuinely worried. Life continued as usual, spending time with his children, cultivating with his women, practicing his energy techniques, and occasionally touring Blue Star. As for the other residents of the small world, Li Fan didn't concern himself with them. After all, the place had its limits, and their food, clothing, housing, and daily life were their own responsibility. He couldn't keep providing for them. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye, and Li Fan once again arrived at a small asteroid not far from Blue Star. This was where the White Guard cultivated. The White Guard's cultivation method was simple: stay on a small asteroid without a light realm and focus on condensing his glowing consciousness. Li Fan still hadn't learned the specific techniques or methods. It seemed the White Guard didn't want to tell him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have delayed it for so long. Perhaps the White Guard feared that Li Fan would become too powerful, escaping his control. During cultivation, the White Guard's usual cloak of radiant light disappeared, revealing his true form. Li Fan noticed that the more the White Guard cultivated, the more his appearance changed. He used to be a bright, radiant figure, but as he cultivated, his form became increasingly strange. His height had doubled, becoming extremely tall and slender, with elegant lines. The once blinding white light gradually deepened into a dark blue glow, radiating from his core and illuminating his once transparent body. His head was also larger than before, with 3 dark blue, gem-like circles, possibly his eyes. Besides that, faint, unclear changes appeared around his glowing body, but it seemed these were still incomplete. Is this your original form? Will you fully return to your true form if you keep cultivating? Li Fan didn't even remember how many times he had asked the White Guard this question, but as always, the White Guard ignored him. He was long used to Li Fan coming to observe and test him every now and then. At first, he would answer questions like a system, but gradually, it became one answer for every few questions, and now he barely responded at all. It was clear that the role of the system and his identity as the White Guard had completely separated. The White Guard's growing strength directly affected his attitude toward Li Fan. Were you once a star sovereign? Did you pay a huge price to reach Blue Star and start the invasion plan? Could there be other high-level beings like you with tasks coming to Blue Star? Li Fan continued asking. He just needed a place to voice his doubts. As for answers, they didn't matter much. Even if he was told more, how much would he really understand? For instance, he still didn't know how far 1 star distance, star matrix, really was. If not for the White Guard's remaining system-like ability to transmit information through brainwaves, making some of his vague knowledge somewhat understandable, their conversations would have been like chickens talking to ducks. The White Guard knew Li Fan's mind was limited, his knowledge shallow, and communication with him difficult. That's why he lost interest in talking to him. If Li Fan were a genius in astrophysics, he might have learned much more. What a pity. After asking his questions like completing a task, Li Fan sighed, ready to leave. But the White Guard suddenly spoke. Your habit of talking to yourself needs to change. Your brain is already slow, and you love overthinking. Soon, it will turn to mush. I wanted to tell you, the latest colonial planet of the Boxstar domain, Boxstar domain NPU Lightchain 175 Mark, has 5 masterminds and 15 subminds. In about a decade, they may generate a supermind. When that happens, they will likely begin preparing to attack nearby Blue Star. You should prepare your defenses. How do we defend against them? How will they attack? Will they directly attack Blue Star? Li Fan asked, curious. He had never even heard of a war at this level. If he didn't understand it, his only option would be to kneel and submit when they arrived, living in shame. Hopefully, the aliens only wanted to enslave them with 8-hour workdays, 2 days off each week, and occasional milk and cake. After nearly 10 years of the apocalypse, Blue Star's once prosperous cities had become ruins or vast oceans. Li Fan landed at the government base in Anshi Prefecture. Over the years, the old buildings and cityscape had been lost to time, submerged in glaciers and oceans, with only the mountain peaks still standing. The number of level 4 mutants in Dragon Nation had now exceeded 1,000, making them fully capable of resisting the mutated sea creatures. As a result, Li Fan rarely visited this place anymore. His arrival was quickly noticed, and someone came to greet him, a new face, wearing a futuristic-looking gun at his waist and holding a high-tech firearm. With an arrogant look, the man said, "This is the Dragon Nation government base. Unauthorized personnel should not linger here." But before he could finish his words, someone slapped the back of his head from behind. "What are you saying, Shao-sun? This is Mr. Li Fan, the great benefactor and supreme powerhouse of all Dragon Nation mutants." It was an acquaintance, though just a minor figure. Li Fan didn't even bother greeting them, simply disappearing from the entrance in a flash and reappearing directly inside the base's conference room. Seeing Li Fan vanish, Shao-sun and Shao Chang exchanged glances. Shao-sun's excitement hadn't yet faded, and he muttered in frustration, "He's so arrogant, he can't even nod or smile at us?" Another slap landed on the back of his head. Why would he need to nod or smile at you? Shao Chang was already used to it. Whenever Li Fan came to the base, he would just teleport around. A few years ago, they didn't even catch a glimpse of him, just hearing tales of a man who was like a dragon, seen one moment and gone the next. In recent years, for some unknown reason, Li Fan would stop briefly at the base entrance before teleporting inside to meet the level 4 mutant leaders. They were called leaders, but everyone knew the true and only leader was this unpredictable and unfathomably powerful Li Fan. With just one command, every mutant would likely follow his lead. Inside the conference room, news of Li Fan's arrival quickly spread, and the relevant personnel were summoned to see him. Within just a quarter of an hour, the once empty conference room was filled with over 100 level 4 mutants, the strongest fighting force of Dragon Nation. But in Li Fan's mind, he couldn't help but shake his head. With just these mutants? Not to mention the 5 masterminds, they probably couldn't even handle the 15 subminds, let alone the potential future threat of a supermind. Judging by the strength comparison, the masterminds were likely the equivalent of transcendent beings who could break free from planets, while the subminds were one level below. The supermind, however, could potentially be a star sovereign capable of seizing the outer light realm of a planet. Li Fan once thought Blue Star's light realm could block the invaders, but now it seemed he had been too optimistic. The only relief was that the superminds still needed time to develop. Although he didn't know how they evolved, it was undoubtedly related to invading life planets. Since most of the mutants present were former soldiers with strong discipline, they sat still like statues. After informing them of what the White Guard had told him, Li Fan shared his own thoughts. If that moment really comes, preserving our strength for the future is the key. Although it's too early to say this now, I'm telling you in advance so you can prepare. Stockpile resources and enhance your strength. If Blue Star's light realm cannot stop these alien invaders, we must ensure our own survival and avoid being wiped out. At that time, if it comes to a life or death crisis, I can take you into my small world and lead you to another life planet to avoid the disaster. Also, if any of you have promising talents progressing quickly, you can request more resources like mutant beast cores for accelerated evolution. In the coming period, I will increase the supply of such resources. Those stuck at bottlenecks can try breaking through to level 5. If we can have a large number of level 5 mutants, we may stand a chance in a fight. By the way, I remember the Research Institute developed powered armor. Can it be used now? Hearing Li Fan's question, Mao Yut stood up and responded, "Yes, we have tested it. At full speed, it can fly at supersonic speed, maintaining high-speed operation for 4 hours. Good. If we can equip every sub-level 4 mutant with one, at least they'll have mobility against the invaders. But we must strive for greater improvements. The current speed may be too slow. Most level 4 mutants can reach 10 times the speed of sound. Considering the strength of invaders capable of attacking planets, they are unlikely to be weaker than level 4 mutants." Li Fan nodded. "What about the progress of the chip implants?" Li Fan continued, "It's 90% complete. However, there are still some connection issues. The researchers believe they can complete it within 1 to 2 years. But the stability is poor. Zombies and animals implanted with the chips tend to die from body explosions." Mao Yud replied, "And the new photon weapons?" Li Fan frowned, skipping the chip topic. Truthfully, he didn't fully understand these technologies, he just wanted to know if they could help the mutants. So far, they can't achieve a range of over 1,000 kilometers, which seems to be the current research limit. However, photon swords and photon guns have entered mass production, and they are now standard equipment for level 1, 2, and 3 mutant citizens. Small mechas and motorbikes can also be produced and used. As for large-scale ones, you'll have to decide. I'm not familiar with Blue Star's current energy situation. In any case, strengthening yourselves is always a good idea. As the saying goes, respect is earned by strength. Li Fan was quite satisfied with the development over the past decade. Perhaps due to the emergence of special brain domain mutants,
Blue Star's technology had rapidly advanced. Concepts once seen only in movies or novels, mechas, chip implants, sci-fi weapons, had become reality in the hands of these brain mutants. The apocalypse, once marked by natural disasters, was now gradually evolving toward a sci-fi, interstellar setting. Of course, natural disasters still ravaged Blue Star, but for its battle-hardened mutants, the threat was minimal. If the invaders couldn't handle such catastrophic conditions, there was a slim chance Blue Star could turn the tables. But Li Fan knew better than to cling to false hope. So, in his heart, he was already prepared to act according to the situation. With a loud bang, a bloody explosion occurred, and the bulletproof glass in the research lab was splattered with pieces of zombie flesh. Li Fan, Mao Yud, Zhu Guoqing, and others were watching this live experiment of chip implantation on zombies from the monitoring room outside the glass. Implantation is a broad concept that covers fields such as biology, technology, and weaponry. It refers to using biological engineering and technological methods to enhance or modify the human body, making it stronger and more adaptable to various environments. These modifications include implanting or integrating various biological or mechanical elements into the human body to enhance physical abilities, boost sensory perception, and expand mental capacity. Implantation can take the form of external equipment, such as mechanical limbs or organs on arms, legs, or the chest, which can enhance a person's strength, speed, endurance, and agility, allowing humans to survive and fight in various harsh environments, somewhat related to the previously mentioned powered armor. At the same time, implantation can also be an internal modification, such as brain-machine chips, genetic modifications, or neural networks, altering the body's structure and thought patterns to adapt to a more advanced technological lifestyle. This chip implantation technology is essentially a type of brain-machine chip that can provide a better central connection, allowing for more effective control of powered armor. However, the current problem is that while the initial connection with the armor works fine, when a sudden reaction is needed, it exceeds the chip's capacity, directly causing an explosion. Researchers had proposed various ideas, but all required human test subjects. However, Mao Yud, Zhu Guoqing, and the other soldiers were strongly opposed to such actions, causing the project's progress to be stuck. The current situation did not support their research. Ordinary people had already been almost completely wiped out by the natural disasters, and those who survived were all mutants, individuals with the potential to advance to higher mutation levels and become the main force against the mutant sea creatures and beasts. Combined with the soldiers' discipline and the long-standing education they had received, it was indeed impossible for them to support the researchers in using humans for experimentation. Li Fan did not say much about this. Some things should be done, and some things should not. This principle had to be upheld. Otherwise, any future events could spiral out of control. Li Fan didn't stay long. He returned to his small world, where the natural disasters on Blue Star had become stable, either freezing snow and ice or violent storms with hurricanes, tsunamis, earthquakes, and landslides. In recent years, in addition to major advances in technology, agricultural techniques had also seen breakthrough progress. Seeds processed through special methods could now produce crops even in icy wastelands, known as ice crystals. These grew on the ice like crystalline clusters and could be boiled in water to stave off hunger. There were also many other glacier-related crops, such as ice heart cabbage, ice potatoes, ice popcorn, and ice radishes. The catastrophic changes brought by the apocalypse, after 10 years under extreme weather, had led to the emergence of many things previously unknown on Blue Star. Li Fan's list of collectible resources now included several rare treasures, such as ice spirit essence, frost iron, crystal of ice essence, flame spirit, flame heart, earth soul, and wood core, things he had never heard of before. These could all be exchanged for a large amount of special energy points, worth far more than mutant beast cores. However, Li Fan did not rush to collect them, preferring to wait and see if any further changes would occur. He was beginning to understand the true reason for the century-long recovery period mentioned by the White Guard. It was likely to allow Blue Star to produce some items they wanted. And the arrival of the Bok Star domain was probably within the expectations of the Yuyun Star domain. Otherwise, if Blue Star were intercepted halfway by the Bok Star domain, wouldn't they have been working for others for nothing? After all, when the White Guard told him about the Bok Star domain, he never directly warned him to escape. Was he testing and trying to recruit him? Li Fan could not know the exact situation, but his mood was inexplicably calmer. His small world had slightly expanded, but the population growth rate exceeded expectations. In another decade, nearly half of the population would have to move to the planting and breeding areas to make room, or some people would have to move back to Blue Star. The multi-layered storage space had now become a vast city known as City of Hope. It was a vibrant, diverse place.
Tens of thousands of buildings were scattered throughout this massive city, home to millions of residents. It featured everything from ancient architecture to modern skyscrapers. In recent years, various shops, restaurants, cafes, and entertainment venues had sprung up like mushrooms after rain, filling the city with people who were both nostalgic and amazed, creating a bustling atmosphere. There were various cultural activities and festivals here. There were all kinds of job opportunities, allowing people to become more equal, free, and happy. Li Fan stood high in the sky, overlooking everything in the City of Hope, feeling both amazed by human creativity and industry and grateful for his own fortunate encounter and the White Guard's friendly demeanor. He didn't descend to walk around but directly teleported back to the family palace complex. From above, the palace complex looked like a vast, intricate, and magnificent painting. Occupying a vast area, the palaces were meticulously laid out, with various buildings arranged in an orderly manner. This entire complex was built under the suggestions of An Yun and others, inspired by the ancient palace architecture of Dragon Nation. At the front was the audience hall, the core of the palace complex and the largest hall. Its unique architectural style was adorned with a golden roof, which shone brightly under the dual illumination of the sun and moon, giving off an air of grandeur and luxury. Next to the audience hall were the Dragon Guard Hall and the Phoenix Hall. Although smaller in scale, they were just as exquisite, with roofs also covered in golden tiles. Behind these three main halls were many other palaces and buildings, home to Li Fan's family members, of varying sizes and numbers. From above, even though Li Fan had seen this palace complex many times, he was still amazed by its vastness, exquisite layout, and breathtaking beauty. He also felt a sense of pride in Dragon Nation's ancient civilization. These palaces were just a simplified, hybrid version, a far cry from the true magnificence of ancient palaces, perhaps only retaining a fraction of their original sophistication. Sadly, the real ancient palace complexes had long been destroyed by surging waves, landslides, and earthquakes. Currently, Li Fan has over 100,000 daughters, with nearly half of them over the age of 4. To prevent premature deaths, Li Fan had them consume small amounts of evolution liquid from a young age. Even if they didn't awaken, the liquid would still enhance their attributes, and for humans, the evolution liquid was entirely beneficial. Next to the palace complex, a massive military camp was built. Outside, there was a vast open field with various training facilities, such as obstacles, climbing frames, sandbags, and more. These facilities allowed the soldiers to engage in physical training and skill practice. The rows of barracks were where Li Fan's daughters lived, with 4 girls in each room. Currently, large-scale training had not yet begun. After all, the oldest of Li Fan's daughters was only 9 years old. The main training focused on developing their sense of discipline and obedience. Otherwise, with so many daughters running wild, just imagining the screams, quarrels, fighting, and the chaos of them running around would be enough to give not just Li Fan a headache, but even their mothers would lose hair from the stress. Alongside this, he used mutant beast cores and evolution liquid to help them begin awakening as mutants. Initially, Li Fan intended to turn the women around him into mutants to help him. However, due to his soft nature, he lacked the determination and means to enforce it. Besides, the need wasn't strong at the time. Later, he focused on cultivating a second generation of young girls he had personally fathered. This approach had modest success, producing many level 3 mutants. This was a decent outcome, as it meant they could protect themselves, handle unexpected situations, and avoid casualties. It wasn't until moving to the small world that he decided to truly establish a family mutant army, this time starting with the young, aiming for strength in numbers. And now, he could proudly say that his plan had been both satisfying and successful. Most importantly, the alien invasion was approaching. Li Fan rarely visited the military camp. His time in the small world was meant for peace and enjoyment, not for finding trouble at the camp. But after seeing the powered armor and other technological items developed on Blue Star, he felt that once perfected, they could also be used to enhance the family's army, significantly boosting their combat strength. So, this time, he made a rare visit to the camp. The camp's top managers were Gongsun Ryu, Shangwan Qinghong, Wan Fuling, Shen Ruowei, and Qin Junming. However, in practice, An Yun and a few others also oversaw their work. Li Fan rarely managed affairs directly, and everyone was well aware of this. Generally, they approached An Yun and others for discussions and decisions. In a sense, An Yun's past dream had come true. She was practically the de facto ruler of the small world. Even though Beyoncé was stronger, she didn't stand in the way of An Yun becoming the first lady. All the millions of residents across the 4 regions of the small world knew the names of prominent ladies like An Yun, Beyoncé, Qin Yanqing, and Yunuanyuan. Li Fan did not allow direct communication between the family area and the other 3 regions.
But whenever an Yun needed something, he would open a passage for them, or Beyonce could take them across. Beyonce could access the City of Hope within a certain range, just like Li Fan, although not as effortlessly. Today, Gongsun Ryu was on duty at the camp. She immediately noticed Li Fan's sudden arrival and came out of the barracks to greet him. Her face showed a bit of surprise, but then shifted to slight anxiety, wondering if she had done something wrong recently. "Are you busy today?" Li Fan's voice carried a sense of relief and concern. He always found these capable and diligent family members very reliable and reassuring. "Not too busy. Did you come here for something specific?" Gongsun Ryu set aside her surprise and smiled as she responded. "I know the work here is important, but you all need to take care of yourselves. I just came to see if these little troublemakers are behaving. Back at home, they were like a bunch of little demons causing chaos. It must be hard for you to keep them in line." Li Fan's voice was filled with appreciation and praise. "Oh, they are very well behaved. At first, they had trouble adapting, but once they saw the older sisters setting an example, they quickly followed suit." Gongsun Ryu smiled, thinking about how all these children were the offspring of the man before her. Yet, she felt no shock at the thought. How many little ones have joined the camp today? Li Fan had a rough idea of his daughter's numbers and ages, but asking like this made him feel a bit irresponsible. Still, he asked anyway. Scheduled to arrive, 675. Actual arrivals, 675. Now all the mothers understand that this is a way for their children to become stronger and better, so no one refuses to send their children here anymore. Gongsun Ryu genuinely admired Li Fan's decision to implement this militarized management system and how Yun and others managed it. To her, it showed great foresight and decisiveness. "Well, at least no one is cursing me behind my back now. That's a good sign." Li Fan laughed. He still remembered how many women opposed his decision to bring all 4-year-old daughters under unified management. Without the support of Yun and others, this might not have been possible. Women were best dealt with by other women. Men often couldn't understand their thought process. "Actually, we were all just short-sighted and had little-minded concerns, unlike your broader perspective. Now everyone understands the benefits." Gongsun Ryu subtly flattered him. Li Fan was quite pleased. He glanced at Gongsun Ryu, who still maintained her charm but now also had a hint of an authoritative aura. "How many have successfully awakened as mutants now?" he asked. "The camp currently has 57,982 recruits, with 3,218 of them being mutants. Since half a month ago, around 30 recruits awaken as mutants each day. With sufficient resources, it shouldn't take long for everyone to awaken," Gongsun Ryu answered with meticulous detail. "Is there an age pattern?" Li Fan asked, curious. This was important experience. 95% awaken at age 8 or older, 4% at age 6 or older, and 1% below 6. So it seems the awakening threshold is around age 8. Since that's the case, start giving the beast cores and evolution liquid to those aged 8 and above. Also, when they get older, I'll bring some technological weapons from Blue Star for them to train with. Originally, Li Fan thought, as Bai Wei had said, that the invasion would take another decade or so. But just as he was actively preparing for the future invasion, he suddenly sensed something attacking Blue Star's light realm. The moment Li Fan leapt out into space, he saw Bai Wei, who was gradually taking on the appearance of an alien due to his prolonged cultivation. Bai Wei was using one hand to unleash light waves that attacked the light realm while using his other hand to block the same light waves. It was as if his body was split into two factions, one attacking and one defending, a bizarre sight. The moment Bai Wei saw Li Fan appear, he immediately shouted at him, "I've been controlled by the hyper-intelligent brain from the Bork Star domain. Fortunately, this hyper-intelligent brain hasn't fully evolved yet, so I still have some autonomous control. Quickly, gather the Light Realm's energy to defend the point I'm attacking. They're probably testing the Light Realm's strength to calculate the best time for invasion." This information was a bit too much for Li Fan's mind to process, and he froze for a moment. But he quickly followed Bai Wei's instructions, channeling the Light Realm's energy to strengthen the defense. At the same time, he asked, "How can we sever this control over you?" Bork Star domain is a higher lifeform with this kind of control ability. Strictly speaking, it's just a wavelength, with no physical form. They attach to the bodies of the invaded and use them to control the target planet, destroying weapons, inciting rebellion, and causing mutual slaughter. My situation is a coincidence, and I won't stay controlled for long. Don't worry, Bai Wei explained to Li Fan. This was his first time explaining the Bork Star domain to Li Fan. In Li Fan's view, the Yun Star domain wasn't much different from the Bork Star domain. The only difference was that the Yun Star domain seemed to help humans achieve their peak,
while the Bork star domain directly used brute force to manipulate everything. One was a gentle invader, the other a brutal one. In essence, there was no difference. But Li Fan believed that most people would accept a gentle invader but reject a brutal one. How long can we higher lifeforms like us be controlled? Li Fan asked. Just as he finished speaking, Bai Wei stopped attacking the light realm. He flashed over to Li Fan's side, calculated for a moment, and said, "About 30 seconds. I was careless this time. I didn't expect them to come so early to probe Blue Star. Otherwise, I could have avoided their assimilation wavelength. Looks like I can't focus solely on cultivation anymore," Bai Wei said with a hint of regret. "Wait, you can actually dodge their strange attack methods?" Li Fan asked, a bit surprised and delighted. Space beyond the planet is a vacuum. We higher lifeforms can see the path of their attacks and dodge them. But inside the planet, it's impossible. Their wavelength attacks are instantaneous. You can only interrupt them in advance by locating their position, Bai Wei explained. "Oh, so we need to identify the puppets they are controlling first, right?" Li Fan understood. "Alright, it's fine now. Go back and continue your preparations for the future invasion. I will also contact the Yun Star domain and hope their support can arrive in time." Bai Wei was unexpectedly easy to talk to this time. Taking advantage of the moment, Li Fan asked more about the world beyond the star domains. He learned about the Star Domain Light Chain Union, the Anti-Star Domain Slave Planet Alliance, Star Wanderers, Wandering Planets, and other terms. From Bai Wei's words, it was clear that a grand drama was unfolding across the endless starry sky, and Blue Star was merely a speck of light in this vast cosmos. It just so happened to be targeted by both the Yun Star domain and the Bork Star domain at the same time. And the Bork Star domain had first set its sights on another colonial planet, Bork Star domain NPU Light Chain 175 Mark, which caused them to arrive at Blue Star later than the Yun Star domain. It was easy to imagine that if the Bork Star domain's invaders arrived first, they would manipulate Blue Star's rulers to start a world war. Once Blue Star became a chaotic mess, they would show up, manipulate humanity to clean up the ruins, take over the planet, establish a light chain, and achieve a leap in technology. Of course, it was also possible that the doomsday calamities would block their colonial advance. After making a round on Blue Star, Li Fan returned to the small world. Seeing Blue Star's research progress and the development of the family army in the small world, his mood brightened considerably. He regained the enthusiasm to continue sowing seeds and having children. Besides, he discovered that his strength had improved again. This time, it felt like a true breakthrough after a period of accumulation. However, he was still at the level of a transcendent being and hadn't reached a true qualitative change. The small world had gained 2 new spatial zones, the chaos space and the training space. Moreover, the original 4 zones of the small world had become more seamlessly integrated. The 3-dimensional space data of each zone had also expanded exponentially, making both Li Fan and the residents ecstatic. Li Fan felt fortunate that he hadn't recklessly used the light realm to expand the small world's borders before, as that would have been a complete waste. After some research, Li Fan found that the chaos space needed to be tailored for him. He could collect all sorts of terrain and materials from Blue Star to use in this space. The training space, as before, was a zone where training and practice could be done freely. These 2 new spaces hadn't merged with the small world but were instead connected to its edge. They would likely require Li Fan to evolve further to become fully integrated. Moreover, without Li Fan's guidance, even Beyoncé couldn't bring people into these 2 spaces. Li Fan's 4 basic abilities also finally advanced to intermediate level. Intermediate space ability. Intermediate 5 elements ability. Intermediate enhancement ability. Intermediate special ability, limited to lower and inferior lifeforms. Now, even without using the light realm, Li Fan could completely control all living beings on Blue Star. He even felt that, with the light realm, he could now easily crush Bai Wei in terms of strength. Of course, he knew this was probably just an illusion born from the surge in his power. Bai Wei's changing form was proof that his strength was steadily increasing. And seeing how Bai Wei could still act with ease even while being controlled by the hyper-intelligent brain, it was clear that his situation was far from simple. Everyone knew not to be too honest with others, and Bai Wei's words were probably 70% true. As for which 70% was true, Li Fan didn't know yet, but it didn't stop him from speculating wildly. As for the Yun Star domain's support, Li Fan felt there was no need to count on it for now. After seeing many strange and precious items appearing on Blue Star, he was convinced that the true purpose of both the Yun Star domain and the Bork Star domain was to colonize the planet. The reason Blue Star caught their attention was likely because it met some rare and special conditions. Otherwise, with so many life-bearing planets across the starry sky, why did they suddenly target Blue Star? After the incident where Baiue was manipulated to attack Blue Star's light realm, time continued to pass slowly. In the blink of an eye, it was now the 13th year of the apocalypse, during the storm season. At this moment, Li Fan was on Blue Star, observing the newly developed advanced exosuit being carefully tested by the researchers. This mech had a unique and imposing design. It featured a black metallic exterior with a streamlined shape, standing about 2 meters tall. The shoulders and chest were covered with thick armor plates, while the upper arms and thighs were protected by metal scale-like armor. Its arms were equipped with multifunctional mechanical hands with flexible fingers capable of grabbing and manipulating various objects. This fine manipulation capability significantly enhanced the mech's combat ability. The most striking feature was its head design. It had a pair of glowing red mechanical eyes, exuding a cold and ruthless aura. The back was equipped with 2 pairs of metal wings, shining with a metallic luster. The mutant operating the mech had to be fully enclosed within it, which provided better control over the entire mech. However, the drawback was clear: if the mech suffered a hit it couldn't withstand, the pilot would either die or suffer severe injuries. Of course, this mech also had many advantages. It was equipped with various high-tech devices, such as palm cannons, small missiles, radar, communication devices, and protective shields, making it highly capable in attack, defense, and reconnaissance. A level 1 mutant wearing it could match any type of mutant below level 4. This meant it could directly enhance the overall combat strength of Blue Star's mutants. However, the massive transformation ability of level 4 mutants was something that this small-scale mech could not counter. Moreover, this small mech's operating time was only 6 hours. If engaged in aerial combat, its endurance would further decrease. Despite this, Li Fan was very satisfied with the mech. After all, human research could continue to advance, and this mech was only the beginning. He believed that in the near future, mechs would surely achieve interstellar travel, combine with one another for massive collaborative combat capabilities, and eventually become as powerful as, if not stronger than, the star-ruling entities of the cosmos. Excellent! To develop such a powerful and practical mech in such a short time is impressive. Is it possible to mass-produce it and continue further research? Li Fan asked, looking at the middle-aged researcher beside him, a level 3 mind mutant named Chen Jun. Currently, Dragon Nation had only 3 level 3 mind mutants. They didn't display any extraordinary abilities, not even enhanced strength or speed, but instead showed exceptional talent in their respective research fields. They were the type of genius who could turn concepts into reality. There were no level 1 or level 2 mind mutants because the entire Dragon Nation only had these 3 special mind mutants. They were able to reach level 3 only because of the constant supply of evolution resources like mutant beast pills and evolution fluid. Moreover, they appeared relatively late. The first of them, Chen Jun, was only discovered in the 7th year of the apocalypse. Later, 2 more were discovered, Yijin and Shuri Yuanchang. These 3 were the main force behind the research and development of these technological weapons, supported by some other mutant researchers who were originally experts in various fields. The Dream Mech still has a lot of room for improvement. We can continue to develop it. Within 3 years, we should be able to produce a second-generation Dream Mech that will be even more refined and convenient, with extended operational time. So, we don't think there is a need to rush into mass production of the first generation, Chen Jun replied honestly. And the second-generation Dream Mech won't need mass production either. We believe that within 5 years, we can develop a third-generation Dream Mech that can achieve a neural link between operators, allowing mechs to combine for collaborative combat. This will enable them to counter large-scale level 4 and level 5 mutants, Yijin added. If we start mass production now, when the third-generation mechs are developed, some of their materials might be used for the second generation, making it less cost-effective. Their thinking coincided perfectly with Li Fan's expectations. It was clear that the mutant's own evolution was also a reference for the mech's design. Satisfied, Li Fan didn't question them further, leaving everything in their hands. He simply instructed the other mutants to fully support their research. Besides the mechs, the 3 were also working on Li Fan's request to develop a future interstellar spaceship. Blue Star already had centuries of experience in space exploration, which greatly aided their research. Additionally, resources like pre-apocalypse books, movies, and maps also accelerated their research. Li Fan was very pleased with the spaceship designs they came up with. The ship's body had a sleek, streamlined shape with elegant curves, making it distinct from other designs. The front was sharp and aggressive, capable of breaking through the vacuum of star systems while effectively reducing drag in space. The rear adopted a swept-back design, providing enough thrust for faster-than-light travel. The outer shell was covered with a protective layer of high polymer material, effectively resisting impacts from cosmic microparticles and radiation.
Of course, Li Fan didn't delve into the technical details. He wouldn't understand them anyway. He was just happy with the promising future these designs suggested. If not for the apocalypse, Blue Star might have achieved interstellar travel and the great dream of space exploration in the near future. Over the past 2 years, Li Fan hadn't been idle either. He used the chaos space to collect some of the few remaining habitable areas on Blue Star, as well as some of its flora and fauna, aiming to turn the chaos space into a miniature version of Blue Star. Next, he planned to move some Blue Star survivors into the prepared chaos space, allowing them to build enough housing and land in advance. This way, they would be ready in case of an emergency invasion or if support couldn't arrive in time. It would also serve as a suitable production site for future mass-produced mechs and starships, providing enough workforce. He also made full use of the training space, sending more than 10,000 family members there every day to practice their abilities until they were exhausted before letting them out. In addition, the number of his daughters and women had once again increased significantly. After all, the eligible young girls in Hope City had grown up, one batch after another. In the small world, within the residential area for family members, stood the palace complex, specifically the Chuanfang Hall. The palace entrance was a stone bridge extending 100 meters, arching over a bottomless river. The river, like a silver ribbon, flowed gently beneath the palace. Crossing the stone bridge, one was met with the grand and majestic main gate of the palace. The gate was adorned with exquisite jade and bronze studs, radiating an air of solemnity and luxury. Upon entering the palace, there was a spacious hall with a ceiling decorated with intricate carvings, and the walls displayed various unknown paintings and decorative calligraphy. From the hall extended a winding corridor that led to the palace garden. The garden was lush with greenery, vibrant with blooming flowers, and dotted with streams and fountains. At the center of the garden lay a small lake, with a delicate island at its heart, covered in various rare flowers and trees. Behind the garden were the living quarters. Many beautiful young girls were gathered in small groups, chatting happily with smiles on their faces. However, as soon as a group of elegant women in clean and luxurious dresses walked in with a fragrant breeze, the girls immediately returned to their places, standing properly, waiting for the instructions of these graceful senior women. First, "Welcome to Chuanfang Hall," spoke the leading woman, her voice clear and powerful, resonating in the surrounding air. "Your arrival here is to serve the king of this world. Here, learn humility, learn to be perceptive, and learn to be sensible. This is a very simple and peaceful world. Your only duty here is to have children. You must always remember that each of your children will be the future of this world and of Blue Star. Every time you moan, you are continuing the fate of two worlds. So, you must maintain your best state to welcome the seeds of new life. Remember, the peaceful life you and your families now enjoy is due to the king's generosity and kindness. So, you must be loyal to him, loyal to your duties. After living here for 2 or 3 years, you will become like us, having more children and causing fewer troubles. Women who cause trouble cannot live in this paradise-like haven." Similar scenes were happening not only in Chuanfang Hall but also in other halls, where new young girls were joining. This was an idea that Yun Yun and the other women had come up with for Li Fan. Every year, they selected some young girls from other areas to join, and they also specifically chose some beautiful young widows to take care of Li Fan's daughters. Among these young widows, those with decent character and a calm demeanor were also chosen to be sent to Li Fan's bed. Li Fan naturally never refused. After all, the entire small world could be considered his private property. Why would he reject using his own possessions? These women were also very observant. When Li Fan was interested in women, they would bring him more. When his interest waned, they would bring fewer. In any case, once they entered the family residence area, most of them would end up in Li Fan's bed to have children. This had already become common knowledge among family members. Many people didn't understand Li Fan's obsession with women, but the women who had been with him from the beginning more or less knew that his rise happened under their witness. Until the small world appeared, Li Fan reached a level they couldn't even imagine. Li Fan took some family members across Blue Star, collecting newly appeared rare materials. Over the past 2 years, he had gathered a large amount of rare materials like ice spirit essence, cold iron, ice crystal, flame spirit, flame heart, earth essence, and wood heart. It was important to know that enhancing his offspring required consuming a massive amount of energy. Without using the light realm, he could only make up for it by collecting such resources on Blue Star. Because the specific value of these newly appeared rare materials was unknown, he didn't feel any guilt using them casually. When Li Fan returned to the small world, he began another round of planting seeds. However, due to his declining stamina, he could only plant seeds for 100 girls in one night. He couldn't even finish one entire palace of girls, which made him feel that something might be wrong with his body.
The next morning, he immediately went to space to find Bai Wei to inquire about the situation. Meanwhile, in Xuanfang Hall, the girls who had been seated by Li Fan were excitedly whispering to one another, treating the shocking news of Li Fan planting seeds for over 100 girls in one night like hot gossip. No wonder they call him the king of the world. He's incredible. Last night, just one touch from him made me tremble all over. In just a few moves, I felt like I was going to wet myself. I was so embarrassed that I didn't dare to even breathe. Wang Siki clutched her chest and whispered to her close friend Lu Xiaoyan. Did it hurt? Was he gentle or rough? Did he give you his seed? Lu Xiaoyan asked curiously. Before coming here, the girls had been carefully instructed by their families. But when the moment actually came, it was inevitable to feel a bit nervous and scared. That was one of the main reasons why Wang Siki was so easily overwhelmed. It didn't really hurt, just a little at first. He was very gentle. I could feel it. But he didn't say anything to me. Maybe it's because there are too many women, and he's numb to it? Wang Siki felt a strange sense of disappointment for some reason. She suddenly felt like her life might truly become as the beautiful woman had told them yesterday, entering a phase of plain, childbearing days. Not far away, 6 other girls, Zheng Xiaofang, Zhao Linlin, Sun Huiwan, Zhan Anhua, Ma Tingting, and Yang Xiaoli, were also chatting in pairs. The room they were in housed 4 girls, while the other 4 had come over from other rooms. This was also a form of regulation. They weren't allowed to live alone, as solitude could lead to overthinking. Having roommates meant they could chat and talk, which was better. Moreover, it also made it easier for Li Fan to plant seeds. Once the girls became pregnant and gave birth, they could live in a room of their own, where a significant number of nannies would help take care of their children. They would never be alone, avoiding the risk of depression. Besides this room, there were several others that Li Fan had not visited last night. Some of the girls felt relieved, while others felt disappointed, feelings too varied to describe. In any case, for these girls who had moved into the family residence area, their survival was at least guaranteed. They didn't need to do any labor. As for other issues, Li Fan never thought about them. In his view, his relationship with the women in the family was purely a matter of equal exchange. But now, under the arrangements of An Yun and the others, a slight change had occurred. He now seemed more like an ancient emperor. Time passed slowly like this. One group of women after another became Li Fan's private possessions, bearing children for him, decorating the family with their presence, and expanding the entire family. The people living in the small world seemed to have almost forgotten that they were chosen by Li Fan from the apocalyptic blue star. Some began to become arrogant, reckless, ignorant, and fearless. However, by the time Li Fan found out, it was already long after. In recent years, he had been focusing on matters related to Blue Star's technological armor, weapons, and spacecraft. Whenever materials were needed, he would take some mutants to collect them. He wasn't particularly busy, but he wasn't idle either. In the 17th year of the apocalypse, many of Li Fan's daughters had already reached adulthood, and some had even become level 3 mutants. A new problem arose, finding men for them. They needed to cultivate the Phoenix Chirping Harmony transformation technique together with their partners to break through and become level 4 mutants. Within the Li family, there were now hundreds of level 4 mutants. Even in Yunyun, Qin Yanqing, and Yunuanyuan, 3 secondary hosts who originally couldn't advance, also became level 4 mutants by cultivating the Phoenix Chirping Harmony transformation technique, enhancing their strength. This showed that this cultivation technique indeed had some auxiliary effect. For this reason, Li Fan managed to obtain 4 other cultivation techniques from Bai Yiwei, each with impressive names. War God Atlas, a technique for mastering combat and courage, striving for the pinnacle of combat and deep contemplation in battle. Vajra Indestructible Divine Art, a technique for cultivating an indestructible body, starting from the exterior and gradually developing an unwavering spirit and an immortal will. Everlasting Youth and Eternal Life Technique, a technique to maintain eternal youth and endless life, a pursuit of longevity and immortality. Heaven Devouring, Earth Swallowing 7 Limits, a technique for understanding and controlling the forces of nature, with the ability to devour the heavens and earth and manipulate all things. These techniques were clearly some of the cultivation methods from other training planets under the power of Bai Yiwei's force, the kind he had mentioned before, which focused on cultivating the body to an extraordinary, transcendent level but had not yet emphasized the cultivation of the soul and spiritual consciousness. Even though these were techniques for low-level cultivators, Bai Yiwei felt that Li Fan couldn't successfully practice them because Blue Star lacked the most basic environment for such cultivation, an environment known as spiritual energy. In other words, Blue Star needed to undergo 100 years of transformation to become such an environment, which was currently happening. This reminded Li Fan of the rare materials that had recently appeared out of nowhere on Blue Star.
Perhaps they were useful for cultivating these techniques. So, after repeated requests, he finally persuaded Bai Wei to teach him these 4 cultivation methods. Of course, the outcome was not surprising. He couldn't practice these techniques either on Blue Star or within the small world. It was at this point that he once again stepped into other regions of the small world and discovered that some people, having enough to eat, were engaging in outrageous behavior, oppressing men and harassing women. He immediately thought of enforcing strict laws to prevent the small world from becoming a land of corruption and greed, a breeding ground for crime, something he absolutely could not tolerate. The situation was something he happened to encounter by chance. After watching for a while and asking a few questions, he learned that in Hope City, the management had become bloated. Some children had grown up without experiencing the apocalyptic disasters of Blue Star, or their memories had faded, making them forget that this was a whole new world. Moreover, life in Hope City had returned to normal, with technology and daily life resembling the pre-apocalypse world. People now had phones, televisions, novels, and jobs. Although Li Fan had always emphasized fairness, justice, and equality for all, where there were people, there were rivalries. Different thoughts and ambitions would inevitably arise. This was something he couldn't control, even as the master of the small world. This was an inevitable path in human development, which was why ancient wisdom spoke of the cycle of unity and division. This was his first time entering the round castle of Hope City. The castle had a unique cylindrical appearance, constructed from massive stone blocks, surrounded by high walls and a towering gate. A prominent golden lion head adorned the castle gate, and at the top of the circular castle was the tallest and largest signal tower in Hope City. At the center of the castle was a massive circular hall, several meters high, supported by intricate stone pillars. The floor was covered with vibrant red carpet, and surrounding the hall were various functional areas such as study rooms, conference rooms, dining rooms, and bedrooms. Li Fan's arrival quickly drew the attention of the guards and staff on duty. Thanks to the mutants, the scene of arrogant guards looking down on strangers was almost non-existent now. "Sir, please stop. This is the administrative office of the city's management. If you have any business, please visit the City Affairs Hall," a young guard, who did not recognize Li Fan, politely said. In Hope City, aside from the initial group of managers, not many people actually recognized Li Fan or had seen his face. After all, he always traveled through space directly, coming and going as he pleased. Those who had spoken to him or met him face to face were few, and even fewer had clearly seen his appearance. "I'm here to see the highest manager of your city." Li Fan didn't ignore the guard but calmly stated his purpose. "You can meet our city's highest manager, but you need to make an appointment first and wait for notification. The managers are very busy every day, so you can't just see them whenever you want," the guard replied according to protocol. Although he was a little puzzled about why a stranger would come directly asking for the highest manager, he didn't take it seriously. There were always people who didn't follow the rules. Hearing this, Li Fan frowned. He had made it clear to the initial managers that they couldn't adopt a bureaucratic style. Tasks needed to be handled immediately without layers of reporting and delegation. Otherwise, even simple matters could become complicated and distorted. He didn't expect that in just over 10 years, the same bureaucratic style from Blue Star had already been copied into the small world, leaving him speechless. He also realized that some people truly needed supervision. If left unchecked, various thoughts would inevitably arise. The sense of taking chances was something no one could avoid. Li Fan didn't bother arguing with the guard anymore. He directly used his voice amplification ability, ensuring that his voice could be heard across the entire Hope City. "Within 1/4 of an hour, all members of the management of Hope City must come before me. I will only call once." In a large villa bedroom, Zheng Xiangwen was lying on a young girl's smooth, delicate belly, sleeping. Suddenly, he was startled awake by the voice that drilled into his ears. He jumped up, startling the girl beside him, who hurriedly sat up in a panic. "What's wrong, my lord? You scared me." The girl's soft, timid voice, sweet and delicate, tugged at Zheng Xiangwen's nerves. "He's here. I must get to the management office immediately." In other places, similar scenes were unfolding as in Zheng Xiangwen's home. Without exception, they all lived in grand villas, with the various masters and elders of large families residing within. 1/4 of an hour later, cars and carriages of all kinds crowded around the circular castle, drawing the curious eyes of many residents who didn't know what was happening. The guards on duty finally realized something, their expressions gradually shifting to shock as they looked at Li Fan. His image began to merge with the legendary figure they had heard about. If they weren't afraid of crossing the line, they would probably have tried to take a photo with him or at least interact with him somehow. Inside the circular castle, the management personnel on duty also stepped out of their offices, looking towards Li Fan, who still stood at the entrance.
A quick-witted individual rushed forward, pushing aside the oblivious guard who was still blocking the way. With extreme flattery and reverence, they invited Li Fan into the largest conference hall of the castle. But Li Fan didn't follow them in. He still wanted to see how many familiar faces were in Hope City's management and how many were strangers. One by one, people began entering the massive hall. He also didn't want a situation where the next time he visited Hope City, there would be people who didn't recognize him. He hadn't paid attention to this issue before, but now he needed the managers of Hope City to know exactly who their highest superior was and what his rules were. Zhang Xiangwen, with his old connection to Li Fan, squeezed out from the crowd, hurried over, and tried to cling to Li Fan's leg, calling out, "Big brother, why are you here? I haven't seen you in over 10 years. The former Dragon Kingdom government leaders were now too old and frail to walk. Although they wanted to come, they were stopped by their younger family members. As a result, Li Fan didn't see many familiar faces. Besides Zhang Xiangwen, whom he remembered more clearly, most were unfamiliar faces. But some bore a resemblance to women in his family, allowing him to roughly guess their identities. Li Fan had no interest in exchanging pleasantries. He merely nodded at Zhang Xiangwen and didn't give him much face. After all, he was quite displeased with the current state of Hope City's management. You couldn't even see the managers when you needed them? There were so many managers, and he hadn't specified which one he wanted to see. And yet, that was still an issue? It wasn't like this in the beginning. The whole point of having so many managers was to help manage affairs more efficiently, not to make things harder. Having so many managers, but making it even more difficult to get things done, were they messing with him? This was his small world. By now, most of the managers had entered the large hall. However, many were still whispering to one another, trying to find out who Li Fan was. Li Fan saw and heard all of this, but he didn't point it out. He simply spoke with a stern expression. Regardless of whether you know me or not, stop trying to find out about me right now and listen to what I have to say. Today, I want to share some views on how Hope City should be managed. I hope you will take them to heart. First, the purpose of being a manager is to serve the people. There's no need for empty words about human prosperity or citizen happiness. It's enough to ensure that residents of Hope City have food to eat, work to do, and are not bullied. Second, our responsibility and mission are to ensure the continuation of humanity. We are all residents of Blue Star. Why did we come to Hope City? Because we were sick of the never-ending apocalyptic disasters. We were sick of going hungry, being cold, and living under the constant threat of death. So we came to Hope City. Third, we must prioritize people's well-being, addressing the most pressing, direct, and practical issues they face. Our goal should be to continuously improve their quality of life, rather than just caring about your own tiny circle. You managers are not superior beings, you are not here to oppress others. If you can't do this, you can be replaced by those who can. I hope that next time I visit, these problems will be resolved. If not, don't blame me for throwing you all back to Blue Star. Since you love playing these bureaucratic games, go implement your grand ambitions and lofty ideals there. Finally, I'll leave you with an old saying from Blue Star: if an official doesn't work for the people, he might as well go home and sell sweet potatoes. Think about that carefully. After finishing his speech, Li Fan disappeared from the spot and returned above the family palace complex. He initially thought about staying invisible, walking around to observe and listen, but he gave up on that idea. This was his family territory. He wouldn't treat it like the other regions with regular residents. And besides, they were all women here. As long as they didn't engage in dangerous palace intrigues, like assassinations or deadly schemes, he didn't mind whatever else they did. After all, he could always read their thoughts at any time and know everything he wanted without needing to personally investigate. Forming cliques was normal. As long as it didn't become too extreme, it was fine. After this warning, it wasn't until much later that Li Fan remembered to check back on Hope City to see the results of his admonition. What he saw infuriated him. However, for now, his focus was still on the research base on Blue Star, where they were developing the third-generation Dream Mech. After 2 rounds of improvements, the third-generation Dream Mech was almost complete. Researchers Chenjun, Yijin, and another team member promised that the final adjustments would be completed within the year, and they would soon conduct physical tests. Because of this, Li Fan moved all research members and relevant personnel into the chaos space, allowing them to focus entirely on their research without distractions. He promised to provide any resources they needed. Beyond this, they were also working on the model and various internal systems of the spaceship. However, Chenjun and the others admitted that achieving true lightspeed and spatial teleportation with the spaceship was still beyond their current technology and understanding. They could only hope for further mutations in their brain regions, granting them new, creative ideas that could be verified and developed step by step. Of course, this was just their expectation. Whether it would actually happen depended on the evolution of their brain regions. Because of this, Li Fan continued searching Blue Star for level 4 evolutionary plants and newly emerged precious materials, hoping to find something that could help the 3 brain mutants achieve another breakthrough. As he considered these matters, he also began thinking about marriage arrangements for his daughters. From childhood to adulthood, his many daughters had only ever known him as their father and had rarely seen any strangers. And Yun, Beyonce, and the others suggested bringing in suitable young men for the daughters to choose from, then assigning them living space. The chaos space could be used for this. But Li Fan was more inclined to take his daughters out and let them choose young mutants from Blue Star themselves. If they liked someone, they could bring them back for their mothers to meet and decide. Chaos space could then serve as their place of residence after marriage.
Did you enjoy the story, guys? I hope you did. Support this video with a like and a comment. I'd really appreciate it. Thanks for watching and see you next time.